Groudon, behold my move, the sword of the cliff. Kyogre, the source wave awaits your command. Kingdra, step aside, all of you make way for me. Water gun, kneel before me. Groudon, perished. Kyogre, perished. Rayquaza, what on earth is happening? I just had a skirmish with Deoxys, and now these two fools are lying on the ground. What bad luck. It seems this year is not meant for boasting. How infuriating that I flew all this way only to be met with such a fate. Here, take my finishing move, the Dragon's Eye. Groudon, just revived, perished again. Kyogre, just revived, perished again. Chapter 1. The Urban Pokemon World. Wake up, Juahan. This lesson is taught by Teacher Zhou. Do not fall asleep. Amidst the vigorous shaking, Juahan's consciousness gradually returned. Where am I? I was clearly driving. That's right, a large truck ran a red light and crashed in me along with a little motorcycle I had just purchased. Damn it, that was my brand new bike. Wait, if that were the case, I shouldn't be alive. This must be a transmigration. Juahan, you are something else. You dare to sleep during Teacher Zhou's class? I'm not afraid of the wall, but I'm in awe of you. Quipped the plump boy before him, comically gesticulating. Juahan, it seems my name from my previous life has remained unchanged. Gazing at the animated figure before me, whose face bore a hint of lewdness, my mind instantly recognized my best friend, Zhou Xiaowu. Juahan, it's about time you woke up. Thankfully, Teacher Zhou didn't notice. Otherwise, you would be in trouble. By the way, did you discuss your plans with your family last night regarding the college entrance examination? Are you leaning toward the academic track or the martial arts track? The academic track? The martial arts track? Juahan recalled fragments of memories in his mind. It turned out this world was one inhabited by Pokemon. According to the records in the Pokemon Archaeological Chronicles, 3,000 years ago, Pokemon suddenly descended upon this world, leading to conflicts with humanity due to their possession of various extraordinary energies that time. A significant number of humans perished at the hands of Pokemon. In humanity's darkest hour, two tribes rose to prominence, the Huangdi tribe and the Qiyu tribe. They tamed numerous magical creatures and led humanity in resistance. Ultimately, under the guidance of the benevolent deity, they signed a peace treaty with the gods. From that moment on, humans and magical beasts began to coexist without interference. Subsequently, history unfolded similarly to my previous life, extending to the Ming Dynasty, which did not succumb to ruin, but rather evolved into the Dragon Kingdom Alliance A. Century ago, as the last emperor of the Ming Dynasty relinquished the monarchy to establish a shared governance system. The Heavenly King, Champion, and Elder Council now wield authority, with the Alliance President holding the final say. As for the current academic and martial arts tracks, they represent the ancient titles of the top scholar and martial champion, respectively. However, due to the presence of Pokemon, the status of martial champions has always been held in high regard. Yet, regardless of the era, the adage scholarly poverty, martial wealth remains true. To pursue the martial arts track, one must become a Pokemon trainer. Being a Pokemon trainer has always been a financially taxing profession, with many unable to afford proper training and relegating their Pokemon to mere pets. The difference between professionally trained Pokemon and these domesticated creatures is astronomical. Furthermore, a significant issue persists. Martial arts candidates must possess their own Pokemon to participate. The Dragon Kingdom Alliance stipulates that candidates may not own their Pokemon prior to the martial arts examination, and the majority of superior Pokemon are monopolized by various breeding farms. The wild is scarce, inhabited only by lower-tier Pokemon, and encountering a lucky specimen is akin to winning the lottery. Ultimately, most martial arts candidates acquire their Pokemon from breeding farms or as offspring of their parents' Pokemon, with the wild offering only the faintest chance. Most individuals still rely on purchases, yet the cost of Pokemon is far from inexpensive. Moreover, becoming a professional trainer entails shouldering corresponding responsibilities. The chaos of wild Pokemon is now commonplace, and certain mysterious black Pokemon within secret realms require the expertise of professional trainers to complete various tasks. Countless trainers perish each year due to these encounters. Thus, powerful Pokemon partners are often the most reliable. The 3-starter Pokemon, due to their potential and temperament, are ideally suited for novice trainers, with base prices ranging from 800,000 to 1 million. Psychic types are nearly priceless, particularly the highly sought-after Gardevoir and Alakazam, fetching base prices of 2 million, with black market prices soaring to 3 million. As for dragon types, even a Dratini demands 1 million. Other ordinary Pokemon range between 300,000 and 800,000, with only a few flawed specimens available for 100,000. As for quasi-deities, they are rarely found outside prominent families. The finest Pokémon are typically hidden within secret realms, accessible only to those who have contributed to the Alliance and accrued sufficient points to petition for capture. Thus, the average family lacks significant wealth, leading lives akin to my previous existence, working tirelessly in various jobs, from courier services to manual labor. Currently, Zhuahan's father is an employee at a factory, working with gas canisters, while his mother is a worker at a Caterpie textile factory. This family can afford basic necessities, but aspiring to become a Pokémon trainer seems an insurmountable challenge. It is said that in large cities, everyone is a trainer, and rare Pokémon are as common as Rattatas, with elite offspring possessing Pokémon of higher caliber than the starter trio. Last night, the Zhuahan of this world, full of fervor, aspired to participate in a martial arts examination but was outright rejected by his parents. Heartbroken, he met his demise in the classroom, resulting in the current Zhuahan's transmigration. I end this society of the Pokémon era. What else is there to pursue if not becoming a trainer? Having returned to the age of 18, I refuse to languish as I did in my previous life, unable even to afford spouse. The academic or martial arts track, there is no question about it, Zhuahan silently resolved. Of course, it goes without saying, my friend, I am determined to pursue the martial arts track. Do you not wish to become a Pokémon trainer? Zhuahan declared resolutely. I do, of course, but my family does not support it. The plump boy replied, his spirits dampened. Zhuahan, have your parents agreed to your desire to become a trainer? I will make them agree, Zhuahan asserted with determination. Ding ding ding. Class is dismissed. Those wishing to take the martial arts examination must register with the teacher by next week. After that, applications will no longer be accepted. Class is over. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Teacher Zhou didn't notice you sleeping. Do you realize she is a recently transferred teacher? Unlike other teachers, it is said that Teacher Zhou is a professional trainer, and she will be primarily responsible for the martial arts class if it is established. If she had seen you sleeping during her class, who knows what consequences you would face, the plump boy expressed with relief. Enough, enough. I should focus on how to persuade my parents to agree to our martial arts examination. I can't afford to miss out on that opportunity, lest I find myself unable to even dream of pursuing it, Zhuahan replied nonchalantly. With Zhuahan's words, the plump boy's spirits sank once more. In the following classes, neither Zhuahan nor the plump boy could concentrate, and it was not only them. Most of their classmates were similarly lost in thought, their minds adrift. The teacher at the podium, having once been a student herself, understood the predicament faced by her students, feeling powerless to assist. She had once stood at a similar crossroads, mired in the same confusion as her current pupils. Yet, such is life. It is filled with obstacles and challenges at long last. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. In a flurry of swift movements, nearly all the students hastily exited the classroom, eager to return home. A handful of students remained behind to tidy up, yet even they exhibited an unusual urgency. Devoid of their typical procrastination, it was evident to all that this particular journey home would determine their destinies henceforth. Chapter 2. The decision of the parents upon returning home. Zhuahan gazed at his mother busily preparing dinner, and he couldn't help but reflect on the tireless efforts of his mother in his previous life, who had toiled her entire life. She must have been heartbroken when I was struck by a vehicle. Fortunately, Zhuahan had a younger brother who was dutiful and had secured a good job. What's on your mind, Ahan? The dishes are ready. Wash your hands and come to the table, his mother said kindly. Oh, all right. After washing his hands, Zhuahan took his seat, marveling at the abundant spread before him. Mother, why have you prepared so many dishes today? It's not a holiday, after all, he remarked, a bit unaccustomed to the sudden array of meat and fish, as they usually had vegetarian meals. Today is your birthday. Have you forgotten? His mother exclaimed joyfully. Right. It's my birthday. Has it really come around again without me noticing? Zhuahan murmured. With a sudden clatter, the door was gently pushed open, and his mother glanced up. Your father is back. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready, she said, bustling about. Well, what is the special occasion? So much food, his father remarked cheerfully. Look at your memory. Today is Ahan's birthday, his mother replied, rolling her eyes slightly at him. Birthday? Has it really been 18 years already? How time flies, his father mused. As his mother finished preparing the last dish, the family of three gathered around the table, engaging in lively conversation. However, inevitably, the topic shifted to Zhuahan's upcoming exams. Ahan, do you feel confident about the written exam? Do you remember all the characteristics of the Pokémon? His mother inquired. Mother, I wish to take the practical exam. I have made up my mind, Zhuahan asserted resolutely. My child, the practical exam. Sigh. His mother sighed deeply. Looks like you were right, dear, she said to her husband with a hint of resignation. Ahan, you must think this through. Your father and I cannot assist you much. You know the situation at home. We cannot provide you with ample resources. Furthermore, the mortality rate of trainers in the secret realms is alarmingly high, his father stated solemnly. Father, mother, my mind is made up. Becoming a Pokemon trainer is the path I have chosen, and no matter how arduous it may be, I will persevere, Zhuhan replied with unwavering determination. Honey, please try to persuade him, his mother said, a bit helplessly. Ahan, his father took a sip of inexpensive liquor. I knew you would choose the practical exam. I could tell from your demeanor yesterday. I understand I cannot dissuade you. You have grown up and formed your own ideas. You resemble me in my youth. And your grandmother advised me just as your mother is advising you now. Back then, I was just like you, filled with passion, even though in the end. His father's voice trailed off, a flicker of regret in his eyes. I merely wish to say, dare to pursue your dreams. Failure is not disgraceful. However, do not let embarrassment keep you from returning home. Your parents will always be your sanctuary. Honey, give our son the bank card, he instructed his wife. At his father's gesture, she retrieved a red card emblazoned with a blood-winged dragon, the card of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance Bank, the largest bank in the realm. Ahan. This card contains 500,000 dragon coins. It was originally meant for your future wife after your written exam, but consider it a starter fund for your practical exam. Your father and I cannot support you further, but I hope you will not take unnecessary risks. All I wish is for you to live well. Can you promise me that? Tears glimmered in his mother's eyes. In that moment, Zhuhan felt as though he had returned to his previous life, experiencing the same tremors, and he realized that his mother's worries mirrored those from his past. He sought not wealth, but safety, and he felt as if two figures were merging into one. Mother, I promise you, I will not undertake any reckless endeavors. I will survive, and I will become the most formidable Pokemon trainer in the Dragon Kingdom. I will earn enough to buy you a grand house, and I shall not disappoint your expectations. All right, it's not a matter of life and death. No need to be so emotional. Let us eat before everything gets cold, his father said, taking another sip of the cheap liquor. After dinner, Zhuhan returned to his room, listening to the sounds of his mother washing dishes and feeling the weight of the bank card in his hand. That 500,000 dragon coins might very well be the entirety of his parents' life savings, and he silently vowed to become a Pokemon trainer. He quickly opened his computer to explore the detailed information about Pokemon in this world, hoping to convert his knowledge from his previous life into some form of tangible advantage. Upon logging into the Pokemon forum, he noticed a flood of messages. Watermaster, he thought, chuckling at the rather juvenile name. Perhaps his previous self had a fondness for water-type Pokemon. Scrolling through the latest news, he came across an announcement. Champion Zhu Qingtian had applied for a championship challenge against the Alliance, but after battling 3 major champions, he was ultimately defeated by his close friend, Lung Bing, the Ice Champion. Such fickle sisterhood. Comments poured in. Had Lung Bing not defeated Zhu Qingtian, he would have become the champion at just 25 years old, a unique title on a global scale. What a pity. But what is the loss in that? If a 25-year-old were to become a champion, wouldn't the global championship be seen as an easy target by foreign competitors? Another comment stated. Still, better than having only 2 old champions to rely on. Our Dragon Kingdom is in dire straits. Zhuhan recalled that the 2 prominent champions in the Dragon Kingdom had been around since the Ming Dynasty, now nearing 110 years of age. Having experienced numerous wars, descendants of generals from that era, the champions Xiong and Yuan were speculated to have connections to the Zhu royal lineage. Yet their reasons for not participating in competitions remained a mystery. Zhu Qingtian was the current grand princess of the Zhu dynasty, while Lung Bing was the eldest daughter of the Lung family within the alliance. Both were of similar age and shared the belief that women were just as capable as men, forging a strong friendship. Though other champions may not match their prowess, their families were generally connected to the alliance, indicating that the upper echelons were predominantly aristocratic. Commoners could only rise if they joined such families. As he continued browsing the forum, Zhuhan concluded that the narratives of previous life novels were mere fabrications. In those tales, protagonists traversed to a Pokemon world that appeared to be undeveloped. Concepts like EV's various evolutions, the tales of Magikarp and Gyarados, the existence of fairy types, Mega Evolutions, Zepure, and Gigantamax were all absent. In those stories, protagonists became champions with little effort. Reality, however, was unforgiving. The research institutions in this world had long since uncovered these phenomena, presenting a significant challenge for Zhuhan. As he perused the forum further, he ultimately reached a disheartening conclusion. He was truly impoverished. A mere low-level evolution stone cost 100,000 coins, far beyond his means. Ding. Your system has been activated and is now binding to the host. Height, 177 meters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Charm, 7. Stamina, 4. Special ability, none. Current Pokemon, none. Pokemon World recognized. The system has been renamed to the Powerful Pokemon System. Begin issuing the Beginner's Gift Pack. Begin unlocking the Pokemon Shop. Begin releasing beginner tasks. Beginner task, acquire your own Pokemon by tomorrow. Task reward, obtain a random item related to Pokemon. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhuahan felt a surge of relief. It seemed fate had not forsaken him. The notion that protagonists often come equipped with a golden finger proved to be true. Acquiring a Pokemon for the beginner task was trivial. He could simply purchase one from the store tomorrow. Curious about the shop's offerings, he thought, no need to shout. Just concentrate. Isn't this my first time? I'll get used to it. He reassured himself, feeling slightly embarrassed. Zhuahan, maintain your composure. Do not tarnish the reputation of all time travelers. Upon entering the shop, he found many items obscured by darkness, with only a row of bright options available. Beginner items, large milk can, 200 Pokemon points. Super Balls, 200 Spirit Points Basic Evolution Stones, 1,000 Spirit Points Beginner Energy Cube Guidebook, 10,000 Spirit Points Elementary Skill Book, 10,000 Spirit Points gazing at the array of black-screened Meng Evolution Stones and bracelets. Alongside charcoal and mysterious droplets, a sudden sight of Arceus's tablet caused Zhuahan's eyes to widen in astonishment. He murmured to himself, I've struck it rich. Truly struck it rich. Drawing upon his 30 years of wisdom from a previous life, he forced himself to remain composed, though his trembling body betrayed his excitement. System, how does one acquire spirit points? Zhuahan inquired curiously. You earn spirit points by defeating Pokemon. Participating in system-recognized competitions grants spirit points. Engaging in significant events yields spirit points. Completing tasks issued by the system rewards you with spirit points. Recharge the system with 100 dragon coins for 1 spirit point. This recharge system feels astonishingly real. It resembles the schemes from my past life with the penguin, Zhuahan remarked, somewhat speechless. Oh, there's also a novice gift pack. How do I open it? Simply recite it in your mind. Open the novice gift pack, Zhuahan intoned internally. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 spirit points. 1 Super Ball, 1 basic cultivation experience book, and 1 basic random skill disc. Looking at the items listed in the system, Zhuahan could not help but exclaim in his heart, the system is magnificent. Just the skill disc alone is worth 10,000 spirit points. Not to mention the basic cultivation experience book, which is precisely what Zhuahan needs at this moment. Unlike the families of the elite, Zhuahan, a commoner, did not possess a pre-established training plan. Families often had their unique methods, seldom shared, leaving the common folk to navigate the path through trial and error. Although there was now an academy, it primarily taught only the fundamentals, with most instructors sent by noble families to scout for talent. Only those who joined a family could truly avoid unnecessary detours. Using the basic cultivation experience book, a torrent of knowledge surged into Zhuahan's mind, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward onto the bed. Fortunately, he landed softly. After a moment, he gradually acclimated, and a plethora of thoughts emerged regarding how to cultivate different Pokemon in their early stages. The system activated the random skill disc. At that moment, Zhuahan repeatedly chanted, Buddha, Jade Emperor, 3 Pure Ones, Nuwa, Fushi, grant me a favorable skill. Please, do not let it be something trivial like Tackle, Growl, or Tail Whip. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Ice Wind. It unleashes freezing air to attack the opponent, reducing their speed. Thank goodness, Ice Wind is quite remarkable. This skill is not only useful in the early stages, but may also yield extraordinary effects when paired with special attributes later on, Zhuahan rejoiced. He noted that the Ice Wind skill disc was valued at 500,000 dragon coins on the forum, which was exorbitant. However, upon seeing other skills like Ice Beam, which cost a staggering 5 million dragon coins per disc, he realized the disparity. With the emergence of the system, Zhuahan's heart steadied. As he perused the forum, he lost track of time until it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. His eyelids grew heavy, and thinking about purchasing Pokemon the next day, he decided it was best to retire early. After shutting down the computer, he lay in bed, gradually drifting into slumber amidst the ambient sounds around him. Chapter 3. Acquiring the Ink Seahorse. The following morning, Zhuahan hurried to school. On the way, he encountered Zhou Xiaowu, who was walking with a fried dough stick in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other. Upon spotting Zhuahan, he rushed over. Zhuahan, do you know? When I got home yesterday, I told my dad I wanted to take the martial exam. Guess what happened? The plump boy wore an elated expression. Good grief, put your greasy hands away from my school uniform. Zhuahan replied, visibly disgusted. What else could it be? Seeing your lewd expression, I can tell your dad consented to your martial exam. Zhuahan waved his hand dismissively. Exactly. When I got home last night, I saw my dad and mom discussing something. Initially, I was prepared to risk a beating by telling my dad I wanted to take the martial exam. But when I actually said it, he didn't whip out his ancestral belt. Instead, he and my mom handed me a bank card, saying I was grown up now. If you don't give it a try, you'll regret it forever, he said. The plump boy recounted, a complex look on his face. Hearing his words, Zhuahan fell silent. Every parent cares for their children, no matter the world, and this remains unchanged. The plump boy's family circumstances mirrored his own. Both fathers worked in labor-intensive jobs. Plump boy, this path is fraught with challenges. If you've chosen it, you must commit to walking it. To survive, Zhuahan stated solemnly. I know it's tough, but I want to give it a shot. Just like my dad said, if I don't take this path, I'll regret it. In my lifetime, I don't want to live with regrets, the plump boy asserted resolutely. All right, enough about me. How about you? Did your uncle and the others agree to your martial exam? He inquired, looking at Zhuahan. Sighing, Zhuahan responded, well. Upon hearing Zhuahan's sigh, the plump boy quickly interjected, it's fine. Even if you don't take the martial exam, you can still register as a trainer. Just wait until I become a trainer. I'll help you catch one of the starter Pokemon in the wild. Just cling to my leg then. What are you saying? You want me to cling to your leg? Look at this. Zhuahan exclaimed, pulling out a bright red bank card. A bank card? What the heck, Zhuahan? You already have the bank card and are still sighing? I thought your uncle and the others disapproved of your martial exam. The plump boy exclaimed loudly. Afterward, the plump boy also produced a bank card identical to Zhuahan's. It seems we can both take the martial exam simultaneously. We can become trainers together. The plump boy said joyfully, clearly elated. By the way, Zhuahan, how much do you have in your card? He asked, glancing at Zhuahan. I have 500,000 as well, which is all my family's savings, Zhuahan replied, somewhat dejected. The two fell into a long silence, both understanding the significance of that money due to their humble backgrounds. We will become trainers and earn a fortune to support our parents, Zhuahan declared with conviction. Yes, definitely, the plump boy echoed resolutely. Let us go. We've arrived at school. We should register with Teacher Zhou and then head to the breeding house after school, the plump boy said, brimming with excitement. At Rongqing No. 2 High School, in Class 3, both Zhuahan and the plump boy were seated together. Determined to take the martial exam, they were distracted throughout the class. Finally, when the school day concluded, the bell rang, signaling the end of classes. The plump boy dragged Zhuahan, racing toward Teacher Zhou's office. Several classmates were already gathered inside, seemingly ready to register for the martial exam. Are you two also signing up for the martial exam? Teacher Zhou inquired, looking at them. Yes, Teacher Zhou, the plump boy responded hastily. Good. Currently there are 5 students in the class participating in the martial exam. By next week, you must have your own Pokemon. You will form a class with students from other classes, undergoing 2 months of training, followed by a month of academic review to prepare for the exam. Do you understand? Teacher Zhou stated sternly. Understood. The 5 students present replied loudly. Rongqing is a small place with only 2 high schools, No. 1 and No. 2. Due to the region's economic limitations, most locals are not affluent. The martial exam is a make-or-break opportunity. Most people still opt for the academic route, which could lead to research positions, become academic teachers, or simply work in factories for a stable life, avoiding risks. Upon exiting the school gates alongside his portly companion, they swiftly arrived at the largest breeding facility in Rongqing, the Zhou family breeding house, a name that unmistakably hinted at a connection to the illustrious Zhou family of the imperial capital. As they pushed open the door, they were greeted by a dazzling array of Pokemon eggs, each adorned with a spectrum of colors and detailed annotations regarding the lineage of the eggs' parents, the trainers, and potential inherited skills. Zhuahan and his companion were momentarily entranced by the spectacle. The attendant, accustomed to the awe of students like Zhuahan and his friend during this season, approached with a smile. Are you here to purchase a Pokemon or perhaps an egg? She inquired amiably. Could you provide us with a brief introduction? Zhuahan replied courteously. Certainly, the attendant responded nonchalantly. The outer area features Pokemon eggs for sale, while the inner sanctum houses already hatched Pokemon. However, I must inform you that, per the Pokemon League regulations, fully matured Pokemon are off-limits for purchase. There are a total of 18 cabinets outside, each representing a different elemental type. While we do not have a comprehensive selection, should you desire a specific Pokemon, Simply inform me, and we will expedite a delivery from our headquarters at your own expense. Additionally, we have some recently hatched Pokémon yet to be returned to headquarters, which are available for purchase at fair prices. Zhuahan initially ventured to the fire-type section, while his companion explored the fighting-type area. Charmander. With a father who is an elite Charizard from the Charizard Valley, and a mother who is also an elite Charizard from the same valley, the likelihood of inheriting the skill Dragon Claw is quite high. Price: 900,000. Upon seeing the price, Zhuahan shifted his gaze, noting other options such as Vulpix at 600,000, Ponyta at 400,000, and Psyduck at 700,000, as well as Magcargo at 200,000. Unable to afford the starter Pokémon and disinterested in the other fire types, he moved on to the Ghost-type section where prices were equally prohibitive. The Psychic-type area was deemed too extravagant, and while Grass-type Pokémon were reasonably priced, they failed to capture his interest. Having surveyed the eggs, he found the expensive ones beyond his means and the affordable ones unappealing. Meanwhile, his friend decided to purchase a Machop for 300,000. Zhuahan examined the Machop's lineage and found its potential quite decent. Its father was a second-tier gym leader, and it was likely to inherit the skill Flame Punch. Not bad, my friend. Consider this a fortunate find. Zhuahan exclaimed with genuine happiness. It's all right, it's all right. What about you? Have you found any Pokémon that piqued your interest? Zhou Xiaowu inquired curiously. Everything I fancy is too costly, and the others don't appeal to me. Zhuahan replied with a hint of exasperation. Excuse me, I've heard that there's a section for selecting unidentified Pokémon, correct? Zhuahan directed his question to the attendant. Indeed, that was the original rule. However, the headquarters unexpectedly discontinued that area 2 days ago. The attendant responded apologetically. May I still see the already hatched Pokémon? Zhuahan pressed further. Of course, the attendant replied, guiding them into a verdant, grassy area adorned with a small lake. Newly hatched Pokémon frolicked about, and upon noticing Zhuahan and his friend, they paused their antics and scampered towards their feet. Zhuahan surveyed the diverse array of Pokémon species. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a seahorse Pokémon in the water. As he approached, he noticed the seahorse appeared somewhat dejected, displaying a hint of fear upon seeing him. Excuse me, what is the situation with this seahorse? Zhuahan asked, puzzled. Well, this seahorse hatched prematurely for some unknown reason, resulting in a weaker constitution. Moreover, the surrounding Pokémon do not engage with it, hence its current state, the attendant explained. How much is this seahorse for sale? Zhuahan inquired, intrigued. It's priced this way. The seahorse ultimately evolves into a Kingdra, which is a dragon type. Normally, the price for a seahorse is around 1,000,000, but due to its early hatching, we've slashed the price by 300,000 for any interested buyer. The attendant stated earnestly. Could you possibly lower it further? Would 500,000 suffice? Zhuahan asked anxiously. Well, dear customer, 700,000 is already a very generous price. I cannot go lower, the attendant replied, visibly uncomfortable. Disappointment washed over Zhuahan when suddenly his friend seized his hand. If you want it, just buy it. I happen to have 200,000 on me to lend you. You can pay me back once you earn some money, he urged. Fatty, I can't accept this. That 200,000 is for training your Machop. I can't take it. Never mind. I'll just go back and look at the Pokémon eggs, Zhuahan insisted sternly, recalling a Pidgey he had seen earlier that he found quite appealing. All right then, but don't be shy about it. This is a dragon-type Pokémon. You won't find another opportunity like this. His friend protested, concern etched on his face. Enough, I understand. Let us head outside and take another look. Zhuahan waved dismissively. Just as they were about to exit the area, a familiar figure entered. Teacher Zhou, what brings you here? Both Zhuahan and his friend exclaimed in surprise. Why, can't a teacher visit her own establishment? Teacher Zhou replied playfully. No. It's just that we didn't expect you to be so low-key, they stammered in unison. Enough of the teasing. Show me what Pokémon you've purchased. Teacher Zhou inquired with genuine curiosity. Not bad, Zhou Xiaowu. You managed to snag that Machop for 300,000. That's quite a steal. She complimented. Zhou Xiaowu felt a bit bashful and scratched his head. Oh, it's nothing, he mumbled. And you, Zhuahan, what have you bought? Let us have a look. Teacher Zhou encouraged. I haven't purchased anything yet. I'm still browsing, Zhuahan admitted, somewhat distracted. The attendant interjected. Actually, this student, Zhua, has expressed interest in that prematurely hatched seahorse. He is short on funds. That seahorse? Yes. It evolves into a Kingdra. While it is a dragon type, Zhuahan, you do remember that evolving a Seadra into a Kingdra requires a dragon scale, correct? Teacher Zhou reminded him. Of course I haven't forgotten, teacher. I have my plans. I'm a man with a system, Zhuohan assured her. Very well then, since we fortuitously crossed paths, I'll sell you that seahorse for 500,000. Teacher Zhou stated calmly. Really, teacher? Zhuohan exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Is there any doubt? Would I ever deceive you? Now hurry and settle the payment. She urged. You truly are the best teacher in the world. Zhuohan proclaimed, brimming with gratitude. Just go pay. No need for flattery, Teacher Zhou replied, rolling her eyes in good humor. Afterward, she leaned towards the attendant and whispered something before making her way outside. The attendant handed Zhuohan a red and white pokeball. This is the pokeball for your seahorse. Take it, she said, grasping the pokeball. Zhuohan hurried to the seahorse. Seahorse, would you like to accompany me? I promise to nurture you into a powerful Kingdra, he declared earnestly. Upon hearing the name Kingdra, the seahorse nodded eagerly. Zhuohan released the pokeball, and the seahorse was enveloped in a brilliant light before disappearing inside. I've captured the seahorse. Zhuohan exclaimed joyfully. Let us go to the checkout, fatty, he called out, filled with excitement. Wait for me, Zhuohan. Why are you running so fast? His friend replied, bemused. Ding. 300,000 dragon coins have been credited. Ding. 500,000 dragon coins have been credited. Thank you for speaking up for me earlier. Zhuohan expressed his gratitude to the attendant. You're quite the charmer. It was worth it to help you, she said with a smile. Here, take these. Teacher Zhou asked me to give them to you. The attendant produced 2 bottles of milk packaged in large pails, handing them to Zhuohan. This is milk from the large milk pail, priced at 20,000 each and in high demand. Zhuohan reflected on how deeply indebted he was to Teacher Zhou. After splitting the milk bottles with the hefty fellow, Zhuohan hurried home to incubate his Pokemon egg. He strutted back with an air of self-satisfaction, exclaiming, as common folk, today is truly delightful. Chapter 4. The Reverse Scale of the Space Deity, Paluchia. Upon returning home, Zhuohan dashed to the bathroom and filled the tub with water, subsequently releasing the seahorse Pokemon. After a flash of red light, the seahorse materialized in the tub. The freshly released seahorse surveyed its surroundings, and Zhuohan swiftly opened the large milk canister for it. This milk, a special treat, could enhance the seahorse's physique. Zhuohan inserted a straw and fed the seahorse, and seeing its blissful expression made him curious about the taste. Yet, upon recalling the exorbitant price of 20,000 for a bottle, he shook his head, deciding to focus on nurturing the seahorse first. The milk was quickly consumed, and the seahorse let out a satisfied burp. Do you want to return to your pokeball now? Zhuohan inquired softly. The seahorse nodded in agreement. Zhuohan retrieved the seahorse into its pokeball and made his way to his bedroom. He checked the system for rewards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the initial Pokemon, the seahorse, and rewards have commenced. Ding. Joy from above. Congratulations, host, for receiving the divine item, the reverse scale of Paluchia. Upon hearing this reward, Zhuohan was momentarily stunned, followed by an exhilarating rush of excitement. Wow. Wow. System, I find myself at a loss for words to express your greatness. But I must say, you are truly remarkable. Zhuohan exclaimed with fervor. The scale of a dragon-type deity indicated that he no longer needed to ponder how to obtain dragon scales. Although he was aware that the system would eventually provide means to acquire a dragon scale, he never anticipated being directly rewarded with the scale of a divine beast. Alleviating his concerns about the seahorse's evolution into a Kingdra later on, the system updated Zhuohan's panel. Host Zhuohan. Height 177 meters. Weight 70 kilograms. Charm 7. Stamina 4. Special abilities: Pokemon, Seahorse. Pokemon Affection 200. Pokemon Points 1000. Gazing at the feeble statistics on the system panel, Zhuohan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. A strong Pokemon necessitates a stronger trainer. The system detected that both the host and his Pokemon were too weak, issuing a 7-day training challenge. Day 1 Training. Seahorse, 2 hours to enhance skill proficiency and defeat 5 wild Pokemon. Host, exercise for over 2 hours, completing at least 3 kilometers of jogging, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 50 squats. Day 1 Rewards, 1,000 points, 1 white physique enhancer, 1 top-tier water energy block. Day 2 Training. Seahorse, 2 hours to enhance skill proficiency and defeat 10 wild Pokemon. Host, exercise for over 2 hours, completing at least 4 kilometers of jogging, 150 push-ups, 150 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Day 2 Rewards, 1,000 points, 1 white physique enhancer, 1 green physique enhancer. Day 3 Training. Seahorse, 2 hours to enhance skill proficiency, learn a new skill, and defeat 15 wild Pokemon. Host, exercise for over 2 hours, completing at least 5 kilometers of jogging, 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, and 150 squats. Day 3 rewards, 1,000 points. Water-type treasure, 1 mysterious water drop. Day 4 training, Seahorse, 3 hours to enhance skill proficiency and defeat 20 wild Pokémon. Host, exercise for over 2 hours, completing at least 5 kilometers of jogging, 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, and 200 squats. Day 4 rewards, 1,000 points, 1 green physique enhancer, 1 green physique enhancer. Day 5 training, Seahorse, 3 hours to enhance physical ability and defeat 20 wild Pokémon. Host, exercise for over 2 hours, completing at least 7 kilometers of jogging, 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, and 200 squats. Day 5 rewards, 1,000 points, 1 premium waterstone. Day 6 training, Seahorse, 3 hours to enhance physical ability and defeat 20 wild Pokémon. Host, exercise for over 2 hours, completing at least 7 kilometers of jogging, 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, and 200 squats. Day 6 rewards, 2,000 points, advanced designated skill CD. Surf, using waves to attack surrounding enemies. Day 7 training, Seahorse, 3 hours to enhance physical ability and defeat 20 wild Pokémon and 1 wild Pokémon. Host, exercise for over 2 hours, completing at least 10 kilometers of jogging, 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, and 200 squats. Engage in 1 Pokémon duel. Day 7 rewards, 2,000 points, mysterious random ability awakening. Zhuahan gazed longingly at the 7 days of task rewards, envisioning that if completed, the Seahorse could at least ascend to the pinnacle of intermediate Pokémon. With further training, it might even evolve into a Kingdra, undeniably a high-tier Pokémon. By the way, in this world, trainers are categorized into levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite, champion, and gym leader. Pokémon are classified as beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite, champion, level 3 deity, level 2 deity, level 1 deity. Evolving into a Kingdra with the reverse scale of the space deity would make the rank of elite trainer an attainable dream. In just 3 months as an elite trainer, wouldn't it be a sure ticket to a prestigious school? My aspirations stretch to the stars and the sea, Zhuahan resolutely thought. Dinner's ready. His mother called from downstairs. Oh, all right, I'll be right there, Zhuahan quickly replied. Having been so engrossed in the system tasks that he hadn't even noticed his mother returning home with dinner. Descending the stairs, he noticed a leftover fish from yesterday, alongside freshly stir-fried vegetables, a plate of fried eggs, and his father's indispensable liquor. His mother, ever nurturing, chimed in, "Wash your hands, dinner's ready. Your father will be home shortly." When his father returned, the family gathered around the dinner table, engaging in light-hearted conversation. "Ahan, have you decided which Pokémon you wish to purchase?" His father inquired with a sip of his drink. "Dad, I bought a Seahorse right after school today. It cost 500. 000, Zhuahan replied nonchalantly. "A Seahorse? That's impossible. The market price for a Seahorse is over $1 million, and I know that well," his father said skeptically. Zhuahan quickly recounted the events of his visit to the breeding house and his encounter with teacher Zhou, which eased his father's concerns. "Ahan, while there may be many things your father does not understand, you must always remember the importance of gratitude," his father stated solemnly. "Today, teacher Zhou helped you. Perhaps for her, this money is insignificant, but you must always cherish her kindness." "I understand, Dad. I will keep it in my heart," Zhuahan assured him earnestly. That's good. My son is better than I am. With noble assistance on your journey, the path ahead will surely be easier," his father said joyfully. His father seemed particularly elated, downing a small cup of liquor. The family continued to eat and converse, during which Zhuahan released the Seahorse to show his parents, who were quite taken with the little creature, much to its delight. As night fell, the sounds of the world around them began to quiet. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the 7-day training challenge, all set on a promising path. Chapter 5. The 7-day training challenge begins. As dawn broke, Zhuahan awoke early and relished the heartfelt breakfast prepared lovingly by his mother before embarking on his journey to school. On the way, he encountered his portly friend, Zhou Xiaowu, and the two of them ventured to school together. Throughout their walk, Zhuahan listened intently as the chubby boy excitedly recounted tales of the nutritional essence his armored spirit egg was set to absorb. It wasn't long before they arrived at Rongqing No. 2 High School, specifically Class 1 of the 3rd year. The two friends settled into their seats, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their teacher. Zhuahan glanced around the classroom, noting that most of his classmates appeared lethargic, with the exception of a few fellow candidates preparing for the martial arts examination, who were animatedly chatting and seemed quite cheerful. The day passed in a blur of classes, recesses, and the final bell of the school day. According to Zhou's enthusiastic descriptions, his armored spirit was on the verge of hatching, prompting a hurried return home. Upon arriving, Zhuohan quickly changed into his athletic wear and made his way to a nearby forest, a place seldom frequented by others. He lingered outside, retrieving a Pokeball from his bag and releasing his seahorse Pokemon. The creature gazed around with a look of confusion, prompting Zhuohan to declare, "From this day forth, we shall commence our training. First, show me the skills you possess." The seahorse obediently unleashed a few bubbles, though they were meager in number, indicating a lack of mastery. And its water gun seemed rather weak as well. Zhuohan pondered for a moment before deciding to place the seahorse by a nearby stream. "Do you see that stone?" he pointed out. The seahorse nodded in acknowledgement. "Use water gun to strike that stone. Remember, absorbing the water elements from the stream will significantly reduce your energy expenditure," Zhuohan instructed earnestly. With the training regimen established, Zhuohan began to jog around the stream. Having neglected exercise previously, he soon found himself breathless. Yet he understood that a competent trainer must not only rely on powerful Pokemon, but also maintain their own physical fitness. After completing a 3-kilometer run, he felt dizzy and leaned against a nearby tree to catch his breath, observing his seahorse diligently attacking the stone with water gun. "If the seahorse is putting in such effort, how can I fall behind as its trainer?" he mused. After resting for a few minutes, Zhuohan resumed his workout with push-ups. 1, 2 reaching 10, he felt his physical limits being tested, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. 99, 100, finally concluding his push-ups. He collapsed onto the ground, greedily inhaling the fresh air. The seahorse, too, appeared fatigued, barely managing to absorb water for its attacks. "Let us take a break, my dear seahorse," Zhuohan said, feeling a pang of sympathy. Upon hearing Zhuohan's words, the seahorse halted its training, panting heavily. As Zhuohan regained a sense of ownership over his body, he resolutely began his sit-ups. In the distance, the seahorse, noticing its trainer's unwavering dedication, resumed absorbing water to practice water gun. 99, 100. Once again collapsing onto the ground, Zhuohan felt the weight of exhaustion lift as he lay there, utterly spent. As time passed, he gradually rose to his feet, preparing for the last set of 50 squats. 1, 250. With another burst of water gun from the seahorse, today's training session finally concluded. A gentle breeze swept by, and with the passage of time, Zhuohan began to recover. On his way back home, he diligently sought out Caterpies, mindful of the risks posed by other Pokemon. Under the onslaught of his seahorse's water gun, he successfully defeated 5 Caterpies, completing his first-day training task. Ding! Commencing distribution of first-day training rewards. 1,000 points, 1 white physical enhancement potion, 1 white physical enhancement potion, 7 top-tier water energy cubes. Zhuohan extracted a white physical enhancement potion, consuming it, and feeling a warm sensation envelop his body, as if his physique were being restored. He also administered a potion to his seahorse and offered it a top-tier water energy cube before returning it to its Pokeball. Upon returning home, the invigorating effects of the potion banished his fatigue, leaving him with a ravenous appetite. To his parents' astonishment, he devoured 3 bowls of rice before finally feeling satiated. After his meal, Zhuohan retreated to his room and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Zhuohan awoke feeling revitalized, his body brimming with energy and warmth. He marveled at the power of the system before preparing for school. On his way, he noticed the absence of Zhou Xiaowu and wondered if his friend was running late. Upon arriving in class, Zhuohan had scarcely settled into his seat when Zhou Xiaowu rushed in, sweat glistening on his forehead, a clear indication of oversleeping. "What is going on? Why are you late today?" Zhuohan inquired with curiosity. Before he could pose further questions, Zhou Xiaowu excitedly exclaimed, "Zhuohan, my armored spirit hatched last night. I'm so thrilled, it inherited Flame Punch. How incredible!" It turned out that his armored spirit had indeed emerged, and Zhuohan realized that it appeared quite promising. After contemplating for a moment, Zhuohan shared some basic training methods for the armored spirit, which Zhou Xiaowu eagerly accepted, pledging to train diligently. The day's lessons swiftly concluded, and with the registration deadline looming tomorrow, most of the students were filled with reluctance, though it no longer concerned Zhuohan. He hurried back to the previous day's training spot, releasing his seahorse once more. The same forest, the same stream, yet today the seahorse appeared particularly focused. The previous day's white physical enhancement potion had significantly improved its physical condition, and it now seemed comparable to a normally hatched seahorse, perhaps even stronger. Determined to refine both water gun and bubble skills, Zhuohan assigned today's training tasks to the seahorse before embarking on his own run. Thanks to the notable enhancement to his physical condition, He found today's run to be far less exhausting than the previous day, completing 4 kilometers with merely a hint of fatigue. Subsequently, he moved on to his routine of sit-ups, push-ups, and squats. 1, 2 After 2 hours, Zhuahan finished his training, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction rather than fatigue. Approaching his seahorse, he observed it take a deep breath of stream water before forcefully unleashing a water gun, producing a visible crack on the stone. The seahorse's water gun skill had reached an acceptable level. Now, let us practice bubble, Zhuahan encouraged. The seahorse, eager to follow its trainer's command, swiftly created numerous bubbles. 1, 2, and soon, at least a dozen bubbles appeared, showcasing a significant increase in power as they burst. Well done, seahorse, Zhuahan praised, gently stroking its small head, to which the seahorse responded with a contented squint. The day's training continued as they sought out caterpies for battle. With the seahorse in peak condition, they swiftly defeated 10 caterpies, and Zhuahan cautiously reminded. These creatures should be challenged while they are still weak. If one day they evolve into a Butterfree, they may pose a threat to us. The seahorse nodded vigorously, determined to vanquish them all. System check-in ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the check-in. Rewards, 1,000 points, 1 white physical enhancement potion, 1 green physical enhancement potion. Zhuahan eagerly consumed the white physical enhancement potion, while the seahorse took the green physical enhancement potion, followed by an energy cube before being returned to its pokeball. Feeling a warm glow throughout his body, Zhuahan returned home, consumed 3 bowls of rice, enjoyed a warm bath, and then retreated to his room for some well-deserved rest. He opened the system panel. Host, Zhuahan height, 1, 77 meters weight, 70 kilograms charm, 7 stamina, 5 special abilities, to be determined. The little sprite, Ink Seahorse. Affection level, 230. Sprite points, 3015. Upon gazing at this panel, Zhuahan felt somewhat speechless. It was still rather weak, akin to a refugee. In terms of points, Zhuahan yearned to accumulate 10,000 to purchase an energy cube. After a moment of contemplation regarding future plans, he drifted into slumber. Chapter 6, 7 Days of Training Check-in. Awakening in the morning, Zhuahan promptly tidied his appearance and hastened to school. Upon settling into his seat, he noticed that Fatty had arrived early, already seated. Zhuahan, aside from those who signed up for the martial arts exam class we encountered last time, no other classmates have registered, Fatty whispered. Fatty, you should focus on your own training instead of worrying about others. Have you been following my training advice? Zhuahan replied, slightly exasperated. Indeed, following your methods, I feel my wrist strength has significantly improved. It seems your approach is truly effective. How's your Ink Seahorse coming along? Fatty inquired with curiosity. Quite well, actually. We've been training diligently. But enough chatter. Class is starting, Zhuahan said, ceasing further conversation. The morning passed swiftly, and during the lunchtime break, Teacher Zhou entered the classroom. Students, today is the final day to register for the martial arts exam. Ensure you inform me before school ends, as class assignments may commence tomorrow, Teacher Zhou announced before stepping out. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of noise, but Zhuahan paid it no heed. His mind was solely focused on the 7-day check-in. As the school bell rang, he immediately returned home, in the familiar location. With the familiar characters, Zhuahan and the Ink Seahorse. After yesterday's training and the green physique enhancement potion, the Ink Seahorse appeared particularly spirited, resembling a vibrant young lad. The Ink Seahorse began its training independently, while Zhuahan commenced his own. Thanks to the physique potion, today's training felt effortless, and Zhuahan even extended his practice to 2 hours. After completing his training, Zhuahan approached the Ink Seahorse, observing that it could now unleash powerful jets of water without needing to absorb water from the creek. He was filled with awe as, under the continuous barrage of water jets, the stone they usually trained on could no longer withstand the force and shattered. At Zhuahan's signal, the Ink Seahorse expelled a multitude of bubbles, producing even more than the previous day, and with slightly greater potency. After relentlessly bullying the caterpie, they completed the day's training requirements. Zhuahan utilized the Ice Wind technical machine, finalizing his check-in for the day. System check-in ding. Check-in successful. Rewards, 1,000 points, water-type treasure, and a mysterious water droplet. Is this the water-type treasure, the mysterious water droplet? Zhuahan mused, examining the blue, solidified substance in his hand, before promptly administering it to the Ink Seahorse. After a brief moment, the Ink Seahorse suddenly unleashed a tremendous jet of water, shattering the stone before it. Clearly, the water-type treasure provided a substantial enhancement to the Ink Seahorse. Moreover, it hadn't fully absorbed the droplet yet. If it did, would it not ascend to an intermediate level? Zhuahan also fed the ink seahorse an energy cube before recalling it into its pokeball. Upon returning home, he went about the usual routine, eating, bathing, and retreating to his room to check the latest news, which primarily revolved around the martial arts and academic examinations, topics he found rather tedious. In Zhuahan's perception of this world, it ultimately boiled down to one principle: strength reigns supreme. The mightier one's fist, the greater their authority. In essence, the power of Pokémon signified everything. Based on the training over the past few days, Zhuahan surmised that, in 7 days, the ink seahorse would likely fully absorb the mysterious water droplet and evolve into a Seadra. He envisioned its future form, contemplating the subsequent configuration of a Kingdra team. If the focus were on Kingdra, a rain team would certainly be in order. He pondered whether there would be a rain dance technical machine available, or if he could arrange for a Pokémon with the drizzle ability as a support. Zhuahan opened his personal information. Host Zhuahan. Height 177 meters. Weight 70 kilograms. Charm 7. Stamina 7. Special ability Ink Seahorse. Affection level 235. Sprite points 40-30. As it currently stood, defeating an ordinary Pokémon yielded a mere few sprite points, which was rather paltry. However, after 7 days, he would have over 10,000 points to purchase the coveted Energy Cube configuration book. After perusing local news for a while, Zhuahan lay in bed, drifting into a drowsy slumber. The morning sun was particularly blinding, streaming through the gaps in the curtains, casting a beam of light that roused Zhuahan from his slumber. Slowly awakening, he quickly arranged his appearance, savored the heartfelt breakfast prepared by his mother, and strolled leisurely towards school. As class commenced, Zhuahan was surprised to find teacher Zhou standing in for another instructor. Classmates, starting today, I trust you have all prepared yourselves. Martial arts students will be grouped with students from other classes to form new classes. Those whose names I call can forego class today and meet with the other martial arts students. Tomorrow, formal classes will begin. Su Xinya, Zhou Xiaowu, Zhuahan, Zhou Yuankai, Jin Yuqian, teacher Zhou called out, prompting the 5 students to step forward and head to the playground to join other martial arts examinees. Under the envious gazes of their classmates, Zhuahan and the others exited the classroom towards the playground. Upon arriving, they saw approximately 20 individuals already gathered, with others from different classes trickling in until the total reached 35, seemingly the entirety of the martial arts class. Shortly thereafter, teacher Zhou arrived at the playground. Once the students formed the requested formation, the normally jovial teacher Zhou adopted a serious demeanor. Now listen closely. Anyone who makes a sound will be expelled from the martial arts class. I will explain everything, and if you have questions, wait until I finish. Firstly, most of your Pokémon are being raised for the first time. Pokémon differ greatly from ordinary pets. Treat them well, and they will reciprocate, but if you mistreat them, not only will they retaliate, but it is also a violation of Pokémon law that could land you in prison. Secondly, for the next 2 months, you will train alongside your Pokémon under my guidance. If you cannot accept this, speak up now and withdraw from the martial arts class. Thirdly, understand that when you become professional trainers, you are akin to soldiers. You will enter various secret realms, suppress rogue Pokémon, and combat thieves, among other challenges. You are all aware of the mortality rates from news reports, aren't you? Is anyone wishing to withdraw? Teacher Zhou inquired sternly. Not a single student expressed a desire to leave. They all understood that danger often accompanies wealth. Greater peril equates to greater opportunity for riches. Excellent. No one has chosen to withdraw. Now let's take a moment to get acquainted. Tomorrow, we will officially commence training. You are dismissed, teacher Zhou announced loudly. After the tense atmosphere dissipated, introductions began among the new classmates. Some were familiar faces from neighboring classes, while others were entirely unknown. Soon, everyone had made initial introductions. Once acquainted, Zhuahan exchanged a few words with Zhou Xiaowu before departing alone, noting that Fatty was still preoccupied with adding classmates on WeChat instead of focusing on training. With both parents absent at midday, Zhuahan casually prepared a bowl of pickled vegetable instant noodles. After savoring the tangy flavor, he went to the creek, releasing the ink seahorse into the water so it could frolic freely. Zhuahan began his own training session, and given the recent rapid increase in his physical abilities, he decided to intensify his practice. Before long, he was nearing the completion of his training tasks, but he pressed on, continuing to push himself until he reached his limits before finally stopping. Approaching the seahorse, it had already become quite adept at utilizing its skills of bubble and water gun. Occasionally, it would emit a small spray of ink, seemingly having grasped the concept of smoke screen, which could lower its opponent's accuracy by 1 level. In its continuous quest for Caterpie to familiarize itself with the move Icy Wind, it became apparent that the skill given by the system was ingrained in the seahorse's mind, enabling it to execute it with remarkable proficiency, much to Zhuahan's delight. The relentless defeat of Caterpie led the seahorse to instinctively unleash a water gun at the sight of one, forming quite the habit. It appeared that next time, a battle with a horned caterpillar or a rattata might be in order. The system pinged. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the initial task and rewards are being dispensed. 1,000 points, 1 green physique enhancer, 1 green physique enhancer. With 2 vials of potion in hand, Zhuahan eagerly opened his and gulped it down in one go, savoring the delightful flavor of the green bottle. After the seahorse drank its potion, it happily munched on an energy cube before retreating into its pokeball for some rest. Upon returning home, Zhuahan took a shower and booted up his computer to check the latest happenings on the Pokemon forum. A particularly significant piece of information caught his eye. According to the Meteorological Bureau, a large number of meteors were expected to fall in the vicinity of Rong City in the coming days. It was understood that in a world inhabited by Pokemon, meteors were no ordinary occurrence, and Zhuahan resolved to investigate further when the time came. Additionally, the global resource competition was on the verge of commencing, with netizens boasting about their country's prowess. Oddly, some peculiar forum bigwigs insisted that their nation was lacking, suggesting a preemptive resource offering to avoid a humiliating defeat. Much to Zhuahan's irritation, especially as many agreed with this notion. Feeling agitated, Zhuahan pondered whether he could participate in the competition with the aid of the system, even fantasizing about a scene where he unleashed his Kingdra in grand fashion. However, his daydreams were abruptly interrupted by his mother's call for dinner. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 5 o'clock and hurried to the table, deciding to set aside his thoughts for the moment. At the dinner table, Zhuahan informed his parents that formal training for the martial arts examination would commence the next day. After consuming 3 bowls of rice, he returned to his room to chat with his friend, Fatty. As he lay in bed, he contemplated what tomorrow's martial arts training would entail before drifting off into a deep sleep. Chapter 7. The Seahorse Establishes Its Might. On the first day of martial arts class, Zhuahan awoke early and headed straight to the school playground, where most of the lessons would take place in the future. Gradually, his classmates arrived, and before long, Teacher Zhou appeared, clad in athletic attire with her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, exuding an air of cleanliness and efficiency. Upon confirming that all students were present, Teacher Zhou commenced the day's lesson by asking each student to release their Pokemon for roll call. The first to step forward was Li Wei, who released his Geodude from a red and white Pokeball. Teacher Zhou merely glanced at it and said, "All right, return it." The next was Lin Musin, whose Pokemon was a Gloom. Teacher Zhou again only gave it a cursory look before instructing its return. The Pokemon released by the students were predominantly low-level creatures, causing Teacher Zhou to furrow her brow in discontent. Next came Hu Meng, who unleashed an EV. Teacher Zhou nodded slightly, pleased to finally see a somewhat respectable Pokemon. "All right, return it," she said. Following that, Zhou Xiaowu sent out a Mach-Hop, which immediately began flexing its muscles, prompting Zhuahan to exchange a bewildered glance with Fatty, as if to question the display. Teacher Zhou examined the Mach-Hop with mild surprise, noting its evident vitality. "All right, return it." Then it was Li Zhao's turn, who released a Charmander, eliciting gasps of excitement from the classmates. Teacher Zhou observed the Charmander, whose flame was vibrant and healthy, and nodded in approval. Finally, it was Zhuahan's turn. Upon hearing his name, he took out his Pokeball and released the Seahorse, prompting another round of awe from the onlookers. "Wow, it's a Seahorse!" they exclaimed. Teacher Zhou's expression shifted to one of disbelief. She recognized this Seahorse, having seen it in a sickly state just days prior, now looking remarkably vigorous. After familiarizing herself with everyone's Pokemon, Teacher Zhou posed a question. "Do you know what skills a trainer must possess to be a partner to their Pokemon?" she asked the students. One student quickly responded. "They need to understand their Pokemon and command them in battle." Teacher Zhou regarded the student and replied, "That's commendable, but as martial arts students, we must also ensure our physical fitness. Simply put, when you venture into the wilderness, without a solid physique, you may lack the stamina to command your Pokemon in battle, let alone when it comes to Mega Evolution, which requires the trainer's physical prowess. Therefore, today we will prioritize building a strong foundation, beginning with a 3-kilometer jog, after which we will delve into teaching you about commanding your Pokemon. Now, let's get started. Begin running 3 kilometers around the track," she instructed. With that, amidst the students' groans, Zhuahan took off first, followed gradually by his classmates. For Zhuahan, 3 kilometers felt like a warm-up, whereas his peers struggled, panting heavily by the time they reached the 1. 5-kilometer mark. Fatty, in particular, was reduced to a walk. Before long, Zhuohan completed the 3 kilometers first, with a few classmates finishing behind him. Fatty, however, was laboring through the final kilometer and ultimately collapsed on the playground, prompting several other classmates to join him on the ground in exhaustion. Seeing the students panting after merely a 3-kilometer run, Teacher Zhou exclaimed, "What is this? Is this how you envision becoming a trainer? If you can't even handle basic exercise, how will you stand shoulder to shoulder with your Pokémon in battle? You might as well give up and return to academic studies." Hearing Teacher Zhou's words, most students lowered their heads in shame. Zhuohan, however, appeared relatively fit. "As for you, Zhou Xiaowu, your fitness level is abysmal. If you can't keep up with training, I suggest you consider returning to your studies in 3 months." Teacher Zhou stated flatly. This direct criticism caused Zhou Xiaowu's face to flush with embarrassment, his head bowing even lower as he clenched his fists. Yet, he understood that the teacher had his best interests at heart, and he silently resolved to lose weight and improve his physical condition. "Now, that's enough of my lecture. Next, we will release your respective Pokémon to assess their skill proficiency and power," Teacher Zhou announced, leading the students to a designated training area. She instructed them to release their Pokémon for testing, using the rocks on the ground as a benchmark. "Li Wei, you go first. Let's see what your Geodude can do." The Geodude charged at a rock using Tackle, but it merely nudged it slightly. Teacher Zhou noted down in her notebook, "Li Wei, Pokémon Geodude, Novice." Next was Lin Musin, who sent out his Gloom. "Bind it tightly," he commanded. The Gloom ensnared the rock, but there was no change. Teacher Zhou wrote, "Lin Musin, Pokémon Gloom, Novice," her brow furrowing. As the subsequent students attempted to strike the rock with minimal effect, Teacher Zhou shook her head in disappointment. "Hu Meng, it's your turn," she said, her tone tinged with hope. "Eevee, use quick attack," Hu Meng shouted. Before them stood the diminutive Eevee, its small form darting swiftly towards the rock, which exhibited a slight fissure upon impact. Observing Hu Meng's Eevee, Teacher Zhou finally nodded in approval. Next was Zhou Xiaowu. Having just faced a stern reprimand from Teacher Zhou, he was determined to demonstrate his capabilities. "Come forth, Makhop. Use Karate Chop," the hefty boy exclaimed. Hearing his command, Makhop charged at the cracked rock, delivering a decisive chop that split the stone asunder. The classmates were momentarily awestruck, marveling at Machop's prowess. Teacher Zhou quickly noted down, "Zhou Xiaowu, Pokémon, Makhop, beginner." He nodded at the boy, signaling his approval, which delighted Zhou Xiaowu immensely. Next was Li Xiao. Teacher Zhou's voice quickened. "Come forth, Charmander. Show them our might by using Ember on the rock." Charmander unleashed a jet of fiery embers that ignited upon contact with the stone, causing it to explode under the intense heat. The classmates erupted in admiration, exclaiming, as expected of the fire starter, "It's formidable." Li Xiao basked in the praise, calling Charmander back with pride. "Li Xiao, Pokémon, Charmander, beginner." Finally, it was Zhuohan's turn. "Come forth, Horsea," Teacher Zhou said with a hint of indifference. Zhuohan was preparing to test with Water Gun when suddenly, the system chimed. Ding. Primary task, make a remarkable impression with Horsea. Task reward, Horsea unlocks hidden ability, Sniper. Upon hearing this task, Zhuohan conceived a strategy. Horsea, unleash the most powerful bubble. He commanded. Horsea expelled a multitude of bubbles, which detonated upon nearing the rock, obliterating every stone in contact. The classmates could only stare in astonishment, left speechless. Even Li Xiao cast several glances at Zhuohan, realizing that the strength displayed was far beyond what his Charmander could achieve. It was Zhou Xiaowu who first broke the silence. "Wow, Zhuohan, your Horsea is extraordinary. It's bound for greatness." Other classmates quickly approached, showering praises. "Incredible. You destroyed so many rocks in an instant. My dad's Pokémon can't even boast such skill." Teacher Zhou regarded Zhuohan with deep admiration. He was pleasantly surprised, contemplating the possibility of investing in him. He swiftly noted down, Zhuohan, Pokémon, Horsea, beginner. At this moment, Zhuohan was oblivious to Teacher Zhou's thoughts. System, has the task been completed? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Make a remarkable impression. Horsea has unlocked the hidden ability, Sniper. Zhuohan's heart lightened, turning to Horsea with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Horsea. Horsea responded with eyes forming a crescent, acknowledging Zhuohan's gratitude. Well then, all tests have concluded. I believe I have a good understanding of your Pokémon's current status. Moving forward, I will devise training methods tailored to your Pokémon's needs. Today's class ends here, but I urge you all to focus on your physical conditioning, as well as nurturing your bonds with your Pokémon. Many of you have yet to train your Pokémon since acquiring them. Starting today, training is essential. This journey as a trainer cannot be undertaken solely with guidance. Self-reliance is the key to your growth. Alright, that concludes today's lesson. Gather at the playground at the same time tomorrow. Zhuohan, Li Xiao, Zhou Xiaowu, and Hu Meng, please stay behind. The rest of you may leave. Chapter 8. An unexpected encounter in the secret realm. Once the other students had departed, the remaining 4 exchanged glances, unsure of Teacher Zhou's intentions. Suddenly, Teacher Zhou spoke. You 4 are currently the standout candidates in the martial arts class. I wish to ask if you have any interest in joining the elite class. Elite class. The 4 students looked bewildered at Teacher Zhou's suggestion. Unfazed, Teacher Zhou elaborated. Rome City is merely a small town, and even our mayor is just an elite trainer. The resources allocated each year are limited, and historically, no students from our town have ever ranked in martial arts examinations. Therefore, this year we are establishing an elite class, merging the top students from both the second and first middle schools into a focused training group. As Teacher Zhou spoke, Zhuohan and the others began to comprehend the implications. If we join the elite training class, will we still return to school? Zhuohan inquired, perplexed. The elite training period lasts 2 months, during which you won't be able to return home. However, you will have 3 days of leave to arrange as you see fit. Your coach will be the mayor's son, who is currently an elite trainer, Teacher Zhou explained. Alright, if you all agree, please sign here. Teacher Zhou said with a calm demeanor. The document bore the title Elite Class Roster, along with names of individuals who had seemingly already been confirmed. After all 4 students signed, Teacher Zhou allowed them to leave, taking the roster with him as he headed out. On the way, Zhou Xiaowu and Zhuohan chatted animatedly until they reached a fork in the road, parting ways. Zhuohan returned home to deposit unimportant belongings before taking Horsea out for today's training session. Arriving at their usual spot, Zhuohan prepared to train Horsea's physical abilities. He released Horsea, encouraging it to swim and dive, while he focused on his own fitness. Shortly after completing his workout, Zhuohan noticed Horsea swimming swiftly towards him. Calling out excitedly, understanding Horsea's intent, he followed it forward, only to discover a significant change in their surroundings. A singular word echoed in his mind, secret realm. Checking his phone for a signal, Zhuohan found none and attempted to retrace his steps, only to realize that the path had vanished. He was truly at a loss, trapped without an escape route. Observing Horsea's joyful demeanor, Zhuohan thought, while others faced challenges, his Pokémon seemed to have led him into this predicament. At that moment, Zhuohan could only hope that this secret realm did not harbor formidable Pokémon. Suddenly, a gigantic silhouette emerged from the lake, revealing a colossal Blastoise, much larger than usual. Zhuohan gasped in shock. This is the dominant Blastoise. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he regarded the majestic creature, which merely glanced at him before swimming away. To his surprise, a group of Squirtless then appeared, joyously playing with Horsea, both sides engaging in playful water guns. With the dominant Blastoise departing, Zhuohan's tension eased. Yet, he couldn't help but envy the Squirtless' playful antics. However, he was acutely aware that attempting to capture one would likely provoke the Blastoise's wrath, and he dismissed the idea entirely. Observing the size of the lake, he deduced that this was a water-type secret realm, likely teeming with Squirtless. As he watched Horsea frolicking with the Squirtless, several other water-type Pokémon appeared, including Croconaw, Tadbulb, and of course, Magikarp. Since I'm here, I might as well make the most of it, Zhuohan thought, deciding to complete his task of defeating 20 wild Pokémon. This was no small feat. After pondering for a while, he called out to the Squirtless. Hey, Squirtless, would you like to battle with Horsea? Upon hearing Zhuohan's voice, the eager Squirtless responded enthusiastically, ready to engage in combat with Horsea. The seahorse, brimming with spirited determination, unleashed a jet of water toward the heavens. The Blastoise glanced over, seemingly intent on observing the combat prowess of its progeny. The moment had arrived. The challenge commenced with the Squirtless stepping forward one by one. Suddenly, one Squirtle boldly emerged. Encouraged by its peers, the nearby Blastoise, basking in the sun, also turned its gaze. The Squirtle unleashed a water gun directed at the seahorse, prompting Zhuohan to exclaim, "Seahorse, let us also employ the water gun." The seahorse countered with a more powerful jet, completely overwhelming the Squirtle's attack. The Squirtle, caught off guard, was hit directly, displaying a flicker of anger as it recoiled and spun around in a rapid motion. The seahorse surrounded the Squirtle with bubbles before unleashing an icy wind to freeze the ground beneath it. Zhuohan remarked nonchalantly. As the bubbles shattered under the Squirtle's swift rotation, it realized something was amiss. A small patch beneath its feet was frozen, causing it to slip unexpectedly. In that moment, the Squirtle was at a loss, radiating sheer panic. Deliver the final blow, water gun. Juahan shouted. The seahorse unleashed another water gun, incapacitating the Squirtle in an instant. Observing the defeated Squirtle, the others stepped forward to challenge, yet all fell victim to the seahorse. After 10 consecutive battles, the seahorse was panting heavily. At that moment, the commanding Blastoise let out a loud call, directing its attention towards Juahan. Startled, Juahan wondered if the Blastoise was seeking revenge for its young. Surely not, he thought, a sense of dread washing over him. As the Squirtless swam towards the imposing Blastoise, it unleashed a small surf, toppling the nearby Squirtless. Grumbling in apparent fury, the Blastoise chastised its offspring for their lack of valor. It lamented, "How could you, the offspring of the mighty Blastoise, be so easily defeated in a 1-on-10 battle? Do I lack dignity?" The seahorse, witnessing the Blastoise's reprimand, felt a pang of sympathy and glanced at Juahan. Upon seeing the seahorse's expression, Juahan realized it intended to involve him further. He conveyed his powerlessness, jesting that his very life was precariously balanced in the Blastoise's canon. Is it truly necessary for such an extreme response for a simple battle? Juahan thought, simmering with frustration. As the Blastoise continued its scolding, Juahan contemplated retreating with the seahorse, only to be interrupted by the Blastoise's thunderous roar directed at him. Could it be a threat to silence me? He pondered, cold sweat trickling down his back. Moments later, Juahan observed the Blastoise gesturing towards the Squirtless, and then to himself. Suddenly, he comprehended the Blastoise's intent. "You wish for me to train the Squirtless?" he queried, bewildered. The Blastoise nodded in affirmation, indicating that Juahan had grasped its meaning with remarkable clarity. Without hesitation, Juahan acquiesced, humorously contemplating the absurdity of denying a request from a creature of such formidable might. The Blastoise, pleased, allowed a group of Squirtless to accompany Juahan while it returned to its sunbathing. As sunlight glinted off the Blastoise's shell, it yawned contentedly, surveying the Squirtless around it. Juahan resigned himself to his fate, realizing he had no alternative but to comply. He thought it prudent to train the Squirtless using the methods he had previously applied with the seahorse, hoping that familiarity might grant him insights into escaping the secret realm. Thus, he called upon the Squirtless to practice water absorption and bubble spitting, while he instructed the rested seahorse to seek out 10 novice Magikarp to defeat. He cautioned the seahorse to target those that would charge at it, urging it to swiftly move on to the next without provoking them. The seahorse, appearing to understand, swam ahead. As he watched the seahorse venture forth, Juahan hoped it truly comprehended the task at hand. Chapter 9. Exiting the Secret Realm. Before long, the seahorse returned safely, alleviating Juahan's anxiety. System, claim rewards. Reward acquired, 1,000 points, 1 exceptional water stone. He reviewed his status panel. Host, Juahan. Height, 177 meters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Charm, 7. Stamina, 5. Special ability, Pokemon, Seahorse. Pokemon affinity, 255. Pokemon points, 60-70. Each basic Pokemon grants 10 points. Not too shabby. The exceptional water stone would remain tucked away for now, as revealing it in the water-type secret realm would be too conspicuous and likely sensed by the Blastoise. The Squirtless, now as fatigued as the seahorse had been previously, could scarcely muster a water gun. Juahan allowed them a respite, and upon hearing the word rest, they perked up, frolicking about, and soon they were able to emit small jets of water once again. Juahan sensed no malice from the Blastoise and was about to inquire how to exit the secret realm when an unexpected wave crashed towards him. Initially fearing he would be swept away, he soon realized he was unharmed. The once slumbering Blastoise now stood, its formidable cannons releasing 2 powerful jets of water that dissipated the oncoming wave. From within the tumult, a Pokemon emerged, its fierce dragon-like head and serpentine blue body unmistakably revealing it to be a Gyarados. What is happening? Why has the Gyarados suddenly attacked us? Juahan recalled that the literature stated Gyarados would only become aggressive under extreme provocation. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a group of Magikarp trailing behind the Gyarados, their eyes fixed on the seahorse. Juahan understood at once. The leader of the Magikarp had come to avenge its brethren. Reflecting on the absurdity of the situation, he recalled the text that claimed not a single wild Gyarados would surface among millions of Magikarp. Yet here he was, faced with a wild Gyarados. His luck seemed inexhaustible. The Blastoise appeared to be exchanging words with the Gyarados, and Juahan sensed that it was instructing the Gyarados to leave immediately, lest it face the wrath of its water cannons. The Gyarados, seething with rage, thought, "You may have intimidated me in the past, but now I am not alone with my minions. I shall not back down." In a fit of anger, the Gyarados swung its tail at the Blastoise. The Blastoise, dismissively regarding the Gyarados, caught its tail effortlessly, leaving the Gyarados aghast. Struggling futilely, it found itself ensnared by the Blastoise's grip. With a swift blow from its rocket headbutt to the Gyarados' vulnerable spot, the Blastoise followed up with a water cannon that sent the Gyarados fleeing. Although the Gyarados had yet to be entirely incapacitated, it swam away without a backward glance, prompting the Magikarp to hastily follow suit. Juahan, witnessing the Blastoise's effortless victory, could only speculate further about its formidable strength, recalling that the texts indicated that any dominant Pokémon would not fall below the elite level. The Overlord Pokémon is at least an elite, yet witnessing the Overlord Blastoise effortlessly disperse such formidable waves with a single Hydro Pump, it is evident that this Overlord Blastoise is at least of the champion tier. What a stroke of luck. A wild champion-level Pokémon lies before me. I must quickly increase my favorability with it. Juahan approached and inquired, "Are you all right, Big Turtle? Big Turtle?" The Overlord Blastoise looked on with a puzzled expression. Juahan promptly clarified, "You see, in our human world, Big Turtle refers to the leader of turtle Pokémon, one that all turtles would acknowledge as their superior." Upon hearing this, the Overlord Blastoise understood and began nodding vigorously, signaling agreement with Juahan's words. Noticing the Overlord Blastoise's joy, Juahan seized the opportunity to ask, "Do you happen to know how to leave this secret realm? I stumbled in here, and now I'm uncertain about how to return." The Overlord Blastoise pondered Juahan's words, occasionally glancing at him, and ultimately produced a blue crystal, presenting it to Juahan. As Juahan accepted the crystal, he felt a sensation akin to flowing water coursing through his hands. Ding! Congratulations, host, on discovering the crystal of the Divine Beast Law. This item is a crystal block left behind by the Water Lord after purifying wastewater, and wearing it long-term can allow water-type Pokémon to comprehend the laws of water. It can also be utilized to stabilize small water-type secret realms for entry or exit. Upon hearing the system's introduction of the crystal, Juahan was astonished to learn it was the crystal of the Water Lord. Although in previous world anime, the Water Lord was rather underwhelming, having even been captured in a Pokeball and ensnared by fishing nets. In the real world, the power of divine beasts is far more formidable. In modern times, some individuals believe that ancient humans, armed only with Stone Age tools, could forge peace treaties with deities. With the rapid advancement of modern technology and the advent of firearms, certain capitalistic desires expanded to the point of seeking the submission of gods. The most devastating conflict between humans and Pokémon in recent history revolved around the sea god Lugia. On an obscure island a century ago, a community of Lugia resided. When one of their kind, having benevolently rescued a Japanese person caught in a storm, was later reported back to Japan. It was then revealed that divine beasts possessed their own communities. Yet, in the face of the sea god's presence, Japan brazenly announced to the world their intention to capture the offspring of the divine beast. As the announcement spread, nations eagerly prepared, dispatching elite squads, until the sea god unleashed its wrath, leading to the downfall of many Pokémon trainers. It was only after the United States recklessly launched the first nuclear weapon that they grasped the true nature of divinity. When the missile soared over the nameless island, Lugia unleashed a shockwave that cleaved the nuclear weapon in two, enveloping the entire island in a protective green aura. They soon realized the futility of their nuclear arsenal, which was swiftly followed by the sea god's retribution. In every body of water, the levels rose dramatically. Coastal regions were beset by tumultuous winds and relentless tsunamis. Plunging humanity into despair, none could halt Lugia's vengeance. Ultimately, it was the benevolent deity Xerneas who emerged to quell Lugia's fury. Yet, in the aftermath, rather than fear the might of the gods, humanity's desire only grew stronger. If first-tier gods were insufficient, they would pursue second-tier or even third-tier deities. Consequently, that year saw several catastrophic events, the most infamous being the nightmare god Darkrai, who caused an entire city to succumb to nightmares overnight, alongside cities frozen by Articuno's icy grasp. In the end, divine beasts were declared forbidden across the globe, extinguishing any previous ambitions. After a few peaceful centuries, the Ming dynasty evolved into the modern Dragon Kingdom alliance. As Juahan contemplated the crystal, he realized that the stability of secret realms was governed by the laws of divine beasts, suggesting that every secret realm must possess and utilize such crystals. Had he inadvertently uncovered a secret? Understanding the significance of the crystal, Juahan expressed his gratitude to the Overlord Blastoise, saying, "Big Turtle, I never expected you to be so sentimental. The laws of the divine beast are evidently vital to you." However, before he could finish, the Overlord Blastoise produced a massive crystal block, which bore a notch seemingly designed for Zhuahan's smaller crystal to fit perfectly. Zhuahan fell silent, momentarily stunned, as he had anticipated a heartfelt moment. Instead, the Overlord Blastoise activated the crack with the Law Crystal, signaling for Zhuahan to exit promptly. It turned out that Zhuahan's crystal merely enabled the Overlord Blastoise to sense him, allowing access to the secret realm, while the true stabilizer of the realm was the Overlord Blastoise's own crystal. Faced with the fissure, Zhuahan was overcome with mixed emotions and softly assured the Overlord Blastoise, "I will definitely return." With that, he stepped into the crack, and as Zhuahan crossed through, the Overlord Blastoise sealed the entrance to the secret realm, subsequently diving beneath the water with its Squirtle companions, disappearing into the depths of the lake. Upon emerging from the secret realm, Zhuahan glanced at his phone. 2 bars of signal, decent enough. The time read 5 p.m., and the surroundings had transformed back into a familiar setting. At that moment, Zhuahan could not help but exclaim, "I, Zhuahan-san, have returned." Chapter 10, The Sea Serpent. Zhuahan quickly jogged back home, where his mother had just finished cooking. Noticing the beads of sweat on Zhuahan's forehead, she presumed he had been delayed by training and remarked, "Hurry. Wash your hands and eat. After dinner, take a shower. I'll help you with your laundry later." At the dinner table, Zhuahan shared the news of his placement in the elite class, informing them he would be on break for 3 days before training for 2 months away from home. His parents felt a mix of happiness and concern. They were pleased that concentrated resources could foster Zhuahan's growth, yet apprehensive about him being away for long periods, as he had never been away from home for extended durations. While they felt a sense of reluctance, they recognized that Zhuahan had matured and was no longer the mischievous child he once was. He had his own dreams, and as parents, they could not hinder his aspirations. After urging Zhuahan to heed his instructors during training, they prompted him to shower. Once Zhuahan finished bathing and returned to his room, he lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's experiences. Although it had been a thrilling encounter, he had gained some advantages, yet it underscored the importance of strength. Zhuahan felt an urgent desire to enhance his abilities. He no longer wished to experience the anxiety of being on edge, fearing for his safety. Had he encountered an Overlord Abomasnow instead of the Overlord Blastoise, the outcome would likely have been grim. He pondered whether his parents could withstand the anguish of losing him if they were ever to hear such devastating news. The answer was clear: they could not. No one could endure the sorrow of burying their child. Strength was imperative. He resolved to elevate his capabilities and vowed to remain diligent in the days to come. The following day, after breakfast, with his parents having left for the day, Zhuahan donned loose-fitting sportswear and jogged back to the previous location. Once he ensured that no one was around, he retrieved the Law Crystal. Within the secret realm, the Overlord Blastoise sensed Zhuahan's small crystal and opened the fissure once more. Upon seeing the opening, Zhuahan stepped inside. After exchanging greetings with the Overlord Blastoise, he organized the training for the Squirtless and released his Horsea. Given yesterday's events, he believed that corresponding attribute Pokémon could better absorb elemental energy within the secret realm. With the assistance of the mysterious water droplets, physical enhancement potions, and the exquisite water stone from the night before, Horsea seamlessly integrated these elements in the water-type secret realm, reaching the pinnacle of intermediate strength. Upon entering the mysterious realm, Zhuahan cast aside all reservations and adorned the seahorse with the crystalline essence of the law, allowing it to immerse itself in the profound nature of the rule. The seahorse, now imbued with the essence, appeared to enter a state of meditation. Suddenly, the water elements within the secret domain surged toward it, coalescing into droplets that seamlessly integrated into the seahorse's form, followed by a blinding flash of white light. As the radiance faded, the seahorse had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was now a sea needle dragon, and Zhuahan gazed upon it with exhilaration. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the sea needle dragon unleashed a colossal water sphere, effortlessly toppling a nearby tree of moderate strength. This was the water cannon technique, and Zhuahan was astonished that the seahorse had instantly grasped such a formidable water-type skill upon its evolution. The sea needle dragon gleefully swam to Zhuahan's side. Observing the fallen tree, Zhuahan surmised that the dragon's current power level had undoubtedly surged to the advanced tier, if not beyond the initial stage, at least reaching a moderate level. As Zhuahan basked in the joy of the seahorse's evolution, he noticed something amiss about the sea needle dragon. A fleeting sense of absence that he could not quite place. His gaze fell upon a length of rope on the ground. Where had the law crystal gone? A frantic search yielded no trace, prompting him to ponder whether the essence had fused with the sea needle dragon during its transformation. The brilliance of the evolution had captured the attention of the dominant water turtle and the Squirtless, who observed the seahorse's metamorphosis with expressions of envy. The dominant water turtle, contemplating the fusion of the water-type essence within the sea needle dragon, fell into deep thought. Zhuahan hurried to the turtle's side, inquiring, "What should we do about the essence that has integrated into the sea needle dragon?" The dominant water turtle glanced at the sea needle dragon, then back at Zhuahan, internally questioning the boy's intelligence. The fusion of the essence with the Pokémon indicated that the sea needle dragon was destined to comprehend the water-type rules, which meant it would inevitably ascend to the elite level, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Zhuahan's understanding of turtle language, now at level 10, shone through. "Oh, so it's a good thing then." That's a relief. The dominant water turtle rolled its eyes at Zhuahan's reaction before retreating to bask in the sunlight. Zhuahan returned to the side of the sea needle dragon, declaring, "We are now one step closer to becoming the Dragon King. However, our training must not cease. Let us engage in physical conditioning, diving, and swimming for 3 hours. Now that you have evolved, you should be capable of exploring deeper waters and pushing your limits." The sea needle dragon nodded in agreement and swam ahead, while Zhuahan commenced his own workout. A group of Squirtless watched Zhuahan's slow jog with curiosity. One particularly mischievous Squirtle retracted its limbs and began spinning rapidly, following Zhuahan closely. Realizing what was happening, Zhuahan turned to find himself nearly colliding with the spinning Squirtle and immediately accelerated. The Squirtle found the chase amusing and matched Zhuahan's speed, transforming their leisurely 7-kilometer run into an exhilarating sprint. Thanks to the assistance of a physical enhancement potion, Zhuahan, while not reaching the level of the superintelligent, was adept at high-speed movement. He eventually halted to perform other exercises, glancing at the dazed Squirtle and musing, "A little turtle thinks it can compete with my speed? Does it believe I am a rabbit?" The sea needle dragon ventured deeper into the ocean, descending steadily. Despite its discomfort, the dragon's resolve to grow stronger remained unyielding. Having hatched prematurely, the seahorse had faced ridicule from other Pokémon, resigned to a life of scorn. Yet one day, a human had smiled and assured him, "I will make you the mightiest Dragon King." The Dragon King was the aspiration of every seahorse, and though initially believing it had merely found a capable trainer, the subsequent influx of advanced resources and the trainer's unwavering desire for growth had led the once humble seahorse to become a sea needle dragon. All of this was made possible by that trainer, who had become a deity in his life, his highest faith, and the promise of becoming the strongest Dragon King. No longer could it descend. Its body could bear no more. "Just hold on a little longer," it urged itself, pushing further, inch by inch, meter by meter. The sea needle dragon grew dizzy, knowing that even a casually swimming Magikarp could now best it. Suddenly, a surge of blue light enveloped the sea needle dragon, as though it had broken through a barrier. Clarity flooded its mind, and strength coursed through its body, with tendrils of water entwining it as if they possessed a life of their own. Uncertain of the phenomenon, the sea needle dragon simply recognized that it had grown stronger, moving closer to the Dragon King status. Meanwhile, Zhuahan had completed his training and awaited the sea needle dragon's return, unaware that the creature was ensnared in a fierce battle. Chapter 11. The battle against the Sharpedo swarm. As the sea needle dragon prepared to swim back, it suddenly found itself encircled by a swarm of Sharpedos, who had discerned its solitary state and set their sights on it. The Sharpedo pack exhibited remarkable coordination, sending one member forward to probe the sea needle dragon's defenses. However, the dragon was no easy prey. It retaliated with a water gun, driving the advancing Sharpedo back into the fray. Yet, the relentless pack continued to send one Sharpedo after another, gradually depleting the dragon's stamina. To the surprise of the Sharpedos, their usual tactics faltered against this resilient sea needle dragon, which had repelled each of their attacks without succumbing. The growing frustration among the Sharpedo swarm was palpable. Though the sea needle dragon held a level advantage, the shared water-type attribute prevented it from dispatching its foes with a single blow, leaving it to contend with the relentless onslaught. The leader of the Sharpedo pack decided to alter their strategy, ordering a full frontal assault. A horde of Sharpedos charged at the sea needle dragon, intent on tearing it apart. In this critical moment, the sea needle dragon seized the opportunity to unleash its most potent water cannon. The attack pierced through one flank of the Sharpedo swarm, incapacitating 5 of them in an instant. Seizing the moment, the sea needle dragon attempted to swim through the breach, but the nearest Sharpedo managed to sink its teeth into the dragon's flesh. With all its might, the sea needle dragon propelled itself forward, but the Sharpedo clung tenaciously, refusing to relent. Enraged, the dragon unleashed a powerful water cannon at its assailant, inflicting a wound but sustaining one of its own. The sight of blood in the water sent the Sharpedo swarm into a frenzy as they converged on the Sea Needle Dragon. Meanwhile, Juahan, having waited anxiously for the Sea Needle Dragon's return, grew concerned and consulted the dominant water turtle before setting off to search for the dragon. The Squirtless expressed their desire to join the search, and thus Juahan led the group forward. As the Sea Needle Dragon swam toward Juahan, its injuries hindered its speed, the pain from its wound slowing its escape. The pursuing Sharpedos, drawn by the scent of blood, closed in rapidly. Just as the dragon was prepared to surrender, a resounding blast echoed through the water as the Squirtless unleashed a barrage of water guns. In an instant, the approaching Sharpedo was knocked off course, and Juahan rushed forward, his heart aching at the sight of the bloodied Sea Needle Dragon. "It's all right, Sea Needle Dragon. You're safe now." In moments of despair, the trainer serves as a beacon of light, warming the heart of the Sea Needle Dragon. This embodies his unwavering faith. The Sea Needle Dragon reassured him of its well-being, asserting that had there not been so many fish, they would have surely been left unrecognizable by their own parents. For the first time, Juahan felt a surge of anger. Indeed, it was anger, a stark contrast to his usual composure and anxiety. This emotional outburst marked the first occasion that Juahan expressed his feelings in this world. With the assistance of a dozen Squirtless, the group of Sharpedos stood no chance. The Sea Needle Dragon intermittently unleashed water gun attacks, ultimately rendering the Sharpedos incapable of fighting, floating helplessly on the water's surface. Yet, the ordeal was not over. Juahan methodically retrieved each Sharpedo, tossing them towards a densely wooded area, much to the bewilderment of the Squirtless. The revived Sharpedos floundered on land, reminiscent of a group of Magikarp, helplessly awaiting their fate. Once these tasks were completed, Juahan's fury gradually subsided as he swam back with the Squirtless and the Sea Needle Dragon. Unbeknownst to them, a purple silhouette flickered through the thicket. Upon returning to the territory of the dominant Blastoise, Juahan promptly examined the Sea Needle Dragon's wounds. A substantial and deep tooth mark marred the creature's abdomen. With a wide area of damage, Juahan yearned to return to Rome City for treatment, seeking permission from the Blastoise to open a rift. However, the Blastoise waved a hand, prompting Juahan to switch to fluent turtle speak, inquiring if it was indeed all right. "That is wonderful. I knew you'd have a solution. You truly are the esteemed leader I respect." The Blastoise produced a large crystal of laws, placing one flipper over the Sea Needle Dragon's injury. Suddenly, a torrent of water enveloped the Sea Needle Dragon, continuously mending its wounds. Recognizing the characteristic of the water column skill, which restores vitality, Juahan watched in awe as the Sea Needle Dragon quickly regained its strength. Overjoyed, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the Blastoise. Once the Sea Needle Dragon had fully recovered, the Blastoise stowed away the massive crystal, vanishing from Juahan's sight in a manner unknown to him, before leisurely making its way towards the shallow waters. "Ding! You have completed the 6th day of your attendance. Would you like to claim your reward?" Upon hearing the system's notification, Juahan realized that his daily check-in was complete. Reward collected: 2,000 points, high-level designated skill disc. Surf, an attack that unleashes waves to assault surrounding foes. Remembering how the Sea Needle Dragon was besieged by the Sharpedos earlier, he surmised that a group attack skill could have swiftly defeated them, preventing the assault. He promptly bestowed the skill disc upon the Sea Needle Dragon. The skill of Surf materialized in the Sea Needle Dragon's mind, as if it had wielded it countless times before. The panel updated. Host: Juahan. Height: 177 meters. Weight: 70 kilograms. Charm: 8. Stamina: 8. Special ability. Pokemon: Sea Needle Dragon. Pokemon Affinity: 255. Pokemon Points: 10070. Observing the Pokemon points, Juahan discerned a pattern in the system's allocation. 1 point for unranked Pokemon, 10 points for basic Pokemon, 100 points for intermediate Pokemon, 1,000 points for advanced Pokemon, 10,000 points for elite Pokemon, 100,000 for king-level Pokemon, and 1,000,000 for champions. With 10,000 Pokemon points at his disposal, Juahan swiftly purchased the beginner's guide to energy cubes. Do you wish to expend 10,000 Pokemon points to purchase the beginner's energy cube guidebook? Yes, Juahan affirmed. Congratulations, host. You have cumulatively expended 10,000 Pokemon points. The system has unlocked all items in the shop. Upon perusing the shop, Juahan found it to be replete with items he had seen in anime during his previous life, including all the Mega Evolution Stones for Pokemon. He speculated that presenting a Mega Evolution Stone for Dragonite could potentially alter the balance of power in this world. While his understanding of this realm revealed differences from the anime's depiction of Mega Pokémon, the Mega Evolution Stone for Dragonite had yet to surface here. Consequently, despite being among the 7 pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Dragonite remained unranked. The 7 pseudo-legendary Pokémon include Garchomp, Rayquaza, Hydreigon, Salamence, Dragonite, Dragapult, and the newly introduced Duraludon. In this world, aside from Dragonite and Dragapult, Mega Evolution Stones for these Pokémon had yet to be discovered, thus relegating these 3 to a less favorable status compared to their predecessors. However, due to the emergence of Gigantamax forms, Duraludon could Gigantamax, leaving only Dragonite and Dragapult in a precarious position. Nonetheless, pseudo-legendaries remain formidable once they mature, making them coveted and tightly controlled by the elite of this world, with their numbers being scarce. Generally, they are utilized by the younger sons of affluent families, while heirs typically opt for more combative pseudo-legendaries like Garchomp, Rayquaza, or Hydreigon. Chapter 12. The Collaboration on Energy Cubes. Returning to the main topic, Zhuahan perused the beginner's Energy Cube Guidebook. Due to the world's limited development of Pokémon food, energy cubes akin to those in anime had yet to materialize. Currently, most Pokémon food on the market was derived from special meats, while vegetarian Pokémon primarily consumed rare fruits. However, even these items commanded exorbitant prices, and the elite families consumed their own Pokémon food internally. Common Pokémon shared meals with their trainers, making Pokémon like Snorlax largely unattainable for the average person, with only a few wealthy youths able to afford them. The ingredients for energy cubes were quite simple. After a cursory examination, Zhuahan noted that most consisted of commonly found fruits, with a few rare ingredients that should not pose significant issues. The techniques involved, such as mixing, were also straightforward. The saying, "What the system produces must be of high quality," rang true, as the beginner's guide to energy cubes adeptly addressed all potential challenges in crafting various types of beginner energy cubes. Even a novice like Zhuahan felt confident in his ability to create them. Zhuahan marveled at how a handful of tiny fruits could yield energy cubes, convinced that their introduction could revolutionize the Alliance's dynamics. After all, they were inexpensive and sufficiently nutritious for Pokémon. Most importantly, this was merely the beginner energy cube. Once he accumulated enough points, Zhuahan intended to purchase advanced and even top-tier energy cube guides. He had already devised a plan for selling, intending to collaborate with Teacher Zhou, whose family was also one of the prominent clans in the capital. As for the recipe, he would claim it was acquired inadvertently within a secret realm, as many early discoveries had originated from such places. With a firm resolution, Zhuahan, aided by the Blastoise, exited the secret realm, since a fragment of the Law Crystal had fused with the Sea Needle Dragon. In the future, he would only need to release the Sea Needle Dragon for the Blastoise to open the door. Upon returning home, Zhuahan took a shower, changed clothes, and prepared to visit the school to find Teacher Zhou. Upon arrival, he discovered that Teacher Zhou was not present, and the other students in the martial arts class were being taught by an unfamiliar instructor. Recalling that Teacher Zhou might be at the store, Zhuahan immediately headed to the shop where he had purchased the seahorse. Upon entering, he was greeted with, "Welcome." It was the same kind sister who had assisted him before, and she recognized Zhuahan instantly. Zhuahan promptly expressed his intention to find Teacher Zhou. The sister informed him that Teacher Zhou was inside and that she would check on him. After a brief wait, she returned, saying, "Miss Zhou is inside waiting for you," and allowed Zhuahan to enter. Zhuahan entered the greenhouse where he had bought the seahorse and found Teacher Zhou already waiting for him. Before Zhuahan could utter a word, Teacher Zhou interjected, "What brings you to seek my counsel in such haste, Zhua? I hope it is not an issue with the ink seahorse." "No, everything with the spirit is perfectly fine. I have come to discuss a business proposition with you," Zhuahan replied nonchalantly. "Oh, a business proposition?" Teacher Zhou expressed his bewilderment. Observing the puzzled look on Teacher Zhou's face, Zhuahan reluctantly produced the last premium water-type energy cube from the Sea Spike Dragon, contemplating the reward of ribs he would offer it later that evening. Teacher Zhou gazed at the azure object in Zhuahan's hand, his curiosity piqued. "What is this item?" "Teacher, this is an energy cube, a type of sustenance that swiftly fulfills the elemental needs of trained spirits," Zhuahan promptly explained. "Sustenance? Can such a small piece satisfy the needs of a heavily trained spirit?" Teacher Zhou questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "Indeed, just one is sufficient for complete satisfaction," Zhuahan asserted confidently. "If you doubt it, feel free to test it," he added. Although Teacher Zhou harbored doubts, he chose to trust Zhuahan and released his own spirit. With a mighty roar, a ferocious, "Oh no," a Gyarados emerged. Zhuahan noted the Gyarados' imposing aura. While it could not compare to the one in the secret realm, it was undoubtedly far stronger than the current sea spike dragon. Elite? Or perhaps a near champion. Before Juahan could process this, Teacher Zhou held the energy cube before Gyarados, who, upon sighting it, devoured it in an instant. Moments later, Gyarados displayed a look of utter contentment. When offered a specially prepared can, Gyarados ignored it entirely. Witnessing this, Teacher Zhou began to believe Juahan's claims. The next step being to prepare samples for professional validation. Zhua, do you have any more of these energy cubes? If the effects align with your assertions. This could be a pivotal development in the realm of spirits, Teacher Zhou inquired. Unfortunately, that was the last one, Juahan replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. The last one? Teacher Zhou echoed, perplexed. However, I can produce more of these energy cubes, Juahan answered confidently. At that moment, Teacher Zhou finally grasped the meaning behind Juahan's earlier mention of cooperation and curiously asked, if the energy cubes are truly as extraordinary as you claim, are the raw materials difficult to procure? Not at all. The ingredients for these energy cubes are merely common fruits found in the market, albeit some are rarer. Nonetheless, they are relatively easy for you to obtain, Teacher, Juahan replied casually. He then listed the names of these fruits, leaving Teacher Zhou astounded. Juahan, are you certain? These are very ordinary fruits. There's no need for such astonishment. The materials for the energy cubes are indeed that simple. If you don't believe me, you may purchase them, and I can demonstrate the process live, Juahan confidently suggested. Clearly, Teacher Zhou held a degree of trust in his student. But the notion that such mundane ingredients could yield energy cubes left him skeptical. Thus, he made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in yellow entered, carrying a bag of fruits and several tools as per Juahan's specifications. Teacher Zhou closed the door, watching as Juahan meticulously operated, transforming the bag of fruits into energy cubes resembling the one from earlier, producing 10 cubes in total. 10 cubes from one bag is quite impressive, Juahan remarked with a smile. Eagerly, Teacher Zhou examined the energy cubes, noting, but why do they lack the luster of the previous one? These are basic energy cubes. The one you saw earlier was premium. Currently, I only know how to make the basic version, Juahan explained, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I see. How effective are these basic energy cubes? Teacher Zhou inquired. The effects of basic energy cubes are certainly inferior to those of the premium variety, but they surpass the overly expensive specialty meats available in the market, and as you can see, the raw materials are merely common fruits, Juahan reassured Teacher Zhou. Though this may be an impolite inquiry, I cannot help but wonder how you came to know about these energy cubes and why you wish to collaborate with me. Teacher Zhou admitted, curiosity evident in his tone. Well, teacher, I shared my original intentions with you. Juahan recounted his experiences. Oh, so you encountered such a serendipitous event within just a day or two. Given the secretive nature of the realm, I quickly find your words credible, Teacher Zhou remarked. As for my desire to collaborate with you, it stems from the assistance you rendered during my times of difficulty, and of course, the influence you wield. If I were to attempt selling these independently, it would likely prove unfeasible, Juahan elaborated. Seems you are not as naive as I initially thought, Teacher Zhou praised. Juahan, having experienced life anew, understood the implications of his choices. While selling independently would yield the greatest profit, the associated risks were nearly 90%. Given the interests of powerful families. Very well, Juahan. I shall take these energy cubes to seek professional evaluation. If all is in order, we shall proceed with a 70-30 split. You need only instruct our team here and await your share of the profits, Teacher Zhou proposed. Juahan considered this. A 70-30 split seemed fair, as he only needed to provide the method of production, leaving everything else to Teacher Zhou. I would also like to request that if the deal is finalized, the sales of the energy cubes in Rome City be granted to that lady, Juahan added. After a moment's contemplation, Teacher Zhou understood Juahan's intentions and replied, if it is merely for Rome City, that should pose no issue. With the matters settled, Juahan prepared to return home. Then I shan't see you off, but I will ensure you receive a prompt response, Teacher Zhou urged. A hint of urgency in his voice. As Juahan exited, Teacher Zhou murmured to himself, what an intriguing individual. Chapter 13, Meteor Showers and Little Nebulae. After exchanging greetings with the lady, Juahan sauntered home. Once there, he released the sea spike dragon, and with a hint of puzzlement in its expression, Juahan produced a pale purple scale. Upon sighting the scale, the sea spike dragon was overtaken by an overwhelming desire, escalating with intensity. Juahan sighed, observing the sea spike dragon struggling to contain its fervor. He had not anticipated that even a mere scale from a divine beast would exert such a profound influence on an ordinary spirit. Yet, he was uncertain how to allow the sea spike dragon to utilize the scale. As the sea-spiked dragon grew increasingly agitated, Zhuahan decided to hand over the scale, eager to witness its reaction. To his astonishment, the sea-spiked dragon consumed the scale, inciting immediate panic in Zhuahan as he urged it to regurgitate. However, the sea-spiked dragon shook its head, suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of excruciating pain that compelled it to emit a soft cry. Zhuahan's worry deepened as he watched. But after a brief interval, the pain seemed to dissipate, replaced by a faint purple hue emanating from a small section of scales on the sea-spiked dragon's back, imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. With the sea-spiked dragon now lively and agile, Zhuahan's concerns eased. It appeared everything was fine. Ordinary dragon scales merely needed to be worn, while divine scales required consumption, resulting in growth. This manifestation left Zhuahan nodding in approval. Truly, items from a divine beast were extraordinary. That evening, after a simple family dinner, Zhuahan retreated to his room, contemplating the upcoming meteor shower, sensing its significance. After spending an hour or two browsing forums, filled with discussions about the meteor shower and group gatherings, Zhuahan yawned, shut down his computer, and prepared for sleep. At the stroke of 1 a.m, a thunderous crash resonated through the night, abruptly rousing Zhuahan from his slumber. Groggy and disoriented, he rubbed his eyes and drew aside the curtains, only to be met with a breathtaking celestial display of countless shooting stars. The drowsiness evaporated instantly. What is going on? Didn't the Meteorological Bureau say the meteor shower would occur around 8 o'clock tonight? How could it be happening at 1 a.m? This is utterly inaccurate. Zhuahan grumbled to himself. He hastily gathered his belongings, including his prized sea serpent, and prepared to venture outside. To his surprise, his parents were still soundly asleep, likely exhausted from a long day at work, completely oblivious to the commotion that had just unfolded. Exercising caution, Zhuahan quietly closed the door behind him and dashed towards the mountainside. The path was sparsely populated, with only a handful of young people capturing videos of the meteor shower on their phones, while the older generation remained scarce. Upon reaching the mountainside, Zhuahan merely sought the optimal vantage point to witness the celestial spectacle. The meteors continued to cascade from the heavens, one after another, when suddenly, a peculiar sound caught his attention. Following the sound, Zhuahan realized he was approaching a familiar sight. Wasn't this the secret realm of the ancient tortoise? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was stunned by the sight of 2 Pokémon locked in combat. One was a pitch-black creature relentlessly pursuing a bat-like Pokémon, seemingly intent on consuming it. Indeed, it sought to devour it. Zhuahan recognized the two. The former was Necrozma, while the latter was Lunala. Lunala evaded Necrozma's assaults, but occasionally fell victim to its strikes. Having watched the anime, Zhuahan understood that Lunala stood no chance against Necrozma. At that moment, he merely wished to find a place to hide. Suddenly, Lunala darted towards the secret realm, with Necrozma hot on its heels, and the 2 legendary beasts tore through the realm's barrier as they soared inside. After a moment's deliberation, Zhuahan thought, fortune favors the bold, and decided to follow them into the secret realm. Inside, Lunala, fueled by fury, unleashed its signature move, absorbing the moonlight and starlight within the realm. A violet-black wave of energy surged towards Necrozma, the Shadow Ray. Strikingly, Necrozma did not attempt to evade. Instead, it absorbed the Shadow Ray. A fragment of black fell from Necrozma, revealing a glimmer of light beneath, which only spurred Necrozma's excitement, enhancing its abilities as it ascended towards Lunala. Seeing that even its most potent attack was ineffective, Lunala was overtaken by despair and continued to dodge, each released attack wreaking havoc on the environment, causing numerous Pokémon within the secret realm to flee in panic. Suddenly, a small head peeked above the water's surface. It was the dominant Blastoise, sensing the dire situation, ready to employ Water Gun. A Squirtle attempted to surface, but was forcibly submerged by the Blastoise. Ultimately, Lunala was cornered by Necrozma, which forcibly absorbed its moonlight, drawing in an endless stream of energy. As a result, Necrozma shed much of its dark form, transforming into a new shape. Zhuahan recognized this transformation instantly. It was Necrozma's special form acquired by absorbing Lunala. With the moonlight fully absorbed, Lunala morphed into a small star-like entity, known as Cosmoem, or Little Nebula. Necrozma regarded the trembling Little Nebula with an inscrutable expression, contemplating its next move, but ultimately chose to depart without attacking. The legendary battle concluded with Necrozma emerging victorious. Once Necrozma exited the secret realm, Zhuahan released a sigh of relief and cautiously stepped out. The Blastoise, having ensured Necrozma's departure, raised its head slightly above the water's surface and emerged, retrieving a crystal of law to mend a breach. though the repair process was painstakingly slow due to the forceful manner in which the breach had been created. Zhuahan's gaze fell upon little Nebula, which, upon noticing his presence, buried its head in the grass, revealing only half of its body as it continued to tremble. Witnessing the formidable creature, now reduced to such a pitiful state, filled Zhuahan with a sense of melancholy. However, this presented an opportune moment for him. He slowly approached little Nebula, clearing away the obstacles around it, and gently spoke. "Come with me, little Nebula. I promise to help you regain your former self. Please, trust me." His sincerity was palpable. After a moment's hesitation, little Nebula ceased its trembling and, with tear-filled eyes, nodded in agreement. Zhuahan produced a super ball gifted by the system and captured little Nebula within it. The ball shook vigorously before finally emitting a satisfying click, granting Zhuahan a moment of relief. With the system's assistance, he was confident that restoring little Nebula to Lunala was not an unattainable goal, and the fact that this was his very first legendary Pokémon filled him with elation. The events of the night felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream, until a splash from a Squirtle jolted him back to reality. The cold water soaking his clothes serving as a reminder that this was indeed real. He had successfully captured little Nebula. Once he regained his composure, he gazed at the super ball containing little Nebula, drawing the bemused attention of the Blastoise, which regarded him as if he were a fool. Undeterred by the Blastoise's disdain, Zhuahan hurriedly greeted it and made his way home through the still-repaired breach of the secret realm. Chapter 14. Awakening the Power of Aura. Upon returning home, Zhuahan noticed the streets were deserted, yet he opted for a dimly lit path to ensure caution. Once inside, he tiptoed like a thief, hearing his parents still snoring softly. He slowly closed the door to his room, stripping off his damp shirt. He collapsed onto his bed when suddenly, a voice from the system resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for participating in the significant event of the legendary battle and successfully capturing the legendary Pokémon Lunala. You have received high praise from the system. Reward, 1 million points. It is recommended that you purchase the Moonlight Ray from the shop." Upon hearing the mention of 1 million points, Zhuahan was momentarily entranced, overwhelmed by the day's events. It felt as if the entire world was showering him with affection. His thoughts drifted to the Mega Rayquaza stone he had long coveted in the shop. Yet he decided to consider the system's suggestion first. He perused the description of the Moonlight Ray, the exclusive law of the Moon God, usable only by Cosmoem or Cosmo. Upon use, the Cosmo or Cosmo will once again attune to the Moon God's law, allowing for evolution into Lunala. The duration of evolution is contingent upon how long the Cosmo or Cosmo has been devoid of that law. Priced at 1 million, Zhuahan realized that the sum was indeed waiting for him. A small complaint escaped his lips. "So, it seems this million was just waiting for me." The allocation of host points ultimately rests with the host. The system holds no authority to distribute them and merely offers the most ideal recommendations. The system responded in a dispassionate tone. Zhuahan acknowledged this, realizing that since Lunala had just lost its law, merging it with the Moonlight Ray would likely yield the quickest results. After some contemplation, he resolved to exchange for the Moonlight Ray. Watching his 1 million points vanish in an instant sent a pang of regret through his heart. As he beheld the pale yellow item radiating light, he immediately released little Nebula. Upon seeing the Moonlight Ray in Zhuahan's hand, little Nebula became ecstatic, its teary eyes fixed on him, leaving Zhuahan momentarily speechless. All right, don't look at me like that. This is meant for you. I traded all my possessions for it. You better not run away without a word," Zhuahan said with a hint of affection. Listening to Zhuahan's words, Xiao Xingyun nodded, and Zhuahan bestowed upon Xiao Xingyun the light of the moon. The moment the light of the moon made contact with Xiao Xingyun, it seamlessly fused with him, transforming Xiao Xingyun into Cosmoem, who then fell into a deep slumber. Zhuahan returned Xiao Xingyun to its Pokeball, allowing it to fully absorb the laws, and inquired of the system how long it would take for Xiao Xingyun to evolve into Lunala once again. The system responded that Cosmoem required 3 months to reacquaint itself with the laws. Contemplating this, Zhuahan realized that 3 months coincided perfectly with the days leading up to the martial arts examination. The prospect of reaching the pinnacle of his life just days before the examination made Zhuahan muse to himself, "What a delightful feeling." On the 3rd day of the holiday, as his parents noticed Zhuahan had yet to descend for breakfast, his mother contemplated calling him, only to be halted by his father. "Ahan has been tired these past few days. Let him rest," he advised, acknowledging that the subsequent training would likely be grueling. His mother nodded in agreement. A beam of sunlight pierced through the window, illuminating Zhuahan's face, rousing him from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he realized he had neglected to draw the curtains the night before. Glancing at the clock, he was astonished to find it was already 10 o'clock. He hastily made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. After finishing breakfast, Zhuohan did not rush out to train. Instead, he opened his computer to check if anyone had posted about the legendary Pokémon battle on the forums. Upon logging into his account and perusing the latest updates, he discovered that discussions were rife regarding the meteor shower from the previous night, with most users expressing outrage at the Meteorological Bureau's failure to predict it and wondering if another meteor shower would occur that evening. Suddenly, a comment from a user caught Zhuohan's attention. Around 2 a.m. last night, the meteor shower was exceptionally intense, causing tremors that felt as though a powerful Pokémon was battling nearby. Unfortunately, I did not witness it. Zhuohan scrolled through the ensuing comments, noting one that dismissed the user's experience. Come on, it was probably just two Onyxes fighting. Given your coordinates, it's clear you're from a remote area, desperate for rare Pokémon. This comment sparked a heated exchange, with responses criticizing the user's arrogance and disparaging remarks about the character of those from rural areas, while others lamented the widening economic disparity between cities and the countryside. Seeing his hometown besmirched in such a manner on the forums filled Zhuohan with indignation, and he silently vowed to outperform them in this year's martial arts examination. Naturally, being a man of action, Zhuohan resolved to put his goals into motion. After changing into training attire, he returned to the entrance of the secret realm, releasing his Kyogre. The overlord of the secret realm, Blastoise, seemed to sense something and gradually opened the portal. Watching the fissure reappear, Zhuohan confidently stepped inside with Kyogre, greeting his overlord Blastoise before commencing their training. As per usual, he assigned Kyogre to focus on its physical conditioning, noticing the latter's diligent efforts in training, which alleviated Zhuohan's concerns. Following the recent incident with the Sharpedo pack, he had instructed Kyogre to remain close. Observing Kyogre's rapid growth and strength, the Squirtle squad began training vigorously, spurred by a desire to keep pace. As time passed, Zhuohan successfully completed his training for the day, and Kyogre returned after reaching its physical limits. Once Kyogre regained its stamina, Zhuohan decided to assess the Squirtle's recent progress, leading to a friendly sparring session. Although the Squirtless had made considerable advancements, they were no match for Kyogre, especially after mastering Surf, which rendered their attacks ineffective and led to a swift defeat. With Blastoise showing signs of displeasure, Zhuohan sheepishly exited the secret realm, intent on seeking out Zhou Xiaowu for a sparring session to fulfill his task. Upon arriving at Zhou Xiaowu's home, Zhuohan found him lounging in his room with his Mach-Hop, both indulging in snacks with apparent delight. This sight stirred a mix of discomfort and frustration within Zhuohan. Was it anger at their complacency, or something else? He could not articulate it. While unconcerned about others, he felt a strong responsibility towards his only friend, the plump boy, and was determined to impress upon him the importance of diligence in training. Seeing Zhuohan at his door, Zhou Xiaowu beamed with joy and remarked, "I tried visiting your place a few times to hang out, but you were never around. What brings you out today?" Zhuohan, however, did not respond to Zhou Xiaowu's banter, instead seriously proposing, "Zhou Xiaowu, let us engage in a Pokémon battle." Noticing the gravity in Zhuohan's voice, Zhou Xiaowu, though uncertain of what had provoked this seriousness, acquiesced. They made their way to a spacious area, where Zhou Xiaowu called forth his Mach-Hop, who displayed undeniable excitement at the prospect of battle. Zhuohan released Kyogre from its Pokeball. Zhou Xiaowu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Kyogre, your Horsea evolved? This is unbelievable. Just a few days, and it's already evolved." Zhuohan replied nonchalantly, "This is merely the reward of hard work. Now, let your Mach-Hop unleash its full potential," he urged. Zhou Xiaowu shouted, "Mach-Hop, use your strongest karate chop to show Zhuohan our might." Mach-Hop charged towards Kyogre, preparing to execute its attack. But Zhuohan easily identified the flaws in its approach. "Kyogre, respond with a water pulse at half power." Hearing Zhuohan's command, Kyogre swiftly released a sphere of blue water, which barreled towards Mach-Hop, striking it before it could reach Kyogre, leaving it incapacitated on the ground. Zhou Xiaowu stared at Zhuohan in disbelief, as if asking, "Is this truly happening?" Zhuohan addressed him, saying, "Changing one's destiny requires more than mere words. It demands actions that exceed the ordinary. If you continue in this unchallenged state, you will merely become fodder at the martial arts examination. You may think I seem impressive now, but I assure you, in the capital and the metropolis, individuals like me are abundant. If you remain complacent, as your friend, I cannot endorse your pursuit of the martial arts path. I would not wish to hear of your demise in the secret realm one day." As Zhuohan departed, Zhou Xiaowu fell into deep contemplation. Returning home, Zhuohan pondered whether Zhou Xiaowu would grasp the message, but felt he had done his utmost as a friend. System rewards received. Congratulations, host, you have earned 2,000 points, Awakening of Aura. Chapter 15, The Storm of Intensive Training. Upon awakening his aura, Zhuahan sensed a faint yet profound connection with Kingdra, who reciprocated the feeling, gazing at Zhuahan with curiosity, as if questioning the nature of this bond. Zhuahan reassured Kingdra, this is merely a fundamental skill, there is no need for alarm. Checking the system panel, it displayed, host, Zhuahan height, 177 m weight, 70 kilograms charm, 8 stamina, 8 special abilities, Pokemon, Kingdra Pokemon affection level, 255. Elf points, 2080. Zhuahan glanced at his panel and inquired of the system whether there was a 30-day check-in. Having savored the rewards from a 7-day check-in, Zhuahan was eagerly anticipating the system's provision of a 30-day check-in. However, the system responded, devoid of expression, please refrain from fabricating possibilities, host. Although Zhuahan had merely posed a casual question, the system's response inevitably left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that what he currently possessed was beyond his previous imaginings. It seemed he had been overly eager for rapid advancement, his mindset somewhat impatient. Coming to this realization, Zhuahan uttered a phrase from his past life. Ultimately, he bore the weight of all burdens. As for the system, sigh, ding, a system warning sounded, indicating that the host's words had provoked the discontent of the artificial intelligence, resulting in a warning. Zhuahan, upon hearing the notification within his mind, was rendered momentarily bewildered. System, I was merely indulging in a jest. Must you take it so seriously? Nevertheless, Zhuahan was curious as to what would transpire after 3 warnings. The system replied that after 3 warnings, the host would inevitably encounter a woman akin to a siren and would henceforth live a life of solitude. What the heck? Zhuahan exclaimed, aghast at the severity of the system's punishment. It appeared the ancients were right. One may indulge in food, but one must not speak carelessly. Truly, social media has led me astray. On the final day of vacation, dinner was bountiful, featuring braised pork ribs, steamed carp, and various other substantial dishes. The seahorse also enjoyed the ribs, and upon witnessing the evolution of the ink seahorse, his parents were filled with astonishment and joy, not inquiring about the evolution process, simply relishing the moment. The family joyfully concluded the day. On the day of training, Zhuahan arrived at school at the usual time. Originally, it was supposed to be teacher Zhou leading the assembly, but upon hearing from other teachers that he had taken leave to return to the capital, they had to switch to another instructor. This new teacher led the 4 of them onto a large bus and departed for an unknown destination. On the bus, Zhuahan overheard Hu Meng and Li Xiao conversing, clearly acquainted from before. The chubby boy, however, was somewhat hesitant to meet Zhuahan's gaze, engrossed in his phone. Zhuahan closed his eyes to conserve energy. As the bus came to a halt, they reached their destination. Zhuahan and the others disembarked to survey their surroundings, where the welcoming teachers were already present, having exchanged pleasantries with the instructor who brought Zhuahan's group. The instructor then reboarded the bus and departed. The 4 of them followed the welcoming teacher forward until they spotted another group of 4 students ahead, presumably from the first high school. As the welcoming teacher guided Zhuahan's group over, an elderly man slowly approached, and everyone present immediately recognized him as Zhao Donglai, the mayor of Rongqing. Zhao Donglai spoke sternly, students of the second high school, fall in line. Zhuahan and his companions promptly positioned themselves beside the students from the first high school. Once everyone was in place, Zhao Donglai began to address them. This year's martial arts examination is fast approaching. Historically, our Rongqing students have not achieved commendable results, which I have attributed to inadequate resources and a lack of equitable distribution. However, this year, I am willing to put my reputation on the line and have requested twice the resources from the Alliance compared to previous years. While I do not expect a national ranking, I hope you all can strive for a provincial ranking. In Zhuahan's memory, it was indeed true that Rongqing had consistently underperformed in martial arts exams for over a decade, never achieving even a provincial ranking, which had led to its reputation as the weakest town in martial arts. After Zhao Donglai finished speaking, he stepped down, and a middle-aged man resembling the mayor ascended. Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Dongrong, an elite trainer. For the next 2 months, I will be your instructor. My sole pursuit is to train until you can no longer continue. Do not worry about overtraining your Pokemon. We have prepared ample nutritional supplements for them. And the same goes for you trainers. Do you see the dormitories behind me? You now have half an hour to select your rooms, 1 per person, totaling 8 rooms. I do not wish to see anyone tardy. The timer begins now. With that, Zhao Dongrong produced a timer and commenced the countdown. Zhuahan and his companions rushed to the dormitories to choose their rooms. Zhuahan, being the fastest, promptly placed his belongings in room 8, while the others opted for the rooms at the front. The last to arrive, Zhou Xiaowu, could only settle for room 7, but upon seeing Zhuohan in room 8, he felt quite pleased. After stowing their belongings, Zhuohan and his group returned to the initial spot. Zhao Dongrong deactivated the timer and remarked, "Excellent, 25 minutes. Slightly better than I anticipated. I will now plan training focused on your physical fitness and the levels of your Pokémon." The physical training commenced with a run around the mountainous area behind them. Yes, the training ground was indeed situated within a mountainous region of Rongqing with unending trails. As the coach, Zhao Dongrong led the way, and the students dared not slack off. However, as they continued running, fatigue began to set in, and their breaths shifted from nasal to oral. Ultimately, the chubby boy was panting heavily, yet Coach Zhao showed no signs of slowing down. He stole a glance at the students' conditions and noticed that Zhuohan was still maintaining steady breaths behind him, a sign that at least one student possessed commendable stamina. Despite this, Zhao Dongrong pressed on, increasing his pace and shouting, "Those at the back, pick up the pace. You're the last one, hurry up. How did you get selected for this special training?" The students trudged on, even as the noon sun blazed down mercilessly. Hu Meng, along with a girl from the first high school and the chubby boy, had already resorted to walking, while the boys in front were beginning to do the same. Zhao Dongrong, noticing that Zhuohan was still keeping up, felt that the student's stamina was approaching that of an advanced trainer. Indeed, in this world, trainers were also assessed based on their physical fitness. Seeing that the majority of the students had ceased running, Zhao Dongrong did not offer a reminder. Instead, he accelerated, intending to gauge how many students could keep pace and to discover Zhuohan's limits. Observing Zhao Dongrong's increased speed, Zhuohan matched the pace, understanding that only by showcasing his value could he secure better resources, particularly in a school setting where subtlety bore no merit. It was essential to display strength openly in order to earn the respect of others. Chapter 16, A Display of Skill at the Summit. Zhao Dongrong turned to the resting Zhuohan and inquired, "What is your name?" "Zhuohan," he replied calmly. "Not bad. Young man, your stamina is commendable, nearly matching mine." "Impressive," Zhao Dongrong acknowledged, clearly satisfied with Zhuohan's performance. After a moment's thought, he asked, "What is your initial Pokémon?" "Ink Seahorse," Zhuohan answered steadily. "The Ink Seahorse, you say? It ultimately evolves into the Seadra, a water dragon-type Pokémon with considerable potential, slightly superior to the usual starters. However, it requires Dragon Scale for its final evolution. Let us see. If this kid excels in training, I might just procure a Dragon Scale with this batch of resources," Zhao Dongrong muttered quietly to himself. After a lengthy wait, the other students finally began to arrive one by one, even the two girls and the chubby boy straining to reach the summit. Upon arrival, the chubby boy immediately collapsed onto the ground. Zhao Dongrong observed the seated and lying students, but remained silent. 20 minutes later, he instructed them to descend. This time, they walked slowly back to where the bus had originally stopped. Upon returning, Zhao Dongrong gathered the students in an open area. "Now, when I call your name, release your Pokémon. First high school, step forward." "Panwen," Zhao Dongrong called out loudly. Panwen stepped forward and released his Pokémon, Squirtle. Indeed, it was Squirtle. Zhao Dongrong took a quick glance before instructing Panwen to return it. Next, Pan Wu, a boy who bore a striking resemblance to Panwen, approached, suggesting they were likely brothers. He released a fiery fowl, prompting the chubby boy to mutter under his breath about their family's wealth, presumably utilizing starter Pokémon. Following them were Lan Xiaodai, with her Pokémon Vine Snake, Huang Ting, with his iron-armored rhinoceros, and then Hu Meng from Class 2, with her Eevee, Zhou Xiaowu, with his Maghop, and Li Xiao, with his Charmander. Finally, there was Zhuohan, accompanied by his Sea Serpent. Zhao Dongrong had previously noted that Zhuohan's Pokémon was a seahorse, a fact he had just learned from Zhuohan himself. To his surprise, Zhuohan unleashed a Sea Serpent instead. As Zhao Dongrong carefully observed the Sea Serpent, he increasingly felt that Zhuohan was extraordinary. Based on his years of experience with Pokémon, he discerned that this Sea Serpent exuded the aura of at least a high-level Pokémon. Initially, the students from Class 1 had deemed Class 2 inferior, but the entrance of a Sea Serpent changed their perception. It was well known that the evolution of a Seahorse into a Sea Serpent was far more challenging than that of the starter Pokémon, and any evolved Sea Serpent would possess at least intermediate strength. Meanwhile, Hu Meng and Li Xiao appeared as if they had seen a ghost, particularly Li Xiao, whose Charmander had achieved intermediate strength after 3 days of training and was on the verge of evolving into a Charmeleon, felt overshadowed by Zhuohan. Clenching his fists in frustration, he battled with discontent. However, Zhao Dongrong was not as preoccupied as the other students. He was fully confident of the Sea Serpent's prowess. His mind conjured an image. If the Sea Serpent utilized Dragon Scale and continued to evolve through specialized training. Could an elite trainer emerge from him? Shaking his head, he gazed at Zhuohan with growing enthusiasm, murmuring, "A prodigy. I never anticipated that Rome City would give rise to a trainer poised to become an elite before the martial arts examination." The battles commenced with pairs forming: Lan Xiaodai against Hu Meng, Pan Wen against Zhuohan, Pan Wu against Li Xiao, and Huang Ting against Zhou Xiaowu. After selecting their opponents, the matches began. The girls played cautiously, while the boys fought fiercely to uphold their school's honor. Pan Wu's Fiery Fowl and Li Xiao's Charmander, both combative Pokémon, engaged in a fierce exchange. The Fiery Fowl pecked at the Charmander, which retaliated with a scratch, sparking a dazzling display of embers. The clash between Machop and Iron-Armored Rhinoceros was equally intense. Pan Wen's Squirtle was comparable in strength to those found in the Secret Realm. The Sea Serpent cast a disdainful glance at the Squirtle, as if to say it could easily defeat multiple foes of its kind. The disparity in strength was glaring. Before the Squirtle could react, the Sea Serpent unleashed a powerful water cannon, knocking the Squirtle out of the arena. Pan Wen could only smile wryly as he recalled his Squirtle. Zhao Dongrong had been closely observing the Sea Serpent's water cannon. Astonished that it had mastered such an advanced water-type skill, he realized Zhuohan had surpassed the training suitable for his level. Simply put, they were no longer worthy opponents for him. Stepping forward, he called out, "Zhuohan, let us exchange a few moves." At that moment, Zhuohan was eager for a challenge to refine his combat skills, as he could not always rely on a single strike to win. He needed to gain experience for prolonged battles. Zhao Dongrong released a Nidoking, which let out a thunderous roar, exuding a commanding presence, while the Sea Serpent appeared exceptionally focused. Ready for the clash. Nidoking, charge forward. Zhao Dongrong commanded. The Nidoking dashed forward with remarkable speed. Sea Serpent, use Icy Wind to encase yourself. Zhuohan shouted. The Sea Serpent exhaled frosty breath, encasing the ground around it in ice, causing Nidoking to slip as it approached. Nidoking dig. Zhao Dongrong calmly directed. A large hole appeared in the ice, and Nidoking vanished from sight, strategically seeking an opportunity to strike the Sea Serpent. Sea Serpent, use Surf to fill the hole. Zhuohan shouted. The water elements in the air seemed to awaken as a wave surged towards the hole. Zhao Dongrong observed with keen interest that the Sea Serpent could utilize surf even on solid ground, indicating its mastery over water elements. However, he was not to be underestimated. Nidoking, emerge, he ordered, and Nidoking surged from the ground, dodging the wave. Nidoking, use Earthquake. Zhao Dongrong commanded. The sudden tremor caught Zhuohan off guard, forcing the Sea Serpent to leap slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Nidoking charged forward with a devastating punch. Nidoking, Million-Ton Punch. Zhao Dongrong bellowed. Nidoking's pale fist hurtled toward the airborne Sea Serpent, but Zhuohan countered. Sea Serpent, use Water Cannon. The Sea Serpent was in the midst of gathering energy for the attack when Nidoking's punch struck, forcibly interrupting the water cannon. Now, Nidoking, use Thunder Punch. Zhao Dongrong swiftly instructed. Sea Serpent, evade. Zhuohan urged urgently. The Sea Serpent, enduring the pain, managed to sidestep the Thunder Punch. Sea Serpent, use Bubble to distract Nidoking. Zhuohan commanded in haste. The Sea Serpent released a flurry of bubbles that drifted toward Nidoking, exploding in a dazzling display. Zhuohan seized the moment, instructing, Sea Serpent, use Smokescreen. A cloud of black smoke erupted from the Sea Serpent's mouth, obscuring Nidoking's vision. Zhao Dongrong chuckled softly, saying, Nidoking, dig. Upon hearing the command, Zhuohan grew increasingly cautious, beads of sweat trickling down his face. The Sea Serpent could no longer unleash a second surf. Before Zhuohan could formulate a strategy, Nidoking burst forth from the hole, launching the Sea Serpent into the air. Now, Nidoking, use Thunder Punch. Zhao Dongrong declared confidently. The airborne Sea Serpent had no chance to retaliate as it was struck by the Thunder Punch, crashing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Zhuohan gazed at his defeated Sea Serpent, feeling a twinge of disappointment, but he quickly resolved to work harder and review the battle later. Zhao Dongrong observed as Zhuohan swiftly regained his composure and nodded, recognizing him as a promising talent. He advised, go to the infirmary for treatment. Zhuohan recalled the Sea Serpent into its pokeball and hurried to the infirmary for care. The surrounding companions, witnessing the clash between Zhuohan and Zhao Dongrong, gazed enviously at the departing Zhuohan. When the disparity in strength becomes too vast, jealousy inevitably transforms into admiration. Chapter 17, Review. Inside the infirmary, a Pokemon doctor treated the Sea Serpent. Given the Pokemon's robust constitution, it fully recovered in no time. Noticing the Sea Serpent's downcast demeanor, Zhuohan approached to offer comfort, saying, a single defeat is not daunting, We must learn from our mistakes. We will not falter again. The sea serpent nodded resolutely, and Zhuahan returned it to its pokeball, rejoining his peers. The other students' battles had concluded as well, and since it was the first day, Zhao Dongrong felt he had gathered sufficient insights and disbanded the group. Following the skirmishes, the students from Class 1 and Class 2 had established a camaraderie. Zhao Dongrong received a phone call and hurried out. Meanwhile, the others began discussing Zhuahan's sea serpent, inquiring about his training methods, to which Zhuahan could only respond with the importance of hard work. As his peers understood his response, the evening meal arrived, and the cafeteria offered excellent fare. The Pokémon were treated to high-quality canned food, but Zhuahan noticed that the sea serpent seemed less fond of the gourmet offerings, having previously consumed energy cubes. Only able to offer some consolation to the sea needle dragon, Zhuahan had brought along a few low-grade energy cubes, intending to feed them to the sea needle dragon later in his room. The sea needle dragon, having no other recourse, managed to nibble a few bites. After the meal, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Just as Zhuahan entered his room, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Zhou Xiaowu standing outside. Zhou Xiaowu seemed to have something to say, but hesitated. Zhuahan immediately understood and invited him inside. Zhou Xiaowu spoke earnestly. You were right before. I was too arrogant. I now realize that even an ordinary student from the first high school could defeat me, let alone someone from another region. I got carried away. Observing Zhou Xiaowu's dejected expression, Zhuahan understood that the blow to his confidence had been significant. Yet it was a blessing for him to recognize his own frailty. Zhuahan comforted him, saying, We are only just beginning. There is still time. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, everything will turn out well. Hearing Zhuahan's words of comfort, Zhou Xiaowu's mood lifted slightly. As he stepped out of the room, he paused and asked, Are we still good brothers? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuahan replied, We always have been. As Zhou Xiaowu left, his eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Zhuahan reminisced about the whispers they shared during class, and how Zhou Xiaowu had eagerly offered to lend him money for purchasing Pokémon. These memories were firmly etched in Zhuahan's heart. Zhuahan began to ponder his battle with Zhao Dongrong. Although his sea needle dragon had a type advantage over Nidoking, he had still suffered a crushing defeat. Despite the level difference, he recognized that his command during the battle had been lacking. He requested a replay from the system, which played the video for him. He watched it repeatedly, but could not discern how to defeat Nidoking with his current sea needle dragon's capabilities. Eventually, he sought the system's guidance. The elite mentor's instruction required the expenditure of 1,000 points to maintain for 1 hour. 1 hour for 1,000 points seemed reasonable, and upon seeing the elite, Zhuahan decided to purchase it. Transaction complete. 1,000 points deducted. Your elite mentor is now online. Zhuahan was taken aback to see that it was Misty. What is going on? Is this the Misty I recognize from the anime? He wondered aloud. Indeed, host. This is Misty, the culmination of her achievements, the system replied blandly. Taking a deep breath, Zhuahan marveled that Misty had become an elite. Surely Ash must have become a Pokémon champion by now. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that this was not the time for such thoughts. As the system began the instruction, Elite Misty commenced her analysis, requesting a connection. Zhuahan glanced at the prompt, but confirmed it nonetheless. Suddenly, a video appeared, revealing a sophisticated woman, Misty herself. She waved at Zhuahan, saying, Hello, I am Misty. I'm not entirely sure what is happening, but I'll explain the battle from the previous video, so please pay close attention. Misty suddenly adopted a serious tone. The primary factor in this Pokémon duel was the battlefield. Since your Sea Needle Dragon has yet to evolve into a Kingdra, it remains a pure Water-type Pokémon, which is disadvantaged in an open field. Moreover, executing Water-type moves consume stamina. Additionally, the casting speed of your moves was too slow. Observe this moment. Your Sea Needle Dragon attempted to evade Earthquake, but was struck by a heavy slam. She continued, Your strategy was sound. You aimed to repel Nidoking with Hydro Pump. However, the execution was inadequate, and the move was interrupted before it could fully charge. Lastly, you failed to leverage your Pokémon's abilities, an essential aspect of any battle. Not all Pokémon possess abilities, but effectively utilizing them can often turn the tide. Although I cannot discern why, I know your Sea Needle Dragon possesses the exceptionally rare dual abilities of Swift Swim and Sniper. Neither of these were utilized during the confrontation. Misty succinctly summarized the issues at hand, assuring him that his commands were not at fault. Zhuahan was astounded that Elite Misty could pinpoint his 3 major mistakes within mere minutes. He had never expected the seemingly minor character from the anime to be so formidable. At that moment, Zhuahan vowed never to underestimate anyone again, humbly soliciting Misty for solutions. A solution, you say? Misty pondered for a moment before responding. First, regarding the battlefield, water-type Pokémon excel in aquatic environments. Yet they must also adapt to different terrains. I recommend leveling up your Sea Needle Dragon to evolve into Kingdra with the Dragon-type attribute. It will be able to handle ground battles with ease. Furthermore, the move Rain Dance is particularly suited for your Sea Needle Dragon, or even its future evolution, Kingdra. It can create a small water surface for surf, enhancing the power of water-type moves while triggering its swift swim ability, ensuring your Sea Needle Dragon maintains a significant speed advantage. However, learning Rain Dance is quite challenging and rare. Next, regarding the move Charge Beam. It synergizes with your Sea Needle Dragon's other ability, Sniper. By timing it well during battles, it will increase the accuracy of your moves, allowing Sniper to maximize its potential. Finally, there's the issue of move proficiency. As mentioned earlier, if Hydro Pump had charged a bit faster, the battle might not have been so one-sided. Therefore, it is imperative to enhance your proficiency. My current Pokémon, a Seismitoad, can already execute Hydro Pump instantaneously. Misty concluded her explanation. I hope you can become a great trainer in the future. After all, this is the first time the world's most beautiful girl and water-type master has provided guidance. With a wave, the video cut off as the hour came to an end. Chapter 18, Daily Training. After listening to Misty's explanation, Zhuahan experienced a moment of enlightenment. It seemed his focus had been misplaced all along. He had previously sought a Pokémon with the Drizzle ability to complement his Sea Needle Dragon, but the reality was that he could push through with a single strong Pokémon. He realized he had been confined by the game's thinking. This was reality, not merely a game with 4 move slots. Zhuahan promptly checked the price of the Rain Dance TM in the system. 200,000 points. Considering he only had a little over 1,000 points, he fell into contemplation. Thus, he resolved to focus on training his Sea Needle Dragon's move proficiency. With a newfound direction, Zhuahan gradually succumbed to sleep after a long day. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a sudden call to rise disrupted Zhuahan's sweet dreams. In his dream, he had been battling Groudon and Kyogre, standing triumphantly atop Rayquaza, just short of capturing an alpaca. What a delightful dream it was, Zhuahan mused. Despite his thoughts, he wasted no time, quickly dressing before rushing outside, where his classmates were likewise scrambling out. He could hear Zhou Xiaowu shouting as he ran, "Zhuahan, wait for me." After yesterday's encouragement, Zhou Xiaowu had returned to his usual lively self. When everyone gathered before Zhao Dongrong, he glanced at his watch and announced, 5:40 a.m. Zhao Dongrong recited the time, 5:40 a.m. This will be your new morning exercise time. I will not tolerate tardiness, and this applies to the girls as well. Complaints arose among the students, but coach, during school, we start at 7:30. 5:40 is far too early. Zhao Dongrong calmly responded. Those who do not wish to rise can withdraw, and the students quickly fell silent. All right, are you all awake now? Based on yesterday's journey, you will run. Zhuahan, you will lead the team, Zhao Dongrong stated flatly. Zhuahan did not utter a word and immediately took off running, prompting his peers to follow suit. Given the fatigue from yesterday's exertions, most of them had not fully recovered, resulting in a noticeably lackluster performance today. It was not long before many of them could no longer continue. Nevertheless, they persisted in trailing behind Zhuahan, particularly Li Xiao, who, despite his exhaustion, resolved to keep up. The heavier student also managed to maintain a slow jog instead of walking, although his condition seemed far from comfortable. At last, the moment Zhuahan came to a halt, the tension that had held the others together snapped, and they all collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. However, Zhuahan's sudden remark, "We haven't arrived yet," sent them into a state of dismay. Pan Wen weakly protested, "If we haven't arrived, why did you stop?" Zhuahan, somewhat embarrassed by the inquiry, replied, "A small stone has found its way into my shoe, causing discomfort." As his classmates watched him remove his shoe to extract a tiny pebble, he promptly slipped it back on. "All right, let us resume our run," Zhuahan declared nonchalantly. With a collective cry of "ah, ah, ah," the students struggled to their feet and resumed their shaky jog behind him. When Zhuahan stopped again, the students took a moment to assess their surroundings and confirmed they had reached the destination from the previous day. Exhausted, they slumped onto the ground as if paralyzed. A small pickup truck driven by Zhao Dongrong slowly approached. Seeing the students sprawled on the ground, he shouted, "Get up, get up. All of you rise. After running such a short distance, you look like this? Just look at Zhuahan, and then look at yourselves. Do you not feel ashamed?" In unison, the students replied, "Coach Zhuahan is not human. He is a monster." As Zhuahan rested off to the side, he overheard the comments labeling him a monster and felt a mix of disbelief and resignation. Am I truly so formidable that it becomes a fault? He mused. realizing the solitude that often accompanies strength. After a brief respite, the students gradually regained their energy and wobbled onward, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, where the cook was busy, accompanied by a suction cup doll lending a hand. Seated at the dining table, the students became restless, overwhelmed by the delicious scent. "It smells divine. I feel as though I could devour an entire cow," exclaimed the heavier student, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. When the cook and the suction cup doll brought out the dishes, the students, almost in unison, descended upon the food with a fervor akin to a whirlwind. After their meal, they all sat back, bellies protruding, while two girls shyly covered their mouths to stifle belches. As the clock struck 8, the true training for Pokémon began. Zhao Dongrong analyzed the battle footage from the previous day and arranged training plans for the other students, only to find Zhuahan already instructing his sea dragon in the mastery of water gun. Observing Zhuahan skillfully guiding his Pokémon, Zhao Dongrong thought to himself, "A genius is indeed a genius. He has quickly identified his Pokémon's current weaknesses." Zhuahan repeatedly urged the sea dragon to perfect the sequence of charging, condensing, and firing the water gun, aiming to accomplish these 3 steps in the shortest time frame possible. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his mind. "Understood, master." In disbelief, Zhuahan gazed at the sea dragon, attempting to communicate through their mental connection. The sea dragon looked back at him, perplexed. After a brief exchange, Zhuahan explained that this was a unique ability of his and encouraged the sea dragon to practice water gun diligently. However, he soon realized he could no longer sense the Pokémon's aura. "What is happening? Is it intermittent?" he thought helplessly, suspecting it might be due to the sea dragon's nascent mastery of its powers. Feeling a mix of excitement and frustration, Zhuahan opted to engage in push-ups and other exercises, leaving his companions in awe. Zhao Dongrong, seeing that his presence was no longer necessary, decided to step away. At this stage, the focus was still on physical conditioning, requiring minimal oversight. He was unconcerned about the possibility of the students slacking off, trusting that if a trainer lacked self-discipline, they would inevitably be filtered out of the training community. Nevertheless, he had faith in them, as those who chose to pursue martial examinations in Rong City were generally highly motivated. They merely needed guidance to adapt. In a separate room, Zhao Dongrong and Zhao Donglai discussed the current batch of martial examination candidates. "Dad, among this group, there is one individual I find exceptionally remarkable. Perhaps this year, Rong City might finally make it onto the list," Zhao Dongrong declared. "Oh, who is this remarkable child you speak of?" Zhao Donglai inquired, intrigued. "A young man named Zhuahan, whose physical capabilities are quite impressive. His Pokémon is a sea dragon. I previously had a battle with him using my Nidoking, and I estimate his strength to be conservatively at an advanced intermediate level, possibly even higher," Zhao Dongrong replied, excitement evident in his voice. "What? Did I hear you correctly? You mean he conservatively possesses advanced intermediate strength? And his Pokémon is a sea dragon, which ultimately evolves into a Kingdra, a noteworthy Pokémon," Zhao Donglai exclaimed, exhilarated. Over the past few years, Rong City's candidates had been lackluster, making it challenging to rank, let alone achieve recognition at the provincial or national levels. Chapter 19. The Agreement on Energy Cubes. With Zhao Donglai's assurances, Zhao Dongrong commenced the allocation of resources. Naturally, the primary focus was on Zhuahan, for whom he spent a whopping 1 million in the Dragon Kingdom Alliance to procure a dragon scale, alongside various elemental evolution stones for his Pokémon to absorb. Additionally, he secured training gear for strength training and other resources. Among these were several cubes of various colors, rumored to have been developed by a family that had discovered a new type of Pokémon food, which had proven to be significantly superior to what was currently available on the market and offered at a more favorable price. Upon receiving confirmation from the Research Institute, Zhao Dongrong felt no hesitation in purchasing them. Buy, he instructed, loading both large and small packages onto the vehicle. Mr. Zhou had already returned to the capital city a few days prior and was conversing with his grandfather. After learning about the uses of the energy cubes, the elder immediately reached out to his friends at the Research Institute to initiate studies. Within a day, the findings were conclusive. The energy cubes were far superior to existing Pokémon food, effectively meeting the nutritional needs of Pokémon, and most importantly, just a few cubes would suffice to satiate an average Pokémon. Mr. Zhou swiftly established a factory to begin processing the energy cubes, employing only the most trusted family servants. He leveraged relationships to contact the department responsible for Pokémon food safety within the Alliance to conduct inspections. The relevant authorities confirmed that the energy cubes matched the described properties and effects before granting their approval. Large-scale retailers quickly caught wind of the news and began collaborating with the Zhou family to sell energy cubes. Meanwhile, rumors of the family's significant fruit procurement efforts led to speculation among other families in the capital regarding the relationship between the energy cubes and the fruits. The leak of this information was no longer Mr. Zhou's concern, as he was already on his way back to Rong City. The previous night, he had finalized a contract with his grandfather, and despite opposition from other family members regarding the decision to allocate a 30 share to Zhuohan, the elders' voting power rendered their objections moot. Upon returning to the training grounds after purchasing a plethora of supplies, Zhao Dongrong gazed at the group of young trainers still engaged in their exercises, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He approached Zhuohan, beckoning him with a gesture, and presented him with a shimmering dragon scale. With this scale, your sea dragon's evolution into Kingdra will no longer be a concern, he assured. Zhuohan was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The item was exceedingly precious. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Dongrong, who waved his robust hand dismissively and said, "You little rascal, why the pleasantries? I know exactly what you're thinking. Just take it. When the martial arts examination comes, you'd better secure a national ranking for me. Don't think this dragon scale is all I can offer. I could easily procure a mini dragon for you if needed." Seeing this, Zhuohan decided against any further pretense and accepted the dragon scale without hesitation. Zhao Dongrong then proceeded to allocate resources, surrounded by a throng of students. Although the first batch of supplies was not particularly impressive, it sufficed for their current stage of training. Among the items were various evolution stones corresponding to different attributes, training equipment necessary for combat Pokémon, several crates of large milk cans, and some energy cubes. Upon spotting the energy cubes, Zhuohan recognized them as the very ones he had taught Teacher Zhou about. The affluent family acted swiftly, as only a few days had passed since approval to sale began. Naturally, Zhuohan was excited at the prospect of a significant influx of funds, which would enable him to exchange for points and acquire the items he needed. Zhao Dongrong began his speech. "Listen up, you little brats. Have you seen these crates of large milk cans? And these cubes? This is what we call energy cubes. A newly launched Pokémon food from the Imperial capital. Research institutions guarantee that just a few of these can fulfill an entire Pokémon's nutritional needs. From now on, these supplies are plentiful. You must train your hearts out, understood?" The students' eyes glistened with excitement upon seeing the abundance of resources. Although they were aware that there would be many supplies from Rong City, witnessing the reality was an entirely different experience. In the past, such resources would have been divided among dozens of individuals, but now they were allocated solely to 8 of them. Everyone understood that this time, Rong City was all in, and that ordinary martial arts classes would merely be a formality. From the moment they began training, they had realized that this year's martial arts examination hinged on their performance. Despite some minor complaints during training, they persevered, motivated by the desire to bring honor to Rong City. Though Pan Wen and Pan Wu belonged to the prestigious families, their father had nearly sold off much of their estate to secure their positions, and both siblings were acutely aware of their parents' sacrifices, thus training with great diligence. The same could be said for Lan Xiaodai, Hu Ming, Li Xiao, Zhou Xiaowu, Huang Ting, and Zhuohan. The genuinely affluent in Rong City would never have their children studying there. After each student had collected their respective supplies, they quietly began training their Pokémon. Driven by a singular ambition to grow stronger, Zhuohan understood that Rong City desperately needed someone to emerge as a beacon of hope. He believed that with the assistance of his system, he would surely shine during the martial arts examination. However, he did not underestimate the individuals from renowned families. Those who looked down on others, believing themselves to be above it all, were certainly not from the top-tier families, and thus were not truly formidable. The real threat came from those belonging to elite families, armed with impeccable upbringing, time-honored Pokémon training methods, and a plethora of resources, not to mention their relentless dedication. Just as Zhuohan was lost in thought, a woman's arrival shattered the tranquility. "Teacher Zhou, what brings you here?" he inquired, puzzled by the woman before him. Teacher Zhou, jesting, replied, "What's the matter? No longer interested in the money?" She produced a contract for Zhuohan to inspect. Once he confirmed there were no issues, he signed it, realizing that their prior agreement had merely been verbal. This document held legal standing within the alliance. After thoroughly reviewing the contract and finding no discrepancies, he signed it. Teacher Zhou handed him a bank card, assuring him that payments would be regularly deposited into this account. Upon entering, Teacher Zhou had noticed that Zhuohan's seahorse had evolved, and she regarded him as an extraordinary talent, wishing for him to join the Zhou family. However, Zhuohan declined outright. Understanding his youth, Teacher Zhou simply left a contact number, suggesting that he could reach out whenever he reconsidered. As Zhuohan watched her depart, he remained silent, contemplating the Pokeball in his system space. 3 months from now, the vast world awaits, ready for his exploration, provided he does not act recklessly. Nevertheless, he felt it prudent to exercise caution regarding the power of divine beasts. For now, his focus remained on the seahorse, which he had nurtured himself, bringing him a sense of accomplishment. In the ensuing chapter of intense training, the following 2 weeks saw everyone exerting their utmost effort, exhausting themselves in both physical exertion and for their Pokémon. At this point, their stamina had improved to the extent that they could run up to 3 hilltops without issue. In terms of Pokémon, all had reached the second stage, except for Huang Ting's armored rhino, which had yet to evolve due to the significant leap required to transform into an armored Tyrannosaurus. Indeed, Zhuahan's seahorse had also faced considerable challenges in evolving into a sea dragon, so when Zhuahan's seahorse achieved this transformation in such a short span, it astonished everyone. After half a month, Zhuahan finally received his share of dividends. Without a moment's hesitation, he invested the entire amount into the system, netting an impressive 20 million dragon coins, an unimaginable sum upon his arrival in this world. However, this also served as a stark reminder of the costs associated with being a trainer. 20 million merely secured him the skill of rain dance. In reality, there was no such thing as a weather learning disc in this world. If such a disc were available, it would command a price far exceeding even 20 million, as many would vie for it. After mastering rain dance, Zhuahan challenged Zhao Dongrong's Nidoking once more. To Zhao Dongrong's astonishment, the sea dragon utilized rain dance, combined with surf, transforming the arena into a watery battleground, leaving Nidoking with no escape and resulting in his defeat. Zhao Dongrong exclaimed that he could no longer teach Zhuahan anything. Yet, Zhuahan understood that Nidoking was not Zhao Dongrong's mainstay. Initially, some companions had considered challenging Zhuahan, emboldened by their Pokémon's evolution. However, after witnessing the Sea Dragon's triumph over Nidoking, they silently returned to training. Zhuahan observed that while his Sea Dragon was on the verge of elite status, it stubbornly refused to evolve, leaving him puzzled. In previous gaming experiences, attaching a dragon scale would lead to evolution, but in reality, it was proving elusive. Zhuahan inquired with Zhao Dongrong, who mentioned that he had consulted a few acquaintances with sea dragons. They had evolved swiftly after being adorned with dragon scales. Zhuahan remained perplexed as to why his Pokémon did not follow suit. Ultimately, he had no choice but to spend 1,000 points, discovering that the outcome was both surprising and delightful. The previously acquired Divine Beast's reverse scale was meant to inherit a skill, rather than serve as a dragon scale for evolution. Of course, even if he had used the dragon scale from the Swift Dragon, it would have been futile. Only the scales from dragon-type divine beasts could facilitate evolution. This was the consequence of consuming the reverse scale. Fortunately, the system proposed an optimal solution: to purchase a scale from Palkia in the system mall, while scales from other dragon-type divine beasts would suffice. Palkia's scale was deemed the most compatible with the Sea Dragon, and due to the influence of the reverse scale, using a scale from the same divine beast could potentially allow him to learn Palkia's exclusive skill, Spatial Rend. Realizing that he would need to prepare more points, Zhuahan opened the mall, discovering that a standard scale from Palkia cost 200,000 points. It appeared that the next half-month would be quite a challenge. Knowing the reason for his predicament, Zhuahan felt less urgency and decided to explore the skill of accumulation, priced at 80,000 points. Finally, he spotted something that was not exorbitantly priced. As for the Swift Dragon's dragon scale, he chose to recycle it, earning an additional 10,000 points. Zhuahan contemplated his current lack of battle experience and wondered if the system had any recommendations. Thus, he witnessed the simulated battle in this virtual space, where the system randomly assigned opponents 1,000 points for elite level, 10,000 for king level, 100,000 for champion level, and 1,000,000 for the master. Zhuahan exclaimed that the costs were exorbitant, yet he resolved to first exchange for an elite level opponent to gauge the disparity. After deducting 1,000 points, Zhuahan heard a voice in his mind announcing the space was loading. Before long, he found himself no longer in his dormitory but in an unfamiliar environment. Before him stood a poised young woman, her name displayed above her head like in a game, Yu Longchun, elite trainer. Upon noticing Zhuahan, Yu Longchun summoned her Pokémon, Haxorus, stating, "I will not go easy on you." Recognizing the system's influence, Zhuahan released his own Pokémon, Kyogre, as the space suddenly announced the commencement of battle. Yu Longchun immediately commanded Haxorus, "Haxorus, fly up and use Rain Dance." Zhuahan did not interrupt, understanding that Rain Dance would significantly benefit Kyogre, though he wondered why the opponent would initiate with it. Haxorus soared into the air, unleashing a mighty roar as dark clouds gathered and rain began to pour. This activated Kingdra's swift swim ability, prompting Juahan to respond without hesitation. Kingdra, use Hydro Pump. In that moment, Kingdra managed to condense, compress, and launch a massive Hydro Pump in just 2 seconds, hurtling towards Haxorus. Yulongchun shouted, Haxorus, use Hydro Pump as well. Remarkably, Haxorus launched its Hydro Pump in merely 1 second, resulting in a collision that caused both attacks to explode mid-air, indicating their powers were evenly matched. Juahan felt a sense of helplessness. He had thought elite-level Pokémon would be only slightly inferior to Kingdra, yet the gap was far greater than anticipated. After all, Kingdra was a water-type Pokémon, and the fact that its Hydro Pump was countered by the non-water-type Haxorus revealed the opponent's strength vastly surpassed Kingdra's. Realizing this, Juahan decided to use Icy Wind, feeling somewhat defeated. Kingdra expelled a frosty breath towards Haxorus, and due to the rain, Kingdra's speed was astonishingly swift, catching Haxorus off guard and freezing one of its small wings. Juahan exclaimed in delight, Great! Kingdra, continue with Icy Wind. However, Yulongchun remained unfazed at the sight of Haxorus with a frozen wing. Juahan suddenly thought, could she be planning to use thunder? Just then, Yulongchun commanded loudly, Haxorus, use thunder to cover the entire field. Upon hearing this, Juahan instantly realized the dire situation. Massive bolts of yellow lightning filled the arena, and with the rain, the thunder attack was unavoidable. Kingdra was struck down, losing its ability to fight. Surprisingly, the battle was still not over. Yulongchun approached Juahan and remarked, You must not yet be at the elite level. Juahan, feeling disheartened, replied, Indeed, but Kingdra is close to evolving. I just didn't expect the gap to be so vast. Yulongchun smiled and said, The disparity between elite and non-elite is monumental. When you reach the elite level, you will truly understand this difference. Seeing your Kingdra reminds me of my Kingdra. In the past, I too challenged my brother like you are now. But let us not dwell on that. Let us discuss this battle. When my Haxorus used Rain Dance, you did not interrupt, indicating that Rain Dance is crucial for your Kingdra, confirming it has the swift swim ability. However, you overlooked why Haxorus initiated Rain Dance for your water type. You should have anticipated Thunder. If your Kingdra had evolved into a Kingdra, the impact of Thunder would have been significantly mitigated, perhaps not resulting in an immediate knockout. Moreover, your Pokémon skill repertoire is lacking. A good trainer ensures their Pokémon possess a comprehensive array of moves. Some skills may not be widely favored, yet they can turn the tide of battle. I recommend you consider moves like Protect, Substitute, Ice Beam, and Blizzard for Kingdra, Yulongchun advised earnestly. Juahan's heart sank. Did this mean the Yulong family was wealthy enough to afford such extensive skill discs? As a commoner, where would he find such resources? Nevertheless, Juahan took note, recognizing that he would eventually acquire these skills. Afterward, Yulongchun encouraged him, saying, Young man, keep striving. I hope to see your growth when we meet again. Chapter 21, Under Intense Training. Exiting the duel space. Juahan was once again struck by the prowess of elite trainers. It seemed that Zhao Dongping had not unleashed his full team against him. Protect, Substitute, Ice Beam, and Blizzard. These moves all required points, and Juahan's desire for points grew ever stronger. However, his immediate priority lay in evolution and skill proficiency. During his battle with Yulongchun, he noted that Haxorus completed its Hydro Pump in just 1 second, highlighting the need for enhanced training. A new batch of training supplies arrived, including items for Pokémon weight training and various treasures from this world, mysterious water droplets, charcoal, strange seeds, earth hearts, and fighting hearts, all of which were rare commodities in the market, often unattainable even with wealth. The presence of such items indicated a substantial cost had been incurred. It was rumored that some supplies had been exchanged by Zhao Dongrong for his military merits, while others were procured through Zhao Dong's connections. Though Juahan was skeptical of this, the eyes of his companions sparkled with excitement upon receiving these supplies, and their training intensity doubled. Initially, the Pokémon struggled to adjust to the weight training, but they gradually adapted, performing comparably to their usual state, showcasing their remarkable adaptability. Juahan maintained a rigorous training regimen. However, each night, he entered the space for his grueling training sessions. When points ran low, Juahan engaged in friendly sparring with his companions. At first, they were enthusiastic, but soon realized that their Pokémon paled in comparison to Kingdra, who was leagues ahead with nearly identical moves. Consequently, after a few days, no one was willing to battle Juahan. In the outside world, he was akin to a formidable overlord, but upon entering the training space, he instantly transformed into the weakest of lambs. The trainers within the space were randomly matched, some familiar to Juahan, while others were strangers. Yet all shared a common trait. They could easily overpower him. From Yulongdu, Zhulan, and Daegu to various gym trainers, and finally to the bug-catching boy. Zhuahan felt as though he traversed the most arduous path imaginable. Initially matched against formidable trainers like Yulongdu and Zhulan, he found their command skills exceptional. Coupled with their overwhelming financial resources, it was astounding that the skills of a single Pokémon during their elite phase could surpass the combined skills of Kingdra by threefold. Almost every skill was mastered, including a plethora of supportive moves, leaving no gaps in their strategy. Defeating them ultimately relied on the endurance of their Pokémon. Though Zhuahan did not harbor great disappointment in losing to these champions, there was one instance when he was matched against the bug-catching boy. Observing the boy wielding a butterfly net, Zhuahan felt confident, only to be struck down by the opponent's massive horn attack from Clarkross, the Bug King. Zhuahan fell silent. Unbeknownst to him, the trainers he faced were at the pinnacle of the elite level, just a step away from ascending to the king level. During recent training sessions, Zhao Dongrong noticed Zhuahan's despondency and assumed it was due to his struggles with Kingdra's evolution. He approached to offer comfort. Zhuahan, I see you are downcast. Is it about Kingdra's evolution? Before Zhuahan could respond, Zhao Dongrong continued. In reality, evolving a Pokémon is not straightforward. Allow me to inquire through my contacts at the Research Institute. The instructor, in truth, my feelings stem from a deeper source. I perceive myself as rather feeble, and I find myself contemplating whether I am truly fit to be a trainer, Zhuahan lamented. Upon hearing Zhuahan's words, Zhao Dongrong became flustered. After all, there exists but one precious gem in Rongqing, and it cannot afford to dwell in despair, though he remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation. Zhao Dongrong finally spoke. Being a Pokémon trainer is not a path devoid of obstacles. Everyone experiences lows at some point. Even the champions of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance have tasted defeat. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightful is the unwillingness to confront it, to glean lessons from the experience, and ultimately to succumb to despondency, losing one's fighting spirit. If this happens, one can never aspire to be a great trainer. Do you understand? He continued. Moreover, considering your current prowess, in the martial examination, I assure you, you would secure a place not just nationally but certainly within the provincial rankings. Zhao Dongrong patted Zhuahan's shoulder and added, do not overthink it. Do not burden yourself excessively. Sometimes, a little relaxation can work wonders. After Zhao Dongrong departed, Zhuahan felt a twinge of shame, yet recognized the wisdom in Zhao Dongrong's counsel. It appeared he had indeed fallen into a pit of misunderstanding. What does it matter if I lose? Failure or success? What is the difference? Cheer up, Zhuahan. You can do it, he encouraged himself. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and upon checking, he found a sum of 30 million dragon coins had been credited to his account. It seemed that half a month had slipped by since the last transaction, and this time, there was an additional 10 million. The energy cubes must be selling remarkably well. Zhuahan mused. Since their launch, bolstered by the endorsement of the Academy of Sciences, energy cubes had become a sensation throughout the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. The previous canned food had been rendered obsolete, with almost every trainer now opting for energy cubes. Initially, many had approached them with a trial mindset but soon discovered their undeniable efficacy, particularly given their affordability and convenience in meeting Pokémon needs. Zhuahan planned to release a premium version of the energy cubes after the martial examination. With newfound wealth, he decided to convert all of it into points, receiving 300,000 points in return. Glancing at the points, Zhuahan felt a wave of elation wash over him. Today, I shall revel in the delight of being a moneyed individual, he exclaimed, promptly deducting 200,000 points to purchase a shard of Perolchia's dragon scale, along with moves like charge and guard, perfectly aligning his expenditures back to square one. Zhuahan swiftly taught the skills to his sea-spiked dragon and presented the dragon scale to it. The moment the sea-spiked dragon laid eyes on the scale, it became nervously meticulous, tucking it amongst its own scales, ensuring it was snugly concealed. Zhuahan was eager for the sea-spiked dragon's evolution. Yet he understood that such transformations could not be rushed. The conditions had been met, and Zhao Dongrong, noticing Zhuahan regain his motivation, murmured to himself, "It seems my eloquence is rather commendable." Thankfully, I remembered the captain's words. Otherwise, that lad might still be trapped in despair. That evening, Zhuahan refrained from engaging in spatial training. After numerous battles, he recognized that his opponents were not merely beginners or intermediate elites. Upon inquiring with the system, he was astonished to learn that they were, in fact, elite peak trainers. Zhuahan felt a surge of frustration towards the system. How could he, with a high-level sea-spike dragon, contend against elite peak trainers without enduring a thrashing? System, though I may have spoken harshly before, There is no need for such targeted animosity, Zhuhan lamented. The system reassured him, stating, there is absolutely no intention of retaliation. Spatial training strictly requires elite peak status, which you failed to clarify previously. Zhuhan sighed, conceding that this was not the system's fault. After all, did this not imply that he was not as incompetent as he had imagined? He had witnessed his sea spike dragon, at elite peak level, engaging in several rounds against unfamiliar elite trainers. Zhuhan, have risen once more, he declared with renewed vigor. Just wait until my sea spike dragon evolves into the Spike Dragon King. I shall return with a vengeance. Chapter 22, Training in the Secret Realm. At the break of dawn, Zhao Dongrong summoned everyone for a discourse. Clad in military attire, he exuded an imposing aura as he ascended the podium. Ahem, my dear students. After a month of diligent effort, you have transformed from mere fledglings into slightly more formidable fledglings, he began, eliciting a chorus of exasperated expressions from the audience. However, I have been privy to your training journey, even in my absence, and I am pleased to announce that you have successfully passed my trials. This elite class has emerged not only to shed the label of weakness, but also to foster the development of Rongqing. Mayor Zhao Donglai has invested considerable effort on your behalf. What are your thoughts on the supplies you received? Before the students could respond, Zhao Dongrong continued. Items like the mysterious water droplets, charcoal, and the heart of the earth are virtually unattainable in the market. Even if they could be procured, it would only be through black markets. Thus, these are not materials from the Alliance, but rather secured by the mayor through special connections. So I hope you all carry a sense of gratitude. Surely, you do not think this is the end? Zhao Dongrong proclaimed with a booming voice. Students, this is merely the beginning. We are about to embark on a training expedition in a known secret realm for the final month. I reiterate, if it does not kill you, we shall train you to your limits. The students' eyes widened with excitement. Training in a secret realm significantly amplifies training speed, a coveted opportunity typically reserved for elite trainers. As if on cue, 2 military trucks arrived. Without further ado, Zhao Dongrong ushered the group onto the vehicles, which featured opaque glass, rendering the outside world invisible. Before long, they arrived at a designated location. Zhao Dongrong alighted and saluted the 2 soldiers at the gate, who reciprocated. Presenting his access pass, the soldiers scrutinized it before shouting, "Pass granted." Returning to his seat, the truck gradually advanced into the facility. Once it came to a halt, Zhao Dongrong instructed everyone to disembark. The students surveyed their surroundings, realizing that the air was merely fresher, with no distinct alterations. They turned their gazes toward Zhao Dongrong, who, observing their expressions, recalled his own initial arrival. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he replied, "What is the rush? We have yet to arrive." Zhao Dongrong retrieved a walkie-talkie. Adjusting the frequency, calling headquarters, he announced. A voice responded, requesting his name and a unique password. It turned out that entry required authorization, and different individuals possessed distinct secrets. Name, Zhao Dongrong. Password, the most handsome in our village. Upon hearing his password, the students struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed. Laughter erupted from the walkie-talkie. Zhao Dongrong, how did I not realize you are the comedic relief? As he spoke, a fissure appeared, prompting Zhao Dongrong to urge Zhuhan and the others to enter. For most, it was their first experience within a secret realm, and they proceeded cautiously. The instructor, trailing behind, urged, hurry, you'd think you were up to something. Finally emerging from the crack, they were met by an intense heat, unmistakably a fire-type secret realm. Zhao Dongrong guided them to a lounge, where he began outlining the important details regarding the realm. This is a fire-type secret realm, where fire-type Pokémon can absorb fire elements at an accelerated rate. However, it is less accommodating to Pokémon of other types. Unfortunately, our current access only permits this realm, but it serves as an excellent training ground for fighting and ground-type Pokémon. Grass and water-type Pokémon will accompany me to a nearby area within the realm that is particularly suited for you. Regarding Hu Meng's EV, Zhao Dongrong remarked, if you do not harbor any aversion to fire spirits, then absorbing fire elements in the secret realm to evolve into a fire spirit is comparable to evolving with an exquisite firestone outside. If you are interested, you should seize this opportunity. Hu Meng nodded, well aware of the value of a premium firestone. Zhao Dongrong then stated that he would first arrange for Lan Xiaodai, Zhuhan, and Pan Wen before taking them to seek something. After a considerable time, Zhao Dongrong returned, guiding Zhuhan and the others to another location. Although the air was still rich in fire elements, it had significantly diminished compared to before. This temperature was exceptionally suited for the photosynthesis of grass-type Pokémon. And it was here that Lan Xiaodai began her training, as Zhao Dongrong had arranged. Next, Zhao Dongrong led Zhuahan and Pan went to a water-filled area, which took them by surprise. Zhao Dongrong explained that this was a place even the military could not comprehend, although it was a fire-type secret realm. The water here would not evaporate, but instead increased, ultimately forming a small lake. However, the water was still warmer than that outside. After hearing Zhao Dongrong's explanation, Zhuahan and Pan disregarded their initial concerns. Despite the higher temperature, the water elements were still significantly more abundant than outside. Such was the allure of the secret realm. Zhao Dongrong entrusted their care to a comrade in this area and hurried away, leaving Pan Wen and Zhuahan to each summon their Pokémon for training. It was evident that both Pokémon were struggling to adapt, and soon they began to show signs of fatigue. The Sea Needle Dragon fared better, but Pan Wen's Cami Turtle seemed to succumb to the warmth as if it had soaked too long in a hot spring. At this moment, a soldier appeared through the window, offering guidance. He noted that newly arrived water-type Pokémon often struggle with the temperature, advising against training until they had acclimatized. He assured them that with a day or two, their Pokémon would adapt due to their excellent physical constitution. Taking the soldier's advice to heart, Zhuahan and Pan Wen ceased training to allow their Pokémon to adjust to the environment. Suddenly, the soldier approached them, saying, "You lads must be this year's martial examination candidates. Since Captain Zhao asked me to look after you, as a senior, let me assess your capabilities." Zhuahan and Pan Wen exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what he meant by capabilities. Was he suggesting a Pokémon duel? The soldier confirmed, indeed. However, Pan Wen hesitated, mentioning that their Pokémon had not yet acclimated to the environment. The soldier retorted, "Do you think your opponents will grant you time to adapt? This is your first lesson. Trainers must always assess their environment and adapt accordingly, rather than merely fighting in conditions suited to their Pokémon." This stern admonition made Zhuahan realize he had been too comfortable. Adversity is what truly fosters growth. Who will go first? The soldier inquired nonchalantly. Seemingly inspired by the soldier's words, Pan Wen volunteered to step up first, declaring that it was time for Cami Turtle to prove itself. Cami. The turtle struck a battle pose. A Cami Turtle, indeed a commendable Pokémon, the soldier mused. With a sudden shout, the soldier commanded, "Come forth, dazzling fire dragon." Upon seeing the dazzling fire dragon, Pan Wen's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, for it was a representative fire-type Pokémon. "Cami Turtle, use water gun," Pan Wen shouted. The turtle unleashed a small jet of water towards the dazzling fire dragon. Yet, the soldier remained unfazed, coolly instructing, "Dazzling fire dragon, show them your might with big character flame burst." The dazzling fire dragon exhaled a massive fire attack inscribed with the character "Da," which evaporated Cami Turtle's water gun effortlessly. The flame continued unabated, striking Cami Turtle, which let out a pained cry. At that moment, the soldier issued another command, "Dazzling fire dragon, rush in with thunder punch." The dazzling fire dragon's hands crackled with electricity as it lunged at Cami Turtle, which was caught off guard and fell unconscious. Pan Wen rushed forward anxiously to check on his Pokémon. The soldier coolly remarked, "Head to the rest area, there is healing available." Pan Wen took Cami Turtle to receive treatment. The soldier then turned his attention to Zhuahan, declaring, "Now it's your turn. I hope you can endure a bit longer. Sea Needle Dragon, show your true strength." Zhuahan shouted confidently. Upon hearing his command, the Sea Needle Dragon's expression shifted. The soldier noted, "This is getting interesting. Dazzling Fire Dragon, charge in with Thunder Punch." The soldier commanded, "Sea Needle Dragon, let us counter with Water Cannon." Zhuahan responded defiantly. As the dazzling fire dragon closed in, the water cannon was unleashed, striking the dragon and sending it reeling back 2 meters. The soldier encouraged his Pokémon. "Is the dazzling fire dragon okay?" The dragon shook off the water droplets adorning its body. "Since that's the case, unleash a big character flame burst." The soldier ordered gravely. "Sea Needle Dragon, use Surf." Zhuahan shouted back. In an instant, the surf attack overwhelmed the big character flame burst, surging toward the dazzling fire dragon. "Dazzling fire dragon, use Protect." The soldier bellowed. Seizing the moment, Zhuahan commanded, "Sea Needle Dragon, call for rain." Dark clouds gathered overhead, and raindrops began to fall, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. The dazzling fire dragon used Protect to shield against the surf, but the heavy rainfall proved uncomfortable for it. Seeing the predicament, the soldier hastily instructed, "Dazzling fire dragon, charge in at full speed with Thunder Punch." "Sea Needle Dragon, Water Cannon," Zhuahan replied calmly. This time, before the dazzling fire dragon could reach the Sea Needle Dragon, it was struck by the water cannon and fell unconscious. How could this be? So swift. The soldier appeared momentarily stunned, then realization dawned upon him. It must be the agility. He recalled the dazzling fire dragon, looking at Zhuahan with newfound respect. You've got some talent, kid. With such skills, and yet you are merely a martial examination candidate? You could almost rival the scions of prestigious families. Your future is limitless. Have you considered enlisting in the military? I assure you, serving is no less than attending those renowned schools, albeit with less security. But if you can survive, you could reach the threshold of a half-step king within 3 to 4 years, the soldier continued earnestly. It was evident that the soldier was particularly eager for Zhuahan to enlist, yet Zhuahan preferred to wait until after the martial examination to make any decisions. He offered a casual excuse to dismiss the soldier, suggesting he attend to the healing of the dazzling fire dragon. The soldier, perceiving Zhuahan's intent, responded, "No need to rush your decision. You can consider it after the martial examination. Anyone interested in enlisting is welcome." With that, he headed to the rest area, leaving Zhuahan deep in thought. In the rest area, a female doctor had just finished treating Cammy Turtle when the soldier burst in, exclaiming, "Doctor, please check on my Pokémon." Panwen recognized the soldier as the one who had just defeated him and felt a pang of realization. The soldier, noticing Panwen, sheepishly said, "Well, hurry up and get out once you're done. Don't hog the space when my Pokémon is injured." Panwen quickly took Cammy Turtle and exited the rest area, seeking out Zhuahan to inquire how he had managed to defeat the soldier. Upon stepping outside, Panwen approached Zhuahan, chattering, "Zhuahan, your sea needle dragon has certainly improved. I can't fathom how I could ever catch up to you." Zhuahan understood that Panwen had likely heard about his victory over the dazzling fire dragon. Unsure of what to say, he could only suggest, "Just keep training hard." Panwen nodded in agreement, and the two released their Pokémon to acclimate to the warm waters. That night, as Zhuahan lay in bed, sleep eluded him. He pondered whether to enlist in the military or attend a prestigious university after the martial examination. After much contemplation, he found no clear answer. "Perhaps I should just let things unfold naturally," he finally resolved. As dawn broke, with the sky still enveloped in a soft twilight, Zhuahan and Panwen rose early. The weather remained somewhat sultry as they released their Pokémon. Today promised to be significantly better than yesterday, with their Cammy Turtle and Sea Needle Dragon appearing to have acclimatized to the warmth, swimming playfully in the lake while Zhuahan and Panwen engaged in their own exercises. Suddenly, the sharp sound of an emergency bell echoed from the military base, followed by an announcement ordering a collective gathering. Just as Zhuahan and Panwen were at a loss as to what to do, soldiers from the previous day arrived in a pickup truck. Observing the dazed expressions on Zhuahan and Panwen's faces, the soldier bellowed, "What are you still doing there? Get in the vehicle. In emergencies, every additional person counts." Once Zhuahan and Panwen were aboard, the soldier drove off rapidly. It wasn't long before they arrived at a large playground filled with soldiers who had already formed orderly lines, spotting Xiao Wu and Li Xiao among them. Zhuahan and Panwen joined their friends. Before they could exchange a few words, an officer on stage addressed them, stating, "Comrades, we are faced with an urgent situation. 3 volcanoes within the secret realm are set to erupt in 1 hour. We must evacuate the realm within that time frame." A murmur of concern rippled through the soldiers, with some boldly voicing their apprehensions. "After all these years of effort, are we to abandon everything? I refuse to leave. Whoever wants to go can leave, but I'm staying. We are so close to success." Many other soldiers echoed similar sentiments. Hearing this made Zhuahan ponder what could compel so many to risk their lives for the sake of their mission. The officer, raising his voice, declared, "This is a decision made by higher authorities. Those who refuse to evacuate will face military consequences. Move quickly. We will reconvene at the entrance of the secret realm in half an hour. Not a single one of you is to be absent." After dispersing, Zhuo Dongrong approached Zhuahan and the others, saying, "I didn't expect such a situation to arise. You shouldn't have anything of importance left behind. Head directly to the entrance of the secret realm." Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhuahan inquired about the nature of the secret realm that would incite such fervent reactions from the soldiers regarding evacuation. Zhao Dongrong paused for a moment before responding, "There is not much that I cannot disclose. Many of the soldiers are from the Research Institute, and their project revolves around a lava amplifier." "A lava amplifier? ISNT that readily available for purchase? What more is there to research?" Zhuahan questioned, perplexed. In fact, the lava amplifier was originally invented by researchers from the United States. They had a sudden inspiration to equip a duck-billed fire dragon with it, initially intending to enhance its fire-type damage. However, by sheer luck, it led to the evolution of the duck-billed fire dragon. This patent has never been disclosed publicly, and our lava amplifiers are supplied by the United States. They have managed to lock the technology in such a way that we cannot decipher it, forcing us to conduct our own research. We were on the brink of success, and now this volcanic eruption threatens to thwart all our efforts. Zhao Dongrong explained with a hint of exasperation. Why not continue the collaboration to purchase more? Hu Meng posed a question. That's due to the recent discovery of a breeding ground for duck-billed fire dragons in the Dragon Kingdom. While duck-billed fire dragons are already formidable Pokémon and the most populous in the Dragon Kingdom, this newly discovered breeding ground houses a substantial population. Coupled with the notoriety of the Dragon Kingdom's Tyrannosaurus squad on the international stage, it has made them quite wary. This year, they simply found an excuse not to sell us the lava amplifiers. Therefore, the data is of utmost importance. If the duck-billed fire dragons in the military evolve, it would greatly enhance the Dragon Kingdom alliance, Zhao Dongrong elaborated. Zhuahan and his friends listened intently, astonished by the profound international implications of what seemed like a mere tool, the lava amplifier. As time slipped away, the three volcanoes began to stir ominously, while the Pokémon within the secret realm sensed the impending danger and frantically fled towards the realm's entrance. Before long, a large crowd had gathered in an orderly fashion at the entrance. Zhao Dongrong nodded, confirming that no one had been left behind. The leading soldier called out for a head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As each soldier announced their number in unison, it became apparent that 2 were missing. The commanding soldier, visibly agitated, shouted, "What is going on? We're missing 2 individuals. Who hasn't arrived? Go check." Suddenly, a soldier in the crowd shouted, "It's Old Li and Old Zhao. They mentioned they had some documents they forgot to collect, just some organized materials. They said they would return immediately, but they haven't come back yet." The commanding soldier promptly organized several soldiers to head to the base, insisting, "You must bring Old Li and Old Zhao back. If they refuse to leave, I'll have you use force to bring them." A few soldiers quickly drove off in a pickup towards the base, while the remaining group prepared to evacuate. Just as they were about to open the rift, they discovered it was inexplicably sealed. "What is going on?" The commanding soldier inquired sternly. The soldier, under questioning, flustered, replied, "I'm not sure. It usually opens like this, but today it just won't budge." The commanding soldier pushed past him and attempted several times, but to no avail. Suddenly, an old researcher voiced a theory. Could it be that the impending volcanic eruption has altered the elemental density within this secret realm, preventing it from resonating with the outside world, thus rendering it ineffective? The elder's words struck a chord with everyone present. "What now?" the commanding soldier exclaimed, swiftly contacting the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. They dispatched a team to assist and instructed everyone to release their Pokémon to see if they could forcibly open the rift. The commanding soldier directed all present to unleash their Pokémon to attack a specific point with all their might. After repeated assaults, however, no signs of a rift appeared. Moments later, the soldiers returned with Old Li and Old Zhao. Upon seeing the Pokémon assaulting the secret realm, the seasoned researchers immediately understood that the density had changed. This is disastrous. All the years of research are about to be lost to the eruption. The commanding soldier cried, rushing towards Old Li and Old Zhao. "Aren't you senior researchers? Think of a solution." The commanding soldier was in a frenzy, while Old Li and Old Zhao, despondent, replied, "To forcibly open the secret realm, we need at least 2 champion-level Pokémon to breach it." The crowd gasped at the revelation that 2 champion Pokémon were required. The commanding soldier asserted, "The Alliance has sent reinforcements, but their headquarters is far from here. Even if they arrive, it may be too late. Even a glimmer of hope cannot be forsaken." He bellowed, "Release all Pokémon, regardless of their attacking capabilities, and assault that spot." With a surge of fervor, the soldiers unleashed a torrent of attacks, and a crack appeared. Hope flickered among them, but just as they felt victory was within reach, the rift suddenly sealed itself again. Despair washed over the crowd as they confided their true feelings to one another. The smoke from the volcanoes was rapidly enveloping the secret realm, the 3 volcanoes looming like harbingers of doom. Upon receiving this alarming news, the head of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance dispatched a champion and 4 elite trainers. Casting a hopeful glance to the south, praying it wasn't too late, Zhao Dongrong, with a wry smile, turned to Zhuahan and the others, saying, "It seems we are truly doomed this time. I regret having suggested you come here to train in the secret realm, otherwise, this wouldn't have happened." The group expressed that they bore no ill will towards Zhao Dongrong, acknowledging that their misfortune was part of the risks they accepted in becoming trainers. Though they had not anticipated such a dire situation arising so swiftly, Zhou Xiaowu gazed at Zhuahan and remarked, "Zhuahan, it seems we are destined to perish together. We have often lamented the absence of a shared birthday, but now, it appears we can depart this world on the same day, rendering our years of brotherhood meaningful. Alas, our parents." At this point, tears welled in the corners of the stout boy's eyes. That won't happen, Zhuahan asserted firmly. Do you trust me? We will not meet with misfortune. After the collective efforts of the group had failed, Zhuahan immediately communicated with the system. System, think of a way to escape this secret realm. I'll spare 1,000 points. Just tell me quickly. When it comes to life and death, I am not pained by the cost. Ding. 1,000 points deducted. Method 1. 2 champion strength spirits can collaborate to break open the secret realm, but it will only create a 5-minute gap before it instantly restores. Method 2. Any fire-type divine beast can maintain volcanic balance. Method 3. The spatial deity, Palkia, can shift the space. Method 4. Summon any divine beast to forcibly break the secret realm. Method 5. A cooling gem thrown into the volcano can directly cool it down. Zhuahan quickly examined the prices of the cooling gems, 150,000 points each, totaling 450,000 for 3. Far too expensive. The spatial transfer method cost 400,000 points per use, and summoning a Tier 3 divine beast was 300,000 points per attempt. None of these requirements were within Zhuahan's reach. This perfectly validated the adage about the scarcity of points in times of need. System, can you lend me some points? After a few minutes of silence from the system, Zhuahan grew anxious. System, are you there? Can you lend me some points? Please respond. He implored, internally shouting, System Dad. Ding. Points credited, 300,000. Upon hearing the notification, Zhuahan thought, so, this is the kind of system you are. If you wanted to hear me call you Dad, you could have said so earlier. You had me worried sick. With the points credited, Zhuahan began to charm the system with his words. Yet, upon seeing the 300,000 points, he thought, can't you spare another 100,000? What if the summoned divine beast doesn't listen to me? I better secure the spatial transfer. Host, the system's maximum authorization can only lend 300,000 points. If the summoned beast is uncooperative this time, it merely indicates that the host's luck is insufficient. Zhuahan fell silent for a moment, pondering the notion of insufficient luck. If I possessed the strength of a champion, would I be in this predicament? If life itself relies on luck, I must become a champion. With 300,000 points deducted, he summoned a random Tier 3 divine beast. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Ember Emperor's mane. Burning this item will summon the Ember Emperor. As Zhuahan gazed at the mane before him, he pondered how to maximize benefits if they managed to survive. Before long, an idea struck him. Time was running out. The volcano was beginning to erupt. Fortunately, it was still some distance from the entrance of the secret realm, but the effects were palpable. The air was thick with the stench of the volcano, and the dense smoke made it difficult to breathe. Despair enveloped everyone. Suddenly, Zhuahan stood up and declared, I have a way to save you all. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, only to find a young lad, and skepticism filled the air. Don't get your hopes up, kid, many dismissed him. Believing Zhuahan was merely succumbing to the impending doom, Zhao Dongrong tugged at Zhuahan's sleeve. Zhuahan brandished the mane and proclaimed, This is the mane of the divine beast Ember Emperor, a fortuitous acquisition that can summon him once. However, I cannot guarantee that he will heed my call to quell the volcano. Gasps filled the crowd. What? You can summon the divine beast Ember Emperor? The military leader then spoke gravely. If this is true and the volcano is indeed quelled, I will personally recommend you to the Alliance. I cannot promise more. But most here are experts in fire-type research from the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. At the very least, you will be recognized with a second-class merit. Upon hearing the military leader's words, Zhuahan realized he had achieved his objective. Borrowing a lighter from the military leader, he set the mane ablaze. The smoke from the volcano grew denser, and looking up, the sky was engulfed in black flames. Lava began to flow towards them. As the mane burned away, the Ember Emperor did not appear. Sighing, the crowd lamented, We must have been mistaken. How could a mere mane be that of the Ember Emperor? It seems this lad has lost his mind. Only the military leader continued to watch Zhuahan intently. Zhuahan understood the unspoken question. Wait. He replied with a single word, yet his eyes shone with unwavering conviction. The military leader looked at him and said, I believe in you. Your gaze tells me you are earnest. Then, with a thunderous roar, all 3 volcanoes erupted simultaneously. Enormous magma rocks soared through the sky towards Zhuahan and the others. As the rocks approached, the spirit's attacks were futile. With resignation, everyone closed their eyes, awaiting their demise. Suddenly, a roar compelled them to open their eyes. Before them stood a majestic creature, reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger crowned with flames, its powerful brown mane exuding an aura of strength. With a single blast of fire, it shattered the falling magma. Upon seeing this magnificent figure, several researchers exclaimed, This is the divine beast Ember Emperor. It truly is the Ember Emperor. Tears streamed from the corners of their eyes. The Ember Emperor sniffed the air and turned to Juahan, who, equally tense, earnestly addressed the Ember Emperor. I summoned you. I hope you can help us calm these 3 volcanoes. Bowing deeply, he added, we genuinely need your assistance. The Ember Emperor regarded Juahan, nodded, and charged towards the volcano, leaping into the lava. Within seconds, the volcano began to cool, and after 3 cycles, it was entirely subdued. In merely 5 minutes, the Ember Emperor returned to Juahan and the others, and the once erupting volcano was now silent. The black smoke in the sky dissipated, leaving the crowd in awe. They marveled at the divine beast, acknowledging that quelling such a disaster took mere minutes. Some fire-type researchers felt their lives were fulfilled just by witnessing the Ember Emperor. Seeing the volcano had calmed, Juahan approached the Ember Emperor and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Ember Emperor. Without you, we would surely have perished. The Ember Emperor regarded Juahan and communicated telepathically. This was a trivial matter. However, I am curious about the means by which you summoned me. I also sense the essence of the water sovereign within you. Well then, since the matter is settled, I must take my leave. Farewell, peculiar human. The Ember Emperor said before vanishing through a rift. Chapter 25. Rewards. As the Ember Emperor departed, the crowd gazed at the now quiet volcano, their emotions running high. Some of the more sensitive female researchers embraced one another, openly expressing their relief. The military leader quickly relayed the situation to the authorities. Suddenly, the sounds of spirit attacks echoed from outside. Before the secret realm could be forcibly breached, the military opened the entrance. The Bear Champion and the Elite Four stood in bewilderment, discovering that the situation had not escalated dramatically, though the evidence on the ground suggested otherwise. The Bear Champion quickly inquired, what on earth happened? The military leader recounted how Juahan had summoned the Ember Emperor to save them. Upon hearing this, the Bear Champion and the Elite Four turned their gazes towards Juahan, sending shivers down his spine. After listening, the Bear Champion remarked, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I never anticipated that this young lad would possess the Ember Emperor's token, not only saving a host of talents from the Dragon Kingdom, but also preserving the base and averting significant losses for the Alliance. This time, I, Old Bear, shall take the initiative and award you a second-class merit, along with the Divine Beast as a personal reward, the Bear Champion declared, while the Elite Four exchanged glances, secretly acknowledging his cunning nature. At this moment, Zhu Qing, one of the 4 kings, suddenly spoke up. Juahan, you are still a participant in this year's martial arts examination, correct? Juahan nodded in affirmation. Well then, I look forward to your performance in the examination. Zhu Qing remarked nonchalantly. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the matter, Champion Xiong bid farewell to the 4 kings, calling out as he departed, Zhuo lad, do visit me in the imperial capital when you have the time. I have high hopes for you. Once everything returned to normal, the soldiers began to clean up the secret realm. With numerous hands on deck and the renewed vigor of survival, they worked tirelessly throughout the day. Just as night fell and Juahan was about to retire for the evening, a soldier quietly entered his room and beckoned him to the conference room, indicating that there was something to discuss. Upon arriving at the conference room, Juahan found the leading soldier, along with Lao Li, Lao Zhao, and Zhao Dongrong, engaged in discussion. Upon noticing Juahan's arrival, they invited him to take a seat. The leading soldier began. Firstly, I apologize for summoning you at such a late hour. I have some matters to discuss with you. Earlier today, Champion Xiong mentioned that he would award you a second-class merit and a personal reward. Knowing Champion Xiong's character, if he has made a promise, he will certainly fulfill it. You, my lad, are fortunate. Take some time to consider what you would like as your reward. However, our purpose in calling you here extends beyond that. These researchers have also prepared some small gifts for you as tokens of our personal appreciation. We have consulted your coach, and it appears your Pokémon, the Sea Needle Dragon, has yet to evolve into the Needle King, likely due to insufficient dragon-type essence within. Here is a dragon tooth, along with this dragon essence crystal, sourced from a dragonite. We hope you will accept them, the leading soldier said with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Juahan glanced at Zhao Dongrong, who nodded in affirmation. Juahan graciously accepted the gifts, expressing, thank you all for your kind intentions. I shall remember this. The leading soldier laughed heartily. Your gratitude is more than sufficient. Now go and rest. Back in his room, Juahan activated the system, only to be met with a sudden notification. Congratulations to the host for participating in a significant event, the volcanic eruption, and successfully commanding the Fire Emperor to quell the volcano. Reward, 500,000 points. Upon hearing this, Juahan realized that with the system's reward of 500,000 points, and his previous debt of 300,000 points. He inexplicably gained an additional 200,000 points. This revelation made him understand the intertwined nature of opportunity and danger within the narrative. The perils faced by day were indeed compensated by the exhilaration of night. While he was uncertain what a second-class merit could be exchanged for, it was undoubtedly something valuable, compounded by the dragon tooth, the dragon essence crystal, and the additional 200,000 points. This day might very well be the most bountiful since Zhuahan's arrival in this world. Eagerly, he purchased the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone for Needle King, expending 200,000 points without a hint of regret. Now, all that remained was the evolution of the Sea Needle Dragon. Indeed, everything was in place, save for the right moment. The following day, Zhuahan emerged with dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing him, Zhou Xiaowu and the others inquired, "Zhuahan, have you decided what Pokemon you wish to acquire? I've heard that Champion Xiong has an excellent reputation and fulfills his promises." They expressed envy at his fortune in potentially obtaining a divine Pokemon, which would solidify his status in this era. As the discussion continued, Zhao Dongrong suddenly appeared in view. Commanding, "Quickly, Hu Ming, Pan Wu, Li Xiao, you fire-type trainers need to head to the base of the volcano. The current fire elements are tremendously beneficial for fire-type Pokemon. The recent eruption has unearthed many fire-type treasures, including charcoal and even the high-tier treasure, the Flame Pearl." Upon hearing this, the group dashed towards the volcano to search for treasures. Zhao Dongrong called out, "My foolish children, hop onto the Pikachu." Upon reaching the base of the volcano, they discovered a large gathering of soldiers, most of whom had duckbill fire dragons. At that moment, the duckbill fire dragons were exuberantly absorbing the fire elements from the air, with some even leaping into the volcano itself. The fire-type trainers promptly released their Pokemon. Zhou Xiaowu unleashed his Gyarados, while Huang Ting released his Rhydon, which appeared to be brimming with excitement, zipping around like an exuberant child. Suddenly, the Rhydon halted, sniffing the ground beneath its feet before frantically digging. The others turned their attention to the Rhydon, and after 5 minutes of digging, a treasure emerged. Huang Ting picked it up, revealing a sparkling rock. It was the high-tier treasure, the Shasa Rock. Envy and admiration filled the air as the group looked at Huang Ting, who had unearthed a Shasa Rock while they had found nothing. Fortunately, they were not overly envious. Huang Ting promptly had his Rhydon consume the Shasa Rock. As Zhuahan observed the Rhydon eating the Shasa Rock, he suddenly recalled something. The sound it made was reminiscent of crispy chicken. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the Rhydon, causing its form to grow larger, transforming into an imposing Rhyperior. Suddenly, Hu Ming's EV cried out, "EV! EV!" Sweat beaded on its forehead as the fire elements surged toward it. And with a brilliant flash of light, a fire-red Pokemon appeared. It was Flareon. Hu Ming rushed forward to embrace the Flareon, exclaiming joyfully, "You've finally evolved, EV. No. From now on, you will be called Flareon." Zhao Dongrong, observing the vibrant color of the Flareon, noted its deep red hue, recognizing it as a promising specimen. This trip had proven fruitful indeed. As the group congratulated Huang Ting and Hu Ming on their evolutions, Huang Ting humbly attributed his success to luck. Meanwhile, Li Zhao's fire lizard and Pan Wu's fierce chicken were greedily absorbing the fire elements, indicating they were on the cusp of evolution as well. Chapter 26. The Alliance Conference. Zhuahan, Pan Wu, and Lan Xiaodai prepared to return to their respective training grounds. After Lan Xiaodai arrived, only Zhuahan and Pan Wu remained. Throughout the journey, Pan Wu enthusiastically recounted the impressive feats of the Fire Emperor from the previous day, while Zhuahan engaged in casual conversation until they returned to the hot spring area. Zhuahan and Pan Wu released their Pokemon, wandering aimlessly. The soldiers stationed there smiled upon seeing their return and remarked, "You, young man, are now quite the celebrity in this secret realm, having summoned the divine beast, the Fire Emperor, in a time of crisis. It's a tale even novels wouldn't dare to tell, yet here you are, living it." Zhuahan felt a bit bashful, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing." However, the soldier remained curious, asking, "How did you acquire the token of the Fire Emperor?" At this question, Zhuahan appeared somewhat uneasy. Sensing this, the soldier quickly added, "If it's not convenient to share, there's no need. Everyone has their own opportunities. Still, the matter of divine beasts is truly intriguing." Zhuahan replied, "It's not that I can't share, but the opportunity is rather simple. When I was very young, I encountered the Fire Emperor. Initially, I was quite frightened, but the Fire Emperor merely glanced at me and said nothing. Before departing, it communicated telepathically, advising me that should I ever find myself in danger, I should ignite its mane, and it would come to my aid. The soldier, taken aback, found it hard to believe that such a simple scenario could yield such an extraordinary outcome. Zhuahan understood that his fabricated explanation might seem far-fetched, yet the simplicity of it would likely avoid scrutiny. After all, how could they possibly summon the Fire Emperor to confront him? Yes, it was that simple. Perhaps the Fire Emperor just had a favorable impression of me, Zhuahan stated nonchalantly. Wait, what do you mean by telepathy? The soldier inquired, puzzled. Telepathy is. Zhuahan began to explain before suddenly exclaiming in surprise. You don't know what telepathy is? That's unscientific. Many psychic Pokémon can accomplish this. It's when a Pokémon directly transmits its thoughts into a human's mind, allowing you to understand what it's conveying. The soldier was taken aback, exclaiming, what? It can be like this? I have never heard of such a situation. Zhuahan observed the soldier's expression, which appeared genuine, and wondered to himself, could it be true? Even if the divine beast had not interacted with humans, wouldn't a Pokémon like Shinado possess telepathy? What on earth could be happening? Unbeknownst to Zhuahan, it required at least the strength of a champion or an exceptionally special psychic-type Pokémon to utilize telepathy. The soldier, startled by Zhuahan's words, made an excuse to head to the lounge to gather his thoughts. Zhuahan could tell that he was likely going to inform someone, but what did it matter? After all, he had only spoken the truth. Meanwhile, the soldier dialed a number, and the voice on the other end was quite familiar. It was the leader of the military from the previous day. The soldier relayed Zhuahan's statements verbatim. The leader frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the account, but after pressing the soldier for further details, he had no choice but to let it go. After a moment of hesitation, the leader made another call, conveying all the information he had to headquarters. To his astonishment, the response from headquarters was rather tepid, simply stating, good, before hanging up. The leader was perplexed. This was clearly a deception, wasn't he it? After some contemplation, he decided to let it go. It was better not to make himself look foolish. At the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance, the attendees included the 4 Elite Four members, Champion Xiong, Champion Yuan, and several elders. The head of the meeting summarized the recent communication. Before the champions could speak, an elder immediately interjected, this is obviously a fabrication. Even a 3-year-old could see through it. Chairman, we maintain our stance. Divine beasts cannot be controlled by anyone outside the Alliance, especially not a mere teenage student. If mishandled, this could spell disaster for the Alliance. The chairman scanned the elders and inquired if either Champion Xiong or Champion Yuan had anything to add. Champion Xiong spoke up, though I've only met that boy briefly. I do not believe he poses any threat to the Alliance. Furthermore, the summoning of the Fire Emperor not only saved numerous researchers, but also preserved vital research materials. According to Lao Li and Lao Zhao, the lava amplifier will be successful within days, meaning our Alliance's Tyranitar army is nearly complete. As for this incident, I believe that young Zhuahan has rendered significant service. A second-class merit would be a mere trifle. Thus, I will promise him a quasi-divine beast from my own resources. The elders collectively inhaled sharply at Champion Xiong's words. A second-class merit along with a quasi-divine beast was indeed a generous offer, especially when many of their own grandchildren had yet to acquire a quasi-divine beast. Champion Yuan added, having been comrades with old Xiong for many years, I trust his judgment, and I have no objections. The elders then turned to the 4 elite members, who, to their disappointment, unanimously agreed. The chairman pondered for a moment, tapping the table before declaring, so it is settled, a second-class merit, with the quasi-divine beast to be deducted from old Xiong's resources. This meeting is adjourned. With that, everyone began to depart, while in another room, the Elite Four, the 2 champions, and the chairman convened once more. At this point, Lung Bing from the Elite Four spoke. Chairman, I believe this Zhuahan is far from ordinary. Surely everyone is aware of telepathy. The fact that Zhuahan so casually mentioned it indicates that he considers it quite commonplace. However, telepathy, beyond divine beasts, can only be comprehended by psychic types at the champion level, such as Shinado. This suggests that the Fire Emperor must have indeed utilized telepathy with him. And wild champion-level Shinado are exceedingly rare, perhaps even rarer than divine beasts. The chairman contemplated this for a moment, acknowledging the boy's cunning. Although he knew that Zhuahan's claims were fabrications, they found themselves at a loss for how to counter him. At the very least, it confirmed that the Fire Emperor was acquainted with him, and the pressure of a divine beast was indeed substantial. Especially considering the report indicated that the Fire Emperor had extinguished 3 erupting volcanoes in mere minutes. Such power was unimaginable. No wonder divine beasts were seen as harbingers of natural disasters. They could both unleash and quell calamities. If only such power could be harnessed by the Alliance. The chairman briefly entertained this thought before dismissing it. Memories of the calamity caused by Lugia a century ago were still vivid. In light of this, the word was that this child was still participating in the martial arts examination. After its conclusion, they would find a way to recruit him into the alliance and simultaneously investigate his family background, leaving no detail overlooked, even those from his childhood. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Once everyone had departed, the chairman sat alone at the table, rhythmically tapping his fingers, lost in thought. Chapter 27. The Ascendance to Stingray King. Under the blazing sun, the temperature of the water continued to rise, prompting Kamikyu to leap out first. Observing this, Zhuahan also called forth his sea stingray, no longer needing to remain submerged. However, at that moment, the sea stingray shook its head as if sensing something. Suddenly, it unleashed a water-type move far broader than water gun towards the nearby trees, causing smoke to rise as the temperature evidently soared. Upon witnessing this, Pan Wen and Zhuahan instantly understood that the sea stingray had grasped a new skill, Scald, which had a chance to burn opponents. Zhuahan rejoiced, exclaiming, "Well done, sea stingray. You're truly remarkable." Pan Wen glanced at the sea stingray and then at Kamikyu with a sigh. Even genius Pokémon are incomparable. He decided to retreat to the lounge for a moment of respite. Seeing Pan Wen head to the lounge, Zhuahan wasted no time, presenting the valuable items given to him by the researchers to the sea stingray. First came the dragon crystal, which the sea stingray accepted and seamlessly integrated into its being. The divine beast scale absorbed energy, facilitating an even swifter fusion with the dragon crystal. Before long, the dragon crystal was entirely consumed. At this moment, the sea stingray appeared to sense something, calling out to Zhuahan incessantly. Zhuahan, sensing a connection, established a bond with the sea stingray through the power of aura. Discerning its expression, after a while, he realized that the sea stingray felt the imminent approach of evolution but needed just a bit more energy, causing it to feel anxious. Without hesitation, Zhuahan produced the dragon fang, allowing the sea stingray to absorb it directly. As the sea stingray took the dragon fang, a blinding white light enveloped it. Zhuahan's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Finally, after a plethora of treasures, the sea stingray was on the verge of evolution. Following the white light, a majestic sea stingray king materialized before Zhuahan, radiating authority, its head adorned with dragon horns, and the divine beast scales seamlessly melded into its form. Several of its back scales even displaying a hue of purple. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the sea stingray king unleashed waves of energy into the air. Zhuahan recognized it as Dragon Pulse, with an even more potent surge coalescing into dragon-type energy. Thrilled, he watched as the sea stingray king let out a mighty roar, releasing a colossal blast of energy into the sky, causing a tremendous shockwave that awakened the surrounding soldiers. Zhuahan, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "My Pokémon has evolved. I'm so ecstatic. We were merely testing a new skill, and I had no idea the power would be so great. My apologies." Upon realizing it was the boy who had summoned the Fire Emperor, the soldiers were astonished to discover just how formidable his Pokémon had become. They murmured among themselves, recognizing the exceptional talent of this year's martial arts examination candidate. Truly, heroes arise from youth. The soldiers, having discerned the reason, dispersed, unaware that the situation they had just tested had been disseminated, leading to the entire secret realm being informed. Zhao Dongrong sought out Zhuahan and, observing the Spike Dragon King, silently nodded in approval. It seemed that Zhuahan had firmly reached the elite level, and with the Dragon Star group potentially progressing to the Heavenly King level soon, Zhao Dongrong regarded Zhuahan as the beacon of hope for Rong City, its first prodigy in history. As Zhuahan's first instructor, the thought brought an incredulous smile to Zhao Dongrong's face, sending shivers down Zhuahan's spine. With a grave tone, Zhao Dongrong addressed Zhuahan, stating, "The hopes of this martial examination rest solely on your shoulders. I trust you will secure a place on the national leaderboard and bring glory to Rong City." However, regarding the top 10 national rankings, Zhao Dongrong remained skeptical, considering the competitors were all scions of prestigious families. Thus, Zhuahan's chances seemed bleak. Zhuahan perceived Zhao Dongrong's sentiments. As for the national leaderboard, he was determined to claim the title of martial champion this time, planning to astonish his instructor. Zhao Dongrong, having said all he needed, bid farewell to Zhuahan, mentioning preparations for their final batch of supplies. Remarking that Zhuahan had fully graduated and he had nothing more to impart. Leaving with a heavy heart, Zhuahan returned to his dormitory. Meanwhile, Pan Wen, having just regained his composure, was further disheartened upon hearing that Zhuahan's Sea Spike Dragon had evolved into the Spike Dragon King, prompting him to intensify training for his own Kamikyu. Zhuahan, observing the now evolved Spike Dragon King, felt the day's training lacked significance and thus returned to his dormitory. He quietly accessed the system space, his primary concern being whether the Spike Dragon King had inherited the skill Void Slash, which it had not yet demonstrated. System. Has my Spike Dragon King truly acquired the inheritance? Zhuahan inquired earnestly. Ding. The system confirms that the Spike Dragon King has learned Void Slash. Given its current level, it can only utilize Void Slash once per battle before becoming exhausted. Zhuahan glanced at the description of Void Slash, which unleashed tremendous energy capable of tearing apart both the opponent and the surrounding space, easily striking at vital points. My goodness, tearing apart the surrounding space. Truly a skill befitting a divine beast. It's worth it, he mused, opening the status panel, which he had not checked for some time. Zhuahan murmured to himself, I wonder what level my Spike Dragon King has reached. The panel revealed, Host, Zhuahan height, 1. 77 m weight, 70 kilograms charm, 8 stamina, 15 special ability. Pokemon, Spike Dragon King Pokemon affinity, 255 Pokemon points, 20,000 upon seeing the panel. Zhuahan couldn't help but reflect on how the Spike Dragon King had already reached the pinnacle of the elite level, a point where most would consider their journey concluded. Yet for him, it was merely the beginning. Heavenly King, Champion, Master, I will undoubtedly reach these heights. The system initiated the battle space at elite level. Ding. Points deducted. Simulated battle space activated. This time, the opponent is elite level Shigeru Okido. Upon realizing that he was up against Shigeru, Zhuahan recognized him as a formidable rival. In an unknown mountain range, Shigeru released his ace, the Blastoise, while Zhuahan summoned his Spike Dragon King. Though I know not why we battle, I shall not be defeated, Shigeru declared. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Zhuahan responded, Spike Dragon King, we shall also use Hydro Pump. The two Hydro Pumps collided midair, creating a burst of water elements. Is the kid across from me skilled? Nevertheless, I am far from easy prey, Shigeru boasted. Blastoise, use Blizzard. Shigeru commanded coolly. The Blastoise unleashed a torrent of snow toward the Spike Dragon King. Observing this, Zhuahan shouted, Spike Dragon King, use Surf. A massive wave surged forward, colliding with the blizzard and freezing the battlefield. The Blastoise, struggling to maintain its footing, puzzled Shigeru as to why the icy terrain would benefit Zhuahan's Spike Dragon King. Spike Dragon King, use hot water to melt the ice on our side, Zhuahan calmly instructed. Realizing the strategy, Shigeru retorted, but we are not so easily defeated. Blastoise spun rapidly, executing a headbutt. Zhuahan acknowledged Shigeru's prowess, but remained unfazed. Let me demonstrate the power of a divine beast, Spike Dragon King, Void Slash. He commanded. The Spike Dragon King unleashed a purple crescent blade, but after executing the move, it visibly lacked the energy to perform another skill. The purple crescent blade flew forth, momentarily freezing both the Blastoise and the surrounding space. The Blastoise was ensnared, and suddenly, the area was torn apart by an arcane force, causing the Blastoise to cry out in pain as it lost its combat ability. Chapter 28. Mega Spike Dragon King. Seeing his Blastoise incapacitated, Shigeru felt disheartened and quietly asked, what kind of skill was that? Its power was so immense that it tore apart space. I've never heard of the Spike Dragon King possessing such a skill. This is my trump card. Did you not notice that after using it, my Spike Dragon King is also exhausted? I suspect a mere headbutt from your Blastoise would render it unable to continue, Zhuahan replied nonchalantly. It seems I need to explore more. The world is vast. And even the same type of Pokemon can have different moves. I have been overly complacent. From today forward, my Blastoise and I will train twice as hard. The next time we meet, even if I must defeat you, I will do so, Shigeru resolutely declared before vanishing from the space. Next time, if I match with you again, I shall bring forth the divine beast to battle, Zhuahan murmured. Finally victorious after enduring relentless defeats, Zhuahan felt vindicated. And now he sought to test whether he could achieve Mega Evolution. He retrieved the keystone from his pocket and asked the Spike Dragon King, are you ready for this? Spike Dragon King? The Spike Dragon King nodded affirmatively, drawing from the knowledge acquired from the books of this world. Zhuahan concentrated on seeking the unique emotional resonance that belonged to his Pokemon. With closed eyes, he searched within himself, his aura instinctively manifesting. Suddenly, a blue wave appeared in his mind, and Zhuahan sensed this blue wave was the Spike Dragon King's essence. Channeling all his strength into that blue wave, he raised the keystone high and shouted, Spike Dragon King, Mega Evolve. A mysterious force surged within the Spike Dragon King as the Mega Evolution Stone released its energy. Merging with it, in an instant, a brilliant white light enveloped the scene, revealing the Mega Spike Dragon King. In contrast to the Spike Dragon King, the Mega Spike Dragon King was larger, its scales shimmering in a multitude of colors, its draconic spikes more pronounced, and its dorsal fins significantly broader, exuding a piercing gaze. Its power had ascended to the half-step Heavenly King level. Zhuahan rushed forward and embraced the Mega Spike Dragon King, exclaiming, "Incredible! I never expected to succeed in Mega Evolution on the first attempt. It was surprisingly straightforward." Unbeknownst to Zhuahan, while Mega Evolution was not overly difficult, the first attempt was indeed a significant challenge. He had merely harnessed the power of the aura to make it appear effortless. Spike Dragon King, after Mega Evolution, you stand at the pinnacle of your form. I estimate you have surpassed 90 of Spike Dragon Kings in this world. I have finally fulfilled the promise I made to you, Zhuahan said, filled with excitement. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed in Zhuahan's mind. "Thank you, my master. I shall dedicate the remainder of my life to watch over you until death." This voice, could it be the King of Spikes? Have you regained the ability to communicate with me? Zhuahan was filled with curiosity. Previously, the communication had been sporadic and unclear, yet now it flowed with remarkable clarity. "Indeed, master," the King of Spikes replied nonchalantly. "I am uncertain about the reasons, but upon evolving, I can now converse with you using that blue energy." "I see." Zhuahan mused, recognizing the validity of what his previous online companions had suggested. After all, Mega Evolution signifies a profound connection between trainer and Pokémon, making it unsurprising that communication could be understood. He couldn't help but feel like a seasoned veteran in this domain. Zhuahan continued his dialogue with the King of Spikes, inquiring, "How many times can you unleash the spatial slash in this state?" "The spatial slash? Under my current condition, I should be able to execute it 3 times. The King of Spikes responded. Just as he finished speaking, it seemed that the time for Mega Evolution had elapsed, and the King of Spikes reverted to his normal state. Zhuahan noted the duration, 3 minutes, was ample time to turn the tide in a battle. He was elated, with a half step into the champion tier. The King of Spikes would dominate in the martial exams. However, he was unaware that this year's martial exams would present unexpected challenges. Now, Zhuahan contemplated which quasi-legendary Pokémon to select. In this world, most would opt for the Mega Shark or the Bloodwing Dragon. Although the 3-headed dragon could also Mega Evolve, its notorious temperament often led it to abandon trainers or disregard commands. The Bloodwing Dragon, while also temperamental, was somewhat more manageable and, importantly, represented the Dragon Kingdom alliance. The Mega Shark, though occasionally irritable, was not excessively so, making it a favored choice among the affluent. Yet, due to the inability to Mega Evolve in this world, it was ranked low among the quasi-legends. Zhuahan pondered further. You may not be able to Mega Evolve, but I possess Mega Evolution Stones in my system. The Mega version of the Shark is bound to outclass other quasi-legends, he concluded, deciding on acquiring a Dragonite, which could also serve as a mount. The very thought of soaring through the skies atop a Dragonite made Zhuahan salivate with anticipation. With the burden of the King of Spike's previous lack of evolution finally lifted, Zhuahan felt a wave of relief wash over him. That evening, encouraged by his friends, he released the King of Spikes for a thorough exchange. The outcome: after the friendly battle, each of his companions returned to their quarters with long faces. The process? A swift sweep of defeat. After everyone had retreated, Zhou Xiaowu expressed his frustration to Zhuahan. Your progress is astonishingly rapid. My Houndoom seems to have plateaued lately, as if stuck in a rut. Zhuahan quickly deduced the reason. The Fire-type secret realm was undoubtedly beneficial for Fire-type Pokémon, akin to a daily training regimen. Ironically, his own Steel Rhinoceros, which had previously matched Zhou Xiaowu's Houndoom, had evolved into a Steel Tyrannosaurus due to a stroke of luck, creating a noticeable disparity in strength. To put it bluntly, the Steel Tyrannosaurus had surged ahead, becoming the top Pokémon after Zhuahan's King of Spikes. Panwen Squirtle and Lan Xiaodai's Vinesnake also surpassed Houndoom, further fueling Zhou Xiaowu's desire for improvement. Zhuahan, at a loss for effective solutions, chose to console his friend, suggesting it might be beneficial to allow Houndoom some time to relax, balancing training with leisure. Hearing Zhuahan's advice, Zhou Xiaowu appeared skeptical but decided to let Houndoom take it easy the next day, hoping for some miraculous results. As Zhou Xiaowu returned to his room, Zhuahan contemplated searching his system for items that could assist his loyal friend. After all, Zhou Xiaowu had shown great camaraderie, even offering to lend him money without hesitation when they purchased Pokémon together. At a time when every coin mattered, someone willing to lend you money was undoubtedly a true friend. The following chapter unfolded with Zhou Xiaowu unexpectedly discovering a treasure. That night, Zhuahan examined various treasures that could enhance fighting-type abilities, including a black belt. Since Zhou Xiaowu's Houndoom had recently utilized a fighting heart, the black belt could certainly offer an upgrade. More advanced treasures like the Fighting Spirit or the Master Black Belt were also available. Yet none were affordable with his current points. He would have to wait for his salary to come in before acquiring some treasures. The next morning, Panwen persistently urged Juahan to have the King of Spikes teach Squirtle the skill of Scald. Juahan, seeking a day of relaxation, left the King of Spikes behind to instruct Squirtle while he accompanied Zhou Xiaowu for a leisurely stroll. Upon releasing Houndoom, Zhou Xiaowu intended to begin training, only to be halted as he said, "Today, let us take it easy and just walk around." Houndoom nodded in agreement and followed along. During their walk, Zhou Xiaowu recounted recent events, particularly the striking transformation of Huang Ting's Steel Tyrannosaurus and Hu Meng's Fire Pokémon. Initially, their strengths seemed evenly matched, but both had evolved on the same day, resulting in a stark contrast. At first, Zhou Xiaowu didn't feel the impact, but when the Steel Tyrannosaurus unleashed a powerful charge that left Houndoom defenseless, the emotional disparity hit him hard. Previously, before evolution, Houndoom had held the upper hand against EV. However, in a battle against the Fire Pokémon, Houndoom found himself ensnared by a fiery vortex, overwhelmed by a devastating eruption. Zhou Xiaowu's morale plummeted further with the news of Juahan's King of Spikes evolving into the King of Spikes, sweeping through their ranks with ease. Zhou Xiaowu felt the gap between himself and Juahan widening, leaving him to watch Juahan stride further ahead. He felt an insatiable desire to grow stronger, to stand alongside Juahan as a trainer, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not align himself with Juahan's progress. Listening to Zhou Xiaowu's lamentations, Juahan felt a surge of empathy. Had it not been for his system, he might have found himself in a similar situation as Zhou Xiaowu. The thought of even obtaining a King of Spikes, let alone a King of Spikes, would have been nearly impossible for an ordinary trainer. Juahan wished to tell his dear friend not to compare himself to him, as he had the advantage of a system, but he refrained, knowing that the best course of action was to help Zhou Xiaowu maintain a positive mindset. Once his salary arrived, he could assist Houndoom, perhaps even facilitating its rise. As they continued their walk, the sun ascended higher in the sky, and both Juahan and Zhou Xiaowu grew weary. Spotting a large rock nearby, they decided to rest beneath its shade. With their eyes squinted against the scorching sun, Houndoom suddenly began to strike the stone with fervor, reminiscent of the steel rhinoceros' digging behavior. Zhou Xiaowu quickly inquired if there was a treasure within the stone, to which Houndoom nodded emphatically. Juahan was taken aback. What is happening? Is it truly possible for a random stone to contain a treasure? Yet, as he considered the context, he thought it might just be charcoal, given the fire-type secret realm they found themselves in. As I watched Howley relentlessly strike the large boulder, with Zhou Xiaowu's expectant gaze fixed upon him, Juahan suddenly interjected. Although we fortuitously stumbled upon a treasure, I must caution you that it is highly probable that what lies within is merely a fire-type treasure akin to charcoal, which may not provide significant assistance to your Howley. Do temper your expectations to avoid any disappointment. Despite Juahan's prudent words resonating with a semblance of reason, Zhou Xiaowu could not shake the intense conviction that the treasure within would indeed be beneficial to Howley, as if an enchanting aura surrounded it. At last, after countless fiery punches from Howley, the stone was shattered, revealing an object nestled within. Juahan was taken aback. The crystalline mass before him was reminiscent of one he had recently utilized. Could it be a fire-type crystal? Yet, the coloration seemed amiss. In haste, Juahan inquired of the system regarding the nature of the rule crystal. Ding. Detection complete. This is a fighting-type rule crystal produced by a king-level Blaziken. Fighting-type crystal? Could it be that Zhou Xiaowu was the protagonist template? To find a fighting-type rule crystal in a fire-type realm seemed extraordinarily improbable. Juahan struggled to grasp the reality of the situation. However, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Fatty, it appears that your Howley should fuse with this fighting-type rule crystal. It is perfectly suited for him. Upon hearing the term rule crystal, Fatty's expression turned quizzical. But then a spark of realization ignited within him. Could it be the rule crystal left behind by a king-level Pokémon? He exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yes, let Howley use it immediately. This rule crystal is indeed a remnant of a Blaziken, Juahan urged, his impatience palpable. Observing Howley's eager demeanor, Fatty generously encouraged, quickly, Howley, consume it. Howley accepted the rule crystal and began to devour it, leaving Juahan perplexed. Was it truly edible? When he had previously fused with the dragon-type crystal, he had not seen the sea serpent consume anything. Similarly, during the fusion with the small water-type rule crystal, it had not involved consumption. Seeking clarity, Juahan consulted the system and learned that only fighting-type Pokémon consumed rule crystals. Others merely absorbed them. This revelation left Juahan speechless as he watched Howley finish the entire crystal. Let us keep the fact that Howley consumed the rule crystal under wraps. Pretend it never happened. Just focus on integrating the potential from the crystal through your recent training, he whispered to Fatty. Fatty, somewhat puzzled, nodded, and then noticed a black belt lying to the side. What is this? Is it a black belt? Zhuahan expressed disbelief. Could it truly be a black belt? Zhuahan, is this for real? Am I destined to be the chosen one? Fatty exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Absolutely not. This cannot be. Zhuahan declared emphatically. System, please check what this black belt is. Ding. Inspection complete. This is a master black belt. Zhuahan stood frozen for several seconds, astonished. What? A master black belt? Could it be that the jester is truly myself? Seeing Zhuahan in a daze, Fatty shook him. Is this a black belt or not? Please give me an answer. If it is, I will have Howley fuse with it. Without waiting for a response, Fatty seized the master black belt and presented it to Howley. Just after devouring the rule crystal, Howley gazed at the master black belt in disbelief and then proudly flexed his muscles. As the master black belt was placed upon Howley, a radiant white light enveloped him, merging into his being. Zhou Xiaowu, wearing a beaming grin, exclaimed, "Look at that." Zhuahan said it wasn't a black belt. Yet it fused seamlessly. Observing the fusion of the master black belt, Zhuahan chose to remain silent. Zhou Xiaowu, you are truly fortunate, he called out, secretly pleased for his friend. Once we exit this realm, you must treat me to a lavish feast until you're bankrupt. Zhuahan feigned indignation. Once we're out, we can eat whatever we desire. Zhou Xiaowu chuckled, wiping away a few tears as he turned away. I finally see hope, Zhuahan. I finally see a chance to stand alongside you, he thought quietly to himself. Chapter 30. Success in the research of the lava amplifier upon returning. Zhuahan once again cautioned Zhou Xiaowu to keep the events of the day confidential and explain certain underlying principles. Zhou Xiaowu, not being foolish, understood the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. In the following days, Zhou Xiaowu trained diligently with Howley, rising early and toiling late to conceal his efforts. As the treasures of the world merged deeply, Howley's combat prowess experienced unprecedented enhancement, mastering multiple fighting-type moves and acquiring some fire-type skills. His fire fist was executed with remarkable finesse. When Zhou Xiaowu next faced Huang Ting and Hu Ming in a spar, he successfully defeated them. Both were astonished at Howley's incredible improvement, yet the relentless effort Zhou Xiaowu had devoted to training sparked a realization in their minds. This is the reward for hard work, suggesting they needed to exert themselves further. In the ensuing days, they intensified their training, while on the other side, Pan Wu and Li Xiao found themselves at a loss. Despite being in a fire-type realm, their progress seemed inexplicably minimal. Once contenders, they now faced defeat at the hands of Howley, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, and the Fire Spirit. Leaving them dispirited, they could not comprehend why, in the fire-type realm, others' enhancements were so pronounced. During a midday break, a soldier approached Zhuahan, indicating that the capital was awaiting his choice for a divine reward and the items for his second-class merit. I have made my decision regarding the divine reward. I desire a mini-dragon, Zhuahan stated calmly. What? The soldier was taken aback, seeking confirmation. Comrade Zhua, are you certain you want a mini-dragon? Yes. I am quite certain that I need a mini-dragon, Zhuahan affirmed. Very well, I will report this to headquarters. Additionally, here is the record for your second-class merit, requiring your fingerprint input. After Zhuahan provided his fingerprint, the soldier explained that those awarded second-class merit would receive a 50% discount on all purchases at any commercial store, excluding Pokémon items, a small benefit. Moreover, concerning item exchanges, he informed Zhuahan that he could request items from the League, provided they were not excessive, or he could venture into the Dragon Cavern for a special exploration of a series of unique Pokémon realms. Is that so? Zhuahan pondered momentarily. I am not yet ready to decide on the latter reward. May I wait until after the combat assessment? Certainly, that poses no issue. I will relay your response to the League headquarters. After receiving Zhuahan's answer, the soldier departed. Upon learning that Zhuahan had chosen a mini-dragon, the League headquarters was astounded, particularly the champion and the 4 heavenly kings, especially since the champion had prepared both a Garchomp and a Bagon. Yet this boy opted for a mini-dragon. This lad is truly unpredictable. I cannot fathom his intentions, the champion mused. Well then, here, take this Garchomp Pokeball. ISNT at your son who desires one. Utilizing your resources to procure a mini-dragon should not be too difficult. Just ensure it's a quality one to avoid ridicule. As for your son's birthday this year, I shall refrain from giving a gift, the champion remarked nonchalantly. As the Elite Four member Xiong Air took the Pokeball, he whispered, Uncle, you speak as if I could possibly accept another gift. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost elegance and will not tarnish your reputation. I guarantee it with my integrity as an Elite Four member. The other members exchanged glances, instinctively distancing themselves from Xiong Air, as if to indicate that he bore no relation to them. Nevertheless, judging by Xiong Air's recent conduct, acquiring a round land shark was indeed a formidable challenge, whereas securing a mini dragon seemed remarkably simple, highlighting the substantial impact of Mega Evolution on Dragonite. In the Fire-type Sanctuary, Zhao Dongrong returned with the final batch of resources. After distributing them, Zhou Xiaowu approached Zhuohan and gently inquired, "Zhuohan, what is the story behind this black belt given to me by the instructor? It looks entirely different from the one we had that day. Surely, this cannot be a counterfeit?" As he spoke, he produced a light black belt. "Just look at this belt. The color pales in comparison to the other one. And why is it so short? It seems like a shoddy imitation," Zhou Xiaowu exclaimed indignantly. At that moment, Zhuohan chose not to delve into explanations. Perhaps our belt was simply better preserved. Why not let Hali give it a try? That will reveal the truth. Zhou Xiaowu suddenly understood. "You're right. Testing it will clarify everything." Hali took a moment to examine the belt. Perhaps it was a quality item that had seen use. He accepted the black belt with calm composure. Upon donning it, a brief flash of white light enveloped him as the belt fused with his body, prompting Hali to initiate his signature display of muscle flexing. Zhou Xiaowu gleefully proclaimed, "This belt is indeed authentic." Hali's strength can now advance further. It's evident that he is nearing the threshold of becoming a Machamp. Suddenly, the military alarm rang out. Upon hearing the sound, Zhuohan and the others immediately sensed something was amiss. Drawing from their previous experience, they swiftly returned to their previous gathering place. Upon arrival, they found the area bustling with people, yet there was no palpable tension. Instead, joyful expressions adorned everyone's faces, leaving Zhuohan and his companions utterly perplexed. After some inquiries, they discovered that Old Li and Old Zhao had finally succeeded in developing the lava booster. From this day forth, they would no longer be reliant on external purchases. The Dragon Kingdom Alliance could now produce its own lava boosters. Realizing this, Zhuohan felt a swell of pride for the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. For he had fully integrated himself into this nation, which he now considered his own. How could one not rejoice at the strengthening of their homeland? At the podium, Old Li began to speak slowly. "First and foremost, the successful development of the lava booster owes much to all of you present, as well as to the young Zhuohan. Without him, we might have had to toil for several more years. The reason we have been held back by foreign constraints is that our technology has lagged behind theirs. While they sell the lava booster for 100,000 dragon coins, we were forced to pay a staggering 1,000,000 at home. Comrades, a tenfold disparity. It is well known that our Dragon Kingdom Alliance boasts the most formidable military faction on the world stage, the Tyrant Army, composed of the dazzling fire dragons, which has firmly established our presence. Why was it that, despite the world's awareness of the lava booster's emergence, the Dragon Kingdom Alliance was the last to know? At this juncture, Old Li suddenly raised his voice. Why? Because they fear us. They fear that our Tyrant Army will evolve into the Flame Dragon Army, and thus they have desperately sought to suppress us and inflate prices. But did we cower? No, we did not. We have demonstrated through our actions that not even a natural disaster can thwart the rise of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. Today marks the birth of the first Flame Dragon Army. As Old Li finished speaking, numerous soldiers released their dazzling fire dragons. Under Old Zhao's guidance, they began to undergo collective evolution. Instantly, a brilliant expanse of white light illuminated the area, as if attempting to eclipse the sun above. Zhuohan and his companions were momentarily left speechless. When the white light subsided, all the dazzling fire dragons had evolved into dazzling flame dragons, each exuding an air of authority. Thus, the Dragon Kingdom Alliance welcomed its inaugural Flame Dragon Army. Chapter 31. Departure from the Fire-type Sanctuary. A week had passed since the successful development of the lava booster, during which the Pokémon Forum had erupted with activity. The price of the lava booster plummeted from 1,500,000 dragon coins to 300,000. Many trainers possessing dazzling fire dragons eagerly purchased the lava booster, praising the greatness of the alliance, while unscrupulous merchants lamented the alliance's research, claiming it had led to their losses. However, this was soon followed by a surge in the price of many dazzling fire dragons, which had risen from 700,000 dragon coins to the same price level as the starter Pokémon, leaving some novice trainers cursing the greedy merchants. Yet they still gritted their teeth and made the purchase, for the affordability of the lava booster was incomparable to its previous price. And the dazzling flame dragon was certainly on par with the starter Pokémon. The Dragon Kingdom Alliance's ally, the Bear Nation, promptly opted to import the lava booster from the Dragon Kingdom Alliance, inciting the ire of the President of the United States, who threatened to impose sanctions on Bear Nation. However, the President of Bear Nation was no pushover and boldly declared, "Try to make a move against me, and you'll witness the might of Bear Nation." Ultimately, the matter concluded without further incident. Notably, the efficiency of the alliance was commendable. The mini-dragon was quickly delivered to Zhuahan. Amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, he opened the Pokeball, and a mini-dragon slowly emerged. Zhuahan understood their astonishment and explained, "I simply wished for a Dragonite, even though it is merely a pre-evolution. My current companions are envious, as it is a quasi-dragon that not everyone can possess." The delivery of the Pokemon was handled by Elite Four member Kyogre, who, upon seeing Zhuahan, approached him as if they were long-lost brothers, wrapping an arm around him and exclaiming, "Zhua, my dear brother, what do you think of this mini-dragon? I hand-picked it for you from over 20 options. It is truly a perfect specimen." Observing Kyogre's familiar demeanor, Zhuahan felt somewhat speechless, but was nonetheless delighted upon verifying the mini-dragon's exceptional qualifications through the system. However, Kyogre's subsequent actions left Zhuahan bewildered as he pulled him aside to a secluded area. Zhuahan, initially apprehensive, wondered if Kyogre harbored malicious intent. Instead, Kyogre produced a Pokeball from his trousers and handed it to Zhuahan, who accepted it with confusion, uncertain of Kyogre's intentions. Kyogre spoke slowly. "Originally, my uncle, Champion Bear, had prepared a round land shark and a precious dragon for you. However, since you chose a mini-dragon, I seized the opportunity. My son has long desired a round land shark, but due to their rarity within the Dragon Kingdom Alliance, I had previously sought my uncle's help to no avail. You not wanting it allowed me to scoop it up. I contemplated the significant price difference between the mini-dragon and the round land shark. So I decided to compensate you with an additional Pokemon. This Pokeball contains a Torchic." "Torchic?" Zhuahan inquired, puzzled. "Do not underestimate this Torchic. It is the offspring of my Blaziken and my wife's Blaziken. My Blaziken is at a high elite level, and my wife's Blaziken is at a beginner elite level." "So you understand," Kyogre said, raising an eyebrow. For some reason, Zhuahan found Kyogre rather endearing at that moment. Kyogre added, "This Torchic can be for your use or as a gift, but one thing must be clear. Do not reveal that it was a gift from me. If my wife finds out, I shall not escape unscathed." Zhuahan, taken aback, thought to himself how this seemingly formidable Elite Four member was actually a man afraid of his wife. Nevertheless, he assured Kyogre that his lips were sealed and that he would not divulge the secret. As the departure approached, King Xiong continued to gesture to Zhuahan, leaving the onlookers perplexed about the situation, save for Zhuahan, who comprehended the unspoken exchange. He subtly responded with an OK sign, which seemed to satisfy King Xiong, who then nodded and left, leaving the others in a state of confusion. When Zhuahan informed the King of Thorns that a baby had arrived at his home and that he should take good care of it, as it would become his companion, the King of Thorns nodded solemnly, displaying an earnest demeanor. Zhuahan released a mini-dragon from its Pokeball, which emerged lethargically, lacking vitality. However, upon spotting the King of Thorns, the mini-dragon became exceedingly animated and soon climbed onto the King's back, wrapping itself around him. This unexpected display left the King of Thorns feeling somewhat awkward as he glanced at Zhuahan, silently requesting assistance in dislodging the mini-dragon. Yet, the mini-dragon clung tightly to its new perch, and Zhuahan, realizing the futility of the situation, remarked, "I can do nothing further, King of Thorns. You see, I have done my utmost." The King of Thorns could only acquiesce with a look of resignation, and thus, the large dragon and the small dragon began to frolic joyfully in the water. Time flew by, and at last, the final day of the month arrived. During this interval, Zhuahan pondered deeply and ultimately resolved to gift the fire chick to Zhou Xiaowu. The rationale behind this decision was his intent to pursue the elite path, which precluded him from nurturing numerous Pokemon. Although the fire chicken was undeniably impressive, it did not align with his preferences. He believed that under Zhou Xiaowu's care, it would undoubtedly flourish into a formidable ally. When Zhuahan entrusted the fire chick to Zhou Xiaowu, the latter could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears. A grown man overwhelmed by a torrent of tears and snot. Meanwhile, Howley, witnessing the addition of a new companion, proudly showcased his muscles before the fire chick. Zhuahan could not help but envision a fire chicken flexing its muscles, promptly shaking his head to dispel the overly vivid imagery. In the days that followed, as Zhou Xiaowu trained Howley, he would release the fire chick to absorb fire elements. Each time the fire chick emerged, Howley trained with utmost diligence, resembling an older brother setting an example for his younger sibling. The fire chick, in turn, regarded Howley as family, following closely behind him. reminiscent of a loyal subordinate in a martial arts saga. However, the offspring of a king exhibited remarkable aptitude. Merely absorbing fire elements allowed it to grasp multiple fire-type skills, evoking envy among classmates who admired the bond between Zhou Xiaowu and Zhuohan, especially given the gifts from the three prestigious families. One fateful day at the volcano's mouth, a fire dinosaur and a mighty chicken engaged in a fierce battle. Exhausted and on the brink of collapse, they prepared for their final move when Li Xiao and Pan Wu erupted with a spirit of defiance that resonated with their Pokémon. Amid the furious roars of the fire dinosaur and mighty chicken, a white light enveloped them. Li Xiao and Pan Wu exclaimed in excitement, "Is this evolution?" It has finally happened. As the brilliance faded, the two Pokémon transformed into a Charizard and a Blaziken, unleashing their joy in triumphant cries to the heavens. Post-evolution, Li Xiao and Pan Wu shed the lingering fog of uncertainty, and the following morning, they approached Zhou Xiaowu for a challenge. Without hesitation, Zhou Xiaowu accepted the match, and upon seeing the Charizard, the rotund boy gasped in disbelief. It actually evolved. From the outset, Howley found himself at a disadvantage, continually pressed by the Charizard's aerial assaults. Had the Charizard been fully adapted to flight, the match might have concluded swiftly. Just as victory seemed assured for the Charizard, the Fire Chick suddenly burst forth from its Pokeball, cheering for Howley. Hearing the encouragement from his little brother ignited a surge of determination within Howley, who caught the Charizard's wing attack with both hands. However, Li Xiao commanded the Charizard to unleash a flamethrower, leaving Howley with no means of evasion. As the flames struck, Howley let out a mighty roar, enveloped in white light. When the light subsided, he had evolved into a Machamp, his newfound limbs empowering him to deliver a decisive blow to the Charizard. Li Xiao quickly recognized the Charizard's inexperience with flight and vowed to return for a rematch once it had acclimatized. Thus, Zhou Xiaowu's Howley had evolved into a Machamp, who immediately approached the Fire Chick, flexing all four arms, leaving the Fire Chick starry-eyed. Meanwhile, Lan Xiaodai discovered a rare grass-type treasure, the Strange Pearl, at her training site, which allowed her Ivy Snake to absorb it and evolve into a superior. In a curious twist of fate, Pan Wen's Squirtle, having lingered too long in a hot spring, inadvertently encountered the residual steam power of Volcanion, and upon resurfacing, had evolved into a Wartortle, leaving Pan Wen rubbing his eyes in disbelief, convinced he was hallucinating from longing for evolution. However, the hot spring, now devoid of steam's influence, began to succumb to the assimilation of the fire-type realm, and it would not be long before water ceased to exist there. Thus, all companions successfully evolved to their final forms, prompting Zhao Dongrong to exclaim that the journey had not been in vain. Truly, fate had not forsaken their city. Aware of their impending departure, Old Li and Old Zhao insisted on seeing them off, even providing each of them with a lava enhancer. As they bid farewell, Zhuohan waved at these cherished individuals, whispering, "Until we meet again." Chapter 32. The might of the Wartortle. The group traveled back to their previous training ground in a pickup truck, reminiscing about the time when their Pokémon were in their initial forms. Now, they had undergone a transformation that left them marveling at the passage of time, which they likened to a butcher's knife. Zhuohan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of high school students lamenting the relentless march of time. Zhao Dongrong, unable to remain silent, interjected, "A bus will arrive shortly to take you back. In this final month, I hope you maintain the high-efficiency training you exhibited in the secret realm. Do not become complacent simply because you have evolved. There are countless trainers stronger than you. Remember, a trainer must never be proud or self-satisfied, for the consequences are dire. Do you understand?" His tone grew serious as he spoke the last words. "We understand," the group shouted in unison. The sound of the bus honking interrupted their moment, prompting Zhao Dongrong to urge them to board quickly. He warned them that if their strength remained stagnant by the time of the martial arts examination, they would be all too aware of the repercussions. As they prepared to depart, Zhao Dongrong's warning dampened their spirits. The companions, feeling a mix of exasperation and resignation, acknowledged his admonition, only for Zhao Dongrong to demand, "Have you not eaten? Speak up. Who are you addressing with such soft voices?" "Understood," they shouted with renewed vigor, though Zhao Dongrong remained unsatisfied. "What? Is there something wrong with your mouth that you can only produce such feeble sounds?" Again, though they recognized his antics, the group rallied their spirits once more, bellowing, "Understood." Their unified shout startled a few birds from the trees. "Now that sounds more like it. Quickly, board the bus. We don't want to keep anyone waiting," Zhao Dongrong remarked coolly. Zhuohan and his friends exchanged bemused glances before finally boarding the bus back to school. First, they dropped off at the first high school, where Pan Wu, and Lan Xiaodai disembarked. Next, it was Zhuohan and his companions turned to a light. As soon as they stepped off the bus, they spotted Teacher Zhou supervising other martial arts examination candidates engaged in battle on the playground. It was then that they truly recognized the disparity in resources among elite classes. The Pokémon of the combatants on the field were predominantly at intermediate levels, with hardly a high-level Pokémon among them. These individuals would merely serve as fodder in the martial arts examination. Teacher Zhou noticed Zhuohan and his group, approaching them to inquire about their specialized training. The other students were equally curious about the current strength of Zhuohan and his companions. Teacher Zhou proposed a friendly match to assess their abilities. At this point, Zhou Xiaowu, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Teacher Zhou, let me go first and spar with my classmates." Teacher Zhou glanced at Zhou Xiaowu, aware that his initial Pokémon was a Machop, and the students on the playground eagerly stepped forward to engage, prompting Li Wei to emerge and declare, "Allow me to take part." Zhuohan recalled that Li Wei's Pokémon was likely a Geodude, which by now should have evolved into a Graveler. As anticipated, Graveler emerged, while the hefty boy immediately unleashed his Machoke. Gazing at the four-armed Machoke, Li Wei exclaimed, "No way. You've already evolved into Machoke." Clearly startled by Machoke's presence, the hefty boy disregarded his trepidation and commanded Machoke to deliver a seismic toss to Graveler, leading to Graveler's defeat and securing victory for Zhou Xiaowu. At this moment, the classmates present were rendered speechless, and no one dared to challenge further. Teacher Zhou, astonished to witness Machoke's evolution, discerned its power had evidently reached an elite level, albeit unstable. It was nonetheless elite. This revelation left her utterly bewildered. When Li Xiao and Hu Meng summoned their Pokémon, Teacher Zhou's astonishment only deepened. Li Xiao's Charizard was also of elite caliber, while Hu Meng's Fire-type Pokémon, though not yet elite, was on the cusp of achieving that status. When Zhuohan released his Kingdra, Teacher Zhou instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. She acutely sensed that Kingdra was teetering on the brink of elite supremacy, its aura surpassing even that of her own Gyarados. How could this be? She found it hard to fathom that in merely 2 months, a novice Pokémon could evolve to such an extent. Teacher Zhou pondered whether Zhao Dongrong and his peers had provided them with extraordinary resources to facilitate such growth. Regret washed over her as she reflected on her failure to properly cultivate a relationship with Zhuohan. Perhaps had she been more attentive, he might have become a champion under her guidance. The thought of losing a potential champion struck her with a pang of sorrow, yet it was too late for such musings. Zhuohan, having perceived the situation, exchanged a few words with Teacher Zhou before returning home, leaving her enveloped in profound regret. Upon arriving home, Zhuohan discovered that his parents were absent. He resolved to seek out Master Turtle in the secret realm, eager to test the true strength of the venerable Pokémon. Before long, he found himself at the entrance to the secret realm on the back mountain. The Master Blastoise, basking in the sun, seemed to sense his presence and opened the entrance. Zhuohan stepped cautiously into the realm, where he found Master Blastoise leisurely sunning itself, accompanied by a group of Squirtless playing nearby. As Kingdra approached the serene lake, the Squirtless immediately recognized it, while Mini Dratini, delighted by the playful atmosphere, clambered down from Kingdra's back to join in the fun. Master Blastoise occasionally glanced at Kingdra, recalling its previous weakness. It was hard to believe how much power had blossomed in its absence. Zhuohan addressed Master Blastoise, saying, "Master Turtle, let us engage in a duel." Master Blastoise nodded in agreement and let out a mighty roar, prompting the playful Squirtless to gather by the shore. With 2 of them lifting Mini Dratini onto the bank in preparation for the match, much to the little dragon's confusion, Zhuohan shouted, "Master Turtle, are you ready? Let the battle begin." Master Blastoise roared in affirmation, and Zhuohan seized the moment. "Kingdra, start with a water gun," he commanded. Kingdra unleashed a jet of water towards Master Blastoise, who countered with an ice beam that froze the water gun, causing it to plummet harmlessly into the lake. Master Blastoise then unleashed a surf attack, surging towards Kingdra with the force of a tidal wave. Zhuohan cried out, "Kingdra, respond with your own surf." The 2 waves collided, but Master Blastoise's power proved superior, overwhelming Kingdra and forcing it underwater. "Are you alright, Kingdra?" Zhuohan inquired with concern. Kingdra shook its head, indicating it was unharmed. "In that case," Zhuohan declared, retrieving a keystone, "Kingdra, Mega Evolve." A brilliant white light enveloped Kingdra, revealing a transformed and even more formidable creature. Master Blastoise's gaze sharpened in response. "Now, Kingdra, unleash Dragon Pulse," Zhuohan commanded. A pale purple dragon surged toward Master Blastoise, who prepared to retaliate with its cannons. 2 water guns erupted, one dispersing the Dragon Pulse while the other aimed directly at Kingdra. "Kingdra, defend." Zhuahan shouted, and a shield of green light materialized to block the incoming attack. With each attempt proving ineffective against Master Blastoise, Zhuahan resorted to a powerful move. Kingdra, use Aqua Cutter, he called out. A crescent-shaped blade of water shot forth towards Master Blastoise. Suddenly, Master Blastoise seemed to sense the impending danger, fixating on the approaching attack. With a swift motion, it conjured a barrier of light, momentarily freezing the space around it. As the Aqua Cutter sliced through the barrier, it struck Master Blastoise, who staggered but quickly regained its footing, water swirling around it as it gradually recovered. Realizing he had been bested, Zhuahan conceded defeat. Master Blastoise, recalling the purple blade, felt a wave of apprehension wash over it, grateful for its experience in creating the protective barrier. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Zhuahan assessed Master Blastoise's strength, estimating it to be at the pinnacle of champion level, possibly on the verge of true mastery. Having sparred with elite trainers in this very space, Zhuahan recognized that without his Aqua Cutter, he would have had little chance against opponents wielding such formidable abilities. With a glance at the time, Zhuahan acknowledged it was late. I must take my leave for now, Master Turtle. I shall return often, he said as he withdrew Mini Dratini and Kingdra. Exiting the secret realm, Master Blastoise remained afloat, lost in contemplation as it occasionally sank beneath the surface. Chapter 33, The Upgrade of the Energy Cube. After grasping the extent of Master Blastoise's power, Zhuahan returned home with a buoyant spirit. He found his mother busily preparing dinner. Approaching her, he noticed several strands of silver hair adorning her head and deepening wrinkles tracing her face, as if they were silently reminding him of the fleeting passage of time. Zhuahan fought back tears, quietly standing by as his mother worked. When she turned to see her long-cherished son standing before her, her eyes welled with tears, and the bowl she held slipped from her grasp. "Ahan, why didn't you tell me you were coming home? Let me look at you," she exclaimed, her hand reaching out to caress his cheek, only to hesitate, feeling self-conscious about the grease on her hands. "I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to worry you," Zhuahan replied, "but I've become a capable trainer now, able to stand on my own. I assure you, few trainers in Rongqing can rival my skills," he declared confidently. The mother gazed at Zhuahan with an air of disbelief, saying, "Do not boast, my child. While I may not be a trainer, I am familiar with the basics of Pokémon. Nevertheless, my only request is for you to return home safely." After speaking, she picked up the iron bowl that had fallen to the ground, washed it, and resumed her busy preparations to cook your favorite spare ribs to nourish you. Soon after, the father returned home. Even before entering, he caught the enticing aroma of the ribs and called out from the doorway, "My dear, I can smell the ribs from outside. Are you cooking them? Knowing I've been working overtime lately, I could really use a couple of servings today." Upon stepping inside, he spotted Zhuahan, who promptly greeted him. "Dad, I'm back." "Ah, just glad you're home," the father replied casually. Though it was but a brief exchange, Zhuahan could clearly see the smile spreading across his father's face. The father then turned to the mother and said, "Wife, it appears I am benefiting from our son's presence. These ribs are not made exclusively for me, are they? You seem to favor him over me." The father jested. "Off you go, I'm busy here. Our son has come back looking so thin. How can he not have some ribs? The training grounds are all in remote valleys with hardly any good food," the mother retorted with a hint of complaint. In no time, all the dishes were prepared, and the family gathered around the dining table, engaging in lively conversation. The mother spoke of mundane family matters, while the father discussed the league's policies. In recent years, the league has been improving significantly. They recently produced something called the Lava Amplifier, which has reduced the original cost from 150,000 to merely 30,000. Trainers of the Duckbill Fire Dragon in our country are now at ease, and the League's army has grown stronger, infuriating that beautiful nation. It's truly gratifying. He took a sip of Erguo as he spoke. Suddenly, the father turned to Zhuahan and asked, "Ahan, the martial arts examination is approaching. How have your preparations been?" With that, Zhuahan set down his chopsticks and confidently replied, "Do not worry, Dad. I will definitely make it onto the national rankings this time." The father expressed disbelief, saying, "The national rankings? Ahan, if you could just make it onto the provincial rankings, I would consider myself blessed." Zhuahan chose not to elaborate, simply stating, "I'll give you all a surprise when the time comes." That child, always speaking of surprises. Regardless, it seems that Ahan appears to be in good spirits. The father mused, taking another sip of his drink and savoring a piece of rib. The following morning, Zhuahan, hoping to indulge in a leisurely sleep-in, was abruptly awakened by the vibration of his phone. This jolt of disturbance extinguished his drowsiness. Upon checking his phone, he found a notification of a deposit of 60 million. The zeros following the 6 sent a wave of exhilaration through Zhuahan. despite having spent a considerable amount already. The arrival of fresh funds always ignited a mysterious thrill within him. 60 million. This was a month's worth of dividends, and it seemed that future dividends would continue to arrive monthly. The profit was indeed astounding, considering this was merely a small fraction of the total earnings. It was evident how much the Zhou family had profited. Zhuohan pondered that it was time to procure the high-grade energy cube. He decided to consult Teacher Zhou. As their collaboration had been quite smooth thus far, Zhuohan swiftly recharged 50 million dragon coins, reserving 1 million for his parents. However, he reconsidered, realizing that such a sum might be overwhelming for them, and decided to wait until he returned home to discuss it. As he completed the system recharge, a notification chimed. Ding. You have received 500,000 points. He endured the pain of spending 100,000 points to purchase the configuration book for the high-grade energy cube. After dressing appropriately, he made his way to school. On the playground, the vibrant red uniforms made it easy for Zhuohan to spot Teacher Zhou. Upon seeing Zhuohan approach, Teacher Zhou allowed the students to engage in free activities. Zhuohan and Teacher Zhou stepped aside to a quieter area in the woods. And Teacher Zhou began. Zhuohan, you're not suddenly considering joining the Zhou family, are you? There was a hint of excitement in her voice. Zhuohan quickly waved his hands, saying, No, I have no such intentions at the moment. Upon hearing Zhuohan's response, Teacher Zhou appeared somewhat disheartened. Then, what brings you here? Zhuohan hastily pulled out the high-grade energy cube formula provided by the system, cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and whispered, This is the formula for the high-grade energy cube. So what do you think, Teacher Zhou? Shall we continue our collaboration? The lethargy that had previously enveloped Teacher Zhou evaporated in an instant upon hearing Zhuohan's words. What? This is the formula for the high-grade energy cube? She took the formula, glanced at it, and whispered, Is this for real? Zhuohan shot her a bemused look and replied, Of course, it's fake. If you don't want it, I'll just find someone else. Teacher Zhou immediately clutched the formula protectively, akin to a mother bear safeguarding her cubs, and earnestly stated, I'll take the formula back to the capital first. If I can successfully research it, you shall not go unrewarded. Given that the previous energy cube had significantly elevated Teacher Zhou's standing within the Zhou family, the successful development of this high-grade energy cube could potentially secure her a position in the family's conference room. After contemplating Teacher Zhou's words, Zhuohan nodded and said, However, if this succeeds, I want an additional 10% of the profits. If that's not agreeable, then we'll have to part ways. Teacher Zhou frowned at Zhuohan's demand for a larger share, saying, This isn't something I can decide unilaterally. Let me call my grandfather. If he agrees, there won't be any issues. With that, Teacher Zhou moved to a more secluded location. In the capital, the Zhou family patriarch had garnered significant attention due to the energy cube. When he saw that it was his granddaughter calling, he quickly answered, as he believed she wouldn't contact him unless it was of utmost importance. Zirua, is something wrong? The old man inquired, puzzled. Grandfather, there is something important. The energy cube has been upgraded. Previously, I mentioned that our energy cube was merely a low-grade formula, but now I've obtained the high-grade formula. However, the counterpart is requesting a 60-40 split. Upon hearing that a high-grade formula had been acquired, the patriarch was elated, but when he learned of the proposed split, he furrowed his brow, saying, A 60-40 split? That seems rather greedy. Grandfather, I heard that this person is one of your students who stumbled upon the formula. It seems the situation is more complex than it appears. By the way, what is the name of this student? Which was something I can't quite recall. Even with our family's resources, we couldn't uncover anything unusual about him. Clearly, there is more to this than meets the eye. His name is Zhuohan. Grandfather, you really need to work on your memory. What should we do? I think he is adamant about the 60-40 split, Teacher Zhou said, somewhat helplessly. At that moment, the Zhou family patriarch's tone grew stern. A person with no background could disappear without a trace, and no one would be the wiser. Wouldn't you agree? Zirua? Teacher Zhou was taken aback by the harshness of her usually amiable grandfather's words. Although she had heard of some unsavory matters within the family, such a blatant statement was unprecedented. She felt a surge of panic and quickly replied, No, grandfather. He is my student. How can we do something like this? Zirua, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Do you not understand this principle? Rest assured, you won't have to take action yourself. The family will send someone to handle it. Prepare yourself to return to the capital. I will arrange for someone else to take over in Rong City. The patriarch said discontentedly. That is unacceptable, grandfather. Zhuohan is currently a key candidate in Rong City, and both the Zhao father and son hold him in high regard. If anything were to happen to him, it would definitely be traced back to us. Moreover, When Zhuahan returned a few days ago, I discovered that his Kingdra had already reached the strength of a half-step monarch, making him far beyond the reach of ordinary opponents. Teacher, Zhou urged anxiously. What? Half-step king? Ji Ruo, are you trying to deceive your grandfather? Wasn't his Pokemon purchased from our breeding house? It has only been 2 months at most. How could a newly born Pokemon possibly reach half-step king? You aren't planning to keep it to trick Grandpa, are you? Elder Zhou inquired with evident confusion. Professor Zhou hurriedly interjected, I would never speak falsely about such matters. Ji Ruo must believe that the Zhao family father and son hold him in high regard. Furthermore, if it truly comes to a standstill, I can persuade him to agree to a 3-7 split. There is no need for such drastic measures. Elder Zhou sighed. There are far too many circumstances here that you do not comprehend. For the sake of the family, I must proceed as such. Prepare yourself. We will return to the capital in a few days, and you need not worry about the remaining matters. His tone was growing impatient. Just as Elder Zhou was about to hang up, a memory flickered in his mind. His recent visit to an old friend's house for tea, where he inadvertently heard about a martial arts examinee who had summoned the Fire Emperor to save someone in a secret realm, earning a second-class merit from the Alliance. Champion Xiong even gifted a quasi-divine Pokemon, reportedly sent by King Xiong Heir. However, it was unclear why news had emerged of King Xiong Heir being expelled from his home by his wife upon his return. The martial arts examinee seemed to be named Zhuahan, hailing from Rongqing. A chill trickled down Elder Zhou's spine as he quickly asked, Ji Ruo, do you know how many martial arts examinees named Zhuahan are there in this year's Rongqing cohort? Professor Zhou, initially mistaking his grandfather's urgency as a desire to eliminate anyone named Zhuahan, felt a shiver run through him. However, he recalled that there was only one Zhuahan in the entire Rongqing. Elder Zhou's heart raced with trepidation as he patted his chest, relieved. Thank goodness. Impulsiveness can be a devil. Next time, I must gather information thoroughly beforehand to avoid stirring up significant trouble. Listening to you, Ji Ruo, I agree to a 3-7 split. From now on, you must spare no effort in building a rapport with that Zhuahan. This concerns the future prospects of our family. Do you understand? You need not return to the capital for now. Everything will proceed as usual. I will have someone else collect the formula, Elder Zhou declared, his excitement palpable. Professor Zhou, bewildered by his grandfather's sudden shift from contemplating violence to acting as an eager supporter, felt relief that the outcome was ultimately favorable. However, the rationale behind such a transformation was not something he wished to dwell on, as he was too fatigued from the day's events. After hanging up, Professor Zhou returned home, appearing somewhat fatigued. Zhuahan, noticing her unusual demeanor, presumed negotiations had faltered. To his surprise, she stated, my grandfather has agreed. Once the formula loses its efficacy, we will sign the contract. I'm quite tired today, so I'll be leaving now. With that, she departed without further ado. Zhuahan was perplexed by how swiftly matters had changed after a mere phone call. Observing Professor Zhou's slow gait, he suddenly realized that her earlier demeanor made sense in light of recent events. Hastily approaching her, Zhuahan said, Professor Zhou, I will await your good news. Remember not to overexert yourself, and drink plenty of brown sugar water when you return. With that, he quickly exited the school premises. Hearing Zhuahan's concern about her well-being, Professor Zhou thought to herself that he was quite considerate, validating her earlier desire to protect him. However, the suggestion about drinking brown sugar water puzzled her. Suddenly, she had a thought. Surely, Zhuahan couldn't believe that she was. No, that would be too embarrassing. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced around, relieved to find no one else present. Once everything was settled, Zhuahan returned home, lying in bed as he silently opened the system, preparing to utilize his 400,000 points to further enhance his cursed Dragon King. He sensed that this martial arts examination was not as simple as it appeared. Glancing at the system, he noted that the Divine Beast Essence crystals started at 800,000 points, which was not a trivial amount for the cursed Dragon King. Hence, he shifted his focus to Mega Evolution. After careful consideration, he ultimately opted against it, realizing that in this world, the battle mechanisms of Mega Evolution and Gigantamax could not coexist. Finally, he turned his attention to Z moves, with the Z-Ring costing 100,000 points, the Z-Crystal 50,000 points, and the Z-Crystal 300,000 points, with 400,000 points remaining. Zhuahan recognized the system's blatant intent. Was it not evident that he was being prompted to acquire a Z-Ring and a corresponding crystal? Sighing, he conceded that he could not resist the allure of the system. Ding. 400,000 points deducted. Acquired Z-Ring, adjustable in size. Please select the attribute for the Z-Crystal. Water type. Zhuahan chose without hesitation, considering that his dragon type already possessed the formidable Aerial Ace move. Strengthening his water type seemed the prudent choice. Ding! 1 Z crystal acquired. Zhuahan adjusted the Z-ring and attached the Z crystal, inquiring about the charging process. It turned out that it required light for charging, which was manageable. Recalling that activating a Z move did not necessitate an elaborate incantation like Ashes, Zhuahan felt relieved. He couldn't imagine the absurdity of needing to recite lengthy phrases and perform intricate motions to unleash a Z move. The Super Water Vortex was the Cursed Dragon King's water-type Z skill. Boasting a staggering power of 160, truly a remarkable super skill. At that moment, Zhuahan noticed a glowing Pokeball. Thankfully, it was within the system. Had it been outside, he might have thought it belonged to a Pokemon evolving. It was the Pokeball of Lunala, its radiance growing ever more pronounced. In a month, Lunala would arrive. And Zhuahan gazed at the Pokeball with excitement brimming in his eyes. Exiting the system, Zhuahan resolved to focus on intensive training with the dominant Blastoise, hoping to instill the essence of the laws within the Cursed Dragon King, thereby elevating it to the true status of a king. He pondered the possibility of persuading the dominant Blastoise, a half-step champion, to assist him. In the secret realm, the dominant Blastoise basked in the sun, suddenly sensing a wave of mysterious eastern power that sent a shudder through its body. Chapter 35, Training to Ascend as a King. Once again entering the secret realm, Zhuahan directly requested the dominant Blastoise to conduct special training for the Cursed Dragon King. Zhuahan sought to have the dominant Blastoise impart the power of the laws. For only through mastering a law could a Pokemon advance to the status of a king. In other words, the laws served as the threshold for becoming a king. Once the power of the laws was invoked, it would generate a king's aura, much like the pressure exerted by the strong upon the weak. Zhuahan was aware that the previous battle had been a mere exhibition, as the dominant Blastoise had held back, not even utilizing the power of the laws. Upon hearing Zhuahan's request, the dominant Blastoise sharply scrutinized him, then turned its gaze to the Cursed Dragon King before nodding in agreement. The dominant Blastoise began to communicate with the Cursed Dragon King, their exchange filled with animated chatter that seemed to stretch on endlessly. The mini Dratini and the Squirtless frolicked by another lake, and with so many Squirtless around, Zhuahan felt somewhat reassured that as long as they avoided the Gyarados, they would encounter no significant issues. At that moment, the dominant Blastoise appeared ready to demonstrate something to the Cursed Dragon King. With a mighty roar, the sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered, and rain began to fall. This was the rain dance ability, but Zhuahan was puzzled as to why it was being employed. As the raindrops fell, Zhuahan sensed something amiss. These droplets had a hardness to them, unlike ordinary rainwater. The intensity of the rain seemed to increase, and Zhuahan's instincts warned him of impending danger. He quickly moved to a sheltered area, witnessing the rain piercing through the trees, a testament to its lethal sharpness. Before he could fully process the situation, a towering wall of water surged forth, crashing violently against the surrounding trees. Logically, the dominant Blastoise's surf attack could obliterate trees, but it would never manifest with such ferocity, akin to an impenetrable fortress. The dominant Blastoise then unleashed a rapid water gun that sliced through the trees before it resumed its communication with the Cursed Dragon King. Zhuahan was uncertain if the Cursed Dragon King grasped the concepts being conveyed, but he felt a growing understanding himself. The water-type law resembled an enchantment in a game. The dominant Blastoise's demonstration showcased two distinct characteristics, sharpness and hardness. Zhuahan could roughly comprehend that mastering the laws of water would endow it with remarkable and comprehensive properties, representing a significant enhancement. It was no wonder that the disparity in societal treatment between those at the pinnacle of power and those not was so pronounced. Zhuahan recalled a saying he had encountered on a Pokemon forum. Without entering the ranks of the elite, one remains but an ant. He observed the stern expression of the formidable Blastoise, which incessantly thumped its stout, short paws against the head of the Kingdra, as if admonishing it for its foolishness, indicating, "Look how simple it is. I have demonstrated it for you, yet you remain incapable. You are the dullest Pokemon I have ever tutored." Zhuahan felt a pang of sympathy at Kingdra's pitiful demeanor, but chose to feign ignorance for its benefit. After several minutes of hushed murmurs between Blastoise and Kingdra, the latter finally exhibited some understanding and decided to give it a try. Seeing Kingdra's determined posture, Zhuahan felt a surge of confidence. However, when Kingdra executed Surf, Hydro Pump, and Rain Dance, it bore no resemblance to Blastoise's earlier display. Zhuahan sighed. Attaining the rank of the elite was no easy feat in frustration. Blastoise aimed its cannon at Kingdra, prompting Zhuahan to rush forward to intervene, inadvertently complying with Blastoise's wishes. Blastoise continued to mutter in turtle speak while pointing at Kingdra with its flipper before turning to lounge on the water's surface, basking in the sun. The message was clear. Your ineptitude is beyond my teaching. Figure it out yourself. I need to rest. Irritated by Blastoise's nonchalance, Zhuohan gritted his teeth and thought. If you want to teach, then so be it. I've devised a better approach. I can teach Kingdra without your help. Blastoise merely waved its flipper dismissively, clearly indicating, do as you wish. Zhuohan was not speaking out of anger. He had just formulated an idea. He took out a keystone and exclaimed, Kingdra, Mega Evolve. A brilliant white light enveloped Kingdra as it transformed into Mega Kingdra. Subsequently, Zhuohan radiated a blue luminescence and closed his eyes, seeking out Kingdra's aura. Can you hear me, Kingdra? He softly inquired. Is that my master's voice? I hear you, master. Before Zhuohan could speak further, Kingdra began to berate itself. Master, am I really that foolish? Even after Blastoise's instruction, I still can't do it at all. Am I utterly useless? Zhuohan was taken aback by Kingdra's concern and quickly reassured. Not at all, Kingdra. You are remarkable. It's not that Blastoise can't teach. It's simply that you are smarter than you realize. Trust me, you are the best. Yes, Master's words have never been wrong. I must be the best, Kingdra declared resolutely. Listening to Kingdra, Zhuohan continued. Now, let me teach you how to harness your abilities. Imagine Surf as a wall, a solid wall. Visualize Hydro Pump as a sharp blade. You must control the soft water, transforming it into something hard and sharp. Try again using my method. Can you do it? The notion of hardening and sharpening the water sparked a realization in Kingdra. Suddenly, its gaze became resolute. I understand now, master. I grasp your meaning. Zhuohan was elated. Excellent. Kingdra, let Blastoise witness our bond. Use Surf. A towering wall of water, over a meter high, surged forth, crashing against the nearby trees, which were instantly uprooted. Although the trees fell, Zhuohan noticed that the application of the law was minimal. Most of the effect stemmed from Surf's inherent power. Nonetheless, he was pleased. Recognizing progress was achieved step by step. Next came Hydro Pump. Kingdra unleashed a torrent that sped towards the tree trunk, but instead of penetrating, it exploded upon impact. There was a faint sense of penetration, yet it was evident that the laws were still not fully mastered. Nevertheless, the initial form had emerged. Seeing Kingdra's skills fall short of Blastoise's earlier demonstration, it couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. However, through their bond, Zhuohan comforted Kingdra. You have done wonderfully. This is only your first training session with the laws, and you have already grasped a semblance of it. I believe that with rigorous training, you will undoubtedly reach Blastoise's level. Kingdra, emboldened by Zhuohan's words, pledged, I will not disappoint my master. I will train even harder and master the laws to protect you. With that, it resumed its practice nearby. Observing Kingdra's performance, Blastoise was taken aback. It reminisced about its own initial struggles with learning the laws, recalling how its mother had scolded it for being the dullest Blastoise she had ever seen. Yet, it had triumphed in battles, and after a month, it had finally achieved what Kingdra had accomplished in mere hours. Could it be that Kingdra was the most intelligent of its kind? No, that couldn't be right. It had only just begun. Oh, it must be this human boy's influence. Blastoise recalled its mother saying that she had become wise by following her trainer. Did this boy possess the same ability to enhance a Pokémon's intelligence? Blastoise found itself deep in contemplation. Chapter 36. The contract for energy cubes in the conference room of the Zhou family in the imperial capital, Elder Zhou. Having obtained the formula for the advanced energy cube the previous day, finally succeeded in developing it, with the assistance of an old friend. The effects were twice as potent as those of the lower-tier energy cubes. Thus, today's meeting commenced with anticipation. As soon as Elder Zhou announced the efficacy of the advanced energy cube, the members of the Zhou family could hardly contain their excitement. The benefits of the lower-tier energy cubes had been exceedingly evident for the Zhou family, and the prospects of the advanced version were even more promising. Zhou Cheng, Elder Zhou's eldest son, spoke up. Father, I should be in charge of this energy cube, as my younger brother has been overwhelmed with other responsibilities lately. Most attendees echoed his sentiment, acknowledging the elder's tireless efforts for the family. Suddenly, Elder Zhou narrowed his eyes and replied nonchalantly, Is that so? However, I believe it is better suited for the second son, as he has already taken over the energy cube matters. This discussion ends here. But, Father, Zhou Cheng protested, clearly dissatisfied, but was silenced by a stern glance from Elder Zhou. Enough. I will now address the matter of the profit distribution for the advanced energy cubes. We, the Zhou family, shall retain 60%, while the provider of the formula will receive 40%. An uproar ensued among those present, voicing their discontent with the proposed distribution. Upon hearing the terms, Zhou Cheng immediately interjected, "That's unacceptable. I will never agree to this. That brat is testing my patience, demanding 40%? This is absolutely out of the question." Zhou Cheng was visibly agitated, and the surrounding elders voiced their agreement, deeming 40% excessive. Elder Zhou raised his hand, calling for silence. "Today's meeting is not a discussion. It is merely to inform you that my decision is final and unchangeable. Remember this, the Zhou family was built by my own hands. Do you think I would jeopardize its future? Now disperse. Inform the second son to return to the imperial capital in the coming days." Elder Zhou, supported by a servant, slowly exited the conference room. One by one, the elders followed suit. Suddenly, one elder muttered, "It seems that Elder Zhou has high hopes for the second son." Though his voice was soft, Zhou Cheng caught wind of it. The elder quickly realized his slip and hurried away. Once all the elders had departed, Zhou Cheng slammed his fist onto the table, leaving a small dent in the surface. With a dark expression, he left, only to be struck by a sudden realization. A peculiar smile spreading across his face as he murmured, "Father, you are growing old." Haha. The efficiency of the Zhou family remains remarkably swift. The contract was delivered to Rongqing by a trusted aide of the elder Zhou, who then entrusted it to Teacher Zhou. Upon receiving the call, Teacher Zhou promptly invited Zhuahan to review the contract, intending to sign if everything appeared satisfactory. Zhuahan, upon receiving the call, hurriedly made his way to Teacher Zhou's shop, greeting his elder sister who had previously assisted him before proceeding to the inner room to find Teacher Zhou. Upon seeing Zhuahan's urgency, Teacher Zhou wasted no time and presented the contract. After reviewing it several times and finding no discrepancies, Zhuahan affixed his signature, anticipating that the monthly dividends would amount to an estimated 100 million dragon coins. This left Teacher Zhou reflecting on the transformation that had taken place. Merely 2 months prior, Zhuahan struggled to amass 700,000 dragon coins, and now he was dealing with sums in the billions. Furthermore, he had heard rumors that individuals from the Overseas Alliance were preparing to import energy blocks, which would entail a significant financial influx. Teacher Zhou jested, "Zhuahan, it seems you've ascended to the ranks of the bourgeoisie." Zhuahan humbly responded, "Oh, it's nothing of the sort. I truly have no fondness for wealth," he stated earnestly. This declaration elicited laughter from Teacher Zhou, who couldn't help but chuckle heartily, exclaiming, "I never realized you possessed such a comedic talent." Having concluded his business, Zhuahan prepared to return to training with the Spiked Dragon King. He bid farewell to the still amused Teacher Zhou and departed. Within the secret realm, the Spiked Dragon King was diligently practicing its techniques, yet it struggled to recapture the sensation from their previous session, leaving Zhuahan bewildered. Was it possible that his method was flawed? Doubt began to creep in as the Spiked Dragon King floated listlessly on the water's surface. Zhuahan reflected on the differences between the last session and this one, and after much contemplation, he realized that today they had not entered Mega Evolution. Could this be the root of the issue? Regardless, he decided to wait until the Spiked Dragon King had rested before testing it out. An hour later, Zhuahan inquired, "Are you prepared?" The Spiked Dragon King nodded affirmatively. Mega Evolution. As the Mega-Evolved Spiked Dragon King materialized before him, it seemed to sense something profound and became exceedingly excited. Zhuahan harnessed the power of aura to communicate with the Spiked Dragon King, discovering that it could only perceive a significant surge of power when in Mega Evolution. Without it, only a faint trace of that energy was detectable. Zhuahan nodded in satisfaction, realizing that they would need to prioritize Mega Evolution before commencing training in the future. Just as Zhuahan reveled in this newfound understanding, a frantic carapace turtle hurried back, incessantly chattering and gesturing animatedly before him. Zhuahan immediately deduced that something must have gone awry with the mini-dragon. He hastily led the Spiked Dragon King, following the carapace turtle as it navigated swiftly through the water. Upon arrival, they found the mini-dragon trembling fearfully behind a carapace turtle, its large eyes glistening with tears, while several other carapace turtles stood valiantly in front, though clearly on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a carapace echoed through the air, causing the carapace turtles to exhale in relief, collectively responding with cheerful carapace. Carapace. The mini-dragon, upon spotting Zhuahan, scrambled up to him and began to weep profusely, its tear-filled eyes unable to cease their flow. Zhuahan quickly reassured, There, no need to cry. I'm here now." Observing the ferocious expression of a powerful crocodile before the carapace turtles, Zhuahan initially assumed it to be a Gyarados. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if it were indeed a Gyarados, the carapace turtles would likely not have lasted this long. It was clear that the mini-dragon and its companions should refrain from venturing too far in the future. Spike Dragon King. Teach that arrogant crocodile a lesson for daring to bully my Pokémon, Groudon declared, unconcerned with territorial boundaries, only focused on avenging the mini-dragon's distress. The Spike Dragon King fixed a piercing gaze upon the formidable crocodile, knowing that the mini-dragon was its subordinate. With a resounding roar, the Spike Dragon King charged forward, prompting the carapace turtles to retreat hastily. The menacing crocodile snarled at the Spike Dragon King and lunged forward, its claws glowing ominously. Let him witness our new move. Spike Dragon King, Groudon shouted, activating his Z-ring, causing the Z-crystal to radiate a brilliant light. Super Water Vortex. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool erupted on the tranquil water's surface, ensnaring the crocodile within its grasp. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not break free. The vortex surged skyward, transforming into a water spout before crashing back down onto the surface with a tremendous force. When the tumult subsided, the crocodile lay defeated, motionless upon the water. Chapter 37. The Mini-Dragon's Transformation. Witnessing the Spiked Dragon King's triumph, the carapace turtles erupted into joyful carapace cheer. The mini-dragon, with starry eyes, gazed at the Spiked Dragon King before descending from Groudon's shoulders and enthusiastically nuzzling against the Spiked Dragon King's back, causing the latter's victorious elation to wane slightly, leaving it awkwardly glancing at Groudon. Groudon, with a resigned gesture, seemed to convey to the Spiked Dragon King that he too was at a loss in this situation. The Spiked Dragon King, still bearing the mini-dragon on its back, swam back, while Groudon herded the group of carapace turtles along with him. Upon returning to the territory of the dominant Blastoise, Groudon instructed the carapace turtles that they were now restricted to this area for play. The carapace turtles nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, the Spiked Dragon King insisted on getting the mini-dragon down to recommence its training and techniques. The mini-dragon, recalling the earlier encounter with the crocodile, realized it had relied on the carapace turtles for protection. At this moment, it seemed resolute in its desire to grow stronger, disregarding the playful calls from the carapace turtles. Observing the Spiked Dragon King executing its techniques, the mini-dragon attempted to mimic the surf move. However, it quickly became frustrated when it was unable to replicate the technique, leading it to burst into tears once more. Groudon, noticing the mini-dragon's distress, approached to offer comfort, asking, "What's the matter, mini-dragon?" The mini-dragon immediately ceased its sobbing, looking up at Groudon and uttering a series of incomprehensible sounds. Though Groudon excelled in turtle language, he found himself at a loss with dragon language. As the mini-dragon continued its fervent explanations, Groudon, realizing he could not understand, decided to halt the Spiked Dragon King's training momentarily and establish a connection through aura, enlisting the Spiked Dragon King as a translator. After a brief session of translation, Groudon finally grasped the mini-dragon's sentiments. It had recognized the significance of strength following the earlier incident, yet felt disheartened that it could not perform techniques like the Spiked Dragon King. Groudon, upon hearing the Spiked Dragon King's translation, felt a surge of appreciation for the mini-dragon's determination. "It's commendable that you wish to grow stronger, mini-dragon," he said. "However, the path to strength is arduous and demands unwavering commitment. Can you endure?" The mini-dragon pondered for a moment before resolutely nodding. "Very well. I will guide you in your training, but you must promise to persevere." Groudon considered the basic training methods he had in mind. At this stage, the mini-dragon was not yet ready for skill training. It would only be suitable for intense technique practice once it shed its skin and evolved into a dragonair. However, foundational physical training was still attainable. Thus, Groudon initiated a regimen of physical training for the mini-dragon, even fashioning a weight ring tailored to its size, which he affixed around its body. He instructed the mini-dragon to swim around the lake. Initially, the mini-dragon completed the first lap with ease, but by the second lap, it began to feel increasingly burdened, struggling to catch its breath. By the third lap, it was entirely incapable of moving forward, no matter how hard it tried, prompting the mini-dragon to erupt into tears once again. Upon witnessing the situation, Groudon promptly assisted the mini-dragon in unfastening its gravity ring, allowing the creature to swim freely once more. The mini-dragon, rejuvenated by its newfound mobility, immediately ceased its tears and joyfully resumed its playful swimming, a sight that was both infuriating and amusing to Groudon. As the time drew near, Groudon exchanged some dragon coins for a large canister of milk to replenish the mini-dragon's nutrients. The mini-dragon relished the milk with delight, much to the envy of the nearby Came Turtle. The expense of 20,000 dragon coins for a single canister was a mere drop in the bucket for Groudon. especially considering the Came Turtle had just exerted considerable effort to protect the mini-dragon. Zhuahan then spent an additional 300,000 dragon coins to acquire 15 canisters of milk, distributing them among the Came Turtle and reserving 2 to bring back for Zhou Xiaowu's fire chick. Observing the Came Turtle's evident happiness as it drank, Zhuahan felt that the expenditure was worthwhile. Noting that the time was ripe, he took the King of Spikes and the mini-dragon back home. On their way, they passed by Zhou Xiaowu's house and saw him diligently training his Macamp. Zhuahan felt that his earlier words had not been in vain. He opened the door to Zhou Xiaowu's house, greeted him, and left behind 2 canisters of milk before returning to his own home. That evening, Zhuahan concocted a story, claiming that he had stumbled upon a treasure while training in the mountains and sold it for 5 million. He then indicated his intention to hand his bank card to his parents. His parents, momentarily bewildered, dropped their chopsticks in disbelief as they exclaimed, "Ahan. What did you say? You found a treasure worth 500,000? Zhuahan calmly replied, "Not quite." Before he could finish, his parents interrupted, "Oh dear. Our hearing must be failing in our old age. We must have misheard." Zhuahan reiterated, "Mom, Dad, you won't have to work so hard anymore. There are 5 million dragon coins in this card." Again, their chopsticks fell to the ground in shock, and his father muttered, "Did I hear correctly? Our child says there are 5 million dragon coins in that card." The mother, startled, asked, "Han, what on earth could you sell for such a price?" Zhuahan explained that it was merely some trainer supplies, which tend to be quite pricey. They had even sold them at a discount. His parents fell silent for a moment, but did not take the card. "Han, you should keep that money. We never expected trainer supplies to be so expensive. You are a trainer now, and I'm sure you will need funds for many things. We're doing just fine, with food and clothing, and have no worries." Hearing his parents' words, Zhuahan fell silent for a moment. If they reacted this way to the mention of 5 million dragon coins, how would they respond if he told them he could receive 100 million monthly? "In the future, you don't need to work overtime. If you need money, just tell me. Your son is not lacking funds," Zhuahan said with a composed demeanor. "All right, no more overtime. We will let you know if we need money." "Our Ahan is growing up," his mother said, a glimmer of tears in her eyes. His father quickly interjected, "What a wonderful day. Why cry? We should celebrate. Come, dear wife, have a drink." Afterward, his father poured a small cup of erguotu for his mother. She drank it with gusto, wiping away her tears as she remarked, "You big shot, you don't understand. These are tears of joy." His father hastily added, "Your instructor must have invested a great deal of effort into this. You should buy a gift for your coach." Zhuahan quickly replied, "I'm aware of that. My coach has helped me immensely, and I will certainly show my gratitude." Chapter 38, A Preliminary Grasp of the Principles. In the days that followed, Zhuahan virtually immersed himself in the secret realm. While the King of Spikes trained tirelessly day and night, even the mini-dragon shedding a layer of skin in the process, the little creature's stamina improved remarkably. Now, even with the gravity ring, it could swim around the lake 6 or 7 times. However, it had recently developed a penchant for the large canisters of milk, demanding to drink after every training session. If denied, it would cry as if addicted. One could only say that nurturing such a divine creature was indeed costly, but fortunately, Zhuahan was no longer in need of funds. As usual, the King of Spikes underwent mega evolution before commencing training, while the mini-dragon began its gravity swimming anew. Whenever the mini-dragon started swimming, the Came Turtles would chase after it, trailing behind like a group of burly men pursuing a young girl. Lately, the elder turtle had grown increasingly lethargic, often lying motionless on the lake's surface, allowing the water's current to carry it along, resembling a lifeless turtle. Suddenly, a mysterious aura emanated from the King of Spikes, causing the surrounding Pokémon to feel uneasy. Even the Came Turtles ceased their pursuit, turning their gazes toward the King of Spikes. The dominant Blastoise seemed to sense something as it poked its head out to observe the King of Spikes. At this point, the King of Spikes was oblivious to the commotion. His mind was consumed with envisioning the hydro pump as a razor-sharp aerial ace. The King of Spikes' presence grew increasingly formidable, and suddenly, a hydro pump was unleashed from its mouth. Zhuahan could barely discern the trajectory of the hydro pump with his naked eye, and it pierced straight through a tree trunk upon contact. Overjoyed, Zhuahan rushed to the tree, inspecting it closely and confirming that the hydro pump had indeed passed through. "You did it, King of Spikes. You have finally succeeded," Zhuahan shouted in exhilaration. The King of Spikes, still recovering from its previous state, was unaware of what had transpired until it heard Zhuahan proclaim, "You did it, King of Spikes. You have finally succeeded." "Succeeded? Is that so?" The King of Spikes was puzzled. Zhuahan hurriedly approached, asking, "How do you feel? Have you broken through to the king level?" The King of Spikes shook its head. indicating that it did not feel any stronger. How could that be? Just now, your hydro pump penetrated the tree trunk. I confirmed it multiple times. Zhuahan expressed his disbelief. Then let us try again. King of Spikes, unleash another hydro pump, just like before, Zhuahan urged. The King of Spikes closed its eyes again, concentrating, and a hydro pump surged forward, but this time it did not penetrate. How could this happen? It penetrated just a moment ago, Zhuahan lamented. Through the power of aura, Zhuahan inquired about the sensation accompanying the successful hydro pump. The King of Spikes recalled that it felt entirely blank, as if its mind were empty, and then a peculiar force surged within it, stimulating its instincts, compelling it to release the attack without any conscious thought. Zhuahan, upon hearing this description, began to grasp that this force was likely the power of the principles. He quickly asked, "Can you still feel that force now?" Zhuahan's urgency was palpable. The King of Spikes tightly closed its eyes once more. After a while, it said, "I can no longer sense that mysterious force." Hearing this, Zhuahan was at a loss and resolved to seek out the dominant Blastoise to inquire about the situation. Zhuahan felt as though he had struck his own face. Despite having promised he could teach, he still had to consult the dominant Blastoise, primarily due to the system's inadequacies. Zhuahan had contemplated asking the system, only to be met with the response that grasping the principles depended on the Pokémon's comprehension. Not all Pokémon could comprehend the principles. Even those with excellent aptitude could remain at the pinnacle of the elite stage if they failed to grasp the underlying principles. Ironically, some Pokémon with poorer aptitude might, upon reaching the elite pinnacle, sometimes comprehend the principles and ascend to the king level. Of course, this was only a small fraction, as most Pokémon at the king level possessed commendable aptitude. Aptitude represented growth speed. The better the aptitude, the faster the growth, while poorer aptitude resulted in slower development, with some Pokémon remaining at the elite level for their entire lives. The response provided by the system left Zhuahan utterly speechless. Was he to cultivate immortality and comprehend the Tao? Zhuahan could only lament the absence of any enlightenment fruits in the marketplace. Cautiously, he approached the Overlord Blastoise and said, "Esteemed Turtle, I require your assistance with a matter. We seem to have encountered a bottleneck. Could you possibly impart some guidance?" The Overlord Blastoise cast a sidelong glance at Zhuahan and began to ramble in its peculiar tongue, leaving Zhuahan, with his mastery of turtle speak at level 10, to continuously apologize. "My sincerest apologies, Great Turtle. It is my fault. I should not have questioned you. I am in the wrong. Indeed, gravely so. Please, allow me to offer you a selection of high-tier water energy cubes." Upon seeing the azure cubes Zhuahan produced, the Overlord Blastoise sniffed one, then promptly consumed it. Chewing thoughtfully, suddenly, its eyes sparkled with enlightenment as it seized the top-tier energy cube from Zhuahan's hand, launching into another lengthy discourse. In that moment, Zhuahan understood that the Overlord was willing to help, and he quickly entered a mode of gratitude. "Thank you, Great Turtle. I shall forever remember your teachings," he expressed earnestly. The Overlord Blastoise gradually rose, stretching languidly before sauntering over to the spiny Dragon King, initiating a deep exchange. During this interaction, the pace of the Overlord's speech notably slowed, and the spiny Dragon King occasionally nodded in understanding. This scene resembled a tutor who had been generously rewarded for their efforts, prompting Zhuahan to reflect on the pervasive nature of social dynamics, even among Pokémon. Once their discussion concluded, it was evident that the spiny Dragon King had grasped the concepts. At Zhuahan's command, a mysterious aura enveloped the spiny Dragon King, casting a shadow over a wide area. A swift water cannon surged toward an unblemished tree trunk, and rather than detonating upon impact, it pierced through and continued onward, signifying Zhuahan's success. The spiny Dragon King roared triumphantly toward the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming presence that even Zhuahan could acutely sense, a formidable pressure, unmistakably of the monarch level. The spiny Dragon King had ascended, recalling the Overlord Blastoise's surf ability. Zhuahan wondered if the spiny Dragon King could replicate it. He commanded the spiny Dragon King to use surf. Upon observing its execution, Zhuahan noted a stark contrast between its surf and that of the Overlord Blastoise. It seemed that while the spiny Dragon King had mastered the sharpness of the water cannon, it still lacked the robustness of surf, a deficiency that would likely diminish with training. After all, did the ancient texts not proclaim that there are myriad paths leading to the same truth? Now that the spiny Dragon King had comprehended the sharpness of the water laws, it would not be long before it acquired the necessary hardness. If all else failed, there was an excellent mentor nearby, as Zhuahan glanced at the Overlord Blastoise, who appeared quite relaxed. Chapter 39, The Ambush. With the spiny Dragon King having reached monarch status, Zhuahan harbored no further concerns. its training would now focus on familiarizing itself with the laws. It was time to formally nurture the mini-dragon as well. At the Zhou family estate in the imperial capital, Zhou Qin observed his brother accepting a task involving high-tier energy cubes, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Once everything settled, Zhou Qin leisurely returned to his chamber. A shadowy figure materialized before him, and Zhou Qin seemed to have anticipated its arrival. Sipping his tea, he inquired, "What have you discovered regarding the matter I asked you to investigate?" The shadowy figure replied with reverence, "We have uncovered that the second young lady's formula is consistently acquired after her interactions with a youth named Zhuahan. It is highly likely that the formula originates from him. According to our records, Zhuahan is a recent participant in the martial examination and was previously a student of the second young lady. He had visited the store to purchase a prematurely hatched ink seahorse, hailing from a family of modest means, with no notable lineage." Zhou Chun, perplexed, asked, "Is there any chance of an oversight? Is the background truly so simplistic?" His doubts arose from his understanding of their father, who would never concede such a substantial share. The shadowy figure assured him, "There are no oversights. We even traced back to his grandfather's background. His father was apparently a trainer, but later, he vanished, seemingly perishing in a gas explosion." Zhou Chun scoffed, "Since we have clarified matters, let us proceed. Ensure everything is handled discreetly, leaving no traces behind. A mere gas station worker's son does not deserve such a bounty from the Zhou family. Father, you have truly grown old. Allow me to lead the Zhou family to greatness. It is imminent, very soon. Having taken care of this swiftly, there are more pressing matters at hand." The shadowy figure nodded and vanished from the room. 3 days later, Zhuahan trained in the secret realm as usual. The spiny dragon king had become increasingly adept in the laws, and the mini-dragon's back skin appeared wrinkled, indicating that its second shedding was imminent. As Zhuahan concluded his training and exited the secret realm, he raised an eyebrow at the weather. It had shifted dramatically since his arrival in the morning, which had been clear and sunny, to an afternoon shrouded in ominous clouds. The sky darkened, and soon, large raindrops began to fall, seemingly waiting for Zhuahan to emerge. "How unfortunate. I must hurry home. I do not wish to be drenched like a drowned rat," Zhuahan muttered to himself. Just as he prepared to hasten home, he sensed something hurtling toward him from above. Upon raising his head, he was suddenly struck by dizziness, accompanied by a deafening sound. Without a second thought, Zhuahan pressed his hands firmly against his ears. In the next moment, a violet figure lunged at him, sinking its fangs into his neck and delivering a lethal dose of venom. Within its pokeball, the spiny dragon king sensed Zhuahan's peril and burst forth, witnessing a bat-like Pokémon assaulting him. Enraged, the spiny dragon king retaliated with a water cannon, driving the Zubat away. "Ah, spiny dragon king. It seems you have encountered some fortuitous events. Intelligence reports indicate that you evolved into Spiny Dragon King in less than 2 months since acquiring the ink seahorse." A mysterious voice echoed from the shadows. "How unfortunate. A genius on the verge of demise. The Zubat's venom is already coursing through your veins. In mere moments, you shall succumb to its poison." A shadowy figure emerged slowly from the side. Zhuahan, gritting his teeth against the pain, stood resolute. He never anticipated that someone would seek to end his life. He pondered what grievance he had committed to warrant such an extreme measure, one that defied the laws of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. He hurriedly contacted the system, seeking a remedy for the poison within him. The response prompted him to exchange some points for Zubat's antivenom, which he integrated into his body. Zhuahan sighed in relief, but maintained the facade of being poisoned. "Before I perish, I wish to understand who seeks my demise. Would you enlighten me?" He feigned weakness. The shadowy figure let out a boisterous laugh. "You can only blame yourself for encroaching on others' interests. No one else is at fault. Zubat, deliver the final blow with your venomous fangs." "Oh, but if that is the case, you two have no need to remain alive," Zhuahan retorted, his posture defying the appearance of a poisoned man. The shadowy figure gasped. "How is this possible? You should be afflicted by Zubat's venom. Then perhaps you should ask the King of Hell about it," Zhuahan shouted angrily. "Spiny Dragon King, use your spatial rift slash." A swift arc of violet energy sliced through the air toward Zubat and the shadowy figure. Zubat attempted to flee toward Zhuahan, only to find itself ensnared in place, unable to escape the confines of this area. The shadowy figure, too, realized he was locked in by an unseen force, panic overtaking him. As the surrounding space tore apart, both the shadowy figure and Zubat could no longer withstand the crushing pressure and exploded in a violent demise. As the space underwent its self-repair, Zhuahan quietly observed the rain wash away the bloodstains from the ground. Strangely, he felt no fear at that moment. Instead, he calmly gathered the remnants and took them back to the secret realm, finding a secluded spot to bury them. Once everything had concluded, Zhuohan could no longer restrain himself and collapsed onto the ground. Yet, he was acutely aware that his foremost priority was to check on his parents' well-being. He attempted to rise, but his trembling legs refused to obey his commands. In a fit of frustration, he struck his thigh with his fist, suppressing his inner turmoil as he slowly leaned against a nearby tree, gradually managing to stand upright. When Zhuohan finally returned home, he found his parents still busy inside. A heavy stone that had weighed upon his heart was finally lifted. Upon seeing Zhuohan standing in the rain, pale-faced, his mother hurriedly supported him into the house. "What happened, my child? Why are you so late returning? You should have sought shelter from this torrential rain. Your face is almost white from being soaked. Quickly wash up and change your clothes," she said with concern. "Mom," Zhuohan called out, his voice trembling. "What is it, Ahan?" his mother asked, perplexed. "Nothing. Nothing at all. I will protect you both," Zhuohan declared with unwavering resolve. "Ah, my child has grown up and is now ready to protect us," his mother replied with a sense of pride. "Go take a shower. You mustn't catch a cold," she urged. Zhuohan nodded and ascended the stairs to the bathroom, filling the bathtub with water before slowly lying down. The haunting scenes from earlier flooded his mind. He believed he had no enemies. So what profound grudge could compel someone to send assassins after him? Had he unwittingly encroached upon someone's domain? His tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open as a realization struck him, and he gritted his teeth. It must be the energy cube. Chapter 40, Doubt. Zhuohan pondered that apart from the energy cube, he had no other interactions with anyone. It undoubtedly pertained to matters concerning the energy cube, but who was behind it? Was it the family that had previously sold the spirit cans? Or perhaps the Zhou family? At this juncture, Zhuohan leaned towards suspecting the former, as the emergence of the energy cube had dealt a significant blow to that family. He understood well the adage that money is akin to life itself. Yet, could the Zhou family be entirely innocent? What role did teacher Zhou play in all of this? "Ahan, come down for dinner," his mother called out. Zhuohan quickly dried himself and changed into a high-necked shirt to conceal the marks left by the bat-like creature's attack. After dinner, he excused himself, claiming to feel unwell, and retreated to his room. Lying on his bed, he contemplated and ultimately decided to seek out teacher Zhou the following day. Meeting with him would clarify half of the situation. Zhuohan couldn't help but wish for a psychic-type spirit that could directly read his memories. Although such practices were prohibited by the Alliance, when it concerned his life, he felt justified in bending the rules. The psychic type is coming soon. Lunala will be fully absorbed shortly. Once I uncover the truth, regardless of which family is involved, I will ensure they pay the price, Zhuohan thought fiercely. The next morning, Zhuohan sought out teacher Zhou, only to learn that the Zhou family had taken him back the previous day. This coincidence further raised his suspicions regarding teacher Zhou's involvement. Just as he had been attacked the day before, teacher Zhou had returned to the capital, making the situation increasingly intriguing. In the Zhou family of the capital, teacher Zhou hurriedly inquired, "How is granduncle? Just days ago, I spoke with grandpa, and he seemed quite well. How could he have fallen gravely ill in such a short time? And why are we not allowed to see him?" A middle-aged man beside him interjected, "Yes, brother, even if he is ill, there is no need to deny us a visit." This middle-aged man was Zhou Luo, teacher Zhou's father. Ziruo, once illness strikes in old age, it is unpredictable. Just days ago, there were no issues, but this ailment struck unexpectedly, and we cannot do anything about it. The reason for calling you back is not to prevent you from visiting. It is simply that we should wait until Grandpa's condition stabilizes, Zhou Chen explained. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's explanation, teacher Zhou and his father were somewhat reassured. "All right, treat these days as a chance to rest at home. Let the servants manage the energy cube affairs for now," Zhou Chen concluded, leaving without further ado. Teacher Zhou and his father felt uneasy, uncertain of Zhou Chen's true intentions. Once Zhou Chen returned to his room, a shadowy figure appeared before him. Zhou Chen picked up his teacup and slowly remarked, "How is the old master faring?" "We have successfully gained control. The secret technique has worked splendidly," the shadowy figure replied, brimming with excitement. "Good. Excellent." Zhou Chen set his teacup down, his enthusiasm evident. "By the way, has Amy returned yet?" he asked nonchalantly. "Not yet," the shadowy figure answered, lowering his head. "What is going on? Why is Yi's efficiency so low this time?" Zhou Chen expressed his discontent. "There must be some unforeseen circumstances causing the delay," the shadowy figure cautiously suggested. It seemed Yi would not make it back in time. "The plan proceeds as usual. Nothing can thwart me," Zhou Chen asserted with confidence. "Understood." The shadowy figure vanished from the room. 2 nights later, Zhou Chen unexpectedly convened a family meeting. And to everyone's astonishment, the ailing Zhou elder was seated in the position of family head. Gasps of surprise filled the room as Teacher Zhou and his father rushed forward. "Grandpa, how have you been? Why did you suddenly fall ill?" Teacher Zhou asked with concern. The elder responded, "I am fine, just a bit tired." His voice was hoarse, and his gaze appeared distant. Zhou Chen interrupted, "Now, let us commence the meeting. I will begin with a few words. Recently, with the emergence of the energy cube, our Zhou family has garnered much attention in the capital. Everything was going smoothly until a few days ago when the elder fell ill. Fortunately, he was rescued in time. Thus, after careful consideration, he has decided to select a successor today." As soon as Zhou Chen finished speaking, family members began to murmur, with some supporting Zhou Chen and others favoring Zhou Luo. Teacher Zhou and Zhou Luo exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Although they were unsure why the elder had made such a sudden decision, it was clear that neither had been informed, placing them in a precarious situation. Next, the elder spoke, and all eyes turned to him. As Chen Er said, "This sudden illness has made me realize that I am no longer young, and it is time for the younger generation to take over. The second son has managed the energy cube quite well." Some members who supported Chen Er looked pleased, but the elder's next words extinguished their joy. "However, it has always been the case that the eldest son should be prioritized. You all have witnessed the elder son's capabilities. Therefore, I have decided to pass the position of family head to him. After all these years, his abilities are evident to all." At that moment, supporters of Zhou Chen erupted in cheers, while Zhou Luo slumped despondently in his seat. Zhou Chen continued, "Since my father has entrusted me with the position of family head, I have the duty to lead the Zhou family to new heights. Trust me, within 2 years, we will be among the new elite families of the capital." After the meeting concluded, numerous clan members approached Zhou Chen to offer their congratulations, while Zhou Luo seemed like a forgotten pawn in the game. Just as Teacher Zhou intended to check on the elder, he was rebuffed by Zhou Chen, who cited the elder's weariness, instructing a servant to escort the elder back. Teacher Zhou, filled with indignation, found himself powerless. Once everything settled down, Zhou Chen sought out Zhou Luo, stating, "Since the elder has appointed me as the head of the family, I shall leave the business dealings of the energy cubes to you, second brother. Moreover, I trust you will take greater care of the family's breeding facilities. By the way, Zi Ruo is of a marriageable age. Would you like me to introduce her to someone?" "No need for your introduction. I have my own plans. In a few days, once father's health improves, I will pay him a visit and take over the breeding facilities," Zhou Luo replied, dejectedly. "Huh, then I shall trouble you to work a little harder, second brother." Zhou Chen sauntered away in triumph. Chapter 41, The Phantom Organization. After the dispersal, Teacher Zhou absent-mindedly gazed towards the elder's chamber. He intended to visit but was halted by a servant who informed him that the elder was already asleep, leaving him to retreat to his own quarters. However, he inadvertently noticed an inconspicuous old acolyte lurking in a corner, fixated on the elder's room, murmuring to himself. The old acolyte turned and departed, prompting Teacher Zhou to hastily follow his pace until they reached a secluded corner where the old acolyte seized Teacher Zhou, startling him. As he was about to cry out, the old acolyte covered his mouth. "Do not scream, second miss. I bear no ill will," the old acolyte whispered. Teacher Zhou ceased his struggles, and the old acolyte removed his hand. "Uncle Lee, have you discovered something? I saw you hiding in the corner, staring at grandfather's room," Teacher Zhou inquired urgently. Sighing, the old acolyte replied, "This is not a place for conversation. Come with me." Teacher Zhou followed Uncle Lee to a location she had not previously known. "This place is particularly remote. Usually, no one comes here. At this juncture, I can only reveal what I know. A few days ago, a group of mysterious individuals claiming to be friends of the elder arrived, soon after which we received news of the elder's grave illness. Initially, I did not connect these events, but today, when the elder attended the meeting, I sensed an unusual aura." "Aura?" Teacher Zhou asked, puzzled. "Second miss, you are unaware that I, on the surface, am a poison-type trainer, yet what I truly excel in is the ghost type," the old acolyte stated cautiously. "Ghost type?" Teacher Zhou could hardly believe it. "But what does this have to do with my grandfather?" "The connections are profound," the old acolyte whispered. "Those individuals in black exuded a powerful ghostly essence, indicating they have been in contact with ghost-type spirits from a young age. Strangely, I detected the same aura emanating from the elder today, yet as far as I know, he specializes in water-type training. Such a potent ghostly essence is not easily acquired," the old acolyte explained softly. In that moment, Teacher Zhou grasped the underlying implications. Uncle Lee suggested that her grandfather was under the control of her uncle's friends. "I cannot believe this," she uttered, her voice rising uncontrollably. "Hush, lower your voice, my little ancestor. I wish to live a few more years." The old acolyte quickly placed a hand over Teacher Zhou's mouth. If it were not for the elder's kindness towards me over the years, I would never share this with you. I am preparing to withdraw from the Zhou family. Whether your uncle's rise to power is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Heed my advice and leave the capital at once. How can this be? Teacher Zhou exclaimed, visibly shaken. How could my uncle do this? How could he? Sighing. The old acolyte replied, throughout history, how many have shed blood for power? Do you not understand this principle, second miss? Then, can my grandfather recover? Teacher Zhou asked, her voice tinged with desperation. Today, I observe the elder's vacant gaze and unnatural demeanor. It is clear he is under the control of ghostly spirit's secret arts. Such methods are profoundly against the natural order, and the spirit performing these arts will continuously drain the elder's life force until his demise. Furthermore, only those well-versed in ghost and psychic types can perceive such enchantments, and this organization employing such arts was eradicated by various nations' alliances over 2 decades ago. It should not be possible for them to resurface, the old acolyte stated gravely. What organization is this that employs such dark sorcery? Teacher Zhou asked, her indignation palpable. The organization is known as the Phantom Organization, the old acolyte replied solemnly. Very well, second miss, I have revealed all I know. I will be leaving in the coming days. I do not wish to be entangled in your family's power struggles. I advise you to depart hastily. With that, the old acolyte quietly slipped away, leaving Teacher Zhou alone with her thoughts. When Teacher Zhou regained her composure, she realized Uncle Li had vanished. She resolved to inform her father of the situation and seek his judgment. Upon returning home, Teacher Zhou hurriedly sought out her father, Zhou Luo, and relayed all she had just learned. Upon discovering that his father was likely under the control of the infamous Phantom Organization and that his elder brother might be a member of this very organization, Zhou Luo's mind went blank. While Teacher Zhou might not grasp the significance of the term Phantom Organization, Zhou Luo, having lived through those tumultuous times, felt his body tremble at the mere mention of it. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo sternly instructed Teacher Zhou, you must leave the Zhou family tonight. No matter what news you hear, do not return. Do you understand? Under no circumstances should you return to the Zhou household. But what about you, father? Teacher Zhou, taken aback by the severity of the situation, asked with concern. As soon as we stepped back into this household, I sensed I might not escape, Zhou Luo replied, resigned. What? Father, let us leave together. We can abandon everything. It will be all right. Why would my uncle do this? He is the head of the family now. Why won't he let you go? Teacher Zhou cried, her distress evident. Suddenly, a laugh echoed from the doorway. Zhou Chen, what brings you here? Zhou Luo appeared flustered. Second brother, I came to see what troubles you. Are you so averse to your elder brother? After all, we are half-brothers. Zhou Chen said nonchalantly. What? Teacher Zhou was taken aback by Zhou Chen's words. Although she knew her father's relationship with her uncle was strained, she had never heard that her father and uncle shared different mothers. He had never disclosed this information. Observing Teacher Zhou's astonishment, Zhou Chen scoffed. Did Zhou Luo never mention it to you? He and I do not share the same mother. Your grandmother, who is Zhou Luo's mother, is nothing but a scheming harlot who clawed her way into the elder's bed, Zhou Chen shouted suddenly. Enough, Zhou Chen. I will not allow you to speak of my mother in such a manner, Zhou Luo exclaimed. What is it, second brother? Are you ashamed of the truth? If it weren't for your harlot mother, my mother would still be alive. It was she, that wretched woman, who caused my mother's death. Zhou Chen screamed in a fit of rage. Chapter 42, The Escape. I shall never forget that day, never. Eventually, I found the opportunity to eliminate her. Do you know what it looks like when a person is drained of life energy by ghost-type spirits? It is truly magnificent. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chen laughed maniacally. Zhou Chen, you scoundrel. I never imagined that it was you who brought about my mother's demise. Zhou Luo shouted frantically. Brother, that assertion is rather flawed, is it not? Your mother was responsible for my mother's death, and I in turn have caused your mother's demise. Thus, we are even, are we not? Zhou Chen retorted fiercely. I had intended to let it go, but that old fool wishes to bequeath the position of the Zhou family's patriarch to you. On what grounds? I am his eldest son. In what regard am I inferior to you? Do not blame me for my ruthless disposition. Even so, I never contemplated your murder. You know, brother, had you simply minded your own affairs at the breeding farm, you could have lived the latter part of your life in peace. Yet, you insist on prying into other secrets. Why must you, brother? Look, now 2 lives are at stake, Zhou Chen said with a dispassionate tone. No, Zhou Chen. I can offer you my life, but I implore you to spare Zirua. She is still young and knows nothing of this, Zhou Luo pleaded. Haha, Zhou Luo. You truly are something else. Do you not realize that should the Phantom Organization's dealings come to light, I would be doomed? Do you believe I would let you off? Attack. With a snap of his fingers, Zhou Chen summoned several figures clad in black. Ghosts floated ominously at their sides. Zhou Luo, unwilling to concede, unleashed his Pokémon. The Gyarados. Observing the dire situation, Zhou Teacher also released his Gyarados. With the overwhelming number of ghosts present, both Gyarados found themselves severely outmatched. Just as the two Gyarados were being mercilessly beaten, Zhou Luo suddenly produced a Pokeball, exclaiming, "This is Hudi. Hudi, take Zirua and use teleport." Zhou Chun, sensing the gravity of Hudi's appearance, exclaimed, "Hurry, use black eyes. Do not let them escape." But it was still too late. Hudi vanished with Zhou Teacher. Zhou Chen's expression darkened as he snapped his fingers again, commanding, "Pursue them." A Hudi not yet at the elite level cannot run far. They must be nearby. Find them, and once located, eliminate them without mercy. Gazing contemptuously at the fallen Zhou Luo, Zhou Chen ordered, "Take him away. He still holds some value." In a desolate area outside the capital, Hudi had just transported Zhou Zirua away when Zhou Teacher, tears streaming down his face, uttered, "Father," before Zhou Teacher could regain composure. The sinister laughter of the ghosts echoed around them, causing him to panic. Struggling against his discomfort, Hudi once again utilized teleport, whisking Zhou Teacher away. However, as soon as they vanished, shadowy figures surrounded the space. "Damn it, still a step too late. Continue the pursuit. They cannot have gone far." The shadowy figures shouted in frustration. The repeated use of teleport had severely strained Hudi's mental capacity. Zhou Teacher surveyed his surroundings and quickly recognized they were on the streets of the capital. "I must hide first and find an opportunity to inform the Alliance and rescue my father." He promptly recalled Hudi into its Pokeball. Recalling what he had learned about evading Pokemon pursuers swiftly, Zhou Teacher removed his outer coat, found a hiding spot, and, suppressing his discomfort, opened a manhole cover and smeared the foul liquid all over himself, preparing to seek refuge with his best friend. His friend's home, situated in a less populated area of the capital, suited Zhou Teacher's intentions perfectly. Upon arriving, he eagerly rang the doorbell, and a stunning woman emerged. "Who is it, ringing the bell at this late hour?" the woman asked, visibly displeased. "It's me, Zirua," Zhou Teacher replied softly. "Zirua." The woman exclaimed with evident joy upon recognizing him. Just as she moved to embrace him, she halted, noticing the repugnant odor emanating from him. "Have you fallen into a cesspool? You smell dreadful. First, let me in to wash up, and then I will explain," Zhou Teacher pleaded. "Come in, then. Who else but my best friend would I allow to present themselves in such a state?" The woman, Haitang, said while pinching her nose. "Thank you," Zhou Teacher murmured as he followed her inside. Fortunately, Haitang was still single, and the home was empty. Zhou Teacher hurriedly removed his clothing and rushed to the bathroom for a shower. Observing Zhou Teacher's discarded clothing with disdain, Haitang used a stick to push the garments into the corner bin. After Zhou Teacher finished his shower, he realized he had no clothes left and quickly sought help from his dear friend. Somewhat annoyed, Haitang fetched a set of clothes from her room for Zhou Teacher to wear. Once Zhou Teacher emerged, clad in the new outfit, Haitang's gaze fell upon his slender waist, exquisite features, and slightly damp hair. The realization that Zhou Teacher was still the granddaughter of the Zhou family ignited a pang of jealousy within her, though she quickly masked it with a facade of camaraderie. "Zirua, how does this outfit fit? Look at our Zirua. Whoever marries her will have truly earned their fortune." Haitang exaggerated. "Do not speak so highly of me. It is not that grand," Zhou Teacher replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Haitang then inquired, "Zirua, what happened to you? You seem quite disheveled." Thus, Zhou Teacher recounted the events concerning her uncle's control over the Zhou family, revealing that she had only just discovered her uncle and father were not biological brothers. Her uncle's ascension to power had prompted him to target both her father and herself, leading to her current predicament. Concerned about involving her dear friend, she refrained from mentioning the Phantom Organization. Upon hearing that Zhou Chun had taken control of the Zhou family, and that both Zhou Luo and Zhou Zirua had been expelled, Haitang felt a surge of secret delight, though she feigned sorrow. "What will you do now, Zirua? You know I cannot offer much help in this matter," Haitang said, pretending to be concerned. Believing her friend's intentions to be genuine, Zhou Teacher replied, "Haitang, your kindness is appreciated. I understand that outsiders cannot intervene in such affairs. My mind is simply in turmoil. I need to rest." "All right, Zirua, go rest. If there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to ask. We are the best of friends," Haitang said gently. "Thank you, Haitang. If I encounter any difficulties, I will seek your help. I must go rest now. My thoughts are too jumbled," Zhou Teacher stated before heading upstairs. Haitang, watching Zhou Teacher's retreating figure, pondered her next move. Chapter 43, Betrayal. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, furious upon receiving the report from the shadowy figures, smashed the teacup in his hand. Useless. All of you are worthless. You cannot even find a yellow-haired girl. What good are you to me? Zhou Chen bellowed. The shadowy figures could only lower their heads in acknowledgement of their failure. Once his anger subsided, Zhou Chen instructed the shadowy figures, she cannot escape this capital. Quickly investigate whether she has any acquaintances here. Be thorough. Yes, the shadowy figures disappeared from the room in an instant. On the other side, Haitang's mind raced as she reflected on Zhou Ziruo's words. Zhou Chen had taken control of the Zhou family, and Ziruo's father was now under control, leaving only Ziruo in her grasp. Observing her earlier disheveled state, it was clear she was evading her uncle's pursuit. With Ziruo no longer the second young lady of the Zhou family, her value to Haitang diminished. What benefits might I gain by betraying her to her uncle? Haitang pondered, her mind racing with thoughts of maximizing her own advantage. After all, the Zhou family was now immensely wealthy. She glanced upstairs once more, silently contemplating. Do not blame me for my ruthless heart, Ziruo. It is merely your misfortune. Haitang quietly departed from the house, making her way towards the Zhou residence. Inside, Teacher Zhou remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, lying peacefully on the bed, reminiscing about the events of the day. The shadowy figures from the Zhou family promptly relayed the intelligence to Zhou Chen, revealing that Ziru had a close friend named Haitang in the imperial capital. This Haitang merits attention. In times of dire straits, one often thinks first of their dearest friend, Zhou Chen remarked indifferently. Just as he was about to dispatch the shadows to investigate Haitang's home, the guards at the entrance called to inform him that a woman named Haitang wished to see him, claiming to possess information of great interest to him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen instructed the guard to allow her entry. As Haitang stepped inside, she heard Zhou Chen's cool voice. I wonder what brings Miss Haitang to seek an audience with me. If I recall correctly, we have had little interaction. Since you have put it that way, I shall be forthright. I know the whereabouts of Ziru, which I believe would pique your interest, Haitang replied with a calm demeanor. Oh, my niece Ziru, why would I be concerned about her whereabouts? I wonder how Miss Haitang came by such information. It seems to cast me in a rather unscrupulous light, Zhou Chen said, maintaining his composure. At this moment, Haitang grew agitated, declaring loudly, enough with the pleasantries. If you give me 10 million dragon coins, I will divulge Ziru's location. Zhou Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he responded with fervor. Very well, 10 million it is. Now, tell me, where is Ziru? Haitang felt a twinge of fear at Zhou Chen's sudden intensity, yet for the sake of the money, she replied slowly. Ziru is currently at my home. I can take you there, but I must see the money first. After making a quick phone call, Zhou Chen's subordinate soon delivered a bank card containing 10 million dragon coins, assuring her that she could verify the balance. As Haitang examined the card and beheld the numerous zeros, a smile broke across her face. All right, I will lead you there now, she said, stowing the card in her bag. As Haitang happily exited the Zhou residence, Zhou Chen swiftly commanded the shadows to surround her home, deploying Gung Gui to cast a veil of darkness to prevent any sudden teleportation. Afterward, he instructed Haitang to board the car, directing the shadowy driver toward her residence. Upon their arrival at Haitang's home, she softly announced, Ziru is upstairs sleeping. The shadows ascended cautiously. At that moment, Teacher Zhou, hearing footsteps, initially assumed it was Haitang. But as the sounds multiplied, she sensed something amiss. Just as she was about to open the window, she discovered the shadows encircling the house. Given the remoteness of the area, devoid of any potential assistance, despair washed over her, and she resigned herself to being taken away by the shadows. Upon seeing Zhou Chen below, Teacher Zhou cried out in a frenzied voice, Where is Haitang? What have you done to her? She is innocent and has nothing to do with this. Zhou Chen laughed derisively at her words. Ziru, my dear niece, I should rejoice in your ignorance. Have you never wondered why I was able to find you so swiftly? Teacher Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted, Impossible. Haitang would never betray me. Zhou Chen, unflustered, replied, Let me impart another lesson today. In the face of absolute gain, all sentiments, be it love or kinship, are but illusions. I offered her 10 million, and she revealed your location to me. You may ask her yourself. With a clap of his hands, he summoned Haitang. From behind the shadows emerged a woman, none other than Haitang, Teacher Zhou's close friend. Upon seeing her, Teacher Zhou exclaimed, Haitang, are you all right? Did they harm you? I am so sorry for dragging you into this. Haitang, witnessing Teacher Zhou's concern for her at this moment, felt no gratitude and retorted loudly, Enough, Zhou Ziru. Your uncle speaks the truth. For 10 million, I sold you out. I am merely a woman enamored with vanity. Why should you, Zhou Ziru? I've had the finest of everything from childhood, Even having your very own fairy meticulously chosen by your family? And I have always been given the worst. My classmates looked down on me, mocked me, simply because I was not from the imperial capital, because I lacked the prestige of the three great families. Do you think I became your friend merely for your status as the second daughter of the Zhou family? You had wealth, and now that you have fallen, do not blame me. This is your fate. As Haitong's words sank in, Teacher Zhou's pupils seemed to drain of color, and she collapsed to the ground, muttering, "How could this be? How could this be?" With a hint of madness in her expression, Zhou Chun, sensing the moment was ripe, ordered the shadows to return Teacher Zhou to the Zhou residence, while he leisurely exited. Just as Haitang closed the door, gleefully gazing at the numbers on the bank card, a luminescent fairy resembling a hanging chandelier appeared before her. Suddenly, Haitang felt dizzy and, within moments, collapsed. At the entrance, Zhou Chun remarked coolly, "The wealth of the Zhou family is not easily acquired. Clean up any traces." A shadowy figure whispered to the fairy, "Utilize purgatory. Erase this place." The fairy nodded, and in an instant, flames erupted into the sky, prompting Zhou Chun to depart the scene. Chapter 44. Guardians Beneath the Stars. For several consecutive days, Zhuahan had not seen Teacher Zhou, leading him to suspect a significant connection between her absence and the assassination attempt on himself. Though instinctively he was reluctant to believe she could be involved. Today, upon returning to her shop, he found all the familiar faces replaced by strangers. Approaching one of the men, he inquired, "What has happened to the previous manager and staff?" The man replied, "You may not know, but this establishment is owned by the Zhou family. Do you know why there have been changes? It is now under the control of old Master Zhou. So, do you think the second master's interests remain with him? Certainly not. They now belong to old Master Zhou." The man spoke with a hint of arrogance. Upon returning home and sorting through the information, Zhuahan realized that the head of the Zhou family had changed, and that Teacher Zhou's shop had been entirely overhauled. This suggested that she was on the losing side. However, such a drastic turnover seemed excessive, especially considering they were once brothers. Zhuahan could only lament the fragility of familial bonds within a grand family. He resolved to wait until after the martial arts examination to seek out Teacher Zhou for clarity, for he no longer feared anything. Gazing at the shimmering pokeball in his system space, he wondered if it was nearly ready for absorption. Tonight marked the moment of its resurgence. That night, the moon shone exceptionally bright. Once his parents had settled into slumber, Zhuahan quietly slipped out of the house and swiftly made his way to the secret realm. Under the astonished gaze of the dominant Blastoise, he produced a glowing pokeball. The ball began to levitate from the ground, ascending higher and higher until it reached the same horizontal plane as the moon. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, and Cosmoem soared from the ball, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Its tightly shut eyes flew open, its form expanding until the light dissipated, revealing an elegant purple bat before Zhuahan. Lunala, exuding an air of nobility. Its ruby-like eyes fixed upon him. Zhuahan met its gaze for a moment before. To his astonishment, Lunala enveloped him entirely with its massive wings. As the sovereign Blastoise had retreated to the depths of the water the moment Lunala completed its evolution, only its small head remained above the surface, observing the unfolding scene. Wrapped in a gentle radiance, Zhuahan felt a profound sense of comfort enveloping him, when suddenly, a melodious voice resonated in his mind. "Art thou the human who has rescued me?" Lunala inquired softly. At a loss for words, Zhuahan instinctively nodded in response. "Pray, reveal thy name to me," Lunala continued, her enchanting ruby eyes fixed upon him. Zhuahan stammered out his name, and Lunala soared into the sky, releasing a crystalline roar towards the moon. The stars above shimmered brilliantly as she proclaimed, "Herein I forge a bond with thee, with the celestial bodies as witnesses. I shall protect Zhuahan until the stars extinguish their light and the moon ceases to rise. Dost thou consent to this pact?" Lunala spoke with tender grace. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhuahan could hardly articulate a response, his head nodding fervently like a bobblehead. Returning from her aerial ascent, Lunala descended, a radiant beam of light piercing into Zhuahan's being. He felt an exhilarating urge to soar, a wave of bliss almost compelling him to cry out. When the light dissipated, he discovered a lunar emblem emblazoned upon his shoulder. Curiously, he touched it, relieved it was not situated upon his forehead, lest he become a figure akin to the legendary judge of the Pokémon realm. "Shall you still enter a Pokeball?" Zhuahan inquired, bemused. Lunala shook her head, transforming into a beam of light that melded into Zhuahan's shadow. Meanwhile, in a distant and secluded region overseas, a lion-like Pokémon sensed something amiss and dashed frantically towards the Dragon Kingdom. Once Lunala had integrated into Zhuahan's shadow, the sovereign Blastoise emerged from the water. its large eyes scrutinizing Zhuahan as if intent on deciphering his very essence. Zhuahan felt a chill from the stare, awkwardly asking, "What's the matter, Boss Tortoise?" Yet, the Blastoise soon returned to the lake, only to resurface again after Zhuahan had left, gazing up at the moon. The following day, Zhuahan casually greeted, "Good morning, Lunala." A clear voice echoed in his mind, "Good morning, Zhuahan." Instantly, the remnants of sleep vanished, leaving him wide awake. This voice, he thought, slapping himself in disbelief. It hurts. No, this is no dream. I truly forged a pact with Lunala. He glanced at his arm, confirming the lunar mark was indeed present, and couldn't help but break into a foolish grin. How peculiar. Are all humans as strange as thee, Zhuahan? Lunala inquired with curiosity. No, I'm not usually like this, just overly joyous. Yes, exceedingly joyful, Zhuahan replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Yet in my many years, I have encountered multitudes of humans, and none have expressed joy quite like thee. Truly, one who binds with me is unlike any other, Lunala remarked with delight. Listening to her words, Zhuahan felt his earlier elation wane slightly. After breakfast, he received a call from Zhao Dongrong, who assured him that his academic performance in humanities was secure before ending the conversation. Zhuahan opened a Pokemon forum, where the pinned video was surprisingly related to the Zhou family. Upon viewing it, he discovered Zhou Chun discussing the advanced energy cube, alongside the reasons for Zhou Laozu's abdication, with Zhou Luo, Zhou Qin's brother, pledging to support him diligently. Zhuahan murmured, I thought so. After all, they are brothers. No matter the power struggle, they wouldn't resort to extreme measures. I suppose I should heed fewer of those idle rumors. Suddenly, Lunala's clear voice pierced his thoughts. Zhuahan, the speaker is quite intriguing. He bears a strong, ghostly essence, and the individual beside him is likewise under ghostly influence. Zhuahan was taken aback by her brief, yet profound statement. What? Zhou Luo is under ghostly control? Zhou Chun carries a potent ghostly essence? He trusted Lunala's judgment implicitly, for she was a first-tier deity of the ghost type, incapable of error. Yet, how could the Zhou family, known for their mastery of water, also excel in ghostly arts? Perhaps it was a concealed strength. But what could it mean for Zhou Luo to be controlled? Zhuahan pondered if Zhou Laosher's prolonged absence was also due to such influence. The notion was troubling. The internal conflicts within esteemed families often ran deeper than they appeared. What plight did Zhou Laosher face now? Recalling his visit to the Pokemon shop, Zhuahan felt a stirring within and silently resolved to take action. Chapter 45, The Rescue. Zhuahan promptly searched for information online, relieved that the Zhou family's address was publicly available due to their prominence and recent fame from the Energy Cube. As he prepared to head to the capital, he realized that even the fastest of rides would take a day. Tomorrow was the martial arts examination, and time was of the essence. However, concern for Zhou Laosher weighed heavily on him. Suddenly, Lunala's voice broke into his thoughts. Zhuahan, what troubles thee? Thou appear most distressed. In a moment of clarity, he exclaimed to himself, Of course. If I can't fly there, Lunala could teleport me. He hastily inquired, Lunala, can you use teleportation to take me to the capital? Littleya, is that what thou dost call me? Lunala replied with curiosity. Zhuahan, caught off guard by his own slip, nodded awkwardly. Littleya, do you like this name? He asked, feeling a bit bashful. Littleya? I find it delightful, Lunala responded, and Zhuahan sighed in relief. Then, can you take me to the capital? He asked, anticipation rising. Certainly. I shall fulfill any request thou dost make, Lunala replied cheerfully. No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhuahan vanished from his room. When he reappeared, he found himself at Shizhuang, but before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, Lunala teleported him once more. He emerged, gazing at the unmistakable emblem of the blood-winged dragon in the distance. This is the capital. He marveled at how swiftly he had arrived, once again awed by the might of divine beasts. Thank you, Littleya, Zhuahan said earnestly. It brings me joy to assist thee, Lunala replied softly. With the pleasantries aside, Zhuahan focused on the task at hand. Recalling that the Zhou family resided on X Street at location X, he strolled leisurely towards his destination, adopting the demeanor of a casual passerby. After considerable time, he finally spotted the Zhou family's grand villa, complete with security personnel and a formidable guard dog. Having pinpointed the location, Zhuahan acted nonchalantly as he left. Once back on the bustling streets, he couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between the capital's vibrancy and the quaintness of his hometown. Crowds thronged the thoroughfare, and it seemed every few steps revealed another Pokemon shop, with trainers flaunting Pokemon of no lesser stature than the starters. Perhaps they felt it inappropriate to showcase anything lesser. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, startling everyone in the vicinity. The leader of a group commanded the crowd to part with an abrasive tone. Step aside. Make way. Do you not know that young Master Bai has returned? Do you possess no sense of awareness? Keep staring, and I'll have your eyes. Before long, a mighty Tyranitar emerged, pulling an ancient horse-drawn carriage, charging forward with alarming speed. Fortunately, the crowd in the middle of the road reacted swiftly, otherwise, they would have been trampled by the formidable creature. Seated atop the carriage was a man who appeared to be yawning, his expression brimming with delight as he observed the throngs of people dodging the advancing Tyranitar. Once the carriage had passed, the onlookers could no longer contain their disdain, exclaiming, "Bah, what a disgrace! If it weren't for his privileged background, he would be nothing at all." Zhuahan, having purchased a sesame cake, took a bite and inquired of the vendor, who exactly was that man? The vendor, glancing at Zhuahan with a knowing look, replied, "Ah, young brother. You must be new to the imperial capital. Have you noticed the law enforcement personnel around? They dare not utter a word. That man is none other than the sole grandson of the esteemed elder Bai of the Bai family, a prominent figure in the alliance. With such connections, the authorities can only turn a blind eye. However, with the recent rise of the Zhou family's energy cubes, the Bai family's status in the capital has become precarious." Intrigued, Zhuahan purchased another sesame cake and asked curiously, "What is the connection between the rise of the energy cubes and the Bai family?" The vendor regarded him as if he were naive but nonetheless explained, "The Bai family has previously thrived on the canned Pokemon business. You wonder about the connection with the energy cubes? It serves them right that his grandson has been bullying us common folk, and now he is facing the consequences of the energy cube's emergence. I hear the Zhou family is on the verge of releasing high-grade energy cubes. The Bai family must be scrambling to find a way to respond." Zhuahan finally grasped the situation. Bidding farewell to the vendor, he strolled while munching, and upon reaching a nearby trash bin, he discarded the remaining wrapper, clapping his hands as he remarked, "The sesame cake was indeed delicious, albeit rather pricey." In Rome City, a single cake costs merely 3 dragon coins, yet here in the capital, they fetch 10. Truly, it is the imperial capital. The moon shone particularly bright over the capital that night. Following the plan devised during the day, Lineala opened the portal to the spirit realm, allowing Zhuahan to step through. The moment he entered, an eerie chill enveloped him, causing him to tremble. Surrounding him were numerous ghost-type Pokemon, their eyes glistening with a yearning for the living energy that Zhuahan possessed. Just as they approached, Littleya suddenly burst forth from Zhuahan, emanating a powerful aura that sent the ghostly creatures recoiling in fear, shrinking into the corners. Zhuahan breathed a sigh of relief, aware that while in the spirit realm, the outside world could not perceive the happenings within, nor could he observe the external conditions. However, under Lineala's influence, it was akin to watching a surveillance feed, complete with 360-degree visibility without any blind spots. At long last, they located Teacher Zhou, who appeared in a dire state, her hair disheveled and her eyes devoid of life. As the guards dozed, Lineala opened a portal directly above Zhou's confinement chamber, and Zhuahan leapt down. Teacher Zhou, sensing something, slowly lifted her head, unable to fathom that her student, Zhuahan, had emerged from a dark void. With disbelief, she murmured, "Am I hallucinating?" As Zhuahan approached, shaking her gently, he whispered, "Teacher Zhou, are you all right?" Only then did she look up at Zhuahan, disbelief etched across her features. "Zhuahan, is it really you? How did you get in?" Her eyes widened in astonishment. "There's no time for explanations. We must leave at once," Zhuahan urged, grasping her hand, and in an instant, they vanished from the chamber. Chapter 46. The death of Zhou Chun. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, Teacher Zhou gazed at Zhuahan, who had so effortlessly rescued her, her eyes fixed on him with a mixture of awe and confusion. He seemed so foreign, so enigmatic, her own student, and she felt inferior to this 18-year-old boy. Overwhelmed, she collapsed into Zhuahan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Zhuahan, I'm so scared. My grandfather is under my uncle's control, my father is too, and my best friend betrayed me for 1,000,000 dragon coins. I'm terrified that one day my uncle will turn me into someone like my father. I feel utterly powerless. Am I really so useless?" Zhuahan had never encountered such a situation. No amount of consolation could quell Teacher Zhou's tears. He frowned, his tone grave, crying, "Is that all you know how to do? How old are you? If you keep weeping, I won't help you anymore. If your uncle captures you again, I won't come to your rescue." At his words, Teacher Zhou trembled, forcing herself to stifle her tears, her large eyes pleading with Zhuahan, "Please don't abandon me. I don't want to cry, but the tears just keep flowing. I can't help it." As she spoke, her sobs returned. Zhuahan raised his voice, "Enough. Stop crying. I can't bear to see a woman weep before me." Teacher Zhou made another attempt to hold back her tears. Sniffling intermittently, Zhuahan observed her, finding an uncanny resemblance to a child who had been scolded by their mother. Don't worry, Teacher Zhou. If the sky falls, I'll bear it for you, Zhuahan reassured her gently. After what felt like an eternity, Teacher Zhou finally regained her composure. Wiping her tears and sheepishly addressing Zhuahan, I apologize for my earlier outburst. Let us move on, Zhuahan. Move on? Where are we going, Teacher Zhou? Zhuahan asked, puzzled. I intend to go to the Alliance and report Zhou Chun, she stated resolutely. Zhuahan frowned. Surely the Alliance won't intervene in family matters such as yours? But what if Zhou Chun has committed a grave offense against the Alliance? Teacher Zhou countered. This is my affair alone, Zhuahan. I don't wish to involve you. I promise to repay your kindness in the future. A grave offense? Do you mean the kind of mind control techniques? Zhuahan murmured. What? Teacher Zhou gasped, her expression a mix of shock and fear. How do you know about that? Are you involved as well? Zhuahan smacked her lightly on the head, exasperated. No wonder your friend betrayed you. What kind of thoughts are you harboring? If I were in league with them, would I risk my life to save you? I truly wonder how you've managed all these years. Ow, could you be gentler? Teacher Zhou complained, rubbing her head. Since you're aware, I won't keep it from you any longer, Teacher Zhou began, recounting her knowledge of the ghost organization to Zhuahan. Zhuahan felt a surge of certainty. Zhou Chun was indeed the one who had attempted to assassinate him. The shadowy figure matching the description of his would-be attacker. Zhou Chun, he seethed, promptly recounting his assassination attempt to Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou gasped in astonishment. What? You nearly fell victim to those shadowy figures. But why would Zhou Chun want to kill you? Isn't it obvious? He simply didn't want to share the spoils with me, Zhuahan replied coldly. Then we must go to the Alliance. We are no match for Zhou Chun on our own, Teacher Zhou urged anxiously. The Alliance? Zhuahan scoffed, believing that where there is light, darkness surely lurks. Who knows what goes on within the Alliance? What if Zhou Chun's influence has already reached them? What if we are apprehended under some pretext before even meeting the chairman? Such things have occurred before. The events of today on the streets of the imperial capital have left me feeling uneasy about the Alliance's corruption. What should we do? Teacher Zhou asked anxiously. Since Zhou Chun dared to lay a hand on me, he must be prepared for the consequences. The King of Hell allows no one to linger past their appointed time. If he fancies himself a ghost, then let him truly encounter what a specter is, Zhuahan replied coldly. Teacher Zhou observed Zhuahan, who stood before her. No longer the naive student she once knew in school. But did that matter? Not at all. At this moment, Teacher Zhou desperately needed someone like him to guide her out of this predicament, and Zhuahan was the beacon of hope she sought. Do you have confidence in dealing with Zhou Chun? He still has many shadow agents at his disposal. If it proves too difficult, we can consider alternative strategies. Teacher Zhou expressed her concern. That's unnecessary, Teacher Zhou. I possess absolute certainty. Just await news of Zhou Chun. However, I must lay it out plainly. Once Zhou Chun meets his demise, I expect my share of the energy blocks to remain intact, Zhuahan asserted with unwavering confidence. Call me Zuru Zhuahan. You've been addressing me as Teacher Zhou, yet you don't even know my name. Rest assured, the distribution of profits is already settled. I shall not default. But you, remember to exercise caution. If you find yourself unable to contend, do not force it. Make your escape swiftly. We can brainstorm other options, Teacher Zhou advised with genuine concern. Meanwhile, Zhuahan's thoughts were elsewhere. Upon hearing Teacher Zhou's name, he contemplated, Zhou Zhuo, and here I am, akin to Zhang Wuji, as if I were to perform in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. After a moment of reflection, he chose silence and allowed Xiaoya to open the portal to the spirit realm before he stepped through. Watching Zhuahan disappear into the enigmatic black void, Teacher Zhou clasped her hands in prayer, wishing for his safe return. For reasons unknown, she felt a strong aversion to the idea of Zhuahan undertaking this perilous venture. In the Zhou household, within Zhou Chun's chamber, a shadowy figure knelt on the ground. Zhou Chun spoke slowly. Have you gathered any intelligence on Ying Yi's whereabouts? My incompetence is evident. Ying Yi seems to have vanished from this world altogether. No matter how extensively we search, we find no trace of him, the shadowy figure replied. A hint of panic in his voice. Vanished from this world, you say? I know Ying Yi well. He would never betray me. Thus, only one possibility remains. Ying Yi is dead, Zhou Chun stated matter-of-factly. Dead? That cannot be. Ying Yi possesses elite-level prowess, while that Zhuahan is merely a brash youth. The shadowy figure exclaimed incredulously. Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes and remarked, in my pursuit of the old man's affairs, I evidently lost my clarity. It appears that Zhuahan is no ordinary adversary. I had thought it impossible for the old man to agree to a 40-60 split. It seems he must have uncovered something. Meanwhile, Zhuohan, already in the spirit realm, overheard Zhou Qin's plot to assassinate him and could not help but step out from the portal. Zhou Qin, witnessing the sudden emergence of a mysterious black hole in his room, felt an overwhelming presence of ghostly energy and recalled a terrifying legend. Could this be the fabled portal to the spirit realm? Zhou Qin uttered in disbelief. Suddenly, he saw a figure slowly emerging from within, advancing toward him step by step. As Zhou Qin recognized the figure, he shouted, "Who are you? How did you come forth from the portal?" "Haha, who am I? Zhou Qin. Do you not even recognize the visage of the very person you sought to kill?" Zhuohan taunted. "You are." Zhuohan. "Impossible. How could you open the portal to the spirit realm?" Zhou Qin roared. "Shadow agents, assemble." Zhou Qin commanded, and forth came numerous shadow figures alongside floating ghostly entities. "Haha. Zhuohan, today marks your demise," Zhou Qin declared maniacally. "Doomed. Let that be my parting gift to you, Zhou Qin. Xiaoya, shadow light. Obliterate everything here." In an instant, Luna Yala ascended from Zhuohan's shadow. Upon fully materializing before Zhou Qin, her aura instilled terror in all ghostly entities, forcing them into corners. Paralyzed with fear, Luna Yala unleashed a blinding beam of light directed at Zhou Qin, and in a heartbeat, he and all of his shadow agents vanished from existence, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 47. The long-awaited martial examination. Zhuohan felt relieved that he had earlier dispatched Teacher Zhou's father into the spirit realm. Otherwise, he would have likely perished as well. At the Alliance headquarters, incessant alarms blared as immense energy surged in the imperial capital, suspected to be the power of a divine beast. The president immediately convened the four kings to investigate. Teacher Zhou, witnessing a brilliant light emanating from her home, observed as the entire estate, along with its surroundings, vanished from existence, as if it had never been built. Fortunately, Zhuohan had ensured that Xiaoya sensed the absence of others nearby, confirming that the estate was primarily occupied by shadow agents, which allowed for the decisive use of Xiaoya's power. What incredible power this is, Teacher Zhou could hardly fathom. But what of Zhuohan? Would he be safe? Teacher Zhou could not hold back her tears. Suddenly, a black hole appeared above, and Zhuohan descended, having thrown someone down before following suit. Upon seeing Teacher Zhou in tears, he felt exasperated. "Teacher Zhou, are you made of water? Why do you cry at the slightest provocation?" Zhuohan remarked with some impatience. Seeing Zhuohan return unharmed, Teacher Zhou rushed to embrace him. "Thank goodness. I feared you had met with misfortune," she exclaimed joyfully, realizing her display was somewhat unrefined. Teacher Zhou released Zhuohan and rushed to check on her father, who lay on the ground. "Dad, are you okay?" she pleaded, shaking him. But he showed no sign of waking. Zhuohan interjected, "Your father was under control for too long. Although I have released him from that control, it may take some time for him to regain consciousness. Furthermore, the secret technique has significant after effects. He will likely experience a deficiency in vitality and should consume nourishing foods. Well, I must take my leave. Remember, you haven't seen me today, understand? Contemplate how to deal with the Alliance on your own." "I encountered the four kings on my way back," Zhuohan said matter-of-factly. Teacher Zhou wished to say more, but Zhuohan had already vanished from her sight. At the Zhou family estate, the four kings surveyed the desolate scene, now devoid of any trace of Zhou's domain, reduced to a barren expanse. Despite their shock, they did not lose sight of their purpose and produced a detection device, releasing their Pokémon. The conclusion was unmistakable. The spectral energy present was significantly above normal levels, likely caused by one or more ghost-type Pokémon. It seemed the Zhou family was far from ordinary. Upon learning that one or more ghost-type Pokémon were responsible, the president's expression grew grave. He waved his hand dismissively, instructing the four kings to depart. After they left, Champions Xiong and Yuan stepped forward. The president spoke heavily. "What was destined to come has finally arrived." Champion Yuan remarked, "In those days, we had no choice. We must consider the Dragon Nation Alliance." At a certain overseas base, a shadowy figure handed a note to a man dressed in black seated in a chair. The man took the note, glanced at it, and mused, "Oh, Zhou Qin is dead? It seems we must alter our plans. Inform the others to execute Plan B." The shadowy figure nodded and vanished from sight. He murmured to himself, "Such powerful ghostly fluctuations, how intriguing, truly fascinating." Upon returning to his room, Zhuohan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The burden of instant teleportation had taken a toll on his body, but at least he had resolved a pressing matter. Before he could contemplate further, Zhuohan succumbed to slumber. The next morning, Zhuohan's mother awakened him. "What is the matter with you? Today is the martial examination. How can you still be asleep?" she said sternly. Today marks the day of the martial arts examination, and as if jolted awake from a stupor, Zhuahan hastily donned his attire and rushed towards the school. Fortunately, traffic officers were present along the route to maintain order. Upon arriving at school, Zhuahan caught sight of Zhao Dongrong's grim visage from afar. Before Zhuahan could utter a word, Zhao Dongrong unleashed a torrent of reproaches. Zhuahan, what on earth happened? I called you countless times, yet you failed to answer. Arriving late for such a crucial event as the martial arts exam. Do you even care about this? With head bowed in acknowledgement of his fault, Zhuahan was ushered inside by Zhao Dongrong. Due to the differing written examination subjects for cultural and martial arts students, they were typically mixed during the test. Since the martial arts candidates did not place significant emphasis on academic subjects, they generally took the exam at their own schools, while cultural students exchanged schools for their assessments. Zhuahan located his examination room, reported his seat number, and the teacher from No. 1 high school merely instructed him to submit his phone and commence the exam without further comment. As Zhuahan gazed at the exam paper before him, a flurry of emotions surged within. Having lived a second life, he found himself unable to escape the fate of the college entrance examination. Fortunately, the martial arts questions were relatively straightforward, revolving around concepts like attribute advantages and skill potency. Had it been the cultural exam, he would have faced peculiar queries, such as how many rings adorn the belly of a tadpole or how to discern the gender of a Pikachu. Drawing upon the experience of both his past and present lives, Zhuahan swiftly completed the examination and exited the room. His fellow martial arts candidates, also quick to finish, elicited envy from the cultural students. Upon leaving the examination hall, Zhuahan discovered Zhao Dongrong waiting for him at the entrance, who promptly guided him to the designated venue for martial arts candidates. The martial arts examination retained the ancient testing methods, commencing with the local examination, followed by the city, provincial, and finally, the national level, progressing step by step. The local exam was generally simplistic, with the examiners often being familiar faces, thus ensuring that most candidates, barring significant failures, would pass. However, the city examination marked the beginning of genuine competition. Upon entering the martial arts examination venue, Zhuahan noticed an elderly gentleman seated at the front, presumably the examiner. The examiner addressed the gathered martial arts candidates, succinctly outlining the rules. A random selection of a Pokeball would determine the Pokémon for battle, with the highest level Pokémon categorically being intermediate. Victory over the Pokémon would signify passing the examination. The candidates murmured amongst themselves, speculating on who would be the unfortunate soul to draw an intermediate Pokémon. Zhuahan observed that none of the martial arts candidates seemed to have failed thus far. The Pokeballs contained only the most basic Pokémon, such as Caterpie and Rattata, indicating a lenient evaluation. Eventually, after witnessing Zhou Xiaowu, Hu Meng, and Li Xiao triumph over their Pokémon, it was finally Zhuahan's turn. When he casually drew a Pokeball and tossed it, he was startled to see a Beedrill emerge, likely of intermediate strength. Could it be that he was the unfortunate one? With a confident smile, Zhuahan called forth, "Come forth, Kingdra." To his astonishment, the Beedrill, which had been buzzing at him moments ago, immediately turned and fled back into its Pokeball upon seeing Kingdra. The onlookers were left in awe. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Zhuahan himself was bewildered, pondering why the Beedrill had deviated from the expected behavior. Surely, it could have simply unleashed a poison sting and been defeated by Kingdra. The examiner cast a curious glance at Zhuahan before summoning Zhao Dongrong over, the two of them whispering in hushed tones. Eventually, the examiner announced that Zhuahan had passed the local examination. Following this, Zhao Dongrong took to the stage, explaining that although Mr. Zhou was supposed to lead them to the city examination, he had to attend to a personal matter, and thus, Zhao would accompany them instead. "You may call me Instructor Zhao," he stated. "I expect to see you all at the school gate promptly at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." As he spoke, Zhao Dongrong directed a meaningful look at Zhuahan, who instantly grasped the implication and responded with an okay gesture. Upon seeing Zhuahan's response, Zhao Dongrong continued, "For those who do not arrive by 7, I regret to inform you that your martial arts examination results will be rendered void. I trust that you all can be punctual, after enduring 3 months, what is a few more days." With that, he dismissed the students. Once most students had departed, Zhao Dongrong retained Zhuahan, Zhou Xiaowu, Hu Meng, and Li Xiao, instructing them to accompany him to meet the town mayor. It had been 3 months since Zhuahan last saw Zhao Donglai, and he wondered what new developments awaited them. He had hoped to catch up on some sleep, still feeling the lingering effects of his recent teleportation. Before long, the four arrived at Zhao Donglai's office, where they found Pan Wen and Pan Wu already present. Just as they were about to engage in small talk, Zhao Donglai interrupted. "I shall dispense with pleasantries," he began, surveying the 8 individuals before him. "Aside from you 8, The other martial arts candidates from Rongqing are little more than cannon fodder. This is a consequence of my earlier decision. However, you 8 are different. The entire resources of Rongqing rest upon your shoulders. Do not resent me for the pressure. At least one of you must make it onto the provincial leaderboard. Can you assure me that you can achieve this? The atmosphere in the office grew increasingly fervent as the 8 candidates, all with their Pokémon having reached their highest evolutionary stages, felt as though they were the saviors of Rongqing. In the fervor of youth, bolstered by Zhao Donglai's words, they could not remain silent, responding in unison, "We can." Zhao Donglai frowned, displeased. "What is this? Why is the response so feeble? Did you not eat breakfast this morning? Speak up." Zhuahan observed that indeed, it seemed like a family trait, and everyone gathered their breath to shout, "We can." This resounding affirmation finally brought a smile to Zhao Donglai's face, and he gently added, "Of course, do not burden yourselves with excessive pressure. Simply do your best. The future of Rongqing lies in your hands. Remember to rest well tonight." Upon leaving the mayor's office, Zhuahan felt no inclination to speak further. His mind was consumed with one singular thought: sleep. He declined Zhou Xiaowu's invitation to dine, citing fatigue from the previous night's excitement, and made a beeline for home. As it was the day of the martial arts examination, his mother had taken leave to tend to his daily needs. Upon seeing him return, she anxiously inquired, "How did the martial arts exam go?" Zhuahan replied softly, "I passed, Mom. I'm a bit tired now and need to catch up on sleep, so I'll skip lunch." With that, he ascended the stairs. His mother, visibly relieved, exclaimed, "That's wonderful. I'm glad to hear you passed. Rest well. And when you wake up and feel hungry, just call for me. I'll warm something up for you. I'll be here at home with you." Zhuahan slept soundly until 6 in the morning. His mother had intended to wake him for breakfast, but his father gestured her to let him rest, saying, "Ahan probably has a lot of pressure. Let him sleep." At 6 o'clock, the alarm rang promptly, and Zhuahan stretched languidly, feeling fully rejuvenated. After exchanging pleasantries with Lanala, he began to relish his mother's lovingly prepared breakfast. Upon arriving at school, he noticed several martial arts candidates were already waiting for him. He greeted Zhou Xiaowu calmly and stood at the entrance. Zhou Xiaowu, noticing Zhuahan's composed demeanor, whispered, "Aren't you nervous, Zhuahan?" "I'm absolutely on edge. I barely slept a wink last night." Observing Zhou Xiaowu's wide, panda-like eyes, Zhuahan reassured him, "Relax, buddy. With your current strength, the city examination should pose no challenge." "I hope so," Zhou Xiaowu replied, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Just then, several buses pulled up to the entrance, and Zhao Dongrong's head popped out of one of the bus windows, calling out to the 4 of them, martial arts candidates, "Hurry and board the bus." He quickly withdrew his head back inside. The number of martial arts examinees from Yizhong and Erzhong combined exceeded 70. Upon arriving at the municipal gymnasium, they found it already bustling with spectators. Zhao Dongrong picked up the sign representing Rongqing and instructed them to form an orderly queue. The leaders from the other 2 towns also organized their teams, just as the procession from the city began to approach. Nearby, a photographer fervently captured images of the city's team. At the stroke of 8, the vice mayor of Qing City took the stage, delivering an extensive speech that made Zhuahan feel as though he had returned to a school opening ceremony. Finally, the speech concluded with the announcement to commence the martial arts examination. The rules for the city and town examinations were identical. However, the strength of the Pokémon varied. After all, the purpose was to select candidates for the provincial examination, and a casual approach akin to the town examination would be utterly disgraceful. The first to compete was Hongqiang, where a nervous martial arts examinee drew a pokeball amidst an audience filled with parents and professional trainers, including representatives from Qing City's television station. As the trainer from Hongqing threw the pokeball, a massive purple Pokémon emerged, letting out a thunderous roar. The trainer's face paled as he hesitantly released his Nidorino. Those around him, including the leader of Hongqing, shook their heads with such a lack of composure. He had already lost half the battle, not to mention his misfortune in facing Nidoqueen, a nightmare for past martial arts examinees, possessing formidable advanced strength. As expected, Nidorino was swiftly defeated in less than a minute. The referee promptly announced the conclusion of this examinee's participation, and the young trainer could no longer contain his tears as he slowly retreated to his team. The subsequent failures of Hongqing's martial arts examinees heightened the tension within the gymnasium. Finally, one standout from Hongqing managed to triumph over a Pokémon, securing a qualification for the provincial examination, momentarily easing the atmosphere. The leader of Hongqing sighed in relief, yet the remaining students failed to qualify, darkening his expression. Observant individuals noted that the difficulty of this year's martial arts examination had escalated, with opponents rarely being below the peak intermediate level and advanced Pokémon appearing frequently. even high-level intermediates showing up consecutively 5 times. By the end of the martial arts examination for Hongcheng, only 3 candidates managed to barely qualify, a stark contrast to the usual 10 slots they secured, leaving the mayor of Hongcheng watching from home in disbelief as he slumped onto the sofa. Chapter 49, The 8 of Rongqing. When it was Lu City's turn, the leading teacher could clearly feel the pressure mounting as examinees continued to falter. Their leader sensed the weight of Hongqing's leader's expectations. After all the examinees from Lu City had concluded their battles, the leader visibly exhaled in relief. Lu City had secured 4 slots, fewer than the previous year, but at least it was still one more than Hongcheng. Now, all eyes were on Rongqing, the perennial underperformer. Surely nothing unexpected would occur this time. Those present held little hope for Rongqing, as they had consistently ranked last for years. Some professional trainers even placed bets, wagering that Rongqing would not secure a single provincial slot. The leader of Lu City approached Zhao Dongrong, smugly remarking, "This year's martial arts examination is undoubtedly the most challenging in history. Is Rongqing prepared? The event is being broadcast live. Don't let it happen that none of your examinees qualify and tarnish the reputation of our Qing city." Zhao Dongrong, unyielding, retorted, "Rongqing doesn't need outsiders to manage its affairs. With 4 provincial slots, what is there to boast about? One might think Lu City had secured 40 slots. I assure you, the number of provincial slots Rongqing secures will be twice that of Lu City." Witnessing this exchange, the leader of Hongqing quickly intervened to mediate, urging them to be mindful of their image as the cameras were still rolling. The leader of Lu City glanced at the camera pointing in their direction and, fuming, turned away. The leader of Hongqing leaned closer to Zhao Dongrong and whispered, "The people from Lu City are generally decent. It's just this leader who is petty at heart. Don't let such individuals get under your skin." Zhao Dongrong replied calmly, "I am not perturbed by such trivial matters. Let the results speak for themselves. Just wait and see how I shall confront him once the outcomes are revealed." Looking puzzled, the leader of Hongqing asked, "Does Rongqing possess some secret weapon this year?" Zhao Dongrong simply responded, "Just watch." At home, the citizens of Rongqing dutifully tuned in to the martial arts examination broadcast, holding on to hope despite their town's perennial last-place finish. As they observed Hongqing and Lu City qualify for the provincial examination, anxiety swept through them. Would Rongqing fail to secure even a single slot this year? One by one, the martial arts examinees from Rongqing stepped forward to battle, and as predicted by the professional trainers, most were defeated. Up to this point, not a single candidate had secured a provincial slot. The leader of Lu City exhibited a knowing expression, while the leader of Hongqing, observing Zhao Dongrong's unflinching demeanor, began to solidify his suspicions. The citizens of Rongqing, watching their examinees fall one after another, felt their palms grow clammy with anxiety, silently urging, "Go for it." Suddenly, Rongqing suffered the elimination of over 40 candidates, causing the leader of Hongqing to reconsider his earlier thoughts. Could it be that the leader of Rongqing was merely all talk? Finally, it was Hu Meng's turn. Drawing a peak intermediate Gloom, Hu Meng unleashed her fire Pokémon, defeating Gloom effortlessly, much to the jubilation of those watching from Rongqing. A provincial slot had finally been secured. Zhao Dongrong's expression brightened with a smile. The leader of Lu City, observing Zhao Dongrong's satisfaction, remarked sourly, "It was merely good fortune to draw a favorable matchup. There's nothing to be proud of." However, the leader of Hongqing seemed to have made a discovery. This fire Pokémon appeared to be nearing elite level. It was surprising to find that Rongqing had concealed such talent. But the leader of Hongqing did not believe there were more students like Hu Meng in Rongqing. After all, an elite-level trainer still in the examination would be highly coveted by prestigious families. As subsequent examinees faced defeat, the leader of Lu City began to regain his confidence, asserting, "I knew it. The previous victory was just an anomaly." When the Pan brothers, Pan Wen and Pan Wu, took their turn, wielding a Blastoise and a Blaziken, they once again astonished the audience, as their opponents were swiftly overwhelmed in mere 3 moves. The leader of Hongqing rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The Blaziken was clearly on par with his top-tier Pokémon, and the Blastoise was just shy of elite status. He could not help but glance at Zhao Dongrong. The people of Rongqing, watching on their screens, felt a surge of excitement, cheering for their town. Next up was Zhou Xiaowu. Seeing his fellow trainees advance to the provincial examination, he felt immense pressure. If he failed to qualify, it would be utterly humiliating. He released his Pokeball, summoning a massive purple figure. Indeed, it was Nidoqueen. The crowd murmured, lamenting the bad luck of this examinee who faced a notorious competitor. Nidoqueen roared as per tradition. Yet Zhou Xiaowu felt no fear, only a fierce determination. "Go, Machoke." Machoke gazed resolutely at the imposing figure before him, brimming with fighting spirit. Nidoqueen initiated the assault, charging forward with its horn aimed at Machoke. Just when everyone anticipated that Machoke would be struck, Zhou Xiaowu calmly commanded, "Machoke, grab Nidoqueen." The audience gasped in disbelief as Machoke seized Nidoqueen, rendering her incapable of escape, regardless of her struggles. "Now, use low kick," Zhou Xiaowu instructed nonchalantly. With a swift and powerful kick, the mighty Machamp sent Nidoking crashing to the ground, causing the arena to tremble with the impact of the fall. Before Nidoking could rise, Zhou Xiaowu exclaimed, "Now's the moment, on Earth." Suddenly, Machamp lifted Nidoking and leaped into the air, then, with astonishing speed, hurled Nidoking downwards. Just as they were about to hit the ground, Machamp released Nidoking and gracefully landed, striking a pose to showcase its muscles. With a thunderous sound, Nidoking lay motionless, and the referee glanced at Nidoking before announcing, "Zhou Xiaowu from Rongqing has qualified for the provincial examination." Upon hearing the referee's words, Zhou Xiaowu let out a sigh of relief, approached Machamp, and joyfully said, "Well done, Machamp." In the audience, social trainers transformed into market vendors, incredulous that a seemingly chubby boy could defeat a Nidoking known for its formidable strength. Could that Machamp possess peak elite capabilities? The current batch of martial exam candidates is simply astonishing. How are we, as social trainers, supposed to compete? At home, Zhou's mother watched with tears of joy as her son secured his provincial examination qualification, grasping Zhou's father's arm and choking back emotions. "Look, dear, our son has achieved something great." Zhou's father, eyes misty, replied, "Indeed, Xiaowu has outshone me." Chapter 50. The 8 from Rongqing next. The referee called. Li Xiao, undeterred by Zhou Xiaowu's impressive display, stepped forward confidently, tossing a pokeball that released an alakazam. Glancing at his own Pokemon, a Charizard, the audience erupted in excitement. "Charizard. It's my favorite. What a remarkable year for the martial exam in Rongqing." As Charizard unleashed a final fiery assault, Alakazam succumbed to defeat, and Li Xiao also secured his provincial qualification. The leader of Hongqing murmured, "Another elite-level Pokemon." The leader of Luqing, witnessing Rongqing's 5 qualifications, dared not boast, and sat quietly, occasionally glancing at Zhao Dongrong, relieved when he saw that Zhao's attention was elsewhere, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Next to compete were Huang Ting and Lan Xiaodai, whose Tyranitar and Superior effortlessly claimed their provincial qualifications, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch, while the leader of Luqing discreetly excused himself. Meanwhile, the citizens of Rongqing were jubilant, ready to raise their celebratory banners. Finally, at the referee's signal, Zhuahan tossed a pokeball, releasing a Pokemon that flapped its wings in the air, its keen gaze fixated on Zhuahan, a conspicuous scar marking its face. The crowd buzzed with excitement upon recognizing the scar. This Firo was the formidable champion of the martial exam in Qing City, undefeated for 10 years, rumored to possess peak elite strength. "This martial exam candidate is truly unfortunate," lamented a social trainer. Zhuahan's parents, watching anxiously, worried whether their son could prevail. Hearing the murmurs outside, Zhuahan pondered whether he was indeed plagued by bad luck, as he consistently drew the strongest Pokemon. "Come forth, Kingdra. It seems today I shall give the people of Qing City a spectacle." The leader of Hongqiang, upon seeing Zhuahan's Kingdra, was rendered speechless. Realizing its strength far surpassed his own main Pokemon, undoubtedly at least elite high tier. He couldn't fathom that a martial exam candidate had developed such a powerhouse in just 3 months. Firo charged valiantly at Kingdra, assuming it was just another novice. Zhuahan calmly commanded, "Kingdra, water gun." Just as Firo prepared to strike with its wings, it was abruptly struck by a blast of water, sent crashing into the arena wall, losing its ability to battle. The referee stood in stunned silence, and the audience fell into an eerie hush. Observing the dazed referee, Zhuahan kindly reminded, "You may announce the results now." The referee, regaining his composure, stared in astonishment at Zhuahan and the defeated Firo before declaring, "Congratulations to Zhuahan from Rongqing for obtaining provincial qualification." The referee's announcement ignited a wave of excitement, as trainers in the audience eagerly discussed the previous events. With one whispering, "What did that Kingdra do to Firo? How did it lose so swiftly? I thought Firo was peak elite strength." Another trainer remarked, "The speed of that water gun was extraordinary. If you weren't paying attention, you might have missed it. Firo indeed possesses peak elite strength, but I would assert that Kingdra must be at least elite peak as well. I can confidently predict that Zhuahan will make it onto the national ranking this year." Watching Zhuahan's effortless victory, his parents felt a mix of disbelief and joy, having been worried about his chances just moments before. Thus, the 8 from Rongqing secured their provincial examination spots, aligning perfectly with Zhao Dongrong's plans. As Zhuahan returned to the Rongqing team, Zhao Dongrong cast a curious glance at him. The leader of Hongqing approached Zhao Dongrong, inquiring, "What is the true strength of that Zhuahan? Did he really cultivate that Kyogre in just 3 months?" Just as Zhao Dongrong was about to respond, he was beckoned into the vice mayor's lounge, leaving with a knowing glance at the leader of Hongqing. Inside the vice mayor's office, the vice mayor was engrossed in the replay of Zhuahan's victory over Fiero, murmuring, "I never anticipated that Qing City would produce such talent." As Zhao Dongrong arrived, the vice mayor continued, "Given Zhuahan's abilities, how do you assess his ranking in Jiangnan province?" Zhao Dongrong cautiously replied, "He should be capable of qualifying." "Good. If he qualifies, it will greatly impact Qing City. And Rongqing will also thrive as a result." The other 7 martial exam candidates seemed quite promising as well. This time, Rongqing has truly nurtured many excellent talents. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. I will endeavor to assist you and the mayor in resolving your issues. Vice Mayor, we lack resources. As you well know, Rongqing has limited resources, and if we could acquire a substantial batch, we might even see a few make it to the national stage. The vice mayor pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well, prepare yourself. Within a day or two, I will collaborate with the mayor to secure some resources for you." After receiving this satisfactory response, Zhao Dongrong left with a spring in his step, returning to observe several hours of the Qing City martial exam. While they ultimately secured 5 spots, it was evident to discerning eyes that Qing City fell short compared to Rongqing, much to the dismay of the Qing City leader. As the city examination concluded, everyone boarded the bus to depart. On board, Zhao Dongrong encouraged those who had not qualified, reminding them that the martial exam was not the sole pathway for those aspiring to a trainer's life. Joining the military or enrolling in more accessible Pokémon universities were still viable options, instilling hope in the hearts of many. Thanks to Zhao Dongrong's uplifting words, the defeated candidates began to regain their spirits. As the bus arrived in Rongqing, the air was filled with the vibrant sound of fireworks. Stepping off the vehicle, they were greeted by a throng of locals brandishing red banners that proclaimed, "The 8 sons of Rongqing, glory returns." Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhuahan pondered why such a grand display was warranted merely for a city examination. Confused, he was reassured by Zhao Dongrong, who solemnly placed a hand on his shoulder and remarked, "Rongqing has long been devoid of hope, and you 8 are their beacon of light." Chapter 51. Resources arrive. It had been 2 days since the news of the city examination broke, yet it remained a hot topic of conversation among the people of Rongqing. Particularly, the neighbor of Zhou Xiaowu was inspired by the televised performances of Zhou Xiaowu and Zhuahan, declaring a desire to become a trainer and participate in the martial arts examination. Following the city examination, a 3-day respite was granted, after which Vice Mayor Yi of Qing City would personally lead the delegation to Jiangnan province for the martial arts examination. Today marked the final day of rest, and by the 2nd day, Qing City had swiftly approved a batch of resources, leaving Zhao Dongrong astonished at the unprecedented speed of the allocation. This shipment primarily consisted of low-tier treasures from the realms, which, regrettably, held little value for the now formidable Cursed Dragon King. Nevertheless, such basic resources were still coveted in society. Zhuahan inspected the supplies and selected a damaged dragon tooth before departing, prompting admiration from his companions for his generosity. The most crucial items were the protective gear, essential for the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus to evolve into the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. It was rumored that a single piece of protective gear was valued at 1 million dragon coins, comparable to ordinary dragon scales. Huang Ting, filled with emotion, held the protective gear with tears in his eyes as he expressed gratitude to Zhao Dongrong. Zhao Dongrong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "These resources are the fruit of your hard work. Hurry and let the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus don it." After Huang Ting cautiously equipped his iron-armored Tyrannosaurus with the gear, it suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Once the glow subsided, a larger and more intricately structured Super Iron Tyrannosaurus emerged, emitting a low, resonant growl, its gaze sharp and piercing. Upon returning home, Zhuahan's phone vibrated unexpectedly, and he rushed to his room, retrieving his device to discover a staggering deposit of 1.2 billion dragon coins. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he promptly transferred 100 million dragon coins to calm his astonishment. Gazing at the 1 million point balance, Zhuahan mused, "What is happiness? Happiness is having the means to indulge." He proceeded to purchase Peruki's Crystal of Law and the Frozen Ray skill, contemplating his remaining 100,000 points with dismay. This hardly suffices for indulgence. After merging the Crystal of Law and Frozen Ray skill with the Cursed Dragon King, he settled into bed, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Lanala, hidden in the shadows, grew increasingly intrigued by her master, marveling at his ability to acquire such powerful artifacts, recognizing him as a truly exceptional human being, worthy of the pact they shared. In the capital, Teacher Zhou and his colleagues resumed construction on their original foundation after dealing with the Alliance, temporarily residing in a newly purchased villa. Although the reason for the Alliance's sudden compliance remained unclear, they were content with the outcome. Once Teacher Zhou informed Zhou Luo of the developments upon his father's awakening, Zhou Luo quickly regained control of the Zhou family with the support of his relatives. Everything resumed as before, and the high-energy cubes were successfully released according to plan, garnering public acclaim. Reflecting on the dividends he had just sent to Zhuahan, Teacher Zhou felt a blush rise to his cheeks as he murmured, "I wonder if that rascal Zhuahan is grinning from ear to ear. Honestly, it seems like I have to manage everything now, leaving me no time to even catch a glimpse of his matches. I'll have to wait until he arrives in the capital for the national competition to watch him. I wonder why he has been on my mind so often lately." Far away in Rongqing, Zhuahan suddenly sneezed, his expression shifting to one of caution as he murmured, "What is going on? Is a certain mythical beast thinking of me?" Meanwhile, a shadowy figure appeared in the room of the bi-family patriarch, instructing him, relay the organization's orders to execute Plan B, before vanishing into thin air. The elder Bai set down his book and gazed toward the Alliance's location, muttering to himself, "After all these years, it's time for a change in leadership." Today marked the martial arts examination in Jiangnan province. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the province was divided into 4 venues to save time. The mayor of Qing City had drawn Venue D in the lottery the previous day, coincidentally sharing the venue with the mayor of Jin City. The strength of Jin City was neither particularly formidable nor weak, but when its mayor learned that Qing City would also be in Venue D, a smile of triumph spread across his face, as if he were certain of victory over Qing City. This prompted the mayor of Qing City to feel a surge of frustration on the return journey, muttering, "Old fool, prepare for a surprise." As the clock struck 7, Zhuahan and his companions, buoyed by the blessings of the Rongqing populace, boarded a specially designated flying Pidgeot. As novices, they found the experience somewhat daunting. Zhou Xiaowu and several girls were too frightened to even open their eyes. However, as the gentle breeze enveloped them, their anxiety gradually dissipated, allowing them to revel in the wonders of soaring through the sky. Several Pidgeots flew alongside them, attracting the attention of nearby Wingull, eager to join in the excitement. The Pidgeots flew at remarkable speed, and within just an hour, they arrived at the martial arts examination venue in Jiangnan province. Zhuahan and his friends gazed in awe at the expansive arena, adorned with opulent decorations, exclaiming in unison, "Wow!" The vice mayor of Qing City had arrived early and approached them as soon as they landed. A nearby woman, with a snide tone, remarked, "I thought we had some country bumpkins here. Turns out they are from Qing City. How unsurprising." The vice mayor abruptly turned serious and addressed the woman, by mutin. "Mind your words. Remember, this is Jiangnan, not the capital. My people from Yishio are not to be disrespected by you. Should you speak again, I will not hold back." As more people gathered at the venue, Bai Mutin shot a resentful glance at Vice Mayor Yi, declaring, "Yishio, just you wait. I doubt your bunch from Qing City will even survive the first round." With that, she stormed off in her towering heels. Zhuahan was taken aback, wondering how he had unwittingly offended an unknown woman. Is this how people from the province behave? The vice mayor, sensing their confusion, reassured them. "Don't take her words to heart. Just focus on the martial arts examination. Her ire is directed at me." Upon hearing this, Zhuahan and his friends realized the truth. Bai Mutin was merely venting her frustrations on them because she could not confront the vice mayor. However, this sparked their curiosity. What deep-seated animosity existed between the man and woman? Chapter 52. The provincial examination begins. As everyone gathered, the atmosphere became dense with anticipation. The examiners wasted no time and commenced the martial arts examination. The rules dictated that Pokémon trainers would face off against each other, with only 10 candidates selected to represent Jiangnan province at the national examination. Numerous professors from Pokémon universities were present, eager to scout exceptional students for future invitations. The venue was divided into 4 sections, A, B, C, and D, with Qing City assigned to Venue D. As all the candidates entered their respective arenas, the judges formally introduced the rules. The names of the participants in each examination room have been randomly shuffled, and the large screen in the examination hall will announce the battle list. Upon hearing their names, the candidates must step forward to compete. Any attempt at impersonation will result in disqualification upon discovery. Each venue will have a designated overseer appointed by the Alliance to supervise the proceedings. The victors will progress to the next round until all 10 martial candidates are in place. Thus, the martial examination commences. The atmosphere in the venue instantly ignited with fervor. The television station from Jiangnan province was far superior to that of Qing City, employing aerial sprites to capture the action with remarkable clarity. The battle lists have been displayed in all 4 examination rooms, with Room D announcing, Qing City's Hu Meng versus Jin City's Lin Tao. Both participants, please take your positions. Hu Meng, being the first to step onto the stage, felt a twinge of nervousness. The crowd from Qing City erupted in encouragement. Go, Hu Meng. You can do it. Hearing the supportive shouts from her friends helped Hu Meng gradually relax as she took a deep breath. Lin Tao from Jin City also approached the stage, releasing his sprite as the students from Jin City cheered for their representative. The battle was set, Fire Sprite versus mightiest on a rocky battlefield. Lin Tao's expression brightened upon seeing Hu Meng's Fire Sprite. The atmosphere grew tense as mightiest created distance, launching a water gun attack. Lin Tao remained composed, declaring, mightiest, use water gun. Mightiest leaped back, unleashing the water projectile towards the Fire Sprite. Hu Meng, with a serious demeanor, commanded, Fire Sprite, use flamethrower. A torrent of flames erupted from the Fire Sprite, clashing with the water gun, creating clouds of steam and smoke. As the water gun's potency waned against the flamethrower, Lin Tao began to feel anxious. Suddenly, the Fire Sprite intensified its flames, overwhelming the water gun and striking mightiest directly. Mightiest yelped in pain from the searing flames, and Lin Tao, realizing the water gun was ineffective, instructed mightiest to close the distance and use bite. Mightiest dashed toward the Fire Sprite, a move Hu Meng anticipated. Fire Sprite, use Fire Spin to trap mightiest, she shouted. Just as mightiest was about to reach the Fire Sprite, a wall of flames materialized, obstructing its path, leaving mightiest momentarily stunned. Now's your chance. Fire Sprite, unleash overheat. Hu Meng called out swiftly. A massive fireball surged toward the ensnared mightiest. Whether it was the sweltering heat of the battlefield or something else, beads of sweat dripped from Lin Tao's forehead as he muttered, what do I do now? Mightiest took the full brunt of the overheat attack, letting out a pained cry that echoed in Lin Tao's ears. Acknowledging the futility of the situation, he approached the referee to concede. The referee glanced at Lin Tao and pressed a button, signaling Hu Meng's advancement as Lin Tao's image faded from the screen. Lin Tao checked on mightiest's injuries before promptly departing the arena, while Hu Meng joyfully praised her Fire Sprite. The overseer of Room D watched her retreating figure and murmured, that young lady has trained her Fire Sprite exceptionally well. The subsequent matches featured martial candidates from Hongqing and Luqing, who unfortunately faced defeat, a result that aligned with Qing City's historical performance. Observing the numerous battles, Zhuahan harbored a question. Given Rongqing's resources, how could Hongqing and Luqing fail to produce even a couple of elite trainers? What Zhuahan was unaware of was that Zhao Dongrong's claims were indeed truthful. The training resources were acquired by Zhao Dong from other sources, and not everyone could access the secret training grounds. Most martial candidates present had never trained in the secret realms, and if the alliance's standards were applied, Rongqing's resources would likely be inferior to those of Hongqing and Liuqing's candidates. After several more matches, numerous martial candidates from Qing City were eliminated, leaving Yishou looking grim, with hopes resting solely on Zhuahan and his companions. Zhuahan from Qing City versus Lin Yun from Jin City. Both candidates, please take the stage. The referee announced loudly. The crowd from Jin City began to murmur that there was no suspense left. Lin Yun was the strongest contender from their city, having broken through to elite-level training, and Zhuahan from Qing City would be no match for him. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaowu interjected, his voice brimming with indignation. What a bunch of clowns. How dare they compare to our Zhuahan? Shameless. A few others quickly pulled Zhou Xiaowu aside, urging him to refrain from further comments. Zhuahan ascended to the arena, sighing as he overheard the discussions below. Another so-called strongest contender? Should I lament my bad luck or pity my opponent's misfortune? Lin Yun, observing Zhuahan's approach, confidently remarked, you really are unfortunate to face me. Zhuahan replied coolly. Indeed, quite unfortunate. Come forth, Kingdra. Appear, Blaziken. Kingdra faced Blaziken on the rocky battlefield. Zhuahan remarked, Blaziken is it? That puts you at a disadvantage in terms of type. Humph. A disadvantage in type means nothing. A true trainer never considers type advantages. Even if my Kingdra is at a disadvantage, Blaziken will still defeat it, Lin Yun asserted confidently. The overseer in Room D shook his head at the unfolding spectacle, sensing that this Jin City's genius was headed for a downfall. Go, Blaziken. Show him our strength. Rush in and use Thunder Punch. Blaziken darted forward at an incredible speed, its arm crackling with electricity as it charged toward Kingdra. The spectators, observing Zhuahan's lack of action, speculated that he had been stunned by Blaziken's velocity, mocking, "Look, the martial candidate from Qing City has been rendered speechless." Just as Blaziken's punch was about to strike Kingdra, it collided with a green protective barrier. "Blocked," Zhuahan stated calmly. Kingdra then unleashed Water Gun. A rapid stream of water struck Blaziken, sending it flying backward with a pained cry. Zhuahan watched as Blaziken struggled to rise, yet ultimately, it managed to stand again, fueled by sheer determination. "Blaziken, are you alright?" Lin Yun asked anxiously. Chamo. Blaziken glanced at its trainer, and Lin Yun's previous confidence faltered, but he refused to concede. "In that case, Blaziken, accelerate." Zhuahan discerned that Blaziken likely possessed a speed-enhancing ability, attempting to gain an advantage through speed. "Kingdra, use Surf," Zhuahan commanded loudly. The water elements in the arena surged, droplets coalescing behind Kingdra to form a modest wave aimed at Blaziken. Lin Yun, recognizing the lack of escape routes, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Blaziken, jump onto the rocks to evade." Blaziken leaped onto the rocks, elegantly avoiding the wave, and in midair, it executed a fire kick. "Impressive, Qing City's top contender, yet who can withstand me?" Zhuahan ordered. "Kingdra, Dragon Pulse, bring Blaziken down." The purple energy coalesced into a small dragon, soaring towards Blaziken in the air. The two clashed, and Blaziken plummeted to the ground, motionless. The referee examined Blaziken before announcing, "Zhuahan from Qing City is the victor and advances to the next round." Chapter 53, The Provincial Examination continues. Staring at the defeated Blaziken, Lin Yun gazed incredulously at Zhuahan. "Why? Wasn't I supposed to defeat this person and advance to represent Jiangnan in the national examination? How could I fall here?" Lin Yun, dazed and disoriented, recalled Blaziken and stumbled off the stage, clearly shaken by the outcome of this match, which had dealt a significant blow to the pride of Qing City's top contender. Observing Lin Yun in such a state, Zhuahan found himself at a loss for words, left to ponder whether Lin Yun could indeed recover from this setback. The spectators from Qing City, witnessing Lin Yun's defeat, refrained from provoking those from Qing City any further. Deputy Mayor Ye's face betrayed a slight smile, while the robust figure of the fatty erupted with exclamations. "Now you see, what good is being first when you come here?" As Zhou Xiaowu, Li Xiao, and others triumphantly vanquished their opponents to advance to the next round, the expression on the leader from Qing City darkened considerably, whereas Deputy Mayor Ye's amusement became increasingly evident. With the conclusion of the first round of the martial arts examination, all 8 sons of Rong City progressed to the subsequent stage, while the martial artists from Hong City and Lu City faced total defeat. Notably, 2 contenders from Qing City did manage to advance, yet it was clear that they too would likely serve as mere cannon fodder in the next round. The next round was set to commence in the afternoon, and during the intermission, Yi Xiu took the martial artists from Qing City out for a meal. En route, they encountered Baimudan. With a mocking demeanor, Baimudan remarked, "Oh, isn't this our deputy mayor from Qing City? What's this? A 1-round elimination? But don't feel too embarrassed. Your city does this every year. I truly don't understand why people like you even bother with the martial arts examination. It's just self-inflicted humiliation." Baimudan, your words are truly venomous. While you may insult me, dragging them into it is unforgivable. Thank goodness I declined my father's request back then. I am genuinely relieved by that decision, Yi Xiu retorted. Moreover, many from Qing City have already passed the first round of the provincial examination. Have you not always boasted about the strength of your Jiangnan class? I assure you, this year's top contender from Jiangnan province will undoubtedly be a martial artist from Qing City. Baimudan laughed derisively. Yi Xiu, have you been dulled by your time in that small place called Qing City? With your city's ragtag bunch, dreaming of the top spot in Jiangnan province is utterly ridiculous. The first place will surely be claimed by my esteemed Jiangnan class. Besides, I never found you worthy back then. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Yi Xiu watched her depart before leading Zhuahan and the others to a restaurant for their meal. As they neared the conclusion of their meal, Zhou Xiaowu, ever the inquisitive one, inquired about the relationship between Deputy Mayor Yi and Baimudan. Casting a glance at Zhou Xiaowu and then at Zhuahan and the others, Yi Xiu replied nonchalantly, "Do you truly wish to know?" "Yes," they chorused in unison. "Well, it's not a grand affair. Baimudan is simply overly proud and disdainful of others," Yi Xiu said with a hint of detachment. "To recount this matter, I must take you back to my days at Jiangnan Elite University. In my freshman year, I was in the same class as Baimudan. Due to her prestigious background as a member of the Bai family from the capital, no one dared to defy her at Jiangnan University. Although I hailed from the Yi family, we were still somewhat inferior to the Bai family. Everything changed during a class competition when Bai Mutin was defeated by a girl from Qing City named Yang Yuanyuan. Yi Xiu's eyes softened at the mention of her name. From that moment on, Bai Mutin relentlessly harassed Yang Yuanyuan. The instructors turned a blind eye, as who could challenge the Bai family. Yang Yuanyuan, a girl of quiet strength, endured the bullying until one fateful day when Bai Mutin attempted to slash her face with a knife. Fortunately, I witnessed it and intervened, preventing that tragedy from unfolding. Initially, Bai Mutin and her entourage sought to intimidate me, but upon learning of my identity as a member of the Jiang Nanyi family, they thought better of it. Each time Bai Mutin sought to torment Yang Yuanyuan, I was there to assist her. As graduation approached, I realized I had fallen in love with Yang Yuanyuan and intended to speak with my father about it. To my dismay, he insisted that I marry Bai Mutin, and discussions regarding their betrothal had already begun. I vehemently rejected my father's demands, asserting that I had someone I loved. However, his will was formidable, leaving me no room for refusal. I recognized that marrying Bai Mutin was merely a strategic alliance between our families. That very night, I packed my belongings, resolved to elope with Yang Yuanyuan, only to be thwarted by a fierce pursuit from the big dog. In my youthful bravado, I swore that I would never marry Bai Mutin. Upon learning of my words, Bai Mutin, with her pride unyielding, vowed never to wed me. Thus the engagement was effectively nullified. Unable to withstand my resistance, my father ultimately permitted my marriage to Yang Yuanyuan. Yet, my career faced relentless obstacles. Although my father aided me, I was continuously suppressed by the Bai family. Ultimately, I concluded that it would be more prudent to lead a quieter life in a smaller city, which brought me to Qing City as deputy mayor. Listening to Yi Xiu's tale of love and tribulation, Zhuohan and the others expressed their sympathy for the constraints of being part of a prominent family, while the female companions gazed at Yi Xiu with admiration, exclaiming, "Deputy Mayor Yi was truly courageous in his youth, contemplating elopement. How romantic." Only Zhuohan felt that this sounded like a plot from the romance novels beloved by teenage girls in a past life. Just as everyone was reflecting on Yi Xiu's poignant story, the fatty interjected, "What if the Jiangnan class secures first place in the Jiangnan province martial arts examination?" Instantly, Yi Xiu gazed at the fatty, thinking, "Why must you bring up such a sensitive topic?" The remaining companions chimed in anxiously, "Indeed, if the Jiangnan class claims the top spot, it would be a severe blow to Deputy Mayor Ye's reputation." Yi Xiu responded slowly, "I was merely provoked by Bai Mutin's words earlier. However, I believe your strength is formidable, and perhaps you could indeed secure the top spot in Jiangnan province, not only for me, but for the honor of Qing City. I make this promise. If any one of you truly manages to achieve first place in the Jiangnan province martial arts examination, I shall personally reward you with a rare Pokémon. If you do not attain first place, fear not, simply give it your all." The group unanimously vowed to exert their utmost efforts, determined to deliver a resounding rebuttal to those who looked down upon them. Yi Xiu glanced at his watch, sensing the time was ripe, and informed Zhuohan and the others before rising to settle the bill. Upon returning to the Jiangnan province gymnasium, there remained 30 minutes of intermission. Yi Xiu urged Zhuohan and the others to rest and recuperate, emphasizing that they must remain vigilant in the upcoming matches. Chapter 54. The quest for first place in the provincial examination. As the intermission concluded, the second round of the competition commenced. Following the first round, most contenders whose abilities fell below the advanced level were swiftly eliminated. Of course, some capable martial artists faced misfortune, encountering opponents of even greater prowess. Notably, exceptional trainers are always in demand. Even if they are eliminated, they often attract the attention of recruitment officers from prestigious Pokémon universities. The remaining martial artists were now the elite representatives from their respective cities. With the chief examiner's command, the second round of eliminations began, and the participants' data was completely randomized. The 4 arenas, A, B, C, and D, were also assigned at random, with 4 groups battling simultaneously and the victors advancing to the next stage. As the first group commenced, the last 2 martial artists from Qing City appeared on the screen. After an intense struggle, both were eliminated, descending with downcast expressions. Yi Xiu offered words of comfort. "You both performed admirably. With your skills, while entry to prestigious schools may be challenging, you will undoubtedly have no trouble securing a place at the Pokémon Martial Science University. Trust me, it won't be long before recruitment officers come seeking you." Upon hearing Yi Xiu's encouragement, the 2 martial artists gradually lifted their spirits. The second group soon began, and without Zhuohan and the others in the mix, the classmates collectively sighed in relief. Following the conclusion of the second group, the third group was set to commence. Zhuohan glanced at the large screen, noting that Zhou Xiaowu was set to face off against Lin Feng from Jin City on the fire-themed battlefield. Goodness, it seems like we are truly at odds with Jin City, Zhuohan remarked, watching Zhou Xiaowu rise with determination. Go for it, fatty. Zhou Xiaowu gestured an okay sign before hastily making his way to the arena engulfed in flames. At the referee's signal, the match commenced. Come forth, strongman. Reveal yourself. Blazing Beast. Lin Feng quickly announced. Blazing Beast, create some distance from strongman and unleash your flamethrower. Immediately, Blazing Beast curled into a ball and rolled backward. Once a safe distance was achieved, it reverted to its original form, launching a torrent of flames towards strongman. Zhou Xiaowu, observing the impending flames, gravely instructed, strongman, endure. Strongman bravely absorbed the flamethrower, prompting Zhou Xiaowu to voice his concern. Is strongman all right? With a confident glance towards Zhou Xiaowu, strongman charged forward. All right, strongman. Accelerate and execute cross-cut. Zhou Xiaowu shouted with fervor. Lin Feng, noticing strongman's approach, called out, Blazing Beast, continue with flamethrower. Once more, Blazing Beast expelled flames toward strongman. However, strongman raised its hands, forming a protective barrier that successfully shielded against the flames, undeterred as it continued its advance towards Blazing Beast. Seeing the flamethrower thwarted, Lin Feng decided to engage directly. Blazing Beast, unleash Fire Wheel. Blazing Beast transformed into a fiery sphere, rolling rapidly towards strongman. As strongman's cross-cut collided with Blazing Beast's Fire Wheel, Zhou Xiaowu seized the moment. Now, strongman, engage in close combat. Lin Feng, realizing strongman was preparing for melee, urgently commanded, Blazing Beast, use Fire Fang and seize strongman. Suddenly, Blazing Beast lunged forward, its fiery fangs sinking into strongman's flesh, causing it to cry out in pain. Zhou Xiaowu, witnessing strongman's distress, shouted, Strongman, hold on, fight back. Responding to the trainer's words, strongman unleashed its full muscle potential, its veins visibly bulging as it struck Blazing Beast's abdomen with a powerful double fist. The force of the blows was overwhelming, causing Blazing Beast to release its grip in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xiaowu exclaimed, now, use Sky Uppercut to send Blazing Beast soaring. Strongman delivered a mighty uppercut, connecting with Blazing Beast's jaw and launching it into the air. For the final blow, Earth Toss, Zhou Xiaowu declared. Strongman leapt into the air, grasping Blazing Beast with immense strength before hurling it downwards. As Blazing Beast neared the ground, Strongman released its hold and landed gracefully, flexing its muscles. The ensuing crash signified Blazing Beast's defeat. The referee, observing the incapacitated Blazing Beast, announced Zhou Xiaowu's victory, advancing him to the next round. Well done, strongman, Zhou Xiaowu said, beaming with pride. Vice Mayor Yi, witnessing Zhou Xiaowu's progression, promptly escorted him to the healing team, where dozens of happy eggs awaited the injured. Li Xiao sighed, watching Zhou Xiaowu depart, murmuring, Zhou Xiaowu is becoming increasingly formidable. A companion beside him remarked, you're not doing too shabby yourself. Li Xiao merely glanced at Zhuohan without further comment. Meanwhile, the mayor of Jin City watched in disbelief as his last promising contender, Lin Feng, was eliminated. Conversely, the mayor of Qing City erupted in laughter, exclaiming, that old man will think twice before mocking our Qing City again. As the fourth group commenced, Yi Xiu hurried back with Zhou Xiaowu, casting a weary glance at the screen displaying the matchups. Here it comes, he sighed, noting that while other candidates had competed in 3 rounds, only Zhou Xiaowu had emerged from his side. It was evident that an internal battle was imminent. The matchups were as follows. Qing City's Li Xiao versus Qing City's Pan Wu at the Fire Arena. Qing City's Hu Meng versus Jiangnan's Yi Ran at the Flowing Water Arena. Qing City's Lan Xiaodai versus Jiangnan's Song Yi at the Rock Arena. Qing City's Pan Wen versus Jiangnan's Xia Fanqing at the Grass Arena. Upon the announcement of the match list, the audience gasped in astonishment. The series of Qing City contenders was unprecedented, as most from other districts had already been eliminated. This year, Qing City appeared to be the strongest it had been in years. Some recruitment officers, initially disinterested in watching Qing City's martial arts examination, found themselves intrigued by the unexpected turn of events and hastily sought footage. The more they viewed, particularly the match between Zhuohan and Lin Yun, the more they recognized the exceptional talent present this year. Zhuohan's ability to effortlessly defeat Lin Yun was precisely the type of contender they sought, prompting immediate outreach to their respective academies to secure them. Zhuohan, upon seeing the match list, could only smile ruefully, while Li Xiao and Pan Wu exchanged fiery glances filled with competitive spirit. They grasped each other's hands and stated, "Regardless of who emerges victorious, we shall carry each other's resolve forward." Chapter 55, Provincial Examination, the first round. As the referee announced the commencement of the fourth group battle, the martial arts candidates advanced to their respective arenas. In the fire arena, Li Xiao and Pan Wu stood silently, eyeing each other. "Charizard, Blaziken, come forth." The old rivals greeted each other with fervor, their battle history dating back to their days as Charmander and Torchic. Their bond was profound, yet as fire-type Pokémon, their pride would not allow for anything less than victory today. There would be no draws. Charizard initiated the exchange with Flamethrower, to which Li Xiao calmly responded, "Blaziken." Counter with Flamethrower. The two flames collided, neither yielding an inch. Blaziken, use Quick Attack to close the distance, then strike Charizard's jaw with Thunder Punch. Pan Wu commanded loudly, "Charizard, ascend and use Air Slash." Li Xiao quickly retorted. Blaziken darted towards Charizard at lightning speed, and just as Thunder Punch was about to land, Charizard flapped its wings and soared upwards, releasing several air slashes aimed at Blaziken. Reacting swiftly, Blaziken leaped back, with Pan Wu cautiously directing, "Blaziken, evade." Blaziken's reflexes were equally swift, executing several agile jumps back, as Air Slash struck the ground where it had just been. "Charizard, unleash Inferno," Li Xiao declared. "Blaziken, jump high to dodge, then deliver a kick." Both trainers directed their Pokémon with urgency. A massive fireball surged towards Blaziken, who leaped high into the air, igniting one foot with flames as it aimed to kick at Charizard. Noticing the impending attack, Li Xiao shouted, "Quickly, use Wing Attack, Charizard," heeding the trainer's command. Charizard flapped its wings forward, successfully blocking the fiery kick. "Then let us clash head-on," Pan Wu cried. "Blaziken, leap and execute Sky Uppercut. Charizard, counter with Meteor Mash." Li Xiao responded. The two forces collided, neither side gaining a decisive advantage. "Now unleash your most powerful Thunder Punch, Blaziken," Pan Wu urged, his demeanor serious. Blaziken's fists crackled with electric energy as it struck Charizard in the abdomen, causing it to plummet from the sky. Li Xiao stared in disbelief at the astonishing speed of Blaziken's recent attack, realizing that while he had been aware of Blaziken's speed-boosting ability, it was easy to overlook during an actual confrontation. Charizard struggled to rise to its feet, the effects of Blaze Kick delivered by Blaziken clearly taking a heavy toll. Suddenly, Charizard let out a thunderous roar, its flames intensifying dramatically. Pan Wu deduced that Charizard was now in its blaze state, exclaiming, "It's a decisive moment, Li Xiao." Li Xiao nodded in agreement and responded loudly, "All right." Charizard unleashed its most powerful flamethrower, while Blaziken prepared to strike back with another mighty Thunder Punch. In an instant, Blaziken, already moving at incredible speed, reached Charizard and landed a punch in its abdomen just as Charizard expelled its flamethrower. However, Blaziken also took the full brunt of the flamethrower in return. Both Pokémon collapsed onto the ground, with Blaziken laboriously rising to its feet, while Charizard struggled to do the same before collapsing once more. Ultimately, Blaziken emerged victorious. Li Xiao, after a moment of silence, recalled Charizard and approached Pan Wu, stating, "Next time, I will not be defeated by you." The screen displayed Li Xiao's icon fading to black as the announcer declared Pan Wu the victor, advancing to the next round. The two competitors then exited the arena, handing their Pokémon over to the healing staff before turning their attention to other matches. Hu Meng and Lan Xiaodai, however, fell short against their opponents from Jiangnan, their attempts to conceal their tears failing as their reddened eyes revealed their frustration and disappointment. At last, only Pan Wu remained. Despite his Blastoise having experienced earlier triumphs, it was evident that he had not yet mastered that power. Moreover, his opponent, Xiao Fanqing, commanded a majestic superior, benefiting from the advantage of the grassy terrain. As expected, just as Zhuahan had anticipated, Blastoise succumbed to defeat beneath the overwhelming foliage created by Superior. Before Yishio could offer words of comfort, a white figure appeared before Zhuahan and the others, Baimudan. Upon arrival, Baimudan began to taunt, "Yishio, did you witness the clash between your Qing city and Jiangnan? I truly wonder what gave you the audacity to speak to me this morning. Country folk are just country folk, foolishly aspiring to rival Jiangnan." Humph. With that, Baimudan strutted away in her towering heels. Zhuahan glared at Baimudan, irritated by her repeated references to country folk. So what if they hailed from the countryside? Did they consume her family's rice? It seemed time would come to demonstrate to Jiangnan what true cruelty entailed. Yishio, visibly angered by Baimudan's remarks, had no choice but to endure, recognizing the disparity in strength. Observing the impending match between Zhuahan and Huang Ting, he earnestly urged, You two must redeem our honor. Zhuohan and Huang Ting nodded in agreement. The roster for Group 5 was announced. Qing City Huang Ting vs. Jiangnan Song Ku on a fire field. Qing City Zhuohan vs. Jiangnan Xiatian on a water field. Su City Li Xiaolong vs. Jiangnan Xia Fanqing on a rock field. Ning City Su Wenxiang vs. Jiangnan Xia Ziwei on a grass field. Zhuohan and Huang Ting hastily made their way to their respective arenas. Zhuohan arrived at the water field and, observing the flowing water before him, smiled, feeling he had the advantage. Xiatian, with an air of arrogance, released his Pokemon first, Swampert. Now, it's time for you to catch your breath, Kingdra, Zhuohan confidently declared. Swampert initiated a muddy water attack, to which Xiatian proudly responded. Kingdra retaliated with a surf attack, Zhuohan calmly instructed. A murky wave surged towards Kingdra, which, undeterred, released a clear wave in response. The two torrents collided, spraying droplets into the air. Kingdra, continue using surf to amplify its power, Zhuohan remarked nonchalantly. A massive wave, significantly larger than before, surged towards Swampert. Realizing that Swampert could not evade, Xiatian braced for impact, only to be caught off guard by the wave's immense force, sending Swampert crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise once more, Xiatian sensed the tide turning and shouted, Swampert, use earthquake. Instantly, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Kingdra dove into the water, gathering energy as Zhuohan maintained his composure. Kingdra plunged to the pool's depths, rendering Swampert's earthquake ineffective. Xiatian found himself helpless against Kingdra, only to hear Zhuohan confidently declare, It's over, Kingdra. Finish with hydro pump. Xiatian yelled, Swampert, evade. But it was too late. A blue sphere of water struck Swampert with tremendous speed, knocking it out of the arena entirely. The referee, astonished, announced Zhuohan of Qing City as the victor, advancing to the next round. Meanwhile, Xiatian stood frozen in place, but this was no longer Zhuohan's concern. Spectators marveled at Zhuohan's effortless victory over Xiatian, astonished by the formidable prowess exhibited by this competitor from Qing City. Mutant also took note of Zhuohan, raising an eyebrow in surprise at the emergence of such talent from Qing City. As Chapter 56 dawned, Zhuohan returned to his spectator seat, where Yishio patted him on the shoulder with a grin, saying, I knew you were something special. It seems my boastful claims may yet hold some truth. Zhuohan retorted playfully, then you better prepare for some rare Pokemon. Yishio chuckled, you're quite the negotiator. As long as you secure first place in Jiangnan, we can discuss Pokemon later. Hu Meng and the others rallied around Zhuohan, urging, go for it, Zhuohan. You are our only hope from Rome City. Nearby, Zhou Xiaowu interjected, what do you mean only hope? I made it to the next round too. Don't forget to encourage me. You? Never mind that. Hu Meng and the others joked. The outcomes of the remaining matches were unexpectedly shocking, as Jiangnan's competitors faced complete defeat. It appeared that the remaining representatives from Su City and Ning City were not to be underestimated. The final matches would take place the following day. Prior to their arrival, Yishio had already booked a hotel, and with today's competitions concluded, he led Zhuohan and the others to their accommodations. Unexpectedly, they encountered enrollment officials from Pokemon University, who offered remarkable benefits and resources to entice Zhuohan to join after the exams. Zhuohan firmly declined, stating that discussions could wait until after the exams. The enrollment official, realizing Zhuohan's current stance, turned to invite Hu Meng and the others, offering resources that, while not as extravagant as Zhuohan's, were still enticing. Yishio provided some guidance, and ultimately, Hu Meng and the others decided to apply to their desired universities, politely rejecting the enrollment official's advances. The next morning, Zhuohan and his companions arrived promptly at the examination venue, ready for the competition to determine the top 10 in Jiangnan. A grand anthem heralded the commencement of the finals. The matchups appeared on the screen. Qing City Huang Ting vs. Jiangnan Song Yi on a fire field. Qing City Zhuohan vs. Jiangnan Yi Ran on a water field. Su City Li Xiaolong vs. Jiangnan Xia Fanqing on a rock field. Ning City Su Wenxiang vs. Taisher Jiang Haoyan on a grass field. All competitors, please take your positions. The referee announced loudly. Spotting his name in the first round matchup, Zhuohan felt fortunate to be assigned to the water field once again, sensing a stroke of good luck. As he arrived at the water field, he calmly released his Kingdra to face Yiran. In this instance, Yiran found himself in a rather unfortunate position. He had closely observed Zhuohan's match yesterday, and little did he expect that today he would be pitted against Zhuohan himself, and in a flowing water arena no less. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, come forth, Charizard. Zhuohan had witnessed this Charizard during the battle between Hu Meng and Yi Ran. Its prowess was commendable, but alas, it was now facing him. where both the terrain and elemental attributes were to his advantage. Charizard soared rapidly into the skies, unleashing a torrent of flames. Fire Blast! Yiran shouted urgently. The Charizard swiftly ascended, pivoting to unleash a powerful blaze towards the position of Kingdra. Kingdra, respond with Surf, Zhuahan remarked coolly. A colossal wave surged forth from behind Kingdra, resembling a merciless iron hand crashing down upon Charizard. The Fire Blast was effortlessly overpowered by the Surf, resulting in Charizard being struck down, struggling to rise again as it shook off the water droplets clinging to its body. Yiran's heart sank at this sight. It was evident that this was an unevenly matched contest. He cast a complex glance at Zhuahan's Kingdra. Let us give it our all, he shouted, as Charizard prepared to use Dragon Claw. Kingdra, unleash Hydro Pump, Zhuahan stated expressionlessly. From the very onset, the outcome of this match had seemed inevitable. Charizard had barely approached Kingdra when it was struck by a formidable jet of water, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. The referee glanced over and declared, Zhuahan from Qing City is the victor, securing the first qualifying spot. The citizens of both Rongqing and Qing City erupted in joyous celebration as Zhuahan exited the arena. Yixiao promptly patted Zhuahan on the shoulder, exclaiming, Congratulations! You've secured the first spot. Make sure to give it your all in the upcoming matches. Zhuahan nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his resolve. Outside Jiangnan Sports Stadium, onlookers watching the live broadcast were taken aback upon witnessing Zhuahan's triumph over Yiran, engaging in animated discussions. I always sensed Zhuahan from Qing City had remarkable talent, but I never expected Yiran to fall so swiftly. It's simply unbelievable. Another remarked. Indeed. Although the attributes and terrain were not in Yiran's favor, his defeat was alarmingly quick. Is this year's Jiangnan provincial champion destined to be claimed by a city contestant? And the weakest one at that? By Mutin, overhearing the spectators' remarks, fumed with indignation. Unbeknownst to Zhuahan and Yixiao, they remained focused on Huang Ting's match, where his Iron Tyrant was battered and breathless, while Song Es Blaziken was also panting heavily. Blaziken, unleash your most powerful brick break. Songy shouted. Huang Ting grew anxious, recognizing that Iron Tyrant could not evade the impending attack and would have to endure the blow. Iron Tyrant, you must hold on. Do not give up. Huang Ting cried out fervently. Iron Tyrant, bolstered by Huang Ting's words, withstood the onslaught, albeit barely. What? Song Yi exclaimed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Now's our chance. Iron Tyrant, deliver your final stone edge attack. Huang Ting shouted with excitement. Iron Tyrant launched a barrage of sharp stone spikes towards Blaziken, striking it midair and causing it to plummet, defeated in battle. Subsequently, Iron Tyrant could no longer endure and collapsed, giving in to exhaustion. The referee, observing both Pokémon incapacitated, announced the verdict, as Blaziken had fallen first. Huang Ting advanced to the next round. We did it, Iron Tyrant. Huang Ting rejoiced, retrieving his Pokémon. Outside, Huang Ting's victory over Song Yi was met with astonishment. The people of Jiangnan murmured, what is happening this year? First Zhuahan from Qing City, and now Huang Ting? They began to question whether Qing City was exceptionally strong this year, or if the competitors from Jiangnan were simply lacking. Yixiao, witnessing Huang Ting's return, was equally elated. Another contestant from Qing City had advanced. Many came forth to congratulate Huang Ting, who bashfully rubbed his head and remarked, it's all thanks to Iron Tyrant. And of course, I must thank Deputy Mayor Yi for the resources that allowed my Pokémon to evolve. Yixiao laughed heartily, no need for thanks. You should express your gratitude to your instructor Zhao Dongrong later. Finally, the first round concluded. With 4 of the 10 qualifying spots secured, Zhuahan and Huang Ting from Qing City, Xia Fanqing from Jiangnan, and Su Wenxiang from Ning City. The list for the next group soon appeared on the screen. Zhu Xiaowu vs Song Rentong from Jiangnan, Fire Arena. Pan Wu from Qing City vs Yi Bai from Jiangnan, Flowing Water Arena. Huang Zerhua from Beishan vs Yi Hei from Jiangnan, Rock Arena. Ding Li from Lishur vs Xia Donghai from Jiangnan, Grass Arena. The battles commenced. In the midst of their friends' encouragement, Zhu Xiaowu and Pan Wu stepped onto the battlefield. The residents of Rongqing, watching from their screens, clenched their fists in silent support. Upon arriving at his fire arena, Zhu Xiaowu faced Song Rentong, who approached with equal calmness. Without uttering a word, their eyes conveyed all that was necessary. Come forth, Makhok. Let the Fire Lord reveal himself. They both declared in unison. Makhok executed cross-chop, as Zhu Xiaowu shouted. The Fire Lord retaliated with heavy slam, refusing to back down. Makhok landed a blow upon the Fire Lord, while the Fire Lord responded with powerful strikes, forcing Makhok to retreat. Makhok, use Fire Punch. Zhuo Xiao commanded. Fire Lord. Unleash arm thrust. Song Rentong countered, both Pokemon trading blows but unable to gain the upper hand. Fire Lord, use Mountain Crusher. Song Rentong quickly instructed. Machoke, unleash your strength and catch the Fire Lord. Zhuo Xiao urged. The Fire Lord jumped, attempting to crush Machoke with his immense weight. But Machoke's four arms erupted with astonishing force, successfully catching the Fire Lord in midair, despite his struggles to escape. With a powerful heave, Machoke hurled the Fire Lord down to the ground. After a resounding crash, the Fire Lord slowly rose, panting heavily. Are you alright, Fire Lord? Song Rentong asked. Concern etched on his face. The Fire Lord responded with a reassuring call, indicating he was unharmed. Use Fire Punch. Song Rentong commanded. Machoke, we shall also use Fire Punch. Zhuo Xiao shouted. The Fire Lord's punch struck Machoke's face, while Machoke retaliated with a blow to the Fire Lord's abdomen. Now's the moment. Machoke, deliver a low kick to topple the Fire Lord. Zhuo Xiao urged swiftly. Machoke executed a sudden kick to the Fire Lord's calf, causing him to lose balance and fall. Seizing the opportunity, Machoke charged at the Fire Lord, executing a body slam. Zhuo Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Machoke lunged at the Fire Lord with all its might, intensifying the damage to the already injured Pokemon. Song Rentong's worry for the Fire Lord grew as he saw it struggle to rise once more. Observing the increased labored breathing and sweat trickling down its brow, he realized the Fire Lord's stamina was nearing its limit. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Let us go all out. Fire Lord, use Flame Charge. The Fire Lord, engulfed in flames, surged forward towards Machoke, knocking it down. Yet Machoke, gritting its teeth against the pain, managed to stand once again. Machoke, are you alright? Zhuo Xiao asked, concern creeping into his voice. Excellent. Fire Lord, unleash Flame Charge once more. Song Rentong asserted resolutely. As the formidable strength of the creature zeroed in on the moment the Flame King charged forward, Zhou Xiaowu shouted with fervor. The Flame King transformed into a blazing inferno, hurtling towards the creature. With a grave expression, the creature awaited the imminent impact. And just as the Flame King was about to strike, it unleashed a powerful punch that landed squarely on the Flame King, halting him in his tracks. In that critical moment, the creature delivered a decisive crosscut, while Zhou Xiaowu exerted every ounce of strength, vociferously cheering him on. The creature's fists shimmered, forming a cross that struck the Flame King with tremendous force. After a brief pause, the Flame King gradually succumbed to defeat, collapsing to the ground. The referee, glancing at the fallen Flame King, declared loudly, Zhou Xiaowu from Qing City is the victor, securing a place on the advancement list. Oh, creature, you are truly magnificent. Zhou Xiaowu exclaimed, his voice ringing with admiration. Yi Xiao, witnessing Zhou Xiaowu's progression to the national examination, wore an unceasing smile upon his face. Outside the arena, onlookers discussed how the Qing City martial arts candidates had triumphed over their Jiangnan counterparts, speculating on the current state of Jiangnan. What on earth is happening? They were defeated by Qing City's Zhuahan, which could be understood as a dark horse situation. Then they fell to Huang Ting from Qing City, which could be attributed to poor performance. But now Zhou Xiaowu has also bested our Jiangnan representatives. What is this? Such circumstances have never been witnessed before. Is it possible that the schools in Jiangnan have declined? No wonder people often say Jiangnan cannot compare to the prestigious institutions of Modu and Daidu. It seems we must send our children to Modu or Daidu in the future. Mutant watched in fury as yet another Jiangnan martial arts candidate was vanquished by a Qing City contender. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. It was inconceivable that Qing City could claim the top spot in Jiangnan. She vigorously shook her head, dismissing such absurd notions from her mind. In the flowing water arena, Pan Wu gazed at Hu Di, who had sunk into despair. Hu Di's psychic powers were persistently controlling the fiery chicken, and the surrounding water environment allowed him to frequently manipulate water flows to attack the fiery chicken. Ultimately, under Hu Di's illusionary techniques, he was rendered unable to continue fighting. Pan Wu, having failed to advance to the national examination, returned to the sidelines feeling somewhat dejected. Li Xiao and the others hurried over to offer comfort, but Pan Wu waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He merely felt regret, thinking how close he had been to advancing. If only luck had favored him and he had drawn the water arena, perhaps he and the fiery chicken would have had a chance. Yet, reality is what it is. There are no ifs. I lost, Pan Wu said, his tone tinged with disappointment. Zhuahan and the others were at a loss for words, the joy of Zhou Xiaowu's recent victory overshadowed by the somber mood. As the second group of martial arts examinations concluded, the advancement list was revealed. Qing City's Zhou Xiaowu, Jiangnan's Yi Bai, Jiangnan's Yihei, and Li City's Dingli. The third group, consisting of only 2 matches, ended swiftly, with the advancement list naming Jiangnan's Song Renming and Jiangnan's Xiaji. Thus, the selection of the top 10 concluded, and the names of these 10 individuals appeared on the screen, who would represent Jiangnan at the national examination. Qing City's Zhuahan, Qing City's Huang Ting, Jiangnan Xiaofanqing, Ning City's Su Wenqiang, Qing City's Zhou Xiaowu, Jiangnan's Yibai, Jiangnan's Yihei, Li City's Dingli, Jiangnan's Song Renming, and Jiangnan's Xiaji. Let us wish them success in the national examination. The next phase would be the ranking battle, with the rules stipulating a free-for-all among the 10 participants. The first to lose their ability to fight would secure the 10th position, and so forth. Suddenly, an unseen button was pressed, connecting 4 arenas into one vast battlefield. The 10 martial arts candidates were invited to enter. As they stepped onto the field, they quickly formed their respective alliances. Zhuahan, Zhou Xiaowu, and Huang Ting banded together, while the Jiangnan candidates did the same, leaving only Su Wenqiang and Ding Li exchanging wary glances. After a tumultuous skirmish, only Zhuahan's Gyarados and Yihei's Mega Gardevoir remained on the field. Yihei, with a serious demeanor, addressed Zhuahan, "You are truly formidable. I had intended to reserve this for the national examination, but today, for the honor of Jiangnan, I will Mega Evolve." With that declaration, Yihei activated the keystone, resonating with the Mega Stone embedded in Gardevoir's necklace, and in a flash of white light, Mega Gardevoir appeared before Zhuahan. Outside, Mutin let out a sigh of relief. Just moments earlier, she had feared Zhuahan might secure the top position for Jiangnan, a scenario she could not tolerate. "It seems the Yi family possesses some strength after all," she murmured. "Moonblast," Yihei commanded, his voice resolute. Zhuahan regarded Yihei's Mega Gardevoir with a calm assurance, stating, "This first place is mine. It matters not who comes forth." He then activated his Z-Ring and bellowed, "Gyarados, let them witness your might. Use Hydro Vortex." A colossal whirlpool of water enveloped Mega Gardevoir, rendering her attempts to escape futile, akin to being trapped in a cage. The swirling waters ascended into the sky before crashing down with tremendous force. When the dust settled, it was revealed that Mega Gardevoir had reverted to her standard form, defeated. Mega Gardevoir is unable to continue battling. "Congratulations to Zhuahan for becoming this year's champion of Jiangnan province," the referee announced with authority. Leaf Hei withdrew Gardevoir and remarked, "I did not expect Mega Gardevoir to be no match for you. You are indeed exceptionally strong, Zhuahan." Zhuahan shook his head and made his way to the sidelines, where Yixiao rushed over, laughing heartily. "Zhuahan, you truly are impressive. I thought for sure you were doomed to lose. I never anticipated that my second uncle would procure a Mega Stone for Yihei's Gardevoir. And I certainly did not expect you to possess a Z-Ring. What a remarkable item," Yixiao exclaimed. "Does Vice Mayor Ye's promise still hold?" Zhuahan inquired with a grin. Yixiao paused momentarily, then replied with a chuckle, "Are you trying to embarrass me? How could it not count? I, Yixiao, have never failed to deliver on my promises. Expect a surprise from me in a few days. Then I shall not hold back," Zhuahan responded, equally amused. Outside, Mutin watched with disbelief as Zhuahan bested Yihei, muttering to herself, "Impossible. I refuse to believe that a mere country bumpkin could possess such strength. Zhuahan, you are truly detestable." Her glare at Zhuahan on the screen was filled with venom. Onlookers outside were abuzz with excitement. That final match was utterly thrilling. Who would have thought that Yihei, at such a young age, possessed a Mega Stone for Gardevoir? I genuinely believed Zhuahan, the dark horse, was on the verge of defeat, yet he turned the tables with that stunning Z move, effortlessly vanquishing Mega Gardevoir. This year's martial arts candidates are exceptionally impressive, far surpassing previous years. If only I could possess a Mega Stone for Gardevoir in my lifetime. Although Gardevoir was defeated, she was still breathtaking to behold. A passerby exclaimed in admiration. Another bystander, however, interjected, "Stop dreaming. You don't even have a Gardevoir, let alone a Mega Evolution." Upon witnessing Zhuahan claim the top spot for Jiangnan, the firecracker vendors in Rongqing swiftly cleared their stock. The awards ceremony commenced, presided over by the vice-governor of Jiangnan province. The 10 participants ascended the stage in order of their rankings, standing in place. First was Zhuahan from Qing City, who received a prize from the vice-governor, though the contents remained concealed within its packaging. The second place was awarded to Jiangnan's Yihei, followed by Jiangnan's Yibai in third, Jiangnan's Song Renming in fourth, Jiangnan's Xia Fanqing in fifth, Qing City's Huang Ting in sixth, Qing City's Zhou Xiaowu in seventh, Jiangnan's Xiaji in eighth, Ning City's Su Wenqiang in ninth, and Li City's Ding Li in 10th. The vice-governor handed over the prizes, which were all exquisitely crafted boxes, concealing their contents from view. Once again, congratulations to these 10 martial examination candidates for securing the top 10 positions in Jiangnan province. I hope you achieve even greater success in the national examination and bring glory to Jiangnan province, the vice-governor encouraged. In front of the television, Zhao Dongrong and Zhao Donglai beamed with pride at the top-ranked candidate, Zhuohan. Zhao Donglai remarked earnestly, "I told you, these youngsters have a bright future." "Oh, really? Who was it that said Zhuohan and the others would be lucky just to make it into the top 10? Zhao Dongrong retorted dismissively. At that moment, Zhao Donglai picked up a shoe from the ground and playfully swatted Zhao Dongrong with it, exclaiming, "What kind of son undermines his father?" Finally, as all the formalities concluded, Zhuohan and the others could open their boxes to discover their contents. Curiosity filled the air as Huang Ting opened his box to reveal a chunk of rock. Something they were quite familiar with, the Shasha rock. To everyone's astonishment, Huang Ting had acquired it once again, and they looked on enviously, knowing that at least Huang Ting's next spirit, if it remained a rock type, would undoubtedly be formidable. Xiao Wu swiftly opened his box to find a black belt. "Is this a black belt?" he said nonchalantly. Yi Xiu stepped forward and clarified, "This is a master black belt, elevating fighting-type spirit treasures to a level above that of the Shasha rock." Xiao Wu carefully secured the master black belt and glanced at Zhuohan. Lastly, Zhuohan opened his box, and Yi Xiu inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "This is a dragon-type law crystal block. I didn't expect the first place to yield such a valuable item." Zhuohan examined the dragon-type law crystal block. Although it was smaller than the one Old Li had given him, it was still better than nothing and would be perfect for his mini-dragon to use. Next, preparations for the national examination commenced. Under Yi Xiu's guidance, Zhuohan and the others boarded the Biaojiao, ready to fly back to Qing City in the afternoon. In the capital, Teacher Zhou observed the screen displaying Zhuohan in first place and softly remarked, "I knew you would achieve first place in Jiangnan province." Back in the Bai family in the capital, Bai Mutin returned home and immediately unleashed her frustration on the household staff. Bai Shan, her father, approached her calmly, asking, "What has happened to upset my daughter this time?" "Dad, it's about today." Bai Mutin recounted the events to Bai Shan. "Mutin, even after all these years, you still compete with Yi Xiu. As for this Zhuohan, despite his young age and impressive strength, his potential is limitless. Have you considered bringing him into our family?" Bai Shan said casually, "Don't joke, Dad. I wish Zhuohan would just disappear from this world, let alone bring him into our family." Bai Mutin retorted indignantly. Suddenly, a male voice echoed from the entrance. "Sister, you're back. Why didn't you let me know? Who made you upset? Let your brother take care of it." The young man spoke arrogantly. If Zhuohan were present, he would recognize this young man as Bai Qiu, the one who had driven a Tyranitar cart on the streets of the capital. Bai Mutin looked at Bai Qiu and suddenly recalled something. "By the way, brother, aren't you also a martial examination candidate this year, preparing for the national exam in a few days?" she asked excitedly. "Of course. I'm aiming to be the martial champion." Bai Qiu declared confidently. "That's perfect. When the national exam comes, there's a martial candidate named Zhuohan representing Jiangnan province. If you encounter him, make sure to teach him a good lesson." Bai Mutin grinned maliciously. Bai Shan shook his head as he observed his children plotting against Zhuohan, muttering, "Mutin is still too immature, let her be. Rest assured, sister, when I meet that country bumpkin, what's his name again? Zhuo something?" Bai Qiu pondered, slightly forgetting. "Zhuohan." Bai Mutin exclaimed loudly. Yes, that Zhuohan. Just wait and see how I deal with him for making you so angry," Bai Qiu vowed indignantly. "But do you have the confidence? He is the top candidate in Jiangnan province." Bai Mutin expressed her concern. "What does Jiangnan's first place mean? I am someone of significance in the capital. Don't worry, even if there were several of them, I could handle it with ease. Just wait for good news." Bai Qiu scoffed. In the room of the elder Bai, a shadowy figure inquired, "Is the plan ready?" "The national exam is just days away." The elder Bai replied nonchalantly. "Everything is prepared. And what about your grandson? I hear he is also participating in this national exam," the shadowy figure remarked. "Just ensure his safety. Let him have his fun. As long as he is happy, that's all that matters," the elder Bai said indulgently. Chapter 59, The National Exam Begins. When Zhuohan and his companions returned on the Biaojiao, the people of Rong City were already waiting for them, jubilantly cheering, "The hero of Rong City has returned." Suddenly, a series of fireworks erupted in the sky. Zhuohan gazed at the humble citizens before him and resolved to do something meaningful for Rong City. As the crowd dispersed, his companions, fatigued, made their way home. During the journey, Linnea curiously asked, "Zhuohan, why do those humans call you a hero? You didn't go to war, did you?" Zhuohan was at a loss for how to answer Linnea, so he fabricated a reason to appease her. With Linnea seemingly understanding, he sighed in relief. Upon arriving home, Zhuahan noticed that his parents had prepared a lavish feast, eagerly awaiting his return. The moment his mother saw him enter, she promptly instructed him to wash his hands and prepare to eat. Observing that the dishes had not been disturbed, Zhuahan realized his parents had been waiting for him and hurried to wash up and join them at the table. Now, Zhuahan's parents and Xiao Wu's parents had become prominent figures in the factory, not for any other reason than their son's achievements. Even the factory leaders had changed their tone while speaking to them, reportedly finding reasons to give them raises, leaving other colleagues envious. Initially, many had doubted Zhuahan and Xiao Wu's potential for success, thinking their fathers were foolish for investing in them. However, the current outcomes proved just how right their decisions had been. Some parents whose children had participated in the cultural examination lamented, "If only our child had taken the martial exam this year, would they also have achieved such success as Zhuahan and Xiao Wu?" Others, whose children were not yet of age for the college entrance examination and had initially planned to focus on the arts, were now reconsidering their paths. Inspired by the triumphs of Zhuahan and Xiao Wu, the status of trainers in society was undeniably elevated, prompting many to resolve to work extra hours to save more money, ensuring their children could give it a try, at the very least securing funds for their initial spirits. Before diving back into the grind, after the provincial examination, there were 3 days of rest. However, Zhuahan did not settle for complacency. Training for his mini-dragon commenced in earnest. After allowing the shattered dragon tooth and the acquired dragon-type law crystal block to be absorbed, the mini-dragon's skin began to tighten, indicating it was nearing the time to shed its skin. The intensity of training could also be increased. In the secret realm, the mini-dragon gazed at the added weight of the gravity ring around its body, its large, expressive eyes filled with a sense of grievance as it looked up at Zhuahan. Zhuahan spoke earnestly. "To endure hardship is the path to becoming a dragon. The process of your growth requires overcoming many challenges. Without enduring hardship, you cannot grow stronger. Otherwise, spirits like the Crocodile will bully you." Upon hearing the mention of Crocodile, the mini-dragon seemed to recall that moment. Its eyes suddenly filled with determination as it began to swim with newfound vigor. However, unexpectedly, after only a brief swim, I felt an overwhelming fatigue, clearly indicating that I had yet to acclimate to the new gravitational intensity. Nevertheless, I persevered and began to swim, with my beloved Squirtle trailing closely behind, not surpassing my mini-dragon. After absorbing the essence of the divine beast, Kingdra's aura became increasingly formidable, enhancing not only its mastery of water-type principles, but also granting it some insight into dragon-type laws. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Lunala did not remain in Zhuahan's shadow, but emerged to catch some fresh air. The dominant Blastoise was basking in the sun as usual, but upon noticing Lunala's sudden appearance, it panicked and dove underwater. However, upon realizing that Lunala paid no heed to it, Blastoise cautiously resurfaced, eyeing Lunala with trepidation. Zhuahan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle to himself, amused by the sight of the proud turtle in such a state. When the time was right, Lunala returned to the safety of Zhuahan's shadow, allowing Blastoise to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Observing that Mini-Dragon had swum enough, Zhuahan signaled for it to return, only to be met with Mini-Dragon's watery eyes shaking its head, indicating that there was still something it desired. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhuahan, and he exchanged a bottle of premium milk from the system for Mini-Dragon. After finishing the milk, Mini-Dragon nodded in satisfaction and returned to its Pokeball. Zhuahan softly remarked, "You little glutton." To his surprise, the Pokeball shook in discontent. All right. I understand you're still a baby that needs nourishment. My apologies, I'll prepare 2 bottles for you next time." Only then did the Pokeball cease its agitation. After consuming an energy cube, Kingdra also retreated into its Pokeball. Upon returning home, Zhuahan's system suddenly chimed. Based on the current status of the host, a new mission is issued. Achieve the first rank in the national examination and obtain the title of Martial Champion. System rewards, special item purchasing rights, and the awakening of a unique ability. Zhuahan, upon seeing the special item purchasing rights, was intrigued. What does this mean? Is there something in the system that I cannot acquire? He quickly inquired. Host, currently, you are unable to purchase exclusive items related to divine beasts, such as the red, blue, and green gems, which are specifically tied to divine creatures. The system responded matter-of-factly. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhuahan understood. After all, he intended to secure the top position. It was only fitting to unlock this mission along the way. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Exiting the system, Zhuahan made his way downstairs, only to find Yi Xiu waiting at the entrance, cradling an egg incubator containing a Pokemon egg and some unknown liquid, presumably a nutrient solution. "So how is it going, Zhua?" I never go back on my promises, as you can see. I personally delivered it to you, out of sincerity. Yishio joked. Zhuahan was momentarily taken aback by Yishio's antics. Yet this gesture made him realize that Yishio was indeed a man of his word. Silently, he awarded Yishio some respect and hurriedly invited him in. Yishio quickly added, "Lately, I've been particularly busy with the martial examination, and I managed to procure this Pokémon egg amidst my hectic schedule. I figured it would be best to deliver it myself rather than relying on someone else. By the way, this egg belongs to my uncle's main Pokémon, a shiny Galade, so treat it well." I had to plead with my uncle for quite some time before he agreed. Before Zhuahan could express his gratitude, Yishio hurriedly took his leave. Once Yishio returned to Qing City, he settled into his office, leisurely sipping tea while watching videos of the martial examination. Was what Yishio said really true? Flashing back a day, Yishio had approached his uncle to explain his intentions. Initially, no matter how he pleaded, his uncle was reluctant to part with the shiny Galade egg. However, when Yishio mentioned it was for Zhuahan, his uncle pondered for a moment before instructing a servant to retrieve it for him. Meanwhile, Zhao Donlai received word that Yishio had personally visited Zhuahan and gifted him a Pokémon egg, prompting him to return in haste. Zhao Donlai gently set down his teacup, muttering to himself, "What a cunning old fox." Upon discovering that the egg contained a shiny Galade, Zhuahan was overjoyed and resolved to nurture it diligently once it hatched, envisioning the day he would have his very own cozy companion. Soon enough, 3 days passed, and Zhuahan, Zhou Xiaowu, and Huang Ting set forth toward the imperial capital, buoyed by the blessings of the people of Rongqing. Chapter 60, National Examination Statistics. Zhuahan and his companions first flew to Jiangnan province to meet up with other team members, then, under the guidance of the vice-governor of Jiangnan, proceeded to the imperial capital. Upon arriving, they checked into a pre-booked hotel. As they walked through the streets of the imperial capital, the iconic Bloodwing dragon insignia loomed large before them. Although Zhuahan had previously visited in order to rescue teacher Zhou, seeing that emblem again filled him with admiration for the city's prosperity, especially on this significant day for national martial examination candidates. As people from all corners of the nation flocked here, the bustling streets were teeming with people, and even the usual vendor spots were crowded. After settling in at the hotel, they quickly made their way to the sports arena. The scale of the imperial capital's sports arena was truly remarkable, 3 times larger than that of Jiangnan province, with impeccable facilities and a sturdy yet elegant architectural design. Vice-Governor Yi Xinghua led Zhuahan and the others to the front desk, where they submitted their martial examination credentials for processing. The staff would cross-reference the credentials with live video feeds and the list of dojo masters to ensure there was no foul play among the provinces. The rules of the national examination were similar to those depicted in the anime Zhuahan had watched in his previous life. A total of 25 provinces participated, with 10 candidates from each. However, the imperial capital and Magic City each had 3 additional candidates, resulting in a total of 256 participants. These 256 trainers were likely to become the backbone of the alliance in the future. Since the day was solely for registration and not for competition, the staff would compile the data that day, with the actual competition commencing the following day. Therefore, after completing their registration, Yi Xinghua promptly led Zhuahan and his companions back to the hotel. Once there, they opened their laptop to watch videos of the martial examination from various provinces. After a lengthy viewing session, Zhuahan noted that the strength disparity between provinces was minimal, but upon reaching the videos from Magic City and the imperial capital, he was astonished to find that the martial examination candidates from these regions were indeed far stronger. Most astonishingly, he spotted a fully evolved pseudo-divine creature. What did this signify? In a mere 3 months, these elite families managed to cultivate a fully evolved pseudo-divine being. How terrifying. Pseudo-divines were termed as such because their power was second only to that of true deities. However, they were notoriously difficult to cultivate. A pseudo-divine creature in its infancy possessed little combat capability. It was only upon reaching full evolution that their true prowess emerged, a classic case of latent potential. Yet, to develop a fully evolved pseudo-divine in just 3 months, Zhuahan couldn't help but exclaim that they were indeed playing on another level. Fortunately, he only glimpsed 1 or 2 fully evolved pseudo-divines, but he was all too familiar with the evolution stones adorning their chests. Those were mega evolution stones. How could he not understand? Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that the title of martial champion was consistently claimed by candidates from the imperial capital. How could one compete against others who wielded mega-evolved pseudo-divines with nothing but sheer determination? Zhuahan pondered, as he observed a young man commanding a Garchomp to wreak havoc. He could distinctly sense the formidable strength of his opponent. Was he at the pinnacle of elite status? Or was he merely a half-step to becoming a king? Were they truly not on another level? Zhuohan harbored considerable doubts. He questioned whether his current prowess stemmed solely from his prior endeavors, pondering the depths of the capital's undercurrents. What resources could the prominent families possess to nurture their Pokémon to such extraordinary levels? In his curiosity, he inquired about the individual commanding the fierce Garchomp. Ye, who was well acquainted with the matter, replied. He hails from the Yuan family in the capital, known as Yuan Wanan. Tragically, his parents perished during a mission in the secret realm, leaving the elder Yuan, a champion, to mourn his loss. Since then, Yuan Wanan has been closely associated with the champion, who has taken a liking to him. Wanan is diligent and has never mingled with the debauched children of the elite, finding his greatest joy in training Pokémon. It is said that the name Wanan was bestowed by the champion, perhaps holding a meaning known only to him. He is a favored contender for this year's martial arts examination. Upon hearing Yehe's account, Zhuohan mused, with parents sacrificed at the altar of fate. Possessing a Garchomp capable of mega evolution at only 3 months old, and with a grandfather who is the reigning champion, this certainly fits the archetype of a protagonist. Fortunately, he encountered no further individuals as exceptional as Yuan Wanan. Suddenly, a video featuring a man utilizing a Tyranitar caught his attention. Zhuohan instantly recognized him as the same man who had been seen pulling a cart with a Metagross on the street that day. Yehe, noticing Zhuohan's interest, added, "This man wielding the Tyranitar is Bai Qiu from the Bai family in the capital, and he is also a strong contender in this martial arts examination." Zhuohan glanced at the scene and scoffed inwardly, deeming it absurd for Bai Qiu to be labeled a popular figure, as his Tyranitar's strength barely ranked as elite. This pales in comparison to Yuan Wanan, Zhuohan thought derisively. After evaluating the situation, he concluded that the strength levels across various provinces were relatively uniform, with the martial arts candidates from the capital and Magic City exhibiting slightly superior abilities. He believed that Zhou Xiaowu and Huang Ting could still hold their own unless they encountered candidates from those two cities. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Ye Bai rushed to answer it, revealing a stunning woman standing at the entrance. Before Ye Bai could inquire, the woman stepped into the room and addressed Zhuohan softly. "Zhuohan, teacher Zhou Xiaowu has come to see you." Zhou Laosher spoke with a calm demeanor. Startled, Zhou Xiaowu exclaimed, "Teacher Zhou, what brings you here? What? Am I not welcome? You are all my students, after all." "I came to cheer you on for tomorrow's national examination," Zhou Laosher replied nonchalantly. "Of course you're welcome. I just didn't expect your visit," Zhou Xiaowu said, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. "Zhuohan, may I have a word with you privately?" Zhou Laosher requested, gazing intently at Zhuohan. Upon seeing her, Zhuohan immediately sensed that her visit was not merely for encouragement. After a moment's thought, he nodded and followed her out. Once Zhuohan exited, his companions began to gossip, especially Yehe, who cheekily remarked, "Do you think Zhuohan will return tonight?" Zhou Xiaowu, perplexed, responded, "Why wouldn't Zhuohan come back? Teacher Zhou just wanted to discuss something with him. Once they're done, he'll return." Yehe shot him a look and quipped, "Are you genuinely oblivious or merely pretending?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Xiaowu asked, confused. Seeing that Zhou Xiaowu was not feigning ignorance, Yehe sighed. "I suppose my innocence has been lost. But on another note, is that woman really your teacher?" He inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, Teacher Zhou is our martial arts examination instructor. However, since we joined the elite training class, we've had little interaction with her as she returned to the capital. Yet, I didn't expect her to care so much about us and come all this way to cheer us on," Zhou Xiaowu replied, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Upon realizing that Zhou Laosher was indeed Zhuohan's teacher, Yehe mischievously remarked, "Who would have thought that Zhuohan had a taste for such women?" Chapter 61. The emergence of a conspiracy. "What does Teacher Zhou want with me?" Zhuohan asked with curiosity. "It's nothing significant. We wanted to express our gratitude for saving my father and me that night. Now that you're in the capital, I thought I'd invite you to dinner," Zhou Laosher said cheerfully. After contemplating for a moment, Zhuohan nodded, feeling a pang of hunger himself, accompanying Zhou Laosher to a rather upscale restaurant. Zhuohan watched as she eagerly ordered a multitude of dishes from the menu. Had he not intervened, she likely would have ordered even more. The cuisine at this fine establishment was quite delectable, albeit in modest portions. As the server presented each dish, Zhuohan savored each bite, while Zhou Laosher merely gazed at him, seemingly engrossed, without having touched her food. Noticing her watching him intently without eating, Zhuohan touched his cheek, ensuring no remnants clung to him. "Teacher Zhou, please eat. The food will get cold," he urged. Zhou Laosher, realizing her demeanor may have been too conspicuous, took a token bite of her food and abruptly asked, "Zhuohan, do you have any dreams? Or have you considered when you might settle down and start a family? Caught off guard by her sudden inquiry, Zhuohan choked on his drink, hastily gulping down juice to ease his throat. Teacher Zhou, what are you talking about? I'm only 18. How could I possibly think of marriage? Besides, with the dividends from the energy cubes, I 1T lack for sustenance in this lifetime. Is your Zhou family scheming to withhold my dividends? Zhuohan asked, his expression turning serious. Of course not. You will receive every bit of your dividends. I was merely curious, Zhou Laosher quickly assured him. In that case, it's not that I have nothing to say. I do have some aspirations. I hope that in the Dragon Nation, everyone can become a trainer, that no powerful families will monopolize resources, that Pokemon prices won't be exorbitant, that schools will offer 9 years of compulsory education, and that humans and Pokemon can coexist harmoniously without the chaos of secret realms leading to trainers' demise. What do you think? Is this dream unrealistic? Zhuohan said with a touch of self-deprecation. Not at all. I think your dream is quite noble. It's just that the implementation would be exceedingly challenging, Zhou Laosher comforted him. That's why I say it's somewhat impractical. However, I will strive to turn Rong City into the vision I hold dear, Zhuohan declared with conviction. I will assist you in this endeavor, Zhou Laosher thought to herself, cherishing his words as she gazed at him tenderly. By the way, Teacher Zhou, when you asked about marriage, were you considering introducing me to someone? Please don't. I could never keep up with the pampered daughters of those prominent families, Zhuohan exaggeratedly exclaimed. Zhou Laosher, eager to clarify, was interrupted. Teacher Zhou, I have no intention of entertaining such thoughts. Right now, I am solely focused on becoming a trainer and realizing my dreams. Only after that would I contemplate such matters. Especially considering my age. You're not too young. In the capital, people your age are already engaged, Zhou Laosher murmured softly. They are them. I am me. Frankly, the mindset of these prominent families is antiquated. What era are we in? Never mind them. It has nothing to do with me, Zhuohan replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. Seeing this, Zhou Laosher refrained from further comments, silently taking a bite of her food, which lacked flavor. After their meal, Zhou Laosher wished to invite Zhuohan to the Zhou family for a visit, but he declined, citing the upcoming martial arts examination. As Zhuohan departed, Zhou Laosher pondered her thoughts in silence. Zhuohan strolled leisurely through the bustling streets of the imperial capital, under the impression that Teacher Zhou intended to ally with him by introducing women from the Zhou family. Thus, he promptly declined, for he held a profound disdain for political marriages. After all, what merit is there in a union devoid of genuine affection? Suddenly, Lunayara interjected, alerting him to the presence of a spectral energy akin to that encountered previously. What? Zhuohan gasped in astonishment. He had believed that after vanquishing Zhou Chun, he would not encounter such individuals again in the near future. To his dismay, he discovered that shadowy figures were still mingling within the crowd. Seeking solitude, Zhuohan retreated to a secluded area and instructed Xiaoya to open the portal to the spirit realm. Once inside, he utilized Xiaoya's abilities to locate the shadowy figure, tailing it discreetly. To his surprise, he found himself at the martial arts examination venue for the following day, where the shadowy figures skillfully hypnotized the guards, leaving the originally stationed Wind Speed Hound mysteriously absent. Zhuohan followed them into the spirit realm, and upon observing the scene, he was taken aback to find that the shadowy figures had buried an astounding quantity of explosives beneath the venue. The scale of the explosives was such that, should they detonate, only a fortunate few might survive, while the rest would be left with no burial site. Such intense hatred was unfathomable. They sought to obliterate the future of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. Was every member of the Ghost organization a foreigner? With no time to ponder these questions, Zhuohan recognized that the shadowy figures were retreating. He had to find a way to alert the Alliance. The extensive preparations indicated a long-term conspiracy, and disregarding the vanishing shadows, he resolved to call Xiong, whose number he had received prior to his departure. To his surprise, it proved useful in this dire situation. Upon dialing, he greeted, "Hello, is this King Xiong?" From his home, Xiong saw the incoming call labeled with Zhuohan's name and answered, "Ah, it's you, Zhua. What brings you to call? Encountering some trouble in the imperial capital?" Zhuohan swiftly outlined the critical situation at the gymnasium. On the other end, Xiong's expression turned grave as he responded, "Understood, I will contact the president immediately." Zhuohan exited the spirit realm and waited for the arrival of the four kings. Before long, he observed them approaching with commendable efficiency. Xiong spotted Zhuohan at the entrance and hurried over. "Where are the explosives? Lead us to them." Upon reaching the site of the buried explosives, the four kings were astounded by the sheer volume, unable to fathom the catastrophic consequences an explosion would entail for the alliance. They promptly reported the situation to the president, who, in a flurry, contacted the publicity department, stating, "The martial arts examination scheduled for tomorrow is postponed to the day after." Citing issues with data compilation, the gravity of the situation had escalated significantly. Lung Bing regarded Zhuahan and inquired, "How did you discover the explosives?" Zhuahan simplified his explanation. "I noticed several shadowy figures suspiciously approaching the venue, which piqued my curiosity. Following them, I observed them using spirits to hypnotize the guards. And after they departed, I inspected the surroundings and uncovered the explosives they had buried." "Wait, you mean shadowy figures?" Zhu Qing asked, her expression somewhat grave. "Yes. They had an appearance reminiscent of shadows." Zhuahan feigned recollection. "Did the guards see what spirits they used for hypnosis?" Zhu Qing pressed anxiously. "There were several types, including Forked Bat, Gung Gue, and Crystal Flame Spirit." "Yes, that should be it," Zhuahan replied earnestly. The four kings exchanged glances and nodded. Zhu Qing remarked, "It appears they are indeed responsible." Upon realizing that the four kings recognized the shadowy figures, Zhuahan felt himself ensnared in a whirlpool of intrigue. Chapter 62. The Origins of the Ghost Organization. "What do you mean by they? You four should refrain from speaking in riddles." Zhuahan expressed his impatience. The four kings exchanged looks, and ultimately, it was Xiong Air who spoke. "Zhua, this matter originally did not concern you, but now that you have witnessed it, you have disrupted their plans, and you may soon face danger. Therefore, we shall make an exception and share information about this organization. This organization, codenamed Ghost, comprises members adept in absorbing life forces through spirits, predominantly represented by ghost-type spirits, hence its designation as the Ghost Organization. Approximately 20 years ago, the Ghost Organization gained international notoriety as a prominent mercenary group, boasting a task completion rate exceeding 90, making them highly sought after by affluent foreigners. However, their core members possessed a unique skill, a secret technique utilizing multiple ghost-type spirits to manipulate an individual's thoughts, rendering them a puppet under their control. When this revelation surfaced, panic spread across nations, with individuals fearing they might be next. At that time, any trainer associated with ghost-type spirits faced ostracism, often unjustly branded with baseless accusations. It was not until the then president of the Sakura Alliance was slain by the Ghost Organization that global alliances finally dispatched elite forces to eradicate them. To their dismay, the organization has resurfaced, committing heinous acts that defy moral comprehension, Xiong Air declared with righteous indignation. Although Zhuahan sensed some discrepancies in Xiong Air's account, he nonetheless grasped the essence of the Ghost Organization. Thus, Zhou Chen had been a member of the Ghost Organization, perhaps seeking vengeance for past grievances? Zhuahan pondered deeply. The four kings immediately ordered their subordinates to mobilize overnight to disarm the explosives. Shortly thereafter, a formidable team arrived, with Xiong Air directing the removal of the explosives. With his involvement no longer necessary, Zhuahan conversed briefly with the kings before preparing to return to the hotel. Zhu Qing reflected for a moment, then nodded, saying, "We owe you a debt of gratitude for today's events. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. We will commend you and extend our thanks on behalf of the Alliance." Zhuahan waved his hand dismissively and returned to his hotel alone. Upon entering his room, he collapsed onto the bed, weary. Meanwhile, the Alliance president gazed anxiously in the direction of the venue, unable to close his eyes throughout the night. The following morning, candidates who arrived early at the venue discovered it cordoned off, with a notice stating that the examination had been postponed by a day due to data compilation issues. A throng of individuals departed in dismay. In the hotel, realizing there would be no martial arts examination that day, Zhuahan indulged in a leisurely sleep. Yi Hei and the others, initially prepared to attend the competition, were informed by a group of martial arts candidates that they need not go. Skeptical, they checked the official forum and found the pinned announcement confirming the postponement. Is the official efficiency truly this sluggish? A whole day to fail at data compilation? Yi Hei grumbled. Zhuahan, disturbed by the noise outside, rose and slowly opened his door, intending to procure some breakfast. Yi Hei exclaimed upon seeing him, "Is that you?" Zhuahan, taken aback, responded, "You returned last night?" Yi Hei, with a mischievous smirk, replied, "Returned? Where else would I sleep?" Zhuahan, intrigued, inquired further. No way. Could it be that I was mistaken? Am I truly not as pure as I thought?" Yi Hei questioned himself. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely noticed you hadn't returned late last night, and it led me to wonder," Yi Hei stated flatly. At that moment, Zhou Xiaowu interjected, "I told you. Zhuahan would definitely return to sleep, yet you all insisted he wouldn't." Zhuahan suddenly pondered something. Could it be that Yi Hei had ventured into such territory? Zhuahan abruptly fixed a piercing gaze upon Yi Hei. Feeling a tad uncomfortable under Zhuahan's scrutiny, Yi Hei hastily suggested, Shall we go out for breakfast? It's on me. Zhuahan nodded, prompting Yihei to exhale a sigh of relief. After finishing their meal, Zhuahan and his companions observed a cluster of guards surrounding the venue, each accompanied by a wind-speed dog. Yihei's expression turned grave as he remarked, "It seems the situation is far from simple. Something must have transpired at the venue, and it certainly isn't just a matter of poor data collection." Zhuahan, contemplating Yihei's perceptiveness, thought perhaps the lad possessed a modicum of observational skill after all. Within the alliance, the president surveyed the Elder Council and the four kings below, suppressing his fury as he spoke slowly. "Do you realize that just last night, countless explosives were unearthed beneath the Imperial Capital Stadium? Should these explosives detonate, the Dragon Nation would be plunged into eternal slumber." "What?" The elders gasped in shock, quickly inquiring about the current status. The president, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Fortunately, our King Xiong'er happened to patrol the area last night and discovered the issue, promptly reporting it to me and averting this catastrophe." The elders chimed in with praises. King Xiong'er truly deserves commendation for his vigilance in safeguarding the public, even at this late hour. However, the president continued, his tone unfaltering. "Yet this matter is not concluded. The ability to transport such a quantity of explosives into the venue without detection indicates that there is a mole among us, someone of considerable rank within our alliance." He turned to Elder Bai and asked coldly, "Can you explain why the wind-speed dogs were suddenly withdrawn?" Feigning calmness, Elder Bai replied, "I believe the influx of people into the imperial capital would compromise security, so I reassigned those wind-speed dogs. I never anticipated such a situation would arise. Had I known, I would never have dared to move them. Moreover, my only descendant is preparing for the martial examination this year. If the venue were to explode, my lineage would be extinguished. I am innocent, President, I assure you." Elder Bai lamented. Several other elders quickly defended him. "Indeed, President, while Elder Bai may have some personal shortcomings, he has never shown disloyalty to the alliance. This was merely a coincidence." The president regarded Elder Bai and stated, "I have never doubted your loyalty. I trust you. However, the coincidence is troubling. Since Elder Bai has provided an explanation, I shall accept it. Now, let us discuss the mastermind behind this plot." The elders exchanged curious glances, wondering if the president had already discerned the orchestrator of this conspiracy. The president nodded gravely, declaring, "It is the Phantom Organization. They have returned." "What?" The elders gasped in astonishment. "Wasn't the Phantom Organization eradicated 20 years ago?" The president continued, "What we face now are likely remnants from that time, who have come back seeking vengeance." Chapter 63, The True National Examination begins. However, the president declared, "If the Phantom Organization dares to challenge the limits of our Dragon Nation alliance in this manner, they must be prepared for annihilation once more. Those who offend the Dragon Nation alliance shall face dire consequences, no matter how far they flee." At that moment, the president resembled a youthful lion defending its territory, starkly contrasting the image of an aged elder. As the meeting concluded, the president squinted at Elder Bai as he departed. Overseas, a shadowy figure knelt before a black-clad man seated high above, reporting, "Master, Plan B has failed. The explosives buried beneath the stadium have been uncovered by the Dragon Nation alliance." "What? How could it fail? This plan was on the brink of success." "Who discovered the explosives?" The black-clad man seethed. "It was said to be the alliance's King Xiong'er, who happened to patrol the venue last night," the shadowy figure whispered. "King Xiong? Impossible. He would not have patrolled the venue without reason. Someone must have alerted him. Investigate. Leave no stone unturned. As for the Bai family, do not contact them for now. The alliance will surely grow suspicious." "Understood." The shadowy figure vanished without a trace. "Damn it, we were so close. Who could have thwarted my plans?" The black-clad man furiously shattered the teacup in his grasp. After thorough inspections, no issues were found at the Imperial Capital Stadium, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. The president also contacted the publicity department to announce the commencement of the martial examination the following day. On the next day, 256 candidates for the martial examination arrived at the stadium on time for the draw. The Imperial Capital Stadium was divided into 4 major examination areas: A, B, C, and D. The first round aimed to select the top 128 contenders, with a total of 32 matches scheduled across the 4 venues. The chief examiner was King Xiong'er. Observing King Xiong's weary demeanor, Zhuahan surmised that he had likely not rested well the previous night. When it was finally Zhuahan's turn to draw, he found himself in the 8th round of Venue D. The last round, huh? How unfortunate, Zhuahan thought. After exchanging information with his companions, he was relieved to discover they did not share the same time slot, sparing them from an immediate internal conflict. The first round of battles soon appeared on the big screen, with numerous cameras capturing the action from above, ensuring that viewers at home could witness every detail. Additionally, several elite mentors from top universities were present, as most candidates at the national examination were elite individuals destined for prestigious institutions. With only a select few enlisting in the military, the first match commenced swiftly, and with both trainers possessing comparable abilities, the trainer's instructions played a crucial role. A sudden stroke of inspiration could lead to a remarkable comeback for a Pokémon, or conversely, deliver a fatal blow. The elite mentors observed the candidates' performances, discreetly taking notes, while some discussed the matches with their peers. As the first group concluded their contest, the victors advanced to the top 128, while the defeated candidates experienced a moment of disappointment, but soon found themselves approached by university mentors. The second group was immediately summoned to compete following the first, and Zhuohan and his friends turned their attention to the B venue. Yihei transformed into a different person during the match, and Zhuohan couldn't help but express sympathy for his opponent, as he believed Yihei's abilities could easily contend for a position in the national top 10. As expected, under the final psychic force of Shinado, the opponent was defeated, and Yihei advanced to the top 128. Following suit, Zhuohan's companions also progressed one after another, with Zhou Xiaowu and Huang Ting narrowly securing their victories and advancing as well. Zhuohan couldn't help but marvel at their good fortune, as they had yet to encounter any candidates from the imperial capital or Magic City. Suddenly, Yihei shouted, "Quick, come watch Yuan Wanen's match. It's starting in Venue A." Zhuohan and his friends hurried to Venue A, where Yuan Wanen faced a formidable opponent from Magic City. The atmosphere was electric as Yuan Wanen took the stage, with the crowd cheering her on. King Xiong'er also observed from the A venue as Yuan Wanen calmly directed her fierce Bite Land Shark against a desert dragonfly, both possessing the same dragon and ground attributes. Before long, the Magic City candidate began to falter, and Yuan Wanen's fierce Bite Land Shark triumphed with the final Dragon God dive. The Magic City candidate, in disbelief, turned to his desert dragonfly and lamented, "Why didn't you evade the Dragon God dive at the end?" "Why?" The desert dragonfly hung its head dejectedly, mirroring its trainer's despair. Yuan Wanen spoke softly. "Your desert dragonfly is utterly incapable of evading my Dragon God dive. If you were to pit the desert dragonfly against my Mega Sharpedo, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope." On the stage, Xiong'er gazed at Yuan Wanen and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wanen has grown increasingly formidable, brother Yuan. You can finally rest in peace." Yihei cast a grave look at Yuan Wanen and sighed, "Alas, Yuan Wanen is truly too powerful. There is hardly anyone from our generation who can rival him. I hope I do not encounter him in the upcoming rounds." Zhou Xiaowu immediately retorted, "Zhuohan is also quite strong. I believe he is no less capable than Yuan Wanen." Yihei, glancing at Zhou Xiaowu, replied helplessly, "Zhuohan is indeed competent, but he still pales in comparison to Yuan Wanen. Did you notice the item adorning the neck of Yuan Wanen's Sharpedo? That is a Mega Evolution Stone. What you see of Yuan Wanen now is merely the tip of the iceberg of his true power." Zhou Xiaowu was rendered speechless, yet in his heart, he still believed Zhuohan to be the strongest. Intriguingly, it seemed that this Sharpedo had begun to grasp certain rules during the recent Dragon God dive. Zhuohan distinctly sensed a hint of slaughter from the dragon-type laws, albeit minimal, enough to instill fear in the desert dragonfly, rendering it unable to evade. Soon, Baiqiu from the Bai family commenced his match. Although Baiqiu was far from the caliber of Yuan Wanen in Zhuohan's eyes, he was nonetheless a complete embodiment of a quasi-god. When Baiqiu released his Banquil, he anticipated the cheers of the crowd. However, the audience offered him little encouragement. The few who did were merely his family's servants. The onlookers were not foolish. Baiqiu consistently violated the league's laws, recklessly employing his Tyranitar to pull carts, disregarding the safety of others. Who would cheer for such a person? Seeing the lack of support, Baiqiu's expression darkened as he commanded, "Banquil, teach him a lesson." He pointed at the Pokémon of the martial arts examinee. An elite Banquil posed no challenge to Zhuohan, but to the other martial arts examinees. It was like facing a mountain. The examinee's Pokémon struggled momentarily before being vanquished by Banquil. Yet, Baiqiu did not command Banquil to cease. Instead, he continued the assault, inciting the ire of everyone present. Xiong'er, furious, shouted, "Baiqiu, stop. His Pokémon has already lost the will to fight." Only upon hearing Xiong'er's intervention did Baiqiu relent, explaining, "Oh, so he has already forfeited? How utterly useless." With that, he disregarded Xiong'er and descended from the stage. Such arrogance incited the dissatisfaction of all the martial arts examinees, who clamored for an explanation. However, Upon learning that Bai Qiu was the grandson of Elder Bai, some hesitated, while others dared not voice their anger. Chapter 64. A threat following the incident with Bai Qiu. The martial arts examination quickly resumed its tense atmosphere, culminating in the final round of the top 128. Zhuohan slowly approached the arena to participate in the examination. One of Bai Qiu's sycophants, noticing Zhuohan's arrival, hurriedly informed Bai Qiu, "Young master, the man who just entered the arena is the Zhuohan that Miss mentioned." "Oh, Zhuohan. Intriguing. Let us observe," Bai Qiu responded, making his way to the arena to watch the match. Zhuohan's opponent was a massive Steelix, but its type was severely disadvantaged against Zhuohan's Kingdra, leading to a swift victory for Zhuohan, allowing him to advance to the top 128. As Zhuohan descended from the arena, a group of individuals blocked his path. Zhou Xiaowu and Yi He, upon noticing the situation, rushed over to assist. Meanwhile, the martial arts examinees glanced at Zhuohan, yet none dared to intervene. Zhuohan recognized that it was Bai Qiu who obstructed his way and was puzzled by their prior interactions. Yi He stepped forward to address Bai Qiu, saying, "Young Master Bai, I wonder what grievance my brother has caused you. Please show some courtesy." Bai Qiu disdainfully replied, "What are you, Yi He? Expecting me to show you courtesy? It was your defeat that enraged my sister. I've yet to settle the score with you, and you still dare to stand before me." Zhuohan realized that this predicament stemmed from Bai Muten. Evidently, she had redirected her frustrations toward him after failing to deal with Yi Xiu. It appeared that Bai Qiu was here to exact revenge for Bai Muten. Bai Qiu turned to Zhuohan and said, "So, you are Zhuohan. I've heard you possess considerable strength. How about joining our Bai family?" "Oh, joining your Bai family? I, Zhuohan, have no interest in becoming part of any family. I cherish my freedom and loathe being tied down," Zhuohan replied coolly. Before Bai Qiu could respond, one of his attendants arrogantly interjected, "Zhuohan, don't be ungrateful. Countless individuals aspire to join the Bai family. Yet you, a mere country bumpkin, have caught young Master Bai's eye. Consider it a stroke of fortune." "Fortune? I find myself lacking in such blessings," Zhuohan replied indifferently. Yi He quickly tugged at Zhuohan's trousers, giving him a warning glance. Zhuohan feigned ignorance and impatiently stated, "If young Master Bai has no further business, kindly step aside. I wish to rest." "Such a bold response from you, Zhuohan. It seems you are courting disaster. Today, I shall ensure you regret your insolence," Bai Qiu snarled menacingly. As Bai Qiu prepared to act, he suddenly found himself immobilized. As Xiong Air had seized him. "Didn't you hear my words, Bai Qiu? Do you think the league belongs to your Bai family? Any aggression towards other examinees during the martial arts examination, and even your grandfather cannot protect you," Xiong Air admonished fiercely. Bai Qiu suppressed his fury, glaring at Zhuohan and Xiong Air, commanding his sycophants, "Let us leave." Xiong Air glanced at Zhuohan before returning to the stage to maintain order. Yi He let out a sigh of relief as Bai Qiu retreated and remarked to Zhuohan, "You've truly offended Bai Qiu now." "And what of it?" Zhuohan replied nonchalantly. Seeing Zhuohan's demeanor, Yi He shook his head and said, "Had it not been for King Bear's presence today, you would have been in grave danger. Generally, he does not intervene in such matters. It's uncertain why he chose to assist you. In the coming days, you should avoid going out. Once the martial arts examination concludes, depart from the capital swiftly. Bai Qiu will likely not pursue you further. Thank you for your help today." "Yi He," Zhuohan suddenly expressed his gratitude. "For what? I couldn't even assist you," Yi He replied sheepishly. "Not to worry, it's just Bai Qiu. Look at all your long faces. I'm not overly concerned. If need be, I can always keep my distance from him," Zhuohan reassured. Upon returning to the hotel, after completing her business, Yi Xinghua was delighted to hear that Zhuohan and the others had advanced. Yet upon learning of Zhuohan's encounter with Bai Qiu, she became furious, declaring, "No matter. Now that my matters are settled, I shall accompany you to the martial arts examination. Let us see if the Bai family truly wields such power in the capital." As for the Bai family, Bai Qiu returned in a rage, smashing everything in sight, while his attendants suffered the brunt of his fury. After venting his frustrations, Bai Muten calmly inquired, "Who has made my brother so upset?" Upon recognizing his sister, Bai Qiu exclaimed in anger, "Who else could it be but that Zhuohan and that scoundrel Xiong Air?" He then recounted the events of the day to Bai Muten. Upon hearing about the considerable grievances her brother endured in his quest for vengeance on her behalf, Bai Muten felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Brother, I am sorry for the distress you have suffered." With reddened eyes, Bai Qiu looked at Bai Muten and declared, "At this moment, I cannot swallow my pride. Sister, I wish for Zhuohan to vanish forever." Bai Muten gazed back at Bai Qiu and remarked, "A mere country bumpkin dares to make us, the siblings, bear his wrath. He deserves nothing less than death." In the Zhou family, Zhou was incensed upon hearing about the incident involving Bai Qiu at the martial arts examination. How dare they lay hands on Zhuohan? This is utterly unforgivable. Though she knew that Zhuohan could resolve the matter himself, she felt compelled to avenge him. Zhou promptly made a call, informing the person on the other end, from this day forth, the Zhou family will terminate all business collaborations with the Bai family, including all dealings concerning energy blocks. Within the alliance, Xiong reported the day's events to the president, who responded gravely, Xiong, you have done well. Whether it be the volcanic incident or the explosives matter from the other day, Zhuohan has made significant contributions to the alliance. We cannot allow those who have served us to feel disheartened. Moreover, regarding Bai Qiu, it appears we have been too lenient with these elders, to the point that they can hardly discern who truly holds authority in the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. Chapter 65. Advancing to the top 64. The following morning, the competitors who advanced to the top 128 arrived punctually at the venue. Once again, the two sides would face off, with a total of 16 groups, significantly fewer than the day prior. The chief examiner today was Yuan Tianlong, who appeared bored, yawning as he surveyed the enthusiastic martial arts candidates below. He sighed. Youth is truly a wonderful thing. Among the crowd, Bai Qiu cast a fierce glance at Zhuohan, sensing a menacing stare upon him. Zhuohan turned to find it was Bai Qiu, and he smirked disdainfully, further inciting Bai Qiu's wrath. However, recalling their plan from the previous day, Bai Qiu managed to regain his composure and fixed a cold gaze on Zhuohan. The groupings appeared on the screen, and Zhuohan found himself placed in Group B. Round 16, yet again, the last. He could only shake his head in bemusement. After today, only the true elites would remain. As the first group commenced, the prepared martial arts competitors began to step onto the field to engage in combat. When it was the third group's turn, Zhou Xiaowu prepared to enter the arena. Zhuohan softly encouraged, "Good luck." Zhou Xiaowu stepped onto the field in silence, unleashing his powerful creature, while his opponent summoned a Lizard King. Zhuohan could distinctly sense that the Lizard King's strength far surpassed that of Zhou Xiaowu's creature, making victory seem arduous. The creature charged forward to use Flame Punch, and Zhou Xiaowu solemnly instructed, "Be cautious." The Lizard King swiftly dodged and unleashed Seed Machine Gun. The trainer of the Lizard King commanded sharply, "Attack." The creature, enveloped in flames, surged toward the Lizard King, but the latter skillfully retreated, launching a barrage of seeds that struck Zhou Xiaowu's creature just as the flame punch was about to connect. Zhou Xiaowu, realizing the situation, exclaimed, "Is that a prerequisite move?" Seizing the moment when Zhou Xiaowu's creature was momentarily distracted, the opponent's Lizard King executed a Leaf Blade strike, causing Zhou Xiaowu's creature to cry out in pain. Use Cross-Cut, Zhou Xiaowu urged, but the Lizard King continued to engage aggressively, countering with more Leaf Blade attacks, and unexpectedly launched a seed-like projectile that burrowed into Zhou Xiaowu's creature upon contact. The Lizard King's approach grew increasingly aggressive, consistently clashing with Zhou Xiaowu's creature. Yet it showed little sign of fatigue, while Zhou Xiaowu's creature was already drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Realizing the dire predicament, Zhou Xiaowu had no choice but to gamble everything on a final attack. Unleash the maximum power of Flame Punch, he shouted, with fiery fists ablaze. Zhou Xiaowu's creature charged toward the Lizard King, which responded in kind with a Leaf Blade. Just as the Flame Punch was about to strike the Lizard King, it nimbly sidestepped, and the Leaf Blade landed squarely on Zhou Xiaowu's creature. Ultimately, it could no longer endure and collapsed, resulting in Zhou Xiaowu failing to advance to the top 64. As Zhou Xiaowu slowly descended from the stage, Zhuohan intended to offer words of comfort, but was interrupted by Zhou Xiaowu, who stated, "Zhuohan, you needn't console me. I am aware of my own limitations, given the strength of my creature. Reaching the top 128 is already a commendable achievement. However, you must not falter, otherwise, I shall hold you accountable." Zhuohan looked at Zhou Xiaowu earnestly and replied, "Rest assured, I will emerge victorious." Following Zhou Xiaowu's defeat, a wave of losses swept through the ranks, with Huang Ting and others from Jiangnan province also falling short, leaving only Yi He, Yi Bai, and Xia Fanqing to successfully advance to the top 64. Yuan Wanan continued her unyielding dominance, effortlessly defeating her opponent. Meanwhile, Bai Qiu encountered trouble as his Banjira faced off against a Boscodora. "Why can't I land a hit on that Boscodora?" Bai Qiu fumed as he commanded, "Banjira, use Earthquake." The trainer of Boscodora, undeterred, countered with Iron Defense to withstand the impact. Although Boscodora sustained notable damage, its trainer decided to go all in, instructing, "Boscodora, unleash Heavy Bombardment." As Boscodora charged forward, Bai Qiu wore a sinister smile. "Banjira, unleash your full strength," he shouted. With a powerful punch, Banjira knocked down the oncoming Boscodora. "Don't stop, Banjira. Strike harder," Baichio bellowed. Banjira continued to pummel the downed Boscodora, prompting Yuan Tianlong to intervene, shouting, "Baichio, what are you doing? Your opponent has already lost the will to fight. Cease this at once." Only then did Baichio command Banjira to halt. Yuan Tianlong sternly admonished, "Attacking a defeated creature is grounds for disqualification from the martial arts examination. Do you understand?" Baichio quickly retorted at that moment. "I had no way of knowing whether Boscodora was truly out of the fight. I struck a few extra times to ensure it wouldn't rise again. What fault is that of mine? Besides, if he cared for Boscodora, he could have surrendered, but he chose not to." He pointed accusingly at the trainer of Boscodora. Yuan Tianlong, faced with Baichio's obstinate defense, found himself at a loss for words. Baichio, wearing a disdainful expression, slowly exited the arena as the martial arts competitors began to murmur. "This Baichio is utterly despicable," they said, though many remained wary of his status. Finally, the last round arrived, and Zhuahan stepped onto the field, summoning his sharp Dragon King, while his opponent unleashed a West Lion Sea Wren. Known as the Siren of the Sea, a rare sight in the country, likely acquired at great expense. The opposing trainer, evidently familiar with Zhuahan's battle videos, regarded him with a serious expression. "West Lion Sea Run, initiate with Siren's Call," commanded its trainer. The West Lion Sea Wren began to sing, unleashing sound waves that invisibly damaged Zhuahan's creature. Zhuahan, intrigued, noted the challenge and instructed his sharp Dragon King to focus its energy. With renewed concentration, the sharp Dragon King quickly regained its focus. "Now use Surf," Zhuahan called out. "We shall also use Surf," the opposing trainer replied gravely. The two Surf attacks collided, with Zhuahan's wave overpowering that of the West Lion Sea Run, sending it crashing from beneath the water surface. "West Lion Sea Wren, are you all right?" the trainer inquired with concern. The West Lion Sea Wren shook its head, prompting its trainer to command. "West Lion Sea Run, utilize moonlight power," Zhuahan calmly instructed. "Sharp Dragon King, unleash water cannon." The azure mass of water surged forth, shattering the energy of the moonlight and striking the vital points of the West Lion Sea Beast. With a desperate cry, the creature attempted to rise. The trainer, clearly aware of his impending defeat, chose to surrender, lifting the West Lion Sea Beast into his arms. Onlookers could not help but express their admiration. The trainer had done his utmost, though misfortune had led him to face Zhuahan's fierce Dragon King. Henceforth, many martial examination candidates would remember Zhuahan's Dragon King, hoping to avoid crossing paths with him. On the stage, Yuan Tianlong observed Zhuahan's advancement with a sense of awe, remarking, "Zhuahan's Dragon King possesses remarkable skill. Truly, he is favored by the divine beasts." Chapter 66, Conflict. Zhuahan made his way down from the stage, while Yi Xinghua looked on with delight at his progression. With 4 competitors from Jiangnan province now in the top 64, this year's performance was commendable, especially given the high caliber of contestants. "I always knew you could advance," Zhou Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully. Anyone unfamiliar with their camaraderie might have mistaken his exuberance for personal achievement, yet it was evident that the bond between Zhou Xiaowu and Zhuahan was indeed strong. As Zhuahan was the last to compete, he could return to the hotel for rest and await tomorrow's top 32. A group of them, in high spirits, exited the venue, discussing where to dine. However, Baichio and his entourage soon approached, obstructing their path, while some martial examination candidates lingering outside watched in silence. Before Baichio could utter a word, Yi Xinghua erupted with anger, demanding, "What do you want?" Baichio dismissively replied, "I want nothing. You may leave." But Zhuahan must stay. Yi Xinghua, incensed by Baichio's arrogance, retorted, "Today, I intend to take Zhuahan with me. What can you do about it?" Baichio shouted, "You old fool, don't push your luck. If you refuse to leave, then you shall all remain here." "Stop this." Yuan Tianlong, having just exited the venue, noticed Baichio's gang blocking Zhuahan and his companions. Upon recognizing Yuan Tianlong, Baichio's group hesitated to act. Yi Xinghua, seeing Yuan Tianlong, expressed her frustration. "Yuan Tianlong, it seems the security in the imperial capital is severely lacking. How dare anyone threaten our martial examination candidates so brazenly? Do they think Jiangnan province is easy to bully?" Yuan Tianlong, apologetic, responded, "I sincerely apologize, Director Yi. We will ensure this matter is handled satisfactorily." Yi Xinghua declared, "In that case, I shall grant you this favor today. But I hope no similar incidents occur in the future. Let us depart." Baichio attempted to obstruct Yi Xinghua once more, but Yuan Tianlong summoned his bloodwing dragon. The dragon roared loudly, its presence overwhelming the surroundings, causing those nearby to feel paralyzed with fear, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Yuan Tianlong coldly regarded Bai Qiu, stating, "Were this not the imperial capital, you would be a corpse by now." Suddenly, another great roar echoed. It was an iron tyrant dragon. An elder emerged slowly behind it. Upon seeing the newcomer, Bai Qiu's spirits lifted as he exclaimed, "Uncle Bai, I'm here. You must help me take vengeance." Yuan Tianlong regarded the elder, known as Uncle Bai, with a frigid stare, while the blood-winged dragon fixated on the iron tyrant dragon. The two formidable presences clashed, leaving the surrounding martial examination candidates aghast at the unfolding spectacle. Eventually, the elder spoke calmly. "The Bai family will provide an explanation to the League regarding today's incident. I hope, Yuan Tianlong, you will show restraint." The elder withdrew his Pokémon, insisting on taking Bai Qiu away. Bai Qiu protested, "I won't go, Uncle Bai. I refuse to leave." The elder replied gently, "Young master, cease your struggles. It is the patriarch's wish that I bring you back." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Qiu fell silent. Yi Xinghua placed a reassuring hand on Zhuahan's shoulder, saying, "Zhuahan, you are one of us from Jiangnan. As long as I, Yi Xinghua, am here, no one shall bully us. I will inform the provincial governor of what transpired today." Zhuahan nodded, feeling weary of such troubles. Did they truly think he was a saint, incapable of righteous indignation? Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of anger. If Bai Qiu repeatedly sought to harm him, he would have to pay a price he could not afford. At the Bai residence, upon his return, Bai Qiu's father, Bai Shan, gazed at him with a measured tone. "Do you comprehend the trouble you have caused today?" "Father, I did not cause any trouble. It was Yuan Tianlong who had a problem. Zhuahan is merely a country bumpkin. Why do they always protect him? I cannot fathom why I, Bai Qiu, should be outmatched by a mere provincial lad." "Humph, you still dare to speak defiantly? Do you know who Yuan Tianlong is? He hails from the Yuan family. An old champion Yuan is still alive. If they wish to target our Bai family, it would be all too easy for them. Do you understand how much trouble your actions have brought upon the Bai family? Because of you, the Zhou family's energy cubes will no longer cooperate with us. What does the Zhou family have to do with me going after Zhuahan?" Bai Qiu retorted angrily. "It has everything to do with it. The head of the Zhou family is Zhou Luo, and her daughter is Zhuahan's teacher," Bai Shan replied. Fuming, "How can it be? Why are so many people connected to that Zhuahan?" Bai Qiu exclaimed in disbelief. "The Zhou family is foolish to sever ties with us over a rural student." "Humph." Bai Shan also felt exasperated. "Are you done speaking? If so, come to my study," the elder Bai said coolly. In the elder Bai's study, Bai Shan, Bai Qiu, and Bai Mutant stood by, awaiting their patriarch's words. Suddenly, the elder Bai spoke. "The recent commotion involving Qiu'er has garnered much attention. The League has requested I keep a close watch. Qiu'er, you are growing up. Some matters must be put aside. And Mutant, I hear that your affair with Zhuahan began with you. Let me make this clear. From today onwards, no one is permitted to trouble Zhuahan. Is that understood?" "No one," the elder Bai stated earnestly. "Grandfather, how can you side with outsiders and not support your own grandson?" Bai Qiu protested indignantly. "Humph, what do you know? Do you truly believe Zhuahan is as simple as he appears? Today, I will share a secret with you. Zhuahan has previously summoned the divine beast into Yi." "What? Father, you must be jesting," Bai Shan exclaimed, unable to believe his ears. "Do you think the four heavenly kings are fools, willing to assist a country bumpkin while offending our Bai family?" The elder Bai replied solemnly. "What should we do then?" Bai Shan asked, panicking. "This is a divine beast we are speaking of. Have Mutant and Qiu apologize to Zhuahan." Bai Qiu and Bai Mutant exclaimed in unison, "Father, how can you suggest such a thing? Where will our dignity go?" The elder Bai waved his hand dismissively. "An apology is unnecessary. After observing recent events, I believe Zhuahan can no longer summon into Yi. If he could, he would have done so already, rather than endure Qiu'er as humiliation. However, as a precaution, it is best not to provoke him. The League has issued several warnings to me lately." Upon hearing that Zhuahan could no longer summon the divine beast, Bai Qiu's fear dissipated. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Grandfather, since Zhuahan can no longer summon into Yi, we could capture him and force him to reveal how he obtained the artifact to summon divine beasts. If our Bai family acquires that artifact, we would no longer fear the League." Unintentionally, the elder Bai was struck by Bai Qiu's naive proposal. "If I possess the power of a divine beast, would I still need to endure public humiliation from the president?" Old Master Bai, shrouded in a pensive gloom, contemplated the matter at hand. "There is no need for haste. I must dispatch someone to meticulously investigate Zhuahan's background, gathering comprehensive information without omitting a single detail," he asserted gravely. As soon as the grandfather's intentions became evident, Bai Qiu and Bai Mu Dan felt a wave of relief wash over them. It was time to devise more strategies to effectively address Zhuhan. Chapter 67. Advancing to the top 32. Upon returning to the hotel, Yi Xinghua dialed the phone number of the governor of Jiangnan province. After listening to Yi Xinghua's account of the situation, the governor was incensed, vowing to escalate the issue to the alliance and demand accountability from the Bai family for the Jiangnan martial arts students. The president of the alliance headquarters received the complaint from Jiangnan province, expressing outrage that members of the Bai family threatened students in broad daylight, insisting that the alliance provide an explanation. The president, furious, summoned the four kings for an emergency meeting. Within the confines of the meeting room, he recounted Jiangnan's grievances and inquired about their perspectives. This situation is fundamentally a problem of the Bai family. Bai Qiu has shown blatant disregard for the alliance. Our tolerance has been ample, and it is precisely this forbearance that has led us to this predicament, Yuan Tianlong proclaimed indignantly. He then recounted the events of the day to those present, illuminating why Jiangnan had lodged a complaint. The president remarked, "Now is not the opportune moment to act against the Bai family. Elder Bai's connections are intricate, and any rash action could incite chaos within the alliance. I will first go to Jiangnan to placate them. Meanwhile, you should issue a warning to the Bai family. Should they continue their reckless behavior, they must not expect us to overlook Elder Bai's years of dedication to the alliance. I say we should simply cut ties with the Bai family. Who dares to oppose us? What is there to warn about?" Bear 2 interjected impatiently. "Do not act rashly. Within the Dragon Kingdom alliance, there are figures like Elder Bai, and external organizations are watching us. We cannot act on impulse." Zhu Qin cautioned gravely. All right, you all decide. I shall heed your counsel," Bear 2 conceded reluctantly. The following day, Yi Xinghua arrived punctually with Zhuhan and the others at the venue, where the competition for the 64 to 32 slots was set to commence. 8 groups were scheduled to compete under the familiar rules, with the chief examiner for the day being the formidable Cold Ice King. Zhuhan found himself assigned to Group 8, Arena A, eliciting a sigh of exasperation. Why was he always placed last? The first group of martial arts students soon took the stage, showcasing their prowess in fierce duels that left the gathered onlookers, including several esteemed Pokémon mentors, in awe of the remarkable tactical abilities displayed by such young competitors. The citizens of the imperial capital also found the matches thoroughly exhilarating. Finally, the third group, featuring Yi Hei, took to the arena. Yi Hei's Shinado proved as formidable as ever, employing its teleportation ability to outmaneuver opponents effortlessly, securing victory and advancing to the top 32. Conversely, Yi Bai faced a more arduous challenge. His hoodie matched against a Marnie, which effectively countered his every move, ultimately leading to his defeat and failure to advance. In the sixth group, Xia Fanqing encountered misfortune as well, going up against Yuan Wanan, who dominated with the overwhelming might of his fierce bite shark, preventing her from progressing to the top 32. Both competitors felt disheartened, lamenting their ill fate, one hindered by type disadvantages, the other by a significant disparity in strength. They mused that perhaps, under different circumstances, they might have reached the top 32. As the seventh group commenced, despite Bai Qiu's despicable nature, it was undeniable that his elite Banjuro was a formidable opponent, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to defeat him. After vanquishing his adversary, Bai Qiu boasted shamelessly, "Trash belongs where it is meant to be." Though his opponent seethed with anger, they understood the Bai family's power in the imperial capital and could only endure in silence. Zhuhan observed this and could not help but reflect. This is quintessentially Bai Qiu. At last, the final group arrived, and Zhuhan stepped onto the arena with a measured gait, unleashing his Kingdra. His opponent, wearing a serious expression, summoned a Charizard with a resounding declaration. Zhuhan, struck by the prominence of Charizard within the Dragon Kingdom Alliance, noted that at least 20 of the 64 competitors were utilizing this Pokémon. Although your Kingdra possesses a type advantage over my Charizard, I have unwavering faith in my Pokémon's capabilities, the trainer proclaimed confidently. As Charizard soared into the sky to unleash an air slash, Zhuhan calmly responded, "Let us witness the bond between you and your Charizard. Kingdra, use Dragon Pulse." The purple dragon energy transformed into a small dragon that surged toward Charizard. The clash between Air Slash and Dragon Pulse resulted in a fierce confrontation, with the latter ultimately overpowering the former. The trainer hastily commanded Charizard to unleash Flamethrower, and with the addition of this attack, the two forces reached an equilibrium. "Now can you withstand this? Kingdra, execute Surf," Zhuhan declared, and a massive wave surged toward Charizard, who, unable to evade in time, was swept from the sky, struggling to regain its footing, evidenced by its labored breathing. "This is intolerable. How could it be so powerful?" The Charizard trainer lamented. "We cannot concede. If it comes to this, Mega Evolution, he produced a keystone, resonating with Charizard, resulting in a brilliant flash of light. Charizard Y had emerged. Spectators turned their attention to the battlefield, as this was the first instance of Mega Evolution during this martial arts examination. Let them behold our true strength. Drought, the trainer bellowed, summoning a miniature sun that hung high above, evaporating the droplets of water from Charizard's body. Blast Burn, he commanded with increasing fervor. Kingdra, unleash Dragon Pulse. Zhuahan responded, the thrill of competition igniting within him. The intense clash between Charizard's Blast Burn and Kingdra's Dragon Pulse erupted, with the former's might exceeding the latter's and hurtling toward Kingdra. Kingdra endured the residual damage from Blast Burn, and its demeanor shifted from calm to intensely focused. It became apparent that the Charizard's ability was solar power. In that case, Kingdra, alter the weather. Use Rain Dance. Zhuahan shouted decisively. Instantly, the once clear skies transformed into a tempest, clouds gathering and raindrops cascading down, drenching Charizard and causing it considerable discomfort. This is Rain Dance. It seems the outcome of this battle is no longer in doubt, Cold Ice murmured to himself. How could this happen? The trainer, witnessing the sudden downpour, felt disheartened, as victory had seemed so close. Zhuahan, you are truly formidable. Let us settle this once and for all. Charizard, unleash your most powerful Dragon Pulse. He shouted defiantly. Kingdra, demonstrate your strength. Hydro Pump. Zhuahan replied with equal fervor. Suddenly, a blue orb struck the still charging Charizard, sending it plummeting from the sky and causing it to revert from Mega Evolution, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. How could this be? How could it happen so quickly? The Charizard trainer was in disbelief. Observers were abuzz with speculation. What just transpired? How did Charizard Y fall so swiftly? I couldn't comprehend it at all. The large screen displayed a replay, revealing the Hydro Pump's impact on Charizard. Was that Hydro Pump? The astonished students wondered, until one exclaimed, I understand now. His Kingdra must possess the ability Swift Swim. Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd began to grasp the situation. Indeed, it was the trait Swift Swim at play. However, in the blink of an eye, a sense of trepidation regarding Zhuahan's prowess resurfaced. Even the Mega Evolution of Charizard could not best Zhuahan's Kingdra, a testament to his formidable strength. Clearly, the remaining contenders in the top 16 were increasingly reluctant to face Zhuahan. Chapter 68, The Past of Zhua's Father. Zhuahan gradually made his way back to the sidelines, where Yi Xinghua, witnessing Zhuahan's advancement, expressed his elation, saying, truly deserving of being our Jiangnan province's finest. That was a spectacular performance. Congratulations, Zhuahan, on reaching the top 32. Zhou Xiaowu joyfully remarked to Zhuahan. All that remained for Zhuahan now was to fight alongside his brother. You must not let any unforeseen mishaps cause you to abandon me, Yihei jested. Damn it. Yihei, why utter such ominous words? Zhou Xiaowu retorted indignantly. A jubilant group returned to their hotel, preparing to strategize for the upcoming top 16. This time, Bai Qiu was notably absent, presumably having received a warning from the league. At the Bai residence, Bai Qiu returned home, having learned that his subordinates had thoroughly compiled Zhuahan's information. He rushed to Bai Shan's study, inquiring, Father, what is the verdict? Does this Zhuahan have any significant backing? Bai Shan, perusing the reports before him, couldn't help but muse on the whims of fate. Well, Bai Qiu pressed eagerly, just as Bai Muden entered the room. Observing the curiosity of the siblings, Bai Shan tossed the documents to them, allowing them to investigate for themselves. Upon reviewing the resources, Bai Qiu and Bai Muden quickly discerned that Zhuahan was indeed a person of no notable background. His parents were of the lower class. This revelation ignited a fervent desire within Bai Qiu and Bai Muden to eliminate Zhuahan. Bai Qiu declared, this Zhuahan is merely a country bumpkin. Just wait and see how I dispose of him, and his father too, a mere gas worker, while his mother is a weaver. It defies belief that such individuals dare to contend with the Bai family. Bai Qiu already envisioned the torment he would inflict on Zhuahan to avenge the past few days' frustrations. Bai Shan set down his teacup and said slowly, it appears that destiny has conspired to ensure that the Zhua father and son fall into our hands. The Zhua father and son? Bai Qiu inquired, puzzled. Father, are we also dealing with Zhuahan's father? Though it is justified, considering he fathered such a wretch. Indeed, his mother must also be dealt with, Bai Shan affirmed. Oh, Qiu'er, you are unaware that decades ago, Zhuafeng, Zhuahan's father, was already handled by me. Reflecting on those times, it was indeed youthful arrogance, Bai Shan reminisced. What? Father? You dealt with Zhuahan's father decades ago? Please, share the details. I've never heard you mention this before. Bai Qiu and Bai Muden exclaimed, excitement evident in their voices. If you are interested, then let me recount the tale. 20 years ago, I was also a candidate in the martial arts examination, and my temperament then mirrored yours, Kyogre, unyielding and resolute. Zhuofeng at that time was fortunate enough to hatch a Charmander from an egg he had acquired from a bargain bin, allowing him to advance to the capital for the national examination. I had hoped to recruit some talented individuals for the Bai family. However, to my astonishment, Zhuofeng not only refused to join our family, but also insulted me, displaying a brutal nature unworthy of a Pokemon trainer. How could I swallow such an affront? When he made it to the top 64 of the national examination, Zhuofeng, that scoundrel, somehow managed to win. That night, during their outdoor barbecue celebration, I sent Bai Shu to incapacitate his Pokemon. In the aftermath, who would stand up for a commoner stripped of his value? Under your grandfather's influence, the matter was soon forgotten, and I never saw Zhuofeng again. Looking back, I was indeed a bit petulant. Thus, it follows that Zhuohan must lack any significant backing, especially since his father has remained silent for so many years. Now, Zhuohan, let us see how you escape my grasp. Once I incapacitate your Pokemon, we shall see who comes to your aid, Bai Qiu declared malevolently. Father, does this mean we can instruct Bai Shu to capture Zhuohan and extract the secrets of the divine beasts from him? Bai Qiu asked eagerly. This matter still requires your grandfather's oversight. Recently, the capital has been unstable. The League received complaints from the governor of Jiangnan province regarding your threats to their martial arts candidates. Your grandfather has been reprimanded by the president over this. Bai Shan replied calmly. What? That old fool from Jiangnan dares to report me? What is the League, anyway? What authority do they have to criticize grandfather? Bai Qiu seethed. I shall confront grandfather immediately, Bai Qiu declared as he stormed into the elder Bai's study. Upon seeing his grandfather sipping tea, Bai Qiu rushed forward, saying, Grandfather, we have thoroughly confirmed Zhuohan's background. He is a man of no standing. Let us promptly send Bai Shu to seize this wretch and compel him to reveal how to obtain the token of the divine beast. The elder Bai, recalling the president's admonitions, narrowed his eyes and said, This matter cannot be rushed. The League is currently monitoring Zhuohan. We must await the opportune moment. Now is the perfect time. If you do not act, I shall take matters into my own hands. Bai Qiu retorted angrily before storming out. The elder Bai turned to Bai Shu and instructed, Keep a close watch on Kyogre. Ensure that the League does not catch any incriminating evidence. When the time is right, incapacitate Zhuohan's Pokemon and bring him to me. Bai Shu nodded and swiftly exited to monitor Bai Qiu's movements. Meanwhile, far away in Rome City, Zhuohan's father gazed with concern towards the capital. Abroad, through the relentless efforts of the shadowy figures, it was finally uncovered that the individual who reported to Xiong'er that night was Zhuohan, who had recently been participating in the martial arts examination. Upon hearing this news, the cloaked figure seethed. A mere martial arts candidate dares to thwart our plans? I shall not rest until he is eliminated. Inform the others, letting Air and Ying San cooperate with the Bai family to eliminate him. The shadowy figure nodded and vanished into the darkness, while the cloaked man tenderly caressed a nearby photograph, lost in thought. Suddenly, a mischievous Jengar appeared beside him, attempting to alleviate his sorrow. The cloaked figure glanced at Jengar and said gently, I am fortunate to have you by my side. News of the shadowy figures soon reached the elder Bai, who pondered how Zhuohan had incurred the wrath of the ghost organization. Upon receiving the intelligence from the shadowy figures, the elder Bai was filled with fury. It turned out that Zhuohan was indeed the one who had disrupted their plans. It was clear that he could not be spared. Zhuohan was a calamity. Inform the leader that I will cooperate fully with Ying Air and Ying San. Rest assured, this time, we shall succeed without fail, the elder Bai stated solemnly. In the hotel, Zhuohan suddenly felt a twitch in his right eyelid. What is this? Could it be? Zhuohan recalled the old adage regarding eyelid twitching from his previous life. Is it the left eye that signals disaster and the right eye fortune? After confirming that his right eyelid was indeed twitching, Zhuohan mused. So this twitching of my right eyelid signifies that fortune is on the horizon. Excitement bubbled within him. Chapter 69, The Top 8. The next day, the martial arts candidates for the top 32 arrived at the venue punctually. The chief examiner today was King Zhu Qingtian. Due to the reduced number of participants, they were required to compete in 2 full rounds today. The morning would feature the top 16 matches, while the afternoon would host the top 8 battles. Consequently, the atmosphere among the martial arts candidates was particularly tense. King Zhu Qingtian, a proponent of a brisk pace, wasted no time with pleasantries and promptly commenced the martial arts examination. In the morning, there were 4 groups, and Zhuohan was assigned to the 4th group in Arena C, while Yihei was placed in the 2nd group in Arena A. The first group of martial examination candidates was about to take the stage for their battles. The atmosphere outside the arena was particularly vibrant, as many trainers who had been undertaking missions in the secret realms had returned, eager to witness the prowess of this year's martial contenders. The large screen flickered to life, showcasing the intense confrontations of the first group, where each candidate exhibited a profound understanding of the 32 Pokémon involved. The battles unfolded with a sense of gravity, and shortly thereafter, the first competitor to advance to the top 16 emerged, signaling a cascade of conclusions for the subsequent 3 matches. The second group of martial candidates promptly took their turn, with Yihei stepping onto the arena, his demeanor imbued with seriousness. His opponent had evidently studied Yihei's Shineiduo. Yet in the face of absolute strength, such preparation proved futile, resulting in a reluctant defeat to Yihei's Shineiduo. In the same group, Yuan Wanan's Live Bite Land Shark effortlessly triumphed, securing a place in the top 16. Yihei approached Zhuahan, exhaling with relief, and remarked, "Now it's your turn. Do not falter." Zhuahan, brimming with confidence, replied, "There is yet to be anyone here who can make me stumble." Yihei retorted, "You may boast, but while you possess some strength, you still fall short compared to Yuan Wanan. That fellow is undeniably formidable. Even I am uncertain of my ability to contend with him." Yihei's skepticism was evident. Zhuahan, somewhat speechless, countered, "What do you mean you cannot be sure? Did you not fall to me once? It seems you speak as if you were the victor." Realizing his own folly, Yihei conceded, "Indeed, but you still lack a chance. Yuan Wanan is simply too strong." Zhuahan was left bemused by Yihei's words, pondering if he had truly been too modest. The second group's martial examination concluded swiftly, paving the way for the third group of candidates. Observing the surrounding trainers nodding in agreement, it became evident that this year's martial candidates were significantly more formidable than those of previous years. Zhu Qing sighed as she watched the competitors below. At last, the Dragon Kingdom welcomes a promising batch of talent. As Zhuahan took to the stage, he turned to observe Baiqiu's match. Baiqiu remained as arrogant as ever. Indeed, if he were not, he would not be the Baiqiu that Zhuahan knew. It was somewhat unfortunate for the candidate battling Baiqiu, whose Pokemon's attributes were utterly countered by Baiqiu's Banjira, leaving him without a fighting chance. Aware of Baiqiu's notorious reputation, the trainer opted to surrender to spare his Pokemon from suffering. Baiqiu, witnessing the concession, refrained from delivering a harsh blow, instead calling out, "Coward! With such a performance, how dare you participate in the martial examination? Leave at once." The onlookers furrowed their brows, astonished by the audacity of such a candidate. After some inquiries, it was revealed that Baiqiu hailed from the Bai family, prompting older trainers to mutter, "Like father, like son, no wonder he turned out this way." Zhuahan speculated that Baiqiu's father was also no saint, explaining the emergence of both Bai Mudan and Baiqiu. Following the conclusion of the third group, it was finally Zhuahan's turn. As Baiqiu exited the stage, he shot an icy glare at Zhuahan, who merely cast a dismissive glance back before stepping onto the arena. Baiqiu, incensed by Zhuahan's disdainful demeanor, muttered in frustration, "Zhuahan, let us see how long you can gloat." Zhuahan's opponent had evidently done extensive research on him, taking a deep breath before releasing his Pokemon, the Venusaur. In response, Zhuahan summoned his Kingdra. "Venusaur, use Leaf Blade," commanded its trainer gravely. "Kingdra, we will use Surf," Zhuahan replied coolly. The Leaf Blade was completely thwarted by the crashing waves, with residual water surging toward Venusaur, which absorbed the impact with minimal damage. Then, Venusaur unleashed Sleep Powder, sending invisible particles toward Kingdra. Once more, "Kingdra, use Surf to dissolve the powder," Zhuahan stated nonchalantly. The powder mingled with the water, rendering it ineffective against Kingdra, leaving Venusaur's trainer at a loss for how to counter. Resorting to incessantly deploying the powder, Zhuahan calmly instructed, "Kingdra, initiate Rain Dance." The clear skies darkened ominously as rain began to fall, neutralizing Venusaur's powder-based skills, ultimately leading to its defeat under Kingdra's Ice Beam. Zhuahan advanced to the top 16, unscathed, sparing him the need to seek treatment for his Kingdra. The afternoon's quarterfinals loomed, and Zhuahan felt no pressure, unlike Yihei, who appeared increasingly restless. Yixinghua, pleased to see both Zhuahan and Yihei in the top 16, reflected on how long it had been since Jiangnan province had achieved such a feat during lunch. Zhuahan noticed the absence of Zhou Xiaowu and felt a twinge of curiosity, yet dismissed it, suspecting he was merely exploring food stalls in the capital. As the afternoon arrived, the quarterfinal matches commenced with fervor, attracting all 4 heavenly kings to the arena, where the stands brimmed with spectators. Zhuahan scanned the crowd but failed to spot Zhou Xiaowu, sensing something was amiss. However, The battle lineup had already appeared on the screen, indicating that 2 groups would compete that afternoon to determine the quarterfinalists, with the 8 eliminated candidates competing for the 9th and 10th places. Zhuohan noted that he was indeed listed in the second group, while Yihei was in the first. After a brief preparation, he stepped up. The battle between Yihei and his opponent was fiercely contested, with neither backing down. To the astonishment of the crowd, both Yihei and his opponent Mega evolved simultaneously. Yet ultimately, Yihei's superior skill propelled him into the quarterfinals, while his adversary exited the stage with a hint of disappointment. Yuan Wanan, as expected, secured victory, demonstrating the overwhelming dominance of his live bite land shark, particularly in its application of dragon-type principles, which Zhuohan perceived had deepened significantly. The 4 heavenly kings exchanged glances at Yuan Wanan, with Yuan Tianlong asserting, if all goes as anticipated, Wanan seems destined to be this year's martial champion. Zhu Qing replied coolly, that is not necessarily the case. I believe Zhuohan is a dark horse. Surely not. Wanan is on the brink of comprehending the principles and is a near deity, having mastered mega evolution. While Zhuohan is indeed mysterious, he cannot possibly rival Wanan. Bear Air declared with confidence. Let us await the outcome. Zhu Qing responded nonchalantly. Chapter 70. The death of Baiqiu. The second group's matches were about to commence. Zhuohan rose to face Baiqiu, recognizing his opponent without a doubt. Baiqiu laughed heartily. At last, I have the chance to face you, Zhuohan. Today, no one can save you. Let us see your Banjira. Zhuohan, with an indifferent glance at Baiqiu, released his Kingdra. Instantly, a palpable tension enveloped the arena. Let them witness the might of the desert tyrant. Baiqiu proclaimed boastfully, as Banjira roared, conjuring a sandstorm. Weather? Kingdra, rain dance. Zhuohan replied coolly. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, and rain began to fall, extinguishing the raging sandstorm. Baiqiu, seething with fury, commanded, damn it. Banjira, shatter him with your bite. Kingdra, use surf. Zhuohan stated plainly. Before Banjira could close the distance, it was knocked to the ground by a towering wave over 10 meters high. Unable to contain his frustration, Baiqiu shouted, Zhuohan, you little brat. Today, I shall end you. Banjira Mega Evolve. In a flash of white light, Mega Banjira materialized, surrounding itself with a renewed sandstorm. Thus, Banjira was torn apart by sharp stones as Baiqiu roared loudly. The jagged projectiles swiftly hurtled towards the Spike Dragon King, prompting Zhuohan to shout a warning. A verdant shield materialized, fending off the assault of the sharp stones. Observing this, Baiqiu commanded, Banjira, charge forward and wreak havoc. In an instant, Banjira surged forward with astonishing speed, striking the Spike Dragon King. The Spike Dragon King then rose to its feet. Zhuohan remarked nonchalantly, well, the warm-up is over. Are you prepared for what comes next? Spike Dragon King, let them witness your might. Z-move, Super Water Vortex. A radiant light emanated from Zhuohan's wrist, and a torrent of water enveloped Mega Banjira, rendering it immobile despite its struggles. The colossal creature seemed entrapped, as the water vortex ascended into the sky before crashing down violently to the ground. When calm returned, Banjira lay there, having reverted from its mega evolution. Impossible, Baiqiu shouted. No, my Banjira cannot be defeated by you. I refuse to believe it. There must be something wrong. Baiqiu continued to roar in frustration. Enough. The elite 4-member admonished sternly. He then turned to Baiqiu, saying, if your skills are lacking, go train diligently instead of causing a scene here. I declare Zhuohan has advanced to the top 8. Zhuohan slowly exited the arena to join Yihei, the two sharing laughter. As Baiqiu regained composure, he descended the stage, glaring intently at Zhuohan, as if struck by a sudden realization, and erupted into joyous laughter. Zhuohan observed Baiqiu's exuberance. Feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, yet unable to pinpoint the source, he chose to dismiss it. Yi Xinghua also escorted Zhuohan and Yihei back to the hotel, instructing them to prepare for the upcoming semifinals. During dinner, Zhou Xiaowu once again failed to appear, and Zhuohan grew suspicious, wondering if something had happened to him. He inquired among his companions, but none knew Zhou Xiaowu's whereabouts. Upon arriving at Zhou Xiaowu's room, he found it empty. Suddenly, Zhuohan's phone rang. It was a call from Zhou Xiaowu. He promptly answered, only to hear another voice on the line. Zhuohan, your friend is now in our possession. If you wish for him to remain unharmed, come alone to the back mountain of the imperial capital. Do not even think of informing anyone else. Every move you make is under my surveillance. You would do well to behave, or we cannot guarantee your friend's safety. Zhuohan stifled his rising fury, feigning to his companions that Zhou Xiaowu had found a delightful restaurant and that he was going to join him. Before anyone could react, he hurriedly exited. Yihei sensed something amiss but could not articulate it. Upon reaching the back mountain of the imperial capital, Zhuohan indeed found Zhou Xiaowu bound to a tree, his face bearing evident signs of a beating. He rushed over to remove the rag from Zhou Xiaowu's mouth. Zhuohan, you must run. That Bai Qiu is behind this. He has brought a group to harm you. You must leave. Zhou Xiaowu urged urgently, but then suddenly fainted. Zhuohan quickly assessed the situation and concluded that Zhou Xiaowu had merely succumbed to overwhelming agitation. Just then, a group of people emerged from the shadows, and Bai Qiu exclaimed excitedly, Zhuohan, you've come, just as I hoped. Today, there will be no escape for you. Bai Qiu's entourage unleashed their Pokémon, surrounding Zhuohan, joined by Bai Qiu's Banjira, closing in menacingly. Zhuohan glanced at the Spike Dragon King and declared, Bai Qiu, I have shown you mercy time and again. I have never sought conflict with you. Yet this is the price my friends pay for your actions. Today, I shall impart a profound lesson upon you. Haha, Zhuohan, it seems you fail to grasp the gravity of your situation. Everyone attack. Bai Qiu commanded with glee. A swarm of Pokémon advanced towards Zhuohan, their gazes fixed on him. An A-Beer jumped forward first, and Zhuohan coldly instructed, Spike Dragon King, use the King's aura. Instantly, a unique energy emanated from the Spike Dragon King, sending shivers down the spines of all Pokémon present. The A-Beer was struck down by the Spike Dragon King's water cannon, obliterated in an instant. Bai Qiu, witnessing the scene, could hardly believe his eyes as Zhuohan approached him slowly, sweat pouring down his face in fear as he stammered, Stay away, stay away. He never anticipated Zhuohan would prove so formidable. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted, shattering the Spike Dragon King's presence. Zhuohan recognized it was the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus. And out stepped Uncle Bai. Bai Qiu sighed in relief upon seeing Uncle Bai and viciously commanded, Uncle Bai, you arrived just in time. Quickly, take down his Pokémon. Just as you did with that Pokémon named Zhuofeng back in the day. Zhuohan froze, having heard a name that struck a chord within him. Zhuofeng, wasn't that his father's name? What do you mean by just like you took down Zhuofeng? Haha, it seems you remain oblivious, Zhuohan. Your father, Zhuofeng, was eliminated by Uncle Bai due to a transgression against my father. Therefore, you two will meet the same fate for crossing the Bai family. Bai Qiu laughed triumphantly. Zhuohan felt a surge of fury welling within him. His father, who enjoyed cheap liquor and cared for him, had a dark history he had never known. Each night, watching his father gaze at the moon, Zhuohan sensed his father bore a heavy heart. Now, the truth was finally clear. Uncle Bai regarded Zhuohan and said, At such a young age, you possess the strength of a king. If left unchecked, you will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for the Bai family. Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus. Use Rock Blast, Uncle Bai stated coolly. Spike Dragon King, unleash your most powerful water cannon attack. Zhuohan shouted in fury. The Spike Dragon King unleashed successive water cannons upon the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus's rocks. Uncle Bai dismissively remarked, Surrender now. Your strength is insufficient to contend with me. Is that so? Old man, then keep your eyes wide open. Spike Dragon King, Mega Evolve. Zhuohan declared emphatically. A bright light enveloped the arena as the Mega Spike Dragon King materialized. Uncle Bai stared in disbelief. The Spike Dragon King can Mega Evolve? After a moment of calm, he slowly replied, But what does Mega Evolution matter? It is merely a futile struggle. Spike Dragon King, use the aerial slash. Zhuohan cried out. A purple crescent blade shot forth at blinding speed towards Uncle Bai and the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus. Uncle Bai, paralyzed by fear, realized he could not move. Nor could the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus, which sensed a mysterious force approaching. As the surrounding space tore apart, Uncle Bai and his subordinates could withstand the pressure no longer and were obliterated in an instant. The Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus only lost the will to fight, demonstrating its high-tier strength. Bai Qiu stared at Zhuohan in disbelief. You actually killed Uncle Bai? The Bai family will never forgive you. He screamed. Zhuohan stepped forward, delivering a punch to Bai Qiu's body, sending the already panicking boy sprawling to the ground. Zhuohan then pressed his foot down hard on Bai Qiu's face, stating, You should have known better than to provoke me, for the price is one you cannot bear. Bai Qiu, beneath Zhuohan's foot, screamed frantically, Zhuohan, you're finished. I will have my grandfather kill you. Haha, Bai Qiu, whether I live or die, you will never know. But today, it is you who is doomed. Zhuohan replied darkly. You dare kill me, you little nobody? Bai Qiu roared. Zhuohan pressed down forcefully again, causing Bai Qiu to cry out in pain. Leaning in close to Bai Qiu's ear, Zhuohan whispered, Rest assured, not only do I dare to kill you, but I will ensure your family reunites in the afterlife. Xiaoya, take care of those two tails, Zhuohan said nonchalantly. Luna Yara slowly emerged from the shadow of Zhuohan. And just as shadow figures 2 and 3 attempted to strike at Zhuahan, they were instantly dispatched by a psychic shock from Luna Yara. Zhuahan calmly instructed, Xiaoya, extract the memories of the person beneath my feet. Baiqiu gazed in terror at Luna Yara's ruby-like eyes. In an instant, his mental world collapsed, contorting his face in agony until he succumbed to death. Ultimately, Xiaoya completely obliterated the super iron Tyrannosaurus and extracted the memories of the shadow people. Once Xiaoya relayed the extracted memories to Zhuahan, he murmured, the Phantom Organization and the Bai family. Is it? To provoke me, Zhuahan, will be the greatest misfortune of your lives. Chapter 71, The Fall of the Bai Family. In the dead of night, Zhuahan utilized teleportation to place Zhou Xiaowu in his room, while he discreetly opened the portal to the spirit realm with Xiaoya and stealthily approached the Bai family estate. Bai Shan furrowed his brow as he looked at Bai Mutant and said, It's so late. Why hasn't he, your brother, returned? Have the people we sent out found anything? Oh, father, fret not. In the capital, how could Baiqiu encounter any trouble? He is probably just out relaxing because of Zhuahan's affairs and will return shortly, Bai Mutant replied. In my opinion, it's all that Zhuahan's doing. This country bumpkin has no regard for our Bai family. If we don't teach him a lesson, how will we establish ourselves in the capital? Bai Mutant declared fiercely. You are still as mischievous as ever. Yet, that Zhuahan, too, shows no respect for our Bai family. He truly is the son of Zhuafeng, indeed. He deserves a profound lesson to understand that our Bai family is not to be trifled with in the capital, Bai Shan remarked coolly. Oh, I am curious. What kind of profound lesson do you intend to give me? Zhuahan interjected, his tone nonchalant. Bai Shan and Bai Mutant stared, wide-eyed, as Zhuahan emerged from an unknown black void, stepping toward them. They stammered. Who exactly are you? Who am I? Zhuahan laughed heartily. Didn't you just say you would give me a profound lesson? Have you forgotten so quickly? Truly, the wealthy are prone to forgetfulness. Suppressing her fear, Bai Mutant opened her eyes wide and shouted, Zhuahan, it's you. This exclamation roused the elderly patriarch Bai from his slumber, who emerged from his room, disgruntled, saying, What a commotion you're making at home. Grandfather, it's Zhuahan. He has intruded upon our Bai family. Bai Mutant exclaimed in a fluster. Elder Bai regarded Zhuahan with a grave expression and said, Might I inquire what brings you to our Bai family at such a late hour, Mr. Zhua? Well, it's not much to discuss, merely some items I wish for you to peruse, Zhuahan replied coolly. Zhuahan produced 2 tattered garments and tossed them on the floor, stating, Here, take a look. Bai Shan's eyes widened as he stared at the ragged clothing. Isn't this Chiu-er's attire? How could it be in such a state? Could it be? He looked at Zhuahan in disbelief. Beside him, Elder Bai recognized the clothing of his capable aide, Bai Shu, and darkly inquired, What have you done to them? Our Bai family has no enmity with you. Why would you commit such acts? If you seek riches, simply name your price, and we shall oblige. Haha. Zhuahan laughed uproariously. No enmity? The words of Elder Bai are the finest jest I have heard in my lifetime. Suddenly, Zhuahan's demeanor darkened. If we are to speak of enmity, it is I, Zhuahan, who should say so. What right do you have to utter such words? I am a stranger to your Bai family, simply because I, Zhuahan, made Bai Mutant lose face by taking the title of the most notorious in Jiangnan province. You sought to retaliate against me. Since our arrival in the capital, Baiqiu has persistently provoked me. I could have brushed it off, but you should never have harmed those close to me. What have you done to Chiu? Bai Shan shouted, his voice rising. Baiqiu? He is, of course, dead, and in the most excruciating manner, his soul perished in torment. Did you not wish for me to experience the sorrow of losing a child? My apologies for allowing you to taste that anguish ahead of time, Zhuahan declared loudly. I will kill you, Bai Shan growled, his eyes burning with fury as he fixed his gaze on Zhuahan. Kill me? Your Bai family does not possess such qualifications. Zhuahan replied coolly. Elder Bai, I believe you are quite curious as to why the shadow figures have yet to appear, yes? What? You? Elder Bai gasped, panic flooding his features as he glanced at Zhuahan. There's no need to wait, for they departed with Baiqiu. However, I promised Baiqiu that I would ensure your family is reunited. You sought the power of divine beasts. So allow me to show you what a divine beast truly is, ensuring you meet your demise with some clarity, Zhuahan said coolly. Xiaoya, mightiest light. Obliterate everything here, Zhuahan commanded vehemently. In an instant, Luna Yara ascended from Zhuahan's shadow, and as she fully manifested before the Bai family, Elder Bai's eyes widened in horror as he gazed upon her. Luna Yara gathered an incredibly potent beam of light and directed it towards the Bai family. And in an instant, Elder Bai, along with Bai Shan and Bai Mutant, vanished from the realm, leaving not even a trace behind. Zhuahan surveyed the desolate surroundings. leaving behind evidence linking Elder Bai to the Phantom Organization before teleporting back to his own room. Within the Alliance, alarms blared once more, prompting the president to summon the 4 Heavenly Kings for an investigation. Upon their arrival at the Bai estate, they found nothing but a barren expanse. Employing detection devices and releasing their Pokémon, they ultimately concluded that the spectral energy present was alarmingly excessive, likely the work of one or more ghost-type Pokémon. Akin to the previous incident with the Zhou family. Meticulously, Zhu Qing discovered incriminating evidence left by Zhou Han and opened it to find correspondence between Elder Bai and the Phantom Organization, including various schemes. Zhu Qing, wary of overstepping, promptly showed the evidence to the other 3 Heavenly Kings before preparing to report back to the president. In the Alliance, upon seeing the evidence brought back by the 4 Heavenly Kings, the president seethed with anger, exclaiming, "I never imagined Elder Bai truly had ties to the Phantom Organization, and that the explosive incident was orchestrated by him." "President, is this information reliable?" Lung Bing inquired suddenly. "It's highly probable. It seems we were mistaken. The Zhou and Bai families were likely both connected to the Phantom Organization. This mysterious individual must know something, having directly dismantled their plans before they could succeed. However, who this mysterious person is remains unknown, though it appears they are friendly towards the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. Nonetheless, with Elder Bai now deceased, we can begin to purge the termites within the Alliance. Furthermore, with the Bai family eradicated, the Phantom Organization is sure to retaliate against the Alliance through other means. So we must remain vigilant and not overlook any traces. What about the Zhou family? Should we continue our investigation?" One of the Heavenly Kings inquired slowly. The president pondered for a moment before responding, "No need. If Zhou Luo were truly linked to the Phantom Organization, given the circumstances that day, it would have been impossible for him and his daughter to survive. The one truly connected to the Phantom Organization must be Zhou Chun, though whether Zhou Luo and his daughter had contact with that mysterious individual remains uncertain." Chapter 72, The 4 Kings. After dealing with the Bai family, Zhou Han teleported back to the hotel and arrived at Zhou Xiaowu's room, where he found Zhou Xiaowu still in a deep slumber. He hastily approached and shook Zhou Xiaowu awake. Zhou Xiaowu, groggy from sleep, suddenly recalled something and instantly became alert, gazing at Zhou Han and asking, "Zhou Han, are you all right?" Looking around, he asked, "Where are we? Is this in a hotel? What on earth is happening?" "Dear friend, I must convey to you a matter of utmost significance. You must brace yourself mentally, for this pertains to our future destinies. Do remember that today we are dining together and that you were not abducted by Bai Qiu," Zhou Han declared with a grave expression. Zhou Xiaowu, in a state of agitation, responded, "What on earth is happening, Zhou Han?" In a hushed tone, Zhou Han revealed, "Bai Qiu is dead." "What? Bai Qiu is dead? How could this be? Zhou Han, could it possibly be you?" Zhou Xiaowu stammered, his anxiety palpable. Zhou Han swiftly interjected, "What are you suggesting? How could it be me?" "The situation unfolded as such. After you lost consciousness, I initially had the upper hand, but unexpectedly, another member of the Bai family emerged, and I began to falter. Just as I was on the verge of defeat at the hands of that elder, a mysterious figure appeared." "A mysterious figure?" Zhou Xiaowu inquired, puzzled. "Indeed. A mysterious individual who unleashed a Pokémon I had never encountered before. With a single strike, it vanquished the elder of the Bai family along with his Pokémon." Zhou Han recounted gravely. "Ultimately, Bai Qiu met the same fate. Before departing, the figure cast a glance my way, warning me to remain silent, for otherwise, my life would be in jeopardy. Therefore, we must ensure that no one discovers our connection to this incident, or we shall find ourselves in an untenable situation. Do you understand? For the next few days, you should remain hidden in the hotel and take some specially formulated medicine. You should recover within a day or 2. Do you grasp the gravity of this situation?" Zhou Xiaowu nodded solemnly. "Thank goodness for that mysterious person, otherwise we might have fallen prey to Bai Qiu and faced untold torment. Rest assured, Zhou Han, I shall keep this matter locked within my heart," Zhou Xiaowu vowed. "Then, let us retire for the night. I too must return to my slumber," Zhou Han responded lightly. With that, he exited Zhou Xiaowu's room and returned to his own quarters for some much-needed rest. Zhou Xiaowu gazed at Zhou Han's departing figure and murmured, "Rest easy, Zhou Han." The following day, Zhou Han reluctantly rose from his slumber amidst the cacophony of the alarm clock. Yi Xinghua accompanied Zhou Han and Yi He to the venue for the day's semi-final match. Observing Zhou Han's mischievous panda-like eyes, Yi Xinghua couldn't help but inquire, "What did you get up to yesterday, Zhou Han?" "I know this." Zhou Han went out for a meal with Zhou Xiaowu and didn't return until quite late. "What were they up to?" Yi He chimed in, a mischievous grin adorning his face. All right, it's understandable for young people. Just try not to stay out too late next time, Yi Xinghua remarked nonchalantly. Zhuahan, feeling somewhat out of place, simply stared at the two, unsure of how to respond. The four kings made their timely appearance on stage, with the venue teeming with spectators eager to witness the day's competition. Today featured only one group match, which prompted Zhuahan to reflect, it appears I won't be last this time. The groupings were swiftly announced, and Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He neither faced Zhuahan nor Yuan Wanan. Once the grand performance concluded, each participant quickly took their positions. The 8 finalists exhibited formidable strength and command, and the four kings nodded in approval as they observed the proceedings. Both Yuan Wanan and Zhuahan emerged victorious from their matches, securing their spots in the semifinals. As they exited the arena, they exchanged glances, with Yuan Wanan stating, "You are quite strong. I look forward to a duel with you," before gracefully departing. Zhuahan too was eager for the impending contest with Yuan Wanan. Meanwhile, Zhuahan watched as Yi's Mega Gardevoir clinched victory with a single moonblast, advancing to the semifinals. Yi, visibly relieved, approached Zhuahan with astonishment. "You've recovered so quickly. Of course, do you not know who I am?" Zhuahan replied proudly. "That is indeed rapid," Yi remarked, his tone somewhat lecherous. "Goodness. Yi, you always manage to say things with double meanings, and there's an underlying suggestiveness to your words," Zhuahan retorted indignantly. "Enough, Yi. Let us keep the conversation concise," Yi Xinghua interjected, cutting off Yi. Outside the venue, the citizens of the capital were abuzz with discussions regarding the overnight downfall of the Bai family. Some applauded, declaring, "It serves them right. The Bai family only knows how to bully others." The Bai family? Is that the Bai family from the capital? Yi Xinghua pondered. Perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the Bai clan, she sensed that the depths of this matter were far more intricate than they appeared. In the Zhou household, Zhou Ziru, upon learning the morning news, realized who was responsible for the incident, though she had not anticipated that Zhuahan would annihilate the Bai family. Overseas, a shadowy figure knelt, reporting, "Last night, the Bai family was exterminated by a mysterious individual. Ing Er and Ing San are unaccounted for." The man in black, now serious, responded, "The Bai family has vanished overnight." "Indeed, it mirrors the situation of the Zhou family from before," the shadowy figure explained. "And Ing Er and Ing San are missing? I am well aware of their capabilities. They would not betray the organization. It is likely they have perished," the man in black remarked gravely. "It seems Zhuahan is no ordinary individual. I now suspect he may be connected to the Bai family's demise." Upon returning to the hotel, Zhuahan checked on Zhou Xiaowu's injuries, finding them minor, save for a small bruise on his face. After sharing the news of his advancement to the semifinals, Zhou Xiaowu expressed his joy for Zhuahan's success. That evening, Teacher Zhou arranged to meet Zhuahan, undoubtedly to inquire about the Bai family's incident. And Zhuahan did not decline. In the same restaurant, after ordering their meals, Teacher Zhou could no longer contain her curiosity, asking Zhuahan, "You were the one who eliminated the Bai family, weren't you? Was such severity truly necessary?" "There are matters I cannot disclose. I can only tell you that the Bai family is linked to the Phantom Organization," Zhuahan stated calmly. "What? The Bai family has ties to the Phantom Organization?" Teacher Zhou exclaimed, her face stricken with fear. "Precisely. Thus, you understand my reasoning behind such actions," Zhuahan replied. "Previously, when you mentioned that for every shadow there is light, I was skeptical. Had we truly joined the alliance, would we not have faced extermination at the hands of the Phantom Organization?" Teacher Zhou shuddered at the thought. "Now you grasp the complexities at play. There are depths to this matter that you, being young, may not fully comprehend," Zhuahan remarked. "You call me young? I am several years your senior," Teacher Zhou protested. Zhuahan, suddenly aware of his age of 18, awkwardly corrected himself. "I meant to say that you are not entirely aware." He gestured towards his head. "Are you implying I lack intelligence?" Teacher Zhou retorted, incensed. "I never said such a thing. You are the one suggesting it," Zhuahan quipped. "You infuriate me, Zhuahan. You are insufferable," Teacher Zhou exclaimed, her expression shifting abruptly as she asked, "If the Phantom Organization were to capture me, would you still protect me?" Zhuahan met her gaze earnestly, declaring, "I would. For you supported me during my lowest moments. I, Zhuahan, am bound by gratitude." Teacher Zhou's expression softened, touched by his words. "However, should you be kidnapped by the Phantom Organization, who would share the bounty with me? Wouldn't you agree, Teacher Zhou?" Zhuahan inquired seriously. Just moments after being moved by Zhuahan's sincerity, Teacher Zhou retorted angrily, "Zhuahan, you are solely fixated on profit. How base. You seem to have fallen into the trap of materialism." "Apologies, Teacher Zhou. I, Zhuahan, am but a simple person who finds joy in wealth," Zhuahan responded nonchalantly. "Enough of this. Do you feel confident about tomorrow's semifinals?" I have heard that Yuan Wanan is quite formidable. Teacher Zhou expressed her concerns. I shall prevail, Zhuahan asserted with determination. Indeed, I believe in you, Teacher Zhou said gently, her gaze warm as she looked at Zhuahan. Chapter 73, The Martial Champion. On the following day, the semi-finals commenced punctually, with Yi Xinghua accompanied by Zhuahan and Yi He arriving at the venue. He advised, let us strive with all our might. Should Jiangnan province manage to produce a martial champion this year, it would significantly impact the future development of our city. Yi He, shedding his usual playful demeanor, nodded gravely in agreement. The stage was not only graced by the 4 heavenly kings, but also featured the presence of champion Xiong. And the stands were filled with spectators. The affairs of the Bai family had merely become a trivial topic among the populace. After the majestic national anthem, the screen illuminated with the matchups, Didu's Yuan Wanan versus Jiangnan's Yi He on the rocky terrain, and Mo Du's Jiang Hongxing versus Jiangnan's Zhuahan in a standard arena. Upon realizing he would face Yuan Wanan, Yi He sighed and remarked, as anticipated, the moment has arrived. I have little hope, but you must secure a victory, otherwise. The competition for the martial champion will once again be between Didu and Mo Du, he earnestly urged Zhuahan, who nodded in affirmation. They encouraged each other. Let us give our all. Yi He promptly summoned his Shinado, while Yuan Wanan unleashed his Mega Garchomp. Shinado utilized its telekinesis to hurl Garchomp into the air as Yi He exclaimed, look at Shinado's eyes glowing with blue light, enveloping Garchomp. Instantly, Garchomp was surrounded by a shimmering blue aura. Yuan Wanan calmly stated, Garchomp, break free. With a powerful roar, Garchomp shattered the confines of the telekinesis. Yi He's expression turned serious as he realized the challenge ahead. Shinado, use Moonblast. Yi He commanded swiftly, observing a wave of pink, moon-shaped energy surging towards Garchomp. Yuan Wanan, unfazed, instructed, Garchomp, cleave through it. Garchomp concentrated energy in its blade-like arms and sliced through the Moonblast's power. Yi He, astonished, remarked, how is this possible? Now it's my turn to attack. Garchomp, use Poison Jab. Yuan Wanan declared coolly. Garchomp's arm spikes transformed from white to purple and lunged toward Shinado. Shinado, teleport. Yi He shouted. Naive. Garchomp, use gravity. Yuan Wanan retorted swiftly. As Shinado, having just teleported to evade the poison jab, fell victim to the gravitational pull, Yi He recognized the opportunity. Garchomp, turn around and use poison jab. Yuan Wanan commanded rapidly. Garchomp pivoted and thrust its poisoned arm into Shinado, causing it to emit a pained cry. Yi He anxiously inquired, can Shinado continue to fight? Shinado, struggling, nodded weakly. Yi He produced a keystone and proclaimed, Shinado, Mega Evolve. In response, Shinado enveloped itself in a radiant white light. Yuan Wanan observed the transformation with a detached demeanor, murmuring, a Mega Evolution, is it? Mega Shinado, unleash Moonlight. Yi He shouted, sending forth a wave of even more potent fairy energy towards Garchomp. Finally, Yuan Wanan's expression shifted as he hastily ordered, Garchomp, use Dragon Rage, then slash to break through. Garchomp, its eyes glowing red and energy surging, roared menacingly at Shinado, resembling a ferocious beast freed from restraint. Observers in the stands murmured, that lad from Jiangnan has no chance. Who would have thought Yuan Wanan mastered the Yuan family's dragon techniques at such a young age? Some less experienced trainers questioned, what are the Yuan family's dragon techniques? A veteran trainer explained, did you not see? Even after using Dragon Rage, Garchomp still follows its trainer's commands. That is the essence of the Yuan family's dragon techniques. What? It can still obey commands after using Dragon Rage? Yuan Wanan is indeed formidable, they replied in awe. The arena witnessed Garchomp charging towards Shinado, cleaving through the incoming moonlight without hesitation. Garchomp, unleash your final earthquake. Yuan Wanan commanded, as Garchomp emanated an overwhelming aura of menace. Its eyes blazing red. Shinado, sensing the impending threat, hesitated, gripped by fear. As the earthquake surged towards Shinado, Yi He shouted, Shinado, evade. However, Shinado, responding to its trainer's words, was struck by the earthquake, reverting from its mega form and succumbing to defeat. The referee announced, Didu's Yuan Wanan advances to the finals. With a heavy heart, Yi He recalled Shinado and slowly exited the arena. Yi Xinghua placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, you have given your all. Do not dwell on victory or defeat. Yuan Wanan is indeed strong. Your loss is not in vain. On stage, Yuan Tianlong remarked upon Yuan Wanan's triumph over Yi He. I never expected Wanan to have mastered Dragon Rage. I wonder how my father trained him. With Wanan's exceptional performance, I believe my brother in spirit would be proud. Champion Xiong chimed in. Indeed, Wanan possesses strength far beyond that of our family's younger generation. I wish he were a descendant of mine. Come now. You speak as if my brother's children are not commendable, retorted Xiong timidly. Humph. If you hadn't mentioned that child, I wouldn't be so irked. He refuses to become a trainer, insisting on pursuing research instead. No one in the Xiong family should be anything but a trainer. Champion Xiong exclaimed with indignation. Zhu Qing remarked nonchalantly, Zhuahan's match is concluding as well. It was then revealed that Zhuahan's Kingdra had successfully defeated Jiang Hongxing's Metagross, securing a place in the finals. Yi He and Yi Xinghua exhaled in relief. This year, the finals would finally feature a martial candidate from Jiangnan. No longer just a contest between Mo Du and Di Du particularly, with Zhuahan representing Jiangnan. Yi Xinghua's accomplishments as the vice-governor of Jiangnan would gain recognition on a national scale. As Zhuahan descended from the stage, Yi He rushed forward to embrace him, only to be pushed away. Zhuahan, disdainfully regarding Yi He, exclaimed, What are you doing, Yi He? I prefer women. Keep your distance, you weirdo. Zhuahan, you misunderstand. This is a friendly embrace. Others would be envious of such a gesture. Yi He quickly explained. Nevertheless, Zhuahan, you have brought honor to Jiangnan, Yi He stated earnestly. But this is where your journey ends. Yuan Wanan is truly formidable. Stop with the nonsense, Yi He. I acknowledge Yuan Wanan's strength, but I am no weakling myself. You know, is it necessary to elevate him so? Zhuahan replied, irritated. Zhuahan, you'll understand this afternoon. Yuan Wanan's prowess is unparalleled, Yi He warned gravely. Alas, it seems I have been too humble. No one recognizes my strength, Zhuahan declared boastfully. During the midday break, Zhuahan placed a call to Teacher Zhou. Upon seeing Zhuahan's name, Teacher Zhou promptly answered, Zhuahan, what can I assist you with? Actually, Teacher Zhou, I was wondering if I could receive this month's bonus in advance, Zhuahan said, somewhat bashfully. Is everything all right, Zhuahan? Are you in urgent need of money for some reason? Teacher Zhou inquired, puzzled. It's just that I want to acquire a large quantity of ink seahorses and dragon scales. Could you help me with this? Zhuahan asked eagerly. Acquiring a large quantity of ink seahorses and dragon scales. What exactly are you planning, Zhuahan? Teacher Zhou questioned. Bewildered. Let it be, Teacher Zhou, whether you believe me or not. I assure you that the price of the ink seahorse will inevitably rise after this afternoon. If your family trusts me, you should swiftly acquire the ink seahorse, Zhuahan said earnestly. Very well, I shall procure the ink seahorse and dragon scale with utmost haste. Aiming to acquire all the ink seahorses nationwide by tomorrow, Teacher Zhou replied with unwavering determination. Zhuahan was taken aback. Teacher Zhou, do you truly have such faith in me? He inquired, perplexed. Indeed, I trust everything you say. Now, I must proceed with the acquisition. Best of luck in the finals this afternoon, Teacher Zhou remarked nonchalantly. Zhuahan had not anticipated such unconditional trust from Teacher Zhou. Yet he was even more astonished when Teacher Zhou managed to procure nearly all the ink seahorses across the nation in just one afternoon. In the afternoon, Zhou Xiaowu, having fully recovered from his injuries, rushed to the stadium to cheer for Zhuahan. Zhuahan acknowledged Zhou Xiaowu with a nod in response to his support. On stage, Yuan Tianlong proclaimed, there should be no suspense here. Wanan is undoubtedly this year's martial champion. Indeed, Xiong nodded in agreement. However, Zhu Qing interjected, until the very end. No one can be certain. I have a feeling that Zhuahan is far from ordinary. What makes him extraordinary? If you're suggesting that Zhuahan can summon divine beasts, that is indeed remarkable. However, I cannot believe that his Spike Dragon King can surpass Wanan's Mega Sharpedo. Yuan Tianlong replied dismissively. Let us wait and see, Zhu Qing stated calmly. The big screen suddenly displayed the battle information of the two contenders. Capital City S Yuan Wanan versus Jiangnan S Zhuahan. Standard Arena. Go Zhuahan. YZ and Zhou Xiaowu shouted loudly from below. Come forth, Mega Sharpedo. Appear, Spike Dragon King. The two Pokemon faced each other. Instantly, Mega Sharpedo exuded a formidable aura, advancing towards Spike Dragon King, who countered with an equally powerful presence. Suddenly, Wanan quickly commanded, Mega Sharpedo, rush forward and unleash Dragon Claw. Spike Dragon King. Do not let Mega Sharpedo draw near. Use Dragon Pulse. Zhuahan swiftly responded. Mega Sharpedo darted towards Spike Dragon King, adeptly dodging the Dragon Pulse attacks. Just as Mega Sharpedo's claws were about to strike, a layer of green light enveloped Spike Dragon King, shielding it. That is protect, Zhuahan exclaimed, hastily directing Spike Dragon King to utilize the protect technique just before Mega Sharpedo's claws could land a hit. Now's our chance. Spike Dragon King, Ice Beam, Zhuahan shouted. A beam of blue light struck Mega Sharpedo, causing it to recoil painfully several steps back. Are you alright, Mega Sharpedo? Juanin asked with concern. The ice beam had inflicted significant damage on Mega Sharpedo. It shook its head in response. It seems it's time to show some true prowess. Mega Sharpedo, use Dragon Rage. Juanin declared loudly. Upon witnessing Mega Sharpedo unleash Dragon Rage, Zhuahan promptly shouted, Spike Dragon King, summon Rain Dance. At that moment, Mega Sharpedo's eyes turned crimson. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and raindrops began to fall, gradually intensifying. Mega Sharpedo, dive in with Dragon Ascension. Juanin commanded. Spike Dragon King. Do not let the pressure affect you. Unleash a barrage of water gun attacks. Zhuahan shouted. Thanks to the weather's enhancement, Spike Dragon King moved with remarkable speed, launching successive water gun attacks at Mega Sharpedo. Mega Sharpedo dodged one water gun after another, but was suddenly struck by a faster water gun, forcing it to retreat. At this moment, Mega Sharpedo was visibly struggling, gasping for breath. On stage, Yuan Tianlong could hardly believe his eyes. Mega Sharpedo is being overpowered by Spike Dragon King. Below, YD murmured, Wow, it turns out Zhuahan is truly formidable. I must say, Zhuahan, you are the strongest martial examinee I have encountered thus far. It seems I must now reveal my true strength, Juanin said excitedly. Unleash your full power, Mega Sharpedo. Juanin shouted. Suddenly, Mega Sharpedo exuded a bloodthirsty aura, its eyes glowing red as it roared at Spike Dragon King. Seeing this, Yuan Tianlong felt a sense of certainty. Mega Sharpedo has perfected its understanding of the rules. Zhuahan stands no chance against Juanin. Some veteran trainers outside the arena watched Mega Sharpedo in disbelief. To think it has grasped a fragment of the power of the rules, it appears the title of martial champion belongs to Juanin. Mega Sharpedo. Unleash Dragon Claw with full ferocity. Juanin bellowed. Noticing the pressure affecting Spike Dragon King, Zhuahan ceased to be modest. Spike Dragon King. Use Surf and let them witness your true power. Zhuahan commanded loudly. As Spike Dragon King's eyes sharpened, it absorbed the rainwater from the sky, culminating in a massive wave that crashed down upon Mega Sharpedo as it charged forward. Mega Sharpedo was struck by the wave, as if hit by an impenetrable wall, sustaining tremendous damage and collapsing to the ground. Struggling to rise, Mega Sharpedo gasped for air, droplets of water cascading off its body. Yuan Tianlong, in disbelief, exclaimed. Zhuahan's Spike Dragon King has also grasped the rules. How is this possible? Indeed, I knew Zhuahan was not so simple, Zhu Qing remarked calmly. Juanin looked at Mega Sharpedo, then back at Zhuahan, stating, I never expected you to have also grasped the rules. But I promised someone that I must win this match. With that, Juanin produced a keystone and proclaimed, Mega Sharpedo, respond to my heart. Mega Sharpedo glanced at Juanin, and in a flash of white light, it evolved into Mega Sharpedo. Outside, the watching trainers commented, this year's finals have been nothing short of exhilarating. Every time I think Mega Sharpedo is on the verge of victory, Zhuahan's Spike Dragon King unleashes even greater power. Yet now that Mega Sharpedo has Mega Evolved, it seems victory will belong to Mega Sharpedo. The Mega Evolved Mega Sharpedo had reached the pinnacle of a half-step champion, just a step away from the champion tier. Mega Sharpedo, unleash your most powerful Dragon Ascension. Juanin roared. The aura of Dragon Rage emanating from Mega Sharpedo began to encroach upon Spike Dragon King. Mega Sharpedo, with your full might. Charge at Spike Dragon King. Juanin commanded fiercely. Spike Dragon King, let them witness the power of a champion. Mega Evolve. Zhuahan shouted. Suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped Spike Dragon King, and when it faded, a completely new Spike Dragon King stood before everyone. What? The four champions on stage could no longer remain seated. Rising in astonishment, Spike Dragon King can also Mega Evolve? This is impossible. The veteran trainers watching were left speechless. Did I just see that correctly? Zhuahan's Spike Dragon King has Mega Evolved. I must be dreaming. Another trainer replied, if this is a dream, then we are all dreaming together. Mega Spike Dragon King, this is no fantasy. It seems a change is upon us. Spike Dragon King, unleash your champion aura. Zhuahan shouted. Instantly, a unique aura enveloped the charging Mega Sharpedo, causing it to hesitate as it felt a twinge of fear. Deliver the final water pulse. Zhuahan commanded. The Kingdra unleashed a torrent of azure water, striking the vital point of the Garchomp with astonishing speed, triggering the sniper ability. The Garchomp, unable to withstand the blow, was hurled into the air, reverting from its Mega Evolution state and collapsing to the ground, defeated. After a brief moment, the referee finally reacted, announcing loudly, the Garchomp has lost the battle. Congratulations to Zhuahan for advancing to the title of Martial Arts Champion. Chapter 75, Glory Bestowed. Did you feel that? Lung Bing inquired of the other three champions. The trio nodded gravely, affirming, there is no doubt, Zhuahan's Kingdra has already attained the strength of a champion. It's terrifying that he has cultivated a seahorse into a champion-level Kingdra in merely 3 months. Moreover, the Mega Stone for his Kingdra is unprecedented, as records indicate that Kingdra cannot Mega-evolve. Yet, Zhuahan's emergence has shattered that equilibrium. The price of seahorses will likely soar in the coming time. And the water dragon typing of Kingdra is indeed quite formidable. I am tempted to cultivate one myself, Yuan Tianlong remarked with a hint of admiration. The powerful trainers below gazed incredulously at the Kingdra on stage, stammering, "Is it possible? A champion? Am I hallucinating? Someone, please, wake me up." Smack. "Ouch. You actually hit me," one trainer exclaimed in indignation. Another trainer nearby, with a hint of frustration, replied, "Didn't you ask me to wake you up? Indeed, that hurt." Wow. Zhuahan's Kingdra is truly a champion. On the stage, Yuan Wanin silently withdrew his Garchomp, stating, "Zhuahan, I concede this time. But I will surely reclaim victory next time." In that fleeting moment, the governor of Jiangnan province, the mayor of Qing City, Zhao Donglai, and his son, along with a throng of citizens from Rome City, were filled with uncontainable joy. Zhuahan had triumphed, securing the title of martial arts champion, a moment of shared glory. Zhuahan's parents, watching on television, beheld their son's triumph over the Garchomp and the achievement of martial arts champion. Zhuahan's mother, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears, exclaiming, "Did you see that, dear? Ahan is the champion. I can't be dreaming." Zhuahan's father, with reddened eyes, responded, "This is no dream. Ahan truly is the champion." He quickly turned away, hastily wiping away the impending tears, though his eyes remained strikingly red. The final matches then commenced, with the 8 eliminated contenders vying for the 9th and 10th rankings, while the 4 who fell in the semifinals competed for the 5th through 8th positions. And Yihei and Jiang Hongxing contended for 3rd place. However, these outcomes were of little concern to Zhuahan, who leisurely descended from the arena. Yi Xinghua and Yihei, brimming with excitement, remarked, "You've hidden your strength too well. To think you've already reached champion level. You had us worried sick. I told you Zhuahan could defeat that Yuan Wanin, but you all wouldn't believe it." Zhou Xiaowu grumbled in dissatisfaction. Zhuahan replied to Yihei, "You should focus more on yourself. Don't let 3rd place slip away." "How could that happen? Without Yuan Wanin and you, this 3rd place is mine for sure," Yihei retorted confidently. The subsequent ranking matches were met with a sense of indifference, as the earlier bout between Zhuahan and Yuan Wanin had been too exhilarating, rendering the later matches somewhat lackluster. Ultimately, Yihei narrowly secured victory with his Mega Gardevoir, achieving 3rd place in the tournament. As the ranking matches concluded and the 10th place was confirmed, the martial arts examination finally reached a satisfying conclusion. During the awards ceremony, numerous television stations broadcasted live coverage of the top 10 from the national examination, with the esteemed champion Xiong presenting exquisite gift boxes to each of them. Following this, he presented a special gift box to Zhuahan, stating, "Now, may the martial arts champion say a few words." Handing the microphone to Zhuahan, he continued. Zhuahan grasped the microphone and spoke with pride. "Standing on this stage, I can proudly declare that I, Zhuahan, hail from Rong City in Jiangnan Province, a small town that nurtured me. I take immense pride in being from Rong City. Thank you." Champion Xiong took the microphone back, commenting, "It appears this year's martial arts champion is quite fond of his hometown. Therefore, I hereby declare the martial arts examination officially concluded." Once the crowd dispersed, Champion Xiong approached Zhuahan, saying, "Young man, by tradition, the martial arts champion must meet with the president to redeem your 2nd-class merit." Zhuahan nodded in agreement and, after speaking briefly with Yi Xinghua, followed Champion Xiong into the alliance headquarters. Upon seeing Zhuahan, the president lauded, "A true hero emerges from youth. Thanks to you, we navigated the crisis of the volcanic eruption and the Ghost Organization's bombing incident. Now that you are the martial arts champion, speak your desires. We shall do our utmost to fulfill them." "President, I wish to apply for the position of mayor of Rome City," Zhuahan stated earnestly. The president paused, taken aback, and began to ponder aloud. The position of mayor has not been filled in quite some time. "Zhuahan, what are your thoughts? I would like to hear your perspective." Zhuahan replied with conviction, "For many years, Rome City has suffered due to its unique circumstances, resulting in stagnated economic development, leaving our citizens in a state of economic despair. Backwardness and poverty are labels that define Rome City. There are barely any trainers. Now that I have achieved this status, I wish to contribute to Rome City." As soon as he finished speaking, Champion Xiong interjected, "Zhuahan, while I understand your deep affection for your hometown, such endeavors are not easily undertaken." Zhuahan nodded, acknowledging, "I understand the challenges that lie ahead, but if I do not attempt to make a difference, Then Rome City truly has no hope. The president regarded Juahan thoughtfully, declaring, "Since you have made up your mind, I will not dissuade you further. You may take full responsibility for Rome City's development, but you must adhere to the laws of the Alliance. Do you understand?" "I understand, President," Juahan affirmed resolutely. "Moreover, Juahan, now that you have become the martial arts champion, you must also bear certain responsibilities," the president stated casually. "What? Does the martial arts champion have responsibilities?" Juahan exclaimed in surprise. The president, somewhat puzzled, responded, "Are you not aware that upon becoming the martial arts champion, you are integrated into the Alliance? You will become an investigator for the Alliance, tasked with handling urgent matters. Of course, when not on duty, you may return to the Pokemon University or Rome City." Juahan sighed. So, the martial arts champion comes with such obligations. Once all matters were settled, Champion Xiong escorted Juahan out of the Alliance, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "You may be young, but your aspirations are grand. However, the mere fact that you care for your hometown earns my respect. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Juahan nodded, aware that challenges would surely arise. Upon returning to the hotel as night had fallen, it was decided to stay another night, departing for Jiangnan province the following morning. That evening, Juahan activated the system. Beep. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Commencing reward distribution, successfully unlocking the purchasing rights for special items. Special ability, Awakening of the Eye of Data. The system recognizes your performance in the martial arts examination and rewards you with 1,000,000 points." Chapter 76. The Price of Seahorses Soars. Juahan stood in stunned silence for several seconds. Then, regaining his composure, gazed at the 1,000,000 points nestled within the system. He pinched himself, confirming the pain. This was no dream, but why was he not as exhilarated as before? Juahan realized he had become rather complacent. What exactly is the Eye of Data? Juahan pondered, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He then released his mini dragon, and to his astonishment, his eyes were suddenly able to perceive various data. Pokemon, mini dragon. Gender, current strength, intermediate beginner. Attribute, dragon. Potential, infinite. Insight, excellent. Trait, shed skin. Skills, dragon rage, screech, tail whip, tackle, thunder wave, bind. Affection, 200. Favorite, milk. As Juahan marveled at the formidable power of the Eye of Data, the mini dragon clambered onto his hand, nuzzling against him with its large, expressive eyes, seemingly yearning for something. Juahan could easily surmise that it was craving milk. He promptly exchanged a bottle of milk for the mini dragon, which eagerly pounced on the offering and began to drink contentedly. Once it had its fill, it let out a satisfied burp and pointed with its tail towards its pokeball. Juahan instantly understood that the mini dragon, having quenched its thirst, desired to return for a rest. He recalled the mini dragon into its pokeball, remarking, "When we return to Rome City, I'll have you shed a few pounds." Just as Juahan was about to check the attributes of the Spike Dragon King, his phone vibrated incessantly. He answered the call to hear Teacher Zhou's excited voice on the line. "Juahan, do you know? The seahorse prices have skyrocketed." Juahan, taken aback, asked, "Skyrocketed? What do you mean, Teacher Zhou?" Realizing that his words might have been unclear, Teacher Zhou clarified. "You asked me to procure seahorses and dragon scales this afternoon, right? I utilized all the connections within the Zhou family to secure reservations for the largest seahorse farms nationwide, and contracts have been signed. After the martial arts exam this afternoon, the price of seahorses surged from 1 million dragon coins to 2 million, and it shows no signs of stopping. The owners of those farms have been calling me, hoping I could take fewer seahorses, but once the contract is signed, there's no turning back. Juahan, we are going to strike it rich," Teacher Zhou said, a sense of pride evident in his tone. Though Juahan had anticipated the price increase following the martial arts exam, hearing the news still brought a smile to his lips. "Are you free tomorrow, Juahan? My father would like to meet you," Teacher Zhou said, a hint of shyness in his voice. "Tomorrow? I'm returning to Rome City. I won't have time," Juahan replied nonchalantly. "Oh, I see. That's all right. I've been quite busy lately. Once things settle down, I'll come to Rome City to see you," Teacher Zhou said, visibly relieved. "All right, when you come to Rome City. I have a few matters I'd like to discuss with you in person," Juahan replied coolly. "Very well, then. Until next time in Rome City," Teacher Zhou said happily. The next day, just as Juahan and his companions were about to depart, King Xiong approached with a red wedding invitation in hand. Juahan stared blankly. "What is this?" King Xiong slowly explained. "It's an invitation to Wanin's engagement banquet, which will take place in a week. He hopes you can attend." Juahan, incredulous, responded, "Wanin? He's getting engaged so soon? Well, I'll be there." After King Xiong left, Yihei spoke up. Zhuahan, you should go with us. It would be good to have company. Zhuahan looked at Yihei, questioning, why is Wanin getting engaged so quickly? Isn't he supposed to wait a few more years? That's how it is in prominent families. This time, it's a union between the Yuan and Lung families. Yihei replied nonchalantly. The Lung family? Zhuahan recalled King Lung Bing, asking with curiosity, is it from their lineage? Yes, Wanin is engaged to Lung Bing's sister, Lung Luluo, Yihei stated matter-of-factly. Lung Bing's sister? She must be quite mature by now, Zhuahan remarked, slightly incredulous. She's not too old. I've heard Lung Luoluo is 21 and a sophomore at the Imperial City Pokemon University. Moreover, it's said that Wanin and Lung Luoluo are childhood sweethearts. Yihei added with a hint of mischief. Childhood sweethearts? Zhuahan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Regardless, I'll just attend the banquet. The journey was filled with casual conversation with Yihei, making the time pass swiftly. Upon returning to Jiangnan province, Zhuahan did not linger but hurriedly bid farewell to Yihei and Yi Xinghua, eager to return to Rong City. By the time they arrived in Rong City, it was already afternoon. Zhuahan and Zhou Xiaowu had just disembarked from their Pidgeot when they found themselves surrounded by excited locals. A loud voice boomed. Our top scholar has returned. Set off the firecrackers. At that moment, everyone who heard the call rushed out to see Zhuahan. And the sound of firecrackers erupted as people cheered, Top scholar! Top scholar! Zhuahan is the pride of Rong City. In that instant, Zhuahan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. It wasn't until the crowd dispersed that he and Zhou Xiaowu made their way home. As Zhuahan pushed open the door, he was greeted by a table filled with delicious dishes, and his parents sat there, eagerly awaiting his return. Upon seeing Zhuahan enter, his father quickly stood up and said, Ahan, you must be hungry. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Zhuahan watched as his father skillfully poured a drink, while his mother brought him chopsticks. Observing the gray strands in his father's hair, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache thinking of his father's past struggles. As Zhuahan's father raised the drink and noticed his son's reddened eyes, he gently inquired, Ahan, what's the matter? Zhuahan took a deep breath and replied softly, It's nothing, Dad. I'm just very happy. His mother, chopsticks in hand, chimed in, What are you two whispering about? Come on, eat before the food gets cold. After dinner, Zhuahan lay in his room, contemplating plans for the future development of Rong City. He realized that for now, he would have to wait for teacher Zhou to arrive in Rong City to discuss matters in detail. Opening the Pokemon forum, Zhuahan was bombarded with messages, and he was unsurprised to find that they were mostly about his Spike Dragon King's Mega Evolution. Among the posts, one caught the most attention. Zhuahan turned the seahorse into a Pokemon I can't afford, thanks to his Mega Spike Dragon King, accompanied by a crying emoji and a screenshot of a 100k deposit slip, with many comments below mocking the situation. Additionally, a group of analysts was discussing the strength of the Mega Spike Dragon King, concluding that it is not inferior to demigods. Due to the rapid increase in seahorse prices, many others were posting about fishing at the lakeside, stating, I'm at Taihu Lake, and I want to leave until I catch a seahorse. Any fishing buddies? After reading through the plethora of messages, Zhuahan was suddenly struck by the idea of hosting an auction to sell items that do not exist in this world. Given his current capabilities, he felt confident that he could manage it without any issues. This would not only allow him to earn money, but also stimulate the economic development of Rong City, a truly win-win situation. Now, he merely awaited the League's formal appointment letter to set his plans in motion, a vivid vision of a prosperous Rong City unfolding in his mind. Suddenly, the Pokemon egg in the incubator began to shake vigorously, piquing Zhuahan's interest. What is this? He hurriedly took the egg and placed it on the table. The shaking intensified until cracks began to appear, first one, then two, and three, before a blinding white light erupted. Once it faded, a small Ralts emerged. Chapter 77, Capturing the Overlord Blastoise. Ralts slowly opened its eyes and gazed at Zhuahan. He carefully cradled Ralts in his arms, and the red horn on its head sensed Zhuahan's warmth, causing it to settle comfortably and fall asleep. In that moment, Zhuahan caught sight of Ralts' data panel. Pokemon, Ralts. Gender. Current strength, beginner. Attribute, Psychic Fairy. Aptitude, infinite. Insight, excellent. Trait, synchronization. Skill, teleportation. Affection level, 255. Favorite, Zhuahan. From within the shadows, Lanira gazed upon the diminutive Rayquaza, maternal instincts surging as she addressed Zhuahan. Zhuahan, I wish to bestow a blessing upon this little one. Zhuahan, momentarily taken aback, soon rejoiced, exclaiming, What must I do? You need only place her upon the table. Lanira replied nonchalantly. Gently, Zhuahan set Rayquaza upon the table, and Lanira slowly emerged from his shadow, her ruby-like eyes fixated on Rayquaza for an extended period. Suddenly, Rayquaza became enveloped in psychic energy, gradually levitating into the air, during which the little creature emitted cooing sounds as if lost in a dream. When all returned to tranquility, Rayquaza slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Juahan and Lanira. Abruptly, a tender voice echoed in Juahan's mind. "Daddy, I'm so hungry." Juahan, noticing Rayquaza's eager gaze, swiftly exchanged a bottle of milk from the system for her. Delighted, the little one drank heartily, only to doze off again before finishing half. Lanira, observing the sleeping child, gradually returned to the confines of Juahan's shadow. Gently, Juahan cradled Rayquaza and placed her upon his bed, tucking her in. At this moment, Rayquaza exhibited distinct changes. Pokemon, Rayquaza. Gender, current strength, intermediate. Attribute, psychic fairy. Aptitude, infinite. Insight, excellent. Trait, telepathy. Skills, teleportation, psychic, illusion beam, charming voice, shadow clone, meditation. Affection level, 255. Favorite, Juahan. Upon witnessing this, Juahan could only think, the divine beast's blessing is indeed formidable. The following morning, Juahan was roused by a sweet voice in his mind. "Daddy, Dad," calling him softly. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld the tiny Rayquaza atop his blanket. "Good morning, Rayquaza," he greeted. The shy little Rayquaza gazed at him and said, "Dad, I'm hungry. Little Rayla wants milk." Juahan shook his head, feeling more awake, and replied, "Just wait a moment. I'll get it for you right away." He promptly exchanged another bottle of milk for her. As Rayquaza drank with delight, Juahan's heart swelled with affection, gently stroking her hair. Rayquaza beamed at Juahan, declaring, "I love Daddy the most." However, the newly hatched Rayquaza, still fond of slumber, soon fell asleep again, and this nap lasted until noon. Once she awoke, Juahan cradled her and descended the stairs. Upon exiting the room, Juahan hastened towards the secret realm. Inside, the dominant Blastoise sensed his presence and gradually opened the entrance. Juahan stepped through the fissure. Upon entering the secret realm, he released his other two Pokemon, Kingdra and Dratini. Juahan quickly addressed Kingdra. "This is your sister, Rayquaza. You must take good care of her." Kingdra, noticing Rayquaza shyly peeking from behind Juahan's leg, vowed to protect his sister. Dratini also nodded firmly at Rayquaza. Gaining courage, Rayquaza approached the two dragons, babbling excitedly. Once they had acquainted themselves, Kingdra and Dratini joined the training regimen. Juahan nodded approvingly at Kingdra's profile. Pokemon, Kingdra. Gender, current strength, mid-level champion. Attribute, water dragon. Aptitude, infinite. Insight, excellent. Trait, sniper. Skills, water gun, bubble, smoke screen, surf, hydro pump, scald, rain dance, dragon breath, dragon pulse, Draco meteor, aqua jet, blizzard, ice beam, protect. Charge. Affection level, 255. Favorite, Juahan. Juahan then glanced at the distant Blastoise, basking in the sun, assessing its data. Pokemon, dominant Blastoise. Gender, current strength, half-step champion. Attribute, water. Aptitude, excellent. Insight, good. Trait, torrent. Skills, water gun, bubble, surf, hydro pump, scald, rain dance, water pulse, waterfall, shell smash, rapid spin. Hydro cannon, blizzard, ice beam, hail, bite, dark pulse, waterfall, earthquake, light screen, hyper beam, mist, yawn, snore, sleep talk. Favorite, sunbathing. Juahan, upon observing Blastoise's impressive profile, thought, "No wonder you're the elder turtle. Your prowess is extraordinary." He then retrieved a beautifully crafted box from the system, opening it to reveal a much larger dragon-type law crystal than the one from Jiangnan province. After securing the crystal, Juahan approached dominant Blastoise, who regarded him with curiosity as it continued to bask in the sun. Suddenly, Juahan spoke. "Elder turtle, would you like to become my Pokemon?" Blastoise paused, contemplating for a moment, before gesturing towards the playful Squirtless nearby. Juahan swiftly understood. Blastoise was concerned for the safety of the Squirtless. "You need not follow me constantly. You can remain here, but I will require your strength when I embark on missions," Juahan assured. With that, Blastoise nodded in agreement. Juahan exchanged a heavy ball and captured Blastoise, the Pokeball shaking vigorously as Juahan's heart raced. Finally, with a satisfying ding, Juahan exclaimed, "I have captured dominant Blastoise." Rayquaza mimicked Juahan's excitement, squealing joyfully. Upon opening the heavy ball, Blastoise returned to the water, resuming its sunbathing as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 78, Lord of Rong City. The following day, early in the morning, a group of leaders from Jiangnan province, accompanied by officials from Qing City and Jiaodonglai, arrived at Zhuahan's residence. Zhuahan's parents, upon noticing the influx of visitors, hastily prepared water and fruit to entertain them. Hearing the commotion, Zhuahan hurried downstairs, whereupon the crowd congratulated him. "Zhua, your appointment letter has arrived. Who would have thought the president would reinstate the long-dormant position of city lord? It seems we shall now refer to you as Lord Zhua." Upon hearing the esteemed guest's words, Zhuahan graciously replied, "Oh, it is but an empty title. I shall rely on your guidance in the days to come. Indeed, your achievement as the martial champion has brought significant positive influence to our Jiangnan province. Henceforth, the resources from the alliance will exceed those of previous years, all thanks to you." The governor of Jiangnan province expressed with delight. After the discussions concluded and the dignitaries departed, Zhuahan's parents, still in disbelief, exclaimed, "Ahan, the president actually appointed you as city lord. Is this a dream?" Zhuahan calmly reassured them, "You are not dreaming. The appointment letter remains." His parents re-examined the document, their excitement bubbling over. "It truly is the city lord. Our Zhua family has produced a city lord." Suddenly, Zhua's father, with a serious demeanor, addressed Zhuahan, "Now that you are the lord of Rong City, you must prioritize the greater good and refrain from any unlawful behavior. Do you understand?" Zhuahan spoke earnestly, "Rest assured, Father, I shall diligently cultivate the prosperity of Rongqing. I shall steer clear of any illicit activities. Rongqing will only flourish from here on." Upon hearing Zhuahan's words, Zhua's father exhaled a sigh of relief. "That is indeed good to hear." Outside, a group of neighbors clustered together, indulging in gossip. "Do you know who those individuals were that just emerged from Zhuahan's home?" one asked. "I recognized Mayor Zhao among them, but the others seem familiar, yet I can't quite recall who they are." "Oh, who else could they be? Surely they are officials. Now that Ahan has excelled as a martial champion, they must come to pay their respects," his aunt replied nonchalantly. "Speaking of officials, it just struck me that the man at the forefront was the governor of Jiangnan province, and the one behind him is the mayor of Qingshi. My heavens, no wonder they looked so familiar. I've seen them countless times on television, but this is the first time I've encountered them in person," the neighbors exclaimed excitedly. "Ahan is truly remarkable. To have such high-ranking officials visit him. I wish my child could achieve even half of what he has. What's more, I overheard them discussing how they intend for Ahan to become the Lord of Rongqing." "The Lord? Is that true? It has been ages since anyone held that title. If Ahan truly becomes the Lord, he will have the final say in Rongqing. I can assure you, I witnessed it firsthand. The appointment letter is currently at Ahan's residence. Shuemei truly bore a splendid son. It's a pity I have only given birth to a boy. Otherwise what? If Ahan becomes the Lord, none of the girls here would be worthy of him." Unbeknownst to Zhuahan, who was oblivious to the chatter of the neighbors, he briefly spoke with his parents before slipping out through the back door and heading straight to the secret realm. Today marked the final shedding of skin for the mini-dragon, as it was on the cusp of evolving into a Hakron, and Zhuahan could not afford to be careless. Upon entering the secret realm, Zhuahan released the mini-dragon, which swam anxiously back and forth. Zhuahan continually reassured it, allowing the mini-dragon to gradually calm down as it prepared to shed the last layer of its constraints. The Kamacourage followed closely behind, emitting their characteristic cries. Finally, after much writhing, the mini-dragon's final layer of skin began to peel away, emitting a brilliant white light. Once tranquility returned, a Hakron, with a more elongated physique than the mini-dragon, appeared before Zhuahan. The Hakron sported small wings atop its head, and a mysterious gem on its neck showcased an air of elegance. Suddenly elated, the Hakron soared into the sky with a triumphant cry, causing dark clouds to gather. And rain began to fall, an indication of its rain dance ability. It then twirled rapidly, forming a tornado, demonstrating its tornado skill, followed by a powerful tail strike against a nearby tree, Dragon Tail. After releasing its skills, the Hakron slowly descended to gaze at Zhuahan. Zhuahan's right eye immediately displayed the data on the Hakron. Pokemon, Hakron, gender, current strength, high advanced, type, dragon, potential, infinite, intelligence, excellent, ability, Marvel scale, skills, Dragon Rage, Roar, Tail Whip, Tackle, Electromagnetic Wave, Bind, Rain Dance, Tornado, Dragon Tail, Water Tail, Dragon Dance. Affinity, 250. Favorite, Milk. Noting Zhuahan's silence, the Hakron wrapped its body around him. Zhuahan, gazing into the Hakron's lively eyes, remarked, "I never imagined that even after evolving, you would still be that little glutton." At these words, the Hakron turned its head away in annoyance, though its eyes occasionally darted towards Zhuahan's hands. When Zhuahan retrieved a large jar of milk, The Hakron swiftly coiled its agile tail around it, gleefully indulging in its contents. Zhuahan also released the spiky Dragon King and the little Ralu Lacei to let them witness the mini-dragon's evolution. Little Ralu Lacei gazed at the Hakron with envy, her eyes sparkling with dreams of her future form, suddenly shyly tugging at Zhuahan's trousers. The spiky Dragon King nodded in approval, finally having grown up, allowing him to train with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, upon seeing the spiky Dragon King, the Hakron joyfully abandoned the milk and swam over to entwine itself around the spiky Dragon King. The spiky Dragon King shouted to Zhuahan, who, observing the scene, waved his hands helplessly, saying, "Spiky Dragon King, I can't do anything about it. You'll have to manage this yourself." Hearing Zhuahan's words, the spiky Dragon King cast a resentful glance at the jubilant Hakron, reflecting on the unreliability of trainers, ultimately feeling burdened by the responsibilities. The Kamacourage collectively displayed expressions of envy. The dominant Blastoise, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but reminisce about its own past. Meanwhile, overseas, a lion-like Pokémon had been running for quite some time when it suddenly sensed something amiss, vanishing from its location. A black Pokémon resembling Lunala materialized where the lion-like creature had just been, pondering briefly before also disappearing without a trace. Chapter 79. Detailed discussions on development. News of Zhuahan's appointment as the Lord of Rongqing spread swiftly, stirring a whirlwind of excitement among the townsfolk, who eagerly sought to verify the truth of the rumor. It wasn't until Mayor Zhao Donglai convened a town hall meeting that the authenticity of the announcement was confirmed. Zhuahan was once again elevated to the pedestal of Rongqing's admiration. However, as the news proliferated, few outside Rongqing believed in Zhuahan's capability to fulfill the role of Lord, including Zhao Donglai, given Zhuahan's youth. According to Zhao Donglai, while Zhuahan possessed remarkable talent as a trainer, he lacked the experience necessary to effectively manage a town. Zhuahan, aware of his shortcomings, conferred with Zhao Donglai, proposing that the town's affairs remain under Zhao's stewardship while he focused on employment and economic issues for the citizens of Rongqing. However, when Zhuahan introduced his plan for 9 years of compulsory education, Zhao Donglai coldly dismissed it, citing the town's lack of financial resources to provide free education. Furthermore, Zhao Donglai found Zhuahan's proposal for a universal trainer program even more absurd. While theoretically sound, it was impractical given Rongqing's current circumstances, akin to attempting to become a glutton overnight. Zhao Donglai perceived Zhuahan as a mere dreamer who failed to consider the realities of action. Yet Zhuahan remained resolute in his plans, infuriating Zhao Donglai to the point that he declared Rongqing would be doomed under Zhuahan's leadership before storming out. Zhuahan, aware that his proposals were ambitious, understood that Zhao Donglai's skepticism stemmed from a lack of comprehension, and he believed that once his vision was realized, Zhao would grasp his intentions. The following day, Zhuahan promptly requested that the town's clerks compile statistics on the number of local students, their ages, and their parents' employment statuses. After much contemplation, Zhao Donglai sighed, acknowledging Zhuahan's youthful fervor and desire to contribute to Rongqing. He resolved to allow Zhuahan to pursue his ambitions, thinking that when the time came for Zhuahan to face the consequences of his plans, he would understand the challenges, and at that point, he could offer assistance, though he wondered how much Rongqing would have changed by then. For 2 consecutive days, Zhuahan remained silent, prompting Zhao Donglai to consider whether Zhuahan had finally come to realize the impracticality of his plans and was ready to abandon them. Was Zhao Donglai's suspicion accurate? In a milk tea shop within Rongqing, Zhuahan reflected deeply as he gazed at Teacher Zhou before him. Teacher Zhou excitedly informed Zhuahan that, following the price hike of the Ink Sea Horse, their family was subtly emerging as the 5th family of the imperial capital. Currently, the Ink Sea Horse was predominantly available through their family, and its supply was still insufficient to meet the demand, which had far exceeded that of the 3 major families. Teacher Zhou also planned to allocate a third of the profits from the Ink Sea Horse to Zhuahan. Suddenly, with a cheerful demeanor, Teacher Zhou inquired about the matter Zhuahan had wanted to discuss in detail last time. Zhuahan replied, "I am preparing to produce top-tier energy cubes myself." "What?" Teacher Zhou exclaimed, his initial excitement giving way to alarm, for he understood that the emergence of top-tier energy cubes would inflict a significant blow to other energy cubes, consequently jeopardizing their family's standing. Observing Teacher Zhou's reaction, Zhuahan calmly stated, "Of course, we can still collaborate on this. After all, we've worked together for quite some time. Although there have been some unpleasant moments along the way, we've managed to resolve them, so I do not wish to make this a complete severance." After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Zhou responded, "Then tell me how we can collaborate." Zhuahan took a sip of his bubble tea and slowly proposed, "I will provide the formula, we will handle the production line, and your family will handle the sales." We keep 80 of the profits, and the remaining 20 will belong to your family. Teacher Zhou pondered for a long while, but ultimately found it difficult to make a decision. He stepped outside to make a phone call. Approximately 20 minutes later, Teacher Zhou returned, visibly relieved, and said to Zhuahan, "We agree to your terms. When shall we commence production so we can announce it?" Zhuahan replied, "In a few days, once I make the necessary preparations. Naturally, I will need a bit of funding from you in advance to set up the production line." With a smirk, Teacher Zhou remarked, "You're thinking of establishing a production line without any funds? I must say, I admire your audacity, Zhuahan. You pursue your ideas without hesitation. But why should I provide you with money in advance?" Zhuahan was momentarily taken aback. Teacher Zhou was not adhering to the usual norms. Seeing his bewilderment, Teacher Zhou joyfully suggested, "How about you marry me? That way, the Zhou family will be entirely yours." With that, Teacher Zhou shyly lowered her head, awaiting Zhuahan's response. Not having heard her clearly, Zhuahan inquired, "Teacher Zhou, you spoke too quickly. Could you repeat that?" Blushing furiously, Teacher Zhou retorted, "All you think about are energy cubes and money. Can't you show some concern for other matters? I'm in dire need of funds. The energy cubes are evidently lucrative. How could I possibly let go of that opportunity? I was once a lone wanderer, which was manageable. But now I am the lord of Rong City, and I must consider the welfare of its people and contribute to its development." Zhuahan replied earnestly. Teacher Zhou recalled Zhuahan's aspirations voiced that day at the hotel, and to her astonishment, she realized Zhuahan was swiftly turning his dreams into reality, earning her respect. "Very well, I will instruct Uncle Zhou to transfer the funds to you shortly, considering your urgent need for money. I will also send you the 3% profit from the Ink Sea Horse directly," Teacher Zhou said nonchalantly. Zhuahan was taken aback by Teacher Zhou's grand perspective and quickly expressed, "Teacher Zhou, you are truly one of the most valued individuals in my life. Having a partner like you is a stroke of fortune for me. Henceforth, I will seek you out for any promising business opportunities." "Really, Zhuahan? Am I that significant to you?" Teacher Zhou asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Absolutely. You are the most pivotal person in the turning point of my life," Zhuahan responded earnestly. At this, Teacher Zhou could no longer contain herself and immediately rose, her face flushed, and dashed out. Zhuahan called after her, "Don't forget to transfer the money. I need it urgently." He then took another sip of his bubble tea and murmured, "What is up with her? We were having a good conversation, and then she just ran off." Truly, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. As night fell and the golden moon ascended, casting its gentle glow over the houses, a sudden vibration from his phone disrupted the tranquility. Zhuahan quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket, and the vibrations continued until he received the information. He stared at the transfer records, each entry amounting to 200 million dragon coins, and to his astonishment, there was even a second page. After meticulously calculating, he concluded that the total reached an astounding 30 billion dragon coins. This newfound wealth instilled Zhuahan with renewed confidence to uplift Rong City from its impoverished state. The following morning, he arrived at the city office alone. The staff, recognizing the Lord's presence, hesitated to mention the office hours. Instead, eagerly inquired if Zhuahan required assistance. He promptly stated his intention to establish a processing plant for elven food and requested the necessary approvals. The staff immediately began processing his request, and after securing several stamps, Zhuahan successfully obtained the processing permit and other requisite documents. He then called Yishio to inform him about acquiring land for the factory, and Yishio swiftly resolved the issue. With all necessary paperwork and land secured, Zhuahan advertised for construction workers in Rong City's employment group. He also obtained the production line blueprints from Teacher Zhou, ready to commence production as soon as the workers were assembled. Local construction workers, noticing the lucrative wages Zhuahan was offering, eagerly applied. Familiar with the skilled laborers in his community, Zhuahan efficiently arranged the workforce and promptly purchased materials. With financial resources pouring in, the production line began to take shape impressively. Upon hearing the news that Zhuahan was establishing a production line for elven food, Zhao Donglai was left speechless, finally sighing. Let him be. After directing the operations, Zhuahan prepared to attend Yuan Wanan's wedding in the imperial capital, entrusting the construction to his father while hastily flying to meet Yi He in Jiangnan. Zhuahan's father diligently followed the instructions left by his son, utilizing local laborers who, already receiving higher wages than those elsewhere, worked diligently. Meanwhile, Zhuahan reunited with Yi He and the others, preparing for their journey to the imperial capital. Noticing that everyone had prepared gifts, he suddenly realized he had forgotten his own. After some contemplation, he decided to gift Yuan Wanan the dragon-type law crystal. He resolved to bring back a law crystal for his hacker dragon later, opting for a law crystal of the sky extreme instead. After borrowing an empty gift box from Yihei, he placed the dragon-type law crystal inside and prepared to set off. Yihei, noticing the crystal in the box, gasped. Zhuahan, what type of law crystal is this? It's a dragon type. What of it? Zhuahan replied casually. Goodness, why aren't you using it for your Spike Dragon King? Do you realize how crucial law crystals are for enhancing elves? Yihei exclaimed quickly. My Spike Dragon King has already utilized something superior. This dragon-type law crystal holds no particular benefit for me, Zhuahan answered nonchalantly. Yihei gazed at Zhuahan's indifferent expression and murmured, You truly are quite the opulent individual, Zhuahan. Should you ever encounter any surplus of rule crystals, would you be so kind as to bestow them upon me? Of course, if they happen to possess extraordinary powers or are of a fairy origin. That would be even more splendid. What a fanciful thought, Yihei. I have only recently acquired a new ralts for myself, Zhuahan replied nonchalantly. Even if I had more, they would be reserved for my cherished companion. What? Zhuahan, you too possess a ralts? My uncle recently took a Sableye egg, claiming it was a gift for someone. It originated from the Qing city. Surely, it couldn't be intended for you? Yihei inquired, his surprise evident. Indeed. This ralts was hatched from an egg gifted to me by Yixiao, Zhuahan stated earnestly. Yihei suddenly glanced around and whispered to Zhuahan. Is your ralts male or female? Taken aback by the oddity of the question, yet feeling compelled to respond, Zhuahan replied, She is a female. Why do you ask? Upon hearing this, Yihei suddenly exclaimed, No? Why must the heavens treat me thus? Zhuahan, startled by Yihei's outburst, swiftly pulled him away as the onlookers regarded them with puzzled expressions. What on earth has gotten into you, Yihei? Zhuahan asked, vexed. Female, female. Yihei muttered to himself. Eventually, the arrival of Yi Xinghua broke Yihei's awkwardness, presumably feeling the need to maintain composure in the presence of elders. The three of them boarded a flying sculpture and made their way to the imperial capital. After an extensive conversation, Zhuahan finally discerned Yihei's troubles. It appeared that Yihei's Sableye was a cross-dressing individual. However, Zhuahan found himself unable to provide any resolution to such matters. At last, prompted by Yi Xinghua, they arrived in the imperial capital, and Yihei, shaking off his earlier gloom, cheerfully remarked to Zhuahan, I anticipate a plethora of beautiful ladies will be present. You must seize the opportunity. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrived at the Yuan residence. The Yuan family had preserved their traditional heritage, with a grand estate adorned with 2 statues of fiery lions at the entrance, and the interior was festooned with lanterns, creating an atmosphere of vibrant red. Upon presenting their invitation, they were admitted without incident, greeted by bustling matrons whose faces radiated joy. As they approached Steward Yuan, who was tallying gifts, each presented their offerings. Since they were all in gift boxes, the steward refrained from opening them on the spot, merely noting them as exquisite packages. Once they completed the tally, Xiong appeared before the steward, bearing gifts as well. Spotting Zhuahan, Xiong enthusiastically clapped him on the shoulder and exclaimed, You've become the city lord. This calls for a celebratory drink. The gathered crowd turned their attention to Zhuahan, realizing he was this year's martial arts champion. With Xiong words echoing in their minds, they approached Zhuahan with compliments, exclaiming, Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Zhuahan humbly replied, Oh, it is merely the favor of the association president. The crowd nodded in agreement, convinced of Zhuahan's potential for greatness, privately encouraging their unmarried daughters to engage with him more. Chapter 81, The Wedding Escape. Suddenly, a loud announcement echoed, and the groom made his entrance. Yuan Wanin, dressed in a vibrant red ensemble and wearing a subtle smile, greeted the guests. Congratulations poured forth from the attendees, praising, Wanin is truly remarkable. He is destined for greatness. Though Yuan Junjun understood the flattery, he felt an unusual sense of joy today. Watching Yuan Wanin in his striking red attire, he reminisced about his elder son's wedding, thinking, Eldest, can you see? Wanin is about to establish a family. You can rest easy now. Yuan Tianlong, glancing at the elder, mused. Eldest brother would surely be overjoyed to know Wanin is marrying. Xiong seizing the moment, pulled Wanin aside for a drink, saying, Nephew, you must indulge in a few more drinks tonight, or else your uncle shall not let you off easily. Suddenly, a woman nearby seized Xiong ear, demanding, Xiong explain yourself. Just how much do you intend for my nephew to drink? Xiong sensing the distress in her voice, protested, But today is a joyous occasion. My dear wife, at least grant me some leniency. Another loud voice rang out, announcing, The auspicious hour has arrived. Please, groom, welcome the bride into the chamber. Upon hearing the call, Wanin set down his drink and prepared to greet Lung Luoluo. He took his best man with him and drove the wedding carriage towards the Lung residence. Yuan Junjun signaled the steward to follow closely behind, ensuring Wanan's safety. The steward understood the cue and trailed behind Wanan. Yuan Tianlong then rose to attend to the guests. At the Lung household, Lung Bing checked the time and felt it was nearly time. He entered the inner room to find his sister, Lung Luoluo, expressionless as she adorned herself. Her beautiful face bore no hint of a smile. Pity filled Lung Bing's heart as he addressed his sister, Luoluo, "Do not be this way. Today is your joyous day. Wanan will be here to take you shortly. You must find happiness in this moment." "Why, sister?" "Father knows I do not favor Wanan. I consider him a brother. I have someone I truly love, and I do not wish to marry Wanan. I beg you, please help me." Luoluo cried desperately. "Luoluo, it is too late for such words. Wanan is already on his way. It is not that I am unwilling to assist, but as members of the Lung family, certain matters cannot be altered. Father's decisions come with their own burdens. Moreover, you have grown up with Wanan. You know his character well. He will treat you kindly." Lung Bing consoled her. "No, I refuse. While Wanan is indeed a good person, I have no feelings for him. I only see him as a brother." "Sister, I implore you, help me escape," Luoluo pleaded. "Do you grasp the gravity of your words? Today, the Yuan family has invited all the prominent families of the imperial capital to celebrate your wedding to Wanan. If you were to vanish, we would have no way to explain ourselves to the Yuan family. Do you wish to see our family fall into decline?" Lung Bing said sternly. Recognizing that her sister would not relent, Luoluo resigned herself, saying, "Very well, I will marry." Hearing her acceptance, Lung Bing felt a wave of relief. "I am glad you have come to terms with this. Wanan is truly a fine match." Suddenly, a loud voice announced, "The groom has arrived. Please bring forth the bride." "Luoluo, quickly retouch your makeup. I will step out to handle matters," Lung Bing urged. Upon emerging, Lung Bing found Wanan waiting at the door, albeit blocked by several of Luoluo's friends. Zhu Qing, noticing Lung Bing, whispered, "How is Luoluo faring?" Lung Bing replied softly, "Luoluo has agreed to marry Wanan." Hearing this, Zhu Qing sighed in relief, recognizing that if Luoluo had resisted, the situation would have become exceedingly uncomfortable. With all obstacles cleared through monetary means, Yuan Wanan finally laid eyes on Lung Luoluo, who emerged in her resplendent red attire, a red veil draping over her head. Wanan stepped forward to take her hand, mimicking their playful interactions, yet his heart raced with anticipation, far from the calm demeanor he usually exhibited. A floral sedan chair awaited her at the entrance. As Yuan Wanan assisted Lung Luoluo into the chair, for servants commenced the traditional procession to carry it. Yuan Wanan's carriage followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Lung Bing directed the female relatives and friends of the bride towards the Yuan residence. The flower palanquin, initially swaying precariously, soon began to move with surprising agility. And the bearers, feeling an inexplicable lightness, thought little of it. Thus, a grand procession departed from the Lung family, making its way towards the Yuan household. Suddenly, the steward trailing behind detected something amiss with the palanquin and swiftly stepped forward to halt its progress. The four bearers found themselves at a loss. Yuan Wanan, noticing the steward's urgent intervention, hastily descended from the carriage and inquired, "Old Lin, what brings you here? What is the meaning of this?" Seeing the concern etched on Yuan Wanan's face, Old Lin spoke in a hushed tone. "The old master instructed me to keep an eye on the young master. I sensed something was amiss with the palanquin, hence my intervention. I hope the young master will not hold it against this old servant." Having lived in the household for many years, Yuan Wanan was well acquainted with Old Lin's character and nodded in understanding. Old Lin then announced loudly, "Everyone, take a moment to rest. The Yuan family has a few words to convey to the young mistress." With a mere glance, he signaled to the long-serving attendants, who promptly retreated. Cold Bing and Zhu Qing, witnessing the unusual commotion, quickly dismounted and approached the front. Old Lin gently addressed the palanquin, "Pardon the young mistress, but the old master has some messages for you. May I have the honor of your attention?" When Old Lin observed that cold Luoluo remained unresponsive for an extended period, he grew more convinced of his suspicions and abruptly declared, "I beg your pardon, young mistress." With swiftness, Old Lin lifted the curtain of the palanquin, peering inside, only to find it utterly vacant of the bride. A wave of perspiration broke out on his palms as he lowered the curtain and approached Yuan Wanan. "What is happening? Old Lin, is everything all right?" Yuan Wanan asked, a note of concern in her voice. Old Lin leaned in close, whispering, "Young master, there is no sign of the young mistress within the palanquin." "What?" Yuan Wanan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the palanquin. Without hesitation, she rushed to the front and threw open the curtain, revealing an empty palanquin indeed. Chapter 82. Heartbroken. At the Yuan residence, Yuan Junxian grew increasingly worried as he awaited the return of his grandson. Brother, do not fret, Su Junxian reassured him. You have worried enough over the years. Surely Wanan can handle this minor matter. Perhaps they are merely caught in traffic. Come, let us drink. By the time we finish this cup, they may very well arrive. Yuan Junxian, without further thought, joined Su Junxian in toasting. Meanwhile, Cold Bing and Zhu Qing hurried to the palanquin, demanding, "What is the meaning of this, old Lin? If we miss the auspicious hour, the old master will surely lay blame upon us." Humph, you fear the old master's ire. Yet your Cold family truly excels at this. An empty palanquin on the day of the wedding, with the bride nowhere to be found. I fear your family shall bear the burden of this responsibility, old Lin retorted coldly. Upon hearing old Lin's words, Cold Bing rushed to inspect the interior, confirming the absence of her sister. What is going on? Luo was personally escorted to the palanquin, and there was no pause along the way. How could she simply vanish? Cold Bing exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. What could have happened? Perhaps it was the work of an ill-intentioned individual, old Lin replied coolly. Zhu Qing scrutinized the palanquin and ultimately detected a surge of supernatural energy within. Stepping back from the palanquin, Zhu Qing approached her friend Cold Bing and stated, teleportation. Cold Bing's eyes widened in realization, recalling that Luo had recently requested a substantial sum of money for an urgent matter. Suddenly feeling disoriented, Cold Bing urged, "We must dispatch more people to search." Without a top-tier teleportation ability, she could not have traveled far. She must still be nearby. Old Lin's words served as a reminder to Cold Bing, and Zhu Qing, recognizing the gravity of the situation, released their respective spirits to search the vicinity. Old Lin summoned his three-headed dragon spirit to soar through the skies alongside Yuan Wanan in their search. Meanwhile, Cold Luo, having utilized a spirit acquired from the black market, escaped the palanquin. She had arranged to elope with her senior if her family opposed the union, planning to meet atop a mountain near the capital and flee to a town where no one knew them. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Cold Luo gazed toward the other side, where a breath of freedom awaited her. She gently released her spirit, the ivory pig, and mounted it, directing the creature to ascend the hill. The ivory pig galloped swiftly, reaching the summit in no time. Cold Luo dismissed the spirit and waited in quiet anticipation for her senior, raising her eyes in prayer to the heavens. As moments passed, the absence of her senior weighed heavily on her heart. Memories of their joyful times together flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her red attire uncontrollably. In the sky, Yuan Wanan spotted a figure in red on a mountaintop, prompting old Lin to direct the three-headed dragon to fly closer. Cold Bing and Zhu Qing, guided by their spirits' keen senses, hurried to the summit as well. Upon the dragon's descent, Yuan Wanan regarded Cold Luo silently, but old Lin's attempt to approach was halted by Yuan Wanan. At last, Cold Bing found her sister atop the mountain. Seeing Luo's disheveled state and soiled red attire, she said with reddened eyes, "Why did you go to such lengths?" Cold Luo could no longer contain her emotions. Throwing herself into Cold Bing's embrace, weeping, "Why? Why did he deceive me? He promised to take me away. He said he loved me. Why?" Once her emotions had subsided, Cold Luo forcibly composed herself, breaking free from Cold Bing's hold. She turned to Yuan Wanan and, in a subdued tone, asked, "Do you love me, Wanan?" Taken aback, Yuan Wanan stammered, "Of course I do. I have liked you since childhood, Luo." Cold Luo closed her eyes tightly, inhaled deeply, and slowly declared, "I agree, Wanan. After today, I shall be your bride." Yuan Wanan, elated, exclaimed, "Is that true, Luo? Then let us return." Cold Luo glanced at the moon atop the mountain, wiped away her last tear, and nodded. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group, as Cold Luo once more ascended the palanquin, veiling herself in red fabric. Old Lin signaled for the bearers to resume their duty. The wedding procession then continued on its way. In a small chamber, a middle-aged man observed a bloodied young man bound to a chair and said slowly, "Did I not warn you long ago to stay away from my daughter? Why do you persist in ignoring my words? Do you truly believe any stray cat or dog can marry my daughter? Today, we nearly fell into crisis because of you." The man exited the room, gesturing to his subordinates. "I do not wish to see this man's shadow in the capital ever again." Instantly, the room was filled with the young man's anguished cries. Outside the city of the capital, in a desolate area, a swarm of dark crows circled the skies as several subordinates tossed the bloodied man out like refuse. The crows, eager to feast, descended rapidly, prompting the subordinates to mutter, "What a stroke of bad luck. Let us hurry back and report." Once the vehicle had departed, countless dark crows flocked toward the bloodied man. only to be startled away by a wild cat that pounced fiercely, determined to claim the meal for itself. Just as it was about to indulge, a flame erupted, repelling the feline and revealing a chandelier-like spirit before it. The wild cat, sensing the danger, wisely retreated into the nearby grass. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged, dragging the young man away from the scene. At the entrance of the Yuan residence, a loud announcement pierced the air. The bride has arrived. The ceremony shall commence. A faint smile finally graced the face of Old Master Yuan. Yuan Wanan, hand in hand with Lung Luoluo, approached Yuan Champion with deliberate steps, while the entourage from the bride's side took their seats alongside them. In a sudden moment, Teacher Zhou spotted Zhuahan amidst the crowd and hurried over to share a table with him. Zhuahan, taken aback at seeing Teacher Zhou, remarked, "What brings you here?" With a hint of irritation, Teacher Zhou replied, "For goodness sake, my Zhou family is somewhat renowned in the capital. Do you think Yuan Champion's grandson would not extend an invitation to us? I was merely at the bride's side moments ago. But you, how did you end up here after winning against Yuan Wanan at the martial examination?" "I have no idea. It was Yuan Wanan who invited me." According to King Xiong, Zhuahan responded nonchalantly. Suddenly, a sharp voice commanded, "Perform the bowing ceremony." This interruption silenced the surrounding chatter as all eyes turned to the newlyweds. Yuan Wanan and Lung Luoluo first bowed to heaven and earth. The couple bowed before a grand statue that split the sky. Second bowed to the high hall. They bowed to Old Master Yuan and Lung Bing, the latter standing in for Lung's father, who was unwell and hospitalized. Mutual bow between husband and wife. Yuan Wanan and Lung Luoluo exchanged a low bow. However, Old Master Yuan's gaze fell upon a small patch of dirt on the bride's gown, and then he noticed the mud on the soles of her shoes, causing his expression to shift uncomfortably. Some astute guests noticed, but dared not voice their observations. To the bridal chamber. A group of matrons ushered Lung Luoluo into the prepared room, while Wanan remained to continue the toasting. Many guests began raising their glasses, and Old Master Yuan pretended nothing was amiss as he drank. Zhuahan noticed the speck of dirt as well, but chose to remain uninvolved, instead indulging in the celebratory feast with Yihei. As the wedding banquet concluded, Old Master Lin leaned in to murmur something in Yuan Champion's ear. Yuan Champion waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This matter is settled. Regardless of the past, Luoluo is now a member of our Yuan family. I do not wish to hear any further discussions about it." Lin nodded and swiftly departed. Zhuahan observed the guests, finding few familiar faces, while Yihei had abandoned camaraderie to pursue the ladies. A number of young women from smaller families approached Zhuahan, yet they were repelled by Teacher Zhou's icy glare. As the saying goes, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold, especially on Yuan territory. The guests merely raised their glasses to Yuan Wanan without pressuring her to drink excessively. However, Wanan's tolerance was woefully inadequate, and after just a few sips, her cheeks flushed crimson. Feeling sympathy for his niece, Yuan Tianlong quickly intervened to shield Wanan from further drinks. Eventually, the matrons of the Yuan household escorted Wanan, who was swaying, to her chamber. Half-dazed and barely conscious, she approached her bride sitting on the bed and gently lifted the red veil, stating, "No matter what the future holds, I shall protect you, Luoluo." As soon as the words left her lips, she collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Lung Luoluo gazed at the fallen Yuan Wanan, letting out a soft sigh, murmuring, "Perhaps this is fate's cruel jest. Senior, we are fated yet ill-suited. After tonight, you shall be Mrs. Yuan." She lifted the unconscious Yuan Wanan, struggled to remove her red cloak, and with effort, laid her on the bed. Gently, she pressed the button to extinguish the light, gradually unfastening her own red attire, a narrative that could fill 1,000,000 pages. At the door, the matrons waited for the room to darken and the slightest sound to report back to Yuan Champion. In a dimly lit room, a man slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, murmuring, "Was I not dead? Where's this?" Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared before him, saying, "We saved you, kid. Who are you?" "Wait, Luoluo. How is she?" The man thrashed wildly, but the pain immobilized him. "Stop thinking about it. Lung Luoluo is now married into the Yuan family. Likely in the bridal chamber as we speak," the shadowy figure teased. "Impossible. I must find her." The man roared in despair, struggling against his pain. "Give it up. Even if you could move, you wouldn't be able to enter the Yuan residence, let alone seize the grandson's wife." "What a delusion," the shadowy figure scoffed. Finally succumbing to tears, the man lamented, "What should I do? I am but a broken shell." "Do you seek revenge?" the shadowy figure asked coolly. "Revenge? I must have revenge. It's all because of Lung Feng." The man's teeth clenched as memories of Lung Feng's betrayals resurfaced. He looked pleadingly at the shadowy figure. "Please, Tell me how to exact my vengeance. I would pay any price. With your current strength, you wouldn't even be able to defeat their servants. However, I possess a secret method that can rapidly enhance your power, though it is rather cruel. Are you willing to use it? The shadowy figure replied. Without hesitation, the man declared, if it means revenge, what is cruelty to me? I will practice it. Think carefully. Once you engage with this method, you will be ostracized by the Dragon Nation Alliance, the shadowy figure cautioned. The man chuckled bitterly. In my current predicament, do I have any choice? Huh, you're sharp. Here, take this. The shadowy figure tossed a tome titled Ghostly Secrets to him. Now, rest and recuperate. We will handle your physical ailments, and, once you are healed, we will send you the means to cultivate. Remember, from now on, you are a member of our ghost organization and must obey its directives. With that, the shadowy figure vanished from the room. The man's face twisted with rage as he vowed, Lung family, Yuan family, I will have you dead. Overseas, a man in black contemplated the intelligence in his hands, murmuring, the president of the Dragon Nation has actually appointed Zhuahan as the city lord. It seems my suspicions were correct. The Bai family and Zhou family matters are undoubtedly tied to Zhuahan. After the gathering dispersed, Yihei had vanished, and Zhuahan accepted teacher Zhou's invitation to visit the Zhou family. Upon seeing Zhuahan, Zhou Luo praised, what a remarkable young man, truly deserving of this year's martial champion title. I hear the president has entrusted you with managing Rome City, where our Zhou family has a modest stake. If you require anything, do not hesitate to command. We will do our utmost. Well, I must be off to rest and shall not intrude on your youthful exchanges. Ziruo, do ensure you treat Zhuahan well, Zhou Luo said before departing swiftly. Only Zhuahan and teacher Zhou remained, exchanging awkward glances. Zhuahan had anticipated such a situation and was momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, teacher Zhou broke the silence, inquiring about the progress of the production line. Alleviating the tension in the air, Zhuahan finally found a topic to engage in an animated discourse with teacher Zhou about his aspirations for the future development of Rongqing. Teacher Zhou listened quietly, seemingly cherishing this moment as one of the most beautiful times in her life. Eventually, after speaking fervently to the point of exhaustion, Zhuahan seized the cup of water on the table and took a hearty gulp. Unbeknownst to him, teacher Zhou had been so captivated by his words that she inadvertently placed her cup in front of his after finishing her drink, choosing not to retrieve it for fear of disturbing him. Upon noticing Zhuahan drinking from the cup she had just used, teacher Zhou's face flushed crimson, her mind racing with thoughts of whether this could be considered an indirect kiss. Zhuahan, observing the sudden blush on teacher Zhou's face, instinctively placed the back of his hand against her forehead, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. He remarked, how hot? Teacher Zhou, could it be that you have a fever? In a fluster, teacher Zhou retorted, you're the one who's being inappropriate. I won't speak to you anymore. With that, she hurried back to her room, leaving Zhuahan bewildered in the living room. After some contemplation, he figured that Yihei should have returned by this time. He stood up and informed the housekeeper. Your young lady seems to have a fever. Your family should have the necessary medicine. Please ensure she drinks plenty of warm water. I'm leaving now. Upon hearing that Miss Zhou was unwell, the housekeeper promptly rushed to teacher Zhou's room, knocking on the door and saying, Miss, I have brought the fever medicine. Quickly take it with this warm water. Teacher Zhou, seeing her maid at the door with the medicine and hot water, shouted loudly, Zhuahan, just wait. From now on, never come to me with requests again. Chapter 84, University Enrollment. Upon exiting the Zhou residence, Zhuahan felt an invisible chill that struck his nostrils, prompting an involuntary sneeze as he murmured, which mythical beast is missing me now? Zhuahan called Yihei at the hotel, only to find the line constantly busy. Even Yi Xinghua was nowhere to be found, leaving him no choice but to book a room for himself. The next day dawned bright and sunny, with sunlight streaming through the uncurtained window, awakening Zhuahan with its brilliance. Slowly, he sat up on the hotel bed, momentarily lost in thought. After 2 or 3 minutes, he began to stretch, brush his teeth, wash his face, and tidy himself up. Descending to the lobby, Zhuahan indulged in the hotel's complimentary breakfast, determined not to miss this meal. After finishing, he returned to the front desk to check out. Just as he stepped out of the hotel, he received a call from Yihei, who insisted that since they were in the capital, they should complete their enrollment application first. Zhuahan agreed, realizing that returning later would be a hassle, and hailed a taxi to the Elven University of the capital. The driver, having been in the taxi business for over a decade in the capital, was well acquainted with the area, thanks to his shortcuts. Zhuahan arrived at the university's entrance in under 20 minutes. Upon alighting, he spotted Yihei, who resembled a playful panda with his sunken eyes. At that moment, Yihei looked like a frail patient, his face pale and emaciated, especially as he squatted at the university entrance. One hand clutching a cup of soy milk while hastily shoving a bun into his mouth. He hardly resembled a candidate for this year's martial arts examination. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a loser. Yihei, noticing Zhuahan approaching, waved enthusiastically without a hint of self-awareness, calling out, "Over here, Zhuahan." "Over here." Zhuahan approached and scrutinized Yihei, commenting, "Yihei, you've changed quite a bit overnight." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yihei replied, "I might have overindulged last night. I'm not sure what happened afterward, but I woke up like this." He quickly added, "Forget about that. Let us get registered." Zhuahan nodded in agreement, and the two made their way to the enrollment office. Although the Elven University of the capital had yet to commence classes, it was bustling with students. Many less affluent families opted to remain on campus due to the free facilities and treatment offered by the university. A senior at the enrollment office immediately recognized Zhuahan and cheerfully stated, "Martial Champion, your registration office is inside. There will be a designated sign for you to follow." After thanking her with a nod, Zhuahan proceeded inside. Yihei, meanwhile, found himself somewhat disheartened as the senior scrutinized his photograph, sternly asking, "How can you prove you are Yihei? You bear no resemblance to the photo at all." Yihei was quite irritated, wondering how he could possibly prove his identity, nearly leading to a confrontation. Thankfully, a recruitment officer from the university arrived and, after a lengthy comparison with the photo, confirmed that Yihei was indeed who he claimed to be. Zhuahan followed the signs to the second floor of the recruitment office, where he encountered a female officer. Politely, he knocked on the door. "Come in," came a crisp voice from within. Upon entering, the officer immediately recognized Zhuahan and set down her cup of tea. Saluting him, Zhuahan returned the gesture. The officer then said, "Martial Champion, are you here to register?" Zhuahan nodded, inquiring about any pertinent details. The officer explained, "The military department of Elven University only enrolls one student each year, namely, the Martial Champion. Upon enrollment, you will be directly assigned to the Alliance's search officers, earning substantial military merit points, though this comes with corresponding responsibilities. Social trainers must accompany the military to suppress unknown secret realms at least twice a month. College trainers must do so at least once a month. As for the Martial Champion, you will need to accompany the military at least 4 times a month. If there are missions, each one will reduce your visits to the secret realms accordingly. Contributions made during each entry into these realms will be tallied by the military, with merit points awarded, which can be exchanged for treasures or entry into special secret realms, among other rewards." At last, Zhuahan understood that being the Martial Champion was a double-edged sword, fraught with peril. The officer handed him a device resembling an electronic watch, stating, "This is the merit point tracker. It will log your tasks and points, and you can also view available rewards." Zhuahan accepted the high-tech gadget, donned it, and bid farewell to the officer before exiting. He knew he needed to manage his upcoming 2 months of downtime wisely. Outside, Yihei awaited Zhuahan, and upon seeing him, exclaimed, "So, how did it go? Was the registration smooth? I noticed so many attractive seniors. No wonder it's the Elven University of the capital. I'm growing more excited about student life in 2 months." Zhuahan replied slowly, "Yes, I, too, look forward to life in 2 months. Let us hurry back to Rongqing." For reasons unknown, Zhuahan felt a subtle yet palpable sense of pressure within his heart. When he and Yihei finally found Yixinghua, they discovered he had just awakened, rubbing his drowsy eyes and lamenting, "The after effects of that alcohol are truly overwhelming. I only had a couple more drinks." "Oh, one must admit defeat to age." Yihei nodded vigorously, saying, "Uncle, I understand completely." Yixinghua, eyeing Yihei's comical demeanor, delivered a swift kick to his backside, exclaiming, "Understand? What do you know? Get away from me. Your presence is irritating." Zhuahan couldn't help but be amused by Yihei's antics. As Yixinghua donned his suit, adjusted his tie, and styled his hair, he was finally ready to embark on the journey back to Jiangnan. Zhuahan increasingly recognized the significance of possessing a flying Pokémon, his thoughts turning to the diligent training of his Dratini in hopes of its swift evolution into a Dragonite. At that moment, an Arcanine gracefully descended before the trio, and they quickly mounted it, soaring back towards Jiangnan. Chapter 85, Collective Enhancement. Zhuahan politely declined Yihei's invitation, citing some lingering matters in Rong City, prompting the Arcanine to continue its flight towards Rong City. By the time they returned, twilight had begun to settle. Upon arriving home, Zhuahan inquired about the progress of the production line with his father. His father, beaming with satisfaction, replied, "Everything is proceeding as you instructed, and we anticipate completion within 2 months." Relieved, Zhuahan entrusted the matter to his father's capable hands. After dinner, feeling somewhat fatigued, Zhuahan lay in bed, contemplating how to best utilize the next 2 months. At the Yuan residence, Yuan Jun, observing his granddaughter-in-law, waved his hand, and the nearby servants instantly understood his unspoken command. Swiftly disappearing from sight, Yuan Jun looked at Lung Luoluo and said softly, "Luoluo, I have watched you grow since childhood, and I have always been fond of you. Good night. You lost your parents at a young age, which made you somewhat reticent, but now that you have an, I entrust my good wishes to you. May you both cherish your days together and avoid any disputes." Lung Luoluo replied gently, "As your granddaughter-in-law, I will surely understand and ensure a harmonious life with an." Yuan Jun nodded, saying, "Then I shall not disturb your rest." At the Lung household, Lung Bing finally exhaled in relief. The events of the night had nearly frayed her nerves, but thankfully, the outcome was favorable. Luoluo had successfully wed an. In a hurry, Lung Bing rushed to the hospital to share the joyous news with her father, Lung Feng. The next morning, Zhuahan was roused from slumber by the soft sounds of his father rising, despite the minimal disturbance. Peering through the window, he observed the dim light of dawn, and checking his phone, he noted it was precisely 5 a.m. Stretching, he prepared to rise. After washing up, he gently closed the door behind him and stepped outside. A gentle breeze brushed against him, invigorating his senses. Upon reaching a hilltop, he spotted workers already laboring at the production line. Zhuahan hurried to the secret realm, intent on rigorously training his Pokémon to prepare for the new challenges awaiting him in 2 months. He released all of his Pokémon, including the majestic Blastoise, who reluctantly joined the training despite its initial hesitance, now recognizing Zhuahan as its trainer. Zhuahan outlined the events anticipated in 2 months, exaggerating the dangers of the unknown realm to instill a sense of urgency in his Pokémon. Seeing their serious expressions, Zhuahan nodded in approval, achieving the desired effect. He then accessed the system to exchange for numerous resources, aiming for a significant enhancement of his Pokémon's abilities. Initially, he spent 800,000 points to obtain a crystal of the law of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, which he presented to Dratini. The latter swiftly accepted the crystal with its tail, treating it with utmost reverence. Other Pokémon looked on enviously, causing Dratini to hastily swim away to absorb the power in solitude. The remaining Pokémon gazed at Zhuahan with eager anticipation. He reassured them, "Fear not, everyone shall receive their share, so be patient." Subsequently, he exchanged another 800,000 points for a crystal of the law of Palkia, handing it to Kingdra, who had likely absorbed the previous one by now. Kingdra took the crystal to the nearby lake to commence absorption, yearning for strength to protect Zhuahan. Meanwhile, a small Ralts fixed its wide eyes on Zhuahan, nuzzling into his embrace. Zhuahan quickly reassured, "Do not worry, little one, you will not be forgotten." After checking the system again, he spent another 800,000 points to acquire a crystal of the law of Mew, which the little creature joyfully clutched close, glancing around excitedly. Upon further inspection, Zhuahan discovered an item beneficial for Lunala, a crystal of the law of Necrozma, priced at 2 million points. Despite the steep cost, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Soon, a radiant crystal appeared in his hand. Sensing its presence, Lunala involuntarily emerged from Zhuahan's shadow, drawn to the crystal. "What is this?" she inquired curiously, instinctively recognizing her need for it. With a smile, Zhuahan replied, "This is meant for you. Go ahead and absorb it." Lunala responded happily, "Then I shall accept it." As she absorbed the crystal, her eyes glowed with a blue light, gradually diminishing the crystal until it vanished entirely. "I feel the laws within me stirring. My strength seems to have increased." "Thank you, Zhuahan," she expressed joyfully. "Oh, we're like family, no need for thanks." "I'm just glad it helps you," Zhuahan replied, equally pleased. "I must contemplate the laws now," Lunala stated, and in an instant, she returned to Zhuahan's shadow. Lastly, noticing the eager and envious gaze of Blastoise, Zhuahan promptly exchanged another 800,000 points for a crystal of the law of Kyogre, presenting it to Blastoise. Delighted, Blastoise held the Kyogre crystal, then retrieved the Suicune crystal from its shell, joyously smiling as it embraced its new treasure. Blastoise then called over the largest Squirtle from the group, earnestly handing over the Suicune crystal while expressing something heartfelt. After a few tears were shed, the Squirtle accepted the crystal. Blastoise nodded at Zhuahan, murmuring something before diving into the lake to absorb its power. Zhuahan also exchanged 200,000 points for Blastoise's Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone, planning to present them after Blastoise finished absorbing the crystal. In total, Zhuahan spent 5 million points that day. equivalent to 540 million dragon coins. Yet, he felt no regret. What use was wealth in this world if it did not contribute to the strength of his Pokémon? Which was the true path to dominance? Chapter 86. Zhou Xiaowu joins the military a month later in Rome City. Zhuohan continued his routine of training in the secret realm. Passing the production line, he noted significant progress. Completion was expected within a month, with workers chatting and laughing as they toiled. Within the secret realm, Zhuohan's Pokémon had absorbed the crystals of the legendary Pokémon for a month. Notably, Blastoise had successfully broken through to champion level after absorbing the Kyogre crystal, while Ralts evolved into Curlia after absorbing the Mew crystal. However, post-evolution, the once affectionate Ralts now shyly stood quietly beside Zhuohan, blushing at his presence. Whenever Kairu Lian commenced her training, Lunala would emerge from Zhuohan's shadow to instruct her in the mastery of her psychic abilities. Kairu Lian diligently absorbed this knowledge, thereby establishing herself as Lunala's little apprentice. Meanwhile, Hakron, after assimilating the crystallized laws of the legendary Pokémon, successfully broke through to the elite level and grasped the advanced skill known as agility. Her modest aspiration was to swiftly evolve into a Dragonite, enabling her to soar gracefully through the skies for extended periods. One couldn't help but wonder what fueled Hakron's yearning. Zhuohan even speculated whether one of Hakron's parents might have been a bloodwing dragon. As always, Cacturn remained committed to his training. After absorbing the second crystallized law of Perukia, he became more proficient in utilizing the technique known as spatial rend, elevating his strength to the upper echelon of the champion class. After arranging for the training of his Pokémon, Zhuohan redirected his focus to the unique ability known as Aura. He contemplated that future missions would inevitably present unusual circumstances. If he could wield his Aura as an offensive weapon, akin to what he had witnessed in anime, it would substantially enhance his tactical advantages. Consequently, Zhuohan began to meditate on the lawn, striving to harness and concentrate the power of Aura in his hands before releasing it. Although the logic was sound, the execution proved to be exceedingly challenging. Each time he endeavored to channel the energy into his hands, it inexplicably dissipated. After numerous attempts, Zhuohan felt a sense of futility. As twilight approached, he recalled his Pokémon and returned home. Upon arriving home, Zhuohan noticed Zhou Xiaowu's parents engaged in a serious discussion with his own mother, their expressions marked by distress. The moment Zhou's mother spotted Zhuohan, she hurried over to him, exclaiming, "Zhuohan, you must persuade Xiaowu not to enlist." "What?" Zhuohan exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation that Zhou Xiaowu intended to join the military. Zhou's mother, visibly anxious, implored, "Zhuohan, you two have been close since childhood, and now Xiaowu refuses to heed our words. Please, help us dissuade him. He has become utterly obstinate about enlisting." Zhuohan recognized the gravity of the situation. While he had previously discussed the responsibilities of a trainer, the dangers faced by soldiers in the Dragon Kingdom were far greater. They were frequently dispatched on missions to explore enigmatic realms and develop new territories. Each year, the death toll among soldiers in these realms accounted for a significant portion of the total fatalities, and given Zhou Xiaowu's national ranking, he was more than capable of attending the prestigious Pokémon University in the capital. Thus, Zhuohan was genuinely startled by Zhou Xiaowu's decision. Without pausing for a meal, he rushed with Zhou's mother to Zhou Xiaowu's home. Upon seeing Zhuohan approach, Zhou Xiaowu greeted him with a smile. "What brings you here?" "Did my mom come to your house?" Zhuohan replied earnestly, "This matter of you enlisting is no laughing matter. You must consider it carefully. With your current performance, attending the Pokémon University in the capital is well within your reach. Why the sudden desire to join the military?" Zhou Xiaowu, with sincerity, responded, "Because I want to protect those I care about." Zhuohan remained silent for a long moment before suggesting, "Attending the university can also enhance your strength." Zhuohan, which known champions haven't been forged in the crucible of the military? Even champions like Zhu Qingtian and Lung Bingshan spent years honing their skills in the army before truly becoming part of the Elite Four. As for Xiong Er and Yuan Tianlong, their rise from the military is well known. "I don't wish to live with regrets, Zhuohan. Can you understand me?" Zhou Xiaowu declared earnestly. Zhuohan nodded. "Since you have made your choice, as your brother, I will support you. When do you leave?" "In a few days. Instructor Zhao will come to escort me and help me adapt to military life," Zhou Xiaowu replied nonchalantly. Zhou Xiaowu continued, I'm just saying if I were to sacrifice myself for our country, could you look after my parents?" His voice trembled slightly. "Zhou Xiaowu, there is no if in my presence. Not even Giratina could take you from me. I assure you, the responsibility of caring for your parents is one you must shoulder yourself." "I do not have the time for that," Zhuohan stated firmly. Zhou Xiaowu's eyes reddened as he responded, "Yes, I cannot burden others with my parents. Zhuohan swiftly exchanged Mega Evolution Stones and Keystone for Macamp from the system, then turned back to Zhou Xiaowu. Now that you are determined to enlist, consider this as my protective charm for you. He handed the Mega Evolution Stones and Keystone to Zhou Xiaowu, saying, I obtained these by chance and intended to give them to you when you went to the Pokemon University in the capital. But it seems more prudent to present them to you now. Zhou Xiaowu opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by Zhuohan's gesture. You needn't be so formal. Fatty, we are brothers. Let us not dwell on such matters. Familiarize yourself with Mega Evolution as it will grant you additional strength in the military. Hearing Zhuohan's words, Zhou Xiaowu ceased his resistance and nodded with teary eyes. The two then reminisced about their mischievous childhood antics, laughing heartily together. As Zhuohan stepped outside, he saw Zhou's mother, her face etched with worry, and said apologetically, Auntie, I did my best, but Xiaowu has chosen to enlist. Zhou's mother, on the verge of tears, lamented, how could this happen? Had I known, I would never have allowed him to become a trainer. After all the effort to get him into a good school, why must he enlist? What are we to do? Zhuohan quickly reassured her, Auntie, do not fret. Xiaowu's desire to enlist might also be a blessing. One cannot always view things from a negative perspective. Perhaps he will achieve great success. Success? I never considered that. I only wish for Xiaowu to be safe. Zhou's mother wept. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaowu appeared at the doorway, calling out, Mom, I will survive. I promise I will come back. Zhou's mother could no longer contain her tears, and Zhou Xiaowu rushed forward to embrace her, both shedding tears freely. Chapter 87. Farewell. At last, the day arrived for Zhou Xiaowu to enlist. From a distance, Zhuohan and the others spotted Zhao Dongrong driving a pickup truck accompanied by several young soldiers. Zhou Xiaowu waved enthusiastically to greet Zhao Dongrong, who, upon arriving at Zhou Xiaowu's residence, also noticed Zhuohan and his companions. They immediately approached, exclaiming, Instructor Zhao. Zhao Dongrong, visibly pleased, remarked, Excellent. You little rascals have not brought me shame, especially you, Zhuohan. I never expected this year's martial arts champion would be you. I told my comrades I trained you, and they thought I was bragging, haha. All right, enough of the chit-chat. Zhou Xiaowu, fall in. Zhao Dongrong commanded sternly. Zhou Xiaowu responded with equal seriousness, New recruit. Zhou Xiaowu, reporting for duty. Zhao Dongrong nodded approvingly. All right, get in the vehicle. We have others to pick up, so let us not waste time. Zhou Xiaowu glanced at his hesitant parents from a distance, suddenly kneeling before them. After a long moment, he slowly stood and entered the pickup truck. Zhuohan could not help but inquire about the conditions in the realms, and Zhao Dongrong, aware of Zhuohan's concerns, whispered reassuringly, Rest assured, Zhuohan. This kid is quite the gem for the military this year. You must understand that those who make it onto the national rankings are exceptional talents, but few choose to enlist. The leadership in the army is thrilled to have him. They would never let him come to harm. Upon hearing Zhao Dongrong's words, Zhuohan felt a wave of relief wash over him. That's good to hear. After exchanging farewells with the group, Zhao Dongrong swiftly climbed into the pickup, and the driver turned the vehicle around, slowly heading off into the distance. Li Xiao and Pan Wu stood still, watching Zhou Xiaowu depart, reflecting on his determination to carve out his own path. What about themselves? Zhuohan observed them and mused that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Li Xiao, Pan Wu, Pan Wan, along with whom Meng and Lan Xiaodai, would likely end up at Jiangnan Spirit University, while Huang Ting would probably enroll at Goddess Capital Spirit University. In the distance, Zhou's mother, witnessing her son's departure, could no longer contain her sorrow and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Zhou's father hurriedly scooped her up and carried her back inside, with Zhuohan and the others rushing to assist. After the doctor evaluated her condition, it was determined that there was no serious issue, merely an overwhelming sadness that required a few days of rest, allowing everyone to finally exhale in relief. After a while, Zhou's mother gradually regained consciousness, and Zhou's father reassured her, saying, My dear, you are not gravely harmed. Everyone should return home now. I will take good care of you here. Nodding in agreement, Zhuohan and the others departed together. Once outside Zhou Xiaowu's home, they exchanged farewells and went their separate ways. Zhuohan, feeling somewhat dejected, made his way into the secret realm. Meanwhile, far away in the imperial capital, a series of alarming incidents unfolded. Half a month prior, a little girl had reported that her spirit had vanished after being allowed to play outside. Many dismissed her claims, attributing the disappearance to her insufficient care for the spirit. However, a string of subsequent spirit vanishings caught the attention of the Alliance. Some elders from the Elder Council dispatched official spirit investigators to address the matter, but they returned empty-handed. The perpetrator grew increasingly audacious, transitioning from targeting spirits without combat abilities to now capturing intermediate-level spirits, causing unrest among the citizens of the imperial capital who angrily criticized the Alliance for their ineptitude in handling the situation. Due to the mounting public discontent, the Elder Council reluctantly reported the situation to the president. The president furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the issue, and quickly assigned Zhuoqing to investigate further. Zhuoqing promptly took charge of the case. As expected of a top-tier investigator, the very next day she uncovered clues indicating that the culprit initially targeted spirits devoid of combat prowess and had now progressed to capturing intermediate ones, with victims predominantly residing in remote areas. Based on these leads, Zhuoqing swiftly identified several secluded households. After requesting additional personnel from the Alliance, they lay in ambush around these locations. Days passed without a peep, leading Zhuoqing to question her approach, until the next day brought news of a high-tier spirit's mysterious disappearance, confirming her suspicions that the adversary had evolved. The assailant was now capable of capturing high-tier spirits. Yet Zhuoqing grappled with the identity of this individual and the purpose behind the vanishing spirits. Were they being sold or utilized for something else? If it were the former, high-tier spirits would hardly obey another trainer's commands. The situation escalated further, prompting the president to summon the remaining 4 top-tier trainers from the secret realm to conduct a thorough investigation of the case. As the 4 gathered, Zhuoqing recounted the developments of the past few days, leaving them visibly troubled. While they exhibited no hesitation in matters of combat, the prospect of solving a mystery akin to this left them perplexed. Xiong interjected, "Zhuoqing, why don't you and Lung Bing hash this out? Old Yuan and I are not well versed in such matters. Just tell us what to do when the time comes." Zhuoqing, slightly irritated, replied, "Aren't we supposed to discuss this together? Why are you passing the buck?" Xiong retorted impatiently, "Honestly, this year has been strange. First, the ghost organization, and now a theft issue. What is going on?" "Wait a moment," Zhuoqing said thoughtfully. "Could this be related to the ghost organization?" Suddenly, Lung Bing spoke gravely. "From the initial disappearance of low-tier spirits to the current high-tier ones, it indeed resembles the methods employed by the ghost organization for cultivating spirits. Might these vanished spirits have been completely drained of their life energy, rendering them untraceable?" Lung Bing's observations only deepened Zhuoqing's conviction of a link to the ghost organization. In a dimly lit room, a man gazed contentedly at the dream demon beside him. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Is this what power feels like? I never anticipated such a swift ascension to elite status. Cold family, are you prepared?" Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared before him, speaking slowly. "For now, keep a low profile. The 4 kings have been summoned back. Wait until the storm passes before making your move." The man scoffed at the shadowy figure. "What of the 4 kings? Give me time, and I will surpass them all." The shadowy figure warned gravely, "Do not underestimate the 4 kings. Ignorance of their strength could lead to your downfall." "Humph. I understand," the man replied, somewhat disgruntled. Chapter 88. Rising Tide's days rolled by without any sign of the perpetrator, prompting the 4 kings to reluctantly report their findings to the president. The president, furrowing his brow, remarked, "This situation is becoming increasingly troublesome. Everyone in the imperial capital knows you 4 are investigating this matter. The culprit will likely refrain from striking again for a while." Zhuoqing stated plainly, "The assailant lurks in the shadows while we remain exposed. This is highly unfavorable. If this truly is linked to the ghost organization, allowing them to operate unchecked could inflict tremendous damage on our Dragon Nation alliance." The president, regarding Zhuoqing with a serious expression, inquired, "Do you have any viable strategies?" Zhuoqing responded with equal gravity, "Since they fear us, we should spread false rumors of a disturbance in a secret realm, claiming that the 4 kings have been dispatched to resolve the issue. We can pretend to leave the imperial capital while covertly investigating. I believe the assailant will inevitably resurface within 3 or 4 days." The president pondered for a moment before addressing the other 4 kings. "Do any of you have alternative suggestions?" The 4 kings shook their heads, agreeing, "Let us proceed with Zhuoqing's plan." Seeing no other options, the president nodded. "Then we shall follow Zhuoqing's strategy. Let us hope to apprehend the culprit once and for all." That night, outside Yuan's residence, the man gazed from a distance at Lung Luoluo, who sat gracefully within. Her long hair coiled as she gazed at the moon in the night sky. The man murmured, "It won't be long now, Luoluo. This time, no one will tear us apart." The following day, as expected, upon receiving word that the 4 kings would return to quell the disturbance in the secret realm, the man felt an excitement coursing through him. In the secret realm, Zhuohan's rigorous training in the aura had finally borne fruit. With his eyes tightly shut, he focused intently, and a small orb of blue energy materialized in his hand. Zhuahan shouted, "Aura bomb launch." The orb of blue aura was propelled forward, leaving the surrounding spirits in awe, as if questioning, "Master, are you also a spirit?" Paying no mind to their astonishment, Zhuahan examined the impact site of his aura bomb and sighed. "It seems I must continue to refine my skills." Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the group of came turtles. Zhuahan and the dominant Blastoise turned their gazes toward it, and as the light faded, a new Blastoise emerged from among the came turtles. Zhuahan speculated that this Blastoise must be the one that had acquired the Water Sovereign Crystal. The came turtles gazed at the newly transformed Blastoise with envy, showering it with admiration, while the dominant Blastoise looked on with pride. Only the newly evolved Blastoise shyly touched its head with its flipper, calling out, "Blastoise, Blastoise." At the border of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance, a lion-like spirit leapt through the air, disappearing entirely in an instant, followed by the equally elusive Necrozma. The station's soldiers and spirits remained blissfully unaware of this occurrence. Overseas, a figure clad in black chuckled heartily at the intel provided by the Shadow Man, exclaiming, "Well done. This pawn will prove invaluable. Do not let him perish too easily." The Shadow Man nodded before vanishing from the room. With a subtle wave of his hand, the figure in black stated, "Phantom, it is your time to shine." A striking woman then appeared before him, respectfully inquiring, "What commands does my master have for me?" The figure in black replied coolly, "Retrieve what rightfully belongs to you, and then contact me." Phantom nodded and vanished into the ether. As night fell, the man found himself deep in contemplation within the dimly lit room, the shadows of his own darkness guiding him forth. Ultimately, desire triumphed over reason, and like a famished hunter, he began his search for prey in the Imperial City. Following recent events, the citizens had been advised against releasing their spirits for fear of attracting the attention of a murderer, resulting in a noticeable absence of spirits in the streets. The man searched diligently, but found no suitable quarry. Suddenly, he spotted a man swaggering down the street with a Charizard. Nearby women urged him to recall his spirit to avoid drawing the killer's gaze. The man, however, dismissed their warnings, arrogantly declaring, "If the killer dares to approach me, he will soon learn the might of Charizard." The well-meaning women ceased their pleas, merely shaking their heads in dismay. The man, having heard the trainer's brazen words, kept his eyes fixed on the Charizard's trainer until he vanished from view, after which he leisurely followed. He soon observed the Charizard trainer walking alone through an alley in the Imperial City, smiling to himself and murmuring, "Tonight's prey has presented itself." Just as he was about to strike, he realized the Charizard trainer was intently watching him, grinning as he spoke. At last, you could no longer resist emerging. The Charizard trainer promptly released a Mightyena and triggered a signal. Upon seeing this, the Elite Four rushed to the source of the signal. The Mightyena focused intently on the man, and he recognized the trap laid before him. Swiftly, he unleashed a Dusknoir, commanding, "Use your secret technique to absorb Mightyena's life energy." The Mightyena, with a fierce bark, leapt and clamped down on Dusknoir. The man stared in disbelief as his once invincible Dusknoir was swiftly incapacitated by the Mightyena. Sweat dripped down his back, soaking his shirt. He thought, "No, I cannot be captured. I must seek vengeance." Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the alley, causing the Charizard trainer to feel a sense of foreboding. The man then felt a cold hand seize him, whisking him away from the scene. When the fog dissipated, the murderer was nowhere to be found, prompting the Charizard trainer to exclaim in frustration, "Damn, we were so close." Upon the arrival of the Elite Four, the Charizard trainer immediately reported the incident. The Elite Four furrowed their brows, realizing that the murderer had accomplices, making them even harder to apprehend. It seemed they would need to devise a new plan, as the murderer would likely remain hidden for the foreseeable future. Chapter 89, In the Shadows. In a dim room, the Shadow Man coldly addressed the man. "I instructed you not to venture out during this period, yet you chose to ignore me. Do you truly understand the nature of the alliance? If it weren't for your remaining usefulness, you would have already been caught." The man slowly began to comprehend, lowering his head as he replied, "I deserve this. I failed to heed your words. Thank you for saving my life today. I vow to repay you." "Enough of these meaningless words," the Shadow Man retorted. "Focus on assisting the organization. Your efforts will not go unrewarded." Finally, the man felt a genuine sense of relief, swearing to make them pay for their misdeeds. Days later, the Imperial City saw no further incidents of missing spirits. Unbeknownst to the citizens, who believed the Alliance had resolved the issue, no official announcement had been made. As days passed without recurrence, life gradually returned to normal for the people of the Imperial City. Within the Alliance, following the murderer's escape, The Elite Four recognized that he was now lurking like a frightened bird, unlikely to strike again soon. They reluctantly reported the situation to the president. Based on the information from the Charizard trainer, the president concluded that this was indeed a retaliation from the Phantom organization. In the Zhou household, teacher Zhou received a phone call informing him that his elder sister would soon return, and he eagerly shared this news with his father, Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Why is your sister returning so unexpectedly? Wasn't she previously reluctant to come back?" Teacher Zhou replied joyfully, "Father, must you be so suspicious? Surely, her reluctance stemmed from not having fully enjoyed her time abroad. Now that she is returning, so there is nothing to ponder." After a moment's thought, Zhou Luo nodded, realizing there was no reason for concern about his daughter. The following evening, teacher Zhou happily led a woman who bore a striking resemblance to him back home. The older servants recognized the long-absent eldest daughter and bowed in greeting, saying, "Welcome home, miss." "Welcome back, second miss." The new servants were taken aback, now realizing that the woman, who looked so much like teacher Zhou, was indeed the eldest daughter of the family. Zhou Min glanced at the servants and remarked lightly, "It seems a few of the elders still remember me. Perhaps I do have some standing in this household?" Teacher Zhou quickly responded, "What nonsense. You have always been a part of the Zhou family. How could you lack status? Enough of this chatter. Little sister, let me go meet father," Zhou Min said with a calm demeanor. Teacher Zhou joyfully nodded and replied, "Father will be particularly delighted to see you." Upon entering the hall, Zhou Luo caught sight of Zhou Min, who had not returned in ages, and felt somewhat awkward. Zhou Min, too, was teary-eyed from the long absence. The two locked eyes for a moment before Zhou Luo, his eyes reddened, uttered, "It's good to have you back." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Zhou Min rushed into Zhou Luo's embrace, exclaiming, "Dad, I've missed you so much." Teacher Zhou, standing nearby, felt tears of joy streaming down his face. After dinner, Zhou Luo asked, "Will you be going out again soon?" Without hesitation, Zhou Min replied, "Previously, I was too young and naive. Now that I am older, it is time for me to contribute to the family." Zhou Luo nodded in agreement, pleased. Teacher Zhou added cheerfully, "Eldest sister, your return is truly timely. Do you have any idea how many matters I've had to personally oversee for the family? My days have been consumed with work, leaving me no time for myself. With you here to share the burden, I can finally breathe a little easier." "Well, little sister, since eldest sister has just returned, there are many things she may not understand about the family. I hope you can take the time to teach her thoroughly," Zhou Min said lightly. "Not at all, eldest sister. It is my duty to assist you. There is nothing to trouble yourself over," Teacher Zhou replied, still beaming with happiness. "Very well, Ziru, please take your elder sister to rest, as it is quite late. Your sister has just returned today and must surely be exhausted. We can discuss matters tomorrow," Zhou Luo said, a hint of fatigue in his voice. Observing this, Teacher Zhou accompanied Zhou Min upstairs, where the servants had already neatly prepared clean bedding. Meanwhile, the man, reluctantly departing the imperial capital at the suggestion of the Shadow Man, set off for another city to enhance his abilities, intending to return to the capital once he had gained sufficient strength. In Rome City, Zhuahan stood atop a high mountain, witnessing the gradual assembly of a production line, evoking an indescribable sentiment within him. In a month's time, a new academic term would commence, and he was unaware of which official had divulged his previous plans, leading to rampant speculation among the populace of Rome City. Zhuahan, however, paid no heed to these rumors, knowing he would announce his intentions once the production line was completed and operational. Over the past month, Zhao Donglai had been observing Zhuahan, perplexed by the latter's thoughts. Did Zhuahan truly believe that the elven food he produced could rival the current energy cubes? Zhao Donglai couldn't help but reflect that the young man would soon learn the hardships of being a city lord. On the military front, Zhou Xiaowu was experiencing the essence of a steadfast soldier. The daily weight training led him to ponder what life would have been like had he chosen to attend the Elven University in the imperial capital instead. Yet, recalling that fateful night, Zhou Xiaowu shook his head vigorously to dispel such thoughts, gritting his teeth to complete his daily exercises. The following morning, Zhou Min rose early to commence her physical training. Once she finished, Teacher Zhou leisurely stretched and began his morning routine, only to discover that he was the last to descend. After breakfast, Teacher Zhou took his elder sister to visit some family shops, introducing her to the current products of the Zhou family and related circumstances. When the time was right, he entrusted his sister to the family members and set off to address other matters. At last, the day concluded, and the two sisters returned to their room, yearning to collapse onto their beds, with Zhou Min feeling that managing family affairs was even more challenging than training elves. In a small city, A man continuously absorbed the life energy of an elf until it completely vanished, and only then did the dream demon beside him nod in satisfaction. Due to past experiences, the man now approached tasks with utmost caution. Upon arriving in a new locale, he had no intention of immediately adopting a life of seclusion, thus requiring a gradual development. Chapter 90. Confusion. The man relocated to a more remote area of the town, drawn by the inexpensive rent and its inconspicuous nature. He began purchasing essential items on the street, determined to establish a stable life for a while. Guided by the landlord, he arrived at a dilapidated old house, swearing it was the most decrepit dwelling he had ever seen. Noticing the man's grim expression, the landlord spoke. "Sir, I understand this house is rather run down, but you know that for just 300 dragon coins a month, it's a decent place to stay. If you're dissatisfied, then perhaps we should part ways." As the landlord prepared to lock the door, the man intercepted him, saying, "That's not my intent. It's just that I haven't encountered such a rundown house in quite some time, and I'm not yet accustomed to it." The landlord observed him and remarked, "You must be from out of town. Many still reside in such houses here. It's only in recent years that people have gradually moved to the city as the economy has developed." The man nodded in agreement, promptly paying the deposit. The landlord, upon receipt, readily handed over the keys, cautioning, "Be careful at night. Don't venture out alone, as the streets have seen an increase in troublemakers." Watching the landlord depart, the man pondered, then sighed, starting to clean the house. Not far away, a little girl noticed the man tidying up alone and hurried home to tell her mother, who was cooking. Mom, a man has moved into the house across from us." Surprised, the mother replied, "Nyo, are you sure? Everyone has moved into the city. Who would come here to live?" "Mom, Nyo wouldn't lie. The teacher said that lying children aren't good kids, and Nyo is a good kid." The girl insisted. The mother, hearing Nyo's words, placed the cooked noodles on the table, instructing her to eat slowly before swiftly stepping outside to look across the street. Upon seeing the man cleaning, she approached him, and he was taken aback by her sudden appearance. The woman quickly introduced herself. "I live in the house opposite you. I heard someone moved in and was curious to see. You seem unfamiliar with household chores. Let me assist you." Just as the man was about to decline, the woman picked up a broom and began helping him tidy up. He found himself somewhat helpless, as she clearly was adept at household tasks, and within 30 minutes, the room was spotless. After they finished, she said, "I'll take my leave now, but if you need help with anything, feel free to ask. It seems we are the only two households here now." The man nodded, responding loudly, "You can also seek my assistance whenever needed." That night, as the man lay in bed, the tension in his nerves finally began to ease, and he swiftly drifted into slumber. The next day, the sun rose early, casting bright rays onto the man's face, prompting him to shield his eyes with one hand as he gazed at the sun, a long-lost smile breaking forth. Upon stepping outside, he planned to venture into the city to purchase some essentials and curtains. Once in the city, he surveyed his surroundings, noting that most of the creatures accompanying people were unranked and kept merely as pets, which left him somewhat disheartened. However, he reminded himself that there was only one imperial capital. He purchased 2 sets of curtains from a dedicated store and acquired some fruits at the market, intending to thank the woman who had helped him tidy his room the previous day. As evening approached, the man returned to his residence only to hear the woman shouting. He dropped what he was holding and rushed to her house, witnessing a man sprinting out and disappearing in the distance. Assuming the woman had been burglarized, he was about to pursue the fleeing figure when she stopped him, leaving him perplexed. The woman quickly composed herself, her expression somber as she explained, "The man you saw is my husband." Surprised, the man inquired, "Your husband? What just happened?" The woman lowered her gaze, dejectedly recounting, "My name is Luo. I hail from a small family in Magic City. After entering university, I began dating Ayu, who was then a kind and principled man. After graduating, I severed ties with my family to marry him, which caused my parents to disown me. Initially, although life with Ayu was not as prosperous as before, I felt that as long as we were together, everything was beautiful, until I became pregnant with Nyo. Ayu was dispatched by the Alliance to explore an unknown realm, and that mission ended tragically, with many soldiers perishing. Ayu's soul elf perished while protecting him in that realm. From that moment on, Ayu fell into a state of despair, even resigning from his job and spending his days languishing in bed. My attempts to console him proved futile. However, one day, a friend of Ayu, under the guise of offering guidance, took him to a casino where he succumbed to the allure of gambling. Subsequently, he squandered all of our savings and the compensation funds distributed by the Alliance, eventually selling our house in the city to fuel his addiction. Consequently, Nyo and I had no choice but to relocate here. With no alternatives, I sought employment. yet any meager earnings were swiftly seized by IU for gambling. Now, even Nyo-Nyo's tuition for the upcoming semester has been taken away from me. What am I to do? At this point, Bailuo broke down in tears. Nyo-Nyo, witnessing her mother's distress, quickly comforted her, saying, "Mommy, don't cry. Nyo-Nyo can stop going to school. I can take care of myself." Upon hearing Bailuo's tale, the man couldn't help but reflect on his own situation with Luo. If not for Lung Feng's interference, would he and Luo have also fallen into such dire straits as Bailuo? No, that cannot be. I will surely bring happiness to Luo. It's all Lung Feng's fault. He is to blame. The man shook his head vigorously, striving to regain his composure. As he gazed at Bailuo, her silhouette suddenly merged with that of Luo in his mind. He shook his head and declared, "I will find a way to cover Nyo-Nyo's tuition. She must go to school." Bailuo, looking at the man before her, forced back her tears and said, "Thank you. I truly don't know what I would do without your help." The man replied, "It's no trouble. You assisted me yesterday, and I promised to help you in your time of need." Bailuo resolutely stated, "Once I receive my salary, I will certainly repay you." Chapter 91, The Coming Divine Battle. In the secret realm of Rome City, Zhuahan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and he shouted, "Wave bomb." A sphere of energy coalesced in his hand before he launched it toward a nearby tree trunk. The trunk trembled several times upon impact. This wave bomb proved to be significantly more powerful than its predecessors, and Zhuahan surveyed his creation with satisfaction, nodding in approval, while the nearby sprites regarded it with indifference. Meanwhile, the man seemed to have found his spiritual anchor as he looked at Nyo-Nyo in the distance. Fantasizing about one day having a daughter with Luo, he called out, "Nyo-Nyo, come here to Uncle." Nyo-Nyo's little legs dashed over, exclaiming, "Uncle, what do you need from Nyo-Nyo?" The man gently ruffled her pigtails and produced a few milk-flavored candies from his pocket, offering them to her. "Here, Uncle wants you to have some candy," he said happily. When Nyo-Nyo hesitated to accept the candy, the man thought she might not like sweets. But her next words filled him with sorrow. "Uncle, I want to take this candy home for Mommy. Is that okay?" Her earnest eyes held a glimmer of hope. The man felt a lump in his throat as he replied, his eyes reddening, "No, Nyo-Nyo should have some candy too. Uncle has plenty to share." He then retrieved a handful of candies and handed them to her. Nyo-Nyo, delighted by the abundance, exclaimed, "Thank you, Uncle. You're so nice to Nyo-Nyo." The man unwrapped one candy and placed it in her mouth, asking, "How does it taste? Is it good?" Nyo-Nyo joyfully responded, "It's so sweet, delicious. Uncle, I wish I could have candy all the time." The man once again patted her head gently, saying, "Whenever you want candy, just tell Uncle, and he will buy you some." Nyo-Nyo looked up with her big eyes, asking, "Really? Uncle won't trick Nyo-Nyo, will he?" He shook his head, assuring her, "No, Uncle would never deceive you." As mealtime approached, Nyo-Nyo returned home for dinner. Bailuo watched as Nyo-Nyo pulled out a candy from her pocket, saying sweetly, "Mommy, this candy is from Uncle. It's so sweet. You should have one too." Seeing her daughter so happy, Bailuo's heart ached. Nyo-Nyo was so young, yet already enduring hardships alongside her. Tears streamed down her face as her eyes turned red. Noticing her mother's tears, Nyo-Nyo rushed to comfort her. "Mommy, don't cry. Did Nyo-Nyo do something wrong? Is it my fault for making you unhappy?" Bailuo shook her head, fighting back her tears as she gently replied, "It's not because of you, Nyo-Nyo. Mommy just got some sand in her eyes. Rubbing them will help." After closing her eyes to regain composure, she wiped her tears and opened them, saying, "See? Everything is fine now." Nyo-Nyo cheerfully told her, "Mommy, have some candy. It's really sweet." Bailuo took the candy from Nyo-Nyo's hand and savored its sweetness as it melted in her mouth. She asked, "Did you remember to say thank you to Uncle for the candy?" Nyo-Nyo happily replied, "I did. Uncle said that as long as I want candy, I can come find him." Bailuo earnestly warned her, "But little ones shouldn't eat too many sweets. Otherwise, you'll ruin your teeth." Nyo-Nyo looked up at her mother, nodding seriously. "Then I'll just have one piece of candy each day. Is that okay?" Bailuo, seeing her daughter's earnest expression, nodded in agreement. That night, the weary workers, having toiled throughout the day, were quietly asleep at home when a sudden, violent explosion jolted everyone awake, followed by a cacophony of blasts. Many rubbed their eyes and rushed outside to discover what had transpired. Upon stepping out, the workers' muddled minds cleared instantly. The once dense forest had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only an eerie void, instilling fear in all present. Solgaleo desperately employed teleportation and various attacks to evade Necrozma's relentless pursuit, but having absorbed Lunala's power, Necrozma had long surpassed the capabilities of a typical first-tier deity. Now, by absorbing Solgaleo's strength, he could reclaim his original power. Solgaleo raced towards the location where he sensed Lunala's energy, uncertain of how she had regained her strength. But with no other options available, Solgaleo and Necrozma drew ever closer to Rong City. At that moment, Lunala, hidden within Juahan's shadow, suddenly opened her eyes, sensing the power emanating from both Necrozma and Solgaleo. Immediately, she communicated telepathically with Juahan, whose mind was awakened by her melodious voice. Upon learning that Necrozma and Solgaleo were about to reach Rong City, Juahan felt a buzz in his head. Realizing that a battle between them would spell disaster for Rong City, he knew he had to devise a plan. For a moment, he felt flustered and could not think of a suitable solution, but he understood that he could not allow them to clash within the city. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Juahan quietly exited his house and made his way to the secret realm. He instructed Master Turtle to organize the Came Turtle to find shelter before asking Lunala to unleash her power. Lunala nodded and began to release her lunar energy. Indeed, Solgaleo sensed Lunala's power immediately and teleported into the secret realm, while Necrozma also used teleportation to follow suit. Seeing Lunala by his side, Solgaleo resolved to fight with all his might. Necrozma surveyed the surrounding environment, recognizing it as a familiar battlefield. His gaze fell upon the two legendary Pokémon before him. Although he felt a tinge of curiosity regarding how Lunala had regained her strength, such thoughts were ultimately inconsequential. Necrozma brimmed with unwavering confidence that the outcome of this battle would be his victory. Naturally, the presence of Juahan was disregarded by Necrozma. To him, Juahan was merely a human, incapable of engaging in the divine conflict. As the impending battle loomed, Juahan was beset by anxiety, for he understood that neither Solgaleo nor Lunala stood a chance against Necrozma. Chapter 92. The divine battle subsides. Just as the three legendary Pokémon were about to clash, Juahan rushed forward, exclaiming loudly, "Stop! I have a way to restore your original form." His words piqued Necrozma's curiosity, yet instinctively, he remained reluctant to trust a human. He believed that by absorbing Solgaleo's energy, he could regain his true power. As Necrozma prepared to launch his attack, he suddenly sensed the energy of sunlight. He turned towards the source of the radiant energy, only to find the human from before holding a sphere of sunlight. Solgaleo, equally perplexed, regarded the energy in Juahan's hands, noting its striking similarity to his own power, igniting his curiosity about how this human had acquired such an artifact. Though Lunala had wielded moonlight herself, she too was taken aback by the sunlight in Juahan's grasp. Juahan shouted, "With this, Necrozma, you should be able to restore the energy of the Radiant One without needing to absorb Solgaleo's power, right?" Necrozma communicated telepathically, asking, "Human, do you truly wish to give me this?" Juahan, feeling a sense of resignation, replied, "As long as you refrain from battling here, I will gladly provide you with this energy." After a moment of contemplation, Necrozma nodded. Juahan cautiously approached Necrozma, preparing to hand over the sunlight, while Lunala followed closely behind, concerned for Juahan's safety. Finally, as Necrozma made contact with the sunlight, the entire sphere of energy was absorbed, visibly diminishing as it was consumed. With a resounding roar, Necrozma shed the dark hues enveloping him, beginning to emanate a golden radiance. Moments later, he reassembled into a magnificent form, a fully golden ultimate Necrozma, adorned with two pairs of wings, standing before Juahan. Solgaleo and Lunala exchanged uneasy glances, apprehensive of the now formidable ultimate Necrozma, whose strength far surpassed theirs. Relishing the sensation of restored power after so many years, ultimate Necrozma gazed upon Juahan and remarked, "Human, though I do not comprehend how you acquired this energy, I shall no longer seek to absorb theirs. You will be the first human I acknowledge." With a nonchalant tone, he added, "It is time for me to return to my rightful place." A colossal black hole emerged in the sky above the secret realm, radiating strange lights. Ultimate Necrozma glanced at Juahan's face before soaring into the abyss, which gradually closed behind him. Solgaleo and Lunala breathed sighs of relief, as the pressure exerted by Ultimate Necrozma had been overwhelming. Soon, excitement bubbled within them. Since their separation, they had been relentlessly pursued by Necrozma, living in constant fear. Though they held the status of high deities, the threat had overshadowed their existence. Now, with Necrozma no longer a menace, they could finally live in peace. Solgaleo, overjoyed, intended to bid farewell to Lunala and explore the world, seeking to unshackle the emotions he had long suppressed. After thanking Juahan telepathically, he prepared to depart, only to be halted by Juahan's interruption. "What? You think you can just run off, big lion?" Juahan exclaimed, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Solgaleo was momentarily taken aback by Juahan's words. Juahan continued, Do you have any idea the price I paid to acquire that sunlight? Now that the crisis has been averted, you simply wish to roam the world? Not a chance. Solgaleo recognized that he had indeed acted somewhat thoughtlessly. The sunlight was undoubtedly a precious resource, and Juahan's willingness to offer it to Necrozma for their salvation was not lost on him. However, he now found himself at a loss for how to repay Juahan. Juahan, sensing Solgaleo's expression, knew he had made the right gamble. He seized the moment to propose a modest request that Solgaleo would likely find acceptable. How about this, Solgaleo? I want to make it difficult for you. You know the tremendous cost I bore for your safety. Now, all I ask is for you to dedicate a bit of your time to oversee things here. Juahan said with a heavy heart. Solgaleo regarded Juahan thoughtfully. What must I do to make amends for your loss? Elated, yet maintaining his composure, Juahan replied. Simply remain in the secret realm to ensure the spirits do not engage in fatal conflicts. If it seems too dull, I will grant you 2 days of leisure within a week. How does that sound? Upon hearing these terms, Solgaleo realized that overseeing the spirits while still having the opportunity to enjoy 2 days of exploration within a week was indeed a favorable arrangement. He nodded in agreement. Juahan, pleased, declared, "It's settled then. You are a legendary Pokémon, so there shall be no turning back." Solgaleo assured him, "This is a trivial matter. I shall keep watch diligently." When Juahan noticed Solgaleo preparing to rest, he decided to take an extra precaution. He exchanged for a premium energy cube from the system and presented it to Solgaleo. "Since you've assisted me, I cannot let you go empty-handed. This is a rare delicacy for Pokémon. Give it a try," Juahan offered. Solgaleo, having caught the scent of the energy cube, eagerly consumed it, exclaiming, "Delicious. How about this? From now on, this will be your food," Juahan suggested, a smile spreading across his face. "No problem. This is the best thing I've ever tasted," Solgaleo replied enthusiastically. Seeing Solgaleo's joyful acceptance, Juahan felt relieved, knowing that even in the secret realm, Solgaleo would help keep watch. Moreover, he envisioned establishing a breeding ground in the secret realm. Lunala, observing Solgaleo savoring the energy cube, waved goodbye before retreating into Juahan's shadow. The Great Tortoise, witnessing the conclusion of events, cautiously led his group back into the water. Solgaleo, having finished the energy cube, lay down on the grass, exhausted from the excessive use of teleportation that day. Chapter 93, The Premium Energy Cube begins processing. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the workers, the construction of the production line was completed 10 days ahead of schedule, signifying that Juahan's plans could be implemented sooner than anticipated. Upon inspecting the completed work and finding no issues, he promptly settled the remaining wages for the local workers. The locals in Rongqing were astonished to receive their final wages, for it was their understanding that such payments were often delayed for extended periods. They never expected Juahan to settle their dues immediately upon completion. As the time for salary distribution arrived, Juahan once again produced a set of blueprints and sought out the finest craftsmen, inquiring if the auction house could be constructed. The master craftsman examined the plans and immediately assured him, saying, "No problem." Given the successful establishment of the production line, Juahan had great faith in these artisans. After all the necessary procedures were completed, he instructed the craftsmen to commence work on the auction house. Owing to their previous delightful collaboration, the local villagers displayed remarkable enthusiasm this time around. Once the production line was completed, Juahan swiftly began recruiting workers to prepare for the manufacture of premium energy cubes, offering wages that significantly surpassed those of neighboring factories. As the recruitment announcement spread, the women of Rome City, who were idling at home, flocked to apply, and within days, all positions were filled. On the first day of work, Juahan gathered the workers and solemnly addressed them. "You have all signed your confidentiality agreements, so I shall not hide anything from you. We are going to produce the most sought-after energy cubes on the market, which is crucial for the future development of Rome City. Thus, I must reiterate the importance of maintaining confidentiality. If any outsiders inquire, simply say you do not know." A female employee boldly declared, "Xiaohan is doing all this for us, for Rome City. If anyone reveals this, they shall not have a good life." The crowd echoed her sentiments, asserting that anyone who leaked information would face dire consequences. Juahan felt immense gratitude as he looked upon these admirable women. He then proceeded to teach them how to create the premium energy cubes. The women, known for their meticulousness, approached the task with great dedication. Before long, they were able to replicate the samples, albeit at a slower pace initially, but they would surely grow more proficient with time. Amidst this, Juahan took a moment to call Teacher Zhou, saying, "We can start promoting the premium energy cubes now. The first batch will be shipped to you in a month." Teacher Zhou was pleasantly surprised by the swift completion of the production line. Utilizing the Zhou family's connections, he promptly began the promotional campaign, and the first batch of premium energy cubes was set to go on sale in a month. This announcement ignited a fervor among trainers, who eagerly began inquiring about the price of the premium energy cubes. Zhou Min, having taken over the Zhou family's business for quite some time, found herself momentarily stunned by teacher Zhou's sudden announcement regarding the premium energy cubes. She had never anticipated that just as they had established the advanced energy cubes, they would quietly introduce the premium ones, rendering her prior efforts futile. On Zhuahan's end, once he confirmed that the production line was running smoothly, he promptly arrived at the notification office in Rong City, instructing the staff to inform several key officials about the afternoon meeting. As the time approached, the officials gradually filled the conference room. Once everyone was present, Zhuahan wasted no time and plunged directly into the matter at hand. Rong City will begin implementing the 9-year compulsory education plan next semester. The officials glanced at Zhao Donglai, hoping he would speak up, but he leisurely sipped his tea, remaining silent. Finally, a young official raised a concern. Mayor Zhua, while this plan is commendable, our city's economy simply cannot support it. Zhuahan, addressing the young official's query with a calm demeanor, replied, rest assured, I have only utilized the land funds for Rong City. The financial requirements of this plan will be covered by my private funds. Seeing that Zhuahan had made his position clear, the officials felt it unwise to counter him, and thus they proceeded to implement the plan as he had outlined. After the meeting concluded, some officials wished to hear Zhao Donglai's thoughts, but to their surprise, he departed without engaging in any discussion about the matter. A day later, several notices regarding new policies for local residents of Rong City were posted on the bulletin board. The citizens flocked to view the announcements, creating a bustling crowd. Some at the back, unable to see, called out, those in front, please read it aloud so we can know what new policies have emerged. Hearing this, those at the front began to recite. After thorough deliberation by Mayor Zhua and the officials, starting next semester, all local residents of Rong City may enroll their children in school for free, provided they present their identification. Those who had not seen the announcement expressed disbelief. You must be joking. The reader, slightly irritated, responded, come on, make room so you can see. Before long, the crowd squeezed in, eager to read for themselves. Suddenly, one person exclaimed, am I dreaming? Tuition is completely free. Another nearby assured him, no, Big Nyo, this is real. Tuition is entirely free. Big Nyo's eyes welled with tears as he exclaimed, does this mean my daughters can attend school too? The crowd nodded, affirming, yes. They can go to school. No more worrying about whether to send the older sister or the younger brother. One villager excitedly remarked, ever since Xiaohan became the mayor, things have gradually improved. This initiative surely stems from him. The other officials would never agree to such a thing. Another villager enthusiastically added, indeed, Xiaohan is truly remarkable. He is committed to changing our children's futures. From now on, I will support whatever Xiaohan decides. A chorus of heads nodded in agreement, all expressing their satisfaction with Zhuahan. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Zhuahan observed the Solgaleo before him and sensed something amiss. The creature sprawled on the ground, its posture reminiscent of his previous life as husky, which was unacceptable for a divine beast. Show your majesty, he urged. Solgaleo, lying there, replied languidly. After running for several hundred years, I finally realized that lying down to rest is the most comfortable. Ah, truly delightful. Chapter 94, Reporting in. Several days had passed since the processing of the premium energy cubes began, and Zhuahan felt reassured as he watched the workers grow increasingly adept. He then asked his mother to resign from her job to oversee the energy cube operations. Initially, Zhua's mother harbored concerns about her ability to manage the group of women. But once she commenced her duties, she organized the factory with remarkable efficiency, allowing Zhuahan to focus on reporting to the imperial capital with peace of mind. Unbeknownst to him, news of Rong City's new policy had spread to the neighboring towns of Hong City and Lu City, causing their mayors considerable distress. Amid public uproar, they quickly clarified that Rong City's policies were not the alliance's policies, but rather unique to Rong City. Although this assuaged some of the public's unrest, it also resulted in a significant loss of popular support. Free 9-year education is an immense temptation for families with multiple children. Many began to inquire about the possibility of transferring their household registrations to Rong City. Zhuahan had anticipated the attention that this new policy would draw from neighboring towns, so he had already stipulated that Rong City's household registrations would not be open to outsiders for the next few years. This left many in Hong City and Lu City feeling despondent, particularly those who had originally been residents of Rong City but had moved for various reasons. They began seeking connections to facilitate their return, but current officials in Rong City firmly rejected their requests, stating that without Zhuahan's directive, no external household registrations would be permitted. In this current period, while some families are still preoccupied with the issue of their children's tuition fees, the inhabitants of Rome City no longer need to consider such matters. As they stroll down the streets, each individual wears a radiant smile. Freed from the burden of educational expenses, some families are now working even harder to secure a superior initial Pokémon for their children. Households with multiple children no longer need to deliberate over which child should pursue their studies. Indeed, even families with a single child are contemplating the prospect of having a second. The children in these families have not overheard their parents quarreling over tuition fees, for they are well aware that this significant transformation is attributed to Zhuahan, who has become the hero of Rong City in their young eyes. At long last, the much-anticipated day has arrived. After instructing Solgaleo to oversee the secret realm, Zhuahan ascended upon his majestic Blastoise and took flight on a communal Pidgeot toward the imperial capital. A few hours later, Zhuahan successfully arrived at the Alliance. Ready to register. Following the staff's guidance, Zhuahan activated an electronic wristwatch, discovering with surprise that, due to his status as a martial champion, it contained an impressive 10,000 military merit points, something he had not anticipated. Under the staff's direction, he made his way to the office of the investigator, where he fortuitously encountered Zhu Qing, one of the Elite Four. With a gentle smile, Zhu Qing addressed Zhuahan. "Martial champion, are you here to report?" Zhuahan returned her smile, replying, "To be honest, I didn't really want to come, but I had no choice." The perceptive Zhu Qing quickly grasped his sentiment and waved her hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, as a martial champion of the Alliance, they won't let anything happen to you so easily." Zhuahan replied mildly, "One can only hope." "Well then, I won't keep you. I have matters to attend to," Zhu Qing said hastily before departing. Zhuahan entered the investigator's office, which appeared to accommodate 4 individuals. Noticing an empty seat, he took it without hesitation, resting his head on the table to contemplate. Shortly after, 2 young individuals, one male and one female, entered the office. Upon seeing Zhuahan resting, they approached and gently shook him. Awakening slowly, Zhuahan felt a bit sheepish as he looked at the 2 standing before him. "My apologies. I intended to rest for a moment, but accidentally fell asleep." The pair reassured him, "No worries. Let's introduce ourselves. We know you're this year's martial champion. We are last year's and the year before's martial champions." Zhuahan extended his hand, saying, "I am Zhuahan. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope to receive your guidance." The young man and woman shook his hand, introducing themselves as Chu Feng and Xianyu, respectively. "One of our companions went to the secret realm today and should return in the afternoon. You'll have the chance to meet him then." Zhuahan nodded and inquired, "What are we supposed to do here?" Before Xianyu could respond, Chu Feng interjected, "What else?" "Of course, we enter relaxation mode." "Relaxation?" Xianyu immediately expressed her discontent. "Chu Feng, don't corrupt Zhuahan." After chastising Chu Feng, she turned to Zhuahan and explained, "You see, Zhuahan, if there are tasks, we execute them. If not, we can train our Pokémon at designated facilities within the Alliance. After all, strengthening our Pokémon is crucial for our safety in the secret realms." Zhuahan nodded thoughtfully and asked, "So what are we doing now?" Xianyu replied earnestly, "Since today is your first day, the training schedule is cancelled, and instead, we will welcome you." Chu Feng exclaimed, "Oh yeah? Long live Sister Xianyu. Where are we going to have fun tonight?" Zhuahan glanced at them, feeling somewhat speechless. Xianyu feigned a cough, urging Chu Feng to tone it down. Blushing slightly, she added, "This is to welcome the newcomer. It's not that I'm trying to slack off." "Don't worry, Sister Xianyu. We understand," Chu Feng chimed in, turning to Zhuahan. Zhuahan, observing their playful banter, nodded helplessly yet felt an inner joy. Relaxation mode. Indeed, in his past life, he had been renowned as the king of leisure. Thus, the 3 of them lounged in the office like carefree fish, devoid of motivation. And Zhuahan quickly adapted to this laid-back lifestyle. Chu Feng, sipping a soda, glanced at his watch and remarked, "Will the time be altered by their Pokémon's powers? It seems to be moving so slowly." Meanwhile, Xianyu, absorbed in a drama, was shedding tears, exclaiming, "It's so touching." Shinadu secretly had the male lead's child and was cast out by the female lead, raising the child alone, only to perish while protecting it. "It's just too tragic." Zhuahan could only sigh internally at Xianyu's words, muttering, "What a cliché plot." Chapter 95. A day of routine. Suddenly, the door to the investigator's office burst open. Xianyu and Chu Feng, seasoned in their craft, swiftly concealed any irrelevant items, looking up to see the newcomer, Yang Shui. They sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Sister Yang Shui, could you please not enter so startlingly?" Yang Shui said nothing but turned her attention to Zhuohan, striding briskly toward him. Zhuohan, noticing her approach, stood and extended a hand in polite greeting. Yang Shui clasped his hand firmly before letting go, saying, I know you. This year's martial champion Zhuohan. Your prowess is exceptional. I am Yang Shui, the leader of our investigator group. Zhuohan, somewhat perplexed, asked, Our group? Does that imply there are other groups? Of course. You can't possibly think that there are only the 4 of us investigators in the entire alliance. Yang Shui replied, somewhat irritated. And what about you two? Xinu and Chu Feng? Why didn't you clarify these basic details for the newcomer? Xinu and Chu Feng quickly produced some delightful snacks to placate her, saying, Sister leader, please calm down. We didn't realize Zhuohan was unaware of these matters. Besides, shouldn't this be common knowledge? Yang Shui accepted the snacks, her expression stern. Do you think Zhuohan has the same background as you? He has earned his title as martial champion through sheer strength, not with the aid of family connections. You should take the time to observe Zhuohan's battles. Now, without further ado, let me explain the basic structure of the investigators within the alliance. In addition to our group, there are 2 more groups, each consisting of 4 members. With your inclusion, we are now also a group of 4. The investigators are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C. We belong to Group C. Group A is composed of 4 veteran elite investigators. Their strength second only to the elite 4. Group B consists mainly of those selected from the military, boasting formidable strength and frequently undertaking special missions. As for Group C, well, as you've seen, it's just the 3 of us. Chu Feng and Xinu are both major slackers, and I am somewhat lacking in strength myself. However, you show great potential. I hope you won't fall into their lazy habits. Yang Shui remarked coolly. Zhuohan nodded, assuring her, Rest assured, Sister Yang Shui. I have always placed great importance on strength. That's the spirit. Given the current unrest in the imperial capital and the instability of the secret realms, it would be wise to enhance your Pokemon's abilities as much as possible. It serves as an additional safeguard when undertaking missions. You two should be equally attentive, understood? Yang Shui stated gravely. After hearing Yang Shui's words, Xinu and Chu Feng responded earnestly. Rest assured, Sister Yang Shui, we will no longer be so lackadaisical. We shall certainly exert ourselves in training. Observing their serious demeanor, Yang Shui nodded and inquired. So, have you decided where to gather tonight? Xinu eagerly affirmed. I've already made arrangements for this trivial matter. We shall go to XX Hotel this evening. What do you think, Sister Yang Shui? As long as you've made the arrangements. Yang Shui replied while glancing at the time. There is still some time before we finish work. I'll take a short break. With that, she returned to her desk and rested her head on it, stifling a yawn. Upon witnessing this, Zhuohan felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Meanwhile, in another town, a man entered a store to purchase a new dress for a little girl. After comparing sizes, he picked an appropriate one and returned home. As soon as Nyo saw him, she rushed over and sweetly said, Uncle, Mommy said she made extra noodles today. Do you want some? The man replied, Let us not rush about the noodles for now. Come here, Nyo, and see what I have. He presented the newly bought dress before her, and Nyo's eyes sparkled with delight. Uncle, is this a new dress for me? Of course it is. Who else could it be for? Hurry home and try it on so I can see how it looks, he joyfully responded. Nyo dashed home to let Bai Luo help her change into the dress. Bai Luo, upon seeing the dress in Nyo's hands, immediately recognized it as a gift from Mo Yang, though she felt a twinge of embarrassment. She chose to remain silent, merely guiding Nyo to the room to change into the dress Mo Yang had bought. Observing Nyo's happiness, Bai Luo felt a profound ache in her heart. As a mother, she felt she had failed, having not seen her daughter smile so joyfully in a long time. Mommy, do I look pretty in this dress? Nyo asked excitedly. You look beautiful, my dear. You are the prettiest, Bai Luo replied, her eyes slightly reddened. Nyo swiftly ran to Mo Yang's room, where he looked closely at her in the new dress and exclaimed, Nyo, you are utterly enchanting. Just like a princess from a fairy tale. Really, uncle? Am I really as beautiful as a princess? Nyo's big eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Without hesitation, Mo Yang affirmed, Absolutely. You are the most beautiful little princess in the world. Nyo, elated, sprinted back home to tell Bai Luo, Mommy. Uncle says I'm the prettiest little princess. Meanwhile, at the Alliance headquarters in the office of the investigator, Chu Feng was intently gazing at his watch, softly counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time to clock out. The others, startled by his exuberant call, turned to look at him. Chu Feng finished packing his belongings and declared, Why are you all still dawdling? Let us go. Xinu then stretched lazily and said to Zhuohan, Come on, tonight's dinner is on me. We'll welcome you at XX Hotel. Yang Shui, stepping out of the room, added, Zhuahan, you probably don't know how to drive yet, so you should ride with Xinu. It will help you familiarize yourself with the area. As they descended the stairs, the staff below whispered, as expected. The investigators of Team C are always punctual. Even Zhuahan, a somewhat privileged young man, felt a hint of embarrassment. Nevertheless, Chu Feng and the others seemed unfazed as they rushed out the door. Zhuahan thought to himself, it appears my skills require further honing. I must practice more diligently. Chapter 96, The Bar Incident. That night, in a bar in the capital, Xinu took on the role of the big sister, reserving a private room. Observing the familiarity between the front desk staff and Xinu, it was evident that they frequented this establishment. Yang Shui and Chu Feng ordered their favorite drinks, but were surprised to see Zhuahan with a glass of orange juice. Aren't you going to have some alcohol, Zhuahan? Drinking juice in a bar is rather juvenile, Yang Shui remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling the curious stares directed at him. Zhuahan reluctantly opened a bottle of ordinary beer, poured it into a glass, and clinked it with theirs before downing it in one gulp. Coughing slightly, he quickly took a sip of juice to soothe his throat, reflecting to himself, juice is indeed more palatable. Yang Shui, twirling her curls, said Zhuahan. This one tea do. A man should learn to drink. Otherwise, at the alliance gatherings, if you're just sipping juice, wouldn't tea that just invite ridicule from the investigators of Team AB? Come, let me show you how it's done. With that, she handed him her glass. Zhuahan, noticing Yang Shui's slightly tipsy demeanor, thought, no way, she has only had a few sips and is already acting differently. Who would dare to drink with her after this? Xinu and Chu Feng, observing Zhuahan's embarrassment, understood he was intimidated by Yang Shui's drinking habits. Xinu quickly urged, Zhuahan, just have a little to show respect to Sister Shui. After a moment's contemplation, Zhuahan decided to take a sip, convinced he had nothing to lose. Yet, as he lifted the glass, a soft, delicate hand seized his wrist. Looking up, he found Yang Shui regarding him with a playful glimmer in her eyes. Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand as she reclaimed her glass, saying, I was merely testing you just now. It seems our Zhuahan is not as innocent as he appears. Xinu chimed in. Indeed, these men are never straightforward. Zhuahan, hoping Chu Feng would come to his rescue, was dismayed to see him engrossed in food. Oblivious to the exchange. With a resigned sigh, Zhuahan filled his glass again and declared, I must admit defeat. This drink shall serve as an apology for my shortcomings. He mused, who conducts such tests? What brother could withstand such scrutiny? Downing the drink, he soon felt discomfort rising in his stomach. Yang Shui, noticing Zhuahan's struggle, nodded approvingly and said, all right, let us toast together to celebrate Zhuahan's arrival, wishing Team C ever greater success. She raised her glass, prompting Xinu and Chu Feng to follow suit, and Zhuahan, facing the trio, had no choice but to join in another toast. Afterward, he watched as Xinu and Chu Feng exited the private room, swaying to the rhythm of the music. Yang Shui turned to Zhuahan and remarked, surprised to see the investigators lead such chaotic lives? Zhuahan remained silent, contemplating whether Yang Shui was probing him. Yang Shui, undeterred, continued, you may not understand now, but once you've completed more tasks, you'll realize that everyone needs an outlet for their emotions. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from outside the bar, followed by loud commotion. Yang Shui set down her glass and remarked, what a nuisance. Disturbances are rare in this bar. Just then, Chu Feng rushed in, exclaiming, Sister Shui, there's trouble. The troublemakers outside have released a spirit. What? Upon hearing this, Yang Shui immediately sprang into action, taking Zhuahan with her as they hurried downstairs. There, they saw a man recklessly smashing unopened bottles, with a fierce-looking red-faced tiger spirit glaring menacingly at the crowd. Zhuahan could tell from the scene that the man had likely indulged too much. Yang Shui, recognizing the potential difficulty in handling the situation, swiftly made a call before confronting the man, coldly stating, are you done smashing? If you are, return the spirit. The man lifted his head, disdain evident in his voice as he remarked, who do we have here? The illustrious Inspector Yang Shui, no less. But spare me your lectures. Who do you think you are? Just a mere official, and you dare to preach to me? Get lost. The onlookers, taken aback by the man's blatant disregard for a high-ranking inspector, suspected he must have considerable backing, and none dared to intervene. Yang Shui, rendered speechless by anger, could only glare silently. Suddenly, Zhuahan approached Yang Shui with curiosity, inquiring, Sister Shui, who is this person that shows you such disrespect? Yang Shui replied curtly, who else could it be? Zhu Qingtian's brother, Zhu Yu. Upon hearing this, Zhuahan realized they were dealing with yet another scion of privilege. Before long, a dark-faced woman stormed through the entrance of the bar, her presence commanding. Zhuohan glanced up and recognized Zhu Qing. He had never seen her wear such a fierce expression. Yang Shui, relieved by Zhu Qing's arrival, watched as Zhu Qing fixed her gaze on Zhu Yu, who was still recklessly smashing bottles. Zhu Yu, stop this at once, she said coolly. Zhu Yu was about to curse at the audacious intruder when he realized it was his sister, causing him to freeze momentarily. However, emboldened by alcohol, he shouted defiantly, I refuse. I will smash these bottles, and you can't do anything about it. To everyone's astonishment, Zhu Qing swiftly delivered a resounding slap, leaving Zhu Yu reeling and seeing stars. Zhuohan could hardly believe Zhu Qing's sudden display of violence. It seemed to have jolted Zhu Yu back to reality. He shook his head and, suddenly fearful, stammered, Sister, what are you doing here? Zhu Qing, with an icy demeanor, replied, Are you awake now? Yes, I am. Zhu Yu sheepishly admitted. Then return the red-faced dragon and come home with me. Stop embarrassing the Zhu family here, Zhu Qing commanded coldly. Zhu Yu, his head hung low, quickly complied and followed her out of the bar. The steward of the Zhu family approached the bar's owner, stating, Please tally the damage caused by our young master and report it directly to the Zhu family. Faced with the immense influence of the Zhu family, the bar owner could only nod submissively. Then, the steward turned to Yang Shui and said, Thank you for your assistance today, Inspector Yang. Miss Zhu has promised to personally express her gratitude in a few days. We hope that today's events remain confidential. Yang Shui smiled softly, replying, There is no need for such formality. Today was merely a minor incident. Thank you, Miss Yang. I must attend to the young master's matters now. So I shall not trouble you further, the steward said, before beginning to manage the fallout from the incident. Chapter 97. Trouble Comes Unbidden. Once the situation was more or less resolved, Yang Shui returned to the private room with Zhuohan and the others. Xinu exclaimed, as expected of my idol. Did you all see that? Zhu Qing's slap was simply magnificent. Of course, Sister Yang was equally impressive. Yang Shui affectionately patted Xinu's cheek, saying, You certainly have a way with words. Chu Feng chimed in. I bet Zhu Yu will face Zhu Qing's wrath when he returns home. He deserves it. Who told him to be so arrogant? Dismissing our C Group inspectors. Xinu retorted indignantly. Yang Shui then remarked, Today's incident serves as a lesson. Being an inspector is no easy feat, especially when dealing with those of considerable influence. They care nothing for your title. In their eyes, it's all about their family. They are exceptionally proud and dismissive of others. And if you mishandle the situation, you risk offending their families, making this position quite precarious. She continued, I'm not overly concerned about you two, Xinu and Chu Feng, but Zhuohan, you must familiarize yourself with the prominent families in the Imperial City. Had Zhu Qing not arrived today, that fellow might have caused a real ruckus. Zhuohan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Zhu residence, Zhu Qing glared at Zhu Yu, reprimanding him. Do you realize you've brought disgrace upon our family today? How can you face our parents in the afterlife? It was merely a standard duel. Yet look at the state you've put us in. How can I trust you with the future of the Zhu family? Zhu Yu, feeling irritated, retorted, What standard duel? You don't understand how crucial this match was for me. What family legacy are you talking about? I've begged you repeatedly. Yet you won't even give me a round land shark. What am I worth? Zhu Qing regarded him coldly, stating, It seems you still do not grasp where your faults lie. Kneel. Zhu Yu, confronted by his sister's authoritative stance, felt a flicker of fear but fought to maintain his remaining pride. Zhu Qing continued, So now you've grown wings and refuse to heed your elder sister. Steward, what is the punishment for tarnishing the family name according to our regulations? The steward hesitated, struggling to find the words. What is it? Is my status as the eldest daughter no longer recognized? Zhu Qing demanded assertively. By family law, one who tarnishes the Zhu family name should receive 30 lashes and must repent before our ancestors. The steward finally muttered. What are you waiting for? Execute the family law. Zhu Qing commanded coldly. The steward, visibly distressed, reluctantly produced a whip. Upon seeing the whip, Zhu Yu panicked and exclaimed, Zhu Qing, you can't hit me. On what grounds do you strike me? I am the heir of the Zhu family. On the grounds that I am your sister. A sister is like a mother. Steward, carry out the punishment. If anything goes awry, I will explain it to our ancestors. Zhu Qing replied indifferently. Young master, I am truly sorry, the steward lamented. Crack, crack. After only a few lashes, Zhu Yu could no longer contain his pain and cried out, Sister, I'm sorry. It hurts so much. Please stop. Zhu Qing, seeing the steward pause, quickly ordered, If 30 lashes have not been completed, continue. Who told you to stop? Crack, crack. Zhu Qing, you are a demon. You are no longer my sister. Zhu Qing, I hate you. Zhu Yu shouted in anguish. Once the 30 lashes were finally delivered, Zhu Qing looked at Zhu Yu. now sprawled on the ground, and felt a pang of sympathy. Make sure to apply ointment to the young master's wounds and assist him back to his room. She instructed the steward. The following morning, Zhuhan arrived at the league and immediately noticed the dark circles under Zhu Qing's eyes, indicating she had undoubtedly endured a restless night. After greeting her, he intended to return to his office but was surprised when Zhu Qing, instead of responding, displayed an irritable demeanor. This puzzled Zhuhan. Surely yesterday's events couldn't still be weighing on her mind? But even if they were, what did that have to do with him? The more Zhuhan pondered, the more incensed he became. He decided he could not allow this slight to pass unchallenged and approached her, asking, Zhu Qing, have I offended you in some way? Is that why you are so displeased to see me? Zhu Qing, recognizing his directness, dropped her facade. It's because of you that the relationship between my brother and I is now so strained. How can I not be angry with you? Zhuhan was taken aback, insisting, but yesterday, your brother went to a bar, got drunk, acted unruly, and you were the one who took him home. How is that in any way my fault? Let me be frank, Zhuhan. This situation is indeed related to you, albeit indirectly. Zhu Qing retorted, her frustration palpable. Indirectly? Zhuhan echoed, puzzled. Do you remember the promise made by Champion Xiong regarding your semi-divine spirit? Zhu Qing replied coolly. Of course, I remember. In the end, I chose the mini-dragon. What does that have to do with anything? Zhuhan replied, somewhat speechless. It has everything to do with it. At that time, Champion Xiong had prepared a round land shark and a baby dragon for you, but you opted for the mini-dragon instead. Consequently, that round land shark ended up in the hands of Xiong Tianwang's son. My brother insisted that I procure a round land shark for him, but the last one in the league had already been assigned to Xiong Tianwang's son. What could I do? As matters within the league grew more chaotic, I decided to ignore him. Then, just the other day, they had a match, and Zhu Yu lost to Xiong Heir Tianwang's son, who used the sharp-toothed land shark. This led Zhu Yu to believe that the loss was due to the sharp-toothed land shark, which resulted in the subsequent incident at the bar. Tell me, does this not have an indirect connection to you? Zhu Qing exclaimed, somewhat indignantly. Once Zhu Qing finished speaking, Zhuhan felt as though 1,000 grass-mud horses had galloped past him, hastily retorting, what on earth does this have to do with me? Just because I rejected the round land shark, a series of events unfolded, and now it all comes back to me? Is that truly your stance? What do you think? Zhu Qing pouted, displaying a touch of petulance. Zhuhan shook his head and said, I do not wish to discuss this any further. In any case, this matter has nothing to do with me. He then retreated into his office. Observing Zhuhan's departing figure, Zhu Qing realized she had perhaps overreacted today. Yet, she still muttered, what a petty man. He doesn't even know how to yield a little to me. Chapter 98. Exploring the Unknown Secret Realm. As Zhuhan returned to his office, barely settling into his seat, he was startled by the incessant ringing of an alarm overhead. Upon hearing the sound, Yang Shui's demeanor shifted from calm to serious as she stated, a mission has arrived. Quickly gather everyone. Although Zhuhan was unaware of the situation, he followed closely behind the main group, knowing it was prudent to stick together. They hurried to a clearing within the league, where a few individuals had already assembled. 5 minutes later, everyone was present, and an elderly man appeared on stage, speaking rapidly. An unknown secret realm has emerged to the southwest, and we need someone to lead an exploration. The military and the investigators must immediately organize personnel for the exploration of the secret realm. Yang Shui realized that this task would undoubtedly fall to their Group C, as the investigators from Groups A and B were still engaged in their own missions. Indeed, once the meeting concluded, the military personnel promptly approached them. The leading soldier saluted Yang Shui, who quickly returned the gesture. The soldier stated succinctly, I won't waste words. This mission will be a collaboration between our army and your Group C investigators for the exploration of the secret realm. I hope for a pleasant cooperation. Yang Shui responded swiftly, a mutually beneficial collaboration. Back in the office, Yang Shui emphasized repeatedly that within the secret realm, everyone must adhere to commands and refrain from acting independently, understood? Yang Shui fixed her gaze on Zhuhan, saying, I'm not particularly worried about the two of them. But since this is your first time exploring a secret realm, you must follow orders diligently and not act on your own. Do you understand? Zhuhan replied quickly, understood. I will heed all directives. Yang Shui, satisfied with Zhuhan's response, nodded and said, great. This time our Group C must perform splendidly. Upon reaching the assembly point, the leading soldiers swiftly boarded a Pidgeot to fly to their destination. Some trainers with flying-type Pokémon opted to follow on their own Pokémon. Since Zhuhan's Hakulong had yet to evolve, he was left with no choice but to take a Pidgeot from the league. This particular batch of Pidgeots seemed specifically trained for missions, flying at remarkable speeds. Had Zhuohan not donned a helmet upon advice, he might have suffered from the wind's intensity. In no time, they arrived at the destination, disembarking from the Pidgeot and promptly lining up. The leading soldier stated gravely, "This is an unclaimed secret realm, and our task is to explore it for anything beneficial to the Dragon Kingdom." Zhuohan was somewhat puzzled by the term unclaimed secret realm, but upon witnessing the rift to the realm appear before them, he began to grasp its meaning. As the group traversed the rift into the secret realm, they found themselves in a verdant world, lush with grass. The leading soldier exhaled in relief upon seeing this scene. Yang Shui explained to Zhuohan and the others, "A scene like this typically indicates a grass-type secret realm, where grass-type Pokémon tend to have gentle dispositions, resulting in a lower probability of injury during our exploration." The leading soldier promptly began organizing teams to explore the secret realm, each releasing their Pokémon to assist. Zhuohan noticed that most of the Pokémon present were Donjia. The data on Donjia appeared before Zhuohan. Pokémon, Donjia. Current strength, advanced initial stage. Type, ground. Aptitude, good. Comprehension, average. Ability, sturdy. Most of the Donjia were at the advanced initial stage, with only a few reaching the elite level. Since it was Zhuohan's first mission in a secret realm, Yang Shui was somewhat apprehensive and decided to keep him close, accompanying a small group of soldiers as they delved deeper into the realm. Along the way, they encountered only low-level Pokémon, such as walking grass and trumpet buds. As the soldiers advanced, a fruit tree suddenly appeared before them. Yang Shui exclaimed excitedly, "Sandscale fruit. I can't believe this secret realm actually has sandscale fruit." Just as the soldiers were about to harvest, a massive purple snake emerged from the tree, eyeing them menacingly. Zhuohan observed, "Pokémon, ABO monster. Current strength, elite peak. Type, poison. Aptitude, good. Comprehension, good. Ability, intimidate." The ABO monster unleashed its intimidate ability, causing the Donjia to hesitate. The soldiers glanced at Yang Shui, who understood the situation and released her own Pokémon, Venusaur. Zhuohan was somewhat surprised to see Yang Shui's Venusaur. Pokémon, Venusaur. Current strength, king initial stage. Type, grass poison. Aptitude, excellent. Comprehension, excellent. Ability, overgrow. Yang Shui's Venusaur boasted outstanding attributes and had reached the king level. As expected, under the effects of Venusaur's various powders, the ABO monster succumbed to slumber. The soldiers swiftly harvested all the sandscale fruit from the tree, leaving not a single one behind. Yang Shui excitedly whispered to Zhuohan, "We hit the jackpot. This time we truly struck gold." Zhuohan, puzzled, inquired, "What is the significance of this sandscale fruit? You seem particularly elated." Yang Shui replied joyfully, "Don't underestimate this fruit. When consumed by a Pokémon, it can enhance their speed slightly. While only the first fruit has an effect, it is still considered a valuable resource within the league." Meanwhile, Chu Feng and Xianyu discovered a colony of Bulbasaur, led by an ordinary Venusaur. This thrilled them, as the starter Pokémon's colony is an invaluable resource. Additionally, given that there were not many formidable Pokémon in this secret realm, it was likely that the league would establish a base to protect it. After concluding their exploration, the group reconvened to share their findings. Aside from sandscale fruit and exotic seeds, the most significant discovery was the Bulbasaur colony. The group exited the secret realm with joy, relaying their intelligence back to the league. This exploration not only resulted in no casualties, but also yielded crucial resources, marking the mission as a resounding success. Zhuohan felt as though he had accomplished nothing. It was merely a stroll, like a casual visit to a film set, and thus, the exploration of the secret realm concluded. Was that truly all there was to it? Yang Shui, sensing Zhuohan's buoyant spirit, spoke solemnly. "This time, we were merely fortunate. Such secret realms are not often encountered. Do not let this experience lull you into complacency." Zhuohan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of vigilance. For the annual toll of lives lost was staggering. Had every encounter been as fortuitous as today's, many would still be alive. Meanwhile, the military remained stationed to await the arrival of reinforcements from the Alliance, while Zhuohan and his companions boarded a giant eagle to return to the Alliance. Chapter 99, The Darkest Hour. In another part of the city, after months of companionship, Mo Yang had grown accustomed to the routine of early departures and late returns, comforted by the concern of others. Gradually, he began to diminish the significance of his purpose for being there, softening his identity as a member of the Phantom Organization. Each time he laid eyes on Bai Luo, he would be reminded of Lung Luo Luo. Yet now, the visage of Lung Luo Luo was becoming increasingly elusive. Each night, he endeavored to recall her face, but instead, it was Bai Luo's features that incessantly overlapped with those of Luo Luo. He even contemplated living a life of quietude, relinquishing thoughts of revenge. Perhaps that would suffice. Yet, would fate truly bend to his will? Fate has never shown mercy to the pitiful. Rather, it delights in imposing suffering upon those who continue to struggle. That evening, as a thunderstorm raged, Emo Yang returned home later than usual, having forgotten his umbrella. Though drenched, the sight of the sand-eye doll within his bag evoked memories of Nyo-Nyo's adorable face, making it all worthwhile. As he passed by Luo's home, he noticed the darkness enveloping it. Not a single light illuminated the interior, with only the sound of the torrential rain and thunder echoing around him. A sense of unease washed over him as he gazed up Luo's house, soon accompanied by a foreboding premonition. Emo Yang hastily approached Luo's door, and suddenly, he caught a whiff of a metallic scent that sent chills down his spine. Battling his growing anxiety, he slowly opened the door. What met his eyes was a harrowing sight. Luo lay disheveled on the floor, a fruit knife cruelly embedded in her chest. In that instant, Emo Yang's mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning, rendering him incapable of rational thought. Staring into the abyss of Luo's lifeless eyes, he could not accept this grim reality, collapsing to his knees, lost in shock. A thunderous clap jolted him from his stupor, and a thought pierced through the haze. No. Where's Nyo-Nyo? He sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings for any sign of her, fervently praying that fate was not playing a cruel trick on him. Yet, as he pushed open the bedroom door, time seemed to freeze. The sound of thunder outside resonated like a death knell, while the spirits of the wilderness huddled in fear within their nests. Inside, Emo Yang appeared oblivious to the chaos around him. As he ran his fingers through his rain-soaked hair, his eyes vacant, murmuring, "It cannot be, it cannot be, this is all an illusion." Gently caressing Nyo-Nyo's cherubic face, he implored, "Nyo-Nyo, stop playing, wake up. Uncle doesn't enjoy games of pretending to be dead. Look, here's the sand-eye doll you wanted. I brought it for you." Desperation overtook him as he cried out, "Please, wake up, Nyo-Nyo, wake up." In a fit of anguish, he hurled the sand-eye doll to the ground, tears of crimson cascading down his cheeks. Emo Yang cradled Nyo-Nyo's lifeless body and approached Luo's side, carefully laying her down beside her mother. In that moment, the harsh reality settled upon him. He trembled as he grasped the truth. Both Luo and Nyo-Nyo were gone. Just that morning, they had been alive and well. Nyo-Nyo was still so young. Having asked him to take her to school, Emo Yang had never shed a tear even when cold wind nearly took his life. Yet now, tears of blood flowed freely from his eyes. "I will seek vengeance. I must avenge them," he vowed. Suddenly, a mysterious black mist enveloped him, swirling around his body. Following a burst of crimson light, his dream demon emerged from its pokeball, materializing before him. The dream demon began to absorb the mysterious black mist, its power surging as it ascended through ranks, from beginner elite to intermediate, advanced, and finally, peak elite. Abruptly, it began to tremble, seemingly in distress, its eyes turning a vivid crimson, emanating an eerie aura. With a piercing cry, the dream demon unleashed a unique energy field, an aura of a king. Under the influence of this aura, Emo Yang regained his composure, fixating on Luo's corpse as he murmured, "Forgive me, Luo." The dream demon accessed Luo's memories, and Emo Yang spoke coldly as he watched it hover over Luo's body, its eyes glowing blue as it enveloped her. Moments later, it returned to Emo Yang, transmitting Luo's final memories into his mind. Images flooded his consciousness. One evening, two burly men confronted Luo, demanding repayment for her husband's gambling debts. However, her husband had stolen all her money, leaving her with nothing to offer. Desperate, she pleaded for a chance to repay the debt once she earned money. But the men, captivated by her beauty, sought to force themselves upon her. In the ensuing struggle, Nyo-Nyo returned home to find her mother in distress and rushed to defend her, only to be violently pushed against the corner of a table, fatally injuring her. The men, realizing the gravity of the situation, fled in panic. Luo, witnessing her daughter's lifeless form, succumbed to despair and took her own life with the very knife that had claimed Nyo-Nyo's. Upon uncovering the truth, Emo Yang clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed upon the stormy sky. He felt an overwhelming hatred. He despised the cruel joke fate had played. He loathed the brutality of the world, and he detested everything that had transpired. He vowed to ensure that those responsible for the deaths of the mother and daughter would meet with a fate worse than death. Gently, Emo Yang carried the bodies of Luo and Nyo-Nyo to a secluded spot in the wilderness, where he lingered for an eternity, caressing Nyo-Nyo's round, cherubic face as he reminisced about happier times. "I ultimately belong to the darkness, forever shunned by the light," he murmured, after laying their bodies to rest. He rose slowly and made his way back to the city. Meanwhile, in the city, Ayu remained oblivious to the tragic fate that had befallen his wife and daughter. Lost in the throng of gamblers, while two individuals in the crowd kept a vigilant watch on his every move. In the capital, Zhuhan lay in bed, listening to the thunder and torrential rain outside, unable to find solace in sleep. Suddenly, he felt a heaviness in his chest and sat up, concerned as he gazed in the direction of Rongcheng. Chapter 100. The beginning of the end of humanity. Come, 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 bet high or low, place your bets. The dealer urged with urgency. Ayu, eyeing the last remnants of his money, hesitated briefly before resolutely wagering it all on the low. Observing his bet, others quickly placed their bets on high, while only a few skeptics decided to join Ayu on the low. Bloodshot eyes fixated on the dealer's trembling cup. Ayu murmured, this time, it must win. The thunderous roars outside went unnoticed by Ayu, his mind consumed solely by the sound of dice rattling within a wooden cup. Finally, as the dealer's hands grew weary from shaking, he set down the cup and slowly lifted it. Every eye in the room was fixated on the imminent revelation of the numbers, not daring to blink. Suddenly, the dealer swiftly raised the cup, revealing the 3 dice showing 4, 5, and 6. The dealer proclaimed loudly, 4, 5, 6. A large win. All bets on small are lost. Those who had wagered on a large outcome erupted in jubilant exclamations. Yes. We won. Tonight we shall recoup our losses, haha. In stark contrast, those who had bet on small were immediately despondent, lamenting, how many times has it been that large has won? I've lost my son's tuition fees. What am I to say when I return home? Ayu stared intently at the numbers before him, clenching his fists in frustration, before eventually leaving the gambling table as if deflated. With his money gone once more, he gazed dejectedly out the window, muttering, why is it raining so heavily? I didn't even notice it earlier. Bai Luo has no idea what she is doing, and she didn't even bother to send me an umbrella. I must have a serious word with her when I return. Braving the downpour, Ayu dashed outside. The 2 individuals within the room exchanged glances and quickly followed in his wake. As Ayu trudged along, he complained, this rain is far too intense. If I walk back like this, I'll surely catch a cold by tomorrow. I need to find somewhere to take shelter until it eases up. Looking around, he found no refuge from the rain and, reluctantly, continued forward. Suddenly, he recalled that further ahead lay an abandoned temple once dedicated to the Wind King, though it had long been neglected. Moments later, Ayu arrived at the dilapidated temple, surrounded by shattered pottery and thick cobwebs, with the statue of the Wind King above shrouded in layers of dust. Clearing a small space, he sat down, watching the torrential rain cascade like a waterfall, shaking his head as his stomach growled. The 2 outside, upon seeing Ayu enter the temple, exchanged sinister glances. These were the very individuals responsible for Nyonyo's demise. They had shoved her aside, and, upon witnessing the blood streaming from her head, panicked and fled. Fearing Bai Luo would report them, they returned to the scene. Upon entering, they discovered Bai Luo had committed suicide, and Nyonyo was already dead. They quickly devised a plan to silence any witnesses, eliminate Ayu, ensuring their actions would remain undetected in such a desolate area. The duo crept into the temple, and Ayu, suddenly hearing footsteps, called out, who is there? They slowed their approach, standing before him with an air of arrogance, proclaiming, who else could it be? It's your grandfather. When will you repay the money you owe us, Ayu? You're not thinking of skipping out on us, are you? Seeing them before him, Ayu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he replied softly, I promise I'll repay you once I recover my losses. I truly have no money on me right now. Money, you say? That is of no concern. Let us settle this in another way, they replied coldly. Another way? I've already sold all my valuables. There is nothing left of worth, Ayu said, feeling despondent. Then let us settle this with your life, they declared, suddenly brandishing knives and lunging towards Ayu, aiming to stab him in the chest. In a moment of desperation, he rolled to evade the attack, shouting, are you both insane? Is it really necessary to kill me over a mere debt? Give me a day, and I'll have the money for you. They glared at him, stating, it's too late. Today, you must die here. They lunged at him once more, but Ayu, despite having neglected his training for years, still retained muscle memory of basic movements. As they struggled to overpower him, their frustration turned them into ferocious wolves, relentlessly stabbing at him, until finally, Ayu was struck, blood gushing forth. The 2, now consumed by their bloodlust, continued to stab at him, just as Ayu believed he was about to perish. A mocking voice echoed from the entrance. Here you are. This saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. A drenched man stepped inside, unfamiliar to the others, but vaguely recognizable to Ayu, though he could not place where he had seen him before. The 2 killers snarled. Looks like we'll have to kill another tonight. Upon hearing their words, Mo Yang laughed heartily, chillingly declaring, "Tonight, all three of you shall die, I assure you." Ayu felt a surge of panic. What had he done to offend anyone? Why was it that everyone seemed intent on his death? Mo Yang snapped his fingers, summoning Meng Yaoma beside him. The two assailants were immediately struck with terror. "A trainer. You're a trainer." They gasped, their previous bravado evaporating as fear took hold. "Run," was the only thought racing through their minds. However, when Meng Yaoma's eyes glowed with a blue light, they felt paralyzed, unable to move. Mo Yang coldly commanded, "Meng Yaoma, soul extraction." Meng Yaoma's eyes glowed red as it drained the life energy from the two men, who soon lay lifeless on the ground like desiccated corpses. Ayu, witnessing this scene, trembled in fear. Though he had once been a well-known trainer, he had never encountered such a horrifying spectacle. Desperately, he pleaded with Mo Yang for his life, begging that if he must die, at least he be given a reason. Mo Yang replied coldly, "You can ask by Luo in hell," and commanded, "Meng Yaoma, soul extraction." In moments, Ayu succumbed to pain and death. Mo Yang gazed outside, murmuring, "By Luo, Nyonyo. Did you see? I have avenged you." His face remained devoid of expression. Chapter 101, An Endless Cycle of Carnage. In the grand tapestry of a city, the absence of a few individuals might seem inconsequential, yet to gamblers, Ayu was undeniably a mark. For several consecutive days, his gambling companions grew suspicious of his absence. His so-called friends, worried about his whereabouts, banded together to visit his home, determined to uncover what Ayu was up to. However, upon arriving, they found no trace of him, nor of his wife or child. One among them shouted, "Damn it, could he have fled overnight over his debts? That scoundrel still owes me 5,000 dragon coins." Another friend, feeling uneasy, remarked, "That's impossible. Ayu would never run away. Look here, isn't this blood?" The group turned to where he pointed, their faces drained of color at the sight of dried bloodstains, the area alarmingly extensive. They surveyed the surroundings, spotting numerous places marked by similar traces of blood, and fear gripped them. Hastily, they pulled out their phones to report the incident. Within half an hour, local law enforcement arrived on the scene, assessing it as a homicide based on their experience. However, due to the dilapidated state of the area, lacking any surveillance, they had no immediate leads and could only take a few individuals in for questioning. Upon exiting the doorway, they were taken aback to discover a quaint little house directly across from the deceased. They approached to investigate and found that the household items within appeared relatively new, indicating that someone was indeed residing there. The officers promptly checked the door plaque and contacted the property owner for further information. According to the landlord, the house had been rented to a young man from out of town, who was described as quite handsome. When the officers inquired about the man's phone number, they dialed it only to find it was no longer in service. Upon returning to the local police station, the responding officers reported their findings. The lead officer quickly initiated a citywide manhunt for the young man, Meng Yang, and dispatched a handful of bloodhounds to search for the corpses of Meng Yang and Ayu's family. However, due to the incessant heavy rains over the past few days, the dog's sense of smell was significantly impaired, and they could only locate the bodies of Bai Luo and Nyonyo in a remote area. On their way back, the bloodhounds seemed to sense something and dashed toward a dilapidated temple. Local law enforcement recognized it as a former shrine dedicated to the Phoenix King and observed the dogs barking incessantly at the temple. The officers surmised that there must be something related to the deceased within, and they cautiously entered. Even seasoned investigators were taken aback by the sight inside. 3 mummified corpses lay there, their expressions twisted in agony. The entire temple was swiftly cordoned off as they called in a forensic expert to carefully remove the 3 desiccated bodies. Upon examination, it was found that one of the corpses matched Ayu's genetic profile by 90, confirming it was indeed him. The other 2 corpses corresponded to 2 men reported missing from different households. This led to a perplexing dilemma. If Meng Yang was indeed the killer, what motive could he possibly have to murder them? Furthermore, how could he have transformed living individuals into mummies? The investigating officers found themselves unsettled by these questions. Moreover, they discovered that Meng Yang had no prior acquaintance with the 3 victims. His only interactions were with Bai Luo and Nyonyo. Some witnesses even claimed that Meng Yang often purchased items for children. Days passed without any sign of Meng Yang, and the city was gripped by fear as several more mummified bodies appeared. The pressure on the local police chief intensified, as superiors issued an ultimatum. If the case remained unsolved within a week, his position would be at stake. The spate of serial killings, with victims turning into mummies, terrified the townsfolk, and the mayor's countenance darkened under the mounting pressure on the police department. Despite turning the town upside down, no trace of Meng Yang could be found, leaving the chief in a state of anxiety. With only 3 days left in the week, another individual was found transformed into a mummy each night. Residents began to flee the town, fearing they might be the next victims, but it was impossible to allow mass exodus during such a critical period. In the police station, the forensic expert pondered the implications of the mummifications. Why had the killer targeted these individuals? Was there a shared connection among them? Suddenly, a junior officer interjected. The latest victim, Zhang San, was no saint. He abused his wife and daughter and even gambled away his daughter's tuition. He truly got what he deserved. Upon hearing this, the forensic expert had an epiphany and exclaimed, "I've realized the common trait among the victims." The others gathered around as he took an A4 sheet of paper and began to write. Based on the circumstances surrounding these deaths, I've uncovered a shared characteristic. They all had a penchant for domestic violence against their wives and children. As the realization dawned upon them, they began to connect the dots. However, they were left to ponder the cases of Bai Luo and Nyonyo. The forensic expert adjusted his glasses and slowly articulated. The truth is quite singular. Bai Luo and Nyonyo were not killed by Meng Yang. Rather, he likely sought vengeance for them, initiating the killings thereafter. Recall that Meng Yang frequently purchased items for Nyonyo, indicating his fondness for her, which contradicts the notion of him being her murderer. As for how Meng Yang managed to mummify people, the expert recalled a book he had read during his studies at the Imperial Capital University, which detailed a tragic incident from 20 years prior, wherein mystical entities transformed individuals into mummies. What? The gravity of the situation struck them, and they looked earnestly at the forensic expert, demanding, "Are you certain of your claims?" He affirmed, "Absolutely." A senior officer gravely suggested, "Given the nature of this case, we may be dealing with a deranged trainer. Our involvement could lead to our demise. We should inform higher-ups of the severity and request a specialized team to handle trainers." The team leader nodded in agreement, stating, "Once we confirm the victim's connections, I will escalate this matter. In the meantime, you should investigate anyone else with a history of domestic violence and compile a list. As for their willingness to heed our warnings, that remains their prerogative." Chapter 102, The Fall of the Elite Squad. Following the officer's recommendations, the police chief relayed the situation to higher authorities, who promptly dispatched an elite squad specializing in apprehending trainers. To expedite the investigation, they also requested 2 swift hounds for assistance. The 4-member elite team, upon receiving the assignment, set off to the town, initially believing the task would be straightforward, akin to a leisurely holiday. However, their demeanor shifted to one of gravity upon encountering the gruesome mummies. One member of the elite squad caressed a corpse, seemingly lost in thought, and exclaimed, "This is the absence of life energy." Curiosity piqued among his teammates, who inquired about the implications of such a phenomenon. He elaborated, "It means the individual's life force has been entirely drained." Entirely drained? Only Ghost-type and certain specialized Psychic-type Pokémon possess such abilities, another team member remarked gravely. It is well known that Ghost and Psychic types are among the most troublesome, capable of appearing and vanishing without a trace. The local officers, witnessing the elite team's demeanor shift upon their arrival, were acutely aware that the situation was dire. A junior officer, feeling apprehensive, suggested, "Should we request the chief to send more personnel?" The elite squad, overhearing this, bristled at the implication. They were seasoned officers, having handled numerous emergencies, with each member possessing skills worthy of leading the town themselves. The notion of needing additional assistance implied incompetence, and the thought of such information leaking would tarnish their reputation. The team leader waved dismissively, stating, "This case is now under our jurisdiction. You all should continue with your regular duties. Concerns about reinforcements are unnecessary." The junior officer, realizing his comments had irked them, lowered his gaze in silence. Fortunately, despite their arrogance, the elite team recognized the junior officer's concern for their safety and refrained from further rebuke. Upon hearing from the local police that the killer targeted those who bully their wives and children, a look of incredulity crossed their faces. The captain slowly remarked, "At present, we are unaware of the killer's whereabouts, yet we know he preys upon those who mistreat their families. Therefore, we shall divide into 4 groups, each assigned to lie in ambush near the homes of those most likely to be victimized, as determined by your assessments. If we do not encounter the killer, we will have no choice but to await the arrival of the Rapidash from higher authorities." Days passed without any sign of Moya, prompting the elite team to urge their superiors to expedite the arrival of the Rapidash. Finally, after another day, they received the Pokeball containing the Rapidash. The 4 expressed their confidence, declaring, "Tonight, we shall undoubtedly capture the killer." The policemen in the station gazed in awe at the majestic Rapidash. contrasting sharply with their own Houndoom, which elicited an overwhelming sense of inferiority, leading them to swarm around the Rapidash, showering it with treats. Meanwhile, the Houndoom, clearly displeased, began to bark at the officers. That night, after the Rapidash had sniffed Moya's clothing and memorized his scent, 2 Rapidash sprang into action, searching vigorously. At last, under the call of one Rapidash, the 4 regrouped and followed it in pursuit of Moya. Soon, they stumbled upon a makeshift grass hut nestled on a secluded hill. The 4 swiftly released their Pokémon to encircle the hut, and the captain kicked the door open, only to find it empty, leaving him disheartened. Could it be that the Rapidash had erred? Unthinkable. As the captain hesitated to question the Rapidash's abilities, he was startled by the loud barks of 2 Rapidash outside, prompting him to rush out. The 4 hurriedly followed, only to find themselves at the edge of a cliff. The Rapidash continued to bark at the air, and the captain suddenly understood, urgently commanding, "Rapidash, use flamethrower." A jet of flame shot forth, only to be thwarted by a purple shield. The captain solemnly declared, "Moya, you are surrounded. Behind you lies the cliff. There is no escape. Surrender and return with us to face justice." At that moment, applause echoed, and a man materialized before them. It was the elusive Moya. Clapping his hands joyfully, he remarked, "Truly impressive, Rapidash. Despite my impeccable concealment and perfect control of my aura, you still discovered me." The elite team promptly unleashed their Pokémon, sternly stating, "Moya, you have committed heinous acts, murdering innocents in violation of the trainer code. Surrender peacefully, or we will be forced to eliminate you." Moya burst into laughter, retorting, "Do you think you have me surrounded? Allow me to enlighten you. It is you 4 who are ensnared." The captain, startled, glanced around, realizing nothing was amiss, and exhaled in relief, only to angrily declare, "Moya, it seems you have lost your mind. Let us apprehend him. Let us see who is truly the prey and who the hunter," Moya coldly proclaimed. As the dream demon exuded an eerie aura that instilled fear in all present, rendering their Pokémon unable to move. The 4 felt a chilling dread wash over them. The captain, in disbelief, exclaimed, "You are a champion." The others shuddered at his words, their spines chilled. The captain shouted, "Run. Escape if you can. Whoever makes it out must relay the news to headquarters." "Running now, are we?" "Perhaps it is too late," Moya intoned coldly. "Dream Demon, use Shadow Ball." Black spheres launched towards their Pokémon, who were swiftly overwhelmed and fell, incapacitatively defeated. As the 4 turned to flee down the mountain, they found themselves ensnared by an unseen force, their expressions shifting to horror as the Dream Demon, with glowing red eyes, drained their life energy, leaving behind 4 lifeless husks before turning to absorb the fallen Pokémon. Moya observed the Dream Demon's newfound strength and murmured towards the capital, Cold Peak, "Are you ready?" "I am returning." Chapter 103, Return to the Capital. Back at the police station, the hours passed without a sign of the elite team, causing concern among the officers. A nervous young officer stammered, "What if something has happened to them?" His captain sternly interrupted, "What nonsense are you spouting? They are elite trainers. Do you understand what that entails? They are on par with the mayor. How could they fall to the killer? No, the killer is simply too cunning to be found." The young officer fell silent. The clock on the wall chimed again, and with the elite force still unreturned, the captain, now anxious, lit a cigarette. He inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling the smoke, letting his unease dissipate like the fog. In no time, the cigarette was reduced to ash, and he finished the last puff, contemplatively stating, "If they have not returned in another 2 hours, we shall ascend the mountain with the Houndoom." The team nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the captain's resolve. 2 hours swiftly passed, the dawn breaking outside, yet still, no sign of the Elite Four. The captain donned his jacket, declaring, "Bring the Houndoom, we shall ascend the mountain." Though reluctant, the team suppressed their fear and followed the captain, Houndoom in tow, up the slope. Throughout the journey, the Houndoom sniffed the air for traces of the Elite Four. The captain gritted his teeth, determinately keeping pace. After an indeterminate time, the Houndoom halted, barking towards the side. The captain looked up to see a half-dilapidated hut come into view, presumed to be the killer's temporary hideout. But where were the Elite Four? He instructed his subordinates to scour the area. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, startling the team. They rushed towards the source, discovering the young officer sitting in terror, unable to articulate his fear. Following his trembling finger, they gasped, for lifeless bodies lay before them. The captain, in disbelief, approached the bodies with a heavy heart. After a long moment, he fought back tears and shouted, "Salute!" The remaining officers, grief-stricken, offered a solemn salute. The captain swiftly wiped away his tears, stating gravely, "The situation is dire. 4 elite trainers have perished here, and the killer remains at large. We must report this to our superiors immediately. One of you must rush to town and report the situation. The rest will carry the bodies back. This is the least we can do for our fallen comrades." Shortly thereafter, the officer who returned to town solemnly reported the incident to the chief, who was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Those elite trainers sent from above are all dead?" The chief, drenched in cold sweat, immediately dialed a number, reaching none other than Yi Xinghua, the vice-governor of Jiangnan province, for this town falls under his jurisdiction. When Yi Xinghua answered the phone, he was met with the disheartening news that the caller was merely the head of a small town. His brow furrowed, as he was acutely aware that such calls often heralded troublesome matters. As anticipated, upon learning that even a squad of 4 elite trainers had perished there, he felt the weight of the situation. Nevertheless, it was imperative to address the issue, and he promptly mobilized the Jiangnan Province Guard to investigate. The Jiangnan Province Guard was regarded as the province's elite force, typically comprising a 4-member team consisting of a champion and 3 peak elite trainers, all seasoned warriors adept at handling various emergencies. Upon receiving their assignment, the guards swiftly flew to the town, guided by local law enforcement, and returned to the vicinity of the thatched cottage. The team leader calmly released his ace Pokémon, Houndoom, and the members followed closely behind, only to find their trail abruptly cut off outside the town. The captain spoke slowly. "He has already departed from this town." The officers breathed a sigh of relief at this news, as they were well aware of the harrowing days they had endured. The guard quickly contacted Yi Xinghua to report the findings, and he replied, somewhat irritable, "Return for now. I will escalate this matter to the League." In the imperial capital, Mo Yang found himself back in familiar yet strange surroundings. As night fell, he arrived at the Yuan residence, but the absence of Luo Luo left him feeling unsettled, craving an outlet for his frustration. Meanwhile, a servant from the Lung family stealthily slipped out, his intentions unknown, yet tonight, he was destined to become Mo Yang's prey. Utilizing his Dream Eater, Mo Yang swiftly ended the servant's life in a secluded alley and absorbed his life energy. Suddenly, a chilling hand rested on his shoulder. Maintaining his composure, Mo Yang remarked, "Shadow, what brings you here?" The shadowy figure gazed in surprise at Mo Yang's calm demeanor, but eventually spoke. "You dare to utilize Pokemon to siphon human life energy? Have you lost your senses? Do you not realize this is a taboo beyond taboos?" "Taboo? What does that even matter? I have lost everything. All that remains is vengeance, and for that, it is all worth it. Do not speak of killing a member of the Lung family. Even if I were to annihilate an entire city, so be it," Mo Yang replied coldly. The shadowy figure felt a shiver of fear at the sight of the icy determination in Mo Yang's eyes and the dark aura enveloping him. He cautiously replied, "Though this secret technique can rapidly enhance your power, the risks are equally high. Your Pokemon may go berserk at any moment, beyond your control." Mo Yang replied dismissively, "Isn't that precisely what you desire? The higher my strength, the more chaos I sow in the capital. Surely, the organization would be pleased." While his words held validity, the shadowy figure was about to voice a concern when Mo Yang abruptly cut him off, stating icily, "There are no buts. I know my Pokemon's condition best. Your concern is unwarranted." With that, Mo Yang gradually vanished into the darkness of the capital. The shadowy figure, observing Mo Yang's disappearance, disposed of the lifeless body, grumbling, "If it weren't for the organization wanting to keep you alive a bit longer, I wouldn't bother cleaning up your mess." Chapter 104, Organizational Investigation. The incident involving Mo Yang's murder of the Lung family's servant went unnoticed, with no one, save for Mo Yang and the shadowy figure, aware of the servant's fate. The Lung family's butler showed no inclination to investigate, simply hiring another servant to move on from the matter. After calculating the time, Zhuohan felt it was time to transfer the first batch of top-tier energy cubes to the Zhou family. He promptly called his mother for an update. Upon learning that the energy cubes had been sent out for half a day, Zhuohan quickly contacted Teacher Zhou to inquire about the current situation. Teacher Zhou, delighted to receive Zhuohan's call, responded, "The goods have just arrived, and upon inspection, their quality is impeccable. We anticipate beginning sales tomorrow." Hearing this, Zhuohan felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and the two continued discussing matters pertaining to the Pokemon breeding facility. Teacher Zhou, upon learning of Zhuohan's interest in establishing a breeding facility, enthusiastically shared insights, his demeanor brightening throughout the conversation, a detail that caught Zhou Min's attention. Observing her usually stern and unsmiling sister so animated during a phone call piqued her curiosity about the individual on the other end. Once Teacher Zhou hung up, Zhou Min approached with a teasing tone, "Sister, who were you chatting with so merrily? Do share with your sister." Teacher Zhou, flustered by her sister's teasing, quickly replied. It's not as you say, just business associates. We simply found common ground. Oh, business associates, you say? Then why does it seem like this business associate is rather different from the usual ones? Zhoumin jested. Different? They are all the same, Teacher Zhou said. A hint of guilt creeping into her tone. Perhaps as the business progresses, they might become part of the family? Zhoumin continued her playful banter. Teacher Zhou's fair cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily retreated, exclaiming, I won't entertain you any longer. You only tease me. Her expression confirmed Zhoumin's suspicions, leading her to believe that today's top-tier energy cubes were indeed closely tied to this business associate. Meanwhile, at the League, Yi Xinghua reported the incident involving the lifeless body to the president. Upon hearing the words lifeless body, the president was reminded of the calamity from 20 years prior and concluded that this incident bore the hallmarks of the Phantom Organization. After concluding the call, the president summoned the 4 champions to discuss the case reported by Yi Xinghua. Based on the assessment from the Jiangnan Province Guard, it was highly likely that the perpetrator had arrived in the imperial capital. The champions immediately recalled the previous cases of missing Pokémon in the capital, with Zhu Qing gravely stating, could it be that the culprit behind the previous incidents in the capital is the same as the one reported from Jiangnan? We can hypothesize that the assailant, nearly captured in the capital, became cautious and shifted their focus to remote areas. Now, their power must have grown to a certain extent, prompting their return to the capital. The president remarked solemnly. Zhu Qing's reasoning resonated, and the president nodded in agreement. Your assessment is astute. It is highly probable that members of the Phantom Organization are targeting the capital. In the coming days, heightened vigilance is essential, and please investigate any recent reports of missing persons in the capital. Zhu Qing, you will coordinate personnel from within the League. Zhuohan intended to return to Rong City, but was informed of potential unrest in the capital, necessitating daily patrols. He could only manage a wry smile and nodded in acceptance. Xinyue and Chufeng voiced their grievances. What is it now? Why do these terrorists persist in their attempts to undermine the capital? What exactly do they find so objectionable in our city? Yang Shui, with a serious expression, interjected. Enough with the complaints. I sense that this situation is more complex than it appears. Not long ago, several Pokémon mysteriously vanished from the capital, after which the president summoned the remaining 3 champions to conduct a sweep alongside the B Group investigators, resulting in a period of relative peace. Doesn't that imply the perpetrator was apprehended by the 4 champions? What relevance does this current situation hold? Xinyue queried, perplexed. While that is one perspective, the information I acquired through private channels indicates that the perpetrator was not captured but rather escaped from the capital, Yang Shui replied calmly. What? The 4 champions and the B Group investigators couldn't apprehend the culprit and allowed them to flee? Surely, that cannot be true, Xinyue exclaimed, incredulous. Yang Shui's implication was clear. It was highly likely that the murderer had returned to the capital with the intention of committing another crime. Chu Feng spoke gravely. Indeed, that is precisely my sentiment. A person capable of evading the 4 kings is undoubtedly formidable. Hence, when we patrol, it would be prudent to divide into 2 groups rather than 4, to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Yang Shui stated earnestly. Zhuohan and the others nodded in agreement with Yang Shui's strategy. Before the alliance had even commenced its patrol, Mo Yang had already taken the lives of numerous servants from the Lung family. The recent spate of disappearances among the servants had finally caught the attention of the housekeeper. The 4 kings swiftly initiated an investigation into any recent disappearances within the capital. However, before they could uncover any leads, Lung Bing learned that her family's servants had been vanishing frequently over the past few days, yet it was only now that this was reported to her. Lung Bing cast a discontented glance at the housekeeper. The housekeeper, acutely aware of his blunder, lowered his gaze, unable to meet Lung Bing's eyes. Lung Bing promptly compiled the number of missing persons to report to the alliance, coldly instructing the housekeeper, go and receive the family punishment. The housekeeper repeatedly nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young lady, for your mercy. Moments later, the anguished cries of the housekeeper echoed through the air. Within the alliance, the 4 kings regarded the report of the missing individuals with a peculiar gaze directed at Lung Bing. Lung Bing was well aware of their reasoning. It appeared that the murderer bore a grudge against the Lung family, specifically targeting their servants. Zhu Qing gently inquired, Lung Bing, has your family had any deep-seated enmity with anyone recently? After a moment of contemplation, Lung Bing shook her head, replying, not only recently, but over the past few years. We have not offended anyone. Zhu Qing, hesitantly, asked, what about Uncle Lung? Lung Bing again shook her head, stating, my father has only recently left the hospital. How could he have offended anyone? This is indeed puzzling. Why would the murderer specifically target members of the Lung family? Could it merely be coincidence? Xiong remarked, visibly perplexed. Chapter 105, The First Confrontation. Upon returning home, Lung Bing felt unsettled by the day's events. She seated herself and sipped a glass of lemonade, meticulously reflecting on whom she might have offended over the years, yet her mind offered no answers. Her gaze shifted to her father's study, and she approached, gently knocking on the door. Inside, Lung Feng furrowed his brow as he reviewed the family's financial losses. The once prosperous Lung family was gradually declining, which explained his urgency to arrange a marriage alliance with the Yuan family. Suddenly, the sound of knocking interrupted him. Hastily, he concealed important documents and called out, "Come in." Lung Bing slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Seeing his eldest daughter, Lung Feng expressed surprise. "What brings you to see me at this late hour?" "Father, I wish to discuss today's occurrences," Lung Bing replied, recounting the events to him. After listening, Lung Feng's expression shifted to one of unease as he slowly responded, "So, it appears that the murderer is indeed targeting our family. That is the current situation. Have you had any conflicts with anyone recently?" Lung Bing asked quietly. After a moment of contemplation, Lung Feng shook his head. "In recent years, I have remained focused on our family's affairs and have not had any disputes with others. This is quite strange. Why would the murderer fixate on our family? Could it be mere coincidence?" Lung Bing pondered, feeling increasingly at a loss. After sharing her thoughts, she returned to her room. Once Lung Bing departed, Lung Feng's amiable demeanor transformed into a frigid countenance, his mind haunted by the echoes of Mo Yang's desperate cries from that fateful night. He promptly dialed the housekeeper, summoning the servants who had dealt with the incident that evening to gather at the usual place the following day. The next morning, Lung Feng arrived early at the designated location, surveying the trembling servants before him. "Are you certain that the individual in question is deceased?" The servants exchanged apprehensive glances before one stammered. "The man, Mo Yang, was left severely injured. We discarded him at the mass grave, where he would surely be devoured by wild creatures. So you cannot definitively confirm his death? Is this how you conduct your duties?" Lung Feng narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with menace. At his words, the servants fell to their knees, pleading, "Master, have mercy. That boy is certainly dead." Lung Feng gestured dismissively, and the housekeeper immediately ordered, "Take him away. Administer the family punishment." Lung Feng was now convinced that the one enacting revenge upon the Lung family was indeed Mo Yang. He could hardly fathom how that wretched soul had managed to survive. Nevertheless, since he dared to strike against the Lung family, he must be prepared for retaliation. "We were able to kill him once. We can certainly do so again. Housekeeper, remain vigilant. Report any unusual occurrences to me immediately. The missing servants are likely a part of that boy's revenge," Lung Feng stated coolly. Though he spoke with resolve, Lung Feng did not regard Mo Yang as a significant threat. To him, Mo Yang remained a mere insignificant figure, resorting to petty tactics for revenge, hardly worthy of concern. Upon returning home, Lung Feng noticed his eldest daughter having breakfast and casually remarked, "If you have time, do visit Luo Luo more often." Lung Bing nodded, responding, "Once this busy period concludes, I will certainly go see my sister." That night, under Zhu Qing's direction, Zhuohan and the Alliance's soldiers commenced their patrol, which, rather than a simple watch, was a ruse to lure out the murderer. They stationed numerous personnel in the vicinity of the Lung family, with Lung Bing personally overseeing the operation. However, Mo Yang was no longer the naive youth he once was, having killed so many of the Lung family's servants. He understood that he could not return to their residence at this time. Thus, he set his sights on the Yuan family instead. Outside the Yuan residence, Mo Yang surveyed potential prey while contemplating a reunion with Luo Luo. Suddenly, a servant emerged from the estate, seemingly on an errand to purchase something. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yang trailed the servant and unleashed the dream demon to ensnare him, only to be thwarted by a sudden burst of flame. "Looks like our luck is on the rise. We might catch the criminal on the very first day," Xian exclaimed jubilantly to Chu Feng. Mo Yang realized he could not remain there any longer and shouted, "Dream demon, make it swift." "Shadow Ball," Xian called out, "Blaziken, unleash your flamethrower. Don't let him escape." Chu Feng released his Lizard King to assist Blaziken in combat. The ensuing clash quickly drew Zhuohan's attention, prompting him and his team to rush over. Mo Yang looked disdainfully at the two and remarked coldly, "Consider yourselves fortunate to escape today. Next time, your luck may not be so favorable." Dream Demon, Shadow Ball. The Dream Demon radiated a peculiar aura, rendering Blaziken and Lizard King momentarily immobilized. With several Shadow Balls launched, both Blaziken and Lizard King succumbed in battle. Xianyu and Chu Feng stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The murderer was indeed a trainer of the king level, and they were drenched in cold sweat from the realization. Mo Yang glanced at the fallen duo without a trace of remorse before vanishing from the scene. Zhuhan and his companions arrived just in time to witness Xianyu and Chu Feng slumped on the ground. Yang Shui rushed forward, inquiring, "What happened? Did you apprehend the murderer?" With a pale complexion, Xianyu replied, "The murderer escaped. We were defeated." "What?" Yang Shui exclaimed, taken aback. Though Xianyu and Chu Feng held no distinguished rank within the alliance, their abilities were tangible, being half-step kings. The fact that they could not even land a blow against the murderer underscored the latter's formidable prowess. Chu Feng managed a wry smile. If it weren't for the murderer's concern about being captured, both Xianyu and I might not have made it out alive. Yang Shui had also come to realize the gravity of the situation as she gazed at the approaching Zhu Qing, slowly recounting the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing that the assailant had reached the level of a king trainer, Zhu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What? The perpetrator is already a king trainer? How is it possible that in just a mere month, they have grown to such an extent?" On their way back, Xianyu and Chu Feng appeared particularly despondent, a fact not lost on Yang Shui, who chose to remain silent. After all, both of them had achieved the level of a half-step king at such a young age, which naturally led to a degree of arrogance. This failure served as a cautionary tale, teaching them that there are always those more formidable than oneself. Chapter 106, Leading a Team Alone. In the conference room of the Alliance, the four kings and Zhu Han engaged in a discussion regarding the capture of the assailant. Zhu Qing spoke with a serious tone. "Last night, 2 investigators from Team C encountered the assailant and were defeated, allowing the perpetrator to escape. While the assailant's strength has reached that of a king, your capabilities as Alliance investigators are still insufficient. I needn't elaborate on the rumors that circulate. I hope this incident serves as a wake-up call for you both." Upon hearing Zhu Qing's words, Xianyu and Chu Feng's already pale faces turned even more ashen, and they instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet her gaze. Yang Shui felt a twinge of irritation at Zhu Qing's blunt reprimand of her subordinates. Yet she could do little about it, for authority often trumps compassion. At that moment, Yuan Tianlong furiously interjected, "How dare this assailant target the Yuan family? This is nothing short of a provocation." Zhu Qing replied calmly, "All right, let us focus on the matter at hand. Now that we have confirmed the assailant's strength to be at the king level, the contribution of trainers below that rank is negligible. Therefore, it is imperative that our team includes at least one trainer of king caliber." Xiong Er remarked awkwardly, "Currently, the investigators from teams A and B are still engaged in their tasks. King-level trainers within the Alliance are exceedingly rare. Unless we recruit from the military or seek assistance from the top-tier Pokémon academies, we can only rely on the president to make such requests." Zhu Qing frowned at Xiong Er's words, contemplating. Seeking help is out of the question. Otherwise, what would become of the four kings' authority or the Alliance's prestige? She added, "Henceforth, patrols should not consist of large groups, particularly in Yang Shui's case. We acknowledge Yang Shui's strength. She can lead a team alone." Xiong Er nodded and directed his gaze at Zhu Han, saying, "And you, young man, who lingers behind Yang Shui, what are your intentions? Do you harbor feelings for her? You should also take a team." Yang Shui, taken aback by Xiong Er's suggestion for Zhu Han to lead a team, replied somewhat uneasily, "King Xiong, that may not be appropriate. After all, Zhu Han has only just become an investigator and is still learning the ropes." Xiong Er countered, "Do not be fooled by this lad. He possesses genuine king-level strength, along with some Z moves, and the ability to mega-evolve. In terms of power, I dare say you may not be his match, Yang Shui." Zhu Han rolled his eyes at Xiong Er, thinking to himself, "Must you sing my praises so loudly? It could backfire spectacularly." "What?" Upon hearing Xiong Er's statement, Chu Feng and Xianyu were taken aback. "Is Zhu Han really that strong? We had no idea." They both gazed at Zhu Han in disbelief, their impressions of him shaped by his seemingly lackadaisical demeanor and unremarkable appearance, which hardly suggested prowess. So this fellow has hidden his capabilities well, day in and day out. He seems to do nothing but slack off. It's settled then. Zhu Han will lead a team, Xiong Er declared nonchalantly. Yang Shui turned to Zhu Qing, for it was she who held the authority to make decisions. To her surprise, Zhu Qing nodded and said, "I just recalled something I nearly forgot. Zhu Han, I have always had high hopes for you." Zhu Han, somewhat resigned, nodded, saying, "Very well. Since this is the decision of the esteemed kings, I shall accept this responsibility." That concludes the meeting. Are there any further questions? Zhu Qing inquired, looking toward Zhu Han and the others. They all shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. "Then, we are adjourned." On the way back, Zhu remarked to Xiong Air with a wry smile, "You've really put me in a tough spot." Unfazed, Xiong Air replied earnestly, "The future of the Alliance rests on the shoulders of you young people. If you aren't given a bit of pressure, how will you find the motivation to improve?" He then clapped Zhu on the shoulder, adding, "I have great faith in you. Perhaps in a few years, you will become the youngest king in the Alliance." Yang Shui and the others watched in surprise as Zhu and Xiong Air engaged in conversation. Xianu and Chu Feng mused. It seems Zhu is the real deal among them. Upon Zhu return to the group, Yang Shui inquired curiously, "Do you know King Xiong?" Zhu nodded. "We have crossed paths a few times." Yang Shui thought to herself, "Just a few encounters? That doesn't seem to align with King Xiong's usual manner. Would you mind sharing your strength with us? King Xiong supported you so fervently in the meeting. We are quite curious," Yang Shui asked with intrigue. Xianu and Chu Feng leaned in, eager to catch every word Zhu uttered. "There's nothing wrong with sharing. We are teammates after all, and will be undertaking missions together. Since you've asked, I suppose I should reveal that I am a king," Zhu stated nonchalantly. "A king?" Yang Shui's eyes sparkled as she quickly exclaimed, "Zhu, I had no idea you were truly a king. It appears I underestimated you." Xianu and Chu Feng, somewhat disheartened, lamented, "We agreed to be slackers together, and now you tell us you are a king? I'm exhausted. Let this world be destroyed." Yang Shui, exasperated at their antics, rebuked, "You both need to rein it in. Have you forgotten what transpired today? Being publicly reprimanded by King Zhu Qing is a disgrace for Team C." Hearing Yang Shui's words, the two looked downcast as they responded, "We're sorry, Senior Yang. We brought shame upon Team C." Yang Shui regarded them seriously. "Both of you have been stuck at half-step king for quite some time. Have you never considered advancing to king?" "Of course we have. We dream about it every night, and we made numerous connections. Yet this step seems to firmly hold us in place." Xianu and Chu Feng replied, their voices tinged with sadness. Yang Shui had not anticipated that her words would further dishearten them. However, it is the reality of being a king. Many are trapped at the half-step level, unable to make that leap. Had it not been for her good fortune, she might very well be grappling with the same frustrations. Zhu pondered their words, wondering if it was their Pokemon's lack of comprehension that held them back. If that were the case, it would be quite troublesome. Should it be due to other reasons? It might be more manageable. Chapter 107, Fierce Battle. The following morning, the butler of the Lung family hurried back from outside, clearly flustered. He rushed to the door of Lung Feng's study and knocked anxiously. Lung Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, instructed, "Come in." The butler pushed open the door and entered, but the sweat on his brow betrayed his agitation. Breathlessly, the butler exclaimed, "It's bad, sir. A major incident occurred outside the Yuan residence last night." Lung Feng, observing the butler's frantic demeanor, responded with irritation, "Did I not instruct you that no matter what happens, maintaining composure is paramount? Look at you now. Where is the poise befitting a butler of the Lung family? Now, tell me, what on earth has happened?" The butler, having received a reprimand from Cold Front, adjusted his demeanor and slowly replied, "Indeed, the master is correct. This morning, I learned that the perpetrator appeared outside the Yuan residence last night, intending to target one of the servants, but was discovered by the inspector. Upon hearing that the assailant had been detected by the inspector, Cold Front's expression subtly shifted, and he immediately inquired, "Is it possible that that scoundrel, Mo Yang, has already been apprehended by the Alliance?" The butler, sensing the tension in Cold Front's voice, awkwardly replied, "Not quite. In fact, I've heard that the inspectors were no match for Mo Yang. Had it not been for his apparent caution, those two inspectors would likely have met their demise last night." "What? Mo Yang managed to escape? If the inspectors are no match for him, then those two are truly worthless." Cold Front expressed his dissatisfaction. The butler, observing Cold Front's displeased countenance, cautiously added, "It is said that those two inspectors possess the strength of half-step kings, and there are rumors that Mo Yang might very well be of intermediate king level." After hearing this, Cold Front felt a surge of agitation. The once inconspicuous insect had grown to the level of a king. He exhaled slowly, calming himself, and waved his hand, signaling the butler to leave. Understanding the gesture, the butler departed the room. Cold Front then spoke softly to an unknown presence behind him. "For your final task, eliminate that scoundrel, and you will owe me nothing." As soon as the words left his mouth, another figure materialized in the study, coldly stating, "You must be certain this will be my last assistance to you." Cold Front replied calmly, "That scoundrel has become a formidable force, and I have a deep-seated vendetta against him. Until he is dead, I shall find no peace." After Cold Front finished speaking, the figure nodded and departed the study. In the wake of these events, Mo Yang remained confined to his dimly lit room for several days. But tonight he could no longer bear it, and resolved to venture out and test his luck. Meanwhile, cold Luoluo, unable to endure her confinement within the estate, decided to take a stroll during the absence of Yuan Junxian to clear her mind. The household servants, upon hearing her intention, attempted to dissuade her from leaving. They implored, "Young mistress, if you wish to clear your mind, wait for the young master to return and accompany you. The capital is quite chaotic at present, and it is very dangerous for you to go out alone." Cold Luoluo, with a stern expression, retorted, "Do not use danger as an excuse. Am I not allowed to seek solace? Do not forget that I am also the mistress of this household." With that, she disregarded the servants and exited the estate, leaving a few behind to inform the butler while the others followed her closely. As she walked, she paid no heed to the servants trailing behind her, but suddenly, they all inexplicably collapsed, causing cold Luoluo to panic momentarily. Soon after, a familiar figure appeared before her, and Mo Yang, staring at cold Luoluo, said, "Luoluo, we have finally met again." "Mo Yang, is that you?" Cold Luoluo exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mo Yang, gazing at the now married cold Luoluo, felt a tumult of emotions and gently said, "Luoluo, come with me. Let us live in a town where no one knows us. Shall we?" Overcome with emotion, cold Luoluo shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she replied, "It is too late. All of this is too late. Why? Why did you not come to take me away that night?" Just as Mo Yang was about to explain, a furious voice erupted. "What do you intend to do to Luoluo, you murderer?" It was Yuan Wanan, who swiftly summoned his fierce bite land shark, positioning himself protectively in front of cold Luoluo. "Luoluo, do not be afraid. I will protect you," he declared. "Things are not as you think, Wanan, my senior merely." Cold Luoluo urgently tried to clarify. Before she could finish, Mo Yang coldly addressed Yuan Wanan. "Today, I intend to take Luoluo away. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall meet their demise. Nightmare Demon, manifest." He commanded. "I will not allow you to take Luoluo. Bite land shark, dragon's claw." Yuan Wanan shouted resolutely. "Nightmare Demon, let him witness your power, shadow sphere of the law." A colossal silhouette of the Nightmare Demon suddenly appeared before Bite Land Shark, causing it to halt its attack in fear. "Deliver the final blow with Shadow Sphere," Mo Yang commanded coldly. "Bite Land Shark, attack. Use reverse scale. Do not succumb to fear," Yuan Wanan urged. "Naive. Nightmare Demon, suppress Bite Land Shark with your King's aura." As Bite Land Shark seemed on the verge of overcoming its fear, it was suddenly overwhelmed by a unique aura that immobilized it. Under the barrage of shadow spheres, Bite Land Shark was ultimately rendered incapable of battle. "Damn it, why does it always turn out like this?" Yuan Wanan shouted, frustration boiling over as he gazed at his fallen companion. "Now it is your turn, Yuan Wanan. This time next year will be your death anniversary. Soul extraction of the Nightmare Demon," Mo Yang declared coldly. At that moment, an ominous premonition gripped cold Luoluo as she cried out, "Mo Yang, what do you intend to do? Are you going to harm a human? Have you lost your mind? Stop this at once. I will not allow you to hurt Wanan. Luoluo, it will all be over soon. Once Yuan Wanan is dead, we can return to the way things were, and you will no longer need to concern yourself with anything," Mo Yang said with a hint of madness in his tone. "Stop, Mo Yang. You are committing a crime," cold Luoluo shouted in desperation. Ignoring her pleas, Mo Yang turned to the Nightmare Demon, coldly commanding, "Proceed." Just as the blue light was about to envelop Yuan Wanan entirely, a purple dragon-shaped energy suddenly struck the Nightmare Demon, forcing it to interrupt the soul extraction. "Dragon King, use Dragon Pulse," a voice called from a distance. Zhuahan approached the battlefield, observing the defeated Bite Land Shark and the crazed Mo Yang, and slowly remarked, "It seems I have not arrived too late." Chapter 108, The Death of Mo Yang. Mo Yang, upon seeing Zhuahan's arrival, realized that escape was no longer an option. He decided to fight with all his might, glaring at Zhuahan as he shouted, "Why? Why do the people of the Alliance repeatedly interfere with me? Where were you when I was in trouble?" As he spoke, dark gas began to emanate from his body, which the Nightmare Demon eagerly absorbed, revealing a satisfied expression. From the shadows, Luniala explained to Zhuahan, "This is due to the spirit absorbing too much life energy, causing it to forcibly transmit negative emotional energy to the trainer, who in turn releases negative energy for the spirit to absorb. This rapidly elevates the spirit's level, but both the trainer and spirit will be affected by the negative energy, leading them to go berserk." Zhuahan regarded Mo Yang with a serious expression. As the army prepared to apprehend the perpetrator, Zhuahan held them back, stating, "Charging in now would be akin to delivering yourselves to death. Step aside, I will handle this." The soldiers, trusting Zhuahan's judgment, complied, well aware of the ominous black gas. Cold Luoluo, still struggling to comprehend how her senior had transformed into a notorious killer, approached in tears to question him, but was firmly restrained by Yuan Wanan. As the dark gas was fully consumed by the nightmare demon, Mo Yang returned to his original form and laughed maniacally. With this power, no one can stop me. I shall begin with you, pesky inspector. Nightmare demon. Shadow sphere of the law, he commanded coldly. Zhuahan, observing Mo Yang's madness, calmly retorted, it seems you have underestimated me. Dragon King, water cannon. The shadow orbs unleashed by the dream demon were swiftly obliterated by Zhuahan's Sting Dragon King, causing a slight shift in Mo Yang's expression. Mo Yang bellowed, Dream Demon. Invoke the law of Night's shadow. The enormous figure of the dream demon instilled profound fear in all present, while Zhuahan disdainfully retorted, is that all? Sting Dragon King. Dragon Star Cluster. In an instant, the Sting Dragon King unleashed an overwhelming torrent of draconic energy, causing spheres of dragon energy to rain down from the heavens, striking the dream demon and eliciting expressions of agony from it. Those patrolling on distant streets noticed the explosion and hurriedly made their way toward the commotion. Damn it, how can it be this powerful? I refuse to believe I will be defeated here. Dream demon, suppress him with your kingly aura. Mo Yang's eyes burned crimson as he gazed at Zhuahan, frenziedly shouting. A mysterious aura emanated from the dream demon, rendering all present immobile. The Alliance's forces could hardly fathom the immense strength of this dream demon, now pinning their hopes solely on Zhuahan. Sensing the oppressive weight of the dream demon's kingly aura, Zhuahan shouted, Sting Dragon King, unleash your full power and shatter it. The Sting Dragon King radiated a force even mightier than that of the dream demon, shattering its aura and leaving the dream demon paralyzed with fear as it beheld the Sting Dragon King. With the dream demon's aura dissipated, everyone felt their bodies return to their control, gazing at Zhuahan with admiration, murmuring, the strength of investigator Zhuahan is truly formidable. He effortlessly broke through the enemy's aura. Cease your resistance. You cannot win against me. Come with me and accept the Alliance's judgment, and perhaps I may spare your life. Zhuahan intoned slowly, fixing his gaze on Mo Yang. Haha, spare my life? Even if I had 10 lives, they would not suffice for the Alliance's wrath. I only regret not being able to eliminate that scoundrel, Lung Feng, Mo Yang declared vehemently. Lung Feng. Zhuahan felt a sense of familiarity with that name, though he could not recall why at that moment. However, the pressing matter was to apprehend the individual before him, leaving other concerns aside. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Mo Yang seized the opportunity to shout, Dream Demon, kill Yuan Wanan and absorb his soul. The Dream Demon violently broke free from the Sting Dragon King's grasp, soaring toward Yuan Wanan, its eyes glinting with intent to drain his life energy. Yuan Wanan gazed at the approaching Dream Demon in terror. Zhuahan realized the peril too late. As the Dream Demon prepared to absorb Yuan Wanan's life energy, he found himself unable to intervene in time. Suddenly, Yuan Wanan was pushed aside by Lung Luoluo, breaking the Dream Demon's control, though she fell unconscious in the process. Yet, the Dream Demon did not relent, shifting its target to Lung Luoluo. Dream Demon, halt the absorption. Do not harm Luoluo. Mo Yang cried out. Upon hearing his plea, the Dream Demon paused momentarily, allowing Mo Yang to breathe a sigh of relief. However, in an instant, the Dream Demon was enveloped in a swirling black mist, its eyes glowing red as it turned its gaze toward Lung Luoluo. From within the shadows, Lanira cautioned, this Dream Demon has gone berserk. The only solution now is to eliminate it. Zhuahan was taken aback by Lanira's words. Mo Yang, recalling the warnings of the Shadow Man, looked upon the berserk Dream Demon with dread, shouting, no. Dream Demon, stand down. Do not harm Luoluo. The Dream Demon, now akin to a feral beast, focused its bloodshot eyes on Lung Luoluo, ready to absorb her life energy. Lung Luoluo, eyes tightly shut and trembling, awaited the arrival of death. Zhuahan commanded the Sting Dragon King to unleash a water cannon upon the Dream Demon, but the attack proved ineffective, as the Dream Demon continued its relentless advance toward Lung Luoluo. Just as the Dream Demon was about to drain Lung Luoluo's life energy, a figure darted in front of her, absorbing the life energy instead. Zhuahan could hardly believe his eyes. Mo Yang had thrown himself in front of Lung Luoluo. Mo Yang emitted anguished sounds, causing Lung Luoluo to open her eyes. She looked at Mo Yang, who stood protectively before her, about to reach out to push him away. But he halted her with his final words, do not touch me, or you too will be absorbed. Tears streaming down her face, Lung Luoluo cried out to Zhuahan, save him. Please, I beg you, save him. Zhuahan summoned the combined strength of the troops to disperse the rampaging dream demon, who was still in the midst of absorbing life energy. After absorbing a significant portion of life energy, Mo Yang's body appeared desiccated, clearly on the brink of death. Lung Luoluo gazed sorrowfully at Mo Yang, lamenting, Why? Why did you do something so foolish? Why did you save me? I do not want you to die. Senior Mo Yang. Luoluo, for you, I am willing. My only regret is not witnessing you in your wedding gown. You must look stunning in your red wedding dress. Do not mourn for me. My hands are stained with blood, and I deserve this fate. If I could protect you in the end, my life would be worth it. Oh, sunlight, how I long to feel your warmth once more. In a hazy moment, Mo Yang seemed to hear a voice. Uncle, Nyonyo has been waiting for you. Let us go together. Nyonyo wants a hug. Nyonyo, I'm coming. Mo Yang lay on the ground, his movements stilled forever. Chapter 109, Aftermath. As Mo Yang breathed his last, the four kings and the Yuan family arrived. Zhuahan could not suppress a sarcastic remark, wondering if they were merely actors in a drama, always appearing only after the crisis had passed. Yang Shui stepped forward, concerned. Zhuahan, are you unharmed? Zhuahan shook his head, replying, I am fine. The perpetrator is dead. He gestured toward the lifeless body on the ground. Lung Bing, witnessing her sister weeping over the corpse, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She hurried to pull Lung Luoluo away, but to her surprise, Lung Luoluo refused to leave. The steward of the Yuan family rushed to lift Yuan Wanin, exclaiming, Young master, are you all right? Do not frighten this old servant. Zhuahan, standing nearby, calmly reassured, Yuan family steward, do not panic. Yuan Wanin has merely fainted and is not in grave danger. The steward exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Zhuahan's words and instructed the servants to carry Yuan Wanin back to their residence, paying no heed to Lung Luoluo. Once the Yuan family departed, Lung Bing's expression softened as she struggled to comprehend her sister's connection to the perpetrator. Lung Luoluo threw herself into Lung Bing's embrace, weeping. Senior Mo Yang is dead. He died saving me. Lung Bing was taken aback by her sister's revelation. What? The perpetrator is Mo Yang? Nearby, Zhu Qing was equally astonished. The name Mo Yang had recently been mentioned frequently by Lung Bing. Lung Luoluo had even fled from a marriage due to this man. How had Mo Yang become the perpetrator? Zhuahan, observing Zhu Qing's shock, recounted all that he knew about the situation, clarifying that Mo Yang's identity was irrelevant to him. Beside them, Xiong'er clapped Zhuahan on the shoulder, exclaiming, I knew I had not misjudged you. You tackled the recent thorny case right away, truly worthy of my admiration. Zhuahan shot Xiong Tianwang an exasperated glance. After Zhu Qing grasped the entirety of the situation, she let out a sigh of relief. Although she remained unaware of how Mo Yang became affiliated with the Phantom Organization, the case that had troubled them for so long had finally reached its conclusion. Turning to Zhuahan, she spoke slowly, I knew I was right about you. Zhuahan, once again you've accomplished a great feat, and I shall duly report this to the president. Zhuahan, momentarily at a loss for words, felt a sense of déjà vu with her remark, as if it had echoed through several lifetimes back to his ears. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of modesty, thanking Zhu Qing and asserting that it was merely his duty to alleviate the burdens of the alliance. Yang Shui, observing Zhuahan's demeanor, regarded him with a bemused expression, contemplating his usual behavior and the stark contrast of his current self-righteousness. After the events concluded, Lung Luoluo personally buried Mo Yang. Observing her vacant expression, Zhuahan couldn't help but recite, what is love in this world, that it compels one to pledge life and death? As soon as he uttered those words, all the women present regarded him with incredulity. Even Lung Luo's blank expression shifted slightly. Yang Shui, seizing the moment, remarked, Zhuahan, I never would have guessed that you could possess such profound insights at such a young age. Surely you've had your share of romantic entanglements. Suddenly, Zhuahan recalled that this world had yet to hear such a phrase and hastily clarified. It was merely a moment of inspiration, just a fleeting thought. I assure you, I am a serious individual. Do not malign my character. Yang Shui shot him a skeptical glance, silently urging him to interpret her expression. On their way back, Zhuahan could not restrain his curiosity about Lung Feng. Yang Shui, perplexed, whispered, Why are you inquiring about Lung Feng? Are you not aware that the father of Lung Bingtian is Lung Feng? Upon hearing her words, Zhuahan's mind seemed to clear all obstacles in an instant. Connecting the dots with the previous incident involving Lung Luoluo's wedding dress caked in dirt, he surmised that a significant part of Mo Yang's tragic fate was likely tied to Lung Feng and speculated about the machinations of the powerful families, possibly involving arranged marriages and the tragic fates of star-crossed lovers. Shaking his head, he replied, "It's nothing, just a passing curiosity." Yang Shui looked at him seriously and cautioned, "Some things are better left unknown. As the saying goes, the more you know, the more you place yourself in danger." Zhuohan nodded earnestly in agreement. At the Lung family estate, a shadow flitted into Lung Feng's study. Lung Feng regarded the man before him and inquired coolly, "Is it over?" The man shook his head, stating, "The individual is indeed deceased, but I did not deliver the fatal blow. Therefore, the transaction is nullified. You still have one more chance." Intrigued, Lung Feng asked, "Who defeated him?" "A new investigator," the man replied icily. "That must be this year's martial arts champion." Lung Feng mused, surprised at the champion's formidable prowess. "Perhaps we should consider making contact." Abroad, a figure clad in black examined the intelligence provided by his subordinates, murmuring, "I did not expect such a valuable piece to be lost so easily. Zhuohan, you truly are a persistent specter." Back in the Alliance, Zhuohan's name spread among the patrolling soldiers. Almost everyone now recognized him as the one who had unraveled the case and defeated the perpetrator, earning him newfound respect within the C group and reducing the idle gossip that had previously circulated. This shift in the Alliance's perception led both Xianyu and Chu Feng to suddenly admire Zhuohan, knowing that they had never been a match for Mo Yang, while Zhuohan had single-handedly triumphed over him. Subsequently, they began addressing him as Brother Zhuo, for where there is strength, respect naturally follows, and the Alliance was no exception. Over the past few days, Yang Shui had not been able to suppress her joy. Not only had Zhuohan solved the case to the president's acclaim, but he had also elevated the reputation of the C group within the Alliance. Consequently, she frequently encouraged Xianyu and Chu Feng to learn from him, prompting their exasperated protest. "Sister Shui, you treat us so differently." Yang Shui, unyielding, retorted, "Once you two manage to break through to the king level, I shall treat you equally." Following the conclusion of the case, Zhu Qing promptly announced through the Alliance's official channels that the perpetrator had been eliminated, alleviating concerns of further attacks and restoring tranquility to the capital. Chapter 110, Preview of the Auction. In light of Zhuohan's outstanding performance during the Mo Yang incident, the president granted him a week off. After bidding farewell to Yang Shui, and under the envious gazes of Xianyu and Chu Feng, Zhuohan boarded a flight back to Rong City. The next day, he inspected the construction of the auction house, and under the guidance of the workers, a vividly constructed auction venue came into view, prompting Zhuohan to nod in approval, affirming that he had made the right choice. With Zhuohan's endorsement, the workers were elated, and he promptly settled all their wages, which brought tears of gratitude to their eyes. After a brief lunch break, Zhuohan visited the mayor's office to inform Zhao Donglai of his intention to host an auction in Rong City, with plans for regular events if successful. Upon hearing Zhuohan's proposition, Zhao Donglai quickly grasped the underlying strategy, using the influx of auction attendees to stimulate the development of Rong City. It was a commendable approach, yet he cautioned that the items for auction must be sufficiently enticing to draw interest. Zhuohan, with a confident smile, reassured him that the auction items would be no issue, promising to attract a majority of trainers. Sensing Zhuohan's confidence, Zhao Donglai agreed, stating that he would support any endeavor that benefited Rong City. During this period, Zhao Donglai had been astounded by the success of Zhuohan's 9-year compulsory education initiative, but he was aware that no secret remains hidden forever. Upon learning that Zhuohan's processed Pokémon food was the globally popular energy cube, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, realizing Zhuohan had an impressive trump card. Zhao Donglai understood the immense value the energy cube brought and admired Zhuohan for using his own resources to cover the tuition fees for Rong City students. The current flourishing state of Rong City could largely be attributed to Zhuohan's efforts. He was confident that under Zhuohan's leadership, the city would continue to flourish. At 6 p.m., the city officials learned of Zhuohan's upcoming meeting. Though fatigued, they dutifully donned their attire and attended. By 7 p.m., after Zhuohan's presentation, all officials reached a consensus, agreeing to follow his arrangements. After all, their children were now receiving free education, saving them a substantial amount of money. Who would dare oppose Zhuohan at this juncture? Seeing that the officials did not challenge his views, Zhuohan nodded with satisfaction, stating, "If this auction proceeds smoothly, my second plan will be implemented ahead of schedule." The officials were taken aback by his words, as they vaguely recalled that Zhuohan's second plan involved a nationwide trainer initiative. Did he have yet another significant move in store? Although their time with Zhuohan had been brief, they had grown to understand that he was a man of his word. Previously, when the 9-year compulsory education was met with skepticism, they were suddenly informed that the initiative had been executed, allowing their children to attend school for free. Hence, When Zhuahan once again introduced the nationwide trainer initiative, they sensed that a significant transformation was on the horizon for Rome City, one that promised to be a positive upheaval. On the journey back, the officials were deeply unsettled, as Zhuahan's words stirred significant waves within their hearts. Although they were uncertain about the exact nature of the National Trainer Initiative, it was apparent from Zhuahan's intention that he aimed to steer the people of Rome City towards becoming trainers. The officials could speculate on the outlines of Zhuahan's plan, yet they buried their thoughts deep within, feigning ignorance while privately discussing his intentions with close colleagues. Upon returning home and lying in bed, Zhuahan could hardly fathom that a single remark of his had provoked such contemplation among the officials. He himself was preoccupied with pondering what items to present for auction. Firstly, the items must be related to Pokémon. Secondly, they should be exceedingly rare, and finally, they ought to be items seldom seen, even within the Alliance. Zhuahan promptly compiled a list of 15 items. The first 5 were advanced treasures of Pokémon. The next 5 were crystallized laws of Pokémon, and the last 5 were certainly eye-catching. Zhuahan was acutely aware that no one in this world could possibly locate the Mega Evolution Stone of the King of Spikes. Thus, he decided to offer 2 sets for sale, along with 3 sets of the Mega Evolution Stones for the starter Pokémon. This time, he was determined to elevate the reputation of the Rome City auction house. After finalizing the auction items, Zhuahan quickly contacted Teacher Zhou, requesting her assistance in promoting the auction. Upon learning that the auction would include the Mega Evolution Stone of the King of Spikes, Teacher Zhou's eyes lit up. Following the price hike of the Ink Seahorse, many had opted to purchase it. However, until now, aside from Zhuahan, no one had acquired the Mega Evolution Stone of the King of Spikes, resulting in a gradual decline in the number of buyers for the Ink Seahorse. Some even jested that only Zhuahan's King of Spikes possessed a Mega Evolution. The inclusion of the Mega Evolution Stone in this auction would undoubtedly stimulate a resurgence in Ink Seahorse sales, creating a win-win situation for Teacher Zhou. Regardless, even if it weren't a win-win, she would still ardently promote Zhuahan's endeavors. As anticipated, under Teacher Zhou's promotion, nearly everyone across the nation became aware of the rare items to be auctioned in Rome City. With the Mega Evolution Stone being such an ultra-rare item, inquiries about Rome City surged, prompting several small family enterprises to hastily secure loans from major banks in Long Country, fearful of insufficient dragon currency when the time came. The 4 heavenly kings within the Alliance were somewhat taken aback by the news of the auction in Rome City. Yet upon discovering that the auction would feature a Mega Evolution Stone, their expressions turned eager, particularly Yuan Tianlong, who displayed an unmistakable determination to acquire the Mega Evolution Stone of the King of Spikes. Suddenly, Zhu Qing remarked, "Isn't Zhuahan the Lord of Rome City? This auction must be organized by him." Upon hearing Zhu Qing's comment, the remaining 3 heavenly kings were momentarily rendered speechless. In the C Group investigation office, Yang Shui expressed surprise at the impending auction in Rome City. Through her channels, she was aware that Zhuahan was indeed the Lord of Rome City. And upon recalling his hurried return, she teased, "It seems our brother Zhu has quite a few secrets." Both Xianyu and Chu Feng, intrigued, inquired, "Sister Shui, what secrets does brother Zhu have?" "A secret is a secret. If I tell you, it's no longer a secret," Yang Shui playfully replied. "Please, Sister Shui, we promise we won't tell." Xianyu pleaded sweetly. "No way, little Yaya, your charms 1T work on me," Yang Shui retorted before exiting, leaving Xianyu pouting in place, muttering, "Sister Shui is so stingy. Humph, I 1T share chips with her anymore." Chapter 111. The auction officially commences. As the auction approached, Rome City began to exhibit a semblance of imperial grandeur, with throngs of people bustling at the station. Occasionally, flying-type Pokémon descended from the sky, and some even arrived via large water-type Pokémon from the distant sea. The residents of Rome City seized the opportunity presented by Zhuahan to set up stalls and earn money. The streets were lined with various delectable snacks, not only delicious but also reasonably priced, allowing visitors to experience what it meant to enjoy quality products at affordable rates. Due to the overwhelming influx of visitors, even the inns were fully booked, delighting the owners, whose earnings during these few days surpassed their half-year salaries. On the day of the auction, the number of attendees reached astonishing levels. The streets of Rome City were alive with numerous types of Pokémon, captivating the attention of local children. At 8 p.m., the auction commenced punctually. Since it was the inaugural event, Zhuahan decided to personally take the stage. Though the crowd appeared large, only a few dozen could afford to purchase the auctioned items. Most merely came to partake in the festivities and gauge the accuracy of the information. Zhuahan ascended the auction platform and presented the first item, the toxic orb. He announced with fervor, The first item for auction is the Poison-type Advanced Treasure, the Toxic Orb, starting at 10 million dragon currency. Below, the Poison-type trainers gazed at the Toxic Orb with eager eyes. Immediately, bids began to emerge. I bid 10 million dragon currency. With one bid came another, and soon the excitement escalated, reaching 11 million, 12 million, and 13 million, until an elderly man boldly called out 30 million dragon currency, abruptly silencing the fervent atmosphere. The crowd murmured, "This old man is quite ruthless," bidding 30 million dragon currency outright. Although the elder's approach was somewhat unorthodox, no one dared to counter his offer. Zhuahan, seeing the absence of further bids, proclaimed, "Poison-type Advanced Treasure, 30 million for the first time, 30 million for the second time. Consider carefully, this is a rare find." With no further responses, he struck the gavel. Poison-type Advanced Treasure, sold for 30 million. Congratulations to this gentleman on acquiring the Poison-type Advanced Treasure. All transactions will be settled after the auction concludes. Next, we present the second item, the Fire-type Advanced Treasure, the Flame Orb, starting at 10 million dragon currency. Given the popularity of Fire-type Pokémon among the people of Long Country, such as Charizard and Blaziken, the bidding for the Flame Orb was intensely competitive, ultimately being secured by a family specializing in Fire-type Pokémon for 45 million dragon currency. Subsequently, the Thunder Orb, the Master Black Belt, and the Ice Orb were successfully auctioned off for 40 million dragon currency, 35 million dragon currency, and 45 million dragon currency, respectively. Zhuahan then presented the first crystallized law, announcing, "This is a king-level ice-type law crystallization of the mightiest," which I believe all trainers here are well aware of its significance. I will not elaborate further. Starting bid is 40 million dragon currency. Begin. Upon seeing the law crystallization, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of bidding, with the price skyrocketing from 40 million dragon currency to 80 million, and still climbing. The scene filled Zhuahan with immense joy. Ultimately, a young man secured the law crystallization for 100 million dragon currency. Observing the young man's elation, the butler nearby wisely refrained from interrupting his master's excitement, muttering to himself, "I wonder if he has enough money left to purchase the Mega Evolution Stone." Without delay, Zhuahan produced the second law crystallization, loudly announcing, "King-level Charizard law crystallization, starting at 40 million dragon currency." Unsurprisingly, the bidding for the Fire-type law crystallization was rapid, with the price swiftly reaching 100 million. Zhuahan noticed that each time the price hit 100 million, it seemed to stall momentarily. Nevertheless, despite this, Zhuahan still reaped significant profits. After 3 rounds without any further bids, the 100 million was successfully claimed by a red-haired individual. Immediately following, the crystalline blocks of the law from the Elite Water Turtle and the Elite Serpent Monarch were auctioned off for 100 million and 90 million respectively. At this moment, Zhuahan brandished a crystalline block of the law, twice the size of the previous ones, and proclaimed loudly, "This is the Dragon-type law crystalline block from the Elite High-class 3-headed dragon. I trust everyone understands its value. The starting bid is 100 million, and it begins now." The crowd gasped as they beheld the Dragon-type crystalline block, exclaiming in astonishment at its grandeur. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, the spectators regained their composure and began to bid, with the initial offer soaring to 200 million, leaving many ordinary trainers in shock. They regretted their lack of funds, helplessly watching as others placed their bids. Following an intense bidding war, the item was ultimately secured by a member of the Zhu family for an astounding 500 million. Observing the time, Zhuahan announced a brief intermission, stating that the auction for the Mega Evolution Stones would commence at 10 o'clock. A collective sigh of relief filled the room as attendees rose to the entrance to procure refreshments. While some prominent figures lamented that this auction featured the most valuable items seen in the Dragon Kingdom in the last decade, even the black market could not present such a plethora of high-tier Pokémon items in one go. Those who had come merely to observe felt satisfied, remarking, "I have truly broadened my horizons today." As the clock struck 10, anticipation mounted for the auction of the Mega Evolution Stones, a coveted treasure for many families. Some refrained from bidding on other items, fearing they would be financially unprepared for the Mega Evolution Stone auction. Zhuahan ascended the stage with poise, presenting the first set of Mega Evolution Stones for the Spiny Dragon King. Here we have a set of Mega Evolution Stones for the Spiny Dragon King. No need for further ado, those in the know will understand. The starting bid is 200 million. At that moment, an elderly gentleman rose, declaring, "We will take this set of Mega Evolution Stones for a flat price of 1 billion. Zhuahan's surprise was evident. The man was none other than the steward of the Yuan family. Observers noted the steward's bid, refraining from countering. Those unfamiliar with the elder could not afford such a sum, while those who recognized him chose to defer to the Yuan champion. Nevertheless, Zhuohan profited handsomely from the 1 billion price tag. Next, Zhuohan presented another set of Mega Evolution Stones, announcing, "This is the Mega Evolution Stone for Charizard X." And as always, those in the know will comprehend its significance. Starting at 200 million, a red-haired youth in the crowd, eyes wide with excitement, shouted, 1 billion. The audience fell silent, astonished at the rapid succession of bids. The previous 1 billion was swiftly followed by another, leaving many to wonder about the audacity of such bids. The crowd, unwilling to contest the red-haired boy's exuberance, fell silent, while he jubilantly celebrated his win, much to the annoyance of those nearby. Afterward, Zhuohan unveiled the third set of Mega Evolution Stones, exclaiming, "The Mega Evolution Stone for Blaziken starts at 200 million. The crowd slowly comprehended the value of the Blaziken's Mega Evolution Stone, and the red-haired youth promptly raised his bid to 1 billion once more. Observers smirked. Whose child is this? Such grand aspirations. He ought to be cautious of overreaching. The steward seated next to the boy hastily advised, "Young master, have you forgotten your father's counsel? Maintain a low profile and avoid unnecessary trouble." The boy, exasperated, retorted, I know. You're so bothersome." Wealthy patrons, no longer indulging the boy, began to raise their bids. 1 billion, 2 billion, until an elder stood and declared 15 billion, at which point the bids ceased. Zhuohan surmised the elder was likely a steward from a top-tier family, but he chose not to dwell on it, swiftly presenting the fourth set of Mega Evolution Stones, proclaiming, "This is the Mega Evolution Stone for the Water Turtle, starting at 200 million. As the auction for the Mega Evolution Stones neared its conclusion, members of smaller families began to realize the importance of acquiring at least one set, otherwise, they might never have another opportunity. With many prominent families absent, the next auction would surely attract global attention, making it increasingly difficult for smaller families to compete. As anticipated, the price for the Water Turtle's Mega Evolution Stone surged to 1.5 billion. Yet the tenacity of bidders remained unyielding, continuously elevating the price. Those who had previously purchased Mega Evolution Stones for 1 billion felt fortunate, as the bidding for the Water Turtle's Mega Evolution Stone reached a staggering 2 billion before it was finally secured by a representative of a small family. Although he perspired from the expenditure, he deemed the 2 billion spent well worth the prize. The final set of Mega Evolution Stones was unveiled, and the audience recognized it as the Mega Evolution Stones for the Spiny Dragon King. Zhuohan wasted no time, declaring, "The Mega Evolution Stones for the Spiny Dragon King start at 200 million. Let the bidding commence." Given that this was the last set, the fervor of the bidding intensified more than any prior round. Members of smaller families, eyes ablaze with determination, shouted loudly, escalating bids to 2 billion dragon coins. Yet, the bidding continued to rise, and many families lamented their earlier hesitance to raise their bids. The final set's price exceeded the financial capacity of many present, leaving them to watch helplessly as the bids climbed higher. It wasn't until the price reached 3 billion dragon coins that the bidding finally slowed, with the man who placed the final bid gasping for breath, looking around anxiously. With each strike of Zhuohan's gavel, his heart raced. He had never experienced anything quite like it, fearful of further bids. Finally, upon the third strike, Zhuohan announced, "Congratulations to this gentleman for securing the final Mega Evolution Stone at 3 billion. The man stood in a daze, overwhelmed with elation, wanting to shout in exultation but restraining himself, knowing decorum must prevail. Families that failed to secure a Mega Evolution Stone wore expressions of discontent, clearly disappointed with the outcome. While some felt regret, they were powerless to change their fortunes, praying for greater financial success in future auctions. In conclusion, Zhuohan officially declared the auction's first session at an end, promising to inform everyone promptly should further auctions be arranged. In the back, those who had successfully purchased items proceeded to finalize their transactions. The steward of the Yuan family cast a meaningful glance at Zhuohan, remaining otherwise silent. However, the members of those esteemed families eagerly approached Zhuohan to exchange contact information, indicating that, following this event, Zhuohan's identity began to permeate the circles of the more prominent families. At midnight, the Elven Forum erupted with activity, particularly as some ordinary trainers chronicled their experiences from the auction, prompting those who had not attended to lament their missed opportunity. The auction of the Mega Evolution Stones, especially that of the Mega Stone for the King of Spikes, and inquiries about Zhuohan and the whereabouts of Rongqing surged to the top of trending searches. Netizens gazed enviously at the images of the Mega Evolution Stones, especially after the unveiling of the Mega Stone for the King of Spikes, leading some trainers who had been hesitating to purchase the Ink Seahorse to ultimately decide to buy one. However, by the time they resolved to make their purchase, they discovered that the price of the Ink Seahorse had risen. Yet, compelled by the allure of the King of Spikes Mega Evolution Stone, they reluctantly acquired one. Proving the adage true, when prices are low, one hesitates. When they rise, one decides to buy. How lamentably ironic. The president of the alliance, observing the pinned news, murmured to himself, "This Shuahan is truly remarkable. Fortunately, he is now an investigator for the alliance." In the Zhu family, Zhu Qin gazed at the high-tier dragon-type rule crystal brought by her steward, musing, "I wonder if absorbing this crystal will enable my second Pokemon to break through to the half-step champion level." In the Yuan family, Yuan Tianlong, having obtained the Mega Evolution Stone for the King of Spikes, expressed his gratitude to the steward. "I truly appreciate your assistance in this matter." The steward immediately replied, "It was my duty, but master, this martial champion is indeed shrouded in mystery." Yuan Tianlong nodded in agreement. Zhuahan's various displays of prowess warrant our goodwill. However, we need not be overly conspicuous in our efforts. In the Xiong family, Zhuahan was taken aback to discover that the individual who had auctioned the Mega Evolution Stone for the Fire Chicken was from their family. Upon reflection, it made sense, as both the Xiong Champion and the Xiong King prominently featured the Fire Chicken in their teams, rendering their family almost synonymous with it. The Xiong Champion, upon inspecting the Mega Evolution Stone, immediately recognized its authenticity and said slowly, "Xiong Heir, let this set of Mega Evolution Stones be a gift for your wife." To avoid any appearance of favoritism, despite his embarrassment, Xiong Tianwang quickly accepted the Mega Evolution Stone, secretly hoping his wife would no longer make him sleep on the floor. Chapter 113, Zhuahan's Ambitions. The Xiong Champion, watching Xiong Heir accept the Mega Evolution Stone, remarked casually, "Just remember to transfer the funds later, don't forget the 1.5 billion. Hearing this, Xiong Tianwang was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head and saying, "Wait, uncle, isn't this a gift? Why do you want me to pay? A gift? You must be dreaming. By the way, Xiong Heir, I've noticed your strength hasn't increased much lately, but your audacity has certainly grown. Do you want this or not? If not, I'll keep it for myself," the Xiong Champion replied, exasperated. Just as the Xiong Champion reached for the Mega Evolution Stone, Xiong Heir protectively shielded it, grinning foolishly. "Uncle, I was just joking. I promise to pay you every single cent of that 1.5 billion. Upon hearing this, the Xiong Champion feigned seriousness, saying, "You should have had your father discipline you more severely." "How could that be? Everyone knows you care for me the most, uncle. How could I allow my father to punish me so harshly?" Xiong Heir replied, seeking his uncle's favor. "Decades have swiftly passed, and time has flown by. I recall when your father entrusted you two brothers to me before his departure. Thankfully, both of you have made your father proud in the afterlife." The Xiong Champion reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. Xiong Heir fell silent for a moment. Observing this, the Xiong Champion quickly shifted the topic. "Let us not dwell on the past. Tell me if anything significant has happened in the alliance lately." With that, Xiong Heir brightened, saying, "There hasn't been much, except that Zhuahan recently resolved that highly publicized case in the imperial capital, and the perpetrator is dead. We've also conducted some private investigations into the culprit, Mo Yang, and discovered ties to the Lung family." The Xiong Champion furrowed his brow in concern. "Isn't that person associated with the Phantom Organization? How does he connect with the Lung family?" "Well, uncle, our investigation revealed that Mo Yang was in a relationship with Lung Luluo, who, as you know, is now married to Wanan. Before that, Mo Yang had vanished for a while, allegedly taken by the Lung family. Subsequently, he became the notorious murderer in the imperial capital," Xiong Heir explained. The Xiong Champion, grasping the underlying implications, remarked, "Lung Feng is becoming increasingly reckless. We ought to limit our family's dealings with the Lung family in the future." Xiong Heir agreed. "I will heed your advice, uncle. By the way, how is Zhuahan faring in the alliance? Is anyone giving him a hard time?" The Xiong Champion suddenly inquired. Xiong Heir quickly replied, "Not at all. That kid has gained a bit of notoriety in the alliance. He is living a far more comfortable life than I am." "What is your relationship with Zhuahan like?" the Xiong Champion asked, his tone growing serious. "Our relationship? It should be quite good, right? Why do you ask, uncle?" Xiong Heir responded, intrigued. "What I'm about to tell you must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone, not even your wife. Do you understand?" Seeing the Xiong Champion's grave expression, Xiong Heir nodded earnestly. "To be candid, ever since the Flame Emperor incident, I've been closely monitoring that kid Zhuahan. Following a series of events, I can conclude that he possesses extraordinary fortune. Extraordinary fortune? Xiong'er queried, puzzled. The Xiong champion elaborated. Extraordinary fortune is an unseen blessing from the heavens, ensuring that all dangers transform into opportunities. His future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Understanding his uncle's implication, Xiong'er inquired, so what do you suggest? Continue to act as usual. There is no need for undue flattery. When the moment arises, we can align ourselves with Zhuahan, the Xiong champion advised. Xiong'er responded earnestly, rest assured, uncle, I will remember your words. Meanwhile, Zhuahan was overjoyed as he gazed at his bank card, for after today, he was ready to embark on the realization of his ambitions. Given Rongqing's barren geographical environment, where only a few small trees could be seen in the sparse woods, and even dense grass was a rarity, with only a hint of withered roots remaining. Such conditions rendered even the most basic bug-type Pokémon exceedingly scarce, let alone wild grass-type Pokémon. Thus, Zhuahan resolved to purchase saplings of the World Tree from the system, intending for the World Tree to transform the environment of Rongqing. The following day, Zhuahan visited the secret realm and addressed Solgaleo. I have a daunting task to assign to you. Are you capable of fulfilling it? Solgaleo, noting Zhuahan's earnest demeanor, responded cautiously, if the energy cubes are doubled, I shall agree. Otherwise, I will not. Observing Solgaleo's serious expression, Zhuahan feigned deep sorrow, saying, very well, I agree. Yet inwardly, he mused that indeed, sustenance was paramount, even for a divine beast. Upon hearing Zhuahan's concession, Solgaleo gradually stood up and said, now, tell me what you need me to do. Zhuahan then presented the saplings of the World Tree to be planted in the secret realm, instructing Solgaleo to guard them vigilantly, ensuring that no Pokémon would disrupt their growth. As Solgaleo approached the World Tree, he sensed the immense energy contained within the sapling. Though puzzled, he nodded in agreement and accepted Zhuahan's task, positioning himself protectively around the World Tree. After emerging from the secret realm, Zhuahan once again entered Zhao Donglai's office and remarked, yesterday's auction was quite successful. I have decided that the second phase of the plan can commence. Zhao Donglai looked at Zhuahan and replied, isn't it a bit too soon to implement the National Trainer Initiative? Are you sure your financial resources are sufficient? Zhuahan reassured him, saying, rest assured, in the initial phase, we will merely sell Pokémon at a reasonable price. Later on, I plan to raise Pokémon myself in Rongqing. Things will only improve from here. Zhao Donglai, observing Zhuahan's demeanor, encouraged him, go ahead and pursue your vision boldly. We will all support you. In the afternoon, Zhuahan convened a meeting with the staff. As the officials were still in a state of confusion, Zhuahan boldly announced the initiation of the National Trainer Initiative. According to his proposal, he intended to construct a vast arena for Pokémon battles, and due to the local residency policies in Rongqing, every martial arts student purchasing a Pokémon would receive special pricing. Upon hearing this, the officials were taken aback by Zhuahan's audacious decision to address Pokémon pricing directly. The mention of special pricing ignited their curiosity, prompting them to eagerly inquire, Lord City Master, how much of a discount can we expect? Chapter 114, The Awakening of Negative Energy. Zhuahan, noticing the urgency in the officials' expressions, responded slowly, that will depend on next year's Pokémon market. I cannot provide specific figures at this moment. Hearing this, the officials calmed down considerably and resumed their seats, although it was evident that their minds were elsewhere. Zhuahan briefly outlined his plans, emphasizing that substantial changes would be implemented after the martial arts examination next year. Once the meeting concluded, Zhuahan sought out the construction workers to commence the building of the Pokémon Battle Arena. For the next 2 days, Zhuahan immersed himself in the secret realm, as he understood that reaching the rank of champion and beyond could not be achieved through ordinary training alone, but rather through an understanding of the laws of nature. His focus remained on Hakuryu. Hakuryu diligently practiced Dragon Dance, gradually extending its airborne duration, and its once smooth scales began to show signs of shedding, indicating its progression towards evolving into a Dragonite. As for Chiriyuki, the little one was frequently called away by Lunala for training in psychic abilities, though during breaks, it would steal glances at Zhuahan. When Lunala caught sight of this, Chiriyuki would blush and use teleportation to hide in the nearby woods, yet during training, it gritted its teeth, striving to surpass its mental limits, determined to prove to Zhuahan that it had matured and could be of assistance. Solgaleo, on the other hand, grew increasingly fascinated by the sapling of the World Tree, discovering that it could absorb the solar energy he emitted. Initially startled by the sapling's response, Solgaleo gradually began to sense the benevolence of the World Tree. However, as Solgaleo spent more time in the secret realm, Zhuahan could clearly perceive the influence Solgaleo was having on the environment, not only in weaving psychic energies, but also in the emergence of rare steel types, leading Zhuahan to comprehend the true purpose of a first-level deity. Before long, the time for rest concluded, and Zhuahan reluctantly returned to the Alliance. After exchanging greetings with his parents, he boarded a Pidgeot heading to the imperial capital, allowing Hakuryu to follow closely behind as they flew. Upon arrival in the imperial capital, Zhoumin finally managed to trace her sister's phone number through special channels and learned that the owner of this number was none other than Zhuahan. Zhoumin promptly relayed this crucial information, also noting her sister's interest in Zhuahan. The figure in black, upon receiving this news, was taken aback, musing, Zhuahan. His shadow looms large everywhere. Let's see if this hero can pass the beauty test, ha ha ha. Simultaneously, deep within a dark cavern abroad, a massive cocoon pulsated as if it were on the verge of breaking free. In a lush forest of a neighboring nation, where spring reigned eternal, a vibrant divine tree seemed to sense something and awakened. The powerful Pokémon within the forest, drawn by the tree's energy, gathered to kneel in reverence, awaiting the deity's awakening. Back at the Alliance, as Zhuahan landed, he was greeted by Yang Shue's beaming smile, which sent a shiver down his spine. In his haste to disembark from the Pidgeot, he stumbled forward. Regaining his composure, he glanced up at the imposing figure of Yang Shue and stammered, "That was merely an accident. You must have seen that it wasn't my fault." Yang Shue, her expression darkening, retorted, "Then remove your hands from me." Realizing his faux pas, Zhuahan quickly withdrew his hands, awkwardly gazing at the sky as he stammered, "The weather is quite pleasant today. I'll just head inside to report." With that, he hurried into the hall, eager to forget the embarrassing moment. Observing Zhuahan's youthful demeanor, Yang Shue couldn't help but display a mysterious smile, murmuring, "Could it be that Zhuahan is still a novice? How amusing." After greeting the receptionist at the Alliance front desk, Zhuahan made a beeline for the investigator's office. Pushing the door open and plopping down at his desk, exhaling deeply. Nearby, Xinu and Chu Feng exchanged puzzled glances at Zhuahan's commotion, prompting them to inquire, "What's wrong, Zhua? You seem a bit flustered. Did something happen?" Feigning nonchalance, Zhuahan waved his hand dismissively, "Perhaps I'm just a bit tired from the flight." Nodding in understanding, the two replied, "Then take a moment to rest, Zhua." As Zhuahan leaned on his desk, thoughts of his earlier encounter with Yang Shue flooded his mind, igniting an inexplicable fire within him, leaving him feeling restless. It was only after downing a chilled carbonated beverage and releasing a burp that he began to quell the rising sensation. Having lived two lives, Zhuahan recognized the nature of his feelings, recalling that in his previous life, he had remained a craftsman until his demise. He had no desire to relinquish his first experience to the craft in this life. However, he was perplexed by the intensity of his emotions, wondering if the grievances from his past life had truly followed him into this one. Suddenly, images of Yang Shue, followed by Teacher Zhou, Zhu Qing, Lung Bing, Lung Luluo, Xinu, and even some of his unique teachers from his past life flooded his mind. No, he couldn't remain in this state. Zhuahan abruptly stood, gasping for air, his white t-shirt becoming somewhat translucent. Seeing his distress, Xinu moved to approach him, but Zhuahan, with reddened eyes, pushed her aside, exclaiming, "Stay away from me." Xinu felt a pang of injustice. She was only concerned for Zhuahan, yet he rebuffed her. Sensing something was amiss, Chu Feng was about to step forward, but Zhuahan swiftly bolted out of the office. Xinu and Chu Feng exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired, and promptly contacted Yang Shue to inform her of Zhuahan's condition. Upon hearing their concerns, Yang Shue furrowed her brow in confusion. Chapter 115, Addressing Xinu's Concerns. Though Zhuahan was unclear about the exact nature of the events that had transpired, what mattered most at present was to suppress his emotions. He made his way to the Alliance's swimming pool, shedding his sweat-soaked t-shirt before diving into the water. Instantly, a splash erupted, and as he submerged, Zhuahan felt a refreshing clarity returning to his mind. He hastily inquired with the system about his condition, seeking to understand the cause of his distress. Beep. Deducting 10,000 points to commence scanning the host. Proceed with deduction? Zhuahan promptly replied, "Deduct the points." At this juncture, 10,000 points were merely a trifling sum for him. System scan complete. The host harbors a peculiar new energy formed from the amalgamation of negative energy and the grievances of a past life, which is currently destabilizing the host's emotions, leading to a loss of control. The notion of past grievances was somewhat comprehensible. After all, having perished as a virgin in a previous life would naturally engender some resentments. However, the presence of negative energy within his body left Zhuahan feeling bewildered. Can the system eliminate this peculiar new energy? Zhuahan inquired earnestly. Apologies, host. The system currently lacks a flawless method to eradicate it. If removal is insisted upon, it may inflict damage upon the host's nervous system, resulting in an emotional void. If the two energies were not combined, the system could easily remove it. However, once intertwined, the system defaults to perceiving it as harmful to the host, thus denying permission for removal. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhuohan felt a surge of anxiety. If such an occurrence were to happen again in the secret realm, it could cost him dearly. He quickly asked, "Is there any method to alleviate this peculiar new energy?" The host merely needs to regularly harmonize the yin and yang, venting negative emotions, and such occurrences will cease. Zhuohan was momentarily taken aback by the system's response. "What? System, you just elaborated on the severity of the situation, mentioning the disappearance of emotions and feelings of helplessness, and I thought it was quite grave. And yet, the solution is simply to indulge in some release." Relieved by the proposed solution, Zhuohan submerged himself in the water, savoring the gentle caress of the currents against his body. Suddenly, from the shadows, Lineala apologized to him. This left Zhuohan puzzled as he queried, "Xiaoya, what troubles you? Why do you feel the need to apologize?" "Zhuohan, witnessing your recent state, I perceive that you were undoubtedly affected by my power," Lineala replied, a hint of melancholy in her tone. "Your power?" Zhuohan immediately thought of the negative emotions. Could it be connected to Xiaoya? A look of confusion crossed his face. Lineala continued, "Because we have forged a contract. The power of the spirit will influence you as well. Such a trifling amount of negative energy does not impact me, but for humans like you, it is different. I was so focused on repaying you that I overlooked this significant matter." After contemplating Lineala's words, Zhuohan smiled gently. "I thought it was something serious. You need not dwell on this. I have already found a solution." "Really?" "Zhuohan, please do not deceive me," Lineala said, her voice brightening. "Rest assured, Xiaoya, I have never misled you," Zhuohan replied, buoyed by her enthusiasm. After comforting Lineala, Zhuohan felt it was time to exit the water. He slowly rose, donned his t-shirt, and returned to the investigator's office. Upon his return, Yang Shui and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as Zhuohan's prior demeanor had been quite unsettling. Although Xianyu felt a tinge of grievance, she approached him and asked, "Zhuohan, are you all right? What happened earlier?" Feeling slightly awkward, Zhuohan replied, "I was just a bit overheated and worried I might lose control of my emotions, so I took a dip in the pool. I apologize for the earlier disturbance." Hearing this, Xianyu felt her grievances diminish, though she quietly remarked, "Was it really that hot? I didn't notice." Zhuohan recognized the impropriety of his earlier conduct and, after a moment of reflection, suggested, "In that case, let me compensate you. Show me your torchic." Xianyu looked at him in confusion, then glanced at Yang Shui. Suddenly, Yang Shui seemed to recall something and urged, "Xianyu, quickly release your torchic. Zhuohan is a king-level trainer. Perhaps he can help with your torchic's delay in achieving that status." Snapping back to reality, Xianyu promptly summoned her torchic. Upon its emergence, the torchic assumed a battle stance, mistaking the situation for a confrontation. Zhuohan activated his data eye to assess the torchic. Species, torchic. Current strength, half step to king. Attributes, firefighting. Aptitude, excellent. Comprehension, poor. Ability, speed boost. Favorite, potato chips. "How is my torchic?" Xianyu asked eagerly. Zhuohan feigned a cough and slowly said, "I must prepare you for what I am about to disclose." Seeing his serious demeanor, Xianyu felt a flutter of anxiety. "Go ahead, I can handle it." Zhuohan glanced around, slowly closed the door, and awkwardly stated, "The reason your torchic has yet to break through to king is due to its poor comprehension." "Poor comprehension?" Xianyu replied, perplexed. Zhuohan cleared his throat again. "To put it simply, your torchic lacks intelligence and struggles significantly with understanding the rules, hence its inability to ascend to king." Upon hearing this, Xianyu regarded Zhuohan with skepticism, while the torchic angrily squawked at him, as if warning him to retract his statement or face dire consequences. Zhuohan understood that they might not believe him, but the truth remained unchanged. Yang Shui, though finding Zhuohan's words somewhat far-fetched, couldn't shake the feeling that he might be right, as she too sensed that Xianyu's torchic lacked intelligence. She inquired, "Is there any way to remedy this?" Zhuohan replied slowly, "It is indeed challenging for a Pokémon with poor comprehension to ascend to king. Their innate perception of the rules is inherently inferior to that of other Pokémon. However, there are potential solutions. As the saying goes, diligence can make up for deficiencies, and the early bird catches the worm. But mere effort is insufficient, especially regarding rules. The most crucial factor is a competent mentor, preferably a king-level torchic to guide your Pokémon through training. Only under such circumstances might it stand a chance at reaching king." Chapter 116, The dilemma of Chu Feng. Xin recalled her Torchic. Though Zhuahan's words were somewhat hurtful, upon reflection, she realized he might be correct. When her Torchic had first grasped even the slightest understanding of the rules, it had been far more challenging than for other Pokémon, let alone achieving full comprehension to advance to King. In this world, a Pokémon that fails to grasp the rules and ascend to King would likely end up relegated to the second team or even retirement. They were oblivious to the concept of comprehension in Pokémon. Xinu's Torchic truly lacked the necessary aptitude, even if it followed Zhuahan's advice to achieve King. Future championships would likely remain out of reach. After clarifying the situation regarding her Torchic, Xinu resolutely stated, "Torchic is my first Pokémon. She holds a profoundly special significance for me. I will not abandon her." Zhuahan, recognizing the determination in Xinu's eyes, felt a sense of respect for her. After all, the bond between Pokémon and trainer is a power that transcends all. "What are your plans now?" Zhuahan asked, somewhat perplexed. When asked by Zhuahan, Xinu was momentarily taken aback. Although she had just firmly declared her unwillingness to give up on her Blaziken, the prospect of advancing it to the champion level posed a significant challenge. While her family possessed a modest fortune and her Blaziken had demonstrated ample effort, she lacked connections to any champion-level trainers. Currently, the most renowned champion-level Blaziken trainer was from the Xiong family, with whom her family had no ties. Thus, it seemed implausible that they would assist her. Xinu felt a wave of despondency wash over her, uncertain of how to proceed. Observing Xinu's dejected demeanor, Yang Shui suddenly spoke up. "Since we have identified the issue, it's imperative to take action. Here's what we'll do. I have some acquaintances with the wife of Champion Xiong, who also has a champion-level Blaziken. We can arrange for your Blaziken to train with her for a period to see if it can break through to champion status." Upon hearing Yang Shui's words, Xinu looked at her with tear-filled eyes and said, "Sister Shui, would this be too much of a burden for you?" Despite no longer being a novice in the league, Xinu understood that Yang Shui's proposal, though casually presented, was indeed a significant favor with considerable costs involved. Yang Shui gently wiped away Xinu's tears and replied, "What are you being polite for? We are on the same team. Your success will also reflect well on me." However, Yang Shui continued, "Yet, relying solely on my connections may not suffice. Your family should also prepare some gifts to present to Sister Xiong in your name, so that when you retrieve your Blaziken, it won't feel awkward." Xinu nodded eagerly in response to Yang Shui's suggestion. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, witnessing the resolution of Xinu's Blaziken dilemma, felt a stir of desire. His Lizard King had been stuck at the threshold of champion status for far too long. It would be embarrassing to remain a half-step champion while his companions advanced. Unable to contain himself, Chu Feng finally spoke. "Zhuge, could you take a look at my Lizard King and see what the issue is? I won't ask for a free consultation. I'll compensate you appropriately." Hearing Chu Feng's request, Zhuahan smiled slightly and replied, "Oh, there's no need for such formalities among brothers. Just let me see your Lizard King." Eagerly, Chu Feng released his Lizard King, which displayed a level of alertness surpassing that of Xinu's Blaziken. Upon its release, it quickly scanned the surroundings, only relaxing once it sensed no immediate danger. Zhuahan immediately activated his data vision. Pokémon, Lizard King. Current strength, half-step champion. Type, grass. Aptitude, excellent. Comprehension, excellent. Ability, abundant growth. Favorite, chewing roots. Multiple hidden ailments detected within its body. Upon reviewing the data, Zhuahan was taken aback. The Lizard King's attributes suggested it possessed the potential to be a champion. The hidden ailments likely explained its stagnation in advancement. Zhuahan promptly inquired, "Chu Feng, has your Lizard King suffered a serious injury in the past that went untreated?" The presence of multiple hidden ailments could be the reason for its inability to advance to champion status. As Zhuahan's words sank in, Chu Feng appeared to recall something and, with a hint of excitement, replied, "Yes, Zhuge. Back when it was still a forest lizard, I accidentally wandered into a hidden realm and nearly fell victim to the wild Pokémon inside. It was the forest lizard that risked its life to save me. By the time I returned to the capital to treat it, it was already too late, and I suspect that's when the hidden ailments developed. What should we do now? Zhuge, is there any way to heal the Lizard King?" Chu Feng's voice was tinged with regret. Yang Shui glanced at Zhuahan, surprised by his ability to discern the Pokémon's issues. Could it be that he was one of the rare individuals gifted with extraordinary abilities? Zhuahan spoke slowly. "To eradicate the Lizard King's hidden ailments, it is challenging but not impossible. In simple terms, if the Lizard King can absorb a top-tier grass-type treasure, it could resolve this issue." A top-tier grass-type treasure? Chu Feng's expression darkened at the mention of such a rarity. The highest grade recorded in the league was merely an advanced treasure, Where could one possibly find a top-tier treasure? Yang Shui chuckled wryly, admitting she had never encountered such an item herself. Feeling despondent, Chu Feng slumped to the ground, believing that his Lizard King's failure to advance to champion status was entirely his fault. The prospect of obtaining a top-tier treasure seemed hopeless. Would his Lizard King remain stuck at half-step champion for eternity? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In a matter of minutes, Chu Feng felt as if he had been on a roller coaster. Nonetheless, looking at his Lizard King, he resolved with determination. This life was given to me by the Lizard King. I will not abandon it, even if there's only a glimmer of hope. Yang Shui gently reassured Chu Feng. Don't be too disheartened. I'll try to spread the word and see if anyone has a top-tier treasure available. Seeing this, Zhuohan cleared his throat and said, everyone, let's not be so gloomy. Surely you are unaware that I possess another identity? The mention of another identity left the group puzzled, curious about what Zhuohan intended to convey. Suddenly, Yang Shui connected the dots, recalling how the recent grand auction in Rome City featured many advanced treasures, all orchestrated by Zhuohan. Could it be that he possessed a top-tier grass-type treasure? Yang Shui looked at Zhuohan, who appeared unfazed, and asked, Zhuohan, do you have some more advanced resources that haven't been auctioned off? Auction. Xinu and Chu Feng exchanged confused glances. Yang Shui explained, the recent nationwide sensation, the Rome City auction, was organized by Zhuohan. You two should pay more attention to Pokemon forums, otherwise, you might not recognize the big shots standing before you in the future. Both Xinu and Chu Feng were aware of the auction and had followed its updates closely, but they were astounded to learn it was Zhuohan who had organized it. Their expressions shifted to one of realization, as if they had just discovered a prominent figure was among them. Excitedly, Chu Feng turned to Zhuohan and asked, Zhuoge, do you really have a top-tier grass-type treasure? In response to Chu Feng's inquiry, Zhuohan nodded slightly. You are in luck. I happen to have a top-tier grass-type treasure that I haven't auctioned off yet. Chu Feng was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the exhilarating turn of events. It felt as though he had plummeted from hell back to heaven. He rushed forward to embrace Zhuohan's leg, exclaiming in excitement, Zhuoge, you're like a brother to me now. No, you're even closer than my real brother. Zhuohan looked down at Chu Feng with disdain and hastily shook off the embrace, saying, Chu Feng, don't think that this will earn you a free treasure. No one gets to take my things for free, understand? Realizing Zhuohan's disapproval, Chu Feng quickly clarified, Zhuoge, that is not what I meant. I would never expect anything for free. Just name your price, and I'll transfer the money immediately. Now that is more like it. I'll give you a friend's price. You know those advanced treasures at the auction sold for around 40 million dragon coins. Let us set the price for this top-tier grass-type treasure at 500 million. 500 million? Chu Feng was taken aback. While he trusted Zhuohan wouldn't exploit him, the price disparity between top-tier and advanced treasures was staggering. Zhuohan observed Chu Feng's astonished expression and continued. You're wondering why the price of a top-tier treasure is so much higher than that of an advanced treasure, aren't you? Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Zhuohan remarked, why do you think the Alliance allows military merits to be exchanged for high-level treasures, but not top-tier ones? The latter are exceedingly rare. Those who possess them tend to keep them for personal use, rarely selling them to others. Moreover, don't you think that 500 million to elevate the Lizard King to a king rank is quite enticing? Upon hearing Zhuohan's words, Chu Feng instantly recognized the allure of spending 500 million to upgrade the Lizard King. He promptly declared, Brother Zhua, rest assured, I will prepare the funds for you immediately. I just wonder when this treasure will be available for my younger brother to behold. Zhuohan, observing Chu Feng's earnest demeanor, nodded in agreement and replied, tomorrow. I will ensure it is sent over. Just prepare the money. Sent over? Brother Zhua, isn't that a bit hasty? Should I not send someone to Rome City to retrieve it? Chu Feng expressed his concerns. Do not worry. My courier is professional and reliable, Zhuohan assured calmly. The following morning, Zhuohan exchanged for a top-tier grass-type treasure, the essence of grass, wrapping it in tissue paper and placing it in his pocket. After breakfast, he leisurely made his way to the investigator's office. Upon entering, he found the other three already assembled. Even Chu Feng, who was notorious for his tardiness, was present, staring intently at the office door with wide, inquisitive panda-like eyes. As Zhuohan pushed the door open, Chu Feng immediately sprang to his feet and rushed to Zhuohan's side, exclaiming, Brother Zhua, you finally made it. I was about to wither away from waiting. Zhuohan, witnessing Chu Feng's exuberance, felt a tinge of exasperation but understood his excitement. With a swift motion, Zhuohan pushed Chu Feng aside, and to their astonishment, he retrieved the tissue-wrapped item from his pocket. The shimmering green light emanating from the white exterior of the tissue paper caused a stir among them. Although they were puzzled as to why it was wrapped in tissue, they dared not voice their curiosity. What if it was meant to be kept that way, after all? It was their first encounter with such a treasure. Zhuahan called out, "Release the Lizard King." Without hesitation, Chu Feng summoned the Lizard King. Zhuahan dramatically unwrapped the tissue, revealing the essence of grass, which radiated a vibrant green glow. Upon sighting the treasure, the Lizard King became utterly entranced, even dropping its favorite root without noticing. It cautiously approached the essence of grass, and, upon contact, the substance began to seep into the Lizard King, causing it to emit a strange cry of ecstasy until the essence was fully absorbed. Enveloped in bliss, the Lizard King seemed to shed its hidden ailments. The orbs on its back flickered with light, as it felt a continuous influx of power surging within. The threshold that had long impeded its progress suddenly shattered. The Lizard King abruptly opened its eyes, letting out a roar that exuded a unique aura, causing discomfort among the four present. Yang Shui and Zhuahan exchanged glances. Their eyes lighting up, the Lizard King had indeed transcended to the king rank. Yang Shui quickly instructed, "Chu Feng, have the Lizard King retract its aura. We must not disturb others." Chu Feng stared in awe at the Lizard King, although he had heard of the unique aura accompanying the rank up. Witnessing it from his own Lizard King left him momentarily speechless. Upon hearing Yang Shui's command, he promptly responded, "Lizard King, retract your aura." The Lizard King complied, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted, allowing everyone to regain their composure. Xianyu looked at Chu Feng's Lizard King with envy, secretly resolving to deliver her fiery chicken to Sister Xiong in the coming days. She could not afford to lag behind Group C. Excitedly, Chu Feng patted the Lizard King, exclaiming, "Lizard King, you have ascended to the king rank. You truly have. Haha, I knew you were the best." The Lizard King gazed back at Chu Feng with affection. Regaining his composure, Chu Feng turned to Zhuahan earnestly, stating, "Brother Zhua, let's not dwell on words. From now on, if you direct me east, I shall never stray west." Zhuahan waved his hand dismissively. "It's not as serious as you make it sound. East or west, just hurry and transfer the money. You're not trying to back out, are you?" Chapter 118. The First Encounter with the Darkened Spirit. Upon hearing Zhuahan's words, Chu Feng quickly replied, "I apologize, Brother Zhua. I was too excited. The Lizard King has just reached the king rank. I will send the money right away." 3 minutes later, Zhuahan indeed received the 500 million dragon coins. Nodding in satisfaction, "Now we are even." Upon hearing Zhuahan's words, Chu Feng immediately transformed into a sycophant, eagerly saying, "No, no, no, Brother Zhua, consider what you've done for me. This 500 million is nothing in comparison. I owe you a significant favor. All right, let us put this matter to rest. Chu Feng and Xianyu, do not disclose to anyone about Zhuahan showing you the spirit, understand?" Yang Shui stated with a serious tone. Both Xianyu and Chu Feng nodded earnestly. Realizing Zhuahan's exceptional capabilities, should such abilities become known, Zhuahan could find himself in peril. In unison, they assured, "Rest assured, Sister Shui. Brother Zhua has aided us immensely. We would never betray him." Just as Zhuahan and the others were engaged in casual conversation, the office phone rang suddenly, prompting Yang Shui to respond with urgency, "Assemble immediately." Zhuahan, having gained experience from the previous encounter, followed closely behind. Once again at the same location, the elders announced that a new unknown secret realm had been discovered that required exploration, and Yang Shui understood that a new mission for Group C was at hand. As expected, after the elders concluded their briefing, the soldiers who had previously explored the secret realm with Yang Shui approached her, stating, "We are once again in need of your assistance, Investigator Yang." Yang Shui promptly replied, "It is all for the future of Long Country. It's no trouble at all." The group soared toward the unknown realm, with Chu Feng feeling particularly exhilarated due to the Lizard King's recent advancement, an opportune moment to test its capabilities in the secret realm. Upon arriving at the crack of the secret realm, Zhuahan sensed an unsettling aura emanating from it, causing him to feel an inexplicable dread. Once inside, they discovered a location abundant in water, with the air thick with moisture. Undeniably, this was a water-type secret realm. After discussions among the soldiers and Yang Shui, it was decided to split into 2 teams for exploration. Given Zhuahan's previous triumph over Mo Yang, his strength had earned Yang Shui's trust, and with Chu Feng's Lizard King having ascended to king rank, she felt confident in their group. Yang Shui led Xianyu in another direction. While the soldiers accompanying them maintained a serious demeanor, the surface of the water revealed little, but the devastation on land suggested a fierce battle had taken place. As they ventured deeper, Zhuahan and his companions felt increasingly oppressed by the desolation. A shattered ground and leaning trees bore witness to past conflict. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the water, startling everyone. Turning to investigate, they discovered a Kingler utilizing water gun. Their tension eased momentarily. However, as more and more Kinglers began to leap from the water, seemingly attempting to escape to dry land, dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead, and rain began to fall. On the lake's surface, hundreds of Kinglers were using water gun to flee. Just as Johan and the others pondered this behavior, a Gyarados erupted from the depths with a thunderous roar, unleashing its power, sending Kinglers tumbling onto the shore. As they marveled at Gyarados' actions, another enormous roar resonated through the air. In an instant, a peculiar black mist enveloped the surface of the lake as a colossal black Gyarados emerged, its crimson eyes glaring ominously. Its massive jaws were gruesomely gnawing on the corpse of a Kingler, instilling a palpable sense of dread. The soldiers stationed on the shore trembled as one whispered, "A corrupted Pokémon. It is indeed a corrupted Pokémon." It was the first encounter for Johan and his companions with a corrupted Pokémon, but the gravity of the situation left no room for contemplation. The corrupted Gyarados unleashed a powerful water tail attack, snapping the thickest tree in two and blocking their escape route. Suddenly, the corrupted Gyarados charged violently towards its counterpart, sinking its teeth into the Gyarados' body. Despite its desperate struggles, the original Gyarados could not escape the ferocious grip. Just as the original Gyarados let out a mournful cry, a multitude of Kinglers surged forward, colliding with the corrupted Gyarados. Even those Kinglers that could not strike directly splashed water in an attempt to distract the beast. The corrupted Gyarados, sensing the provocation, became even more enraged. It released its hold on the original Gyarados and lunged at the swarm of Kinglers, claiming several lives with each savage bite. Johan swiftly activated his data eye to assess the corrupted Gyarados' statistics. Pokemon, corrupted Gyarados. Current strength, early stage elite. Type, water dark. Aptitude, insight. Ability, endless slaughter. Favorite, consuming living beings raw. Corrupted due to unknown reasons. The soldiers promptly organized their defenses and began attacking the corrupted Gyarados from the shore, utilizing rock-type moves as they could not enter the water. Countless boulders rained down upon the corrupted creature. However, with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, the corrupted Gyarados' blood-red eyes rendered the surrounding Kinglers helpless, and its enormous tail swept towards the soldiers, incapacitating them all in an instant. Chufeng and Johan quickly released their Pokémon to engage in battle, with their Lizard King and Dragon King relentlessly targeting the corrupted Gyarados. Yet, the corrupted Gyarados seemed to ignore their attacks entirely, charging forward undeterred. Johan furrowed his brow, observing the corrupted Gyarados before declaring, "Chufeng, have Lizard King cut through the trees to allow our escape." Chufeng nodded in agreement, instructing Lizard King to use Leaf Blade to clear a path. With swift precision, Lizard King sliced through the trees, creating an avenue for the soldiers to flee. "Quickly run. We will hold it off," Johan shouted urgently. The commanding soldier echoed his sentiments, urging, "Hurry, retreat. We must not impede the searchers." Just as the soldiers prepared to withdraw, the corrupted Gyarados let out a deafening roar, its crimson eyes fixated on its next meal. A wave of black energy emanated from its form, immobilizing everyone present. Chapter 119, Vanquishing the Corrupted Pokémon. This is the Corrupted Aura, a unique field of the corrupted Pokémon. The lead soldier remarked with a wry smile, deflated. Johan, feeling a surge of frustration, instructed, "Chufeng, let us combine our elite auras to break through this corrupted field." Chufeng nodded, calling upon Lizard King to unleash its elite aura, while Johan commanded Dragon King to exert its full elite aura. The two Pokémon radiated intense energy, clashing against the corrupted field. The soldiers, witnessing Chufeng's ascension to elite, were filled with renewed hope that two elite trainers might conquer the corrupted Gyarados. However, just as they were on the verge of shattering the corrupted aura, the corrupted Gyarados struck Lizard King with a mighty tail swipe, disrupting its elite aura. It then bit down with Ice Fang, causing Lizard King to cry out in agony as it succumbed to incapacitation. Seeing Lizard King fall, despair washed over the soldiers, and Chufeng's expression darkened as they realized they might perish within this secret realm. Johan, feeling a sense of urgency, thought it was time to reveal his trump card, for he could not bear to watch them die before his eyes. Turning to them with confidence, he declared, "Do not worry, we shall not perish. We came with a full company, and we shall return as one. This is my promise to you." With a commanding shout, Johan proclaimed, "Dragon King, show them your true strength. Mega Evolve." A dazzling light enveloped Dragon King, unveiling its mega form, which shattered the corrupted aura, allowing the immobilized individuals to regain their movement. The onlookers stared in awe at the majestic aura radiating from Mega Dragon King. Although the corrupted Gyarados lacked consciousness, it instinctively recognized the threat posed by this new entity. It roared defiantly at Mega Dragon King, unleashing a water cannon attack. Zhuahan remained calm, instructing Dragon King, "Return fire with your own water cannon." The two attacks collided, creating a spectacular explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuahan commanded Dragon King to execute Void Slash. To the astonishment of all present, Mega Dragon King propelled a crescent-shaped purple energy towards the corrupted Gyarados, ensnaring it within a spatial confinement that constricted relentlessly. No matter how the corrupted Gyarados struggled or roared, it was futile. Its blood-red eyes remained fixed on Mega Dragon King until the confinement shattered, ultimately consumed by a tempest of spatial energy. All that remained was a dark crystal glimmering before them. It took a moment for the onlookers to comprehend the scene, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Zhuahan, who received a formal salute from the lead soldier. Suddenly, a call for assistance crackled through the intercom, requesting support. Requesting support. We have encountered a corrupted Pokémon and require your help. Please respond. The soldiers hastily replied, "We are on our way. Hold your ground." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the lead soldier swiftly picked up the dark crystal, handing it to Zhuahan and urging, "Return for support immediately." Zhuahan and his companions retraced their steps, soon spotting Yang Shue's Vileplume valiantly withstanding the onslaught of a corrupted Golduck. Nearby, Xinu's Blaziken was already incapacitated, as the soldiers and Xinu anxiously watched Yang Shui. Under the relentless ice beam from the corrupted Golduck, Vileplume finally succumbed. Just as the corrupted Golduck prepared to strike at Yang Shui and the others, a surge of purple energy repelled its attack. Upon spotting Zhuahan and his team, Yang Shui let out a sigh of relief, though anxiety lingered. Would Zhuahan be able to defeat the corrupted Golduck? After all, corrupted Pokémon were extraordinarily formidable and impervious to pain. Zhuahan activated his data eye. Pokémon, corrupted Golduck. Current strength, half-step elite. Type, water dark. Aptitude, insight. Ability, endless slaughter. Favorite, consuming living beings raw. Corrupted due to unknown reasons. Observing that the corrupted Golduck was slightly weaker than the corrupted Gyarados, Zhuahan commanded the non-Mega Dragon King to execute Void Slash to eliminate the corrupted Golduck. Yang Shui and the others watched in disbelief as the corrupted Golduck fell to Dragon King's might, stuttering in astonishment. It died. It just died like that. Until now, Yang Shui still found it hard to believe. It was only when Zhuahan picked up the black crystal from the ground that she finally recognized the stark reality before her. She gazed at Zhuahan with a blank expression, as if meeting him for the first time. Beside her, Xinu also murmured in astonishment. The disparity is simply too great. We are all from Group C, all martial champions. This is truly disheartening. The team leader, a soldier, swiftly approached to check on the injured comrades nearby. Fortunately, their wounds were minor, and there were no fatalities, which prompted a sigh of relief from the leader. He spoke slowly. This expedition into the secret realm turned out to be a fortunate misfortune. Thanks to Officer Zhuahan, otherwise, we would likely have perished here. The soldiers below echoed in agreement. Indeed, Officer Zhuahan is incredibly strong. You should have seen it. The blackened Gyarados we encountered was vastly superior to your blackened Psyduck. Yet it was ultimately slain by Officer Zhuahan. It would be wonderful if we could undertake missions alongside him in the future. After a brief respite, the leading soldier hesitated and turned to Zhuahan, asking, "Officer Zhua, should we continue exploring the secret realm?" Zhuahan, recalling that they had already slain 2 blackened Pokémon, felt it unwise to return empty-handed. He replied thoughtfully, "In that case, for the sake of safety, let us explore together. Although our efficiency may diminish, our safety will be ensured." Yang Shui nodded in agreement, saying, "Since Zhuahan can handle the blackened Pokémon, we should continue our exploration. We cannot let this journey be in vain." Ultimately, after many hours, they managed to survey the entirety of the secret realm, discovering numerous intermediate-grade water-type treasures along the way. However, their most significant finds were the top-tier water essence and the 2 blackened crystals. Chapter 120, Yveltal. Barely a few days after returning to the Alliance, the news of Zhuahan's victory over the blackened Pokémon spread throughout. Initially, only a handful discussed the extent of Zhuahan's power, but gradually, the rumors began to circulate, sparked by an unknown soldier. While disbelief lingered regarding the slaying of the blackened Pokémon, when Zhuahan and his team submitted the items from their expedition, the 4 heavenly kings noted the presence of 2 blackened crystals, one large and one small. Upon recalling the recent rumors of Zhuahan's triumph, they collectively inhaled sharply. Realizing that the rumors were indeed true, Zhuahan had truly vanquished the blackened Pokémon. Ling Bing recalled her father, Ling Feng, advising her to befriend Zhuahan. However, both were busy individuals, rarely meeting. With both now back in the alliance, Ling Bing resolved to reach out to Zhuahan privately to gauge his interest. Meanwhile, Xiong Tianwang and Yuan Tianwang displayed no outward signs of change, though their thoughts remained known only to themselves. Zhu Qing felt a twinge of regret. She had always believed in Zhuahan's potential and wished to have him as a patron for the Zhu family. Unfortunately, her family matters left her overwhelmed, and she could not find an appropriate moment to express her intentions. Now, learning of Zhuahan's capability to single-handedly defeat blackened Pokémon, she felt a deep sense of regret, understanding that such powerful individuals would not align with any family. As discussions regarding Zhuahan's prowess unfolded within the alliance, the president cast a worried glance at the latest international news. The report detailed how an explorer from the beautiful nation, David, had discovered a secret restricted area in the U country. Despite clear warnings from locals against entering, David secretly ventured inside that night, inciting the wrath of the slumbering malevolent deity, Yveltal. As a result, Yveltal awakened prematurely, emerging from its cocoon of destruction. In its newly awakened fury, Yveltal consumed David, the instigator of its premature awakening. Even after petrifying David, Yveltal felt unsatisfied, soaring out of the forbidden zone to absorb vast amounts of life energy, leading to the annihilation of the small nation of Yu overnight. Typically interventionist, Zygarde failed to appear in time to halt Yveltal's rampage, allowing the deity to grow even more brazen as it flew toward the neighboring country of Bear Country. The president of Bear Country found himself at a loss, forced to seek assistance from the various national alliances. The calamity instigated by the beautiful nation ultimately affected Bear Country, which had directly faced the obliteration of Yu. Instead of reflecting on their actions, the alliance of the beautiful nation mocked Bear Country, suggesting it would be the next Yu. This incensed Bear Country's president, who, despite his desire to engage in warfare with the beautiful nation, understood that the immediate priority lay with Yveltal. The threat posed by Yveltal loomed over Bear Country's president like an insurmountable mountain, leaving him breathless. He could only hope for Yveltal's conscience to awaken, though such a notion seemed implausible. Fortunately, many nations recognized that if Bear Country were to fall to Yveltal, their own nations would suffer significant repercussions, prompting them to dispatch elite forces to aid Bear Country. Given its proximity, the Dragon Country was particularly concerned. If Bear Country were to be decimated, it was highly likely that Dragon Country would be the next victim. Thus, the president pondered who would be best suited for this mission. Ultimately, he convened the 4 heavenly kings, the champion, and the council of elders to discuss potential strategies. Upon hearing the news, everyone erupted in anger, vehemently denouncing the actions of the beautiful nation's people as beneath contempt, insisting they should bear the consequences of their foolishness rather than allow others to suffer. After the outburst, the president solemnly stated, "If Bear Country falls to Yveltal, we will be next." Thus, this mission is not only for Bear Country but also for Dragon Country. To everyone's astonishment, a consensus was reached. The president declared, "This mission will be led by Champion Xiong, accompanied by the 4 heavenly kings and the C Group search officers. Do you have any objections?" The assembly shook their heads in unison, agreeing that the highest combat strength of the alliance was present, and sending additional troops would yield little benefit. Suddenly, the president paused in thought and added, "If it comes to the worst-case scenario, I permit you to abandon this mission and return to Dragon Country. This is an order, understood?" Champion Xiong and the 4 heavenly kings nodded gravely in acknowledgement. After the meeting, Zhu Qing promptly sought out the C Group search officers, who were currently indulging in leisure, just as Zhuahan and his companions reveled in their respite. Zhu Qing's fierce gaze suddenly fell upon them, startling them. Given the urgency of the situation, Zhu Qing chose not to waste words, directly stating her purpose. "We have an emergency mission. You have half an hour to prepare. We will regroup in half an hour for Bear Country." Upon hearing this, Yang Shui furrowed her brow. What kind of urgent mission required them to go to Bear Country? Furthermore, Zhu Qing's tone suggested she would be accompanying them, which piqued her curiosity. Typically, the 4 heavenly kings seldom left their own nations unless faced with extraordinarily significant events. Half an hour later, as they arrived at the assembly point, Yang Shui's expression darkened further upon seeing Champion Xiong and the 4 heavenly kings. She could not fathom what kind of mission warranted the involvement of a champion and 4 heavenly kings. Once everyone boarded the flying-type Pokémon, Zhu Qing began to explain the details of the mission. After she finished outlining the task, Yang Shui and the others remained inscrutable, unable to discern any emotional response. Zhuahan could never have anticipated that the selfishness of a beautiful individual from the United States would lead to the entanglement of so many innocent lives. Yet, what concerned him even more was the formidable power of Yveltal. Zhuahan understood all too well that even if several more champions were to join the fray, it would not suffice to halt Yveltal's carnage. The only entity capable of truly restraining Yveltal was Xerneas, but why had Xerneas yet to make an appearance? Zhuahan couldn't help but recall the anime from his previous life, where Xerneas would transform into a tree-like form after dispelling Yveltal's energy. Could it be that the Xerneas of this world was still in its arboreal state? And perhaps that scoundrel David had prematurely awakened Yveltal, leading to this dire situation. Chapter 121. Xerneas. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire team as they traveled. After hearing Zhu Qing's words, Zhuahan and the others grasped the reason why the Dragon Kingdom would go to such lengths to dispatch its most formidable warriors to assist the Bear Kingdom. Assisting the Bear Kingdom equated to safeguarding their own nation. At this moment, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, oblivious to the impending turmoil due to information suppression, continued their daily routines, unaware that another group was silently devoted to protecting and sacrificing for their mundane lives. Yang Shui and her companions felt the weight of responsibility heavily upon their shoulders, slowly coming to understand the true definition of what it means to be a soldier. Noticing Yang Shui's somber demeanor, Zhuahan was about to offer her some words of comfort when Xianyu softly inquired, "Sister Shui, is Yveltal really that powerful?" Yang Shui looked at Xianyu with a grave expression and replied, "The power of a level 1 deity far exceeds our understanding of Pokémon. Even champions could be annihilated in an instant." "Really? Then what about us?" Xianyu hesitated, her voice faltering. "Do you think the League has any options left?" "Our homes are at stake," Zhu Qing remarked, her tone laced with resignation. Upon hearing Zhu Qing's words, silence fell over the group. Fortunately, the Bear Champion broke the tension, saying, "Don't dwell on it too much. Consider it a journey through life. Perhaps by the time we arrive, Yveltal will have flown off to wreak havoc in the United States." At that moment, Bear Air interjected, "Uncle, what you just said is pure fantasy. You cheeky brat. How dare you talk back? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." The Bear Champion feigned anger. Thanks to the Bear Champion's words, the group was somewhat uplifted, momentarily forgetting their earlier discontent. After an extended flight, Zhuahan and his companions finally arrived in the Bear Kingdom. The president of the Bear Kingdom was overjoyed to see the Bear Champion and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. The Bear Kingdom will forever remember your kindness." Although Zhuahan and the others harbored hopes of the battlefield, they were taken aback by the sight of petrified statues before them. So many bear warriors had been turned to stone by Yveltal, some of whom were still quite young. The Bear President promptly explained the dire situation. Yveltal had been relentlessly absorbing the lives of those valiantly resisting, only pausing when it seemed sated, before soaring off to an unknown destination. Tomorrow, it would return to harvest more lives from the Bear Kingdom. Zhuahan and his companions learned that the Bear Kingdom could no longer withstand Yveltal's onslaught. In just a few short days, thousands of bear soldiers had perished at Yveltal's hands. Yveltal viewed the inhabitants of the Bear Kingdom merely as sustenance. That night, the Bear President convened with champions from various nations to discuss a solution. Ultimately, they decided to unite their forces against Yveltal to test its mettle. As expected, Yveltal approached, preparing to petrify soldiers as it had done before, but the combined attacks from the champion's Pokémon proved ineffective, only serving to further infuriate Yveltal. With a powerful flap of its wings, a wave of crimson energy struck them, rendering all the champion's Pokémon incapable of battle, turning them into stone. Witnessing this, the president of the Bear Kingdom was plunged into despair, while trainers from other nations helplessly remarked, "We have done our utmost. The power of a deity is beyond mortal comprehension." The Bear Champion, observing the massacre wrought by Yveltal, sighed ruefully. "We have overestimated our strength and underestimated that of the divine. Are we to witness the resurgence of the calamity from a century ago?" In that moment, Zhuahan anxiously watched as Yveltal continued its slaughter of bear soldiers. But what could he possibly do? Lunala was completely at a disadvantage against Yveltal's attributes. There was no way Zhuahan would allow Lunala to take such risks. Suddenly, a voice unlike Lunala's echoed in his mind, leaving Zhuahan bewildered. "Greetings, I am Xerneas. While I cannot ascertain your current feelings of surprise, this is the swiftest method available to me. I can sense the immense damage Yveltal has inflicted these past few days. Countless lives are beseeching my presence. However, I currently lack the strength to intervene. I sense that you possess something unique that could restore my power, and it is undoubtedly significant to you as well. Yet, I cannot stand idly by as Yveltal continues its malevolence. Will you assist me in this endeavor to protect the land?" At that moment, Juahan was entirely convinced that the voice belonged to Xerneas. And since Xerneas had requested his help, he could not simply stand by and watch humanity be slaughtered. System, what item does Xerneas require? Juahan asked anxiously. Life tree. Xerneas' exclusive item. Juahan quickly checked the price, and the number of zeros following the one sent a shiver down his spine. After some calculations, he realized that liquidating his assets would allow him to afford it. But what was the cost of money in the face of such righteousness? With a heavy heart, Juahan purchased the life tree, which then seemed to resonate with some unseen force before vanishing. Xerneas' voice echoed in Juahan's mind once more. Thank you, human. Life shall bless you, and you will receive my favor. Just as Yveltal was reveling in its slaughter, a radiant spectrum of light illuminated the entire area. As the brilliance faded, Xerneas appeared before the onlookers. The elderly Russian, witnessing Xerneas on the battlefield, was overcome with tears, exclaiming, Xerneas, it is she. Truly, it is her. She has come to rescue us. She has not forgotten her faithful. Juahan and the others beheld Xerneas' wrathful countenance for the first time. This time, Xerneas was determined to teach Yveltal a profound lesson. Yveltal fixated its gaze on Xerneas, and the age-old conflict between them, rooted in the very essence of life and death, was reignited. Little did Yveltal know that it would now face the fury of an empowered Xerneas. Chapter 122. The flow of life. Yveltal soared into the sky, emanating a dark aura that enveloped the entire expanse, a manifestation of its exclusive dark field. The sudden onset of darkness instilled panic among all present, epitomizing humanity's age-old fear of the dark. Xinu, feeling frightened, clutched Yang Shui's arm tightly. This manifestation of Yveltal was unlike anything the elderly Russians had ever witnessed, and they found themselves worried whether Xerneas would be able to contend with Yveltal. It has become evident that the old Russians have overthought the situation. Here, Xerneas stands firmly upon the earth, gazing up at Yveltal in the sky, radiating a pink aura that contrasts starkly with the darkness above. This is the fairy aura of Xerneas. Observing Xerneas' demeanor, the old Russians finally felt their anxieties dissipate as they witnessed the two beings simply gazing at one another, with no intention of engaging in combat. Yet, the dark aura in the sky and the fairy aura on the ground continued to clash incessantly. With the exclusive presence of Xerneas, her stamina had transformed entirely from before. She harbored no fears of energy depletion and chose instead to contest Yveltal with her aura. Gradually, the fairy aura surged, seemingly intent on engulfing the dark aura entirely. Yveltal, too, had lost his initial arrogance, perplexed by the immense energy exuded by the recently awakened Xerneas. However, as the dark aura appeared on the verge of being consumed by the fairy aura, Yveltal could no longer restrain himself and launched an offensive, unleashing a colossal black energy from his mouth with a powerful flap of his wings towards Xerneas. The champion trainers below trembled at the sight of the energy Yveltal emitted, gasping in astonishment. This is not merely the wave of evil. It exceeds the ordinary by a staggering 56 times. If this energy were to strike us, we would likely perish in an instant. Chu Feng, momentarily stunned, gazed at Yveltal's malevolent wave and turned to his companion Juahan, saying, Brother Jua, are all divine beasts this terrifying? Now I truly comprehend what it means to be a true deity. Juahan, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, refrained from responding, contemplating, this is merely the beginning. Should you witness the true might of Ultra Necrozma and the unfathomable power of Nihilego, you might just ascend to the heavens. Not to mention the creator of worlds, Arceus. Xerneas, observing the approaching wave of evil, exhibited no signs of fear. A technique, imbued with fairy energy and resembling the moon, materialized before her, effortlessly nullifying the malevolent energy. This was Xerneas' lunar power. Upon witnessing his attack thwarted by Xerneas, Yveltal remained oblivious to the disparity in their strengths, relentlessly casting his abilities against her. In an instant, the entire earth and sky were engulfed by Yveltal's fury. The death wings siphoned the organic life from the ground, rendering it devoid of energy and lifeless. Had the old Russians not retreated early upon seeing Xerneas' emergence, they might have faced dire consequences. However, witnessing the once fertile land turn desolate filled the onlookers with dread. Unable to endure Yveltal's actions any longer, Xerneas unleashed her full energy, poised to vanquish him in one decisive blow. She radiated a spectrum of rainbow light, enveloping the entirety of earth and sky. As her soul tree of life merged seamlessly with her being, the dazzling brilliance compelled Yveltal to close his eyes. When the light faded, Xerneas summoned her utmost strength, Rainbow Storm. The colossal storm ensnared Yveltal, rendering him imprisoned within its swirling confines. Despite his desperate struggles, he found himself unable to escape the storm's might. Impossible! How could Xerneas possess such power? Yveltal roared in fury. Yet, this time, Xerneas displayed no compassion, unleashing her most potent lunar power in tandem with the rainbow storm. Reverting Yveltal to his primordial state, the destruction cocoon. The onlookers beheld Yveltal's unwilling transformation into a colossal cocoon, still exuding an ominous aura. At last, the battle concluded with Yveltal's downfall, and the surviving witnesses experienced a profound joy for life, embracing one another in tears, grateful for their survival. Though the cost of this war was devastatingly steep. Suddenly, from the shadows, some unknown trainers attempted to seize Yveltal's cocoon, just as everyone believed they would succeed. An enigmatic voice echoed from nowhere, rendering those trainers immobile. Among humanity, many malevolent souls persist, as they have for millennia. With the utterance of this phrase, an immensely brilliant green light enveloped the land, and in an instant, a colossal and majestic Pokémon, Zygarde, emerged onto the scene. In mere moments, the trainers were crushed to death by Zygarde's overwhelming presence. Zygarde approached, gently lifting the destruction cocoon, and addressed Xerneas, stating, "Order forbids the end of death. Thus, I must take Yveltal." Xerneas, understanding the inviolability of order, could only nod in resignation as she watched Yveltal vanish from this realm, taken by Zygarde. Observing the desolate landscape, Xerneas appeared somewhat forlorn. After a moment of contemplation, amidst the bewilderment of the crowd, she emitted a radiant, colorful light that illuminated the entire earth. A unique beam of light, however, soared into Johan's being. Following the brilliance, the monochrome world was restored to vibrant hues. As those whose life energy had been absorbed by Yveltal awakened anew, their loved ones and trainers rushed forth to embrace one another, tears of joy cascading down their faces. The barren terrain quickly sprouted with verdant grass, and in a short while, the entire landscape was blanketed in green, with Xerneas firmly rooting herself in this place. The legends of Xerneas resurfaced in the minds of the crowd. The god of the life stream, where she dwells, life flourishes endlessly. She is the divine being capable of halting the passage of life, and is indeed a great deity. Chapter 123, The Path. Previously, humanity could not fathom why the ancestors held such a unique reverence for Xerneas, even chronicling her as a genuine deity in historical texts. After this event, it is certain that people worldwide will come to respect Xerneas' spirit of selfless dedication, as she is undoubtedly the god of life. Although Johan was aware that in the anime, Xerneas sacrificed herself to resurrect a forest's life. Witnessing her selfless act to revive all life on this earth in reality felt profoundly different. He could not comprehend why, despite Yveltal's transgressions. It was Xerneas who bore the cost of her own life to restore balance. Xinu, witnessing the scene, was overwhelmed with tears, unable to understand. She cried out to Yang Shui, why would Xerneas choose to sacrifice herself for everyone? Yang Shui, at a loss for words, could only listen as Zhu Qing gently interjected. Perhaps in Xerneas' eyes, life holds no hierarchy. Sacrificing her own life to restore the Earth's vitality was a price she deemed worthwhile. This incident, entwined with Xerneas' life stream, finally came to a close. The president of the Bear Country, observing Xerneas' deeds, promptly declared that henceforth, all citizens of Bear Country must revere Xerneas. This land would become a sacred site, and no one shall disturb her slumber. Johan and his companions hastened to bid farewell to Xerneas, aware that returning to this place would be a challenging endeavor in the future. Johan walked alone towards the side, gazing blankly at Xerneas in its current state. The spirit of selfless dedication embodied by Xerneas had profoundly influenced Johan. He could not fathom why Xerneas possessed no semblance of selfishness, having only just escaped its arboreal form thanks to its unique powers. Yet, after vanquishing Yveltal, Xerneas chose to sacrifice itself to aid the earth in regaining life. Reverting once more into its tree-like form, Johan slowly spoke, "Is it worth it, Xerneas?" Suddenly, the voice of Xerneas echoed within Johan's mind, sounding remarkably frail. Xerneas gently replied, "I cannot ascertain whether this decision is indeed correct, but I am acutely aware that without my power, they would truly perish. I cannot bear to witness so many lives fading before my eyes when all I can do is use my strength to revive them. Since my inception, I have cherished life in this land. It is as if the earth is my mother, sensing my joys and sorrows, nurturing me. Whether it is worth it or not is a question I cannot definitively answer, for all I do stems from my profound love for this land." After hearing Xerneas' words, Johan fell silent for a moment, as he had received the answer he sought. Just as he turned to depart, Xerneas called him back. a withered twig gently falling from the tree into Juahan's embrace. Xerneas softly stated, "This twig, formed from my essence, can restore vitality to barren land when planted. Consider this my gratitude for your kindness." Juahan regarded the twig in his hands, nodding earnestly. "If I ever have the means, I shall ensure you are restored." After a prolonged silence with no response from Xerneas, Juahan understood that it would soon drift into slumber again. In the shadows, Lunala observed the sleeping Xerneas, lost in contemplation, yet filled with deep admiration for Xerneas' actions. Lunala recognized that she could never sacrifice her own life for the sake of unrelated beings as Xerneas had done. However, she was resolute that she would do anything for Juahan, even at the cost of her life, for that was her unwavering faith. The conclusion of the war signified that Juahan and his companions were to depart from the Bear Country and journey back to the Dragon Country. After much insistence from the president of Bear Country, they stayed for one night, enjoying the hospitality of the land. It must be said that the Bear Country excelled in arrangements, and the local maidens were indeed exceptional. So much so that even the Bear Champion could not help but steal glances. Had it not been for the consideration of diplomatic relations with the Dragon Country, it was likely that the Bear Champion would have acquiesced to the president's request for those maidens to warm his bed. Bear Air watched as the maidens were ushered away by his uncle, a sorrowful expression on his face as he looked at the Bear Champion, almost vocalizing, "Uncle, those were such lovely maidens. You just dismissed them without a second thought. Did you consider the feelings of the youth?" The Bear Champion, noticing Bear Air's expression, responded with a knowing tone, "Bear Air, it seems you've been unpunished for too long. When we return, I shall inform my niece how you ogled those maidens from Bear Country." Upon hearing this, Bear Air hurriedly retorted, "Uncle, you appeared quite engrossed as well. Why do you always pick on me?" Juahan and the others turned their gazes toward the Bear Champion upon hearing Bear Air's words. The Bear Champion immediately felt he had lost face before the younger generation and quickly remarked, "Bear Air, you are finished. Just wait until we return to see how I deal with you." With the war concluded, the people's spirits were lifted, and Bear Country was en fete, celebrating its survival with a night filled with unending fireworks. The president of Dragon Country received the news, and, upon learning of Yveltal's destruction, felt a weight lift from his heart, casting a long-awaited smile towards the direction of Bear Country through the window. Meanwhile, in Beautiful Country, their president was infuriated to discover that Bear Country had not been annihilated by Yveltal, exclaiming in frustration, "Yveltal is utterly useless, and that detestable Xerneas. Why did it have to save them? Those wretched Bear Country folk, and now the last divine tree has fallen into their hands. Fools, all of them." Suddenly, the president of Beautiful Country seemed to conceive a cunning plan, bursting into laughter, murmuring, "Bear Country, let us see how you manage this time." On the morning following the celebrations, everyone bore dark circles under their eyes, having been kept awake by the incessant fireworks of Bear Country. Ultimately, it was only after relentless insistence from the Bear Champion that Juahan and his companions boarded a flying Pokémon to return to Dragon Country. Chapter 124, Juahan's Fury. After a prolonged flight, Juahan and his companions finally returned to Dragon Country, where the president had been awaiting them for quite some time. Although fatigued, upon seeing the president still waiting, the Bear Champion had no choice but to engage in a lengthy conversation with Juahan and the others for an additional 2 hours. The president, noticing their exhaustion, quickly said, "I apologize for my oversight. I forgot you had just arrived. Since we have covered most matters, you should head off to rest." Juahan and the others, thoroughly exhausted, bid farewell to the president and retired to their quarters for much-needed sleep. During this period, the events that transpired in Bear Country could no longer be concealed. The news that Bear Country had narrowly escaped annihilation quickly became the top trending topic online, sparking discussions among the people of Dragon Country. This incident served to remind all nations of the true nature of divinity. Even a formidable nation like Bear Country was left vulnerable before a deity, rendering smaller nations even more defenseless. Strangely, however, no one seemed to mention the transgressions committed by David from Beautiful Country, as if they had been erased from memory. Prompting the higher-ups to realize this was a tactic employed by Beautiful Country. Nevertheless, these matters bore no relevance to Juahan. Upon waking, he immediately recognized a pressing issue. He was out of money. Due to his assistance to Xerneas, he had exhausted his resources, and at that moment, Juahan felt a keen desire for wealth. Suddenly, the system chimed. "Congratulations, host, for witnessing the battle between Yveltal and Xerneas. You have gained the system's recognition and will receive a reward of 1,000,000 points." Hearing the system's announcement slightly alleviated Juahan's distress. Calculating the days, He realized that the dividends from the Zhou family should have been deposited a few days prior. Why had they not arrived by now? Previously, Zhuohan had not been particularly concerned about money, hence he had not mentioned it to teacher Zhou, but now that he was in dire need, he became acutely aware of his entitlements. Zhuohan promptly took out his phone to dial teacher Zhou's number, but after a long wait with no response, he grew increasingly agitated. Zhuohan swiftly made his way to the Alliance, informing Yang Shui that he had matters to attend to and would be out for the day. Yang Shui, without further inquiry, granted Zhuohan the day off. He then proceeded to the largest establishment of the Zhou family, only to find no sign of teacher Zhou. Curiously, he inquired with the front desk attendant about teacher Zhou's whereabouts. Little did he know that the Zhou family's newfound prosperity had led even the front desk staff to regard visitors with a critical eye. Observing Zhuohan's modest attire, the attendant looked down upon him, thinking, who does this rustic think he is to meet with Director Zhou? To err on the side of caution, the front desk attendant impatiently asked, do you have an appointment? Zhuohan, irritated by the attendant's demeanor, replied, no appointment is necessary. Just inform Director Zhou that his student is here. She will surely see me. Student? The receptionist, momentarily uncertain, scrutinized Zhuohan, who did not seem to be lying. Nevertheless, she made a phone call. After a brief conversation, her demeanor towards Zhuohan grew increasingly disdainful. Upon hanging up, Zhuohan had anticipated meeting teacher Zhou, only to be met with the receptionist's curt dismissal. Our Director Zhou stated that she has no students and currently lacks the time to meet clients. You should return to whence you came. Upon hearing her words, Zhuohan immediately questioned the veracity of the information. He hastily replied, could you have misunderstood? Why not call me a cab? I can speak with her myself. The receptionist, already looking down upon Zhuohan, grew irritated by his refusal to leave and coldly retorted. Let me be clear, Director Zhou has no knowledge of you. I've encountered many rustic individuals like you. Do you not realize where you are making a scene? Just as Zhuohan was about to protest further, the receptionist loudly called out, security, we have a disturbance here. Moments later, two security personnel in uniforms quickly approached. Regarding the receptionist, she pointed at Zhuohan, declaring, it's him. He intends to cause a ruckus here. The security guards addressed Zhuohan, sir, will you exit voluntarily? Or shall we assist you? Hearing this, Zhuohan scoffed, there's no need for your assistance. I shall leave on my own. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without looking back. The receptionist, watching his retreating figure, muttered, people these days fail to recognize their own worth and dare to act out on the Zhou family's grounds. Once outside, Zhuohan struggled to contain his fury and dialed teacher Zhou's number again, astonished that such absurdity from a fictional narrative had manifested in his reality. After several attempts, with no response, he grew weary and muted his phone, returning to the Alliance. At the Zhou residence, Zhou Zhuo, having entrusted her elder sister with all responsibilities, found herself with some leisure time. She had just arranged to meet a few friends at a swimming pool in the capital for relaxation. After their swim, she noticed multiple missed calls from Zhuohan. She quickly returned the calls, but no matter how many times she tried, it showed as unanswered. Teacher Zhou's spirits dampened, and she decided not to join her friends for dinner, citing an urgent matter. Her friends, puzzled by her abruptness, teased, you're in quite the hurry. Surely it's to meet your little admirer? Teacher Zhou, caught off guard, could only shyly respond, no, it's truly a significant matter. Her perceptive friends immediately recognized her evasion, laughing, of course, your little admirer is indeed significant. You, who prioritize romance over friendship. Go on now, don't keep him waiting. Feeling her cheeks flush from their teasing, Teacher Zhou hastily retorted, I'm not listening to you, and swiftly exited the swimming facility, driving home to prepare herself meticulously, a smile occasionally gracing her lips. Upon returning home, Zhou Min observed her sister's elation and meticulous grooming, instantly surmising that she was preparing to meet Zhuohan. Contemplating their organization's plans, Zhou Min felt a twinge of resentment. She was unwilling to relinquish her position without a fight, especially when a golden opportunity lay before her. Chapter 125, The Aggrieved Teacher Zhou. Zhou Min approached Zhou Zhuo, teasing, oh, who is this enchanting fairy? You look stunning today. Off to meet your little lover, I presume? Teacher Zhou, blushing, replied, sister, please don't tease me. Very well, I shan't mention you further, but it appears you are lacking one crucial item. Zhou Min remarked with a smile. Teacher Zhou, puzzled, inquired softly, lacking what, sister? Zhou Min produced a bottle of exquisitely colored perfume from behind her and presented it to her sister, declaring, what woman can do without perfume? This is a top-tier fragrance from abroad. I've brought back this single bottle, and now it's yours. Teacher Zhou, without much thought, opened the cap and inhaled the scent, finding it quite to her liking, and spritzed a bit onto herself. Observing her sister had applied the perfume, Zhou Min knew her plan was halfway complete, casually saying, "I shall not disturb you further. I wish you success tonight." "Ugh, sister," Teacher Zhou exclaimed, feeling flustered. Watching Zhou Min depart, she apprehensively dialed Zhuahan's number once more. Perhaps fortune was on her side. Zhuahan had just finished a call with his mother when he noticed Teacher Zhou's incoming call. Recalling the events of the day, he answered the phone with a certain coldness. Teacher Zhou, relieved that Zhuahan finally picked up, felt a weight lift. Zhuahan intended to clarify matters with her. But Teacher Zhou spoke first, suggesting they meet at a hotel to discuss important matters in detail. Recognizing that some issues needed to be addressed face-to-face, Zhuahan agreed. Arriving at the designated hotel, he pushed open the door, and the attendant inquired if he had a reservation. The mere mention of a reservation vexed Zhuahan. Yet he mentioned Teacher Zhou's name. Upon hearing it, the attendant promptly led him to a private room. As Zhuahan entered the room, he found Teacher Zhou already waiting. She quickly instructed the attendant, "You may serve the dishes now." Zhuahan took a seat, and the attendant discreetly closed the door behind him. Despite Teacher Zhou's elegant appearance, Zhuahan's focus remained elsewhere. Just as Teacher Zhou was about to speak, the icy gaze from Zhuahan instilled a sense of foreboding. His purpose for being there was not to dine, so he directly addressed her. "Why did you not answer my calls today?" Teacher Zhou, feeling the tension, nervously replied, "My phone was not with me, so I didn't see your calls." Lowering her gaze, Zhuahan continued, "Fine, but when I visited your company, why did the receptionist claim not to know me and have me thrown out?" Teacher Zhou attempted to respond, but Zhuahan interrupted, "None of that matters. Whether you answer your phone or deny knowing me is irrelevant. What I need to know is why the dividends from the energy cubes were not transferred on time. Do you think I, Zhuahan, am someone to be trifled with? Or do you believe the Zhou family no longer needs to honor their obligations to me?" Before Teacher Zhou could react, Zhuahan coldly continued, "I understand that the Zhou family's status has risen significantly in the capital, that you now view people through a lens of superiority, and that a country bumpkin like me from Rongqing is deemed unworthy of collaboration with the esteemed Zhou family. However, I must inform you that the Zhou family only holds the processing rights for the energy cubes. I can either aid the Zhou family or bring about its downfall. Do you comprehend, Zhou Ziruo?" Teacher Zhou felt a wave of indignation wash over her. She had done nothing wrong. She had dressed beautifully to meet Zhuahan, and she had already instructed her associates to transfer the dividends to him, though she was unaware of the events that had transpired that day. Teacher Zhou understood that failing to provide Zhuahan with a satisfactory explanation would lead to the ruin of the Zhou family, and would irreparably sever her relationship with Zhuahan. With great effort, she suppressed her tears. Her eyes slightly reddened as she implored, "Can you allow me to explain? Zhuahan, I truly do not comprehend the matters you speak of." Zhuahan regarded Teacher Zhou and felt an immediate sense of futility. He no longer wished to be associated with the Zhou family. As for the kindness shown to him when he purchased the energy cube, he believed he had repaid that debt. Just as Zhuahan rose to leave, a waiter knocked at the door and announced, "Sir, your meal has arrived." Quickly, Teacher Zhou wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Once the waiter entered and laid out the dishes, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, he discreetly closed the door without uttering another word. Zhuahan glanced at the somewhat dazed Teacher Zhou and was about to grasp the doorknob when she snapped back to reality, desperately trying to prevent his departure. In her haste, she tripped over the chair, falling to the ground, yet she quickly rose, grasping onto Zhuahan's shirt to stop him from leaving. Teacher Zhou knew that if Zhuahan stepped out that door today, their connection would be irrevocably severed. Unable to contain her tears any longer, she broke down sobbing. "Zhuahan, please don't go. I truly do not understand what has happened. Allow me to explain. Things are not as you perceive them." Seeing Teacher Zhou in such anguish irritated Zhuahan, and he raised his voice, "All you do is cry. What else can you do besides weeping? You cannot even manage a simple dividend. How can I possibly continue to collaborate with your family? No. I swear I have communicated with the company to ensure the dividends are paid to you punctually. I am not deceiving you," Teacher Zhou insisted anxiously. Zhuahan observed her demeanor and sensed she was not lying, yet he was utterly fatigued. No one would take the time to understand the process for the sake of the outcome, unless they were your parents. The failure to receive the dividends was simply a fact for Zhuahan. Nevertheless, he granted her one final opportunity to explain, given her past assistance. With his eyes tightly shut, he murmured, "Go ahead, I will listen to your final explanation." Chapter 126, Confusion. Upon hearing Zhuahan's willingness to hear her out, Teacher Zhou hastily wiped her tears and, feeling somewhat wronged, stated, "Currently, my sister manages our family business. I have not been to the company in quite some time. Regarding the dividends, I have emphasized repeatedly that they must be paid to you on time. I do not know why they have not done so. I will go to the company tomorrow to ascertain the situation and provide you with a satisfactory response. Zhuohan, upon learning that teacher Zhou's sister was in charge, felt a nagging suspicion about her. However, he found her explanation unsatisfactory and replied slowly, Teacher Zhou, we are all adults here. When mistakes are made, there must be consequences. I do not care who is in charge of the Zhou family. This has crossed my threshold. As for the dividends, I am indifferent to your sister's intentions. It seems she may be following in your uncle's footsteps, perhaps even plotting to have someone assassinate me. That is not true. My sister would never do such a thing. Zhuohan, you must trust me, Teacher Zhou pleaded repeatedly. Suddenly, Zhuohan exclaimed, Enough, Teacher Zhou. Your family has lost all credibility with me, do you understand? If you cannot even manage the dividends, how can I continue collaborating with you? I will not make things too difficult. But I will not allow your family exclusivity in selling the energy cubes any longer. Teacher Zhou stood frozen, unable to comprehend how matters had escalated to this point. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would never have allowed her sister to take over the energy cube project. But it was too late now. Zhuohan would never forgive her. In that moment, Teacher Zhou felt a sharp pain in her heart, bewildered as to how everything had spiraled into this situation. She sensed the distance between herself and Zhuohan widening. Just as she was lost in regret, Zhuohan suddenly felt unwell, his mind clouded and vision blurred. He swayed unsteadily, and Teacher Zhou, noticing his distress, rushed to support him. Zhuohan gasped for breath, and the scent emanating from Teacher Zhou intensified his turmoil. With the last of his rationality, he pushed her away and stumbled out of the room. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Teacher Zhou quickly followed him, guiding him towards the front desk to secure a room. The waiter watched in astonishment as they entered the room, while Teacher Zhou felt helpless. It was clear that Zhuohan was ill, yet there were no medications available. In her frenzy, Teacher Zhou remembered that when she had a fever in the past, she would use a damp towel to cool herself. She promptly rushed to the bathroom, soaked a towel in cold water, and returned to apply it to Zhuohan's forehead. As she bent down, her long black hair brushed against his face, and the familiar scent wafted into his senses once more. Zhuohan abruptly flung the towel from his forehead, gazing at Teacher Zhou, who had dressed deliberately for this occasion. At that moment, her efforts bore fruit. He stared at her with a dazed expression, and Teacher Zhou, taken aback by his gaze, felt a mix of shyness and confusion. Yet, Zhuohan gently embraced her. Teacher Zhou, frightened, asked, Zhuohan, what is happening? Suddenly, Zhuohan tilted her chin and softly murmured, This is what you sought. Caught off guard by his expression, Teacher Zhou found herself kissed by Zhuohan. In that instant, her mind went blank, and she thought in exhilaration, He kissed me. What should I do now? The kiss seemed to stretch on eternally, leaving Teacher Zhou somewhat lost. Meanwhile, Zhou Min, who had been keeping an eye on them, waited at the door, smiling in satisfaction, knowing her plan had succeeded. She merely needed to await the conclusion of Zhuohan's predicament. As she stealthily entered the room, Zhou Min commanded her sprite to eliminate Zhuohan. However, a sudden surge of purple energy erupted from Zhuohan's shadow, instantly annihilating her sprite without a hint of resistance. Realizing the danger, Zhou Min attempted to flee, but the purple energy enveloped her entirely. Lanala, hidden within the shadows, gazed at the overwhelmed Zhuohan with concern. Utilizing her telekinesis, Lanala helped Zhuohan expel the negative energy. Once the negative energy within Zhuohan was completely dissipated, he collapsed. The following morning, Teacher Zhou awoke first. Reflecting on the previous night's events, a smile breaking across her face. Just as she turned to look at Zhuohan, she was confronted with a sight she would never forget. Her sister, Zhou Min, was also there, suppressing her rising anger. She tried to recall the events of the previous night. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not conjure a single image of her sister, leaving her utterly perplexed about what to do next. It is not only Teacher Zhou who has awakened. Zhuohan and Zhou Min have also regained consciousness. However, Zhuohan could never have anticipated that so much would transpire yesterday. If it were just Teacher Zhou, it might have been manageable. But now there is also a strange woman, and worse yet, she is affiliated with the Phantom Organization. Zhuohan decided to stop feigning sleep and, under the astonished gaze of Teacher Zhou, gradually sat up and spoke calmly. You need not pretend to be asleep any longer. Let us all converse. Zhou Min sighed and slowly sat up, unable to meet her sister's gaze. Teacher Zhou could no longer contain her fury and exclaimed loudly, Zhou Min, why are you here? Chapter 127, Zhou Min's Past. Noticing Zhou Min's silence, Zhuohan spoke again. You have come to kill me, haven't you? After all, I have thwarted many of your Phantom Organization schemes. Upon hearing Zhuohan's words, Teacher Zhou's pupils dilated with disbelief as she anxiously addressed her sister. Sister? You cannot possibly be part of the Phantom Organization. How could you be? Observing her sister's almost frenzied expression, Zhou Min sighed and admitted, Indeed, I am a member of the Phantom Organization. I returned at the behest of the leader, and my current mission is to eliminate Zhuohan. Upon hearing her sister's confession, Teacher Zhou shouted in anger, Weren't you studying abroad? How could you join such a deranged organization? Don't you realize that our grandfather died under our uncle's control, and both father and I nearly lost our lives at his hands? Now you tell me you are one of them. I refuse to believe it. Zhuohan, witnessing Teacher Zhou's sudden descent into madness, feared for her mental well-being. She swiftly slapped her, and it was only then that Teacher Zhou regained some clarity. Zhuohan, noticing the redness on Teacher Zhou's cheek, awkwardly remarked, I had no choice. You won't hold it against me, will you? Teacher Zhou shook her head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. I just cannot accept that my sister is part of the Phantom Organization. Zhuohan embraced Teacher Zhou gently, saying, Just pretend you do not have this sister. Since you have entrusted your body to me, I will take responsibility for you. In his 2 lifetimes, Zhuohan had never tasted such intimacy. As his first woman, Teacher Zhou held a unique place in his heart. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Zhuohan realized that their relationship had irrevocably transformed in just a single evening. He finally understood the meaning of one night to erase enmity. Teacher Zhou shyly nestled her face against Zhuohan's chest, savoring his tenderness. If only time could freeze at this moment, how wonderful it would be. Slowly lifting her head, she gazed at Zhuohan with affectionate eyes and said softly, Now I am yours. From now on, I shall heed your every word. Seeing Teacher Zhou's alluring demeanor ignited a fire within Zhuohan, yet he forced himself to suppress it. He turned his attention to the sister, Zhou Min, who bore a striking resemblance to Teacher Zhou, and spoke coolly. Zhou Min, I offer you 2 choices. Either you die, which you must be aware of given my capabilities. Zhou Min trembled at Zhuohan's words. She did not wish to die. She hesitantly inquired, And what is the second option? Zhuohan, recognizing her reluctance to embrace death, replied coldly, If you wish to live, your life now belongs to me. Do you understand? Zhou Min forced a bitter smile. Do I have any choice? Since you comprehend, that is sufficient, Zhuohan replied, disinterested in further explanation. Teacher Zhou, feeling conflicted, interjected, Zhuohan, she is still my sister. Before she could finish, Zhuohan interrupted. Amused, Teacher Zhou, how should I address you? Do you truly believe that the events of yesterday occurred without Zhou Min's influence? Teacher Zhou quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the perfume my sister gave me was tampered with? It appears you are not entirely dim-witted. That was indeed an aphrodisiac, Zhuohan retorted. Teacher Zhou glared at her sister with indignation, while Zhou Min, feeling guilty, could not meet her sister's gaze. Once the 3 had dressed, Zhuohan slowly assisted them out of the hotel lobby. The staff, observing the spirited Zhuohan and the 2 limping women, immediately gave him a thumbs up. After successfully returning them, Zhuohan casually remarked, The front desk attendant's gaze is practically reaching for the heavens. I do not appreciate it. Both women immediately understood his meaning. Zhou Min quickly responded, I will handle it. I assure you, you will not see her in the Zhou family's establishments again. As Zhuohan departed, Teacher Zhou looked at her sister with a complex expression, to which Zhou Min sighed. Let us go upstairs to rest. I will reveal everything to you. Although Teacher Zhou harbored disdain for her sister's association with the Phantom Organization, she ultimately chose to trust her one last time. In Zhou Min's room, Teacher Zhou seated herself and inquired, Now you may speak. Why did you join the Phantom Organization? Zhou Min began to recount her trembling tale. I inadvertently discovered our uncle's secret and, in fear, fled. You and father were both away, and I had no idea where grandfather had gone. Just as I was about to inform you, I was captured by those shadowy figures. Do you know how terrified I was, witnessing those spirits being drained of their life energy right before my eyes? I feared they would do the same to me. I did not wish to die. I was still young. Thus, I desperately pleaded with them, claiming I sought power to kill our uncle, which led me to join the Phantom Organization and perform tasks for them. I handed over every penny I received at home to the organization until I heard that our uncle had been killed. Only then did I feel the opportunity arise. However, soon after, the leader commanded me to return to the family and control the energy cube. I thought this would be my chance to escape the organization, but I had no idea that my every move was under their surveillance. Eventually, I received orders from the leader to seduce Zhuohan and eliminate him. Upon learning that you had feelings for him, I began plotting. I did not want to surrender my body to someone I had never even met. After all, since you like Zhuohan, what difference does it make if I give my body to him? Yet, ultimately, my plans fell apart. I never anticipated that Zhuahan had such a powerful spirit guarding him. In the end, I was controlled by that spirit and forced into bed. Teacher Zhou, incensed, retorted, "Sister, you can exploit even your own sister. You are utterly selfish." Zhou Min, hearing her sister's words, erupted, "Selfish? Everything I did was to survive. Is that a crime? Given the circumstances, I do not wish to dwell on this any further. Zhuahan is currently the only one capable of countering the organization, which is why I agreed to serve him." Teacher Zhou angrily responded, "Are you plotting against Zhuahan again? I assure you, as long as I am here, you will not succeed. I will keep a vigilant watch over you." Chapter 128, Zhou Min's Request. Hearing Teacher Zhou's words, Zhou Min felt a twinge of envy. She had not imagined her sister possessed the emotional intelligence to survive to this age, undoubtedly shielded well by their father. Observing Teacher Zhou's fury, Zhou Min slowly began, "Plotting against Zhuahan? Sister, you underestimate him. We are both now affiliated with Zhuahan. How could I possibly betray him? Do you know why Zhuahan spared my life?" Zhou Min suddenly inquired. Teacher Zhou pondered for a long time before shaking her head, uncertain of Zhuahan's motives for letting Zhou Min go. "Let me enlighten you, dear sister. Our family, the Zhou clan, has no male heirs left. It is just the two of us sisters now, with Zhuahan acquiring both of us. Outwardly, we remain the Zhou family, while secretly we have already become the Zhou family. Do you comprehend?" Teacher Zhou quickly responded, "What of it? Regardless, everything the Zhou family possesses has been provided by Zhuahan. The current splendor of the Zhou family is inextricably linked to Zhuahan's assistance. As long as he desires it, I will offer my unconditional support. Sister, do not attempt to sow discord between Zhuahan and me. I harbor no intentions of inciting discord." Zhou Min retorted, "I merely wish to emphasize that Zhuahan is an astute individual, impervious to my machinations. First and foremost, his decision to keep me is undoubtedly to have our assistance in managing his enterprises. After all, the vast affairs of a family require adept management, and we are the most fitting candidates for such a role. Secondly, it is a common trait among men. Did you not witness it yesterday? Zhuahan's needs are substantial, and while the effects of the perfume played a minor role, a greater influence stemmed from his own nature. I suspect he is compelled by some internal force to periodically expel certain energies, and such activities serve as the most effective means." Zhou Min, having spent time with the Phantom organization, was astute enough to discern Zhuahan's peculiarities after just one night. Teacher Zhou, taken aback by her words, responded incredulously, "You cannot be serious. Even if that were the case, I can still fulfill my duties as a wife." Zhou Min scoffed, "You are still too young and inexperienced, sister. What man does not enjoy the allure of sisterly beauty? I have witnessed such occurrences frequently. Moreover, I recall vividly that upon my arrival yesterday, you were sprawled on the bed while Zhuahan had barely emerged from his state." Teacher Zhou felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Enough, sister. What are you trying to convey? Since you have spoken, I shall be direct. I sense that Zhuahan harbors some special feelings for you, and I will inevitably remain in the shadows. However, I hope you will advocate for me in the future. Is that truly the case?" Teacher Zhou questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. "Indeed, that is the reality. I find myself with no other options. While I fear death, I value my virtue even more. Having surrendered myself to Zhuahan, I am now irrevocably his." Meanwhile, Zhuahan had undergone a transformation after the events of the previous night, transitioning from boyhood to manhood. He sensed a significant shift in his thoughts, remarking to himself, "Perhaps this is the distinction between boys and men." Back at the Alliance, Zhuahan sat quietly in his seat, contemplating whether to host an engagement banquet or introduce Teacher Zhou to his parents. This was a novel experience for him in his 2 lifetimes, and he found it rather intriguing. Shaking his head, he decided to postpone these thoughts for the moment and consult with Teacher Zhou later. 3 days after the events involving Zhuahan and the Zhou sisters, he discussed with Teacher Zhou the prospect of her overseeing the economic development of Rongqing, given the increasing demands of the Alliance. The thought of facing Zhuahan's parents made Teacher Zhou anxious. However, she ultimately resolved to accept the responsibility, blushing slightly. The storefront at Zhou Family Square was opened by Zhou Min, demonstrating that sometimes a villain must be met with another villain. Abroad, the cloaked figure listened intently to the intelligence relayed by the shadowy informant, and in a fit of rage, he smashed the teacup he held to the ground. "Phantom, you shall learn the consequences of betraying the organization." The shadowy informant, sensing the leader's fury, quietly suggested, "Shall we retrieve Phantom?" Waving his hand dismissively, the leader replied, "I am well aware of Phantom's nature. She values her life too dearly. She would never betray the organization unless she found a formidable ally. And it appears she believes that Zhuahan is capable of opposing us. That boy Zhuahan exudes an aura of enigma. Our core members have fallen victim to his schemes. Even if you were to confront Phantom, you would not succeed in bringing her back. It is unfortunate that Mo Yang's pawn was eliminated too soon. Otherwise, we could have utilized him. This time, I will take matters into my own hands. The shadowy informant was momentarily taken aback by the leader's decision to intervene personally, but quickly lowered his head and remarked, if the master takes action himself, success is assured. Zhuahan is as good as doomed. The cloaked figure maintained a stoic expression, lost in thought. With a wave of his hand, the shadowy informant discreetly exited the room. The leader then retrieved a family photograph, examining it closely while murmuring, Father, Mother, I must break my promise. This time, I will ensure that the Dragon Kingdom alliance pays the price. In the Zhou family, after yet another defeat at Zhuahan's hands, Teacher Zhou lay atop him, sighing, I truly wish time could freeze at this moment. Zhuahan, gazing at Teacher Zhou in his embrace, replied gently, if you do not wish to go to Rongqing, we may postpone it. After all, Mayor Zhao is managing quite well. Instantly, Teacher Zhou lifted her head in protest. That is unacceptable. As your wife, I have long since made my resolve. Rest assured, I will assist you in developing Rongqing. While I may not be of much help in training, I consider myself quite adept in economic matters. Zhuahan nodded in agreement. Then I shall be in your debt. Teacher Zhou, feeling a hint of shyness, remarked. Then you must reward me. Zhuahan smiled at her. Then let me reward you with another round. Turning crimson, Teacher Zhou murmured, you are incorrigible. Do you enjoy it? Zhuahan teased. Indeed, Teacher Zhou replied, burying her head like an ostrich. After rewarding Teacher Zhou with another round, the two slowly drifted into slumber. Due to Zhuahan's frequent absences from the Alliance dormitory, Yang Shui and others had come to suspect he was involved with someone outside. Zhuahan, distracted by romantic entanglements, had neglected certain recent developments within the Alliance. However, Xinyue's rather dim-witted Blaziken, aided by Yang Shui, finally broke through to the king level under the guidance of the Blaziken belonging to Bear King's wife. When Xinyue returned with her Blaziken, she was playfully teased by Bear King's wife for never having encountered such a foolish creature before. Nevertheless, upon witnessing her Blaziken's ascent to the king level, Xinyue joyfully overlooked the teasing remarks and rushed back to the office to boast about her Pokemon's achievement. At the Dragon Kingdom Customs, the cloaked figure successfully passed through and set foot on the road to the imperial capital. Within the alliance, Yang Shui discussed recent international affairs. Following the incident involving Xelneus, the situation had pushed the Bear Country to the forefront of attention. Countries led by the Beautiful Nation were pressuring the Bear Country to research the power of the first-level gods in order to develop means to counteract divine forces. While this was stated, none were foolish enough to overlook the apparent ploy orchestrated by the Beautiful Nation against the Bear Country. The old bear, wise to the Beautiful Nation's schemes, firmly rejected their demands, boldly declaring, if you wish to fight, then let it be. We will never allow you to conduct research on Xelneus. The citizens of the Bear Country, oblivious to the origins of the news, began to express their outrage against the Beautiful Nation on social media platforms, vehemently declaring, this incident was instigated by the people of the Beautiful Nation, and we have yet to hold them accountable. Now, they dare to take action against Xerneas? We, the Bear Country, have never feared anyone. With the support of the populace, the president of Bear Country smiled with satisfaction and instructed his secretary, please inform the Four Kings and the champion to convene an emergency meeting. The secretary glanced at the president before commencing his task, and soon, a unified voice echoed from the conference room. Following this meeting, the old bear promptly initiated military exercises, causing a wave of panic among students studying in Bear Country. However, many still believed that war was unlikely in the current societal climate, especially as some students from the Beautiful Nation brazenly proclaimed on their social media, if war breaks out between the Beautiful Nation and Bear Country will swiftly realize the might of our Beautiful Nation. This audacious video quickly surged to the front page, exacerbating the tensions between the youth of both nations. After listening to Yang Shui's analysis, Zhuahan and his companions sensed that a national conflict was imminent, as the Beautiful Nation had evidently made substantial preparations. Zhuahan could not help but ponder the extent of the unfolding events and whether he and his friends would be swept into this maelstrom. Shaking his head, he mused that even if the sky were to fall, there would be those to support it. He resolved to fortify his own strength, recognizing that he would need to curtail his recent indulgences in gentle comforts. The plan for Hakron's evolution into Dragonite also needed swift arrangement, as the flying type would greatly benefit trainers. After Yang Shui finished speaking, Xinu and Chu Feng still believed that a national war was improbable. considering that Bear Country had just experienced the Yveltal incident and lacked the resources to confront the beautiful nation directly. Yet, Zhuohan was acutely aware of the fierce spirit of the Bear Country's people. A national war was on the horizon. Chapter 130. Zhou Min's Distress. On the bustling streets of the imperial capital, a man wandered aimlessly until he caught sight of a nearby sesame cake vendor, his eyes lighting up with delight. He quickly approached the vendor and purchased 2 cakes, savoring a bite of the freshly baked delicacy, his face illuminating with a blissful smile as he murmured, "Ah, the sesame cakes of the imperial capital, still carrying this flavor. How nostalgic." The vendor, noticing the man's reminiscence, chuckled and said, "Young man, I'm not boasting. My stall has been here for over 20 years. When it comes to sesame cakes, mine ranks second in the imperial capital, nobody's comes first." The man nodded with a smile at the vendor's confidence, choosing not to engage further. He swiftly finished his cakes and retreated to a more secluded spot. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared beside him, whispering, "I have gathered intelligence on Mei Ying's recent movements." The man glanced at the information in the shadowy figure's hand and nodded slightly, saying, "Excellent work. I trust Mei Ying will be thrilled to see me, especially since I have come personally to surprise her." The Zhou family, having entrusted all affairs to Zhou Min, decided to return to Rong City, determined to assist Zhuohan in developing and governing the city, transforming it into a thriving metropolis. Zhou Min had thoroughly grasped the family's fate. However, on this day, while managing some matters in her office, she was suddenly plagued by incessant eyelid twitches, causing her heart to race. Confused by her heightened sensitivity, she wondered if fatigue was the culprit. To be safe, Zhou Min decided to call Zhuohan. On the alliance side, Zhuohan hesitated for a moment upon seeing the incoming call, but eventually answered. Zhou Min felt a wave of relief wash over her as she heard Zhuohan's voice on the other end. "Is something the matter?" he asked gently. Zhou Min replied, "I have an unsettling feeling that something bad is about to happen. I fear that members of the organization have arrived in the imperial capital and may strike at any moment. I need your assistance." Although Zhuohan found her concerns somewhat far-fetched, pondering the validity of a woman's sixth sense, he eventually agreed to stay at the Zhou family's villa during the nights. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Min sighed in relief. Her intuition had always been remarkably accurate since childhood. She understood that these matters might seem fantastical, but her instinct for safety urged her to be prepared for anything. At 5 p.m., the sky over the imperial capital darkened unusually swiftly. As Zhou Min observed the encroaching darkness, her heart raced inexplicably. Despite her uncertainty, she sensed something amiss and instructed the driver to hurry back to the Zhou family villa. The driver remained silent, focusing on the road as the vehicle sped up. The rapidly changing scenery alerted Zhou Min that something was wrong, and she shouted, "What are you doing? Where are we headed?" Suddenly, the driver coldly replied, "Of course, we are going to meet the leader, Lady Mei Ying." Zhou Min stared incredulously at the driver, a realization dawning upon her. She quickly retrieved her Pokeball, intending to summon her Pokémon. However, the driver smirked dismissively and said, "Lady Mei Ying, it would be futile. Your Pokeball has long been swapped out." Indeed, when Zhou Min opened her Pokeball, it was empty. In a moment of desperation, she drew a concealed dagger, aiming it at the driver, but the confined space was suddenly filled with a Jengar, which cast a hypnotic spell upon her, forcing her into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Zhuohan arrived at the Zhou family's villa, where the servants had grown accustomed to his presence. However, they speculated about the ambiguous nature of Zhuohan's relationship with the young ladies. Was he the eldest or second son-in-law? This topic became a frequent subject of their discussions. Zhuohan paid little mind to their chatter and proceeded to the living room, only to frown slightly upon hearing from the butler that Zhou Min had yet to return. He took out his phone and dialed her number. Inside the car, Zhou Min's phone rang insistently, but with her hypnotized state and the driver focused on the road, it went unanswered. Sensing the situation was becoming dire, Zhuohan wondered if Zhou Min's sixth sense was truly that accurate. She called him at noon, and by evening, she had fallen into the clutches of the ghost organization. He dismissed his wandering thoughts and greeted the butler before leaving the villa. Outside, he inquired whether Lunaria could sense Zhou Min's presence. Subsequently, Xiaoya used teleportation to arrive at Zhou Min's parking lot. Before Zhuohan could react, Xiaoya teleported once more to a specific location. Observing a glimmering dagger in the moonlight, Zhuohan confirmed that it belonged to Zhou Min. Soon, a black hole to the spirit realm appeared before him, and he realized that Xiaoya had opened the portal. Stepping into the black hole, Zhuohan saw Xiaoya close the door behind them before teleporting once again to Zhou Min's luxury vehicle. Through the spirit realm, he watched as Zhou Min remained entranced, curious to discover where the ghost organization would take her. Finally, The vehicle came to a halt at an unknown beach, where a man dressed in black with a tall hat awaited them. The driver summoned Jengar to dispel the hypnotic spell, and Zhou Min gradually regained consciousness, her heart pounding with fear as she beheld the man beside the driver, realizing that the leader had come in person. Before Zhou Min could utter a word, the man in black began to speak to himself. Shadow, you have been by my side for quite some time. Haven to you? If my memory serves me correctly, it has been 8 years since you joined the organization. Zhou Min, fully aware that her fate was sealed here today, responded with a candid demeanor. Yes, that's correct. It has indeed been 8 years. The man in black continued. Do you know, Shadow, that before your betrayal, I held a great deal of hope for you? However, now you have violated the organization's rules. Yet, considering your years of loyalty to me, I am willing to offer you one last chance. Kill Zhuohan. This is your final opportunity. In the spirit realm, Zhuohan, too, was eager to see how Zhou Min would respond to the ultimatum posed by the man in black. Zhou Min felt a moment of internal conflict upon hearing the man's words. After a brief pause, as if she had come to a resolution, she exhaled softly and said, You can kill me. I cannot bring myself to kill Zhuohan, nor will I. The man in black regarded Zhou Min with a look of astonishment, his tone laced with disbelief. Shadow, you have changed. You were not like this before. Zhou Min, slightly disdainful, replied. Do you really believe that everything will unfold according to your desires? Life is fraught with uncertainties, and people can change. Given my 8 years of service to the organization, I hope you will grant me a swift end. The man in black remained silent, simply gazing intently at Zhou Min's resigned expression. With a wave of his hand, a Gung-Gui emerged from his shadow. The man in black slowly articulated, Gung-Gui, grant her a quick end. The Gung-Gui looked from the man in black to Zhou Min and nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Min gently closed her eyes, as an ominous surge of energy surged towards her. In an instant, a violet wave materialized, intercepting the Gung-Gui's attack. Zhou Min, startled by the sound, swiftly opened her eyes and beheld Zhuohan approaching, a surge of indescribable emotion flooding her heart. The man in black looked at the formidable Zhuohan beside him, expressing his surprise. I did not anticipate that you, Serpent King, have attained such a high level. It appears I have underestimated you. However, I am curious as to how you suddenly appeared. I felt no trace of your presence until now. Zhuohan, disinterested in addressing the man in black, looked at Zhou Min with concern. Zhou Min, you had a golden opportunity just now. If you had acquiesced to the Phantom Organization's demands, you would not have to face death. Why did you refuse their terms? The man in black, unfazed by Zhuohan's disregard, simply observed the unfolding scene. Zhou Min found herself at a loss for words, yet she could not fathom why. Her intuition told her that she would never be able to harm Zhuohan. Seeing Zhou Min's silence, Zhuohan did not press her further, but turned his gaze back to the man in black, asking, Are you from the Dragon Kingdom? The man in black, taken aback by the question, nodded slowly and replied, Yes, I am from the Dragon Kingdom. Zhuohan nodded in understanding and continued. Then why do you conspire with Elder Bai to harm the elites of the Dragon Kingdom? I truly cannot comprehend what could possibly justify such heinous actions. The man in black remained silent for a long moment before addressing Zhuohan. Zhuohan, I find myself somewhat admiring you. You do not approach us with the same deep-seated hatred as others in the Alliance. You ask why? You speak of family grievances. Can we not share the same sky? Zhuohan was taken aback by the man in black's words. According to his account, the Dragon Kingdom Alliance had killed his parents. However, based on the Alliance's records, it was a coalition of several nations that had eradicated the previous Phantom Organization. Why then was there such profound animosity directed solely at the Dragon Kingdom? Was there some hidden truth yet to be revealed? The man in black, observing Zhuohan's confusion, suddenly remarked, Zhuohan, I wonder what your perspective is on our Phantom Organization. Zhuohan, unreservedly, responded, I am not privy to other matters. But the fact that your organization attempted to assassinate me places you squarely on my list of mortal enemies, not to mention your audacious plans to conspire with Elder Bai. The man in black, after a prolonged silence, replied, That is a debt owed to me by the Dragon Kingdom. Do you know how the previous Phantom Organization was formed? Zhuohan replied slowly, According to Alliance records, the Phantom Organization was a collective established by mercenaries who undertook tasks for the wealthy, utilizing secret techniques to fulfill their missions and earn commissions until the techniques were exposed, leading to the demise of the then president of the Sakura Alliance, which resulted in a coordinated assault by various nations. Upon hearing Zhuohan's account, the man in black scoffed derisively. Is that truly how the Dragon Kingdom Alliance portrays the Phantom Organization? They are quite skilled at distorting the truth. Zhuohan, intrigued, inquired, Isn't that the case? The man in black muttered to himself, That was an experiment conducted 20 years ago. Back then, I was just an ordinary child in the Dragon Kingdom, yearning to have my own Pokémon. My parents, I know not what they did, but they seldom returned home. I would only see them once every few years. Yet, I understood that they loved me dearly. 20-some years ago, in a clandestine research facility of the Sakura Alliance, they were studying the control of life energy by ghost-type Pokémon, combined with the rare occurrence of darkened Pokémon cells. By a twist of fate, the ghost secret technique was born. When this technique was relayed to the high-ranking officials of the Sakura Alliance, it was discovered by an elder who had long harbored rebellious intentions, who then seized control of the then-president of the Sakura Alliance and issued commands accordingly. However, the leaders of various nations were oblivious to this and sent spies to investigate the technique. It wasn't until a powerful individual skilled in super abilities within the Sakura Alliance uncovered the truth that this conspiracy was thwarted. Yet, all those involved in the creation of this technique were executed in secrecy, and prior to that, spies from various nations had already uncovered it. The Sakura Alliance, believing their own alliance had suffered losses, sought to ensure that other nations would suffer as well. Thus, they concealed the information that only those of king-level super abilities and king-level ghost types could sense the technique. Once the news of the technique spread, it incited discussions among the nations, not to mention the precedent set by the fall of the Sakura president. This led to widespread suspicion of the spies sent out by various nations. And adhering to the principle of better to kill than to let slip, countless spies perished due to this technique, leaving many fortunate enough to escape wandering and becoming mercenaries. Among them was a couple from the Dragon Kingdom who understood that under the current circumstances, there was no returning to the Dragon Kingdom. They united with the spies of the time to establish the Phantom Organization, accepting mercenary tasks, yet they never took on assassination missions against their own people, maintaining communication with the Dragon Kingdom. It was only after the death of the Sakura president that the Sakura Alliance, under the pretext of being assassinated by the Phantom Organization, allied with champion trainers from multiple nations to eradicate the Phantom Organization, subsequently revealing that only king-level super abilities and king-level ghost types could sense the secret technique. This revelation made the nations realize they had been deceived by the Sakura Alliance. Yet by this point, the spies had all been exterminated, and even the Sakura Alliance had lost all documentation regarding the technique, thus returning everyone to a semblance of normalcy. But I cannot accept this. The man in black suddenly erupted in fury, muttering, "My father thought of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance until his dying breath. Yet it was a champion from the Dragon Kingdom who took his life. This is something I cannot reconcile." Zhuahan listened to the account of the ghost organization's inception from the cloaked figure with a tinge of melancholy. It was disheartening to realize that those who had devoted themselves to the service of their nation ultimately faced such a grim fate. Nevertheless, one must separate matters. Since the ghost organization dared to plot against him, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of Zhuahan. With a calm demeanor, he gazed at the cloaked man and remarked, "Though I am uncertain of the veracity of your tale, the spies within it indeed suffer greatly. However, this does not in the slightest diminish my resolve to end your life." Upon hearing Zhuahan's words, the cloaked figure laughed heartily, responding, "Zhuahan, do you know? I find your disposition quite admirable. You and I are of the same ilk. I can imagine that if the alliance were to strike at your parents, you would be the first to rebel against them." He continued, "Join us. Once we overthrow the alliance, you shall become the president. And together we can dismantle the corruption within and forge a perfect alliance." Zhuahan regarded the cloaked man with a cold stare, offering no reply. In his eyes, the man's ambitions were naive. The ghost organization, mere shadows lurking in the dark, was hardly equipped to topple the alliance, especially after their repeated assassination attempts against him, a memory he would never forget. Seeing Zhuahan unyielding, the cloaked figure abandoned pretense and declared loudly, "It appears you are refusing a toast and instead opting for punishment. Gung-Gue, Shadow Ball." At this command, Gung-Gue swiftly unleashed a Shadow Ball, while Zhuahan's Canglong Wang retaliated with a water cannon. The abundant water elements in the coastal air amplified the power of the water cannon, leading to a spectacular explosion when the two energies collided. The cloaked man's pupils constricted in disbelief as he observed Zhuahan, realizing that his Gung-Gue, possessing the strength of a half-step champion and having absorbed a vast amount of life energy overseas, could be matched by Zhuahan's Canglong Wang, which had only been nurtured for a few months. It was truly astonishing. The cloaked figure turned to Zhuahan and said, "It seems that I must reveal some strength to subdue you. Mega evolution, Gung-Gue." A blinding white light enveloped Gung-Gue as it transformed. Zhuahan, witnessing this, also summoned his Mega Stone for evolution. Suddenly, the dark night was illuminated by two brilliant beams of light, revealing Gung Gue and Songlong Wang in their mega forms. Locked in a fierce gaze. With a sweeping gesture, the cloaked man commanded, Gung Gue, use Shadow Ball. Instantly, a more terrifying Shadow Ball hurtled toward Songlong Wang. Zhuahan quickly issued a command, Songlong Wang, Water Cannon. The sharp water cannon met the Shadow Ball, yet the ghostly energy pierced through, striking Songlong Wang, which emitted a faint sound, signifying its resilience. Zhuahan understood that Songlong Wang was at a distinct disadvantage against Gung Gue and could only rely on Z moves or exclusive skills to prevail. The cloaked figure smirked, sensing victory, and shouted, Gung Gue, Hypnosis. Realizing the impending danger, Zhuahan hastily instructed Songlong Wang to shut its eyes, yet he had underestimated Gung Gue's speed. In an instant, Gung Gue was before Songlong Wang, casting Hypnosis. Just as Songlong Wang was about to close its eyes at Zhuahan's command, it was too late. It succumbed to sleep, collapsing to the ground. The cloaked figure beamed with disdain, declaring, Zhuahan, you are still but a mere child. It's over, Gung Gue. Shadow Ball. Yet, Zhuahan remained unperturbed, raising his hands and exclaiming, Songlong Wang, unleash the move, Hydro Vortex. The cloaked man scoffed, Zhuahan, are you mad? Your Songlong Wang is asleep, it cannot respond to you. Do not deceive yourself. However, as the cloaked man believed Zhuahan to be losing his sanity, a massive water vortex erupted by the shore, drawing in the surrounding seawater and ensnaring Gung Gue. The cloaked figure stared in disbelief, shouting, impossible. How can your Songlong Wang still act? Zhuahan did not explain that he had awakened the slumbering Songlong Wang with the power of aura. Remarkably, Gung Gue, despite the Z move, remained afloat next to the cloaked man, appearing exhausted and drenched. Zhuahan, noticing his own Songlong Wang panting alongside, acknowledged that the leader of the ghost organization was indeed formidable. The cloaked man, realizing he had underestimated Zhuahan, was undeterred and retrieved another Pokeball, releasing yet another creature. Zhuahan observed with concern as the cloaked man summoned a night demon, prompting him to activate his data eye. Pokemon, Night Demon. Gender, unknown. Current strength, Pinnacle of Champion. Type, Ghost. Aptitude, excellent. Insight, good. Ability, Intimidation. Hobby, absorbing life energy. Faced with the night demon, Zhuahan felt the situation becoming precarious. Just as he contemplated revealing a hidden card, an unexpected sound interrupted him. From the distance, a bloodwing dragon and a three-headed hydra approached, revealing Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong. Upon recognizing them, Zhuahan discreetly returned the Pokeball of his Blastoise. The cloaked figure, spotting the two champions, proclaimed, Zhuahan, consider yourself fortunate today, next time. Luck may not be on your side. Night Demon, open the Spirit Realm Gate. Zhuahan, hearing the cloaked man's words, scoffed internally at the notion of a next time, asserting, today is your only chance. Xiaoya, close the Spirit Realm Gate. As Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong arrived to witness the opening of the Spirit Realm Gate, the cloaked man taunted them, I shall not entertain you today. I will settle this score with your alliance later. As Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong felt a mix of anger and helplessness, the cloaked man's previously derisive expression transformed into one of palpable anxiety. Glancing at the night demon, he realized something was amiss. The night demon looked equally bewildered, while Zhuahan could not help but stifle a smirk. The cloaked man's foot had barely crossed into the spirit realm when he was forcefully expelled, and the Spirit Realm Gate slammed shut. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong exchanged puzzled glances, but could not suppress their smiles. Chapter 133. The last counterattack of the cloaked man. Realizing he was cornered, the cloaked man regarded the two champions and Zhuahan, knowing he might not leave this place alive. He forced a bitter smile, murmuring, truly, one's plans can never match the heaven's design. Even if I must perish here, I will not let you have it easy. Come forth, my pets. Zhuahan and the others watched as the cloaked man unleashed all his Pokemon in a flurry. Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong, undeterred, released their own Pokemon, leading to a chaotic scene. Exchanging determined glances, Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong commanded their Pokemon to attack, while Zhuahan instructed Zhou Min to take cover, using Songlong Wang to provide support. The cloaked man understood this was his final stand. He glared menacingly at the two champions, leaving Gung Gue by his side as he unleashed relentless attacks on Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong. The duo shouted in unison, surrender, you cannot escape. Put down your resistance and return to the alliance. We will be lenient with you. Upon hearing the words of Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong, Zhuahan found himself at a loss for words, while the man in black sneered disdainfully. Huh? Do you take me for a mere child? I am well aware of my transgressions. Today, it is either your demise or mine. Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong exchanged glances, realizing their attempts at persuasion had fallen on deaf ears. Although they were already familiar with the nefarious methods of such wicked organizations, facing the assault of numerous king-level Pokémon left them with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Following their previous mission, most of their main force remained in the Alliance for treatment, rendering them temporarily incapable of overpowering the black-clad man's Pokémon. Seeing his Pokémon entangled with the two kings, the man in black sensed a flicker of hope and prepared to flee, only to be obstructed by Zhuahan's Decidueye. The man's expression shifted from excitement to grim determination as he shouted, "Zhuahan, must you oppose me at every turn?" Zhuahan, gazing at the man before him, replied with a hint of resignation, "We are all adults here. Let us refrain from asking such childish questions. Your survival is a burden on my conscience." Upon hearing Zhuahan's words, the man in black relinquished his escape plan and slowly remarked, "Then prepare yourself to meet your end." With a loud command, the man ordered, "All Pokémon, unleash frenzy." In an instant, the previously beleaguered Pokémon's eyes turned crimson, exuding a sinister dark aura as they launched reckless attacks at any living creature before them. Strangely, the Jengar before Zhuahan, despite succumbing to frenzy, seemed to retain a semblance of rationality, which weighed heavily on Zhuahan's mind. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong, witnessing the sudden resurgence of ferocity in their adversaries, felt a pang of frustration, hoping that Zhuahan could restrain the man in black. The frenzied Jengar moved with astonishing speed, its silhouette nearly imperceptible. In a moment of carelessness, Decidueye was struck repeatedly by Jengar's shadow balls, emitting cries of anguish. Observing this scene, the man in black wore a long-lost smile as he declared, "Zhuahan, I concede that you are a once-in-a-century prodigy. But your bond with your Pokémon is far too recent. Perhaps a year from now, I may no longer be your equal, but for now, you are firmly within my grasp. Even Rayquaza cannot halt my advance." Zhuahan merely chuckled in response. "It seems you possess great confidence in your Pokémon's strength. Yet you seem entirely oblivious to my own capabilities." Taken aback momentarily, the man in black soon erupted in anger. "Do not deceive yourself, Zhuahan. You must be out of your mind. Today marks your end. Jengar, unleash your ultimate Shadow Ball." "Then watch closely," Zhuahan shouted. "Decidueye, use Hyper Beam." Suddenly, a purple crescent-shaped blade erupted from Decidueye's beak. Initially dismissive, the man in black's demeanor shifted as he observed the space fracturing in the wake of the blade's trajectory. "Unleash Jengar's maximum power, Shadow Ball." The man howled. Jengar concentrated intensely in the air, summoning a shadowy sphere larger than before, hurling it towards the incoming purple blade. The collision generated a tremendous wave of energy, causing the surrounding waters to erupt violently, with spatial distortions manifesting everywhere. As droplets of water fell from above, the man in black momentarily reveled in the thought that Jengar had withstood the Hyper Beam, only to be met with Zhuahan's ghostly voice. "Ah, you managed to block it. But what will you do against this second strike?" "Decidueye, Hyper Beam," Zhuahan bellowed. The man in black stared in disbelief at Decidueye, which, with unwavering determination, summoned the Hyper Beam once more, propelling it towards him. After unleashing the second Hyper Beam, Decidueye collapsed, exhausted, and Zhuahan rushed to support his weary companion. As the Hyper Beam hurtled towards him, the man in black's eyes widened in terror, as if witnessing an unspeakable horror. He yearned to move, to escape, yet an inexplicable force seemed to bind him in place. In that critical moment, he shut his eyes tightly. Moments later, he heard Jengar's feeble cry, prompting him to open his eyes. The blade that had been aimed at him was now obstructed by Jengar's body. Staring in disbelief at Jengar, the man noticed droplets forming on the ground, unsure whether they were sea water or his own tears. In that instant, he recalled his childhood, bullied until he encountered Jengar, who had helped him emerge from his plight. Whenever he was harassed, Jengar had intervened. In moments of sorrow, it had performed comical antics to elicit laughter from him. When had he begun to see Jengar merely as a tool for vengeance? Suddenly, he felt a gentle caress on his cheek as the weakened Jengar mustered its last ounce of strength to wipe away his tears, slowly dissipating before him. "Don't go, Jengar," he cried out in disbelief, tears streaming down his face, as he watched the space around him crumble. No longer wishing to flee, he embraced the encroaching void, whispering, "Jengar, I'm coming for you. Wait for me." It was as though he saw Jengar's silhouette beckoning him, and he reached out, grasping for its hands. Zhuahan, witnessing the man in black's final moments consumed by the void, exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Decidueye, asking with concern, "Are you all right, Decidueye?" Decidueye nodded, indicating it was fine. Zhuahan gazed at the mending space, murmuring to himself, perhaps this is the best outcome. Chapter 134, The Imminent National War. When Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong finished dealing with the remaining frenzied Pokémon and approached Zhuahan, they gazed in disbelief at the automatically repairing space, as if seeing Zhuahan for the first time. Before they could inquire further, Zhuahan recalled Decidueye into its Pokeball, declaring, "It's over. All of this has come to an end. There will be no more Phantom Organization." Zhu Qing, puzzled, looked at him with confusion. Zhuahan slowly explained. That man in black was the leader of the Phantom Organization. What? Zhu Qing exclaimed, taken aback. Just as she was about to ask more, Yuan Tianlong intervened, exchanging a knowing glance with her, prompting Zhu Qing to swallow her words. Zhuahan, indifferent to the unfolding scene, remarked, "Today has been filled with extraordinary events. I will report what transpired to the Alliance tomorrow." After saying this, he ignored Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong, directing his attention to the still-dazed Zhou Min. "Let us go." "Why are you still standing there?" At Zhuahan's words, Zhou Min snapped out of her reverie and promptly followed behind him, gradually disappearing from Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong's view. Once Zhuahan departed, Zhu Qing, still perplexed, asked, "Why didn't you let me clarify what had happened? Don't you find this situation utterly bizarre? Why would the young lady of the Zhou family engage in battle with that man in black alongside Zhuahan? And the claim that the leader of the Phantom Organization is that very man. Everything is simply unfathomable." Yuan Tianlong did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed vacantly at the surrounding space, now mending itself, before turning to Zhu Qing and slowly stating, "Do you see the rifts in the space around us? Is such power attainable for you?" Zhu Qing surveyed her surroundings gravely before shaking her head. Yuan Tianlong continued, "Zhuahan is truly enigmatic. His prowess has far surpassed ours, yet we remain utterly oblivious to his capabilities. Moreover, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family appears to be under his command as well. It is difficult to fathom what else Zhuahan might be concealing from us." Upon hearing Yuan Tianlong's words, Zhu Qing's expression grew somber as she remarked, "It seems we have indeed underestimated our colleague." Yuan Tianlong sighed. "Indeed, someone favored by divine beasts is surely exceptional, and it appears we have been rather arrogant." Meanwhile, Zhuahan utilized the power of Lunayala to teleport himself and Zhou Min back to the Zhou family villa in an instant. Zhou Min stood in a daze, feeling the familiar power that mirrored the force experienced during the assassination attempt on Zhuahan. However, a wise woman understands that certain matters should not be probed too deeply. She had no desire to uncover Zhuahan's secrets. She chose to act as if nothing had transpired, for witnessing the demise of the cloaked figure had already unveiled Zhuahan's true strength to her, alleviating her concerns about the Phantom Organization. Zhou Min exhaled in relief, glancing at Zhuahan, who seemed lost in thought. After a taxing battle with the cloaked figures and multiple instances of teleportation, Zhuahan was utterly fatigued. Spotting a bed, he succumbed to exhaustion and lay down, reassured by Lunayala's presence that no one would dare to harm him, and peacefully drifted into slumber. Later, after Zhou Min finished her bath, she gazed at the soundly sleeping Zhuahan, pondering her thoughts. Ultimately, she resolved to remove Zhuahan's clothing and tuck him under the covers. Her cheeks flushed as she slipped into his bed. Unbeknownst to her, this intimate scene was witnessed by a servant outside the door. The servant, taken aback by the sight, quietly descended the stairs and whispered the occurrence to the butler. With a stern expression, the butler commanded, "This matter is not to be spoken of again, otherwise you may find yourself unaware of how perilous your fate could become." The servant, intimidated by the butler's gravity, nodded submissively. Once the servant departed, the butler muttered to himself, "Both the eldest and second daughters of the Zhou family harbor affections for Zhuahan. It seems the Zhou family may need to change its surname. It is time to ascertain the preferences of the future son-in-law." Within the alliance, Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong convened a secret meeting immediately upon their arrival. The remaining two kings and the president listened intently as Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong recounted the intelligence they had gathered, their brows furrowing in concern. Lung Bing spoke first. "The Zhou family, bolstered by the energy cubes, stands as the most formidable entity among the four great families of the empire. Zhuahan's strength is not as simplistic as it appears. We remain unaware of their hidden secrets." King Xiong interjected, "Rather than speculating here, it would be prudent to hear what Zhuahan has to say tomorrow. After all, he is now a member of our alliance and has made substantial contributions. He did mention that the cloaked figure was the leader of the Phantom Organization. Let us wait and see what he divulges." The president, tapping his fingers on the table, casually remarked, "In that case, we shall await Zhuahan's explanation tomorrow. He is one of us, and we must avoid creating any misunderstandings." He continued, "Additionally, Troubling news has emerged internationally. The United States has officially imposed sanctions on the Bear Country under the guise of divine research, with the main battleground encroaching upon the territory of the Ukraine. Upon hearing the president's words, the four kings fell into a contemplative silence, taken aback by the sudden onset of war. Zhu Qing quickly responded with a hushed inquiry. What does the president mean? The president spoke slowly. Currently, large fissures are appearing in Dragon Country, and champions Yuan and Xiong have been dispatched to guard them. At such a critical juncture, this situation arises. And with many of our citizens in the Ukraine, war will undoubtedly bring them harm. I suggest you all travel to the Ukraine to bring our citizens back home. Zhu Qing nodded gravely, and the expressions of the four kings turned serious. It was evident that their journey would likely lead them to confront enemy champions. And without the presence of Dragon Country's champions, this mission would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. However, failing to act would mean endangering the lives of their countrymen abroad. Recognizing the gravity of the task, the president continued, I will issue a decree to mobilize the Flame Dragon Legion and allow you to deploy investigators as needed. Of course, should your lives be at risk, I permit you to abandon this mission, for the future of Dragon Country relies on you. Chapter 135, The Eve of National War. The following day, Zhuhan slowly awakened, feeling the weight of the numerous matters he needed to address at the Alliance, which was rather bothersome. Suddenly, he detected an unusual fragrance emanating from himself, a scent that felt oddly familiar, yet elusive. Just as he pondered its origin, he was interrupted by a maid outside the door. Upon noticing Zhuhan was awake, she hurriedly placed a set of fine clothing on the bed and gently said, Lord Zhuhan, the young lady has instructed us to help you change into this outfit. Seeing the maid approach with intent, Zhuhan hastily interrupted, for having grown up under the red banner, he could never accept such a servile manner. However, before he could voice his objection, he noticed the maid trembling, her eyes red as she fought back tears. This startled Zhuhan, prompting him to wonder about the peculiar situation of the Zhou family's servants, who would cry over being denied the chance to assist him. The maid recalled the morning's events when the young lady had left for work, instructing her to ensure Zhuhan don the outfit. After the young lady's departure, the butler had appeared before her, gravely stating, You will personally assist Lord Zhuhan in changing his clothing, understand? If you fail, your bonus for this month will be forfeited, and you may not need to remain here next month. Seeing the maid on the verge of tears, Zhuhan relented, whispering, All right, I'll let you help me change. Is it really necessary to cry over simply changing clothes? The maid's expression brightened instantly, wiping away unshed tears and exclaiming, For you, Lord Zhuhan. This is a trivial matter, but for us, it could very well determine our fate. Zhuhan fell silent, realizing that even in contemporary society, these prominent families clung to some archaic customs. If the Zhou family adhered to such traditions, what of the members of the other four great clans? As the maid skillfully assisted him, Zhuhan mused, Zhuhan, some things are not easily altered. One must learn to adapt. Once dressed, Zhuhan admired his reflection in the mirror, pleased with how the attire accentuated his handsome features. Indeed, quite commendable. The maid promptly provided mouthwash and a slightly damp towel, assisting him in washing his face. Once everything was concluded, she gradually departed. Zhuhan found himself unexpectedly enjoying the experience, but quickly shook his head, muttering, Only this once. There shall be no second time. After descending the stairs and finishing the breakfast prepared by the maid, he set off towards the Alliance. Upon witnessing Zhuhan's departure, the butler summoned the maid to inquire about the morning's events, and the maid, filled with trepidation, relayed the tale. Upon hearing the maid's words, the butler relaxed his furrowed brow and replied with a smile, From now on, you shall be responsible for Master Zhuhan's morning routines whenever he stays over. Moreover, your salary will be doubled. Delighted by the prospect of a salary increase, the maid cheerfully agreed. Meanwhile, in the Alliance, Zhuhan had just entered his office and hadn't even had the chance to greet Yang Shui before being summoned by Lung Bing. Yang Shui observed Zhuhan's retreating figure with a hint of confusion, while Xianyu and Chu Feng glanced at her, prompting Yang Shui to express her uncertainty with a gesture. In the conference room, Zhu Qing was about to pose a question when Zhuhan interrupted her. He surveyed the four kings and began, I understand what you all wish to inquire about, so allow me to recount the events of yesterday. He continued, I have a cooperative relationship with the Zhou family, and that evening, I happened to witness the abduction of Miss Zhou Min. I followed the assailants and discovered that the man in black was actually the leader of the Phantom organization, who intended to kidnap Zhou Min to gain control over the energy cube. You are all aware of what transpired thereafter. After Zhuhan's account, the four kings fell into a contemplative silence. Zhu Qing, still puzzled, asked, How can you be certain that the man in black is indeed the leader of the Phantom organization? And what of the strange space we encountered yesterday? That information comes from the shadowy driver, who referred to the man in black as the leader, Zhuahan replied nonchalantly. As for that peculiar space, I believe it unnecessary to elaborate further, Zhu Qing. After all, every trainer possesses their own trump card, would you not agree? Zhuahan stated earnestly. Locking eyes with Zhu Qing, clearly dissatisfied with Zhuahan's response, Zhu Qing opened her mouth to protest, but was halted by the booming laughter of King Xiong. Enough, enough. Zhu Qing, Zhua has effectively dismantled the leader of the Phantom organization, which is a significant boon for the alliance. Let us not dampen the spirits of those who have achieved a great victory. With that, Zhu Qing fell silent. Zhuahan gradually rose and declared, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As he departed, Zhu Qing turned to King Xiong and remarked, why not allow me to clarify matters a bit more? King Xiong regarded Zhu Qing with a serious expression. Zhu Qing, you are admirable in many respects. Yet you can be overly earnest at times. Enough about Zhuahan. Our primary concern should be the situation in the Wu Kingdom, he said, his tone growing grave. Upon hearing King Xiong mention the Wu Kingdom, the assembled kings fell quiet. Zhu Qing resolutely stated, this afternoon, I will summon the Flame Dragon Corps, along with the investigators and our 4 kings. I refuse to believe we cannot accomplish this mission. Let us hope so, King Xiong replied, a note of worry in his voice. When Zhuahan returned to his office, Xianyu and Chu Feng rushed over, inquiring, Zhuagu, are you all right? With a smile, Zhuahan replied, of course, I'm perfectly fine. I was merely called in to discuss a few matters. Upon hearing this, Xianyu and Chu Feng resumed their usual banter. Yang Shui, however, regarded Zhuahan with a contemplative expression. Chapter 136. The transformation of Zhou Xiaowu. Just as Zhuahan settled into his seat, an announcement blared over the office loudspeaker, instructing everyone to convene in the alliance for an important announcement, with no exceptions allowed for absence. Upon hearing this news, Xianyu and Chu Feng immediately began to grumble. It seems we're off on another mission. We've barely had a few days of rest. Had I known, I would have never strived for the martial arts championship. Now we are subjected to relentless exploitation by the alliance. Yang Shui, amused by the duo's complaints, understood that despite their outward grievances, they were still willing to contribute to the alliance's advancement. Otherwise, they would have likely withdrawn long ago. Yet, a sense of unease crept over her as she recalled a piece of troubling news she had received days prior. She fervently hoped that the afternoon's gathering would not pertain to that matter. Noticing Yang Shui's pensive demeanor, Zhuahan lazily remarked, Sister Yang, you seem to be preoccupied with something. Sighing, Yang Shui replied, haven't you all been keeping up with international affairs lately? Chu Feng chimed in, I was at the bar. Xianyu added, I was binge-watching shows. Zhuahan admitted, well, I must confess, I haven't been following it either. Yang Shui shook her head in disbelief. You all are quite leisurely, aren't you? Do you have any idea that international forums have exploded with activity? You must pay more attention. What? Zhuahan and the others were taken aback by this revelation. Before they could fully digest the information, Yang Shui continued. Our country's students studying abroad number in the thousands, yet flights have been grounded due to the situation. We have no idea when flights will resume. Confused, Xianyu asked, then why doesn't our country send a team to bring the students back? Isn't that feasible? While that may seem logical, the recent emergence of a massive rift has unleashed champion-tier dark Pokémon, and both champions have been dispatched elsewhere, with no communication since. Yang Shui explained with a grave expression. Oh no, Xianyu exclaimed, her concern palpable. What will we do? Yang Shui replied. This is likely the source of our alliance president's distress. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the office, prompting Zhuahan to interject. Why the somber mood? As the saying goes, we must face challenges head-on. The sky may fall, but there are tall individuals to bear it. There is no need for such pessimism. Besides, our current situation is largely speculative. It may not even pertain to this issue. Nodding in agreement, Yang Shui and the others replied, let us hope so. In the afternoon, as the sound of a bell resonated, Zhuahan and his companions arrived punctually at the alliance's assembly point, where they found rows of stern-faced soldiers, each exuding an aura of intimidation. Clearly, this military unit was unlike any they had previously encountered. It was a true elite corps. Yang Shui gasped upon seeing the troops, exclaiming, the Tyrant Dragon Corps. No, it should be the Flame Dragon Corps now. It seems this pertains to that matter. In the crowd, Zhuahan spotted 2 familiar figures, Zhou Xiaowu and instructor Zhao Dongro. Although Zhou Xiaowu had undergone a remarkable transformation, Zhuahan immediately recognized his friend. Once everyone had gathered, Zhu Qing announced the mission with a serious demeanor. and all present understood the task's gravity. As soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, they bore the weight of their identities and pledged unwavering obedience to their superiors. Everyone in attendance readied themselves for the sacrifices that lay ahead. Under Zhu Qing's leadership, they recited a solemn oath: "Born for the country, die for the country." As these words echoed, a spirit of fearlessness surged among them. Before disbanding, Zhu Qing instructed everyone to enjoy their freedom tonight and rest well, as they were to depart promptly the following day. Suddenly, Zhuohan called out, "Zhou Xiaowu." Zhou Xiaowu turned around, surprised to see his friend Zhuohan waving enthusiastically. Instructor Zhao Dongrong patted Zhou Xiaowu's shoulder, saying, "Go ahead, but be sure to return to the barracks early tonight." Zhou Xiaowu nodded solemnly and saluted. He quickly approached Zhuohan, and the two friends embraced, with Zhou Xiaowu exclaiming, "Zhuohan, I can't believe we're meeting here. I'm so thrilled." Zhuohan also expressed his sentiments, saying, "Indeed, I never anticipated that we would meet under such circumstances." He scrutinized Zhou Xiaowu's face carefully, remarking, "You've truly lost a considerable amount of weight, my friend. You appear somewhat haggard. I scarcely recognize you." Zhou Xiaowu waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Oh, what does it matter? Compared to our comrades who have sacrificed and suffered injuries, I am faring quite well." At this juncture, Zhuohan could distinctly perceive a melancholic expression on Zhou Xiaowu's countenance. "Do you know, Zhuohan? It was only after enlisting that I understood why our homeland, the Dragon Kingdom, is far safer than others. It wasn't until nearly all of my fellow soldiers from the same batch had perished that I realized the notion of serene times is merely an illusion. Someone is shouldering the burdens on our behalf. From that moment on, I truly discovered my life's purpose." "Buddy," Zhuohan murmured. "Oh, enough about me. Let us speak of you, Zhuohan. You have become quite renowned in the military, with everyone proclaiming you as the successor to the next 4 kings. I've been boasting within the ranks that the next 4 kings will be my brother, so do remember that there is still Amy in the military." Zhou Xiaowu jested. "How could that be, my friend? You will forever be my brother. Forgetting anyone is impossible, especially you," Zhuohan said earnestly to Zhou Xiaowu. That night, as Zhuohan lay in bed, he tossed and turned, his mind replaying Zhou Xiaowu's words and expressions, which had a profound impact on him. Slowly opening his eyes, he murmured, "The nation, perhaps?" Chapter 137, Champion Zhuohan. At 4 a.m., the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Yet the main force was already poised to fly toward their destination. Yang Shui, observing Zhuohan's panda-like eyes, teased, "Zhuohan, your eyes are quite conspicuous, aren't they? You didn't sneak out last night for some clandestine affair, did you?" Zhuohan retorted, somewhat irked, "Sister Yang, please refrain from making wild assumptions. I was simply too excited to sleep." Just then, the sound of flapping wings interrupted their conversation as an overwhelming number of griffins descended from the sky. "Those without mounts, hurry and climb onto the backs of the griffins. Those with flying mounts may ride their own spirits, provided they do not stray from the group," shouted Zhu Qing. Most had mounted the griffins, while Zhuohan summoned his Hark Dragon. After 2.5 months of practice, it was now capable of carrying Zhuohan aloft. "I'll leave the rest to you, Hark Dragon," Zhuohan said gently. The Hark Dragon responded in kind, as if to assure him, "Leave it to me." The Hark Dragon lowered its body, signaling for Zhuohan to mount, which he did, grasping it firmly. With a shrill cry from the griffins, the main force officially took flight westward, led by Yuan Tianlong's Bloodwing Dragon, with Zhu Qing's 3-headed dragon bringing up the rear. As the journey from the Alliance to their destination would take several hours, Zhu Qing, feeling a bit bored, glanced ahead and suddenly noticed the elegant form of a Hark Dragon. Looking up, she saw Zhuohan on its back, engaged in conversation with Yang Shui. Zhu Qing mused silently. "Indeed, is that Hark Dragon the mini-dragon from before? Zhuohan, how many secrets do you truly possess? I must admit, recent events have piqued my curiosity about him immensely." Bear King and Cold Ice also observed Zhuohan's Hark Dragon from behind, as it was exceedingly conspicuous amidst the sea of griffins. Both were lost in their own thoughts, harboring ulterior motives. As Zhuohan dozed atop the Hark Dragon, suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission, National Dignity. The task requires you to safely retrieve all Dragon Kingdom citizens wishing to leave and ensure their safe return to the Dragon Kingdom. Failure to complete the task will result in the loss of all points. Completion of the mission will reward a random divine item." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhuohan's sleepiness vanished instantly, and he grumbled, "System, after so many days without a task, I thought you had abandoned me. This mission aligns perfectly with my intentions, ensuring the safety of the citizens while also offering a reward. How delightful." As he fantasized about what kind of divine item the system might grant him, he was jolted by the sound of an explosion. They had just reached their destination's vicinity. Zhuahan gazed below to find numerous buildings ablaze, with the fire brigade organizing water spirits to extinguish the flames, while more advanced spirits battled on another front under the guidance of their trainers. Yuan Tianlong frowned at the scene, saying, "It seems we have arrived a bit late. I did not anticipate that the war had already commenced." Suddenly, a voice from below, belonging to a Caucasian soldier, called out, "Mysterious forces in the sky. You have 3 minutes to descend, otherwise, we will commence indiscriminate attacks." Considering various factors, Zhu Qing ordered the group to begin their descent. The Caucasian soldiers, witnessing the aerial troops descending, breathed a sigh of relief. Once Zhuahan and the others had completely landed, the soldiers approached and inquired, "What brings you here? Which army do you belong to?" As Zhu Qing noticed that the group could not understand English, she stepped forward and spoke at length. The soldier, unable to make a decision, retreated to a military camp to make a radio call. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged whom everyone recognized, the beautiful nation's king, Mike Tom. He greeted them with awkward Chinese. "Goodness, I never expected to see you here, the lovely Miss Zhu Qing. Not one to beat around the bush." Zhu Qing addressed him directly. "Tom, we are here for our citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. We hope you can facilitate our retrieval of them." Mike Tom's gaze scanned the group, seemingly searching for something, which left Zhu Qing with an unsettling premonition. Finally, confirming that neither Bear King nor Champion Yuan was present, Mike Tom boldly stated, "I'm afraid I lack the authority to assist you, Zhu Qing." Zhu Qing was incensed by Mike Tom's words and replied with a heavier tone, "If your military will not assist us, we shall have no choice but to take measures to ensure the safety of our citizens, King Tom. You must consider this carefully." Suddenly, a somewhat heavy voice interrupted, as an elderly man with graying hair and a weathered face stepped forward and remarked, "Can I take your words as a threat against us, King Zhu Qing?" The four kings felt a sense of foreboding upon recognizing the elderly figure as one of the champion trainers from the beautiful nation, Mike Horsea. He surveyed the military with a leisurely demeanor, saying, "What is this? None of my old friends are here. Or do you believe that we, the beautiful nation, are easy to bully?" Zhu Qing, realizing the gravity of the situation, lowered her head and replied, "We have no intention of quarreling with the beautiful nation. We merely wish to take our citizens home. I hope General Horsea can grant us this request. Thank you in advance." Suddenly, Mike Horsea's murky eyes sharpened, and he spoke in a low tone, "What if I say no?" The fire dragon troops present reacted by drawing their pokeballs, unleashing their spirits, and the battlefield became ablaze with a multitude of fiery duck-billed dragons. Mike Horsea, disdainfully observing the scene, slowly withdrew his own pokeball, summoning a scarred land shark that emanated an overwhelming aura, dominating the spirits present. In this moment, the aura of the champion enveloped the arena, leaving the 4 elite trainers present drenched in sweat, their ace Pokémon rendered immobile. The Duckbill fire dragons were also filled with an overwhelming fear of the Mega Garchomp. It was then that Mike Horsea, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Did my old friend not inform you that beneath the champion, all are but ants? Those who are oblivious to their own insignificance shall learn their lesson today." Zhuahan, realizing he could no longer remain a passive observer, boldly proclaimed, "It is not for others to teach us a lesson in the Dragon Kingdom. Come forth, Blastoise." In that instant, a Blastoise, 2 to 3 times larger than the average, emerged onto the battlefield, its commanding presence clashing with that of the Mega Garchomp, creating a palpable tension. Mike Horsea and the 4 elite trainers gaped in disbelief at Zhuahan, exclaiming, "Champion, how is this possible?" Chapter 138, Mission Accomplished. Mike Horsea, with a sweeping gesture, commanded the Mega Garchomp to cease its assault, awkwardly stating, "Oh my, it seems a new champion has emerged from your Dragon Kingdom. I was wondering why my old friend did not come. Now it makes sense. However, I must say, your champion appears quite young. May I have the honor of knowing this champion's name?" Observing Mike Horsea's instruction for the Mega Garchomp to withdraw its aura, Zhuahan reciprocated the gesture, allowing Blastoise to retract its presence as well. Both sides let out a collective sigh of relief. Zhuahan then addressed Mike Horsea, saying, "I am Zhuahan, and I hope General Mike Horsea will assist us in bringing back our citizens to the Dragon Kingdom. What do you think?" Mike Horsea responded theatrically, "So it is Champion Zhuahan. Your country truly abounds with talent. Of course, our beautiful nation has always upheld a philosophy of peace, and we only resorted to this action out of necessity, which I trust you can understand. Rest assured, we are very friendly towards the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Even without your prompting, we will ensure their safety." Zhuahan smiled and replied, "Is that so, General Horsea? However, your recent actions did not convey any goodwill towards our Dragon Kingdom." "Ah, That was merely an unfortunate incident, my friend. Given the relationship between our two nations, I only intended to intimidate, never to engage in conflict, Mike Asai retorted, somewhat defensively. Ah, so it seems we have indeed misjudged you, General Asai. But may I now request your assistance in facilitating the safe return of our citizens? Zhuhan inquired with a smile. Of course. Mike Asai replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. With Mike Asai's assurance, Zhuhan and his entourage successfully entered the war zone, guided by Mike Tom into the more chaotic areas. Curiously, Mike Asai did not accompany them, and as he watched their receding figures, the smile on his face darkened, leading him to contemplate a phone call. Throughout their journey, the four elite trainers' gazes remained fixed on Zhuhan, filled with incredulity. Upon the appearance of Blastoise, they were certain of its champion-level prowess, yet the mystery of how Zhuhan possessed such a formidable Pokémon left them baffled. Nonetheless, they felt a sense of relief that Zhuhan was an unpredictable variable. Otherwise, given the circumstances, not only would they have failed to recover their people, but they might have also faced dire consequences themselves. As for Mike Asai's words, they deemed them mere rhetoric. To take them seriously would be foolish. For now, their focus shifted away from Zhuhan, as the weight of having a champion among them was simply too significant. Their immediate task remained the retrieval of their citizens. Under Mike Tom's leadership, they finally arrived at the tumultuous region, where unknown corpses littered the ground, and the military camp was filled with wounded trainers and Pokémon. Chansey, with their exceptional healing abilities, rushed about tirelessly, illustrating the devastating toll of war. In silence, Zhuhan and his companions surveyed the situation in this beautiful nation, understanding that this was the grim reality brought about by conflict. If the situation was so dire here, they could only imagine the conditions on the other side. After Mike Tom made a call to the front lines, he slowly turned to Zhuhan and said, "We are about to enter the battlefield. I have contacted the commanding officer there. You will need to speak with him yourselves." Zhu Qing nodded in acknowledgement to Mike Tom, assuring him, "Rest assured. As long as your side agrees, we will handle the situation on the other end." Following Mike Tom, Zhuhan and his team finally reached the most perilous area of the front lines, where the commander of the beautiful nation's forces greeted Mike Tom with a solemn salute. Following Mike Tom's instructions, all trainers from the beautiful nation retreated, leaving the opposing forces perplexed by this sudden withdrawal. Mike Tom turned to Zhu Qing and stated, "The next steps are in your hands, Zhu Qing." Zhu Qing politely replied, "Thank you, Tom. We will remember your kindness." In response to Zhu Qing's words, Mike Tom sighed. "Zhu, you've said that many times before, yet not once has it been fulfilled. Nonetheless, I truly admire your Dragon Kingdom. At least you do not allow your citizens to come to harm. Oh, this wretched war, when will it end? I have not seen my daughter in ages." Zhu Qing glanced at Mike Tom, but remained silent, instead using their loudspeaker to address the opposing forces. "I am Zhu Qing of the Dragon Kingdom. Due to the current circumstances, I hope you will cease hostilities." Zhu Qing, taking a risk, mounted a three-headed dragon and ascended into the sky, while Yuan Tianlong, feeling uneasy, released his blood-winged dragon to protect her. Fortunately, the opposing commander recognized Zhu Qing and ordered his troops to stand down, allowing her to safely reach their camp. After a conversation, the opposing side expressed their willingness to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom's efforts, and Zhu Qing facilitated discussions between Mike Tom and Andre, ultimately leading to a 2-day ceasefire to assist the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing the news of the ceasefire, the soldiers erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Ceasefire! No more fighting! Oh my! Finally a chance to rest. I thought I was done for. If only it were longer than 2 days. My daughter is waiting for me at home." Seeing this, Zhu Qing wasted no time and promptly organized the Fire Dragon Army to disseminate the news internally, while also announcing it on international forums, stating that citizens of the Dragon Kingdom could return home and urging everyone to prepare swiftly. Simultaneously, upon receiving the news, the homeland dispatched large aircraft to the destination, and parents back home frantically called their sons and daughters, weeping, "The homeland has sent people to bring you back." Upon receiving the calls, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom shared the news, crying out, "Long live the homeland." Meanwhile, individuals from other nations left stranded began posting messages on international forums, pleading for their countries to come and retrieve them, yet they received no response after hours of waiting. Chapter 139, The Mysterious Prophecy. The two champions who had previously been unreachable within the Dragon Kingdom alliance successfully returned from the fissure, bringing with them news of its worsening condition. The president furrowed his brow, expressing his frustration. The expansion of the fissure is accelerating, and the strength of the corrupted Pokémon is growing ever more formidable. I fear that eventually, the fissure may merge with reality, bringing global catastrophe. Champion Yuan, with a somber tone, remarked, "It seems that the beautiful nation is also fearful of the fisher, which is why they are willing to spare no expense in researching divine beasts. The mythical beasts are not so easily studied. If they were, they would not be referred to as mythical beasts," the bear champion remarked gravely, noticing the somber atmosphere. The president suddenly interjected, continuing, "I have just received word that Zhu Qing and her team have successfully completed their mission. In just a few days, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom in Wu will be able to return home." Upon hearing the president's words, the two champions expressed their joy tinged with curiosity, asking, "This is indeed good news, but we have heard that the highest commander from the beautiful nation is that old fellow, mightiest. Surely, Zhu Qing and her team would not have such influence." The president nodded, replying, "You are correct. mightiest showed no regard for Zhu Qing and her team. In fact, they nearly came to blows, only to be quelled by the intervention of another." The two champions, even more perplexed, inquired, as a champion trainer, "mightiest would not have let this go so easily unless he was faced with another champion. Yet, it is unlikely that a champion from another country would interfere. Could it be that Zhu Qing has ascended to champion status?" The two champions grew increasingly convinced of their hypothesis, just as the president shook his head, stating, "It is not Zhu Qing who has achieved champion status." Startled, the two champions expressed their confusion. If not Zhu Qing, then who could possibly command such respect from mightiest? At that moment, the bear champion suddenly had a flicker of doubt and asked, "President, please do not tell me it is Zhuahan who summoned a mythical beast, compelling mightiest to yield." Upon hearing this, the president's eyes brightened, while Champion Yuan uncertainly replied, "That seems implausible. Mythical beasts cannot simply be summoned at will. During the volcanic incident, Zhuahan had already called upon a mythical beast's favor. Surely he cannot summon another." The president erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You might be closer to the truth than you realize, old bear." However, it was not a mythical beast that Zhuahan summoned, but rather a champion-level Blastoise. What? A champion-level Blastoise? The two champions, upon hearing this, were perhaps even more astonished than if it had been a mythical beast. After all, mythical beasts symbolize power, and Zhuahan's previous ability to summon one indicated mere fortune. However, the presence of a champion-level Blastoise signified something entirely different. It indicated that Zhuahan was indeed a bona fide champion-level trainer. Realizing this, the two champions inhaled sharply, contemplating the terror of a champion-level trainer not yet 20 years old. Moreover, no one knew if Zhuahan had additional Pokémon. Regaining their composure, the two champions joyfully proclaimed, "Congratulations, President. With Zhuahan emerging as a champion, we can be assured of our legacy." The president nodded, saying, "Although Zhuahan has kept his strength under wraps, when the league is in peril, he will rise to the occasion, and that is sufficient. Upon his return, we shall inquire about his intentions. If he agrees, we will crown him as a champion." Meanwhile, in the Jiangnan Yi family, a lineage renowned for its psychic abilities, every leader carries a solemn duty to accurately foresee the future, thereby averting calamities for the Dragon Kingdom at the cost of their own lives. Thus, this mission is generally undertaken only when the current head of the family nears the end of their life. Today, the main residence of the Yi family was bustling with activity, as numerous descendants hurried home upon receiving news. Yihei, weighed down with a heavy heart, returned from school, knowing that the moment had come for his grandfather, the patriarch, to foresee the future. This would mark their final meeting. In his youth, Yihei had not understood why each generation's head had to sacrifice their life to glimpse the future. Surely living an extra decade or so was preferable. At that time, he had been too young to comprehend his grandfather's words, that each generation bears its own mission. However, recent international conflicts, followed by the Dragon Kingdom's efforts to rescue its citizens in Wu, seemed to have finally illuminated Yihei's understanding. Upon seeing Yihei, the elder Yi gestured for him to come closer. Yihei knelt before his grandfather, exclaiming loudly, "Your unfilial grandson has arrived late." The elder Yi said nothing but affectionately patted Yihei's head, eventually speaking slowly, "My dear Hei, you have finally grown up. From now on, you must shoulder more responsibilities within the family. Your father's health has always been fragile, and with your mischievous nature, he requires your support." With reddened eyes, Yihei replied, "Grandson understands." The elder Yi looked at Yihei with satisfaction before glancing at the surrounding sons, nodding as he said, "You may all leave now. After my passing, ensure that the message stone is promptly delivered to the League, understood?" Yihei's father solemnly nodded in agreement. That is well. The elder Yi replied with satisfaction. Once alone in the room, the elder Yi summoned his Pokémon, all of which were psychic types. Having long since resolved to accompany him into the afterlife, thereby fortifying their abilities to foresee the future. The Elder Yi looked at his longtime companions with kindness, asking, "Have you all made your decision? Now is the time to withdraw if you wish. You still have many years ahead." The 6 Pokémon remained silent, but nodded earnestly. Seeing this, the Elder Yi was moved to tears as he said, "Then let us begin." Just as the Elder Yi closed his eyes, a blue light enveloped him, and his 6 Pokémon entered a similar state. As time passed, the blue light began to shift to a violet hue. The Elder Yi suddenly opened his eyes, now filled with purple light. He shouted, "Foresee the future." Instantly, the 6 Pokémon channeled their formidable psychic abilities into the Elder Yi, collectively invoking the foresight. At that moment, the League president received word that the Elder Yi was commencing his prophetic vision. A hint of melancholy crossed his face as he gazed toward Jiangnan, murmuring, "Old Yi, we had promised to share another drink." Chapter 140, The Prophetic Crisis. At this moment, the Elder Yi seemed to have transcended into a mysterious realm, where he encountered many Pokémon he had never seen before, alongside several corrupted ones emerging from fissures. Countless trainers formed an alliance to combat these corrupted Pokémon. Familiar faces mingled with strangers, yet the outcome was tragic, as innumerable trainers were consumed by the dark entities. Suddenly, a warped darkness materialized in the sky, as if intending to swallow everyone present. In this dire moment, a brilliant light emerged from the human side, repelling the darkness. 3 youths appeared, seemingly shouting defiantly at the shadows, as numerous mythical beasts that the Elder Yi recognized joined forces with the 3 to confront the encroaching darkness. Just as the Elder Yi was about to delve deeper, he noticed an eye opening in a parallel dimension, sensing something and scoffing derisively. As the Elder Yi prepared to continue his foresight, he was abruptly obstructed by an evil eye, causing him to gasp in shock as he cried out, "What are you? You, who seek to steal the future, cannot escape death," spoke the malevolent eye, exuding dark energy that relentlessly countered the Elder Yi's psychic abilities. The Elder Yi screamed in anguish, blood spilling from his lips. Returning to reality, the Elder Yi summoned every ounce of strength to relay what he had witnessed before smiling as he passed away. The 6 Pokémon, too, suffered backlash, dissipating within the room. Outside, the family members, hearing the Elder Yi's cries, rushed in only to find him lifeless alongside the vanished Pokémon. All mournfully cried, "We honor the Elder as he ascends." Following this, Yihei's parents, disregarding their grief, immediately entrusted the message stone to Yihei, gravely instructing, "Yihei, this message stone must be delivered directly to the League and handed to the president. Can you manage this?" Yihei solemnly accepted the message stone, stating, "As long as the stone exists, so shall I." With 3 resounding bows to his grandfather's remains, he hastened towards the direction of the Alliance. Meanwhile, a mysterious sprite from a parallel dimension, having just obliterated another timeline, chuckled with glee. "Soon, very soon, the detestable humans shall vanish entirely." However, in his moment of jubilation, he failed to notice a human donning a red cap being swept away by another parallel universe, thereby saving his life. After 2 days, as the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom waited at Wu for their evacuation to nearly conclude, Zhuohan and his companions finally prepared to return to the Dragon Kingdom. It was during this time that Zhuohan realized the drastic shift in everyone's demeanor since he had revealed his dominant water-type Pokémon, the Blastoise. Xinu and Chu Feng hesitated to jest in his presence, and even Yang Shui treated him with a newfound respect. Zhou Xiaowu remained silently withdrawn, and in that moment, Zhuohan understood that he could no longer behave as he once did. Upon the arrival of the rescue aircraft on Dragon Kingdom soil, Zhuohan heard the system's voice resonate in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for flawlessly completing the mission. The system will now dispense rewards." The sound transformed his earlier despondency into exuberance. Disregarding any lofty sentiments, Zhuohan simply yearned to draw a stone tablet to mend his wounded spirit. "Fortune smiles upon you. Congratulations, host, for drawing the divine item, the dragon tablet." Stunned, Zhuohan found himself momentarily frozen, unable to believe his luck. He pinched Hakran's body in disbelief, earning a disgruntled glare from the creature. Zhuohan promptly apologized, ultimately appeasing Hakran with 3 bottles of milk. At that moment, unable to suppress his excitement, Zhuohan exclaimed, "Wow." This outburst drew the attention of those around him, particularly Zhu Qing, who remained baffled by how Zhuohan had become a champion trainer, especially given his clumsy demeanor. Recalling how Champion Xiong and Champion Yuan often teased her, Zhu Qing pondered if only those with a touch of foolishness could achieve such heights. Feeling the peculiar stares from the crowd, even Zhuohan, with his thick skin, found it unbearable and hastily concocted a strange excuse to distance himself from the throng. In a hidden corner, the moment he unveiled the Dragon Tablet, the Dragon-type Pokémon in Zhu Qing's vicinity suddenly had their eyes turn crimson, as if sensing a life-threatening aura, and rushed towards Zhuhan. The crowd was taken aback by the frenzied state of the Dragon-type Pokémon, including Zhu Qing's three-headed dragon and Yuan Tianlong's blood-winged dragon, which flew uncontrollably towards Zhuhan. As Zhuhan brandished the tablet, he noticed Hakron and the Spiked Dragon King fixating on the Dragon Tablet as if entranced, which startled him. He quickly stowed the tablet away, and only then did Hakron and the Spiked Dragon King appear bewildered, glancing around in confusion. The instant the Dragon Tablet vanished, the Dragon-type Pokémon regained their senses, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. The trainers, relieved to see their Pokémon restored to normalcy, sighed in relief. Zhu Qing and Yuan Tianlong swiftly approached to inquire about what had transpired with their Pokémon, but the three-headed dragon and blood-winged dragon shook their heads, equally perplexed. When Zhuhan returned to the scene, noticing the disarray, he promptly asked what had happened. Upon learning of the Dragon-type Pokémon's rampage, a cold sweat trickled down Zhuhan's back. He was fortunate to have retrieved the tablet in time, or else calamity would have ensued. Determined, he resolved to allow the Spiked Dragon King to fuse with the tablet in a safe space to avert any future incidents. As for Hakron, he could only offer an apology, promising to make amends with milk from then on. Although Zhu Qing and the others intended to investigate the recent events, time was against them. Their moment had arrived, and they needed to return to the Dragon Kingdom. Zhu Qing sighed and called out, "Recall your Pokémon. We must return to the Dragon Kingdom." During their flight, Zhuhan utilized the space to fuse the Spiked Dragon King with the Dragon Tablet. Remarkably, the instant the Spiked Dragon King made contact with the tablet, it fell into a deep slumber, merging with the Dragon Tablet. According to the system's response, once the Spiked Dragon King absorbed the tablet, its power would rival that of Rayquaza, filling Zhuhan with uncontainable joy. As they soared back, he found himself grinning foolishly, which puzzled Zhu Qing immensely. Even Xinu and Chu Feng expressed their concern, asking, "Zhuge, are you alright? Why are you smiling so much?" Realizing he had let his guard down, Zhuhan quickly feigned solemnity, replying, "Can't a person smile at the thought of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens returning home safely? Shouldn't you be happy for them as well?" With such a significant accusation leveled against them, Xinu and Chu Feng hurriedly laughed and replied, "Of course. We're delighted. Ha ha." The group couldn't help but chuckle at the antics of this lively bunch, reflecting on their previous ordeals and sighing in relief at the gift of life. Chapter 141, The Sudden Awakening of the Deity. As Zhuhan and his companions hastened towards the Dragon Kingdom, a colossal beast, ensconced in molten rock within a volcano situated between the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom, suddenly opened its eyes. At that instant, the previously dormant volcano erupted into a frenzy. Concurrently, fire-type Pokémon bathing in the magma were knocked unconscious by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the awakened Titan, with only those at a greater distance or of superior strength managing to escape. Yet, the colossal creature paid no heed to the feeble insects around it. Having just awakened, it sought to recall its memories from before its slumber and strategize its next moves. Meanwhile, deep beneath the waters of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Kyogre also opened its eyes, seemingly engaged in a similar recollection. As both deities stirred from their slumber, the weather in both nations underwent a dramatic transformation. The coastal regions of the Dragon Kingdom experienced an abrupt increase in solar intensity, causing beachgoers to notice the scorching temperatures as the sand began to sear their feet. Management personnel at the beach quickly organized an evacuation, prompting discussions among the onlookers regarding the peculiar weather. It was not until they witnessed the seawater being gradually evaporated, transforming previously aquatic areas into dry land, that the gravity of the situation became evident. Captivated by this phenomenon, they began capturing images and sharing them on online forums. Meanwhile, in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, what had started as a sunny day abruptly turned into a torrential downpour, catching the populace off guard. They had never witnessed such a rapid increase in sea levels within minutes. As the citizens sought refuge from the unexpected downpour, some grumbled about the inaccuracy of the weather forecasts. However, as time passed and the water levels escalated, it dawned on them that this was no ordinary storm. In a frantic rush, they fled to higher ground, only to discover that the land they once knew was vanishing beneath the relentless tide, swallowing those who failed to escape in time. Authorities in both the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom swiftly initiated emergency evacuation protocols. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom mobilized water-type Pokémon for rescue operations, while the Dragon Kingdom issued warnings urging residents to remain indoors. As temperatures on the streets soared to a staggering 40 degrees Celsius and continued to rise, the president of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom promptly utilized satellite equipment to monitor the water levels, astonished to find them persistently climbing, alongside the presence of unknown biological fluctuations from the ocean depths. The president of the Dragon Nation had just received a message from an old friend, only to learn that reports from the coastal regions indicated a natural disaster. Temperatures were incessantly rising, and if this continued, the coastal areas would likely face devastating heat. The president promptly dispatched Champion Xiong to organize an evacuation and activated satellite sensors. Under the expert scrutiny, they discovered a colossal life form awakening within the volcano. Ultimately, after consulting archaeological records and correlating them with the current situation, they concluded that the Earth deity, Groudon, had awakened. The documents also recorded that with the awakening of the Earth deity, everything in its vicinity would transform into land, while simultaneously, the ocean deity would awaken, converting all observed regions into ocean. A titanic battle between the two deities was inevitable, one that would be fierce and unyielding, ultimately to be halted by the sky deity, Rayquaza, who guards the ozone layer. Upon absorbing the contents of the documents, the president immediately redirected satellites to ascertain Rayquaza's location, ultimately discovering that disaster was unfolding in the Cherry Blossom Nation, concluding that Rayquaza was situated beneath it. The president swiftly made a mysterious call to the president of the Cherry Blossom Nation, explaining the entire situation. Upon learning that the monstrous entity below was indeed Rayquaza, the president of the Cherry Blossom Nation felt a deep sense of dismay. Given the extraordinary circumstances, both national leaders temporarily set aside their grievances and sought assistance from the World Alliance. Upon receiving the alerts from both nations, the World Alliance promptly utilized satellites to assess the situation and dispatched numerous trainers for rescue operations, striving to evacuate civilians before the deities clashed. The president of the beautiful nation, upon learning of the situation, secretly rejoiced, having only recently been troubled by the emergence of a new champion trainer from the Dragon Nation. Now, with the impending battle between the two deities, both the Dragon Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation would undoubtedly suffer grievously, solidifying the beautiful nation's standing on the global stage. The president immediately instructed Champion Yuan to support Champion Xiong and made an urgent call to Zhu Qing and others, directing them to fly to the coastal regions while emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Upon receiving the news, Zhu Qing solemnly informed everyone of the recent calamity. The crowd, realizing the plight of the people, hastily urged their flying Pokémon to accelerate their flight. Meanwhile, Zhuahan remained grave, fully aware of the notorious reputation of the Hoenn Fool, and recognizing that his trump card, Lunala, would be at a disadvantage against such a formidable foe. Before long, the entire world became aware of the impending clash between the deities of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Dragon Nation. The World Alliance mobilized satellites to keep a constant watch over the region. Just as everyone silently hoped for the divine battle to remain dormant, Groudon made its entrance. It seemed to recall everything, roaring skyward, causing nearby Pokémon to flee in terror and triggering a volcanic eruption. The ground split open, and disaster struck with no warning, collapsing nearby structures and scorching many grass-type Pokémon in the wild. Panic ensued, with some rejoicing, others roaring in defiance, and many weeping. In the World Alliance's live broadcast room, viewers witnessed the unfolding chaos and began to pray, though numerous detractors shouted for the champion trainers to intervene. Fortunately, Groudon did not pursue further destruction, instead heading straight for the ocean, intent on confronting Rayquaza. Wherever Groudon tread, the land transformed into solid ground. Below, Rayquaza could no longer contain itself and unleashed a powerful surf, generating a massive tsunami that swept up some of the recently rescued citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation once more. As the deluge ravaged the land, homes were obliterated, and the populace cried out in despair, struggling and praying for salvation. As the two adversaries faced each other, Groudon unleashed a solar beam, while Rayquaza responded with a torrent of waves, both testing each other's might, to the detriment of the Cherry Blossom Nation's citizens. Groudon's solar beam decimated several rescue aircraft, while Rayquaza's surf incapacitated numerous Pokémon, hampering further rescue efforts. At that moment, viewers in the satellite broadcast room, witnessing the extraordinary powers of the deities, no longer dared to claim that they could defeat them. Instead, they fervently prayed for the sky deity, Rayquaza, to descend and quell the divine conflict, rescuing humanity. Chapter 142, A Critical Juncture. With each clash of Groudon and Rayquaza's powers, countless civilians were affected, some even perishing on the spot. The global audience could no longer bear to watch the broadcast as once thriving edifices crumbled, replaced by scenes of utter devastation. The masses prayed loudly for the sky deity's intervention. Yet Rayquaza remained absent, while the fierce battle between Groudon and Rayquaza escalated. In a moment of miscalculation, Groudon was pushed back by Rayquaza's water gun, its massive form collapsing and crushing numerous homes, leaving those unable to flee steeped in despair. Within the alliance, both presidents anxiously questioned historians. Would the sky deity truly appear? Why had Rayquaza not yet shown itself? Faced with their doubts, the historians frantically sifted through records, trembling as they spoke. I don't know. History records that whenever the earth deity and the ocean deity clash, the sky deity intervenes. This situation clearly deviates from historical precedent. Just then, an observer from outer space detected a significant event and promptly relayed the footage to the presidents. Simultaneously, the global satellite broadcast shifted to the outer space scene. The viewers were taken aback, questioning, what is happening? Why has the broadcast shifted elsewhere? Where's this? It looks like outer space. Suddenly, the live feed revealed a majestic green dragon-like creature, plummeting through the ozone layer towards Earth. Upon witnessing this, the global audience erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh! Rayquaza is here to save humanity." What a relief! The leaders of various nations sighed in relief, recognizing that the ongoing battle between Groudon and Rayquaza could threaten their own territories. Indeed, the power of the deities was terrifying. However, just as the president of the Cherry Blossom Nation felt a sense of relief, an unexpected turn of events occurred in space. Rayquaza, initially hurtling towards Earth, suddenly halted mid-flight, gazing gravely into the void of outer space. The satellite viewers erupted in confusion. What is going on? Why has Rayquaza stopped? It needs to quell the war. The audience was in a frenzy. The leaders of various nations watched intently, their earlier relief now replaced with anxiety. Suddenly, Rayquaza launched an assault on a nearby meteor, unleashing a devastating beam of light that shattered the rock, revealing the silhouette of a mysterious Pokémon. The crowd, witnessing the enigmatic figure behind the meteor, urged historians to investigate. As the experts scrambled to uncover information, they finally identified the mysterious entity from an extraterrestrial Pokémon compendium, Deoxys, a cosmic virus born from DNA mutation. Inherently averse to conflict but often perceived as an invader by Rayquaza, leading to inevitable confrontations. Upon reading the records, even the most composed president could not restrain their exasperation. Lamenting, why must it appear now of all times? The president swiftly announced Deoxys's emergence in the satellite broadcast room, and the audience erupted once more in disbelief. How could this happen? Why must it show up at this moment? It is over. Blue Planet is doomed. Who can possibly halt the battle between Groudon and Kyogre? Indeed, the reality unfolded just as those in the live stream had predicted. The emergence of Deoxys immediately captured the attention of Rayquaza, who lost all interest in the ongoing clash between Groudon and Kyogre, his focus entirely absorbed by Deoxys. All that the spectators could do was pray for Deoxys to be swiftly defeated by Rayquaza. However, the outcome was unexpectedly astonishing. Deoxys continuously transformed its forms to counter Rayquaza's attacks, its speed so remarkable that it appeared only as a blur, prompting the viewers in the live stream to exclaim, "No way! Why does it feel like this Pokémon possesses such extraordinary power?" Indeed, it seems as though Rayquaza is at a disadvantage. Is the coastal region doomed? Rayquaza is engaged in a prolonged battle, and by the time it finishes, Groudon and Kyogre will have wreaked havoc. What can we do? Is there no other option? At this critical juncture, a large number of rescue teams arrived at the scene. Champion Xiong was the first to reach the battlefield, immediately releasing all of his Pokémon. His champion-level Blaziken deftly smashed through the rubble of collapsed buildings, rescuing one injured person after another. Observing the fierce battle of the legendary Pokémon from a distance, Champion Xiong could only gaze in deep awe, his concern growing that the conflict might extend inland, making it difficult for anyone to escape. The satellite live stream quickly split into two screens. As viewers lauded Champion Xiong for his efficient rescues, they remarked, "Is this the power of a champion?" Although it cannot compare to that of a legendary Pokémon, each punch that demolishes a house stirs my blood. Go, Champion Xiong! Go, Dragon Nation! Just as Champion Xiong exerted himself to save the injured, the worst fear materialized. The legendary Pokémon, in the midst of their intense combat, suddenly unleashed an enraged roar towards the sky, their colossal forms undergoing significant transformations. Their already gigantic bodies expanded even further, adorned with unknown symbols, and their abilities were terrifyingly amplified. This sudden development sent shockwaves of fear across the globe. Did I just hear that? Can legendary Pokémon evolve? What is happening? That world-shattering power was not even their full strength. Is there any hope for humanity? As Groudon and Kyogre reverted to their primal forms, the weather underwent a catastrophic change. The sunlight emanating from Groudon intensified, scorching the earth and causing fissures to appear, igniting combustible materials spontaneously. The forests erupted into flames, with wild Pokémon succumbing to the heat. Meanwhile, Kyogre unleashed torrential rains that could only be described as apocalyptic, causing the water levels to rise at an alarming rate. The leaders of nations near the coast were drenched in cold sweat, witnessing the relentless rise of the water. Who will save us? As the world watched this horrifying scene, panic began to spread. Chapter 143, The Divine Guardian Juahan. In their primal forms, Groudon and Kyogre seemed to have ignited a cataclysm. Groudon unleashed its exclusive move, the Cliff Sword, and with a single stomp, fissures erupted across dozens of kilometers. Rescue teams shouted desperately, "Quickly, take to the skies. An earthquake is coming." The ocean was forcibly cleaved apart by Groudon's attack, yet Kyogre appeared to have anticipated this move, leaping gracefully into the air, casting a sidelong glance at Groudon, its lips curling into a mocking smile for reasons unknown. In retaliation, Kyogre concentrated its energy and unleashed its signature move, Origin Pulse, striking Groudon. Though hit, Groudon quickly regained its footing, with the seawater evaporating instantly. Groudon, seething at Kyogre's mockery, unleashed a relentless barrage of solar beams. Despite Kyogre's agility allowing it to evade many of the attacks, it ultimately was struck and fell into the water. Now enraged, Kyogre activated its ability to summon a super tsunami, intent on overwhelming Groudon. The surrounding rescue personnel watched in despair as they beheld the towering wave, never having witnessed such a colossal tsunami before. Escape? Where could they possibly flee? The height of the wave rendered escape impossible. In the live stream, viewers stared in hopeless disbelief at the approaching tsunami, their faces pale, devoid of color, as if drained of all vitality. The super tsunami relentlessly surged toward Groudon, who merely swayed and stood tall, while the humans behind it gazed in despair at the impending wave. Champion Xiong, disregarding his own safety, shouted, "Blaziken! Unleash your most powerful fire blast." While Champion Xiong's intentions were noble, the might of the legendary Pokémon far surpassed that of ordinary flames, and indeed, the seawater extinguished the fire blast, rushing toward the people. Champion Xiong, witnessing the scene before him, paled and uttered, "It's over. Everything is lost." Just as they resigned themselves to their fates, a clear, resolute voice rang out, "Lunala, use Shadow Ray to repel that water." The one who had returned just in time was Juahan and his companions. Upon their arrival, they found themselves in the midst of the super tsunami's assault on humanity. Juahan, undeterred by the peril of human lives, commanded Lunala to emerge from his shadow, channeling Shadow Ray toward the colossal wave. As the purplish-black energy collided with the super tsunami, it shattered the wave, transforming it into a gentle rain. The viewers in the live stream were left utterly astounded. Oh my gosh, who was that trainer riding on the back of Haxorus? And that bat-like Pokémon? It shattered the tsunami with a single strike. Such strength must surpass that of a champion. I remember him. He is the martial arts champion of our Dragon Nation this year. Champion Xiong stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Even Zhu Qing and the others fell silent. Juahan surveyed the scene, taking in the collapsed buildings and the trapped individuals, including children who cried out for their mothers. It felt as though he had returned to the harrowing aftermath of a great earthquake, reminiscent of the devastation he had once witnessed. Juahan murmured, "In my past life, I was powerless. Now, I possess the strength to save humanity. Perhaps this is my destiny in this world." If Groudon and Kyogre continued their battle, it would inevitably impact the inland areas, and the conclusion of Rayquaza's fight remained uncertain. Juahan resolved to take a gamble, his thoughts resolute. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded Lunala to carry him toward the clash between Groudon and Kyogre. Champion Xiong, sensing Juahan's determination, shouted, "Juahan, don't act impulsively. The battle of legendary Pokémon is not so easily quelled. Remain calm." Juahan paid no heed to Champion Xiong's warnings as he steadfastly soared toward the divine clash. The president of the beautiful nation, upon learning that Juahan was the new champion trainer of the Dragon Nation, was taken aback, yet as he observed the satellite broadcast, he could not help but express his delight, saying, "After all, he is still a youth under 20. Even as a champion trainer, he cannot escape the folly of youth." It seems the Dragon Nation is in for a significant loss. The audience in the live broadcast room gazed at Juahan's actions with a mix of confusion and concern. Look, he is flying towards the divine battle. What could he possibly intend to do? Oh my goodness. Could he be trying to stop the clash between the Earth God and the Ocean God? Wu Zhuanyuan, please don't act impulsively. Come back quickly. You are the hope of Longhua. Meanwhile, far away in Rome City, Zhua's mother fainted upon witnessing her son heading towards the divine conflict. While Zhua's father watched the satellite broadcast with a pallid expression, teacher Zhou, feeling utterly powerless, gazed at the live stream with reddened eyes, holding his breath, praying fervently. Zhuahan, please be safe. Observing the relentless battle between Groudon and Kyogre, Zhuahan first instructed Lunala to attempt communication. However, before Lunala could approach, Groudon and Kyogre had already fixated on her, perceiving anything that interrupted their fight as a threat to be eliminated. A blazing solar beam and a crashing surf surged toward Lunala. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to deftly evade the attacks. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Realizing communication was futile, Zhuahan commanded Lunala to engage, attempting to lure them away from this area. Aware that he had to unleash all his strength against the primal forms of Groudon and Kyogre, Zhuahan shouted, Lunala, harness the power of the moon and alter the weather. Lunala nodded in response, emitting a crystalline sound as the bright daylight was abruptly transformed into a starry night, with a luminous moon hanging high in the sky. As she felt the inexhaustible power flowing into her, Lunala regarded the two legendary beasts before her with a serious demeanor. Knowing a fierce battle loomed ahead, the viewers in the satellite broadcast room began to voice their astonishment at the recent transformation. What just happened? How did it suddenly turn to night? No way. I have an unbelievable theory. Could that bat-like Pokémon be a legendary beast? The president of Longhua, excited and eager, called out to the historians. Is there any record of this bat-like creature being a legendary Pokémon? As the experts frantically searched through their materials, they finally discovered a clue in an ancient tome concerning the sun and moon. Approaching the president, the experts exclaimed, according to the ancient texts, this bat-like Pokémon, named Lunala, is the deity of the moon, capable of transforming day into night, and with the moon's blessing, it can become invincible. The text further revealed that in ancient times, individuals who forged contracts with deities were known as god tamers, capable of earning the favor of the deities and commanding them in battle. Undoubtedly, Lord Zhuahan is a god tamer. Chapter 144, Between Life and Death. Simultaneously, historians from various nations were poring over documents to uncover Zhuahan's identity as a god tamer. The president of Melee Country, with a gloomy expression, surveyed the documentation in her hands and remarked, I never anticipated Longhua to be so deeply concealed. The legendary god tamer has truly emerged. We must ensure that the divine tree is captured this time. Under the moonlight's enhancement, Lunala engaged in a 1v2 battle. Given that Groudon and Kyogre were not particularly swift, they repeatedly found their attacks evaded perfectly by Lunala, while her strikes consistently hit their targets, instilling hope in the viewers of the live broadcast room. Heavens! What am I witnessing? Groudon and Kyogre are being dominated by the bat-like Pokémon. What was once speculation is now confirmed. The bat-like Pokémon is undoubtedly a legendary beast, and not just any legendary beast. As the audience marveled at Lunala's prowess, they believed she could repel Groudon and Kyogre. Yet, only Zhuahan understood that her attacks merely inflicted minor damage upon the primal forms of Groudon and Kyogre, whose stamina was overwhelmingly superior. With no alternatives left, Zhuahan could only pray for Rayquaza to swiftly conclude its battle. As Lunala's skills continued to connect, Groudon and Kyogre began to grow increasingly agitated. Groudon, with its large eyes, exchanged a glance with Kyogre, and in that moment, Kyogre instantly grasped Groudon's intent. Despite being lifelong adversaries, centuries of conflict had granted them an uncanny understanding of each other's thoughts. Lunala continued to rely on her speed to evade Groudon's attacks. Just as she narrowly dodged Groudon's eruption while charging her Shadow Ball, Groudon's eyes flicked to the side, and Kyogre immediately understood Groudon's intention. In Kyogre's eyes, any disruption to its battle with Groudon was unforgivable. In an instant, Kyogre unleashed a tremendous ice beam, striking Lunala, who was in the midst of charging her attack. Zhuahan, his face etched with concern, called out, Xiaoya, are you all right? Lunala emitted a pained cry, one of her curved wings frozen solid by the ice beam, rendering her unable to fly and severely limiting her speed advantage. Groudon and Kyogre exchanged glances before launching their attacks. Cliff Sword and Origin Pulse surged towards Lunala. Just as these powerful moves were about to strike, Lunala dove into her own shadow. With the skill Shadow Dive, she seamlessly slipped into the darkness, evading both Cliff Sword and Origin Pulse, allowing Zhuahan to breathe a sigh of relief. However, as Lunala emerged from her shadow, Zhuahan noticed her labored breathing. He understood that her stamina was nearing its limits, for both Groudon and Kyogre far surpassed her in strength. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room began to feel anxious. That was too close. The bat Pokémon almost succumbed to defeat. Groudon and Kyogre are incredibly formidable. They are now teaming up against Wu Zhuangyuan's Pokémon, leaving no opportunity for reprieve. Oh my goodness, the Earth God and Ocean God are too powerful. Who can possibly stop them? Meanwhile, Rayquaza continued its fierce struggle against Deoxys. The president of Longwar recognized that Lunala was now at a disadvantage. Observing the rescuing forces, he promptly issued commands to Xiong and Yuan, instructing them that if Lunala were to fall, they must rescue Zhuahan at any cost. In that fleeting moment, Lunala, fatigued and distracted, failed to evade Groudon's eruption and was struck hard, subsequently being sent crashing into the ocean by Kyogre's surf. Fortunately, after a brief interval, Lunala soared from the water's surface, her body drenched and gasping for breath, a clear indication of her exhaustion. Yet Groudon and Kyogre showed no mercy, unleashing their most potent abilities towards Lunala. Just as Lunala was about to be struck, Zhuahan cried out from atop his Haxorus, "Xiaoya, quickly open the Spirit World Gate and dive inside." Without hesitation, Lunala opened the Spirit World Gate and slipped through, allowing her to evade the incoming attacks from Groudon and Kyogre. Seeing their skills miss their target, Groudon and Kyogre turned their attention towards the source of the voice. Spotting a Haxorus in midair bearing a human, it appears that the recent sound emanated from this human, igniting an immediate fury within Groudon and Kyogre. The audacity of such an ant-like being to involve itself in their battle was nothing short of a death wish. As they awaited the arrival of Lunala, Groudon and Kyogre vented their wrath upon Zhuahan, unleashing a relentless barrage of skills upon Haxorus. The latter, witnessing the exaggerated flamethrower and surf, frantically dodged left and right, weaving through the gaps between the attacks, while Zhuahan could only hope for Haxorus's agility to spare it from harm. The viewers in the livestream grew increasingly anxious for Zhuahan's safety. The guild leader, witnessing the unfolding events, broke into a cold sweat, urgently summoning Zhu Qing and others to stand by for immediate rescue. Meanwhile, Haxorus skillfully evaded attack after attack, and seeing the momentary pause from Groudon and Kyogre, Zhuahan let out a sigh of relief. Just when everyone thought Zhuahan was out of danger, it became evident that Groudon and Kyogre were merely gathering strength for a decisive strike to eliminate this insignificant insect before them. As Zhuahan beheld Groudon's fiery breath and Kyogre's torrent of water approaching, despair washed over him. In a fleeting moment, he retrieved Haxorus's Pokeball, self-deprecatingly murmuring, "Zhuahan, you are ultimately powerless." The Pokeball instantly encapsulated Haxorus, and Zhuahan plummeted from the air. The audience in the live stream, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, found their eyes misty. Some women wept openly, crying out, "Who will save him? Who will save the citizen of the Dragon Kingdom?" Chapter 145, The Bond of the Spiketail King. In the instant when the merciless elements advanced toward Zhuahan, everyone closed their eyes, fervently praying for a miracle. In the spirit realm, Lunala materialized, exerting her final strength to intercept the oncoming assault of fire and water. However, having exhausted her stamina, Lunala could only muster the power of a champion, which in the face of Groudon's flames and Kyogre's deluge, was akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. She was swiftly engulfed by the elements. Just as despair settled over the crowd, a powerful green light enveloped Zhuahan, providing him with a perfect shield against the fiery and watery onslaught. The spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, some rubbing their eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "This defies logic." After a considerable moment, Zhuahan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing the Spiketail King, still in its Pokeball, awakening forcefully upon sensing Zhuahan's peril. Deploying Protect to shield him from the lethal assault, Zhuahan, gazing at the weary Spiketail King, felt a pang of guilt as he said, "Spiketail King, had it not been for me, you would not have emerged prematurely to protect me." The Spiketail King, sensing Zhuahan's self-reproach, gently shook its head and replied, "Without my master, I would merely be a seahorse subject to the whims of other Pokémon. Without you, I would not be what I am today." Upon hearing the Spiketail King's voice, Zhuahan was momentarily taken aback. "Spiketail King, you can now communicate with me without barriers." The Spiketail King nodded, stating, "After merging with that slate, I can now communicate flawlessly with you." The entire livestream audience was taken aback by the sight of the Spiketail King rescuing Zhuahan. Is this real? A Spiketail King has blocked the attacks of the God of Earth and the God of Ocean? Am I hallucinating? What has become of this world? This is the signature Pokémon of the martial champion. This is truly extraordinary. It has successfully withstood the assaults of Groudon and Kyogre. I have decided that my signature Pokémon will be Spiketail King from now on. Zhu Qing and the champions shared their astonishment, collectively pondering the same question. Is the Spiketail King truly this formidable? Meanwhile, Groudon and Kyogre seethed with renewed anger, their skills thwarted yet again by a Pokémon they deemed insignificant. In their millennia of existence, they had never felt so humiliated, and this time, they were determined to obliterate the insignificant creature before them. Zhuahan, observing the impending onslaught of Groudon and Kyogre, gravely inquired, Spiketail King, are you prepared? The Spiketail King, eyeing the enemy with seriousness, nodded in affirmation. Zhuahan brandished his Mega Ring, declaring, all for humanity, Spiketail King, Mega Evolve. The Mega Spiketail King erupted with a unique aura of power, prompting astonished reactions from both Champion Xiong and Champion Yuan, who were still in the midst of their rescue efforts. Is this power that surpasses that of a champion? The realization dawned upon them that Zhuahan's Spiketail King possessed strength beyond that of a champion. The viewers of the live stream were flabbergasted as Zhuahan commanded the Spiketail King to challenge Groudon and Kyogre. Many gasped in horror, believing Zhuahan was sacrificing himself for humanity. It was well known that no matter how powerful, a Spiketail King could never match the might of Groudon and Kyogre. Oh my! The champion of the Dragon Kingdom is so noble, willing to risk everything to protect humanity. From this day forth, anyone who slanders the Dragon Kingdom shall be my enemy. No, martial champion, you need not do so much for us. You risk your life in doing so? Zhuahan is a hero of the world. His deeds should be inscribed in the annals of history. The Mega Spiketail King surged forward, and Groudon and Kyogre, perceiving the approaching ant, decisively unleashed their attacks. The rocks beneath the water transformed into razor-sharp spikes, launching upward in a deadly barrage, encircling the Spiketail King in an instant. Zhuahan, recognizing Groudon's use of spike cannon, shouted, Spiketail King, use hydro pump to shatter the rocks. The Spiketail King obeyed, unleashing hydro pumps to obliterate the sharp stones. Just as the last rock was destroyed, Kyogre's attack struck. A massive chill froze the surrounding seawater, leaving the Spiketail King with no place to evade. Groudon, in concert with Kyogre, unleashed Spike Cannon once more, successfully hitting the Spiketail King. Zhuahan, perched upon Lunala, felt a surge of anxiety. The Spiketail King was no match for Groudon and Kyogre, especially since it had emerged forcibly to protect him. As the Spiketail King teetered on the brink of defeat, Zhuahan shouted once more, Spiketail King, use Draco Meteor. The Spiketail King, despite its discomfort, ascended skyward, unleashing a barrage of meteor-like stars that rained down, creating smoke and towering waves that obscured the vision of Groudon and Kyogre. At that moment, Groudon and Kyogre exchanged glances and launched their attacks directly at Zhuahan. No one anticipated that they would bypass conventional combat etiquette and assault Zhuahan, still airborne. Lunala, reacting a moment too late, enveloped Zhuahan with her own body to absorb the full brunt of the onslaught. Thus, Lunala and Zhuahan plummeted from the sky, while Groudon and Kyogre reveled in their perceived victory, preparing to unleash another attack to ensure the annihilation of this insignificant creature. The Cliffsword and Origin pulse charged toward Zhuahan in an instant. The Spiketail King, witnessing this scene, summoned every ounce of speed it possessed and darted toward Zhuahan, determined to protect him at all costs. Just as the attacks were about to collide with Zhuahan, a green light appeared once more, thwarting the impending doom. It was the Spiketail King, who had finally reached him with all its might. As Groudon and Kyogre unleashed their ultimate techniques against the Spiketail King's Protect, the clash of power resonated throughout the battlefield. In an instant, the power of protection could no longer endure and began to fracture. A fissure appeared, followed by another. Zhuahan shouted loudly, Dragon King, do not worry about me. You must flee. How could I abandon my master? Even if I must perish, let it be me who falls before you. Power. I need power. More power to safeguard my master. Suddenly, the Dragon King roared towards the heavens, radiating a brilliant light. The viewers in the live stream were astonished by the blinding brilliance. Could it be? Was the Dragon King capable of evolution? Simultaneously, every seahorse, sea dragon, and Dragon King across the globe sensed something extraordinary. They all expelled a glimmer of light from their mouths, losing their strength in the process. Even the seahorses and sea dragons confined within their pokeballs emerged suddenly, contributing their own points of light. This spectacle left humanity worldwide baffled. What was transpiring? All the points of light converged into the radiant glow above, as the sea enveloped the Dragon King, propelling him skyward. When the white light dissipated, a brand new creature appeared before the eyes of the world. Zhuahan gazed blankly at the Dragon King, feeling as if his very being had fused with the Dragon King, allowing both to sense each other's thoughts. Having watched the anime, Zhuahan understood. This was the Bond evolution. Chapter 146. One dragon ascends, many dragons soar. The Bond Dragon King flawlessly merged with the Dragon Tablet, remedying the drawbacks of an early awakening, and, bolstered by the collective strength of the Dragon King lineage, shattered the original limitations of the Dragon King. Dark clouds began to gather densely above the Bond Dragon King, and in mere moments, they overshadowed the weather of Groudon, who looked bewildered as he felt his own power waning. Beside him, Kyogre, though unaware of the events unfolding, could not help but mock Groudon as the sunlight faded from the sky, casting occasional glances at Groudon while issuing taunting sounds. Just as Groudon looked up, feeling a sense of dismay, he was taken aback to find that Kyogre's torrential rain was also beginning to dissipate, leaving Kyogre in a stunned silence as he gazed at the sky. Suddenly, the dark clouds unleashed a torrential downpour, more powerful than any previous rain summoned by Kyogre. As the rain approached, Kyogre let out a sigh of relief, yet when the droplets struck him, he sensed something amiss. What was this? Why did the raindrops that fell upon him carry no comfort, but instead a stinging sensation? No, this wasn't his own power. Whose power could this possibly be? Groudon was faring even worse than Kyogre. Previously, he had relied on his weather to nearly immunize himself from the harm of water-type attacks. Now, stripped of his weather, the relentless raindrops brought him immense discomfort. At this moment, Zhuahan, united with the Dragon King, instantly understood the Dragon King's intention and shouted, "Dragon King, let us defeat the enemy before us together." Aqua Jet. In that instant, the volume of rain in the sky doubled, and the sea surged beneath the Dragon King, creating a colossal wave directed at Groudon. Groudon suddenly sensed an overwhelming force rushing towards him. Just as he prepared to defend himself, he recognized the source of this power. It was the strength of what they deemed insignificant. Groudon widened his eyes in disbelief, staring ahead as Zhuahan's aura of power erupted at a critical point. Let us conclude this battle, Dragon King. The Dragon King, gazing at Groudon with unwavering determination, surged forward with the massive wave, declaring, "Aqua Jet." Stripped of his weather, Groudon found himself defenseless against the Bond Dragon King, akin to a fish on a chopping board. The colossal wave crashed against Groudon's body, leaving him aghast. He never anticipated such formidable power, strong enough to render him incapable of withstanding even a single Aqua Jet. The seawater made contact with Groudon's searing body, instantly evaporating into thick clouds of steam. When the mist cleared, Groudon lay submerged in the sea, defeated. Kyogre looked on in disbelief. He had not expected his old rival to be vanquished in an instant by what he regarded as mere ants. At that moment, the resolute gaze of the Dragon King met Kyogre's momentarily shaken expression. For reasons unknown, Kyogre felt an unsettling fear arise within him. Not far away, Zhuahan, observing Kyogre, swiftly exchanged for a Dragon Z crystal, placing it into his Z-ring as he proclaimed, "Dragon King, ultimate dragon, shake the world." The Dragon King, sensing the power of the Z crystal, immediately unleashed an immensely pure dragon-type force. The fusion with the Dragon Tablet had imbued this power with divine qualities, as a massive purple dragon materialized in the sky, charging towards Kyogre. Wherever the purple dragon passed, the sky, ocean, land, and even the fabric of space itself was torn asunder, colliding directly with Kyogre. The ocean erupted under the overwhelming energy, creating a chasm as the remaining seawater surged into the abyss. When the smoke cleared, Kyogre lay motionless in the water, exposed like a small fish, devoid of any will to fight. The viewers in the live stream, who had previously been typing fervently, now found themselves speechless, ready to kneel in reverence. They could find no words to express their emotions, ultimately reaching a consensus in the chat. Zhuahan, incredible. Dragon King, eternal youth. Zhuahan, I want to have your children. Unnoticed by many, Rayquaza, having undergone mega evolution, effortlessly concluded its battle with Deoxys and soared towards the blue planet. The President of the United States and the surrounding elders were left speechless, astonished by the Dragon King's duel against the two divine beings. After a moment, the President, slightly pale, remarked, "The Dragon Kingdom has risen." The Dragon King completed his task and returned to Zhuahan's side, releasing a golden orb into the sky, which gradually ascended and scattered into smaller orbs across the globe, returning to the Dragon King lineage that had bestowed its power upon him. Upon receiving their strength back, the Dragon King lineage realized their limits had been shattered. Some seahorses with previously poor qualifications broke through their bottlenecks, while some trainers' sea dragons ascended to the next level. Unbeknownst to them, the strength of the Dragon King lineage had reached the quasi-divine tier. Although the cost would be a significant reduction in their reproductive capabilities in the future, a matter for another time. As the Dragon King reverted from his bonded form, Juahan intended to exchange for 2 Master Balls to capture Groudon and Kyogre. However, he was taken aback to find that Groudon and Kyogre had regained their strength so swiftly, both rising again. Just as Juahan prepared to have the Dragon King enter his bonded state once more, a massive green dragon soared towards them. Before Groudon and Kyogre could comprehend what was happening, Rayquaza executed another decisive move, leaving them both incapacitated once more. Rayquaza nodded in satisfaction, observing the stunned humans around, before proudly returning to the ozone layer. Juahan, witnessing the fallen Groudon and Kyogre once again, unhesitatingly threw 2 Master Balls before the eyes of the world, capturing both Groudon and Kyogre. Instantaneously, the live stream audience gasped in astonishment, while global leaders displayed expressions of utter disbelief. Juahan has effectively captured both Groudon and Kyogre. Oh my! Juahan has truly subdued the god of earth and the god of ocean. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, I can only proclaim that Juahan is eternal. The martial arts champion is eternal. Oh my gosh, so Juahan is the strongest trainer in the world now. I must immigrate to the Dragon Kingdom. Zhu Qing and her companions gazed in awe at Juahan's proud silhouette, rendered speechless by the shock, until the Dragon King presented him with the Pokeballs containing Groudon and Kyogre, igniting a fervor in their hearts. They quickly surrounded Juahan to protect him from any sudden attacks by foreign entities. Chapter 147, The Enormous Rift. The battlefield, now devoid of Groudon and Kyogre, swiftly descended into tranquility. The sea receded momentarily, and the ominous clouds began to disperse. A warm ray of sunlight shone down upon the ravaged earth, a beacon of warmth. Only those who have endured calamity truly comprehend the profound joy of survival. Jubilant cries erupted as people celebrated their continued existence. The satellite broadcast room darkened as the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza returned, yet amid the black screen, discussions about the day's events lingered on, with many individuals from various nations heading to the Dragon Kingdom to interview Juahan. Rescue teams, led by Champion Xiong, swiftly attended to the injured, while the happy eggs anxiously unleashed their healing waves to save one person after another. Soon, thanks to everyone's earnest efforts, the last injured individual was rescued. However, as they glanced at those compiling the list of fatalities, the joy of survival was quickly overshadowed by a somber silence. This catastrophe had shattered countless families. The streets echoed with the cries of children, and grand structures lay in ruins, with economic losses soaring into the hundreds of billions of dragon coins. Witnessing such a harrowing scene, the president promptly convened a league meeting. All elders unanimously agreed to actively assist in reconstruction, establishing economic aid stations to support the surviving children until they reached adulthood. Yet, regarding Juahan's situation, some elders voiced their concerns. President, the strength of the legendary Pokémon is overwhelmingly potent. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. The president, casting a stern gaze upon the elders, replied, "If you do not wish for a foreign deity to emerge, silence yourselves. Do not utter what you should not, nor harbor thoughts that ought not to be entertained." Upon hearing the president's words, the elder council lowered their heads. They had never witnessed such a display of temper from the president in front of others. Meanwhile, the president of Sakura Country swiftly dispatched their most beautiful female champion, Boda Jietsong, to the Dragon Kingdom, determined to establish a favorable rapport with Juahan at all costs. Just as the most enchanting female champion of Sakura Country set off for the Dragon Kingdom, other nations discreetly engaged in their own beauty contests, each vying to form a connection with Juahan, also determined to do so at any cost. Unbeknownst to Juahan, a global endeavor to ensnare him with beauty was about to unfold. Just as he prepared to recall the Dragon King, Hakron unexpectedly darted from its Pokeball. Without hesitation, it entwined itself around the Dragon King, joyfully rubbing its small head against the majestic creature. The Dragon King looked helplessly at Juahan, pleading for assistance, while Juahan, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I can't handle this. You must resolve it yourself." The Dragon King, hearing Juahan's response, fell into a state of despondency, allowing Hakron to continue its affectionate gestures. Suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped Hakron. As the radiance faded, a plump form appeared before the Dragon King. Rather than being displeased by the significant transformation, the newly evolved creature tightened its embrace around the Dragon King, using its freshly grown arms with newfound vigor. Juahan beamed at the sight, exclaiming, Congratulations, Hakron. You have finally evolved. Hakron joyfully responded to Zhua Han's congratulatory words while holding on to the Dragon King. Zhu Qing and her companions, witnessing the evolution of Hakron, wore expressions of incredulity. If this trend continued, would a poke egg between Hakron and the Dragon King soon materialize? Reflecting on the Dragon King's valor, Zhu Qing and her friends silently cheered for Hakron in their hearts, encouraging it to strive diligently for the possibility of offspring. Hoping to one day ask Zhua Han for a poke egg, a group of individuals approached Hakron, eager to curry favor, while Yuan Tianlong remained lost in thought, pondering whether his female Dragon King could mate with Zhua Han's formidable Dragon King. Though Zhua Han remained oblivious to their ulterior motives, he could distinctly sense their nefarious intentions. He interrupted their inquiries, citing fatigue as a reason to return to the League. Zhu Qing and her companions, understanding the wisdom of patience, accompanied Zhua Han back to the League. In the city of Rome, upon witnessing Zhua Han's victory over Groudon and Kyogre, Zhua's father and mother shed tears of joy, repeatedly murmuring, "As long as he is alive, that is enough." Teacher Zhou, upon seeing Zhua Han's triumph, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. She longed to proclaim to the world, "Zhua Han is my husband." Young suitors, do not harbor any illusions. Suddenly recalling something, Teacher Zhou made a call to demand a comprehensive increase in the price of Mariani, knowing that following this battle, the Dragon King would become a symbol of faith for many. As expected, a throng of individuals gathered at the Pokémon breeding facility, clamoring to purchase Mariani. Faced with the price hike, they vociferously denounced the sellers as opportunistic, yet complied and paid nonetheless. However, some individuals could not accept the inflated prices and departed in disappointment, unaware that in a few months, those who had purchased Mariani would lament, "Why didn't I buy more back then?" Meanwhile, those who had refrained from purchasing Mariani were filled with regret, chastising themselves. "If only I had pooled together some funds. Why didn't I buy? Why was I so miserly?" Simultaneously, the rift within the secret realm underwent a dramatic transformation. What once was a mere wisp of black mist began to surge violently. In no time, several secret realms became engulfed in darkness, prompting the small Pokémon within to flee in panic. However, those who lagged behind were swiftly overtaken by the black mist. Ultimately, in their struggle within the murky depths, they transformed into ferocious, darkened Pokémon, hunting down their kin. One secret realm after another materialized, with small rifts expanding alongside them. No one knew what lay beyond these fissures, yet despair loomed as darkened Pokémon began to spill forth, attacking any living beings they encountered to siphon their life energy. Countless trainers stationed at the rift engaged in battle, resulting in untold casualties. At that moment, deep within a mountain in the Dragon Kingdom, two enormous rifts materialized, continuously expanding. Suddenly, one of the rifts expelled a human adorned with a red cap, who lay motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, a Pikachu that had emerged from the Pokeball surveyed its surroundings for a moment before incessantly shaking the individual lying on the ground. Chapter 148, Re-entering the Secret Realm. Upon returning to the League, Zhua Han did not seek out anyone, but instead succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Zhu Qing and her companions reported the flawless execution of their mission to the president. Champion Xiong and others provided a comprehensive overview of the aftermath of the disaster. Although the president was aware of the grave toll, he was momentarily taken aback by the stark reality of the blood-soaked figures laid before him. After a lengthy pause, the president gradually regained his composure. Zhu Qing, observing the president's demeanor with concern, softly inquired, "President, are you all right?" The president spoke with a heavy heart, stating, "We must manage the casualties from this dual deity war within our alliance. While we can do nothing for those who have perished, we must treat the living with kindness. Therefore, Zhu Qing, given your meticulous nature, I entrust you with the responsibility for these matters going forward." He then inquired, "By the way, how is Zhua Han faring?" Clearly, the president was more concerned about Zhua Han than the calamity itself. Zhu Qing nodded and replied, "I have a general understanding of the post-disaster situation, and I will personally oversee it to ensure I do not let you down. As for investigator Zhua Han, he returned utterly exhausted and has gone to rest." The president nodded in satisfaction upon hearing news of Zhua Han. After the meeting concluded, the president took out a message stone to listen to the prophecy of his late friend, perplexed by its content. A global catastrophe was foretold, with 3 heroes destined to save the world, accompanied by an incredibly radiant light. What kind of future did this foretell? The president pondered deeply. While this disaster had indeed reached global proportions, there had been no sign of the 3 heroes or the brilliant light. The luminescence during Zhua Han's evolution of the spiked dragon was indeed intense. Yet what could these 3 heroes possibly be? Just as the president was lost in thought, a ringing phone shattered his reverie. He quickly answered, listening intently as the caller detailed the emergence of numerous champion-level corrupted spirits from a rift, alongside the crumbling defenses of the rift guard. Alarmed, the president exclaimed, "What?" After hanging up, he promptly dialed the phones of the Elite Four and champions to convey the seriousness of the situation, reconvening the meeting. In the dead of night, Zhu Qing, who had just fallen asleep, was compelled to rise without delay, quickly dressing to attend the meeting. The president recounted the details of the recent call, leaving the group in a solemn silence. The champion-level corrupted spirits were beyond the current capabilities of the Elite Four, and even the Bear and Yuan champions would need to exercise utmost caution, given that this was a rebellion of corrupted spirits. Observing the expressions of those present, the president sighed and remarked, "The first time I encountered corrupted spirits, I foresaw this day would come. I simply did not anticipate it would arrive so swiftly. Given the current circumstances, we must enlist Zhuahan's aid. I will personally seek him out tomorrow." Dismissed. As they departed, Zhu Qing's face bore an expression of unwillingness. She had not expected to be unable to assist during such a critical moment for the alliance. The bear champion, noticing Zhu Qing's unease, could only sigh, "Ah, we are getting old." Early the next morning, the president awaited Zhuahan outside his quarters. Zhu Qing, observing the president's early arrival, suggested, "Shall I wake Zhuahan?" The president waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need. He has worked too hard these past few days. Let him rest a while longer, for we will need his assistance with the forthcoming matters." Zhu Qing chose not to respond, standing silently beside the president. Before long, Zhuahan opened his door, slightly embarrassed upon seeing the president and Zhu Qing awaiting him. "Good morning, President." "Good morning, Zhu Qing," he greeted, surprised by their early presence. The president, disregarding any awkwardness, immediately began discussing the previous night's events. Zhuahan's expression turned grave as he absorbed the information. If all the champion-level corrupted spirits were to emerge from the secret realm, it would entail a monumental crisis. He recognized the president's intent in seeking him out. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. This truth rang clear, as they had only just concluded the dual deity war, and now they were to quell the upheaval within the secret realm. However, Zhuahan also understood the urgency of the situation. Otherwise, the president would not be waiting at his doorstep at such an early hour. After listening to the president's account, he readily agreed to assist. Given the gravity of the crisis, Zhuahan prioritized action over breakfast. Receiving the coordinates from the president, and swiftly summoned his Dragonite to head toward the secret realm. Zhu Qing had initially intended to accompany him, but the crucial task of post-disaster reconstruction required her oversight, while the other champions and Elite Four members had been dispatched to various secret realms. In the deep mountains of Long Country, thanks to Pikachu's efforts, a man was finally roused from his slumber. As he slowly opened his eyes and beheld Pikachu before him, memories began to flood back, and he scrutinized his surroundings. "What is happening? Wasn't I supposed to be erased along with the world's destruction? Where's this? Could it be that everything was merely a dream?" Suddenly, Pikachu's voice interrupted his thoughts, chattering away, causing the man's expression to shift to one of deep melancholy. "It seems this is truly not our world. The only possibility is that during the world's obliteration, we were fortuitously absorbed into a parallel dimension, thereby surviving. However, my ultimate goal is to annihilate all humanity across these parallel dimensions, which means this realm is also on the brink of peril. I must act. I cannot allow this parallel world to be destroyed as well." Dragonite's speed was indeed remarkable. It took less than 10 minutes for Zhuahan to arrive at his destination, the 10,000 Great Mountains. What lay before him was a chaotic clash between the military and the corrupted spirits. The corrupted spirits surged forward, seemingly impervious to pain. Each required dozens of spirits to surround and combat them, yet even then, they were at a disadvantage. Not to mention the champion-level corrupted spirits still lurking within the secret realm. Although the reason behind the absence of these champion-level corrupted spirits was unclear, Zhuahan felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, the soldiers would have likely become mere bones. Upon seeing Zhuahan, the military leader saluted him with utmost respect. Zhuahan nodded at the weary soldiers and declared sternly, "Order your men to retreat. I will take over from here." The military leader attempted to speak, but Zhuahan interrupted, "This is my command. Do you hear me?" The military leader shouted, "We obey the command of the officer. Fall back, brothers." Upon hearing the leader's orders, the soldiers were taken aback. "Captain, we cannot retreat. The corrupted spirits are about to break through. Even if we must die, we will hold our ground." Nevertheless, the military leader reiterated loudly, "Retreat. Follow the orders from above." The soldiers, with no choice but to heed their captain's command, reluctantly withdrew. Their eyes reddened with frustration. In an instant, the corrupted spirits, now unimpeded, surged forth from the secret realm, and the soldiers turned to Zhuohan, hoping this superior leader possessed the prowess to manage the crisis. True to their expectations, Zhuohan unleashed his spike dragon, and with a single surf attack, cleared the entrance of the secret realm of corrupted spirits, leaving everyone in awe. One soldier, astonished by the spectacle, exclaimed, "What kind of divine officer is this?" As soon as he spoke, the admiration in the gazes of the soldiers was unmistakable, leaving Zhuohan feeling somewhat bashful. After clearing his throat, he instructed them to secure the entrance to the secret realm while he prepared to enter and confront the champion-level corrupted spirits. The soldiers whispered among themselves, "Can the officer succeed? I heard there are several champion-level corrupted spirits inside." The captain admonished them sternly, "If the higher-ups have dispatched this officer, it indicates he possesses the necessary capability. We must trust in him, follow his orders, and guard the entrance to the secret realm. We are not in a position to discuss anything else. From now on, silence yourselves or face military discipline." Hearing their captain's serious tone, the soldiers focused intently on the entrance to the secret realm, refraining from uttering a single word. As Zhuohan stepped into the secret realm, he was immediately overwhelmed by the thick, metallic scent of blood. Scanning the ground, he saw it strewn with the lifeless bodies of elves, their wounds appearing as if they had been brutally torn apart by some monstrous creature. A frown creased Zhuohan's brow. It was evident that this devastation was wrought by darkened elves. Yet, where were those champion-level darkened elves? With little time to ponder, he ventured deeper, following the trail of fallen elves. Along the way, heaps of deceased little elves formed mountains. Even Zhuohan, who had witnessed the tragic aftermath of the dual gods' battle, found it difficult to bear the gruesome sights within this secret realm. As he pressed onward, the bodies of elves ceased to appear, but the shattered trees surrounding him bore testament to the fierce battles that had once raged here. The realm now felt eerily silent, amplifying Zhuohan's sense of unease. Where could those champion-level darkened elves be? This question nagged at him. Zhuohan was convinced that the guild leader would never jest about such matters. The soldiers at the entrance of the secret realm had survived only because the champion-level darkened elves had not breached this realm like their ordinary counterparts. This indicated either a malfunction in the equipment or that the champion-level darkened elves were still lurking in the secret realm, remaining hidden from view. Just as Zhuohan was lost in thought, a thunderous explosion erupted from the nearby woods, followed by a terrifying roar. Upon hearing the commotion, he hurried toward the source. And before he could draw near, a piercing female voice rang out, "Tyranitar, don't worry about me. You must flee." Zhuohan was perplexed. How could there be a trainer within this secret realm? The voice belonged to a formidable female trainer commanding a Tyranitar. Dismissing his confusion, he rushed forward to assist, only to be struck dumb by the sight of the woman. This was impossible. The woman noticed Zhuohan's movement and immediately shouted, "Run. This is no place for you." Her words jolted him from his astonishment. Glancing at the darkened elves beside her, Zhuohan finally understood why they had not surged into the secret realm like the others. Seeing Zhuohan momentarily dazed, the woman assumed he was frightened by the darkened elves and shouted, "Hurry, I can buy you some time. Tyranitar, it seems we are doomed to perish together." Zhuohan, observing the 3 champion-level darkened elves, remained silent but resolutely produced a Mega Evolution Stone. In the midst of the woman's astonished expression, his Mega Garchomp underwent transformation. In the face of the formidable champion-level darkened elves, Mega Garchomp dispatched them with merely 2 moves, reducing them to darkened crystals. At that moment, as the darkened elves vanished, the woman's tightly shut mouth slightly parted in disbelief as she looked at Zhuohan with wide eyes. Approaching her, Zhuohan scrutinized her closely, muttering, "You look so familiar, it's uncanny." The woman felt a blush creep onto her cheeks at his intense gaze and retorted, "How rude. It's not gentlemanly to stare at a lady like that." Zhuohan quickly realized his impoliteness and apologized. "I'm sorry. You simply resemble someone I know far too closely, which is why I couldn't help but look." The woman chuckled at his response, thinking it was a charming tactic to impress her, and was about to introduce herself when Zhuohan interrupted, feigning deep thought as he said, "I'm Zhuohan. Your name must be Sharona, right?" The woman shook her head. "No, that's not it." Zhuohan furrowed his brow and softly inquired, "Cabbage sister?" The woman seemed at a loss for words and directly replied, "Hello, I am Sharona. Thank you for saving me just now." Upon hearing her name, Zhuohan's eyes widened with excitement. "Did you say your name is Sharona?" Sharona looked at him quizzically and replied, "Yes, what of it? Is there a problem?" Feigning calmness, Zhuohan responded, "Nothing at all, just that it sounds remarkably similar to a friend of mine." At that moment, Juahan's heart surged with emotions. Sharona. Tyranitar. There was no mistaking it. This was not the world he knew. How could she possibly be in this secret realm? Sharona scrutinized Juahan, occasionally furrowing her brow. She was certain that someone named Juahan did not exist in the league, and even the undefeated champion, Dondi, could not have dispatched those 3 champion-level darkened elves with such ease. After contemplating for a while without clarity, Juahan decided to dismiss the thought and said to Sharona, "Since the matter is resolved, let us exit the secret realm." Considering her injured leg and wishing to learn more about Juahan, Sharona replied, "Then I shall rely on you." Chapter 150, A Different World. Several hours had passed since Juahan entered the secret realm, and the soldiers outside could not help but exhibit expressions of concern. Bound by the captain's authority, they dared not discuss the matter, instead fixating their gazes on the entrance of the realm. Suddenly, a yellow figure emerged from the entrance, causing a stir among the soldiers. Just as they were about to command their Pokémon to attack, a voice halted them. "By the heavens, how did I end up with you bunch of fools? Open your eyes." That asked the commander. "Stop at once," the captain bellowed. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Juahan riding on a Dragonite, although there seemed to be an additional person with him. If memory served correctly, Juahan had entered alone. How was it that he emerged with someone else? However, the soldiers refrained from questioning the commander's affairs. After briefing the captain about his encounter with the champion-level darkened elves, Juahan departed. At that moment, one soldier foolishly remarked, "This commander is truly impressive. The previous commanders were all in shambles. But this one not only possesses remarkable strength, but even has a stunning companion. What a beauty." Hearing this, the captain's face darkened, and he shouted, "Who said that? Who dare speak so boldly? Come forward and admit it." Reporting, "Apologies, Captain. I spoke without thinking," one soldier confessed. Seeing someone own up, the captain's expression softened slightly before he thundered, "Go you. I knew it was you. You've always had a knack for outrageous remarks. I must have been blind to have recruited you." Go you replied, looking aggrieved, "Captain, I was merely speaking my mind. Don't be angry. I've realized my mistake." Such a straightforward tongue. I've only just now discovered your silver tongue. It's truly a pity to have you under my command. If I don't teach you a lesson today, others might think I condone your nonsense. The captain's expression darkened as he commanded, "You fancy beauties, do you? Let us see how much you like them. Come forth, Miss Magius. Use Kiss of the Angels on Guerniu, then follow up with Kiss of the Demons." Upon seeing Miss Magius approaching, Guerniu panicked, "Captain, I was wrong. I want to do it again. Please, spare me this time. It's too late." As Guerniu watched Miss Magius swiftly approach him, he cried out, "No, don't come any closer." But Guerniu could not match Miss Magius's speed, and in no time, he found himself enveloped in a tight embrace as Miss Magius bestowed upon him a grand kiss. The teammates, witnessing Guerniu's unfortunate predicament, could hardly suppress their mirth, fearing they might be the next to find themselves in such a plight. Unbeknownst to Juahan, an amusing sequence of events unfolded after his departure. Otherwise, he would have certainly lingered to savor Guerniu's fortunate encounters. Upon returning to the Alliance, Juahan promptly reported the completion of his mission. The president, relieved to learn that Juahan had dealt with the corrupted champion Pokémon, was taken aback upon noticing Sharona beside him and inquired, "Who is this?" Seeing the president's perplexity, Juahan recounted the events leading to their current situation. The president regarded Sharona thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Sharona realized she had arrived in an unfamiliar realm, devoid of the Alliance and geographical landmarks she recognized, and could do naught but observe the unfolding circumstances. Suddenly, the president uttered a statement that astonished Juahan. "My dear girl, are you familiar with the name Professor Okido?" Sharona, taken aback, replied, "Professor Okido is a renowned figure in our Alliance. Do you know him, President?" At that moment, not only was Sharona puzzled, but Juahan also regarded the president with incredulity. The president exhaled deeply, slowly stating, "Has he truly become a professor? Are you aware of the concept of alternate worlds?" Juahan, knowing quite well about alternate worlds, feigned ignorance and queried, "What is an alternate world?" Meanwhile, Sharona pondered. Could it be that the alternate worlds the president speaks of are distinct realms that allow individuals from one world to traverse to another under certain conditions? The president nodded in affirmation. "Your analysis is astute. In my youth, I was a trainer who frequently ventured into secret realms, where I met Professor Okido. He imparted vast knowledge about Pokémon, and we became very close friends. He eventually confided in me that he hailed from an alternate world and would inevitably return." When Juahan mentioned his experiences in the secret realm, "I sensed you were from the same world as Okido." Sharona, filled with excitement, queried, "Since Professor Okido has returned to my world, Do you know how I can go back? The president, somewhat awkwardly, replied. When Okido and I encountered a formidable corrupted Pokémon in the secret realm, I lost consciousness. By the time I awoke, he had vanished. In retrospect, he must have returned to his own world. Hearing that the president was unaware of the method to return left Sharona feeling somewhat disheartened. The president, looking at Sharona reassuringly, said, since you know Okido, focus on recuperating here in the Alliance. Once you are healed, we can devise a plan to return. During this time, I will arrange for someone to care for you. Sharona nodded in acceptance. Just then, Zhu Qing hurriedly burst into the meeting room, breathless, exclaiming, President, it's bad. Numerous foreign beauties have arrived, intending to use their charms on investigator Zhuohan. How should we respond? Upon finishing her statement, Zhu Qing noticed Zhuohan seated nearby, his expression slightly awkward. Sharona, glancing at Zhuohan with mild interest, mused that given her own experience as a champion, she had encountered many situations. And it didn't take long to realize that other alliances were attempting to win Zhuohan over with allure. With a smile, she remarked, I didn't realize you possessed such charm, Zhuohan. It's quite remarkable that so many wish to employ their wiles on you. This is indeed an enviable fortune. Zhu Qing, noticing an unfamiliar woman in the meeting room, suddenly recognized her own lapse in decorum. The president rose, regarding Zhuohan, advising, young man, just ensure you don't get too entangled. Watching the president's retreating figure, Zhuohan found himself at a loss, unsure of how to clarify his situation. Glancing at Zhu Qing and Sharona in the meeting room, he murmured, honestly, I have no interest in women. Do you believe me? Typical man. Chapter 151, Champion Sharona. After several days of recuperation, Sharona's leg injury showed significant improvement. With little to occupy her time, she turned to the internet to rapidly familiarize herself with this world. Upon encountering a news headline titled, Who is the strongest trainer in the Blue Star? She eagerly clicked on it, curious to compare the champion trainer of this world with her own. As the visuals unfolded, Sharona was astonished to find herself witnessing a battleground between Groudon and Kyogre. As an archaeological scholar in the Pokémon realm, she was well versed in the legends of Hoenn and never anticipated witnessing such a miracle in this world. With the fierce clash between Groudon and Kyogre, devastation reigned. Humans and Pokémon alike lay injured or perished, and the once majestic structures crumbled in an instant, plunging the various alliances into panic. Confounded by the grim scene, Sharona wondered why the legendary Rayquaza had yet to appear. Just then, the scene shifted, revealing Rayquaza in combat with the cosmic Pokémon Deoxys, which left Sharona feeling as though she were among the despairing humans. In a fit of anxiety, she murmured, Why fight now of all times? The visuals abruptly transitioned again, and a familiar figure emerged. Zhuohan. Could it be? Sharona continued watching, a remarkable thought blossoming in her mind. She observed Zhuohan commanding Lunala as it maneuvered between Groudon and Kyogre. Surprised by Lunala's presence, Sharona paused the video, enlarging Lunala's image. Excitedly, she exclaimed, Indeed. According to the Alolan ancient texts, this form resembles that of the lunar deity. It seems Zhuohan is the fabled Pokémon sovereign. However, it soon became apparent to Sharona that Lunala alone would not suffice against Groudon and Kyogre. As the two legendary Pokémon launched a joint assault on Zhuohan, who withdrew his Haxorus, she felt a pang of concern for him. Then, a miracle unfolded. Zhuohan's Sceptile emerged, bravely intercepting the combined onslaught of Groudon and Kyogre. As Sceptile emanated a brilliant light, evolving into its bonded form, Sharona was struck by the resemblance to a young Frogadier she knew. Ultimately, Zhuohan's bonded Sceptile triumphed over the two deities, defeating Groudon and Kyogre. Witnessing the spectacle, Sharona could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief. It was utterly astounding. This was nothing short of a miracle. Sharona could hardly fathom that the final outcome involved a single Sceptile overpowering Groudon and Kyogre. If she were to return to the Pokémon world and recount this event to her friends, they would surely think she had lost her mind. No wonder so many from the Alliance sought to entice Zhuohan with beautiful women. Surely her own world as president would do the same to win him over. Suddenly, a thought struck Sharona. Could it be that the Sceptile in this world differed from the one in her own? Given the significant variations between Pokémon in the Alolan region and those in others, was it conceivable that the differences in an alternate world would be even more pronounced? With this in mind, Sharona felt a surge of excitement. She resolved to acquire a Horsea in this world and nurture it into a Sceptile. However, as confidence surged within her, she encountered a dilemma. She lacked the currency of this realm. Oh dear, she had no money. The realization left her feeling utterly despondent. Indeed, it was a challenge for a champion to be without funds. What should I do? I long to raise a majestic seahorse. After pondering this, Cynthia contemplated whether she should borrow some money from Ji Huan, but what could she offer in return? With this thought weighing on her mind, Cynthia pushed open the door, only to be surprised by the sight of Zhu Qing engaged in training. Zhu Qing was sternly commanding her three-headed dragon, diligently familiarizing it with its skills again and again, until the creature finally collapsed from exhaustion, at which point she concluded the session. Witnessing this, Cynthia softly remarked, "Training your three-headed dragon this way will only enhance its proficiency with its skills. It won't help it break through its current limitations." Zhu Qing, looking at the woman she had met in the conference room just days prior, felt puzzled. She was aware that this woman hailed from another world. Yet as a champion trainer of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Qing held her own pride. Understanding Zhu Qing's thoughts, Cynthia remained unfazed. With a warm smile, she stepped forward and extended her right hand, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cynthia, the champion trainer of the Sinnoh region in the Pokemon world." Zhu Qing firmly grasped Cynthia's hand and replied earnestly, "I am Zhu Qing, the champion trainer of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star." As they concluded their introductions, Zhu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What? Did you just say you were the champion trainer?" Cynthia confidently affirmed, "Indeed. I currently hold the title of champion in the Sinnoh region." Noticing Zhu Qing's lingering skepticism, Cynthia produced a Pokeball containing her Garchomp and opened it. "Garchomp, be gentle and showcase your champion-level prowess," she whispered. A palpable aura of intimidation emanated from Garchomp, causing the three-headed dragon to freeze in place, gazing at Garchomp with a mix of awe and trepidation. This display compelled Zhu Qing to acknowledge Cynthia as champion status, leaving her somewhat deflated. Another champion-level trainer. Good heavens! What has become of this world? Ji Huan ascended to the status of a super champion, and now Cynthia stands before me as a champion as well. When did champions become so plentiful? Oh dear, save me, for my heart is heavy, yet I remain silent. Why am I not a champion yet? Observing Zhu Qing's despondent demeanor, Cynthia gently suggested, "If you allow my Garchomp to train your three-headed dragon for a while, I cannot guarantee a breakthrough to champion status. But I am quite confident it could reach the brink of becoming one. What are your thoughts?" Zhu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "Really? You would truly let Garchomp assist in training my three-headed dragon?" "Of course. You may set any conditions, and I will do my utmost to meet your requirements. As long as they abide by the League's laws. Trading with an astute individual is indeed effortless. You are aware that I arrived here by accident, and thus I am in dire need of funds," Cynthia replied nonchalantly. Taken aback by Cynthia's request, Zhu Qing hesitated before asking uncertainly, "Is it merely money you seek? Do you require anything else?" Cynthia smiled and replied, "Nothing else is necessary. Just the funds will suffice." This time, Zhu Qing extended her right hand and said, "A pleasant collaboration." Cynthia shook Zhu Qing's hand with a smile, responding, "Then let us embark on this partnership joyfully." Chapter 152, Professor Oak's Memories. In the Pokemon world, during the month following Cynthia's disappearance, the Sinnoh League dispatched various teams to the Hidden Realms in search of her whereabouts. Yet, without exception, they uncovered no information regarding her absence. Consequently, the League was compelled to appoint a proxy champion to manage affairs. Professor Oak, while enjoying instant noodles and analyzing Pokemon data, was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Puzzled, he muttered, "At this hour, who could it be?" Upon opening the door, he was met by a weary-looking elder, prompting his curiosity to ask, "Welcome to the Oak Research Institute. What brings you here at such a late hour?" The elder, with a quivering voice, responded, "Oak. It is I, Dr. Mustard." "Ah!" Professor Oak exclaimed in surprise, "Dr. Mustard, we only met a few months ago. What has caused you to appear so haggard?" "My apologies. I didn't recognize you at first." After speaking, Professor Oak ushered Dr. Mustard inside and offered him a cup of warm water. Dr. Mustard, visibly agitated, said, "You must know, Oak, that I have exhausted all my connections in search of Cynthia, but all I have learned is that it is highly probable she has met with misfortune. I cannot accept this reality. For some reason, I feel deep down that she is alive. She simply cannot be found. I believe she is still out there. I am at my wit's end. Ultimately, President Damalanche advised me to seek you out, stating that you have encountered extraordinary circumstances in your youth and that you possess vast knowledge. I trust you must have a solution, correct?" Dr. Mustard gazed at Professor Oak with a pleading expression. Professor Oak, having been engrossed in his research, was not particularly informed about Cynthia's situation, but seeing his friend's distress compelled him to refrain from disheartening her. He encouraged Dr. Mustard to sip some warm water and share his concerns regarding Cynthia. Upon noticing Professor Oak's earnest demeanor, Dr. Mustard hastily took a sip of the water disregarding its temperature, and began recounting the details about Cynthia. When he mentioned that Cynthia had been tasked by the League to handle matters concerning the Hidden Realms, Professor Oak's previously relaxed brow furrowed with concern. As he elaborated on the League's attempts to locate Cynthia within the Hidden Realms, yet finding no trace of her, Dr. Mustard anxiously inquired, "What do you think, Oak? With your extensive knowledge, have you considered any possibilities?" Professor Oak, recognizing Dr. Mustard's urgency, began to question, "Dr. Mustard, are you familiar with the concept of alternate worlds?" Dr. Mustard, taken aback by the mention of alternate worlds, felt a tinge of confusion. However, as the director of the Divine and Town Historical Research Institute, she had previously studied the legends of Sinnoh, including the powers of Dialga, which governs time and can transport individuals to different temporal realms. Upon hearing about Dialga's abilities, Professor Oak recalled an experience from his youth involving Shalebi, but swiftly dismissed the thought. This was not the time for reminiscing. He explained to Dr. Mustard, "What I refer to as alternate worlds is not merely about different times or spaces within this world, but rather an entirely separate realm beyond our own." "Another realm?" Dr. Mustard questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Yes, precisely, another realm," Professor Oak said, as if lost in recollection. "In my youth, I was also a somewhat renowned Pokémon trainer. During a disturbance in the Hidden Realms, my companions and I were tasked with quelling the chaos, but we severely underestimated the power of the corrupted Pokémon. Friends perished, and others were gravely injured. Just when I thought I too would meet my end in the Hidden Realms, I lost consciousness. I do not fear your laughter. I simply fainted. Yet, when I awakened, I found myself in a hospital bed. I learned that someone had rescued me from the Hidden Realms, and I was eager to meet that person, as well as my companions, but the outcome was often disappointing. I encountered the individual who rescued me. He was of a similar age to mine. However, when I inquired about my friend, he responded strangely, saying, 'Hey, you little rascal, you can't still be unwell, can you? There's no one else around. It's just you.' Eagerly, I exited the hospital, but the moment I stepped onto the street, I realized that this place was far from our world. In a state of disarray, I sat on the ground, uncertain of what to do, until my savior comforted me, urging me to look forward. Gradually, I began to come to terms with my situation. Eventually, he and I forged a profound friendship, exploring secret realms together and savoring delicious instant noodles. I confided in him that I hailed from another world. We shared our aspirations. He expressed his desire to become the president of the Alliance, while I revealed my hopes of transitioning into a researcher. We unconditionally supported each other until our next venture into a secret realm. There, we encountered a formidable darkened spirit, and ultimately, we were both knocked unconscious by the impact. Upon awakening, I found myself back in the realm of spirits. Kaylin gazed incredulously at Professor Oak before her, astonished to learn that he had experienced such fantastical events in his youth. Yet, she soon grasped the implication of Professor Oak's words. Trembling slightly, she asked, "Professor Oak, do you mean to say that Cynthia may also have been transported to another world by the secret realm?" Professor Oak regarded the quaking Kaylin and replied slowly, "At present, that probability seems most plausible. But how will Cynthia return?" Kaylin inquired anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Oak articulated, "During my own return, I pondered this very question. It likely involves the forces of space. Back then, our technology was not as advanced, but now, it may be different. Perhaps we can seek assistance from the Alliance's Space Bureau." "That's wonderful," Kaylin exclaimed, finally allowing a long-awaited smile to grace her face. "I won't disturb you any longer, Professor. I shall head to the Space Bureau immediately." "Wait, I'll accompany you," Professor Oak called out, adding gently, "After all these years, I would also like to see my old friend once more." Chapter 153, Is the World Merging? Upon their swift arrival at the Space Bureau, Professor Oak and Kaylin intended to locate their friend to inquire about the current stability of the secret realm S space. However, as they entered the facility, they were greeted by a scene of utter chaos. Researchers nearby barely had time to acknowledge who had entered, as they meticulously studied the distribution maps of the secret realm space and the data on spatial fluctuations. Any minuscule change warranted immediate documentation and comparison against previous spatial fluctuations. The sight left Professor Oak and Kaylin utterly astounded, until one researcher, who was preparing instant noodles with hot water, noticed them. He quickly set aside his meal and approached Professor Oak, speaking softly, "Professor Oak, my apologies. It was so hectic earlier that I failed to notice you. Is there something we can assist you with at this late hour?" With a smile, Professor Oak replied, "It's nothing particularly urgent, just a brief conversation with the director. I wonder if he is available?" The researcher promptly relayed the request to the director, who was currently engrossed in examining the spatial fluctuation graphs. Upon receiving the call, the director furrowed his brow slightly, muttering, "What time is it? Why is there still a call coming in?" However, upon discovering it was Professor Oak, his furrowed brow relaxed as he murmured, "Ah, it's that fellow Oak. I wonder what brings him here at such an hour. Quickly, I must hide my beloved shrimp instant noodles, otherwise, Oak will swipe a few packs again." After leading Professor Oak and Kalen to the director's office, the researcher discreetly excused himself. Professor Oak politely knocked on the door, but before the director could respond, he gently pushed the door open and walked in, only to find the director crouched under the desk, seemingly engaged in something mysterious. The director looked up at Professor Oak, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "Snowy, is there something you need at this late hour?" Professor Oak proceeded to recount Cynthia's predicament, prompting Kalen to inquire, "Director, do you have any solutions at this moment?" After hearing about Cynthia, the director recognized the complexity of the situation. He recalled the unusual fluctuations in space observed over the past few days. In connecting them to Professor Oak's youthful experiences, he suddenly comprehended the significance of the peculiar spatial patterns. Excitedly, the director exclaimed, "Snowy, you are truly my lucky star. Your arrival has illuminated a critically important matter." Professor Oak and Kalen exchanged bewildered glances at the director's exuberance. "What is happening that has you so delighted?" Professor Oak interrupted. Perplexed, the director swiftly retrieved the distribution maps of spatial fluctuations observed over the past few months, pointing to a specific area as he exclaimed, "Look here. This represents the spatial state we monitored months prior, during which the space was consistently orderly and stable. Now observe the distribution map from the past few months. Doesn't it seem as though the space is continuously overlapping and expanding outward? As time accelerates, the overlapping and expansion of space become even more pronounced. I had been puzzled about what events might arise from this spatial overlap and expansion, but your mention of another world has suddenly sparked clarity in my mind. The persistent overlap and expansion of space will ultimately lead to contact with new realms, establishing a connection. In other words, our world is on the verge of merging with another world." Upon hearing the director's words, both Professor Oak and Kalen were taken aback. This was a monumental discovery. Yet, Kalen's expression shifted to one of concern as she voiced, "Director, what if the merging does not involve the world where Cynthia fell? Will I never see her again in my lifetime?" The director chuckled at Kalen's worries, assuring her, "There is no need for concern, Dr. Kalen. If the worlds merge, it will undoubtedly be the realm of spirits and the world where Cynthia currently resides that converge. If Cynthia truly is in another world, it is likely that she was transported there through a transient temporal tunnel created during the intense fluctuations of the secret realm. The convergence and expansion of space will ultimately lead to the terminus of this temporal tunnel, which is the world where Cynthia finds herself. Therefore, if the worlds merge, it is indisputable that it will coincide with the world where champion Cynthia resides." Upon receiving this news, Kalen felt a sense of relief wash over her. Professor Oak, intrigued, inquired, "Given the current rate of spatial overlap and expansion, how long until the worlds merge?" The director, adopting a serious tone, replied, "Based on the existing rate of spatial overlap and expansion, it will take approximately 1 month for our world to fully merge with the other. At that point, a significant spatial overlapping fluctuation will occur, and the changes that will ensue remain uncertain. Snowy, this matter is of utmost seriousness. I cannot afford to delay any longer. I must report this to the Alliance immediately." Professor Oak nodded, saying, "You may attend to your duties. We have gleaned the answers we sought and shall not impede your work." Meanwhile, within the realm of spirits, Palkia stands resolutely, obstructing the convergence and expansion of space. It relentlessly employs its signature move, Spatial Rend, in an attempt to shatter the very essence of spatial convergence and expansion. Yet, to its dismay, Spatial Rend seems to have no effect on these spatial factors. Instead, it inadvertently accelerates their operational speed. Frustrated, Palkia unleashes its abilities indiscriminately, inadvertently striking the territory of Dialga. Dialga, unwilling to tolerate Palkia's antics, finds its own domain of time disrupted, resulting in both deities unleashing their ire upon one another, with Palkia momentarily disregarding the spatial factors altogether. In this tumultuous moment, a singular thought consumes Palkia, the annihilation of Dialga. Within the distortion world, Giratina senses the world's peculiarities. Yet, the spectacle of two clumsy titans clashing is far more captivating. Reflections upon the surface of the distortion world reveal Palkia and Dialga locked in a fierce and unyielding battle. Giratina watches with rapt attention, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding scene. Chapter 154. The crisis of annihilation in a certain locale within the dragon kingdom of Blue Star. A man gazes gravely at the rapidly widening fissure, murmuring, "This cannot continue. Time is running out. I must inform the inhabitants of this world before the convergence occurs. Pikachu, we cannot allow this parallel universe to be destroyed." Pikachu chirps in response. Pikachu. The man strokes Pikachu affectionately, expressing, "It's truly a blessing to have you by my side, Pikachu." Suddenly, the Charizard within its Pokeball bursts forth, unleashing a mighty roar. The man affectionately pats Charizard's neck, adding, "Of course, we cannot forget you, Charizard." The scene shifts to a large supermarket under the auspices of the Zhou family in the imperial capital, where Zhu Qing accompanies Cynthia in purchasing snacks and daily necessities. Since the three-headed dragon's training under Garchomp, its power has significantly increased, endearing Cynthia to Zhu Qing. Their recent match had showcased Cynthia's formidable prowess as a champion, leading to a blossoming friendship. Cynthia shares her experiences with Zhu Qing, deepening her admiration and evoking a sense of youthful idolization. However, Zhu Qing realizes that her journey to becoming a champion requires further learning from Cynthia. Suddenly, Cynthia, walking ahead, gasps in surprise at something she sees. Zhu Qing hastens to her side, discovering Cynthia scrutinizing the ice cream selection in the freezer. With utmost seriousness, Cynthia inquires, "Zhu Qing, is this entire section filled with ice cream?" Caught off guard by Cynthia's sudden intensity, Zhu Qing nods, albeit puzzled, "Yes. There are various flavors of ice cream here." "Why do you ask?" "Wow. This is incredible. It's my first time seeing so many flavors. What should I do? I really want to eat some," Cynthia exclaims, her excitement palpable. Zhu Qing, taken aback by Cynthia's childlike enthusiasm, feels a blush creeping to her cheeks. An inner devil urges her to pat Cynthia's adorable head. But an angelic voice within admonishes, "As champions of the Dragon Kingdom, we cannot indulge in such behavior. What if Cynthia dislikes being patted?" Shaking her head, Zhu Qing expels both angel and devil from her mind, gazing at Cynthia, who remains indecisive about which flavor to select, and cannot help but think, she is truly adorable. Just as Zhu Qing revels in Cynthia's cuteness, a pair of hands suddenly descends upon Cynthia's head, petting her. This shocking moment sends Zhu Qing reeling. Enraged, she raises her head, determined to make the intruder feel the fury of a champion. How dare someone touch Cynthia's head right before her eyes? Unforgivable. Upon seeing the interloper, Zhu Qing is struck by another wave of shock. The owner of the hands is none other than Zhuahan, leaving her utterly speechless. From the moment Zhu Qing brought Cynthia to the store, Zhuahan had been observing their antics, and now, seizing the opportunity, he could not resist the temptation to pat Cynthia's head, fulfilling a long-held desire. With a satisfied grin, Zhuahan greets, "Cynthia, Zhu Qing, you're both here." Cynthia remains unfazed, still preoccupied with her ice cream dilemma, while Zhu Qing grits her teeth, saying, "Zhuahan, what a coincidence. Are you also here shopping?" Zhuahan, sensing the hostility in Zhu Qing's gaze, realizes he has overstepped. Embarrassed, he stammers, "I was just here to buy a few things and happened to run into you." Quickly shifting the topic, he turns to Cynthia, asking, "Cynthia, have you found anything you like? Feel free to buy whatever you want. It's on me." Cynthia, still lost in thought, replies, "What should I do? Every flavor looks delicious. Which one should I choose?" Zhuahan whispers, "Why not try the choco cone? I eat that often. It tastes quite good." Cynthia glances at Zhuahan and ultimately heeds his suggestion, selecting a choco cone. As they continue on their way, Cynthia happily licks her choco cone, murmuring, "This is so delicious. So sweet and rich in chocolate. I wish I could have choco cones every day." Zhuahan thinks. Somewhat exasperated, is this really all it takes? Meanwhile, Zhu Qing gazes at Cynthia with wide, shining eyes, captivated by her enjoyment of the ice cream. Elsewhere, the man rides atop Charizard, searching for signs of life, and finally discovers soldiers guarding a secret realm. He promptly descends beside them, urgently stating, "I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with your commander." The soldiers do not respond, but scrutinize him intently. Finally, the lead soldier declares sternly, "Our commander is not someone whom anyone can meet at will. If you have something important to say, you may share it with us first. If it concerns the secret realm or corrupted Pokémon, we cannot assist you. The Alliance has dispatched everyone, and we must wait for the realms to stabilize before proceeding to the next." The man replies seriously, "What I must say pertains to the survival of humanity globally." Upon hearing this, the lead soldier's eyes widen, and he warns, "Do you understand what you're saying? Do not joke here. Disappear from my sight at once." Undeterred, the man insists, "I speak only the truth. I would wager my life on it. A catastrophe is imminent, and we have scarcely any time left." Suddenly, a voice arises from within the ranks. "Captain, I think this kid is just causing trouble. Shouldn't we just throw him into the secret realm? Go Ernie. Did I permit you to speak? Have you not learned your lesson from before? Go Ernie trembles, stammering, Captain, I'm sorry. I won't say anything again. Please don't punish me. The captain then addresses the man again. How can I trust your words? The man exclaims, Charizard, unleash a blast burn upon that mountain. With a resounding explosion, the captain stares, dumbfounded, at the man before him. After a moment, he regains his composure, stating, I can only report this to the Alliance. Whether the Alliance commander believes your words will depend on their response. The man nods. I hope it is not too late. Chapter 155, Arceus Annihilation Plan. 3 days later. With the roar of the Bloodwing Dragon, the man joyfully soared back to the Alliance alongside King Yuan. Throughout the journey, King Yuan continually assessed the man as Charizard, ultimately concluding that its presence eclipsed that of Champion Yuan's own Bloodwing Dragon. The realization that the woman Zhuahan had previously brought back possessed champion-level prowess. And now this mysterious man was also of the same caliber, left King Yuan with a bittersweet smile. He could finally empathize with the feelings Zhu Qing had once experienced. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance, the president observed the 3 kings and 2 champions who had arrived, along with Zhuahan and Sharona, all present and accounted for, eagerly awaiting King Yuan's return with the enigmatic man. As for Sharona's presence, it stemmed from the president's newfound awareness of her status as a champion-level trainer, which sparked a flicker of ambition, should Sharona be unable to return to the Pokémon world. Given the current relationship between the Alliance and her, it was highly plausible that the Dragon Kingdom Alliance could gain another champion trainer. Before long, the sound of massive wings flapping heralded the arrival of the day's main event. The moment King Yuan entered the conference room with the mysterious man, Zhuahan was taken aback. Wasn't he that the undefeated legend, Red, from Silver Mountain? How could he have appeared in this world? Zhuahan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. But Red remained unchanged. Before Zhuahan could gather his thoughts, Sharona looked at the man in astonishment and uncertainly exclaimed, Ash? The room turned to Sharona, presuming she and this mysterious man hailed from the same world and were acquainted. The man, puzzled, glanced at Sharona and replied, My name is Red, not Ash. Apologetically, Sharona responded, I'm sorry. You bear an uncanny resemblance to a boy I know, especially with that Pikachu perched on your shoulder. His Pikachu also refuses to stay in its Pokeball, choosing instead to rest on his shoulder. He must also be a trainer who loves Pokemon dearly. Indeed, Ash is a trainer with an immense passion for Pokemon. His bond with them transcends even his own life. He is a commendable trainer, Sharona stated earnestly. Upon hearing Sharona's words, Red expressed his desire to meet Ash if the opportunity arose. Zhuahan, overhearing their conversation, felt somewhat bemused, thinking that Ash was merely a parallel version of himself. Goodness, they hadn't even met, and he was already becoming a figment of fantasy friendship. Suddenly, Red turned serious and addressed the president, saying, First and foremost, I want to thank you for your willingness to believe my words. I must clarify that I am not fabricating a story merely to meet you. I am indeed from another world. At Red's declaration, everyone's gaze shifted to Sharona. Suddenly, Zhu Qing interjected with a hint of confusion. Mr. Red, if you truly hail from another world, how could you possibly not know Miss Sharona? She is a renowned champion trainer from the Pokemon world. Red glanced at Sharona, his expression revealing recognition, and replied more solemnly, I understand your skepticism, Zhu Qing, but I assure you, I am truly a trainer from another world. Learning that Miss Sharona is also from a different realm only strengthens my conviction that calamity is upon us. Ignoring the murmurs of disbelief from the crowd, Red proceeded to unveil all that he knew. The world was once desolate, devoid of life, until the birth of Arceus. As he witnessed the barren landscape, Arceus, after countless experiments, created the world. To stabilize it, he subsequently fashioned time, space, and the reverse world, allowing for the emergence of both humans and Pokemon. The original Arceus, having created the world, fell into slumber, while his plates fragmented into countless avatars, each birthing new realms, like the one we inhabit now, which is, in fact, a manifestation of Arceus's plate. Miss Sharona's world, too, must possess an avatar of Arceus. Thus, the existence of parallel worlds and alternate realities came to be, all ultimately stemming from Arceus's creative hand. The president, though incredulous, allowed Red to continue. Initially, all was progressing towards a harmonious existence between humans and Pokemon. However, after millennia of evolution, humanity grew dissatisfied with their circumstances. They sought to enslave Pokemon and usurp the power of the divine. Hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. as they recalled their ancestors' similar transgressions, the costs of which had proven too great. They had wielded the power of Pokémon to vanquish the Pokémon deities, achieving success not just in a single parallel world, but across multiple realms. All succeeded. The president, along with the 2 champions and 4 kings, found themselves engulfed in confusion. What is this? Shouldn't humanity be facing relentless defeat at the hands of the divine beasts? Are humans from other parallel worlds truly that formidable? Red observed their astonished expressions without elaborating further, saying, perhaps this is the arrogance that follows success. They set their sights on the power of the creator god, Arceus. Yet, the might of the creator god is incomparable to that of ordinary deities. No attack can harm the creator god. Until one human deciphered the power of Arceus's plates, humanity realized that the creator god, with his plates, was invincible. But what if the creator god were to lose his plates? They resorted to threatening the followers of Arceus with their lives, ultimately deceiving them into surrendering several of Arceus's plates. Though Arceus, without his plates, remained powerful, he was ultimately overpowered by those formidable human trainers and advanced technology. Nearing the brink of death, just as the humans of that parallel world believed they were on the verge of conquering, Arceus revealed his true form, an embodiment of malevolent attributes. Now, he had completely lost trust in humanity and sought to annihilate the world that had once filled him with pride, aiming for the total destruction of humankind. Amidst the horrified expressions of those gathered, Arceus became engulfed in darkness, transforming into the malevolent creator god. Under the divine judgment of light and debris, humanity, along with the entire parallel world, was reduced to ashes. Thus, the first parallel world fell to destruction at Arceus's hands. However, he had thoroughly succumbed to darkness, setting his sights on the humans of other parallel worlds. Due to the mutual restraint among his avatars, he could not freely traverse to other worlds created by Arceus. He remained in a void for year upon year, until the moment he united with the Ghost and Poison Arceus, both of whom had experienced similar fates, and they collectively resolved to obliterate all human existence across all worlds. Bound by their powers of restraint, they conceived a flawless plan to amalgamate the fundamental powers of Ghost, Poison, and Malice into a black haze that would permeate through various timelines. Any Pokémon that encountered this black mist would lose their sanity under the weight of negative energy. Yet their power would surge immensely, leading to what we commonly refer to as blackened Pokémon. The attendees were left in sheer astonishment, realizing that the origins of the blackened Pokémon were intimately connected to Arceus himself. However, this is not the entirety of Arceus's plans. The transformation of ordinary Pokémon into their corrupted forms through the black mist is merely the first step. The next phase involves utilizing the secret realms to establish a link between 2 parallel dimensions. Once this connection is forged, Arceus will harness the powers of time and space to forcibly merge the 2 parallel realities. After the worlds converge, the constraints will cease to exist, allowing them to utilize the distorted time to descend upon the fused realm to enact their cataclysm. The president, somewhat perplexed, gazed at Chi-Hong and inquired, "How do you know of these matters?" "Frankly, Mr. Chi-Hong, what you speak of is exceedingly hard to fathom." Chi-Hong lowered his head and spoke slowly. "I understand that this is difficult for you to accept, but for me, it is the reality that transpired in my parallel dimension. Do you know? Just 3 days after our worlds merged, Arceus descended and obliterated my world. Ultimately, both Arceus from our worlds appeared, yet the outcome was their return to the source. Only I, by a stroke of luck, was swept into a time tunnel and thus escaped the calamity. My family and friends vanished in that disaster." Upon hearing Chi-Hong's words, the president fell into deep contemplation, uncertain whether to believe his claims. If true, were there trainers in Blue Star capable of opposing Arceus? If false, what motivation would Chi-Hong have to fabricate such an elaborate deception? Suddenly, Zhu Qing interjected, "If what you say is accurate, wouldn't the original Arceus intervene to eliminate all humans across the parallel dimensions? Indeed, would the original Arceus not take action?" Chi-Hong shook his head and replied, "When my world was destroyed, the original Arceus did not appear at all." Observing the puzzled expressions around him, Zhuahan slowly remarked, "Does a deity concern itself with the demise of mere insects? If all that Chi-Hong states holds true, then the original Arceus would be indifferent to the annihilation perpetrated by its avatars. From its perspective, the actions of its avatars are entirely rational. It does not particularly care whether humanity survives. The original Arceus, akin to an ordinary human watching a television drama, does not intervene in the outcome, but rather awaits the unfolding of events. The destruction of each parallel dimension is merely a series of narrative climaxes. regardless of the ultimate conclusion. It does not affect the original Arceus. Perhaps, represented by the malevolent Arceus, it will ultimately annihilate all human life across parallel dimensions. Yet, years later, perhaps out of ennui, the original Arceus will reclaim all its powers and create humanity anew, embarking on another round of divine oversight. This uncertainty deeply captivated the original Arceus, making it unlikely to intervene in the results. After Zhuahan's explanation, the group fell into contemplation. Indeed, why would a deity care for the lives of mere mortals? The president, suddenly curious, turned to Zhuahan and asked, "Zhuahan, after hearing your remarks, do you find yourself in agreement with everything Mr. Qihong has stated?" Zhuahan met the president's gaze and nodded earnestly. He understood that the destruction wrought by a creator deity was not a mere threat, even in a world without Ash. The Pokémon realm would face existential peril. Thus, the annihilation of certain parallel dimensions did not strike him as particularly surprising. But what could be done? Even if one were aware that Arceus would bring about the world's end, what power did they possess to stop it? It was a god. They were merely ordinary trainers. As you mentioned earlier, even trainers wielding divine powers cannot stand against it. How could we? Lung Bing said pessimistically. No, we still have a glimmer of hope. The group turned in surprise at Qihong's resolute demeanor. When the crisis of annihilation arises, the Arceus of this world will appear alongside that of Ms. Cynthia's world to confront the three Arceus. Since all Arceus share identical powers, we must focus on defeating the last Arceus. Can we achieve that with our capabilities? The group questioned Qihong doubtfully. It is not about whether we can, it is about necessity. We must gather all our forces for a desperate struggle. If we succeed, humanity survives. If we fail, the world is doomed. We have no choice. After listening to Qihong, the president slumped into his chair, eyes shut tight. Having served as president for so many years, he thought meeting Professor Oak in his youth was the most extraordinary event of his life. Yet he never anticipated facing the cataclysmic crisis of a creator deity before stepping down. Now, in his old age, he was at a loss for what to do. After a moment, the president, unusually, lit a cigarette in the meeting room. The last time he faced such a difficult decision was 20 years ago during the crackdown on the Phantom Organization. As he finished the last embers of his cigarette, he finally resolved to trust Qihong's words. He turned to Zhu Qing with a serious expression and instructed, "Postpone all current matters, consolidate our forces. I will seek the United Nations Council to convene a global conference. At that time, I will need you, Investigator Zhuahan, and Mr. Qihong to attend the meeting at the United Nations." Chapter 157, United Nations Conference. In the Pokémon world, upon receiving a call from the director of the Spatial Bureau, Damaranchi swiftly convened a video alliance conference, attended by nearly all the champions and important figures from various regions. Even De Wu, who had been mining outside, unusually refrained from complaining. As the meeting commenced, Damaranchi directed the camera towards the director of the Spatial Bureau, who solemnly began to explain the anomalies within the spatial realm, detailing the subsequent events following the overlapping and expansion of various spatial factors. When the audience heard that the ultimate outcome was the merging with another world, disbelief washed over them. It was their first encounter with the concepts of parallel dimensions and alternate worlds. Shortly thereafter, the director of the Spatial Bureau presented a recent discovery. They had unearthed information regarding the phenomenon of corrupted Pokémon. The director played a recently captured video for the attendees, showcasing a sudden surge of black mist within a secret realm, engulfing Pokémon and transforming them into corrupted forms. As the audience witnessed this scene, solemn expressions overtook their faces, observing the ordinary Pokémon struggling against the black mist before ultimately becoming devoid of emotion as corrupted beings. Simultaneously, as the black mist spread, a significant disturbance occurred within the spatial fluctuations. The previously slow spatial factors began to overlap and expand uncontrollably, seemingly spurred by some unseen stimulus. As mentioned earlier, the role of spatial factors is to facilitate the merger of our world with alternate dimensions. However, it now appeared that the incursion of the black mist could accelerate the efficiency of these spatial factors. We could not help but speculate whether this merging with an alternate world might be a grand conspiracy. The attendees were left bewildered by the director's statements, except for a few regional leaders who displayed grave expressions. Within Team Rocket, Banmu observed the Alliance's video conference, sensing that the situation was far from simple. Both the corrupted Pokémon and the spatial anomalies were subjects he had studied deeply. Upon hearing that the spatial realm would ultimately merge with an alternate world, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. They had also conducted extensive research on the power of corrupted Pokémon. having discovered the black mist some time ago and collected samples for study, concluding that it was a formidable force. In contrast to other Pokémon that have succumbed to darkness, those of the evil, poison, and ghost types, when tainted, emerge with even greater prowess. However, they ultimately cannot withstand the corruption of this power, leading to a loss of reason. This perplexes Banmu, who struggles to comprehend the source of such strength, especially since even the might of Mutuo from years past pales in comparison to this dark mist. They have endeavored to dilute this force, yet all attempts have ended in failure. Meanwhile, the president of the Blue Star United Nations arrived here, accompanied by Zhuohan and Qihong. The other presidents of the United Nations looked at Qihong with curiosity. They believed they knew the Dragon Kingdom well, yet this man was a stranger to them, casting doubt on their alliance's intelligence. As all attendees gathered, the chief official of the United Nations, no longer wishing to waste time, spoke. I trust everyone has taken time out of their busy schedules to attend this meeting. Without further ado, let us invite the president of the Dragon Kingdom to address us. The president adjusted the microphone with a deliberate calmness and began, though I am aware that what I am about to say will surely lead some among you to deem me insane. I regret to inform you that these are events that are soon to transpire. The president of the beautiful nation, growing impatient, interjected, please, no more riddles. Just get to the point. The president nodded and began to explain the origins of the corrupted Pokémon, the merging of parallel dimensions, and ultimately, Arceus's apocalyptic actions. Upon hearing this, the president of the beautiful nation exclaimed loudly, "Oh my goodness, Dragon Kingdom President, do you realize the implications of your words? This is utterly unscientific." The president coolly replied, "I am fully aware of what I am saying. If it were possible, I would wish for it all to be false. But the reality is evident. Our Blue Star is on the brink of its greatest crisis. Where's your evidence? Do you have proof of what you claim?" "I am the evidence." The crowd turned to the source of the voice, revealing the mysterious individual brought by the Dragon Kingdom president. Qihong spoke slowly. "I understand you may be skeptical of the president's words, but I assure you, it is utterly true. My homeland, the place I once called home, was annihilated by Arceus. I will never forget that moment. Time is of the essence. Our only hope lies in uniting the strength of all Blue Star to confront Arceus." Suddenly, the president of the beautiful nation stood up, vehemently rebuking, "Dragon Kingdom President, while I am uncertain where you found such a person, I shall not acknowledge these absurd claims." Qihong attempted to counter the beautiful nation president's remarks, but Zhuohan restrained him, shaking his head to signal that further discussion was futile. They had done all they could. Whether or not they were believed was beyond their control. Thus, this United Nations meeting concluded hastily under the influence of the beautiful nation president. Before departing, foreign presidents attempted to court Zhuohan, but he turned them down one by one. Disappointed, Zhuohan and Qihong returned to the Dragon Kingdom with a disheartened Qihong. Meanwhile, Mike Horsea regarded the beautiful nation president with curiosity, asking, "President, what do you believe is the reason behind the Dragon Kingdom's elaborate scheme?" The beautiful nation president, with a serious expression, replied, "You are mistaken, General Horsea. I believe everything the Dragon Kingdom president has said is true." Mike Horsea, incredulous, responded, "But just moments ago, you dismissed it all as false." The beautiful nation president chuckled softly and said, "Horsea, you still do not fully grasp the Dragon Kingdom. In matters of this nature, they never lie. And that is what I find most admirable about them. Does that mean disaster is truly imminent?" Mike Horsea asked, growing anxious. "Regardless of whether disaster arrives, we must be prepared, General Horsea. Set aside concerns about the Bear Nation and recall all troops from the battlefield. If the deity intends to strike against his own people, he must bear the consequences of their wrath. What is the Creator God to us? We, the beautiful nation, shall prevail. We are destined to be the saviors of Blue Star," the beautiful nation president declared fervently. Chapter 158, The Eve of the Holy War. In the Dragon Kingdom. Upon disembarking from the plane, Qihong wore an expression of despondency, still perplexed as to why the foreign presidents refused to believe him. The president, observing Qihong's downcast demeanor, approached and patted his shoulder. "Young man, lift your spirits. Do not judge this matter solely by its surface." Qihong, puzzled, looked at the president, uncertain of his meaning. The president smiled slightly and said, "Do you think they truly disbelieve what we are saying? But they clearly voiced their skepticism just now." Qihong responded in confusion. The president, with a serious tone, explained, "Qihong, you are still not well versed in politics. While they outwardly oppose us, deep down, they are already convinced of our words. No one fears for their lives more than they do. I suspect they are already devising countermeasures." Simultaneously, as anticipated, The nations that participated in the meeting began to sound alarms, summoning their deployed troops back home. The beautiful nation also issued orders to recall all forces from the battlefield. The grand maneuvers of these nations left surrounding smaller nations in a state of alarm, unable to comprehend the gravity of the international situation, leading them to follow suit and withdraw their external forces. At the Zhou family's supermarket, ever since having a Chocopi, Xylona seemed to have developed an addiction, returning daily to purchase one. Beside her, Zhu Qing inquired, "Xylona, since you enjoy this ice cream so much, why not buy a few more to avoid the hassle of coming here every day?" Xylona appeared to have not heard Zhu Qing, engrossed in her own world as she picked up a Chocopi to check out, eagerly tearing open the packaging and indulging in its sweetness. The delightful flavor danced on her tongue, filling her mouth with happiness, prompting her to display an adorable expression that captivated Zhu Qing. Meanwhile, Zhuohan, having just declined the president's invitation, ventured into the supermarket to procure some items to satisfy his hunger. However, the large crowd prevented him from noticing Xylona and Zhu Qing. Habitually, he made his way to the instant noodle aisle, contemplating the plethora of choices before him, pondering which flavor to select for dinner, a genuinely perplexing dilemma. Just as Zhuohan entered the supermarket, Xylona and Zhu Qing spotted him immediately. The two stealthily followed him to the instant noodle section, intending to surprise him. As Zhuohan reached for a nearby shrimp-flavored noodle, delicate hands covered his eyes, and a teasing voice chimed, "Guess who I am? There's a prize for the correct answer." Sensing the fragrance emanating from those slender hands, Zhuohan lazily remarked, "Is it Zhou Min, or perhaps Xiaohong?" The voice playfully retorted, "How mean? You know it's me. Yet you refuse to say my name, even mentioning my sister's name deliberately to annoy me. Haha, I was just teasing you. How could I possibly not recognize your scent? My dear teacher Zhou?" Zhuohan bantered back. "Humph, this time you're off the hook, but if you fail to recognize me next time, you'll see what I do," Zhou Ziru proclaimed, shaking her tiny fist at Zhuohan. Zhuohan feigned fear and replied, "And what will you do to make me see?" Teacher Zhou mimicked scissors with one hand, coolly declaring, "If you misbehave, I shall snip away your little Zhuohan." Upon hearing Teacher Zhou's words, Zhuohan suddenly shivered, as if struck by an unforeseen thought. Sharona and Zhu Qing, who had initially intended to surprise Zhuohan, observed his playful banter with that woman and lost the enthusiasm to approach. Sharona swiftly exited the supermarket, while Zhu Qing called out softly, "Wait for me, Sharona." Zhuohan, seemingly having heard someone calling Sharona, leaned out to search for her, but saw no sign of her. Teacher Zhou, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What's the matter?" Zhuohan replied, "I thought I heard a familiar voice. Perhaps I was mistaken." Meanwhile, Sharona, walking down the street, paid no heed to Zhu Qing's calls, her mind replaying the earlier scene. She felt an inexplicable discomfort welling up within her, and even the taste of the chocolate she held had lost its previous delight. In a fit of irritation, she tossed the chocolate into a nearby trash bin. Zhu Qing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Sharona, why did you throw away the chocolate? Normally, you'd savor every last bit." Sharona responded somewhat curtly, "Perhaps I've indulged too much lately, suddenly. This chocolate doesn't taste good anymore." Zhu Qing, a look of realization dawning on her face, remarked, "I knew it. How could these few dragon coins worth of ice cream be satisfying? No worries. Next time we'll buy something far more delectable. I promise you'll be pleased." As evening descended upon the Zhou family villa, the butler, upon seeing Zhuohan and Zhou Ziru return together, called out loudly, "The second miss and Zhuohan have returned." At the sound of the butler's announcement, Teacher Zhou shyly nestled into Zhuohan's embrace. Zhou Min, having heard the call, promptly set aside her tasks, opened the door, and descended the stairs. The maids naturally approached to assist Zhuohan and Teacher Zhou in shedding their outer garments. Zhou Min smiled and asked, "Sister Zhuohan, what brings you both home today?" Observing this, the astute butler discreetly dismissed the maids and gradually exited the room, ensuring the door was closed behind him. In an unexpected moment, Teacher Zhou, who had seemed languid moments before, gazed at Zhuohan with misty eyes. Leaning against him, she spoke softly, "Zhuohan, do you know how terrified I was when I watched the live stream from Rome City and saw you nearly perish? I feared you might truly die, and I didn't know what I would do. You must promise me to take care of yourself." Zhou Min looked on, enviously, as her younger sister poured her heart out to Zhuohan. Little did anyone know that Zhou Min had also watched the live stream with tearful eyes, only wiping them away after Zhuohan's triumphant victory over the twin gods. As night quietly enveloped the world, all of Teacher Zhou's emotions transformed into an indomitable night. Yet before Zhuohan, she felt overwhelmingly fragile. When she could no longer hold back, she called out, "Sister, I know you're outside. Please come in. I can't hold on much longer." Upon hearing her sister's plea, Zhou blushed and gently pushed open the door, taking her sister's place. After a night of absurdity, Zhuahan reclined against the bed, flanked by his guardians, uncertain of the madness that had unfolded the previous night. Especially Zhou, who, as an elder sister, had demonstrated superior combat prowess compared to her younger sibling. Yet, in his saintly mode, Zhuahan couldn't shake thoughts of Arceus, whose world-ending intentions felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat, causing him great distress. Noticing Zhuahan's troubled demeanor, Teacher Zhou, unsure of what ailed him, decided against pretending to be asleep and, with curiosity, asked, "Zhuahan, what troubles you?" He looked at the alluring Teacher Zhou, kissed her forehead gently, and sighed. "I've encountered a deeply troubling matter, and if not handled with care, the consequences could be dire." Teacher Zhou gazed at him in surprise. "You find something troubling? You are the hero who defeated Groudon and Kyogre to save the world." "Hero, indeed, but what does that matter now? The situation we face is far graver than that involving Groudon and Kyogre. I am genuinely worried. If we fail this time, I cannot bear to imagine the repercussions." Zhuahan expressed with a hint of despondency. "Since this is unavoidable, we must face it bravely. Regardless of the outcome, I will stand by your side. Just promise me you won't abandon me," Teacher Zhou declared, her gaze filled with affection. "And I too," Zhou chimed in, unwilling to be left out. Looking at the two women beside him, Zhuahan smiled and reassured, "Silly girls, I was merely teasing you. Rest assured, I will not let you come to harm." 3 days later, within the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance, a large screen displayed the spatial rifts of the secret realm. As a vast wave of black mist approached, the rifts began to appear and expand chaotically. Qi Hong, with a grave expression, remarked, "When our worlds merged, we experienced similar anomalies. Within mere days, the rifts in the secret realm, along with those from outside, expanded continuously. The completion of this merging will only occur when the rifts fully vanish." As the assembly absorbed Qi Hong's words, solemnity settled over them. Their eyes fixated on the ever-widening rifts, which, under the influence of the black mist, accelerated in their expansion. At that moment, the president turned to Sharona and asked, "Miss Sharona, after the world merging, do you have a way to convince the president of your world, Damaranchi, of Arceus' intent to destroy our world? If we can unite the forces of both realms, I believe we can still fight back." Sharona nodded, replying, "President, I will do my utmost to persuade President Damaranchi to believe me, for the safety of our world is at stake." The president, satisfied, acknowledged her determination with a nod. Zhuahan, gazing intently at Sharona, spoke earnestly, "Regardless of whether President Damaranchi believes you, there is one person we must ensure is informed of this matter." Sharona, puzzled, inquired, "Who is this person you speak of? Are they more important than President Damaranchi?" "At this moment, Sharona, I need you to trust me. This battle cannot do without Ash," Zhuahan asserted firmly. "Ash." The assembly looked at Zhuahan in confusion. Sharona, equally perplexed, asked, "While I acknowledge Ash is a commendable trainer compared to President Damaranchi, he is merely an ordinary trainer. Why is he essential for this fight?" "This is difficult to explain clearly, Sharona, but I hope you will trust my judgment," Zhuahan replied. After a moment of contemplation, Sharona finally nodded. "I will inform Ash, for if we cannot withstand Arceus, there will be no world left." In the void, the malevolent Arceus observed the ghostly and poison variants of Arceus beside him and slowly declared, "The fusion of spaces is imminent. At last, we have awaited this day." In the realm of spirits, the director of the Space Bureau broadcasted the daily spatial fluctuation graphs to the Alliance members. Today, however, the unusual fluctuations astonished everyone. The spatial factors, influenced by the black mist, began to expand and overlap at an unprecedented speed, a rate unseen in months of observation. President Damaranchi, observing the rapid fluctuations, inquired gravely, "Director, at this rate, how much time do we have before we merge with the other world?" The director diligently typed on his computer, analyzing the data, and ultimately arrived at a conclusion. "If the president continues to work at this pace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we may very well meet beings from another world the day after tomorrow," the director remarked with a somber expression. Within the realm of the Pokémon world, Palkia observed the tumultuous fluctuations of spatial particles at work. Just days prior, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Dialga over this matter, only to find that he had gained nothing from it. In fact, the intensity of their clash reverberated through the distortion world, resulting in a thorough beating from Giratina, leaving him with no recourse for justification. Palkia could only vent his frustrations on the spatial particles, unleashing his signature move, the Spatial Rend. in an attempt to halt their relentless activity. This time, Palkia was resolute in his defiance. Again and again, he struck. Meanwhile, within the void, the malevolent Arceus observed Palkia's persistent use of spatial rend with an enigmatic smile. In the headquarters of the space agency, the director had just declared that, should all go well, the fusion would occur the day after tomorrow, but plans are often disrupted by unforeseen changes. The computer controlling the spatial fluctuations began to emit alarming warnings as the working speed of the spatial particles accelerated beyond the established rate. The assembled members of the Alliance, who had been monitoring the situation, inquired anxiously, "Director, at this current rate, how long until we merge with the other world?" The director, feeling the pressure mounting, began to calculate frantically, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After a series of calculations, he hesitantly revealed the outcome. If the particles continued at this abnormal speed, the fusion of worlds would occur by evening. Chairman Damalanki decisively stated, "If the world truly merges by evening, we must send someone to gather intelligence about the other world." In the live broadcast room, Yolangdu promptly volunteered to serve as an envoy to the other world, to which Chairman Damalanki nodded approvingly. Soon after, Dan Emperor expressed his willingness to represent the Alliance as well. Meanwhile, Professor Oak, who had remained silent during the discussion, also declared his intent to accompany Professor Kizilin into the other world. Everyone understood the reasons behind Professor Kizilin's journey. But given that both he and Professor Oak were seasoned veterans of the Pokémon world, for safety's sake, Chairman Damalanki ultimately decided to send Yolangdu, Dan Emperor, Daigo, Karuni, and Professor Oak to represent the Pokémon world. As twilight descended, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, both worlds seemed to tremble momentarily. Most individuals brushed it off as an illusion, yet the legendary Pokémon in both realms awakened with a sense of gravity, recognizing the familiar force of law. The members of Chairman Damalanki's team, who had been observing the fluctuations, understood precisely what was transpiring. The spatial particles, having come into contact with a new dimension, began to autonomously link the two worlds. The fissures within the secret realm gradually vanished, replaced by a spatial tunnel connecting the two worlds. Passing through this tunnel would grant access to the other world, but with the overlapping of spatial particles, this tunnel would dissipate within 3 days, marking the true merging of the two realms. Yolangdu, Dan Emperor, Daigo, Karuni, Professor Oak, and Professor Kizilin were already waiting eagerly. As the moment arrived, they exchanged glances, and with Dan Emperor leading the way, they stepped into the temporal tunnel, disappearing from the screen. On the other side, the sudden tremor drew the attention of Qihong. At that instant, he remarked gravely, "It has begun, the worlds have merged. The last time, it was this same fleeting tremor, though we paid it little mind." The chairman responded with seriousness, "Zhu Qing, issue the order. Any unfamiliar individuals appearing within the secret realm must be reported to the Alliance immediately." Zhu Qing promptly set about executing the order. Meanwhile, within the Pokémon world, Banmu, upon learning that the temporal tunnel had been established, began plotting his own scheme. Aware of a secret realm unknown to the Alliance, he decided to send Musashi, Kojiru, and Meowth to assess the situation. Inside the temporal tunnel, Professor Oak and his companions had lost track of time, with no end in sight, and even their communication devices had ceased functioning. All they could do was march forward with solemn expressions. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel finally revealed a long-awaited brightness. Professor Oak's group let out a collective sigh of relief. Upon emerging from the tunnel, they found themselves in a dense forest, which Professor Oak recognized as the secret realm of the other world from his youthful memories. By some divine orchestration, this very secret realm was where Cynthia had arrived in this world. As they began searching for the exit, they noticed remnants of blood and scattered trees on the forest floor, indicating that the realm had recently been cleared by trainers from this world. After half an hour, they finally located the exit. However, before they could activate their communication devices, they were apprehended by soldiers stationed outside. Dan Emperor glanced at Professor Oak, who slowly replied, "These soldiers must be from the outside garrison. There is no need for us to engage with them. I will explain our presence." The lead soldier ignored them and quickly dialed a number. Zhu Qing, receiving the call from the lead soldier, was informed that several unfamiliar individuals had emerged from the secret realm and inquired how to proceed. Zhu Qing responded immediately, "For now, let us keep them in custody and avoid any conflict. Our people will arrive shortly." Once Zhu Qing hung up, she quickly contacted the chairman, who decisively dispatched King Yuan and Lung Bing to assist. Outside the secret realm, seeing that the soldiers had not taken any aggressive action, Professor Oak approached them to inquire, "How long will we be held here?" The lead soldier replied, "I have notified my superiors. Shortly, you will meet with our commander, who will handle all arrangements regarding your presence. The group had no choice but to wait for the commander the soldier mentioned. After a while, the roar of a bloodwing dragon echoed through the air as King Yuan and Lung Bing arrived at the secret realm's entrance. The lead soldier saluted them, and both King Yuan and Lung Bing returned the gesture. The lead soldier then addressed the commander. Sir, these individuals have just emerged from the secret realm. King Yuan looked at Professor Oak and the others, promptly stating, Come with us. Someone is waiting for you. The group exchanged puzzled looks, wondering who could possibly know of their arrival in this world. They decided to follow, releasing their Pokémon to trail behind King Yuan and observe the unfolding events. In the conference room, the chairman had already assembled the necessary personnel, awaiting King Yuan and Lung Bing's return with the visitors from the other world. As the wings of several Pokémon flapped, King Yuan and Lung Bing successfully brought Professor Oak's group into the room. The moment King Yuan opened the door, Karuni and Professor Kizalin, with sharp eyes, immediately recognized the golden-haired figure. Cynthia. Upon noticing her grandmother and friend, Cynthia rushed forward, exclaiming, Grandma. Karuni, what are you doing here? Karuni retorted with a hint of indignation. What do you mean? What are we doing here? Do you have any idea how long you've been missing? Professor Kizalin was nearly frantic with worry, ultimately deciding to venture into the other world to search for you. After listening to Karuni's words, Cynthia apologetically addressed Professor Mustard, saying, I am truly sorry, Grandma, for causing you concern. I was at a loss for how I ended up here in the secret realm. With tear-filled eyes, Professor Mustard gently stroked Cynthia's golden hair and reassured her, as long as you are safe, that is all that matters. At that moment, the president and Professor Oak recognized each other. The president joyfully remarked, Shuaiqing, is that you? Professor Oak responded with a smile, my old friend. I never expected to see you again in this lifetime. Suddenly, Red, who stood nearby, expressed his excitement, saying, Professor Oak, I can't believe you are still alive. This is wonderful. I thought I was the last one left. Professor Oak, looking bewildered, replied, My young friend, I believe this is our first meeting, is it not? Professor, it's me, Red. Have you forgotten me? Red exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Observing this, Zayuhin sighed and gently patted Red's shoulder, saying, Red, he must be the Professor Oak from your parallel world, while the oak in our world has likely perished along with it. How can that be? Red slumped in his chair, deflated like a punctured balloon. The others were equally perplexed, wondering what on earth was happening. Chapter 161, Joining Forces Against the Enemy. Cynthia, it is your turn to explain the adversary our two worlds are about to confront, the president said with a grave demeanor. Professor Oak and the others turned their confused gazes toward Cynthia. With a serious expression, Cynthia began, This matter begins with Red. He does not belong to either of our worlds. He is a trainer from a third parallel world. According to Red's account, his world merged with another parallel dimension, leading to calamity. The creator deity Arceus intervened, annihilating the two merged worlds, and Red was the sole fortunate survivor, fortuitously encountering a time-space tunnel that brought him to this realm, thus avoiding disaster. Moreover, this merging of worlds was no accident. It was orchestrated by Arceus to descend upon our world with the intention of extinguishing humanity. Cynthia, are you certain this information is accurate? What you are saying seems rather far-fetched. Why would Arceus wish to annihilate humanity? We have only just recovered from the merging of worlds, and now you are telling us that the creator deity intends to destroy our world? What on earth is happening? I simply wish to live a tranquil life as an actor, Karuni said, her disbelief evident. Meanwhile, Dan Emperor and Yolongdu furrowed their brows, grappling with the gravity of the situation, hesitant to draw conclusions too hastily. As the champion of the Sinnoh League, I vouch for Red's words. I trust him implicitly, Cynthia stated with utmost seriousness. Just as Dan Emperor and the others found themselves at an impasse, Professor Oak turned to the president and said slowly, Old friend, do you share Cynthia's perspective on this matter? The president nodded gravely in agreement. Very well, then I understand, Professor Oak said, his demeanor unusually serious. After much contemplation, he articulated his thoughts. Let us proceed this way, Cynthia and Red. You shall return with us to the Pokémon world, and together we will inform President Damalanki of this situation. If what Red has stated is true, we have little time left, thus, we must immediately set forth to the Pokémon world, Dan Emperor remarked with great seriousness. Cynthia and Red nodded in agreement, realizing that their primary focus must now be on combating Arceus, and they could only reconnect with old friends once the calamity had passed. In the Pokémon world, President Damalanki anxiously observed the communicator, awaiting contact as per their earlier plan. However, it had been quite some time, and there was still no communication from Professor Oak and the others. Suddenly, the director of the Space Bureau whispered, It appears we might have overlooked something. Is it possible that the signal from the alternate world differs from ours? The assembly fell into silence upon hearing the director's words. However, the silence was soon interrupted by the communicator emitting a series of beeping signals. President Damalanki promptly answered, eagerly inquiring of Professor Oak, "Shuaicheng, what is the situation over there?" Professor Oak, with a serious expression, replied, "President, we have now returned to the Pokemon world and are preparing to return to the League. We have received crucial information from the other world, and we shall discuss it in detail once we are back at the League." Observing Professor Oak's demeanor, President Damalanki nodded gravely. Before long, Professor Oak and his companions returned to the League, where President Damalanki was pleasantly surprised to see Cynthia and, of course, Red. "Champion Cynthia, I never imagined you truly ventured into an alternate world. Thankfully, there appears to be no major issue. Otherwise, the League would have lost a beloved member. However, could you introduce the individual beside you?" "President, this is precisely the important matter we need to discuss," Cynthia replied. And they proceeded to recount Arceus's conspiracy and its intent to annihilate humanity. The more President Damalanki listened, the more furrowed his brow became, struggling to believe Red's claims. He turned to Professor Oak and asked, "Shuaicheng, I wish to hear your perspective on this matter." After some consideration, Professor Oak earnestly stated, "I do not know Red well, but I am very familiar with the leader from the alternate world. If he believes in Red's words, then I think we can trust him." "I see," President Damalanki said, glancing at Dan Emperor and Yolongdu as he continued, "What are your thoughts?" Dan Emperor and Yolongdu responded cautiously, "President, we are willing to trust Cynthia's judgment." After much contemplation, President Damalanki suddenly recalled something. "Wait a moment. Red, you mentioned that once the worlds completely merge, Arceus will descend. How does he achieve this?" President Damalanki asked with urgency. Red, not wanting to delay, detailed everything he knew. When President Damalanki heard Red mention that the black mist would form distorted space, linking to the void, enabling Arceus to descend upon the world, he exclaimed, "This is crucial. Director, immediately activate the surveillance in the secret realm. We must observe the movements of the black mist." The director of the Space Bureau quickly became a flurry of activity, typing away at the keyboard until a screen displayed the movements of the black mist following the world merge. The black mist gradually emerged from the secret realm, appearing particularly vague due to its current thinness, yet everyone could discern that it was forming a massive vortex in the sky. Upon witnessing this, President Damalanki could no longer doubt Red's assertions, and everyone gazed solemnly at the video depicting the black mist escaping the secret realm. At that moment, Cynthia suddenly interjected, "Professor Oak, you must have Ash's contact information." Professor Oak, looking somewhat puzzled, asked, "Cynthia, do you wish to contact Ash now?" Cynthia replied slowly, "Zayuhan mentioned that in order to confront Arceus, we cannot afford to do without Ash." "Ash." The others present exchanged bewildered glances, with one saying, "We acknowledge he is a competent trainer, but to face Arceus seems somewhat insufficient." However, Dan Emperor interjected, "Ash is someone who can create miracles. I believe it is worth a try." "But Cynthia, who is this Zayuhan, and does he know Ash?" "Zhuahan is a trainer from another world, who commands the moon goddess, Lanala, and has quelled the fierce battle between Groudon and Kyogre with the help of the majestic Rayquaza. As for how he became acquainted with Ash, that remains somewhat of a mystery, as noted by Cynthia, who also expressed her curiosity. Upon hearing of Zhuahan's remarkable achievements, everyone was taken aback and nodded in astonishment. He must be the pinnacle of trainers from alternate realms. Since he has spoken so highly of Ash, it is imperative that they bring him to the League without delay. Chapter 162. Ash's arrival having just concluded his journey through the Galar region. Ash was preparing to bid farewell to Go and return to Pallet Town when he received a call from Professor Oak at the nearest Pokemon Center. The professor merely mentioned that an important matter required Ash's presence at the League. Unaware of the situation, Ash readily agreed, and Go, curious about the urgency, requested to accompany him. After some consideration, Professor Oak consented. Before long, the esteemed Lance arrived on his Dragonite to escort Ash to the League. Upon spotting Lance, Ash waved eagerly, exclaiming, "Mr. Lance, I'm over here." Lance approached Ash and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Let us go. Time is of the essence. We must leave now." Just as Lance was about to invite Ash to mount behind him on Dragonite, he was interrupted by Go, who called out, "Mr. Lance, I want to go with Ash too." Lance, somewhat puzzled, glanced at Go, prompting Ash to quickly introduce, "Mr. Lance, this is my travel companion, Go. Would it be possible for him to join us at the League?" Reluctantly, Lance nodded in agreement, though he frowned slightly. "I left in a hurry and only brought Dragonite. It might be a tight fit for three." "No worries, Mr. Lance. I've caught a Dragonite as well. You can take Go with you. And I'll follow closely behind with my Dragonite, Ash replied swiftly. To be honest, Lance was not particularly concerned about Go. His primary task was to bring Ash back to the league. However, since Ash made the request, he felt compelled to acquiesce, hoping for no unforeseen complications. All right, Go. Was it? Hop on. Make sure to hold on tight. My Dragonite flies quite swiftly, Lance said calmly. During the flight, Dragonite's incredible speed made even the gentle breeze painful against their faces. While Lance had long since acclimated to this discomfort, Go struggled to endure it. He shouted over the rushing wind, Mr. Lance, can you slow Dragonite down? The wind is really hurting my cheeks. Lance, feeling a tinge of annoyance, looked ahead, regretting his decision to bring Go along. Ash, noticing Go's distress, chimed in, Mr. Lance, maybe we should slow down a bit. My Dragonite can't keep up with yours. Upon hearing Ash's suggestion, Dragonite suddenly surged ahead, prompting Ash to comfort it. All right, I understand you're fast. That's not what I meant. Lance, aware of Ash's intent, ultimately patted Dragonite's shoulder to signal it to reduce its speed. However, even at a slower pace, Dragonite was still remarkably fast. And Go continued to struggle. As Lance appeared on the verge of losing his temper, Ash reassured, Go, we'll be at the league shortly. Just hang in there. Yet, Go misinterpreted Ash's good intentions, retorting, You're not the one in pain. It's me. Of course, you'd say that. What is the rush, anyway? At that moment, Lance could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, No one forced you to come along. You insisted on tagging along. If you can't endure this minor discomfort, how can you call yourself a trainer? After being chastised by Lance, Go lowered his head, silenced, but resentment brewed within him, aimed at Ash. If it weren't for Ash, he wouldn't have to endure this humiliation. Just wait, Ash, he thought. Half an hour later, they finally arrived safely at the league. And Lance exhaled in relief. Let us go, Ash. The president is waiting for you inside. Ash nodded and swiftly recalled Dragonite, following closely behind Lance. Wait for me, Ash. Go shouted. Inside the conference room, President Damaranch noticed Lance and Ash entering and was about to speak when he spotted another individual behind them. Recognizing the president's confusion, Lance leaned in to whisper something in Damaranch's ear, prompting the president to break into his signature smile. As Go entered the room, he was taken aback by the sight of the champions and the president he often admired on television, leaving him incredulous that Ash was there to meet them. Just as he thought he might partake in this prestigious gathering, he was promptly escorted out by the president's bodyguard. Ash opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Lance. Ash, this is league confidential. Without the president's permission, no one else may listen. Realizing the situation, Ash comforted Go, just wait outside for a moment. I'll be quick. Go, however, retorted sulkily, if I'm not allowed to listen, then I don't want to hear it anyway. The others present began to feel a twinge of disdain for Go's attitude. Once Go was outside, President Damaranch began, Ash, the reason we summoned you to the league is due to a grave matter. If mishandled, it could lead to the obliteration of our world. Upon hearing the severity of Damaranch's words, Ash immediately replied with determination, President, please tell me what I can do. I will do everything in my power to assist. The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Ash's response was commendable, especially after Go's earlier rudeness. Damaranch, recognizing Ash's earnestness, wasted no time in explaining the impending world merger and the threat posed by Arceus to annihilate their world. However, when Ash audibly protested against the notion of Arceus destroying the world, stating, that won't happen, President, Arceus could never bring about the end. He has reclaimed all the plates and has forgiven humanity. The room fell into a stunned silence. What does Ash mean? The crowd pondered. Damaranch, recovering from his astonishment, urgently inquired, Ash, have you encountered Arceus? Ash nodded and recounted how, with the aid of his former companions and Dialga's power, they traveled back in time to rescue Arceus. Upon hearing Ash's story, the assembly broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the Arceus from their world had indeed intended to destroy it, only to be thwarted by Ash. Damaranch stepped forward, grasping Ash's hands with fervor. Ash, on behalf of the League, I salute you. Thank you for your silent contributions to the Pokémon world. You are a true hero. Therefore, President, Arceus will not destroy the world again. You can rest easy, Ash replied modestly. Chapter 163. Distorted time and space. Upon hearing Ash's words, the president sighed and responded, if only that were true. Ash, please allow me to finish. He proceeded to elaborate on the intricate details of the situation. After listening to the president's account, Ash grasped the complexity of the matter. 3 Arceus had united with the intent to obliterate their world. The reality was almost unfathomable, and Ash struggled to accept that many worlds had already been destroyed. The truth is laid bare before us, hence the necessity of your assistance. President, I will exert every effort. I shall not allow Arceus to bring ruin upon our world. Ash declared resolutely. Chairman Damalanki nodded at Ash, increasingly pleased with the young trainer. The champions present also held Ash in high esteem. Cynthia, gazing at Ash, recalled the words of Zhuang Han. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was concealing something from them. Meanwhile, the trio from Team Rocket received a mission from Boss Bamo, traversing through a space-time tunnel to an alternate world. For this undertaking, Team Rocket not only provided them with substantial funding, but also equipped them with 2 peak-level quasi-deities and the most advanced technology at their disposal. Upon arriving in the alternate world, Musashi and Kojiro anxiously scanned their surroundings, realizing they were enveloped by the vast ocean. Had they arrived on a deserted island? Meowth promptly activated the communicator, only to discover it was non-functional in this realm. With a hint of disappointment, he remarked, "This alternate world is hardly appealing. The communicator is useless. Musashi, Kojiro, perhaps we should return?" Meowth, do not be so disheartened. This is a rare opportunity. If we perform admirably and complete Boss Bama's task, promotions and pay raises await us. Besides, I am eager to see what this alternate world has to offer, Musashi replied, her spirits lifted. Now is not the time for such musings. We should focus on how to escape this deserted island, Kojiro said, somewhat exasperated. Yet, seeing Musashi and Meowth lost in their dreams of advancement, he chose not to disturb them, merely gazing up at the sky in boredom. What is that? Kojiro exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the sky. Musashi, Meowth, look at that dark mist. What is it, Kojiro? I was just envisioning myself as the most dazzling performer in the Pokémon world when you interrupted me, Musashi replied, slightly annoyed, glancing upwards. What is that? Musashi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the dark fog above. At that moment, Meowth also gazed skyward, and as he did, every hair on his body stood on end. Stammering, he urged, Musashi, Kojiro, we must leave this place immediately. I sense a force within that dark mist longing to consume us. We should return. This alternate world is far too frightening. Simultaneously, in the realms of the Pokémon world and the Dragon Kingdom Alliance, the transparent dark mist gradually coalesced into a massive black vortex. Some humans from both worlds noticed the vortex and shared photographs online, referring to it as a peculiar natural phenomenon that had not been witnessed for millennia, marveling at the wonders of nature. Little did they know, it was the unknown that posed the greatest danger. In the Pokémon world, Red watched the monitoring screens with an increasingly grave expression. The dark mist had taken form, twisting space-time and nearing full manifestation. Soon, Arceus would descend. In the Dragon Kingdom, the president observed the manifest distortion of space-time on the monitors, feeling an inexplicable weight upon his shoulders, rendering him breathless. For several nights now, sleep had eluded him. In the dead of night, following a phone call, the president hastily donned the clothing set aside nearby. Another meeting? A cautious voice interrupted his dressing. Apologies for the disturbance. I didn't mean to cause a ruckus, the president replied apologetically. I'm not troubled. It's you, several nights without rest. I presume something significant has transpired within the alliance, she remarked. The president opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by his wife. I understand this is not a matter for a mere woman to inquire into. Yet you've noticeably aged. White hairs have begun to appear. If you have time tomorrow, please return home early. I'll finish the remaining hair dye. The president gazed at his longtime wife and spoke softly. Once this matter concludes, I shall resign as president. And we will take the time to appreciate the splendid landscapes of the Dragon Kingdom. You haven't accompanied me in ages. You must keep your word. Now go on. Do not keep others waiting. In the conference room, upon the president's arrival, everyone was already assembled. He awkwardly stated, my apologies, everyone. I had a personal matter to attend to. Now that the president is present, let us deliberate on our strategy, he continued, looking towards Red and Cynthia, who had just returned. What did Chairman Damalanki convey? Cynthia replied earnestly, Chairman Damalanki has delegated authority to me, Dan Emperor, and Wataru. We are effectively on equal footing with him. The president nodded, then turned to another individual. Cynthia swiftly introduced, this is Ash. The president scrutinized Ash briefly before glancing at Zhuang Han, then said, let us commence. Who has plans to propose? The assembly exchanged glances, as the prospect of facing Arceus left them at a loss for viable strategies. Red was the first to speak. We must unite our strengths to confront Arceus. Only then do we stand a chance. The others nodded in agreement, yet an unease lingered. How would they allocate everyone's powers? Even Red felt uncertain. Finally, Zhuang Han spoke up. Given our collective inability to devise a solution, allow me to share my thoughts. Red is correct that we must combine our forces against Arceus. But let me clarify. We must unite our powers to combat one Arceus. Well, what about the other two? We ought to have the Arceus from the Pokemon world and our own Arceus face off against each other. As for the Arceus from the Pokemon world, Ash, I believe you can handle that, can't you? The group gazed at the somewhat inexperienced Ash in disbelief, unable to fathom that he could summon Arceus to aid them. Chapter 164, The Descent of Arceus. Ash, feeling somewhat bashful under their scrutiny, replied, "Indeed, Arceus bestowed upon me his token, which can summon him once." Wataru, somewhat bemused, said, "Ash, why did you not inform us of such an important matter sooner?" Zhuanghan ignored their banter and continued, "As for our world's Arceus, I will address that matter." The president and Zhu Qing stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Zhuanghan's assertion. "Zhuanghan, you can summon Arceus as well?" Zhuanghan nodded, but added, "However, there is a prerequisite for summoning Arceus." He examined a redemption option within the system. To invoke Arceus in this world, it requires a substantial number of points. What prerequisite? Whatever the conditions, we will meet them at once. The president exclaimed, urgency in his voice. "I need money, lots of it." "Money? Dragon coins?" The president queried, puzzled. "Yes, dragon coins. The condition for summoning Arceus is dragon coins," Zhuanghan stated earnestly. For reasons unknown, upon hearing that Zhuanghan's condition for summoning Arceus was dragon coins, the group couldn't help but envision a greedy Arceus gleefully contemplating a mountain of gold. The imagery was too relatable, leaving them speechless. Zhu Qing asked, perplexed, "Is Arceus also greedy?" At that moment, the president could hardly afford to ponder such matters. Dragon coins happened to be the one resource in abundance within the Dragon Kingdom. He looked at Zhuanghan earnestly and declared, "For this occasion, I will authorize the Dragon Kingdom's finances to you. Take as much as you need." Zhuanghan nodded in acknowledgement, without hesitation. "Now that we have a plan for both Arceus, let us discuss how we shall confront the third Arceus." Upon hearing the plan to confront the third Arceus, the atmosphere became so tense that no one dared to breathe. The crux of the matter lay in the reliance on Ash, who was gazed upon by Zhuanghan, who spoke slowly. "Ash?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances at Zhuanghan. "Just how many secrets does Ash harbor?" "It seems you, Zhuanghan, understand him better than he does himself." Ash, equally bewildered, responded, "Mr. Zhuanghan, please tell me what I can do to assist. I will give my utmost effort." Zhuanghan nodded in acknowledgement and declared, "The key lies with the mythical Pokemon Hoopa." Hoopa? The crowd felt like imposters, having never heard of such a being before. They looked at Zhuanghan in confusion, inquiring, "What exactly is Hoopa?" Meanwhile, Ash suddenly comprehended. "Mr. Zhuanghan, are you suggesting we utilize Hoopa's rings to summon the legendary Pokemon to battle Arceus?" This revelation added a layer of curiosity. This Pokemon, named Hoopa, could summon legendaries. But what connection did it have to Ash? Could it be that they were acquainted? Zhuanghan nodded affirmatively. Ash once saved Hoopa. Their bond is profound. If it is Ash, Hoopa will surely lend us its aid. Ash, feeling a tad bashful at Zhuanghan's words, replied, "Hoopa is a wonderful Pokemon. I believe it will help us. There's no need for modesty, Ash. Others may be oblivious to your feats, but I am not. You are the envoy of the legendary Ho-Oh. You have saved Lugia and halted the battle between Mewtwo and Mew. A shiny Rayquaza acknowledges you. Latia is transformed into a human form to kiss you, and Queen Diantha of the Kalos region is your friend. You have not missed a single one of the Tau Trio. Your Greninja is still accompanying Zygarde on its quests, and you tamed the sun Pokemon Solgaleo in Alola, saving the ruler of the distortion world, Giratina. I need not mention Arceus and Hoopa, nor the knowledge of Mr. Dan about the legendary Pokemon like Nihilego, Zamazenta, and Zamazenta." At last, Cynthia grasped the meaning behind Zhuanghan's earlier statements. Ash truly was a hidden gem. The dragon trainer and Mr. Dan stared in disbelief at the seemingly naive Ash, unable to fathom how he was connected to so many legendary beings. Was this truly the ordinary trainer they had once dismissed? This was no mere trainer. He was a veritable force in the Pokemon world. The onlookers could no longer underestimate the youthful boy before them. Zhuanghan continued, "The plan is to harness Hoopa's ability to summon the legendaries to confront Arceus. What do you all think?" This time, everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed the most viable strategy. If the combined might of all legendaries proved insufficient against Arceus, humanity might well face an impending doom. After the meeting, the group dispersed, leaving only one day to prepare. Zhuanghan intended to retrieve the lion he had nurtured in the secret realm. After benefiting from its energy cubes for so long, asking it to assist in the battle against Arceus seemed justifiable. In the United States, The president of the region excitedly proclaimed, "Soon, this world will belong to the United States." In the evening, the crowd gazed at Hoopa, who was munching on a donut. Incredulous, is this really the mythical Hoopa? Ash approached with delight. Hoopa has agreed to assist us. However, doubts lingered among the group regarding Hoopa's strength. Hoopa, noticing their skepticism, huffed and put down the half-eaten donut, exclaiming, "Hoopa is indeed powerful." The crowd's doubts only deepened as they observed Hoopa's exuberant declaration. Suddenly, Hoopa unleashed its power, transforming into a tall and formidable figure, murmuring, "Hoopa." A wave of legendary pressure enveloped the crowd, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Gazing at the towering Hoopa, they thought, truly, one must not judge a Pokémon by its appearance. "All right, Hoopa, enough games. Return to your original form," Ash urged, looking at the crowd with urgency. Instantly, Hoopa reverted to its playful demeanor, loudly proclaiming, "Ash, how was that? Did you enjoy it? Do they still dare to doubt Hoopa's might?" Just then, the distorted space around them erupted with dark energy, the black mist enveloping the entire sky, warping the very heavens. Beside them, Chihong shouted, "It's here, Arceus is coming." The group stared at the twisted space, not daring to blink. In the void, the malevolent Arceus glanced at its counterparts, the poison Arceus and ghost Arceus, and murmured, "Descend. Soon all humanity shall vanish." Chapter 165, The Final Holy War. As the Pokémon world merged with the alternate dimension, the barriers between the two realms completely dissolved, causing the entire planet to appear vastly expanded, with the Pokémon world manifesting as a dark land before them. At that moment, Arceus descended gracefully, expressing discomfort. "The air of this world reeks of humanity's foul stench. Let the chaos commence." Zhuahan and his companions promptly acted according to their plan. The United States and other nations swiftly recognized Arceus's arrival, with the president exclaiming, "It has arrived, finally. Dispatch the newly developed god-slaying weapon, tonight. I will prove to the world that the United States remains supreme." Once the three Arceus fully descended into the twisted space, the malevolent Arceus coldly surveyed the world and resolved to obliterate it at once, eager to vacate all human territories. The poison Arceus and ghost Arceus nodded in agreement. And thus, the 3-in-1 Arceus expended most of its energy to unleash a world-destroying attack, known as Judgment, poised to annihilate the world in one fell swoop. Zhuahan and his companions stared in disbelief at the impending judgment, astonished that Arceus would immediately unleash its most potent move without hesitation. Chihong fell to his knees, exclaiming, "How could this be? This power is beyond our capacity to withstand. Are we to lose even this final parallel dimension?" As judgment descended, the night was seemingly cleaved by the chilling radiance, and wherever the light shone, everything vanished, causing the world's temperature to plummet to a staggering -70 degrees. In that moment, everyone felt death creeping upon them, involuntarily shivering in fear. The 3-in-1 Arceus murmured, "It is over. Humanity, those filthy pests, shall finally be eradicated." As Arceus observed humanity fading away, an overwhelmingly brilliant light pierced through the gloom, manifesting to protect the world from dissolution. This light radiated warmth and reassurance. Zhuahan and Ash shouted in unison, "Ultra Necrozma." Two Ultra Necrozma emerged, channeling their full luminescence to counter Arceus's judgment, yet the brilliance began to dwindle, revealing their darkened forms beneath. "Ash, Zhuahan, we can assist you no further," they proclaimed. Zhuahan, gazing at the dimming Ultra Necrozma, stood resolutely and asserted, "We have not lost. We must execute the plan as intended. Move swiftly." Ash promptly produced Arceus's artifact, declaring, "Arceus, I implore you for your strength. Appear and save humanity." Suddenly, a brilliant light began to emanate from behind Ash, as Arceus gradually materialized in the sky. After casting a glance at Ash, it turned its attention to the opposing Arceus. Zhuanghan promptly cleared his points and summoned the Arceus from their world. Once the light dissipated, Arceus surveyed Zhuanghan before facing the opposing Arceus once more. The triune Arceus, observing this scene, could not contain its fury, exclaiming, "How dare this mere foreign god impede my mission to eradicate humanity? Cursed be it." It then addressed the two Arceus before it, saying, "How is it that you two have also appeared? Do you not comprehend my noble intentions, or do you intend to assist those wretched humans?" The two Arceus then spoke in unison, "You have overstepped your bounds. Matters of our world are not yours to dictate." To which the triune Arceus ominously replied, "In that case, I believe it is time for you to return to your origins." The ghost Arceus was the first to separate, confronting the Arceus of the Pokémon world, while the poison Arceus followed suit, engaging with the Arceus of Zhuanghan's world. This left the malevolent Arceus casting a dark glare upon Zhuanghan and his companions. The malevolent Arceus slowly spoke. It seems you were forewarned of my intent to obliterate this world, and thus you prepared these petty schemes. Suddenly, Qihong shouted defiantly, Arceus, I shall not allow you to annihilate this parallel world. The malevolent Arceus, glancing at Qihong, appeared to have an epiphany. Ah, a survivor from the previous parallel world? Useless. Against my full power, you stand no chance. At that moment, Zhuanghan seized the opportunity presented by the exchange between Qihong and Arceus, instructing Hoopa to utilize its dimensional abilities. Hoopa, employing all its rings, solemnly declared, Hoopa, pull. Instantly, one legendary Pokémon after another emerged from the rings onto the battlefield. Fortunately, these legendaries were mostly familiar with Ash, while Cynthia, Yulong Du, and Dan Emperor stood in awe, witnessing this spectacle. Although it had been discussed in the conference room that Hoopa could summon legendaries, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly astonishing. Ho-Oh, Lugia, the Black Rayquaza, the Tao Trio, the Sinnoh Trio, XYZ legendaries, the Water City siblings, Victini, Mew, and more. What was happening? Suddenly, a golden Hoopa appeared within Hoopa's rings. It was the shiny Hoopa. The shiny Hoopa, gleefully observing, exclaimed, This is delightful. I wish to join. Hoopa pull. The rings instantly multiplied by 6, continuously summoning legendaries from Zhuanghan's world. Following suit, Zhuanghan released Lunala, Solgaleo, Groudon, and Kyogre. Solgaleo glanced at the Arceus before them, and then at the mysterious symbols appearing above Zhuanghan's head, questioning, Is this your idea of a little assistance? Meanwhile, Qihong also released Mewtwo, who stared gravely at the malevolent Arceus. The malevolent Arceus, observing the assembled legendaries, spoke with rising anger. Since you all choose to aid humanity, you have forfeited your right to exist in this world. Ash, witnessing the wrathful Arceus, shouted, Everyone, for the sake of this world, we cannot afford to lose. All the legendaries began to channel their most powerful attacks towards the Arceus intent on annihilating the world, while Zhuanghan and the others echoed, Let us fight for our home. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of attacks surged toward the malevolent Arceus, which merely regarded the unfolding chaos with an indifferent gaze, as if it were utterly unconcerned. The skills struck the malevolent Arceus, unleashing a tremendous explosion. And as the smoke cleared, the malevolent Arceus remained unscathed, hovering in the air without a hint of damage. The plates had absorbed all the legendary attacks. Qihong clenched his fists, blood trickling from his bitten lip in disbelief. Despite the combined might of so many legendaries, they were powerless against Arceus. The malevolent Arceus, grinning malevolently at the assembled crowd below, declared, Vanish, humans. Judgment of the Light Shard. Countless objects resembling plates plummeted from above, crashing down upon the gathered individuals, legendaries, and the surrounding structures. As the plates fell in a chaotic deluge, everyone utilized their Pokémon to evade the onslaught. Even so, many legendaries were struck down, collapsing to the ground, while nearby buildings were obliterated in an instant. Thankfully, the leaders had already evacuated the surrounding humans. Just as Cynthia's Garchomp shattered a falling plate, enabling her to escape danger, another plate came hurtling toward her. Realizing Garchomp could not intercept in time, Cynthia closed her eyes in resignation. Unbeknownst to her, Zhuanghan had already noticed the descending plate and swiftly commanded his Sharpedo to deflect it. Grasping Cynthia's hands, he urged loudly, Hurry, we must go. Cynthia finally grasped that once again she had been saved by Zhuanghan. Meanwhile, the two opposing Arceus engaged in a fierce battle, neither side able to gain the upper hand. The president of the beautiful country, having prepared a secret weapon, intended to capture and eliminate Arceus. Seizing the right moment, he launched the latest weapon, anticipating Arceus's downfall, only to be met with disbelief as the weapon was completely immune to the Arceus's plates. The president of the beautiful country could hardly believe his eyes. He could not fathom that his meticulously crafted weapon, more advanced than nuclear arms, had no effect whatsoever on Arceus. No, this cannot be real. He roared in frustration. At that moment, the ghost Arceus had already locked onto the president's location. Indeed, all humans are filthy. The enraged ghost Arceus unleashed its shadowy mist toward the president, who, along with his companions, fled in terror. However, the mist moved with alarming speed, and within moments, the president and his team were engulfed, their life forces drained by the specter's power. Yet, in its fury, the Arceus released the judgment of the Light Shard, preparing to annihilate everything in the vicinity. As the plates rained down, the Hidden Team Rocket Trio was thrown into chaos. What do we do? What do we do? Meowth, think of something. Musashi exclaimed anxiously. Musashi, Kojiro, release the Pokémon given to us by our boss. Meowth shouted suddenly. Musashi and Kojiro promptly unleashed the two semi-legendaries, but to their dismay, the instant they appeared, the plates struck them, rendering them unable to fight. In despair, Musashi and Kojiro cried out, "It's over. We're doomed. Even the semi-legendaries can't withstand a single blow." Suddenly, Musashi's Gyarados leapt from its Pokeball in agreement with their plight. Seeing Gyarados, Musashi and Kojiro rushed forward, embracing it excitedly. "Of course. We still have Gyarados. Please, we need your help." Just then, another plate fell from the sky, prompting Musashi and Kojiro to push Gyarados forward. As they watched the incoming plate, Gyarados emitted a brilliant red light, forcefully absorbing the impact and sending it rebounding back. Musashi and Kojiro cheered jubilantly. "Gyarados, we can always count on you." One by one, the plates were repelled back by Gyarados, but its strength was clearly waning. When the final plate fell, Gyarados was unable to repel it, and as Team Rocket awaited their doom, a tremendous sound erupted. What is that? They beheld a bear-like figure, utilizing all its might to shatter the last plate, and, seizing the trio, whisked them away from the battlefield. This time, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation as they nestled within the embrace of the bear. They had been saved, indeed. However, at the third location where Arceus clashed, an unexpected individual emerged. Dogeo, disregarding Professor Oak's counsel, insisted on fleeing the sanctuary with his Pokémon, audaciously proclaiming, "If Ash can go, why can't I?" Thus, he journeyed to the site of Arceus's battle, staring blankly at the spectacle of the two Arceus engaged in combat. "This is it, this is the one. Such a powerful Pokémon should be captured by me. Once I have tamed Arceus, let us see who dares to say I am inferior to Ash," Dogeo exclaimed, a hint of madness glinting in his eyes as he gazed at Arceus. With fervor, Dogeo dashed towards the battleground beneath Arceus, excitedly brandishing a Pokeball, and shouted, "Arceus, I shall capture you." With a determined throw, a red and white Pokeball struck the poison Arceus, but the outcome was entirely contrary to Dogeo's expectations. The ball hit Arceus' form with no effect whatsoever. Dogeo, believing it to be an unexpected malfunction, refused to concede defeat. How could a man of his precision falter here? He retrieved another red and white ball and hurled it at Arceus, yet the result mirrored the first, utterly ineffectual. The poison Arceus, realizing the insignificance of the ant below, cast a glance at the object just hurled at him, recognizing it as a Pokeball. Unable to contain his simmering fury, he fixed his gaze on Dogeo. In the face of Dogeo's fearful expression, the poison Arceus unleashed a corrosive spray, causing Dogeo to cry out in anguish. "It hurts. It hurts so much." He watched in horror as his body began to dissolve from the waist down, until he was completely engulfed. Only then did the poison Arceus feel a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the malevolent Arceus was met with despairing gazes from Zhuhan and his companions as the fallen divine beasts rose once more. Yet, their attacks proved futile against Arceus, leaving them utterly powerless. The malevolent Arceus addressed the insignificant beings below, stating, "Cease your futile struggles. Relinquish hope, for you shall never triumph over me." Daigo, and the other champions slumped to the ground amidst the ruins, devoid of hope. The leaders of both factions murmured in dismay. Is humanity truly destined for annihilation? At that moment, Ash's voice rang out with conviction. Humanity cannot be extinguished. He turned his cap around and continued, "Everyone, you have fought so hard, risking everything to survive. How can we be doomed? We have not lost. We will save the world." Pikachu chimed in. Pika, Pikachu. Ash was right, until the final moment. "We must never surrender. Since this world has chosen me, I shall protect you all," Zhuhan declared steadfastly. "This parallel world shall be safeguarded by us," Qihong added, casting a determined gaze at Arceus. In an instant, a surge of blue aura emanated from Zhuhan, Ash, and Qihong as they shouted in unison. "The aura of bond resides within my heart." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Pikachu, Kingdra, and Charizard underwent bond evolution. After a brilliant display of yellow, blue, and red light, the battlefield was graced with Bond Pikachu, Bond Kingdra, and Bond Charizard. Arceus, observing this transformation, continued to declare, "No matter your actions, they are in vain. Relinquish your efforts, humans. We shall never yield." Zhuhan, Ash, and Qihong asserted resolutely. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Kingdra, Water Gun. Charizard, Flamethrower. The combined might surged toward Arceus. Witnessing the oncoming assault, Arceus did not flinch. deeming the feeble force unworthy of evasion. This is impossible. Arceus stumbled back in disbelief. Why? Why can't the plates absorb this power? As the crowd saw Zhuohan and his companions inflict damage on Arceus, hope ignited anew. Zhuohan called out, "We can harness this power to amalgamate the strength of all divine beasts to strike Arceus. Everyone, unleash your utmost power. Victory is within our grasp." Immediately, all divine beasts began to channel their strongest moves. Yet, Arceus remained incredulous as to why his plates had failed. Ash, Chi-Hong, let's go. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Kingdra, Water Gun. Charizard, Flamethrower. Now let all the divine beasts' moves converge. The combined might of their attacks merged with those of the divine beasts. And even the two Victinis from different worlds lent their strength to amplify the damage. This strike represented the hope of the world. A kaleidoscopic beam struck the evil Arceus, who attempted to absorb the energy with his plates, but the overwhelming force rendered them powerless, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Have we won? The crowd, hearts racing, gazed at the dissipating smoke. As the haze cleared, they beheld the injured Arceus, enveloped in silence. Is it truly impossible to defeat Arceus? Chi-Hong murmured, feeling despondent. Zhuohan and Ash too were engulfed in despair. Arceus was simply too formidable. Just as all prepared for their demise, Arceus turned to Zhuohan, Ash, and Chi-Hong, perplexed, and asked, "What is this power? Why can the plates not absorb it? I do not understand." Zhuohan replied slowly, "That is the power of bonds. It is the power of love between humans and Pokémon, a strength you shall never comprehend." Arceus gazed upon the assembly of divine beasts and humans, recalling his own parallel world. Is it so? The power of love, the bonds between humans and Pokémon. Why has this force not manifested in other parallel universes? The malevolent Arceus lingered in midair, leaving all in suspense regarding his next move. Eventually, he descended before Ash, Zhuohan, and Chi-Hong, softly stating, "The power of love? Very well. Ash, Zhuohan. Chi-Hong, you have moved me. I shall grant humanity another chance." The crowd, taken aback by the malevolent Arceus's words, stared at him in disbelief. With a single command, the poison Arceus and the ghost Arceus withdrew from battle to join him, while the Arceus from the Pokémon world and that from Zhuohan's universe also arrived. After sharing the recent battle's events with the ghost and poison Arceus, the malevolent Arceus declared, "I have decided to give humanity another opportunity. Will you join me?" The poison and ghost Arceus nodded in agreement. "Let us grant humanity one more chance." The three Arceus once again united, addressing all present. "Although we grant you this chance, we shall remain vigilant in the void world, observing your every move. Should you ever disappoint us, we will not hesitate to obliterate your world once more." As the words faded, the visage of Arceus dissipated from this realm, leaving behind only the ruins as testament to his existence. The Arceus from the Pokémon world and the one from the alternate universe exchanged glances with Ash and Zhuohan before vanishing from sight. Everything has returned to a state of tranquility as the sun gradually ascends from the horizon. A voice erupts in exuberance. "We have survived. Humanity shall not perish." The leaders on both sides gaze upon the scene before them, their faces breaking into smiles long forgotten. "Indeed, we have all endured. Sharona, how wonderful it is that we are alive," Karuni exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears. However, at this moment, Sharona chose to disregard Karuni's sentiment and approached Zhuohan, softly stating, "Zhuohan, I have a craving for ice cream. Now, very well, let us head to the supermarket, but this time you must choose quickly." "I am utterly exhausted," Zhuohan replied wearily. I won't. This time, I want you to help me select," she insisted. Instantly, laughter erupted among the group. Deep within the void, a pair of large eyes slowly opened, murmuring, "Indeed, humanity is the embodiment of all that is unknown. How fascinating, how utterly captivating. Well then, having observed this, let us continue our exploration into the next enigma." The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe and give a thumbs up to show your support. Until we meet again in the next tale.